You don't understand me at all. Her every word was laced with daggers, accusing me of dragging her into battle time and again for worthless vanity. I was once the war god who protected humanity, only to be betrayed by my sworn partner with a stab through the heart, left to perish in a sea of insects. Coming back to life, I finally realized that this ungrateful person was also a reborn soul, single-mindedly aiming to become a wealthy wife and sever all ties with me. It is ironic that I've saved her 18 times at the risk of my own life, yet she only remembers blocking 3 fatal blows for me. Facing her hysteria, I smirked coldly. The system has gone rogue and revoked all its investments in you. My name is Jiang Che, one of the strongest battle gods of the human race in my previous life, but I was betrayed by my wife and contracted succubus Liu Ruyan, who tore out my heart and killed me. Now, I've been reborn on the day I awakened my Spirit Tamer talent at the age of 18. The pain in my chest continues to spread, forcing me to believe in this cruel reality. The excited classmates around were heading towards the playground, while Liu Ruyan deliberately stayed far away from me. Her delicate face and exaggerated figure attracted countless gazes. She was none other than the wife who had dealt me the fatal blow in my previous life. Centuries ago, humanity created the spirit taming method to combat the void zerg. Upon reaching adulthood, women take potions to transform into beast girls, mecha girls, and other spiritual forms, while men awaken as spirit tamers. The two form contracts to complement each other, standing together to defend the human race. In my last life, I awakened with an SSS grade spirit taming talent, while Liu Ruyan awakened as a powerful succubus. We were once the most powerful warrior duo of the human race, on the verge of driving out the zerg, but in the final battle, I was betrayed by her, and died miserably in the zerg swarm. After killing me, she also met her end in despair amidst the zerg. In the previous life, she walked downstairs with me, but now she deliberately keeps her distance. It seems Liu Ruyan must have also been reborn. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. Jiang Che, come with me. I have something to say to you. Liu Ruyan approached, drawing the attention of our classmates. I stood frozen in place. Her betrayal shattered the hope of humanity. I could never forgive her. Seeing that I ignored her, Liu Ruyan realized that I had been reborn. She leaned in and lowered her voice, filled with resentment. I know you've been reborn too, and I know you hate me to the core. You hate me for betraying you, for robbing you of the chance to become a war god, right? What right do you have to hate me? You're the most hypocritical one. You keep claiming to protect me, yet you're always the first to charge into battle. I never wanted to fight. I just wanted a peaceful life, to be a wealthy lady. For the sake of fame and glory, you've repeatedly dragged me onto the battlefield against my will. You are hailed as the savior, the god of war, but who remembers me? At the victory banquet, they only flock to you, calling me Madame Jiang, the god of war's spouse. Am I not even worthy of having my own name? My name is Liu Ruyan. I am no one's appendage. For 20 years, I've blocked 3 fatal blows for you, yet the battle reports always credit you alone as the mighty war god saving the day. Jiang Che, don't you find your hypocrisy revolting? Listening to her accusations, I looked at her coldly. Are you done? Now it's my turn. Percent you. Liu Ruyan froze. I took a step forward, staring her down. Do you understand the principle that without the skin, where can the hair adhere? I protect humanity, and humanity is also protecting us, protecting you too. This is the meaning behind what I do. You are a succubus, a sacred spirit, of noble status. Must you still compete with a spirit tamer? Percent do you only remember taking 3 mortal blows for me? I smiled mockingly, continuing to stare him down. I took 3 fatal blows for you, but what about me? Have you ever counted? The final I uttered resounded like thunder, my explosive force sending Liu Ruyan tumbling to the ground, her face deathly pale. The surrounding classmates cast surprised glances. You haven't counted? Then let me tell you. My voice wasn't loud, but each word cut like a knife. In 20 years, I nearly died 18 whole times just to save you. The first time, you rushed ahead blindly for glory and got surrounded by high-level zerg, so I went to rescue you with 3 brothers. In the end, I was the only one who fought my way out while holding you, and before dying, Zhang Hao's beast girl even asked me to keep you in check. Liu Ruyan instantly held her breath. The second time, you insisted on rescuing that woman against orders, breaking formation and leaving the squad encircled. Remember Li Yan? That big boy who always called you big sister? He sacrificed himself to cover our breakout, detonating explosives with his mechanical girl. The third time was even more ridiculous. You knew it was a zerg trap, yet you insisted on leading the charge just to prove you're better than me. How many people died that time, do you remember? With every few words I spoke, I took a step forward, while Liu Ruyan supported herself and shrank back, until her back was against the wall. That was voluntary on your part. Liu Ruyan suddenly screamed hysterically. Did I ever beg you to save me? Did I let you be heroes? If you hadn't sent me to the battlefield, would I have needed your rescue? You don't understand me at all. Their deaths have nothing to do with me. It's all you, Jiang Che, it's all your fault. You killed them. Was it your choice? I saved you 18 times, so it's my fault for being cheap, right? Well said. I nodded, my voice turning icy again. You say I don't understand you? Then tell me, who does? Percent me. A voice suddenly rang out. The next moment, another figure clad in the same school uniform rushed up the stairs, quickly helping Liu Ruyan to her feet, and growled at me. Jiang Che, what's gotten into you? Who do you think you are, yelling at Ruyan like that? The newcomer was Zhao Yu, our classmate and one of Liu Ruyan's suitors. In later years, he would wield significant influence as the overseer of humanity's logistical operations, remaining steadfast in his affection for Liu Ruyan despite his high-ranking position. I suspect Liu Ruyan betrayed me, with him meddling in the middle. Zhao Yu shielded Liu Ruyan behind him, his anger blazing. Ruyan has already fallen, and yet you're still being so aggressive. And you claim to be her boyfriend. Do you even still love her? The classmates around began whispering. Everyone acknowledged the perfect couple was heading for a breakup. Boyfriend? I chuckled softly. It used to be, but not anymore. Percent Liu Ruyan stiffened slightly, her eyes flickering with a mix of complex emotions, among them, unmistakable disappointment. What do you mean? Zhao Yu demanded, a glint of joy flashing in his eyes. Percent exactly what you heard. I glanced coldly at the two of them. Liu Ruyan and I broke up, but remember, she was the one I dumped. Liu Ruyan's face turned deathly pale in an instant. At that moment, the teacher's urging voice came from downstairs. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. The onlookers rushed downstairs in a flurry. Liu Ruyan stood still, staring intently at my retreating figure with a complex expression on her face. Ruyan, Zhao Yu cautiously approached. That Jiang Che is really a piece of work. If I were your boyfriend, I'd definitely, Zhao Yu. Liu Ruyan suddenly interrupted him. Then, would you be willing to be my boyfriend? Zhao Yu froze, then his face lit up with ecstasy the next moment. Yes, I would, Ruyan. I would even dream of it. Don't worry, I won't be like Jiang Che. I'll treat you well. Liu Ruyan lowered her head. I've actually always liked you a lot. Jiang Che had guessed correctly. Liu Ruyan only killed him because she was acting under Zhao Yu's orders. Zhao Yu feared that my reputation as the god of war was unmatched, and once the war was won, he would forever live in my shadow. So he found Liu Ruyan, and the two immediately hit it off, plotting to get rid of me. This is what led to my death, just that I didn't expect unforeseen complications to arise later, with Liu Ruyan also perishing in the beast tide. Arriving at the school playground, I found my class's spot and stood in position, ignoring the provocative gaze of Liu Ruyan and Zhao Yu as they walked hand in hand into the line. The awakening ceremony was about to begin, with school administrators distributing special potions and awakening stones. Holding the awakening stone, my expression remained calm. In my previous life, I awakened the supreme SSS-level spirit taming talent, and it's no exception in this life. All boys, focus your minds, grip the awakening stone tightly, and feel the heat emanating from it. The middle-aged teacher in the gray suit announced loudly. The playground instantly fell silent as everyone began to awaken. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of light in various colors soared continuously into the sky, representing talent levels from F to SSS, totaling 9 grades with 8 distinct light beams. The highest tier SSS level talent was manifested by 8 colors of light merging into one. Boom! The 8 colored beams shot into the sky, stunning the entire venue. In an instant, every teacher and student in the school turned their gaze toward me. Their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It was actually an SSS level talent. There was no trace of joy on my face. Instead, I frowned. Just then, an additional voice emerged in my mind. Ding, the investment system is rebinding. Percent ding, the system has detected the host's investment target has betrayed. System blackening in progress. Blackening progress 10%, blackening progress 99%, blackening successful. Investment system Dark Edition successfully bound. The system has detected that the host's investment target has betrayed them. Immediately recall all investments made by the host in the previous investment target. The host's new investment target has changed from the original single target to multiple corrupted ones. 3. And there may be more added in the future. Chapter 3. What she disliked most was seeing Jiang Che treated like a king. The system's mechanical voice concluded. But Jiang Che silently addressed it in his mind. System, long time no see? The system offered no response. As if it had never existed at all. But Jiang Che knew it was there. It had always been there. The so-called investment system. It required Jiang Che to continuously invest in his girlfriend, empowering her to grow stronger. In return, he would receive corresponding feedback, enabling him to become even more powerful. In his previous life, it was precisely through investing in the system that he achieved rapid advancement. Before the age of 40, he had surpassed countless human race powerhouses to become the human race's war god. And Liu Ruyan? Her accomplishments in the previous life, earning her the title of Holy Spirit from the contract spirits. Naturally, it was also due to Jiang Che's relentless investment. Jiang Che poured countless valuable resources into Liu Ruyan, enabling her relentless growth. Even her succubus spirit form? It was only through Jiang Che's prior investments that it could evolve to this extent. Jiang. That's an SSS-tier talent, whoa. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out beside Jiang Che, finally snapping him out of his drifting thoughts. Jiang Che looked up. He saw the principal and several teachers standing before him, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation. Jiang, you've awakened an SSS-tier Spirit Mastering talent. The principal's voice trembled as his hands fidgeted unconsciously. This is the first SSS-tier talent our school has ever seen since its founding. The principal standing beside him trembled with excitement. Jiang, the future hopes of the human race now rest entirely upon your shoulders. The teachers chattered excitedly, their faces radiant with unhidden joy. What did an SSS-tier talent signify? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it meant humanity was likely to witness the birth of another God-tier warrior. Boom! At that moment, another explosive roar echoed through the air. A purple pillar of light shot skyward, instantly capturing everyone's attention. SS-tier talent. The principal clapped his hands excitedly. What a remarkable day, both SSS rank and SS rank talents appearing simultaneously. The crowd turned to look, seeing Zhao Yu standing amidst them, his face aglow with ecstasy as he gazed at the awakening stone in his hand, radiating a brilliant purple light. Zhao Yu! The dean of students rushed over to Zhao Yu in 2 strides. SS grade talent. Your future is limitless. Ha, our academy is going to make a name for itself this time. Zhao Yu was clearly very pleased with this outcome. Zhao Yu was clearly very satisfied. Yet when his gaze fell upon Jiang Che, who was being fawned over by everyone, a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. While SS-tier talent was formidable, it certainly couldn't compare to SSS. How could that penniless loser Jiang Che have awakened such an exceptional talent? Zhao Yu couldn't wrap his head around it. But today, triumphant in love, he felt he had outdone Jiang Che. His mood lifted, and he temporarily pushed the matter from his mind. Instead, he turned to Liu Ruyan beside him and asked softly, "Ruyan, why haven't you taken your potion yet?" Liu Ruyan, however, broke into a smile, her red lips curving into a coy arc. "Yuga, I know you'll definitely awaken an SS rank talent. I want to witness your moment of glory." Her words were perfectly timed. They both saved Zhao Yu's face and hinted at her own feelings. As a reincarnated soul, manipulating the current Zhao Yu was effortless for her. True to form, upon hearing Liu Ruyan's words, Zhao Yu's heart immediately blossomed with joy. His moment of glory. Yes. This was his moment in the spotlight. With both his career and love life thriving, how could this not be his finest hour? "Ruyan, once you've fully awakened, we'll sign the contract." Zhao Yu whispered. "With my SS tier talent boosting you, whatever contract spirit you awaken will definitely evolve into something stronger. The growth of a contract spirit is inextricably linked to its Spirit Tamer. Its power is entirely tied to the Spirit Tamer's own capabilities. The higher the Spirit Tamer's talent, the more cosmic energy they can draw upon, channeling it through the spirit taming realm into the contracted spirit. This enables mutual advancement for both parties. The opposite holds true as well." Yet in response to Zhao Yu's promise, Liu Ruyan nearly smiled faintly and said, "Brother Yu. Rest assured, my spirit body is actually quite powerful. It's a succubus spirit renowned for possessing the strongest psychic power and the ability to invade dreams. It even comes with the innate skill Shadow Shuffle. Not only will I not hold you back, but I can become your greatest asset in the future. Especially since I can change forms too." As she uttered the word shapeshifting, Liu Ruyan nearly pressed her soft curves against Zhao Yu, her voice dripping with bone-melting sweetness. Instantly, Zhao Yu felt his heart flutter. Whoa, a succubus? Shape-shifting too? He believed every word Liu Ruyan said. Even though no one could ever predict what form their awakened contract spirit would take, Zhao Yu trusted her. Because Liu Ruyan had no reason to deceive him. And certainly not at this moment. Meanwhile, the head of discipline ignored and sidelined from the start froze upon hearing Liu Ruyan's words. A succubus? A succubus? That's a top-tier necromantic spirit. Liu Ruyan, are you absolutely certain you can awaken a succubus entity? Liu Ruyan nodded confidently. I'm 100% certain. Of course she was confident. In her previous life, she had awakened the succubus form within the necromancer body, complete with the innate skill, Shadow Shuffle. The synergy between Shadow Shuffle and morphing had enabled Jiang Che's organization to flawlessly execute multiple decapitation missions. Especially Shape Shift. In her previous life, it had driven Jiang Che utterly spellbound, becoming her most potent weapon to control him. After all, who wouldn't want a wife capable of assuming countless forms? Various forms? Every manner? Every race? Whatever could be imagined, everything could be tried once. The principal's face flushed crimson with excitement. This is fantastic. If it's true, our school will become renowned nationwide. SSS rank spirit masters, SS rank spirit masters, plus top-tier necromancers. Principal. Liu Ruyan abruptly interrupted him. But I have one request. What is it? Speak. The headmaster asked impatiently. I want to be the last one to awaken. Liu Ruyan stated. The dean of students looked puzzled. Why? No reason. Liu Ruyan looked toward Jiang Che, who was being fawned over by everyone nearby, and said, Consider it my whim. The dean followed her gaze and wore a thoughtful expression. All right then, absolutely no problem. After all, how you awaken your powers is entirely up to you students. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Once all the students have completed their awakenings, how about you awaken then, Liu Ruyan? That's fine. Liu Ruyan gave a slight nod. What she disliked most was seeing Jiang Che being fawned over like a moon surrounded by stars, adored by countless people. Clearly, she had contributed the most. Yet those people only ever recognized Jiang Che. It was like this in her past life, and it was like this now. Since she had been reborn, she would start trampling Jiang Che underfoot from this moment onward. What was this SSS-tier spirit writing talent? Without her, the succubus, to master him, what good was his talent? Meanwhile, Jiang Che had been observing coldly all along. Everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. In the previous life, Zhao Yu had used that SS-grade talent to climb step by step to the position of human race logistics chief. Therefore, he wasn't surprised that Zhao Yu would awaken an SSS-tier talent. But Liu Ruyan? Jiang Che sneered inwardly. The system had already reclaimed all his previous investments in Liu Ruyan. So she still wanted to awaken the succubus body like in the previous life? Dream on. Chapter 4, everyone fights over who gets to be Jiang Che's contract spirit. Next. Before long, the remaining students on the field had all completed their awakenings. Beams of dazzling light shot skyward, crisscrossing and reflecting off each other. The entire playground was bathed in an ethereal, dreamlike glow. A green beam signifying B-grade talent. Orange beams signifying D-rank talent. C-grade talent, blue light column. E-grade talent, the crimson light pillar. Each pillar represented the awakened spirit writing talent of every male student. But regardless of their current emotions, without exception, when they looked at Jiang Che's dazzling golden beam, their eyes betrayed deep envy. That was an SSS-tier talent. It meant Jiang Che's future achievements would far surpass all of theirs. Look over at the girl's side. What a gorgeous mecha girl, wow, she's absolutely perfect. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Many girls on the field. After taking a special agent, they too began undergoing physical transformations. A short-haired girl's entire body glowed with a metallic sheen. Mechanical components flowed and restructured across her skin. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the clanking of machinery, she transformed into a silver-white motorcycle girl. Mecha girls. A common type among mecha girls. Beyond their speed, they possessed little combat prowess. Roar. The motorcycle girl's engine module vibrated, her exhaust system emitting a melodious roar. Amidst the crowd's gasps, she suddenly launched into a high-speed sprint around the track, completing the 100-meter dash in a mere 8 seconds. Upon reaching the finish line, the motorcycle girl swiftly reverted to human form. Apart from slightly flushed cheeks and a pair of breasts rising and falling with each breath, she showed no signs of strain. A 100-meter dash in 8 seconds. Accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour would take no longer than a meal. If she encountered a skilled spirit tamer adept at modifications, her speed might even increase further. But the bike girl remained utterly useless in combat. On the insectoid battlefield, she served no purpose. Once the contract ended, she'd likely become just an ordinary human. Meanwhile, the long-haired girl was enveloped in dazzling sword light. Her limbs gradually elongate and warp within the sword aura, ultimately transforming into a crystalline sword spirit. This was the sword spirit maiden. One of the sword spirits possessing combat strength. However, the strength of her combat power depends entirely on the quality of the sword spirit maiden herself. At this moment, the sword spirit maiden was enveloped in azure flowing light, and the outline of her original face could still be faintly discerned near the sword hilt. As the blade trembled slightly, it emitted a crisp, resonant ring. The next instant, a dazzling sword light shot skyward, blindingly brilliant. The frost blade. It was indeed a renowned sword. The sword spirit maiden had barely regained her human form upon landing when a crowd of spirit writing students swiftly gathered around her, all eager to form a contract with her. But the girl didn't immediately agree to any of them. Instead, she cast a subtle glance toward Jiang Che. Look over there. Is that a plant spirit? Good heavens! A plant spirit appearing in this year's competition? The surrounding crowd erupted in astonished gasps once more. At the very center of the field, a quiet girl wearing glasses suddenly transformed. Her once smooth hair rapidly grew into emerald vines, and wood-like patterns swiftly emerged on her skin. She had awakened as a plant-type spirit. Luminous vines coiled around her body, each leaf translucent and radiating a fresh, crisp scent. Vines coiled around her fingertips, blooming into clusters of glowing flowers. Plant-type spirits were relatively rare. They are well suited for insectoid battlefields. Their vines can extend their reach, making them formidable on insectoid battlefields capable of both offense and defense. Yet they are also among the first spirit entities targeted by the insectoid forces. A plant spirit? The principal and the returning headmaster witnessed this scene, their faces nearly splitting from laughter. This was one of the spirits explicitly marked for high priority in the military's official directives. The quiet girl seemed unable to maintain this state for long, reverting back to human form shortly after. Even so, a crowd quickly gathered nearby. Hey, I'm a C-rank talent. Can we try making a contract? A C-rank talent wants to contract with a plant spirit? What a pipe dream. Classmate, I may be ranked talent. I saw everything just now, only my talent is worthy of you. Classmate. Many sought to secure a contract with the plant spirit. But the quiet girl with glasses shook her head slightly, then pushed through the crowd toward another figure on the playground. The crowd was puzzled. But when they recognized her intended target, they couldn't help but sigh again. Jiang Che. The sole SSS-tier talent holder in the entire school. Mr. Jiang, may we form a contract? I'm a plant spirit. The quiet girl approached Jiang Che, mustering all her courage. She even straightened her posture as much as possible, subtly accentuating a certain part of her figure to appear slightly more prominent. Jiang Che turned to look at her, his gaze complex. Xin Yu. In her previous life, she had been Zhao Yu's contract spirit. He never imagined that through some twist of fate, she would now seek him out of her own accord. Seeing Jiang Che hadn't answered, Xin Yu took a deep breath and was about to speak again. Jiang Che, how about I become your contract spirit? Another voice cut in. Jiang Che turned to see another strikingly beautiful girl. She glided toward him. With each step, her long hair swayed, revealing the slender curve of her neck and fair collarbones. Though her bust wasn't as voluptuous as Liu Ruyan's, it was still ample, more than a single hand could grasp. Jiang Che recognized her. Her name was Luo, and she had awakened as the combat-type mecha girl, Silver Wing Battle Maiden. While this type of mecha girl wasn't exceptionally powerful at its base level, it excelled in being easily modified and upgraded. This allowed her to later become one of the military's ace mecha girls. Yet the insectoid battlefields were brutal. Luo ultimately fell in combat against the void insects. Now, she stood before Jiang Che. The blinding sunlight cast a golden rim around her intricate mechanical visor. Her arms were sleek mechanical limbs. 6 silver-white blades hovered behind her, radiating an aura of sharpness. Just as Jiang Che opened his mouth, the principal's voice suddenly echoed from the podium. Everyone, please quiet down. Instantly, the playground fell silent as all eyes turned toward the podium. After a moment of peculiar expression, the principal cleared his throat and announced, "Now, please welcome student Liu Ruyan to the stage for her awakening ceremony." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Traditionally, awakenings were completed at one's assigned seat. Such special treatment had never been seen before. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan had already gracefully ascended the podium, taking the microphone from the principal's hand. Her gaze swept across the entire hall, finally settling on Jiang Che before she spoke slowly. I imagine everyone is wondering why I am standing here. Truthfully, I have only one purpose, to awaken my spirit body before the entire school. I want certain people to know that even without him, I, Liu Ruyan, will shine brighter and excel even more. The entire hall erupted in an instant. Immediately, all eyes turned to Jiang Che. They understood perfectly well who Liu Ruyan's words were aimed at. This is going to be good. She's slapping Jiang Che in the face. I heard she claims to have awakened the succubus physique. Countless eyes darted back and forth between Jiang Che and Liu Ruyan. Some gloated, others looked worried, while most were simply there for the spectacle. Only Jiang Che stood rooted to the spot, a mocking curve lifting at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 5, Succubus Body? No, you were always a prostitute spirit. Liu Ruyan. She seemed perpetually driven to prove she was superior to Jiang Che. This behavior now was clearly another example. Seeing Jiang Che awaken his SSS-tier talent, she wanted to kick him while he was down again? Behind the podium, the principal frowned at the dean of students. Nonsense. How could anyone possibly foresee their own spirit form? The dean wiped sweat from his brow, equally exasperated. Zhao Yu insists, and Liu Ruyan swore it was true. What if he really awakens a succubus spirit body? Even if it's not true, we should give Zhao Yu the courtesy. Let's get started already. The principal waved impatiently. On the other side, Zhao Yu smiled broadly and nodded toward Liu Ruyan on stage. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Liu Ruyan's eyes as she continued into the microphone. Now, I invite my boyfriend, Zhao Yu, to come up on stage and personally administer the spirit essence potion to me. I want him to witness our path to greatness with his own eyes. The surrounding students erupted in an uproar. This is way too theatrical. Witnessing the rise with his own eyes? If he truly awakens a powerful spirit body, fine. But what if he awakens a trash physique? Wouldn't he become a laughingstock? But objections arose immediately. After all, Liu Ruyan was the school beauty. She wouldn't do anything without certainty. Below the stage, Zhao Yu flushed crimson upon hearing Liu Ruyan publicly declare him her boyfriend. He scrambled up the steps to the podium in a flurry. Under the gaze of the entire school, he trembled as he brought the potion to Liu Ruyan's lips. Ruyan, drink it. Zhao Yu's voice trembled with overwhelming emotion. Then we'll create glory together. Okay, you. Liu Ruyan gazed deeply at Zhao Yu and slowly drank the potion. It must be said that after all she had endured in her past life, even without having awakened her succubus body yet, her every gesture and sultry glance already carried the allure of a true succubus. She had completely bewitched Zhao Yu and several other classmates. On the sports field, everyone held their breath in anticipation. Every neck craned forward, awaiting the birth of the legendary succubus body. Jiang Che. Watch closely. Liu Ruyan also looked down at Jiang Che below the stage and said calmly, I, Liu Ruyan, have never been inferior to you. Jiang Che smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Deep down, he felt a faint sense of anticipation, wondering what kind of spirit entity Liu Ruyan would awaken after losing all his initial investments. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment Jiang Che finished silently counting in his mind. On the podium, Liu Ruyan suddenly threw her head back, letting out a piercing scream. Ah! Her once fair skin began to contort and distort, taking on an unhealthy crimson hue. Simultaneously, strands of murky red mist seeped from her 7 orifices, coalescing in the air into nauseating pink clouds. What is happening? Zhao Yu, standing closest to her, recoiled in horror. Liu Ruyan's body was also undergoing a transformation, twisting in an eerie manner. Her limbs contorted violently, causing her school uniform to tear apart, revealing skin covered in crimson patterns. Even more terrifying, her face was rapidly aging. Fine wrinkles appeared at the corners of her eyes, and her lips turned a dark purple. No, don't look! Liu Ruyan screamed, her voice now hoarse and unpleasant. Below the stage, the crowd erupted into chaos in that instant. Good heavens, this can't possibly be a succubus body. This is the lowest form of undead a whore spirit. Wasn't it supposed to be a succubus? How did it suddenly turn into a whore spirit? How is that even possible? Prostitute spirit. One of the lowest, most base, and filthiest spirits within the undead spectrum, its rarity surpassing even plant-type spirits. Legend has it that the possessors of such spirits are usually beautiful in appearance, yet their spirit forms are the most hideous. They are inherently promiscuous, capable of taking any member of the opposite sex around them as a husband. By devouring enough souls of faithless men, they can transform into a vengeful succubus. No wonder, in her previous life, Jiang Che's relentless investments allowed her to evolve directly into a succubus. Now that the system had turned dark, it reclaimed all its investments. Liu Ruyan was indeed reduced to her true form. Prostitute spirit. The principal's face turned deathly pale. The microphone in his hand clattered to the floor. Beside him, the principal leapt to his feet, staring at the stage in utter disbelief. Prostitute. Prostitute spirit. He erupted in rage, slapping the principal across the head and bellowing. Is this what you called a succubus spirit? Open your damn eyes and see what this actually is. This whore spirit body. Principal. The dean was at a loss for words, nearly in tears. Liu Ruyan was now a completely different being. Her back was hunched, and a murky red mist swirled around her. With every step she took, a sticky crimson trail was left on the ground. The most terrifying part was her face. Her once delicate features were twisted and distorted, saliva dripping uncontrollably from the corners of her mouth. How could this happen? I should be a succubus. I should be. Liu Ruyan trembled as she stared at her own hands. They were now covered in wrinkles and red rashes, utterly horrifying. Her gaze suddenly met Jiang Che's below the stage. He stared at her with contempt, his lips curled in a cold, mocking sneer. Jiang Che. It was you, wasn't it? You must be the one behind this, right? Liu Ruyan screamed hysterically, her voice shrill and unpleasant. Zhao Yu had already retreated to the edge of the podium, his face etched with terror and disgust. He never dreamed that the school beauty he just publicly confessed to would transform into this in the blink of an eye. Even if she weren't a succubus, he could have accepted it. What the hell was this prostitute spirit nonsense? Zhao Yu. You go. Liu Ruyan staggered toward him, her voice sounding like a night owl's wail, unpleasant and piercing. Hurry, take me away from here. Don't come near me. Zhao Yu backed away as if seeing a ghost. You monster, don't come any closer. Thud. In his panic, Zhao Yu stumbled and tumbled down the steps of the podium. Those around him scattered instantly. Not a single soul reached out to catch him. There was no helping it. Just as Zhao Yu had been so glorious and triumphant before, now he was utterly disgraced. Zhao Yu. Brother Yu. This is wrong, something's definitely wrong here. I'm a succubus, how could I possibly be a prostitute spirit? You have to believe me. Liu Ruyan also rushed toward the stage. But any classmates who came near her, regardless of gender, instantly scattered. As if avoiding a venomous snake. Even her sycophants now wore expressions of utter disgust. They scrambled backward, terrified of being splattered by her disgusting crimson slime. Zhao Yu, sprawled on the ground, looked terrified. He braced himself with both hands and kept backing away. No. No. Don't come near me. Chapter 6, the 100-ton mecha flasher flashes her headlights at Jiang Che on the runway. At Liu Ruyan's current transformation. It could be said the entire crowd was stunned. No one expected that her confident attempt to humiliate Jiang Che, proving herself superior to the SSS-tier talent. Not only did she fail to awaken the succubus body, Instead, she became the most worthless and lowly of all undead forms of horse spirit. Zhao Yu's reaction was even more intense and direct. "Get away! Don't touch me!" Upon realizing Liu Ruyan was chasing after him, he screamed hysterically while scrambling backward on all fours. Fortunately, at that moment, the crimson mist enveloping Liu Ruyan suddenly dissipated and her distorted form began to return to normal. Ah! Liu Ruyan was utterly panicked. She quickly shed the prostitute spirit form and reverted to her human appearance. But when she looked up, she still saw the horrified stares of everyone around her. No, it's not like that. Her body trembled as she stumbled backward, tears streaming down her face. I should be a succubus. I clearly am. In an instant, whispers erupted across the playground. TSK TSK TSK, still dreaming. I knew it was impossible for anyone to predict their awakening spirit form. Hilarious. Look at her now. Just moments ago, she was swearing up and down she'd proved Jiang Che wrong. She even made such a big scene by rushing up to the podium. Talk about getting struck by lightning for showing off. Exactly. She turned down an SSS-tier talent just to pick an SS-tier 1, only to awaken a horse spirit body herself. Now she's truly risen from campus queen to laughingstock. Ha ha. TSK TSK TSK, that's a prostitute spirit body, any male around her can become her husband. Amidst the murmurs, some even began to stare at Liu Ruyan without restraint. Though the prostitute spirit body was ugly, lowly, and disgusting, Liu Ruyan's human form remained stunningly beautiful. Full breasts, ample hips, and exquisitely beautiful features. Before this, they would never have dared to think such things. But now it was different. She was a prostitute spirit by nature licentious, reveling in carnal indulgence. Perhaps everyone could get a taste of the school beauty's charms. Feeling those stares and hearing the whispers, Liu Ruyan felt a shameful rage that nearly killed her. When had she ever endured such humiliation? She spun around abruptly, no longer caring about Zhao Yu still sitting on the ground, and immediately stumbled out of the crowd. The once glorious campus beauty now fled with disheveled hair covering her face, looking like a stray dog. Zhao Yu sat dazed on the ground, finally coming to his senses. Ruyan, wait. He hurried after her. What had seemed like a confident and triumphant awakening ceremony ultimately turned into a farce, leaving everyone sighing with regret. Yet as many gazed at Jiang Che, standing silently on the field, their expressions were filled with complex emotions. This guy. What incredible luck. Before Liu Ruyan awakened her prostitute spirit body, she had actually broken up with him. Had she broken up with him after awakening the prostitute spirit body, while no one would have said anything, the nature of the situation would have been entirely different. At that moment, the school principal finally stepped onto the podium, picked up the microphone from the floor, cleared his throat, and spoke. Everyone, please quiet down. The crowd fell silent. They turned their gaze toward the principal, wondering what he would say next. With a wry smile, he chose to bypass the earlier incident entirely. Now that everyone has completed their awakening, as per tradition, the academy will grant a 3-day break. During this time, you may freely seek out your desired contract partners whether within or outside the academy, and the school will not interfere. However, I must remind you all that a contract is a lifelong commitment. Please consider this matter with the utmost care. Dismissed. The moment those words fell, the playground instantly erupted with activity once more. Some left in small groups, while many more stayed put, immediately beginning to search for their desired contract partners. Meanwhile, Jiang Che was once again surrounded by female classmates. Jiang! Qin Yuyu, the quiet, bespectacled beauty, pushed her way to the front. Standing tall with her chest out, she declared earnestly, I'm a plant-type contract spirit. Not only can I control opponents, but I can also scout, eliminate threats, defend, and possess exceptional survivability. Will you choose me? And privately, I'll do whatever you ask. Silverwing battle maiden Luo Mingyue flexed her mechanical arm defiantly. Jiang, my floating swords are incredibly sharp and can transform into defensive shields. If you're willing to modify my body, I can become even stronger. My body is yours to modify however you wish. If you want any part of me to be bigger, it can be bigger. If you want it tighter, it can be tighter. These words were quite bold and explicit. Jiang. And me too. A petite, pretty girl squeezed in too. I'm a cat-eared beast girl. Jiang, don't you want to tug my ears? Another tall, slender figure forced her way into the crowd. Jiang, I'm a sword maiden. How about we gallop through the stars together? Don't you want to ride a sword? As she uttered the words ride a sword, she suddenly extended her long leg forward, her tone tinged with innuendo. Ride a sword? What kind of sword are we talking about? Further back, more girls were itching to join in. The biker girl revved her engine, the beast girl transformed into her cutest form, and even a 100-ton king truck flashed its headlights on the runway. Those headlights were huge. And dazzling. At least F-cup level. They nearly blinded Jiang Che's dog eyes. Every female student wanted to catch Jiang Che's attention and become his contract spirit. Being the contract spirit of an SSS-tier Spirit Tamer was an entirely different matter from being an A-tier or B-tier. Not to mention, even A and B rank spirit masters were rare enough. Now that an SSS rank was right before them, everyone naturally wanted to vie for the chance. Jiang Che scanned the room, his gaze lingering briefly on each girl. These were all exceptional spirits, any one of them would be fiercely contested under normal circumstances. But now, they all stared at him with longing eyes. As Jiang Che's gaze swept over them, the girls held their breath, feeling their hearts nearly stop. Yet Jiang Che merely shook his head calmly. Sorry, I already have a better candidate for the contract. The words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the girls surrounding him with expressions of disappointment. Who is it? Qin Yu pressed, unwilling to accept it. Among those of us who've awakened contract spirits at school, ours are arguably the strongest. Could anyone possibly be stronger than us? Jiang Che didn't answer her. Instead, his gaze swept past them, settling on a solitary figure walking away at the edge of the playground. It was a girl in plain school uniform. She was walking alone toward the school gates. The slanting sunlight cast her shadow long and lonely. Jiang Che remembered her. Her name was Liu Ruyan. She was quite beautiful, considered the school's commoner class beauty, and usually had her fair share of admirers. But the spirit entity she awakened was quite ordinary. Fire-tailed weasel. A beast spirit that seemed to possess nothing but good looks. Oh, wait. It could also spit out a thin stream of fire. But in Jiang Che's mind lingered the spirit evolution manual he'd obtained from the system in his previous life. It contained an entry on the fire-tailed weasel. Chapter 7, The Worst Beast Girl in an SSS Rank Talent Contract? Fire-tailed weasel. Flames dance at the tip of its tail, feeding on spirit fruits rather than meat. After consuming the earthcore fire lotus, its tail flames evolve into auspicious fire, cloud patterns emerge on its four paws, and it gains a chance for bloodline awakening. Evolution, Fire Qilin. As a top-tier beast maiden, the Fire Qilin. It symbolizes the auspiciousness of heaven and earth and the authority of cosmic laws. Both its physical form and divine combat prowess are utterly terrifying. At this point, some might ask, if the Fire Qilin is so formidable, why didn't Jiang Che form a contract with her in his previous life? This brings us to the relationship between spirit masters and their contracted spirits. They are both comrades in arms and spouses. Typically, each spirit tamer can only contract one spirit, meaning they can only have one wife, one partner. Unless their other half falls in battle. Additionally, before the investment system turned dark, it could only invest in one entity. This meant the system could only invest in Liu Ruyan, who was already his contracted spirit at the time. But now, having been reborn, the situation was entirely different. Liu Ruyan's betrayal had caused the system to turn dark, enabling it to invest in multiple entities. Jiang Che could now directly have 3 contracted spirits. Essentially, he could. At the very least, 3 wives. Liu Ruyan felt utterly disheartened at that moment. She never imagined that the beast girl form she awakened would be that of a fire-tailed raccoon. She'd heard of this type of beast girl form. Besides being pretty, it had almost no combat power. Those who had awakened as fire-tailed raccoons in the Dragon Nation before her had all ended up living ordinary lives. Or they'd end up as pets kept by the wealthy and powerful, reduced to mere playthings. This was something Liu Ruyan could not accept. She'd rather marry an ordinary person than become a wealthy and powerful individual's golden cage bird. Thus, she rejected those classmates who coveted her beauty for its own sake and left alone. But just then, a clear voice called out from behind her. Liu Ruyan. Would you be willing to become my contract spirit? The voice was familiar, buried deep within her memories. Him? Liu Ruyan's body trembled as she slowly turned around. The sunlight was a bit harsh, and she squinted, seeing a young man standing not far away, extending his palm toward her. Tall and slender, he was strikingly handsome, especially those almond-shaped eyes. He looked deeply affectionate. Her heartbeat instantly quickened, its rhythm growing so rapid it felt like it might burst through her school uniform. Me? Liu Ruyan pointed at herself, her voice trembling. She instinctively took a half step back, unable to believe her ears. This was Jiang Che, after all. Already dazzlingly brilliant at school, today he had awakened a rare SSS-tier talent, truly a prodigy favored by heaven. In the distance, the girls he had rejected were all stunned. What? Has Jiang Che lost his mind? What is he doing? He rejected us all, yet chose the most useless fire-tailed weasel beast girl? Does he even know what he's doing? An SSS-tier talent paired with the worst beast girl? What a joke. It's a complete waste of talent. Even if he's upset about breaking up with Liu Ruyan, he shouldn't be doing this. Qin Yu was the first to rush over, grabbing Jiang Che's arm urgently. Jiang Che, do you even realize what you're doing? Firetail foxes are useless except for their looks. You're wasting your talent. Liu Ruyan lowered her head. But she couldn't see her own toes. She knew Qin Yu was right, she truly wasn't worthy of an SSS-tier genius. Jiang. Liu Ruyan spoke softly, her voice barely audible. The fire-tailed lynx eye awakened, truly, doesn't match your talent. Jiang Che shook off Qin Yu's hand. His gaze remained fixed on Liu Ruyan as he smiled faintly and said, Who says that? I think you're worthy. You're worthy? Those simple 4 words made Luo Xiaoke jerk her head up. At that moment, sunlight fell upon Jiang Che's profile, outlining his resolute features. She realized he truly wasn't joking. Jiang Che, too, gazed at the girl before him with utter sincerity. In his mind, memories of his past life resurfaced. He and Luo Xiaoke had been classmates. But due to Liu Ruyan, they had never truly interacted much. Especially after her talent awakened. Luo Xiaoke awakened the fire-tailed weasel beast girl form and soon after dropped out of school. Their next encounter occurred several years later. At that time, the gravely injured Jiang Che and Liu Ruyan had accidentally taken refuge in her small hut. She frantically bandaged their wounds, brewed medicine, and fed them. By then, Jiang Che had become a somewhat renowned warrior, while she remained an obscure commoner. It was then that Jiang Che learned Luo Xiaoke had never married, never contracted with anyone, and also, Luo Xiaoke had actually harbored feelings for him since high school. But Luo Xiaoke tried to say more, but Jiang Che cut her off. Trust me. Jiang Che took another step forward, his hand still reaching out to her. The fire-tailed lynx's potential extends far beyond this. Staring into Jiang Che's unwavering gaze, Luo Xiaoke felt her heart pound wildly. Summoning her courage, she was about to reach out in response. Jiang Che. The principal rushed over breathlessly, gripping Jiang Che's shoulder and pleading earnestly. You mustn't act on impulse. The dean of students followed closely behind, sweating profusely with worry. An SSS-tier talent is a once-in-a-century occurrence. How could you casually contract an E-tier beast girl? Though the meeting had adjourned, they had been keeping a close watch on Jiang Che's movements. They'd noticed signs that Jiang Che was about to squander his SSS-tier talent. How could this be allowed? Exactly. Qin Yuyu, standing nearby, saw the principal and the others had arrived and immediately chimed in. What use is she besides being pretty? Hearing this, Luo Xiaoke's hard-won courage instantly evaporated, and her eyes began to redden. Jiang Che. The principal continued earnestly. I understand you're feeling down after breaking up with Liu Ruyan. That's understandable. But you can't just contract with any pretty girl you find. Exactly. The dean of students nodded emphatically. Firetail lynxes can't even defeat the lowest tier void insect race. Isn't that a waste of your talent? Behind them, several girls jogged over, chiming in with their own advice. Exactly, Jiang. Think it over again. I'm way better than her, choose me. What else can a firetail lynx do besides being a pet? Luo Xiaoke trembled slightly as she listened. Taking a deep breath, she fought back tears and said, Jiang, they're right. Enough. Jiang Che suddenly snapped. The entire room fell silent instantly. Jiang Che swept a cold gaze around the crowd. My choices require no interference from anyone. Turning to the principal and the dean of students, his voice was calm yet unquestionable. Principal, director, didn't you just say you wouldn't interfere with our contract? The principal was momentarily speechless. The dean of students shifted uncomfortably, rubbing his hands together. But Jiang, a contract is a lifelong commitment. You must be cautious. Jiang Che ignored them and turned his gaze back to Luo Xiaoke. I only ask you this, are you willing to trust me? Luo Xiaoke lifted her head, meeting Jiang Che's deep, piercing eyes. For some reason, she saw in this resolute young man's eyes a steadiness and certainty beyond his years. It stirred her heart. I will. Chapter 8, Mecha Girl Body, Domestic Mecha Girl? As Luo Xiaoke's words fell silent, Jiang Che abruptly turned his hand, seizing hers in a firm grasp. Then, turning to face the principal, the dean of students, and the surrounding female classmates, he spoke calmly. Principal, I've made my decision. It's Luo Xiaoke. The principal was so furious his mustache twitched. You will regret this. With that, he turned and strode away, clearly beyond furious. The dean sighed helplessly and said, Jiang, are you absolutely certain you won't reconsider? No, I won't. Jiang Che shook his head firmly. Principal, we'd still like to use the school's contract room. We'll just sign the contract here on campus. With whom? Where would the contract take place? The school generally doesn't interfere with such matters, they're handled freely. Therefore, although the school had a contract room, it was rarely open to the public. Students wishing to use it had to submit an application, and the subsequent approval process was quite cumbersome. Did you just say you want a contract now? Luo Xiaoke grew even more nervous, unable to resist glancing up at Jiang Che. But her petite frame made her seem tiny next to Jiang Che. Looking up from below, she could only see the profile of his face. His features were sharp and defined, undeniably handsome. Very handsome. The thought of entering a contract with someone so strikingly handsome made Luo Xiaoke's cheeks flush. Seeing their expressions, the dean sighed again and said, Then follow me. I'll help you with the application. Immediately. Amidst the girls' resentful stares, he led Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke toward the contract room. As they crossed the playground, many students shot them surprised glances. Especially when they saw Jiang Che actually holding Luo Xiaoke's hand, whispers of astonishment filled the air. Whoa, didn't Jiang Che just break up with Liu Ruyan? How is he already with Luo Xiaoke? So jealous. Is this the charm of an SSS-tier talent? Just break up and already holding hands with the commoner school beauty? I wish I had SSS-tier talent too. Wait, isn't Luo Xiaoke an awakened fire-tailed lynx? How could Jiang Che's SSS-tier talent form a contract with a fire-tailed lynx? Damn it, now I remember too. This is just a complete waste of potential. The murmurs gradually shifted from surprise to utter shock. Unbelievable. Luo Xiaoke kept her head down, letting Jiang Che hold her hand tightly. Sensing her unease, Jiang Che gently pulled her into his embrace and said, "Don't mind them." Once bound by contract, their relationship became as intimate as that of a married couple. Therefore, Luo Xiaoke offered no resistance to Jiang Che's actions. In the principal's office, Principal Zhou paced restlessly back and forth. Just then, a teacher entered carrying the newly compiled list of awakened students. "Principal, here is the newly compiled list of awakened students. Put it on the desk and leave." After taking the list, Principal Zhou glanced at it impatiently before waving it away. On the list, their school had one SSS-tier talent this time. One SS-tier talent. 12 students with B-rank talent. 43 C-rank talents. Numerous high-tier beast girls, mecha girls, and sword girls. There were even plant-type plant girls. It was an exceptionally impressive result. This achievement alone would be enough for their school to make a name for itself across the province. But then it happened. Jiang Che, with his SSS-tier talent, actually intends to form a contract with the fire-tailed raccoon? This single act alone was enough to warrant disciplinary action from the Education Bureau. No. With such a major incident occurring, I must notify the Education Authority in advance. Principal Zhou's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. To avoid being held accountable himself, he had to drag someone of higher standing down with him. And Principal Zhou happened to know that a director from the Education Bureau was currently handling affairs in South City. South City. The city lord's mansion. In the lavishly decorated reception hall, a middle-aged man dressed in crisp formal attire, his face stern, sat across from the Lord of Nanchang, sipping tea. He was none other than Yang Changkong, the Education Commissioner of the Southwest Province. The Education Bureau had many directors. Yang Changkong's portfolio specifically covered security and defense matters. In other words, any matter within the province that could affect students' safety fell under his purview. This scope was extremely broad. He held genuine high rank and considerable power. The man sitting across from Yang Changkong at this moment was none other than the Lord of South City, Zhao Yanlong, a level 6 Spirit Tamer. Old Yang, is this raid on the insect clan's secret realm truly that perilous? Worth you personally making the trip? City Lord Zhao Yanlong sipped his tea lightly, his eyes flashing with sharp intelligence. It's not so much dangerous. Yang Changkong sighed. You know the insect clan's secret realm is full of strange phenomena and all sorts of restrictions. This time, it's specifically a level restriction. Level restriction? Lord Zhao was taken aback. That's rather unusual. The so-called level restriction meant that only those below the restricted level could enter this insectoid realm to carry out the extermination. Spirit masters above this level simply cannot enter. Exactly. It's precisely because it's so rare that it's giving me a headache. Yang Changkong gave a wry smile. I won't hide it from you. I have another mission this time to find enough people capable of entering the insectoid realm. This revelation left Lord Zhao even more astonished. Find? Why search? Doesn't the military have anyone? Why send someone out specifically to search? The military certainly has personnel, but none meet the required standards. Ha? What does that mean? Restriction level 1. Whoa. Lord Zhao was utterly stunned. Restriction level 1? What kind of restriction is this? Only level 1 spirit masters or those below level 1 can enter? What kind of joke is this? Spirit masters at this level aren't even considered rookies. Sending them in is practically suicide. Now you understand why I've been so troubled? Yang Changkong gave a bitter smile. Just as City Lord Zhao was about to speak. But just then, the door burst open from the outside. Immediately afterward, a stunningly beautiful young woman glided gracefully inside. Though clad in loose-fitting school uniform, her graceful figure remained undeniable. Particularly beneath her slender waist, her peach-like hips swayed gently with each step, stirring the blood. Her ample bosom stretched the uniform into breathtaking curves. The faint glimpse of snow-white skin peeking from the collar was utterly tempting, making one want to dive in immediately. Dad, I'm home. Her voice was cool and detached, tinged with a hint of disappointment. Zhao Qingzhu's face instantly broke into a broad smile as he stood up and asked, Jiran, how did the awakening go? The girl shook her head slightly, a hint of bitterness flashing in her eyes. Dad, I'm afraid I've disappointed you. I awakened as a domestic robot maid. Ha? What? Housekeeping robot? Lord Zhao stared in disbelief. Beside him, Yang Changkong also wore a look of astonishment. A domestic robot? This can't be possible. Chapter 9, Liu Ruyan shattered by reality. Who was Zhao Yanlong? A formidable level 6 spirit tamer. His wife was an even more formidable level 6 battle maiden who had slain countless enemies on the insectoid battlefields. While spirit awakening has little to do with bloodline inheritance, it shouldn't have awakened a domestic robot, right? The young girl is none other than the daughter of City Lord Zhao Yanlong. Her name, Zhao Jiran. At that moment, Zhao Jiran said with a bitter expression, "I don't understand why I suddenly awakened this kind of domestic robot body." As she finished speaking, her arms glowed with a metallic sheen, cleaning tools extended from her fingertips, and the faint outline of a vacuum cleaner appeared behind her. Indeed, a domestic robot. Lord Zhao sighed and said, "A domestic robot is a domestic robot. If it comes to it, you can always marry an ordinary person. Your mom and I can protect you just fine." Awakening the domestic robot girl form. Thus, Zhao Jiran was destined to never become a powerful robot girl, doomed instead to mediocrity. Fortunately, both parents possessed considerable strength and could protect their daughter. Zhao Jiran felt deeply disappointed. "Dad, I don't want to get married, and I don't want to marry anyone." She couldn't accept it anytime soon. Her lifelong dream had been to become a powerful battle maiden like her mother. But never did she imagine she'd awaken as a domestic robot. How utterly tragic. That's why she had absolutely no desire to marry anyone now. Marry whom? To work as someone else's housekeeper? That's fine too. Lord Zhao sighed bitterly. Zhao Yanlong, can still afford to support a daughter. Just then, Yang Chankong's phone, which had been resting beside him, suddenly rang. But barely a moment after answering, Yang Chankong roared into the phone. "Zhou Shenxiong, I'm telling you, you must stop him. Do you know what this constitutes? You're committing a crime, dereliction of duty. Wait there, I'm coming over immediately." This heated exchange immediately caught the attention of Zhao Chengzhu and his daughter, Zhao Jiran, who both turned to look at Yang Chankong. Zhou Shenxiong? Mayor Zhao certainly knew him. He was the principal of South City First High School. In Nanchang, he was a prominent figure. How had he suddenly become implicated in dereliction of duty? A crime? After hanging up, Yang Chankong's face remained ashen. Zhao Chengzhu hurriedly asked, "Old Yang, what's going on? A kid with an SSS-tier talent just awakened at South City First High." Yang Chankong said through gritted teeth. Zhao Chengzhu paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. "That's great news. Why the grim face? But the kid insists on forming a contract with a female student who awakened as a fire-tailed lynx." Yang Chankong slammed the table in fury. "What kind of nonsense is this? No way. I'm going to stop him right now. This is a waste of talent." As these words reached his ears, Lord Zhao's smile froze instantly, his expression turning grim. An SSS-tier talent paired with a fire-tailed lynx? These young people today are utterly reckless. I'm going with you. What did an SSS-tier talent signify? How many years had it been since the Southwest Province last produced a youth with such talent? This is a prodigy. A being destined to become a formidable power in the future. And now you tell me you want to contract a fire-tailed weasel? What's the difference between that fire-tailed weasel and the domestic robot your daughter awakened? That's utter nonsense. Beside them, Zhao Jiran overheard this and quickly chimed in. "Dad, I want to go see it too." Lord Zhao turned to his daughter. "What would you do there, Jiran? I've never seen someone with SSS-tier talent before. I'm just curious." "Very well. But you mustn't say anything out of place, understand?" Zhao Jiran nodded quickly. Liu Ruyan felt utterly humiliated. She felt like a complete fool. Her earlier antics now felt like a slap in the face. Smack. Yet at the same time, she couldn't fathom what was happening at all. What was going on? Why was this happening? In her previous life, she had clearly awakened as a succubus. How could a single rebirth bring such drastic changes? A prostitute spirit? Even if it's not a succubus, it shouldn't be a prostitute spirit. Moreover, while her awakened form had changed, why hadn't Jiang Che's? Jiang Che still possessed SSS-tier talent. Then it definitely isn't a rebirth issue. If rebirth isn't the cause, then where does the problem lie? Liu Ruyan couldn't figure it out. She simply couldn't grasp it. Before she knew it, she had already reached the entrance of her residential complex. It was a dilapidated old neighborhood, with peeling plaster walls and stairwells permeated by a musty, greasy smell. Standing outside the complex, looking inside the compound, Liu Ruyan's body trembled. In that moment, she remembered everything and was jolted awake by reality. Both she and Luo Xiaoke were campus beauties. Yet at school, classmates always prefixed common before Luo Xiaoke's title, calling her the common school beauty to distinguish her from herself. But in truth, her family background wasn't much different from Luo Xiaoke's. In fact, it was even worse. So why did her classmates get the impression her family was well off? It was all because of Jiang Che. Ever since she met Jiang Che, he had covered all her expenses. Her clothing, food, housing, and daily necessities, everything depended on him. Over time, she herself had even forgotten what her true circumstances were. Especially after experiencing so much in her previous life. Liu Ruyan, reborn into this life, had truly forgotten her birth family completely. It wasn't until now that reality jolted her awake. She entered the residential complex. She entered the apartment building. Standing before the old entrance door, Liu Ruyan trembled all over, a strange fear creeping into her heart. Clang! The door swung open. A pungent smell of smoke instantly hit her face. Forgotten memories surged back, overwhelming Liu Ruyan in that instant. It felt as though even breathing had become difficult. In the living room, dim lights flickered amidst swirling smoke, the air thick with haze. Several middle-aged men and women crowded around the mahjong table, shouting and cheering at the top of their lungs. Ha! Pure suit! Pay up, pay up! Father Liu, bare-chested, slammed the table in excitement. Old Liu, you're on a hell of a winning streak today. You're not cheating, are you? A balding man on the other side grumbled under his breath, reluctantly reaching for his money. Damn it! Like I'd cheat? What the hell are you talking about? Just pay up, damn it. Ha ha ha. Father Liu roared with laughter. He ignored Liu Ruyan as she pushed open the door, his eyes fixed solely on the mahjong tiles. Liu's mother sat on the other side of the mahjong table, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, dressed provocatively, as if she couldn't wait to put those 2 mounds on the table. Only then did Mrs. Liu finally glance at Liu Ruyan standing in the doorway. She exclaimed in surprise. Yen, why are you back? Well, this is perfect. Hurry out and buy Mom a pack of cigarettes. Watching this scene, Liu Ruyan trembled all over, clenching her fists so tightly her nails dug deep into her palms. She had just endured the most humiliating moment of her life. Awoken as the most despicable prostitute spirit body, ridiculed by the entire school, and now an ancient memory once again took hold of her. It sent Liu Ruyan into a rage beyond control. She strode forward swiftly, overturning the mahjong table completely before the stunned gazes of the crowd. In an instant. Clatter. Chapter 10, Making Jiang Che Pay for Liu Ruyan's Lost Youth. Crash. Furious, Liu Ruyan flipped the table over. In an instant, mahjong tiles scattered everywhere, and loose change flew in all directions. Everyone was stunned by this sudden commotion, staring at Liu Ruyan in disbelief. Smack! The next moment, a resounding slap echoed as it landed hard on Liu Ruyan's face. What the hell are you doing? Her father's face flushed crimson with fury. Her actions today were a direct challenge to his authority. Covering her face, Liu Ruyan's eyes burned with madness and venom. Yes, I'm crazy. I'm insane right now. But why did I go mad? Because of you. Inside the room, the other 2 card players, seeing this, quickly scooped up the money on the floor and slipped away quietly. The door slammed shut. The remaining family of 3 inside the room shuddered. Playing cards. Playing cards. Playing cards. All you ever do is play cards day in and day out. Liu Ruyan screamed hysterically. Have you ever thought about me? Have you ever cared about me? Did you even know I awakened today? She was so furious today, she felt like she was about to explode. She had to vent. Hearing Liu Ruyan's words, her father trembled with rage, about to lash out again when her mother quickly restrained him. Ruyan. Upon hearing that Liu Ruyan had awakened today, Liu's mother immediately forced a smile. Ah. Mommy forgot today you awakened. How did it go? Is it amazing? Is it a beast girl form? A mecha girl form? Or an elf form? You're so beautiful, you must be an elf form, right? As long as she could awaken a powerful contract spirit form. Then, like water rising to fill a vessel, their family's standard of living and social standing would rise accordingly. In my previous life, Liu Ruyan awakened the succubus form. A formidable undead-type form. It instantly elevated her entire family to new heights, a textbook case of one person's success benefiting everyone around them. Seeing the hypocritical expression on her mother's face, Liu Ruyan felt utterly hopeless. Tears slid silently down her cheeks. It's not. Liu's mother froze. Then what is it? Her father frowned as well. Not a fairy type? Could it be a beast girl body? That's fine, too many beast girls are quite powerful. It's a spirit prostitute form from the undead type. Liu Ruyan gave a bitter laugh. Are you satisfied now? Prostitute spirit type? Father and mother Liu froze simultaneously, their expressions instantly stiffening. Yes. A prostitute spirit, a hideous prostitute spirit. Liu Ruyan spun around and stormed into her room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Only then did Liu's parents snap back to reality. A prostitute spirit? Mrs. Liu's voice trembled. How could it possibly be a prostitute spirit? Her father's face turned ashen, kicking over a nearby chair with one foot. Damn it, you useless piece of trash. I raised her all these years, and she goes and awakens a whore spirit body? I told her so long ago stop dressing like some Thai whore. Now look what we've got. Damn it, awakening a whore spirit body? Rough. Honey, what are we gonna do? Mrs. Liu looked equally grim. A courtesan spirit body. What difference does awakening this type make compared to ordinary people? And now Ruyan will probably struggle to even find someone to marry. Even those with ordinary awakened contract spirits can marry ordinary people, but a prostitute spirit? What the hell is that? Who doesn't know the nature of a prostitute spirit body? Naturally promiscuous, available to any man. Who would want to marry a prostitute spirit body? You'd have to be constantly on guard, afraid of being cuckolded at any moment? Can't get married? Then even the path to collect dowry to pay off debts is cut off. Remember, because of Jiang Che, they believed Liu Ruyan would surely awaken a powerful contract spirit. Not only would they gain a wealthy relative, but they could also collect another hefty dowry from the Jiang family. With these guarantees in place, the couple had no restraint whatsoever in spending money. They even racked up considerable debt, all while waiting for Liu Ruyan to awaken a powerful contract spirit. Who could have imagined? She awakened a prostitute spirit? It would be a miracle if the Jiang family still wanted her. The couple exchanged glances, their expressions as sour as eating dog. What do we do? We're still in so much debt. Maybe we should ask Ruyan. Even if Jiang Che dumps her because she awakened a prostitute spirit body, he should still pay her a breakup fee, right? After all, our Ruyan spent 3 years with him. Shouldn't she be compensated for those 3 years of her youth? Right, make him pay. Father Liu gritted his teeth, his expression shifting between anger and gloom. At the same time, school. Outside the contract room. The dean of students confirmed repeatedly. Finally, he could only helplessly watch Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke walk through the heavy metal door. With a soft click, the metal door of the contract room was locked from the inside, completely sealing off all external interference. The interior lighting was soft and gentle. The walls around the room were indistinguishable from those of an ordinary room, except for their exceptional airtightness. But at the room's center, a hexagram array with a diameter of about 2 meters. At this moment, the hexagram array remained inactive, its glow faint and subdued. It's so quiet in here. Luo Xiaoke murmured softly, her voice echoing distinctly within the enclosed space. Jiang Che noticed her palms were slightly sweaty. Are you hot? No, not at all. Luo Xiaoke shook her head hastily, her ears turning crimson. If you're hot, you can take off your uniform. Jiang Che spoke again. He tried to keep his voice as gentle as possible. This wasn't his first contract, so he knew exactly what to do. But Luo Xiaoke was different. Luo Xiaoke obediently slipped off her school uniform jacket. Yet as the fabric fell away, Luo Xiaoke's petite figure long concealed by the uniform was finally revealed in full. A white hoodie clung to her slender waist, outlining the curve of her waist, slender enough to grasp in one hand, while the fabric at her chest stretched into a breathtaking arc. That roundness, the fullness, the sheer size, almost made Jiang Che doubt whether the thin hoodie could hold up. It must be said, everyone in the school had underestimated Luo Xiaoke's true capabilities until now. This commoner school beauty truly hid her depth. Even though he had experienced the succubus's myriad transformations in his previous life and tasted every kind of food imaginable, he couldn't help but glance twice. There was no helping it. Succubi were seductive. The girl before him was innocent and untouched. The two offered entirely different experiences, alright. As if sensing Jiang Che's gaze, Luo Xiaoke's cheeks flushed faintly once more. Ahem. Jiang Che cleared his throat softly and shifted his gaze away. Then let's begin. Luo Xiaoke nodded. Immediately, Jiang Che took her hand and led her directly into the hexagram array, where they sat down. The moment they sat down, Luo Xiaoke felt so nervous she couldn't control herself. What should I do? Relax. Jiang Che said gently. The school should have organized practice sessions for you before. Just do what you remember. Okay. Luo Xiaoke took a deep breath. She raised both hands, pressing her small palms firmly against Jiang Che's large ones. Close your eyes. Jiang Che spoke slowly once more. Feel my spiritual energy. The next moment, the surrounding hexagram array instantly activated, bursting into brilliant radiance. Chapter 11. The bigwigs arrive in force, the city lord makes his entrance. Outside the contract room, Principal Zhou was completely dumbfounded. He had been waiting for news in his office when suddenly, he received the Dean of Discipline's request to activate the contract room. Holy crap. What's the rush? They need to contract now? And right here in the school? This is unacceptable. Principal Zhou never approved it. They rushed straight over. But when he got outside the contract room, he realized only the dean was there. Where are they? Where are they? Principal Zhou grabbed the dean of students' arm, his voice trembling. The dean pointed at the tightly sealed metal door and said helplessly. They've already gone in. Why didn't you stop them? Principal Zhou slapped his thigh in fury, his face flushed red. The scapegoat he'd brought in hadn't even made an appearance yet, and you'd already let them in? Wasn't that a waste of my effort? The dean of students looked equally aggrieved. Principal, do you really think I didn't try to stop them? That Jiang Che is as stubborn as a mule. I talked myself hoarse, but he wouldn't listen. Principal Zhou deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping his shoulders in defeat. This is bad. This is really bad. What happened, Principal? The Dean of Students felt a pang of concern and cautiously inquired. After all, this was the student's own request. Even if we failed to supervise properly, it shouldn't be that big of a problem, right? You don't know. Principal Zhou was about to explode when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Principal Zhou fumbled to answer the call. Hello? Yes. Understood. We'll be there immediately. After hanging up, Principal Zhou's face turned ashen. Quick, follow me to the school gate. The city lord and Chief Yang are here. Boom. The Dean of Discipline was struck dumb, his face turning ashen. He couldn't help but glance at the contract room beside him and muttered. They're here for. So soon? They've already alerted the city lord? And even a director from the Southwest Provincial Education Bureau? Nonsense. Principal Zhou snapped irritably, then dragged the head of student affairs toward the school gates. What else could it be? Both were spirit masters. Their speed was impressive, and before long they were jogging toward the school entrance. Just then, they spotted a convoy of black sedans slowly entering the campus. The fleet, uniformly black and imposing, immediately caught the attention of students still lingering on campus. Wow, who's visiting our school? That's so impressive. Quick, check the license plates. Nan 001. Whoa, that's the city lord's residence's car. What's going on? Why would even the city lord come here? Did something major happen at our school? The convoy came to a stop. The doors opened. City Lord Zhao Yanlong and Yang Changkong stepped out, one after the other. Following closely behind them was none other than Zhao Yanlong's daughter, Zhao Zhiran. Although Zhao Zhiran had also awakened her contract spirit today, she was not a student of South City First High School. Instead, she attended Nanchang 7th High School. Therefore, this was her first time entering Nanchang No. 1 High School. After getting off the car, she looked around curiously, her eyes darting everywhere. The students still lingering nearby held their breath upon catching sight of her beauty. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Her slender waist, her full curves, her snow-white skin just gazing at her from afar made one feel inadequate. This beauty was entirely different from Liu Ruyan's alluring charm or Luo Xiaoka's innocent shyness. Noble, elegant, and intellectual. Like an unattainable tulip. Lord Zhao, Chief Yang. Principal Zhou hurried forward to greet them, his back nearly bent at a 90-degree angle. Why have you both personally? Where is he? Yang Changkong cut Principal Zhou off, his face dark enough to rain. What time is it now? Still playing the bureaucratic game with me? Asking why I came personally? Wasn't it you who made the damn call? Principal Zhou's heart sank instantly as he turned to look at the Dean of Students standing behind him. At the same time, Zhao Chengzhu and Yang Changkong's gazes both fixed on the Dean of Discipline. The overwhelming pressure made beads of sweat form on the Director of Student Affairs' forehead. He's already entered the contract room. You bastard! Yang Changkong erupted in fury upon hearing this, disregarding their status as he pointed an accusing finger at them. Who the hell let him in? Do you even realize what you've done? Do you even realize what you're doing? This is a crime. It's dereliction of duty. You've stifled an SSS-tier genius. Yes. Principal Zhou, cunning as ever, didn't argue back. He nodded vigorously. Director Yang is absolutely right. But, what good does it do to bring this up now? Lord Zhao sighed. Just take us there first. There might still be a chance to salvage things. Yes. This way, please. Principal Zhou and the Dean hurried ahead, inwardly cursing their luck. All the way there, Yang Changkong kept droning on. I'm telling you, this isn't over. If higher-ups start investigating. Old Young. Zhao Chengzhu suddenly cut him off. Hold your horses. I'm actually curious what makes that fire-tailed weasel so special that even an SSS-tier genius would be utterly devoted to it? I'm asking you a question. Gone dumb? What makes it so special? Yang Changkong glared at Principal Zhou and snapped. What's so special? Principal Zhou gave a wry smile. After pondering for a long while, he couldn't think of anything particularly special about Luo Xiaoka. He cautiously replied. Does being beautiful count? She's our school's most beautiful girl. Damn it all to hell. Yang Changkong exploded in rage, kicking Principal Zhou hard in the rear end hard enough to nearly split his buttocks open. What good is beauty? Do you think those bugs on the battlefield will spare you just because you're pretty? I knew it all along. The Education Bureau's rules need overhauling. What do these half-grown students know? All they care about is pretty. They're completely wasting their talents. Those around him could only offer wry smiles at these words. It was clear the Education Bureau director was in a truly foul mood. Soon, the group arrived outside the contract room. The heavy metal door remained tightly shut, offering no glimpse of what transpired within. This Lord Zhao frowned. Has the contract already begun? Yes, Lord Zhao. The head instructor wiped his brow and whispered. It's been nearly half an hour. Half an hour? Yang Changkong's expression darkened. Open the door immediately. We can still stop this now. It's impossible, Superintendent. Principal Zhou, hearing this, began rubbing his hands in agitation and hurriedly explained. Once the contract begins, it cannot be interrupted. That's the rule. Breaking the contract. Contract termination. It would cause significant harm to both the spirit tamer and the contracted spirit. Rules my ass. Break it open for me. Yang Changkong raged furiously. What rules? In this situation, they were utter nonsense. Once a spirit tamer successfully contracts with a spirit entity, the bond becomes nearly impossible to break, only death can sever it. Chapter 12, Yang Changkong, stunned. Fire. Fire Qilin. Outside the contract room. In the corridor. Hearing Yang Changkong's words, Principal Zhou and the Dean exchanged glances, but neither moved. First off, could the contract room even be forced open? What if you did break it open, only to find the contract already completed? Or what if Jiang Che was just that stubborn and inflexible? What if he absolutely insisted on contracting with Luo Xiaoke? What could you do? It would all be for nothing. Fortunately, at that moment, Lord Zhao turned to Yang Changkong and said in a solemn voice, Old Yang, calm down. Forcibly interrupting the contract ceremony would harm both parties. Besides, there are other options. Other ways? Yang Changkong's eyes flickered. He finally forced himself to suppress his anger. But his gaze remained fixed on the contract room as he sighed heavily. You lot, what a mess. Don't you know how rare an SSS-tier talent is? To actually agree to let him contract with a fire-tailed lynx. Principal Zhou and the Dean of Students were utterly exasperated. They'd explained it countless times, but the other party simply ignored it. In the end, it was all blamed on them. Inside the contract room, the hexagram array radiated countless threads of luminous light. Like a gigantic luminous cocoon, dreamlike and ethereal, it enveloped Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke within its embrace. After an unknown span of time, the hexagram array's radiance gradually receded, finally concluding the contract ritual between Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. At that very moment, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Che's mind. Ding! System detects host has completed contract. First investment reward issued, Earthfire Lotus. Feedback rewards will activate for the host upon successful investment. Jiang Che froze. He never expected the system to start with the Earthcore Fire Lotus, precisely the crucial item needed for the fire-tailed weasel to evolve into a fire Qilin. Feeling the fiery energy radiating from the lotus within the system space, Jiang Che's gaze drifted toward Luo Xiaoke across from him. The girl's cheeks were flushed crimson, her gaze unfocused. She seemed unable to believe she had truly become the contract partner of an SSS-tier talent. Why aren't you speaking? Jiang Che gently took her hand. It feels so unreal. Luo Xiaoke murmured softly. Am I really worthy of you? Jiang Che wasn't just an SSS-tier Spirit Tamer, he was the school's most sought-after figure. The number of fangirls and admirers at school. They could literally line up from Nanchang First High all the way to other cities. And her? Just an ordinary, unremarkable commoner school beauty. And to make matters worse, her awakened beast girl physique was so poor. This made Luo Xiaoke feel utterly unreal. Like a dream. Don't worry, it's all real. Jiang Che said gently. And I have a gift for you. A gift? Luo Xiaoke looked up, blinking in confusion. The next moment, Jiang Che retrieved the Earthcore Fire Lotus from his system space. As the lotus appeared, the entire contract chamber seemed to be bathed in a fiery crimson glow. The lotus was crystalline throughout, its petals dancing with golden flames. At its heart lay a seed as crimson as blood, radiating astonishing energy fluctuations. What is this? Luo Xiaoke's eyes widened. This is the Earthcore Fire Lotus. Jiang Che held the lotus out before her. Eat it. It will help you. Luo Xiaoke looked at Jiang Che, her eyes sparkling with wonder, not doubting his words in the slightest. Jiang Che wouldn't deceive her. Because they were now considered partners. All right. Without hesitation, Luo Xiaoke accepted the Earthcore Fire Lotus and sat back down. She swallowed the Earthcore Fire Lotus in one gulp. The moment it touched her throat, Luo Xiaoke's body began to undergo uncontrollable changes. First, her ears began to transform, gradually becoming pointed and animal-like, resembling a pair of delicate fox ears. Then her entire body began to shrink, until she curled into a tiny white ball on the ground. No. Not white. At least a fiery red tail had sprouted. The crimson flame pattern at its tip resembled a burning fire. This was the fire-tail weasel. Indeed, its appearance was utterly adorable and beautiful. No wonder those who consider themselves elite enjoy keeping them as pets in their homes. But this was only the beginning. As the energy of the Earthcore Fire Lotus erupted within its body, the fire-tailed weasel's form undergoes a further transformation. The tail flames gradually shifted from crimson to gold, auspicious cloud patterns emerged on its limbs, and a faint aura of divine energy began to surround its entire body. Even its physique started to change. Outside the contract room. Why hasn't it come out yet? Yang Changkong paced restlessly back and forth. It's been over an hour already. Beside him, Principal Zhou and the Dean of Students exchanged glances. A standard contract ceremony typically took no more than half an hour. This situation was indeed highly unusual. In the distance, numerous students gathered, peering curiously. What were the city lord and the principal doing? Why were they waiting outside the contract room? Among them were Qin Yuyu and Luo Mingyue. The two girls stood side by side, forming two distinct sights. Though Qin Yuyu appeared quiet, her delicate oval face and almond-shaped eyes sparkled with vivacity. Her slightly upturned brows and eyes carried an innate charm. Luo Mingyue, on the other hand, radiated an icy elegance. Her uniform hugged her graceful curves, the fullness of her chest contrasting sharply with her slender waist. What was particularly striking was that beneath her uniform, she wasn't wearing pants. Instead, she wore a short skirt. Her long, shapely legs, straight and smooth, sparked endless imagination, making her the ultimate leg play fantasy. I think the city lord and his men are here for Jiang Che. Qin Yuyu murmured softly. Jiang Che possesses SSS-tier talent. He intends to complete the contract with Luo Xiaoke. I mean, no disrespect to Luo Xiaoke, but a beast girl like the fire-tailed lynx truly isn't worthy of Jiang Che. Luo Mingyue nodded, her gaze complex. She had long suspected as much. But Jiang Che was just too stubborn. With such a promising future ahead, must he destroy it with his own hands? He'll regret it. He absolutely will. Luo Mingyue finally spoke. Only my silverwing battle maiden is worthy of him. Qin Yuyu shot her a glance, her expression neither confirming nor denying. You? Meaning I'm not good enough, huh? Poof. Principal, you don't mean it. Outside the contract room, the Dean of Student Affairs suddenly spoke up, as if struck by a thought. It failed, didn't it? Failure is just what we need. Yang Changkong's footsteps halted abruptly. At that very moment, a blinding golden light erupted from the door of the contract room, a crack that shouldn't have existed. Immediately afterward, a clear, resonant dragon's roar echoed from within the room. The entire corridor trembled from the shock. This. Lord Zhao's face turned ashen. Principal Zhou and the Dean of Discipline were also stunned. What on earth was happening? Only Yang Changkong, standing closest, trembled violently. His spirit control cultivation at the 6th level erupted instantly, forcing the leaking aura back under control. But the look on his face was truly something to behold. What is this? Boom! The next instant, the metal door of the contract room suddenly burst open with a thunderous crash. A terrifying wave of scorching heat swept over them, forcing everyone in the corridor to involuntarily stumble back several steps. As the smoke and dust cleared, a tall, slender figure emerged, walking slowly. Behind him loomed the majestic, auspicious shadow of a beast golden red in hue, with clouds swirling from its 4 hooves. Fire! Fire Qilin? Yang Changkong gasped in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Chapter 13, I don't possess Liu Ruyan's precognitive abilities. At that moment, Yang Changkong, Principal Zhou, City Lord Zhao Yanlong, the Dean of Discipline, Zhao Zhiran and even the students still lingering in the distance all froze in place upon sensing the Fire Qilin's terrifying aura. Then, chaos erupted. Fire Qilin. Holy crap, is that a Fire Qilin? Am I seeing things? Shouldn't Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke be the only ones in this contract room? Luo Xiaoke was supposed to be a fire-tailed lynx, how did she suddenly turn into a Fire Qilin? Whoa! Could Luo Xiaoke have been a Fire Qilin all along? The murmurs showed no sign of stopping. Fire Qilin? What even is a Fire Qilin? That's a beast girl of divine beast level status. Counting every single one, from the emergence of the Void Insect clan hundreds of years ago until now, divine beast level contract spirits like the Fire Qilin have only appeared a handful of times. Yet without exception, they all became war gods and pillars of the human race. Could Luo Xiaoke have been a Fire Qilin all along? They just hadn't realized it. This alone explains why Jiang Che, an SSS-tier Spirit Tamer, insisted on contracting with Luo Xiaoke. The next moment, the shadowy form of the Fire Qilin within the dust gradually dissipated. As the flames faded, a graceful, slender figure emerged. It was indeed Luo Xiaoke. But unlike before, Luo Xiaoke was now enveloped in a faint golden aura. A subtle flame-like mark had appeared between her brows, and her entire being radiated an aura of sacred inviolability. This. The Dean plopped down onto the ground. What on earth is going on? She was clearly a fire-tailed lynx, how did she suddenly become a Fire Qilin? Principal Zhou practically knelt before Jiang Che, muttering to himself. No wonder you insisted on contracting with Luo Xiaoke. It turns out she wasn't a fire-tailed weasel at all, she was a Fire Qilin. Yang Changkong finally snapped out of it, rushing over to Jiang Che in 2 strides. Jiang, right? Was that truly a god-tier beast girl fired Qilin just now? And City Lord Zhao Yanlong. His gaze fixed on Jiang Che was now intensely fervent. SSS-tier talent, divine-tier beast maiden South City had truly produced an extraordinary figure this time. Yes. Jiang Che nodded calmly, interlacing fingers with Luo Xiaoke. Xiaoke's awakening must have encountered some complications earlier, preventing her from fully awakening. This is her true form now. An excuse. Jiang Che had prepared it long ago. After all, the idea that a beast girl's body could still evolve was rather implausible. He couldn't explain the system either, so he had no choice but to come up with an excuse. The man before him was someone Jiang Che recognized. Yang Changkong, one of the directors of the Southwest Province Education Bureau. In his previous life, when his innate talent had been exposed and he had formed a contract with a necromantic succubus body, it was this very Education Bureau director, who happened to be stationed in South City, who had personally received him. It was also he who personally wrote the letter that secured both him and Liu Ruyan admission to the Southwest Academy for Advanced Studies. Later, as a powerful figure who had risen from the Southwest Province and had interacted with him on numerous occasions. This man possessed a fiery temperament, extremely hot-headed, upright, and intolerant of any wrongdoing. He was one of the vanguards of the Southwest Province on the insectoid battlefront. He was also a representative figure. But Jiang Che remembered. When his past self arrived at the Southwest Academy with his admission letter, he had heard a rumor about him. During the summer break not long ago, Yang Changkong led a group of young recruits on a mission. The mission failed and the entire force was wiped out. As punishment, he was sent to the insectoid battlefront for a full 3 years. When they met again later, Yang Changkong had become noticeably despondent. He never spoke of what had truly happened back then. Until Yang Changkong was killed in action. Jiang Che still didn't know. What exactly had Yang Changkong endured during that mission? At this thought, Jiang Che couldn't help but take a deep breath. Holding Luo Xiaoke's hand, he bowed slightly toward Yang Changkong and said, Jiang Che and his girlfriend Luo Xiaoke pay their respects to Director Yang. Ah. Commissioner. Luo Xiaoke froze. She quickly recovered and hurriedly bowed awkwardly toward Yang Changkong. Good day, Director. Yang Changkong was also taken aback, narrowing his eyes slightly as he asked, You know me? Yes. Jiang Che smiled, maintaining a composed and respectful demeanor. I saw Director Yang's photo on the Provincial Education Bureau's official website. Oh. Yang Changkong nodded thoughtfully. Jiang, you truly surprise me. Not only did he possess SSS-tier talent, but he had also discovered Luo Xiaoke a god-tier beast girl despite everyone else dismissing her potential. And he had chosen her with unwavering conviction. In that moment, Yang Changkong felt immense relief. He was grateful Zhao Yanlong had managed to talk him out of it earlier, or else he truly would have made a huge mistake. Indeed, Jiang, you've truly opened our eyes. City Lord Zhao approached with an equally astonished expression, smiling broadly as he said, Look at how terrified your school's principal and dean of discipline are. Only then did Jiang Che notice Principal Zhou and the dean of discipline still slumped on the ground. He hurried over with Luo Xiaoke to help them up. Principal, Director, what happened to you? Principal Zhou's legs were still trembling as he was helped up. He forced a wry smile and said, Jiang, next time something like this happens, could you give us a heads up first? You really gave us the fright of our lives. The Director of Student Affairs nodded in agreement. Exactly. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Today's events felt like a roller coaster ride up and down, especially that final surprise. Thankfully, both of them are spirit masters. If they were ordinary people, they probably would have been scared to death. Jiang Che could only offer a helpless smile. But Principal, even if I'd warned you beforehand, would you have believed me? The two fell silent, exchanging only wry smiles. After all, who could believe such claims after witnessing Liu Ruyan's so-called awakening of a succubus body turn into a prostitute spirit instead? Enough, enough. Let's not dwell on the past. City Lord Zhao clapped his hands. Principal Zhou, prepare a room for us. We can't keep standing in the hallway talking. Principal Zhou nodded as if waking from a daze. Right. Let's go to the conference room, we'll talk there. Just as the group was about to leave, a clear female voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Jiang Che. Jiang Che and the others turned around. There stood Qin Yuyu and Luo Mingyue, walking briskly toward them. Both women wore complex expressions, especially the usually quiet Qin Yuyu, who was biting her lip tightly. So, you knew all along that Luo Xiao was a god-tier beast girl? Qin Yuyu asked in a low voice. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Che felt rather helpless. He shook his head and said, Of course not. I don't possess Liu Ruyan's kind of foresight. This left both women momentarily speechless, their expressions turning peculiar. Liu Ruyan? Beside them, Yang Changkong keenly caught the unfamiliar name. Who is Liu Ruyan? Principal Zhou's expression darkened as he hurriedly whispered. Director Yang. Ah, she's another student at our school. It's a long story. Chapter 14, Zhao Yanlong, could you please examine my daughter too? Honestly, I'm a bit envious of Luo Xiaoke. Watching Luo Xiaoke and her hands intertwined with Jiang Che's, Qin Yuyu and Luo Mingyue both couldn't help but sigh before turning to leave. Jiang Che remained standing in place, his expression peculiar. Especially when he watched Qin Yuyu's retreating figure, the peculiar feeling in his heart grew even stronger. After all, in his previous life, she had been Zhao Yu's wife, though he himself had no connection to her. But now, sensing the unmasked disappointment in Qin Yuyu's heart, Jiang Che felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal. It was just a pity that Zhao Yu was unaware of any of this. And he was destined never to understand. Before long, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, guided by Principal Zhou, arrived at the school's conference room. It was a spacious, well-lit room. An oval-shaped rosewood conference table stood at its center. Portraits of past principals and the school's honorary medals adorned the surrounding walls. Please, have a seat. Everyone, please sit down. Ah, Jiang and Luo, please sit down too. Leave the tea pouring to me, it's no trouble at all. The dean bustled about serving tea to everyone, his face beaming with smiles. Only then did Jiang Che seem to notice the beautiful young woman seated beside City Lord Zhao Yanlong. Their eyes met. Zhao Jiran instantly looked away. But moments later, she found herself looking at Jiang Che again. It must be said, Jiang Che's appearance was truly striking. Standing at 185 centimeters tall with an upright posture, he possessed a sharply defined, handsome face, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, with well-defined features. Especially after his experiences in his previous life, he had grown even more composed and confident, utterly captivating. This alone was enough to captivate countless young women. And now, he was also an SSS-tier Spirit Tamer. Luo Xiaoku. Yang Changkong had just taken a sip of tea when he eagerly turned to Luo Xiaoke and asked, "Could you show us your beast girl form again?" Luo Xiaoke instinctively glanced at Jiang Che, feeling a bit nervous. "Is that okay?" Jiang Che smiled. "It's your choice." Luo Xiaoke nodded. Then she stood up, closed her eyes, and after a moment's thought, golden flames suddenly erupted around her body. Boom! A searing wave of heat swept through the entire conference room. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xiaoke had transformed into a majestic fire qilin. Its body was covered in golden red scales, its four legs treading on auspicious clouds, its tail flames like flowing lava. Most striking were the pair of crystal-clear qilin horns atop its head, radiating heart-stopping energy fluctuations. Its imposing presence commanded awe at a single glance. Good heavens! Zhao Yanlong's teacup clattered to the floor. Yang Changkong leapt to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Is this what a god-tier beast girl looks like? I never imagined I'd witness a god-tier beast girl in my lifetime. Zhao Jiran, standing beside Zhao Yanlong, stared intently at Luo Xiaoke in her fire qilin form, her eyes sparkling. In that moment, she couldn't help but think of herself. Both were the lowest tier contract spirits. Could it be that she, too, hadn't fully awakened like Luo Xiaoke? After all, if there was a chance, who would willingly accept being a useless burden? Especially someone from her family background. Both her parents were powerful individuals. But how could she possibly test this? That's enough, Xiaoku. Jiang Che murmured softly. The fire qilin instantly raised its head, emitting a clear, resonant dragon's roar. Then, the flames retracted, and it reverted to its human form. But at this moment, the flame mark between Luo Xiaoke's brows had grown even dimmer than before. A god-tier beast maiden. Unbelievable. Watching Luo Xiaoke, now restored to human form and standing beside Jiang Che with an utterly docile and obedient demeanor, Yang Changkong couldn't help but mutter to himself. Jiang, you two are truly a match made in heaven. City Lord Zhao Yanlong also wore an expression of astonishment. Our southern city has truly produced a remarkable figure this time, haha. Principal Zhou's eyes burned with fervor. Director Yang, do you think with Jiang and Luo's talents, they could get into Southwest Academy? Southwest Academy, though the premier institution in Southwest Province with profound heritage and distinguished faculty, was still a stretch to even consider admission for Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke in their current state. Director Yang rolled his eyes and snapped. What's there to test? I'll personally recommend them. Who dares to stand in their way? He then ordered the dean to fetch paper and pen, personally drafting a letter of recommendation for Jiang Che and Luo Mingyue. Everything seemed exactly the same as in his previous life. The only difference was that the person standing beside Jiang Che was no longer Liu Ruyan, but Luo Xiaoke. Taking the letter of recommendation, Jiang Che carefully tucked it away. After chatting idly with the others for a while, he prepared to take his leave. As for the mission Yang Changkong was about to undertake, Jiang Che didn't ask. Since it was a mission, and with so many ears around, even if he asked, the other party probably wouldn't tell him. Then there was the matter of how to explain it. He couldn't very well say, I'm just guessing, could he? But just as Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke were about to take their leave, the beautiful girl beside City Lord Zhao Yanlong suddenly stood up and called out. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Everyone froze. They were all puzzled. Shiran. Zhao Yanlong's voice grew stern. What do you intend to do? He then turned to Jiang Che and introduced. By the way, Jiang, I haven't had the chance to introduce you. This is my daughter, Zhao Yu. So she was the city lord's daughter. Jiang Che's eyes flickered thoughtfully. In his previous life, he had never heard of this person, so she probably wasn't very well known. Dad, I'd like to ask Mr. Jiang something. Zhao Yu took a deep breath and addressed Zhao Yanlong earnestly. Ask about something? What is it? Zhao Yanlong frowned. The others frowned as well, puzzled by Zhao Yuan's sudden question. Even Jiang Che felt perplexed. But Zhao Yuan ignored Zhao Yanlong, turning instead to Jiang Che and asking earnestly. Mr. Jiang. You were so resolute in choosing Luo earlier. Does that mean you could tell from the very beginning that Luo's beast girl form hadn't fully evolved? Jiang Che frowned, puzzled, and remained silent. Beside them, Zhao Yanlong and Yang Changkong exchanged glances. After a moment of surprise, they both wore thoughtful expressions. Seeing Jiang Che's silence, Zhao Yuan remained undeterred. Taking a deep breath, she pressed on. Then, Jiang. Could you also examine me? Is my contract spirit form also not fully awakened? The moment these words left her lips, the conference room fell instantly silent. Zhao Yanlong and Yang Changkong's eyes lit up, instantly grasping Zhao Yuan's meaning. Zhao Yanlong couldn't help but speak up. Yes. Mr. Jiang, could you please take a look at my daughter too? Chapter 15, The Domestic Robot Evolves into the End-Time Valkyrie. Hearing Zhao Yanlong's words, Jiang Che grew even more astonished and couldn't help but ask. What's going on? Beside him, Luo Xiaoke blinked her large eyes, her face filled with confusion. She couldn't grasp what this meant. But across from them, Zhao Yuan took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and declared. All right then, I'll just show you directly. No sooner had the words left her mouth than her body suddenly began to glow with a metallic sheen. Then, accompanied by the sound of mechanical transformation, Zhao Yuan's body gradually mechanized, ultimately transforming into a silver-white vacuum cleaner-like form. Is this a domestic robot maid? Principal Zhou's eyes widened in shock. The head of student affairs couldn't help but exclaim. How could it be such a basic model? Given Zhao Yanlong's status and power, his daughter should never have ended up as this kind of maid robot. Jiang Che was equally stunned. A domestic robot, one of the most basic types, primarily designed for cleaning, cooking, and other household chores, with virtually no combat capabilities whatsoever. No wonder he'd never heard of Zhao Yuan in his previous life. With such a machine-maiden body, it was indeed difficult for her to make a name for herself in the spirit-writing master world, where powerful individuals abounded. Jiang. Zhao Yuan's voice emerged from the machine girl's body, tinged with palpable tension. Could you take a look at mine? Does my mecha body still have a chance? Zhao Yanlong, too, felt an unusual tension. The reason told him the odds were slim. As a father, he couldn't help but hope for a miracle. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Che and Zhao Yuan across from him. Jiang Che's eyes flickered slightly. May I touch you? Zhao Yanlong and Zhao Yuan both paused in surprise. Though they didn't understand Jiang Che's intent, they nodded in agreement. Yes. Without hesitation. He extended his palm to touch the domestic robot. The moment his palm made contact with her body, a system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! System detected a new girlfriend candidate eligible for investment. Simultaneously, the pages of the Spirit Evolution Manual in Jiang Che's mind automatically turned, fully revealing the evolved form of the housekeeping robot maiden. Valkyrie of the End. Jiang Che's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly withdrew his hand. The End Valkyrie, a god-tier machine maiden. Another god-tier machine maiden. What do you think? Zhao Yuan, having reverted to her human form at that moment, asked anxiously. Miss Zhao's mecha body, it's possible it hasn't fully awakened. Jiang Che pondered for a moment before speaking. What? Zhao Yanlong abruptly stood up, his voice filled with surprise and hope. Really? Yang Changkong was equally stunned as he spoke. How is that possible? This has never happened before. I've never heard of anyone's awakening being incomplete. As one of the directors of the Education Bureau in the Southwest Province, though not directly responsible for overseeing student awakenings, he was still somewhat familiar with the inner workings. Neither in their Southwest Province nor any other province had such a case ever occurred. Or perhaps such cases had simply never been reported before? If that were the case, how many contract spirits had been relegated to ordinary existence due to incomplete awakenings in the past? And what exactly does incomplete awakening even mean? What did that even mean? Yang Changkong felt as though every belief he'd held for the first half of his life had been overturned. Yes. Jiang Che chose his words carefully. But if you still wish to awaken. No, it should be called evolution now. To evolve, you need special materials and a specific opportunity. Really? Zhao Yuan was already getting excited. What materials are needed? No matter how precious they are, I'll find a way to get them. Zhao Yanlong, equally excited, quickly chimed in. Jiang, just tell me what you need. No matter what materials it is, I'll find a way to get them. The eternal heart. Jiang Che stated directly. This was the evolution plan outlined in the Spirit Body Evolution Manual. After ingesting and refining the eternal heart, the domestic robot maid would successfully evolve into the end-time Valkyrie. However, this eternal heart was not something ordinary people could find. It was a product of the system. It simply doesn't exist outside the system. Secondly, the opportunity Jiang Che mentioned earlier is also highly sensitive, it's just that they've all overlooked it. The opportunity. It meant becoming his contracted machine maiden. Only by becoming its contract machine maiden would the system begin investing. Only then could one possibly obtain the eternal heart. However, they overlooked this, and Jiang Che naturally wouldn't bother to remind them. How could he possibly remind them? How could he say to Zhao Yanlong's face, "Let your daughter make a contract with me"? Especially when he already has a contract partner. To make Zhao Jiran his new contract partner would be no different than slapping Zhao Yanlong in the face. In this world, after enduring the void insect invasion, while there were no formal monogamy laws, it was practically common knowledge that due to the unique nature of the bond between spirit masters and their contract spirits, each spirit master could only contract one contract spirit. Jiang Che had already contracted Luo Xiaoke. To then approach Zhao Yanlong and request to contract his daughter, one could only imagine how furious Zhao Yanlong would be. Rather than risk that, it's better to tell them about the eternal heart and let them search for it themselves. Once they hit a dead end, they'd naturally come back to him. The eternal heart? Very well, we understand. Thank you, Jiang. Zhao Yanlong was overjoyed, already eager to leave with Zhao Jiran. Jiang, thank you. Zhao Jiran waved at Jiang Che before departing. Only after father and daughter were seated in the car did Zhao Yanlong slap his forehead and say, "Jiran, Dad really lost his head. How could we rush off without even asking what the eternal heart is?" Zhao Jiran froze. A flicker of embarrassment crossed her face as she said, "Dad, I was just... He did us such a huge favor. Should we turn back now?" After a moment's thought in the car, Zhao Yanlong waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's return to the city lord's mansion first. Someone there will know about this eternal heart. Also..." Zhao Yanlong pulled out his phone and called his secretary. Moments later, the call connected, and Secretary Ouyang Hai's voice came through the phone. "Lord City Master, what is it? Look into the family backgrounds of Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke from South City First High School. Report back immediately with any information." After hanging up, Zhao Jiran asked curiously, "Dad, what's wrong? Why are you investigating Jiang and the others?" Ever since learning his daughter's mecha body could evolve again, Zhao Yanlong's mood had visibly improved. Hearing the question, he merely chuckled and replied, "Jiang Che has done us such a great favor. We should show our gratitude in some way." Moments later, the motorcade pulled into the city lord's mansion. As soon as Zhao Yanlong and Zhao Jiran stepped out of the vehicle, Secretary General Ouyang Hai approached and said, "Lord City Master, we've found the information. Chapter 16, when I get the chance, I'll move out of here for sure." The motorcade entered the city lord's residence. No sooner had Zhao Yanlong and his daughter stepped out of the vehicle than Ouyang Hai, the Lord's chief secretary, approached with 2 documents in hand, addressing him respectfully. "Lord City Master, we've found the information. Please take a look." Taking the documents, Zhao Yanlong reviewed them before handing them to his daughter Zhao Jiran beside him. "Jiran, you take a look too." "MHM." Zhao Jiran nodded. But after only a moment, Zhao Jiran couldn't help but look up in surprise. "Luo Xiaoke's family is so ordinary? I thought a family capable of awakening a god-tier beast girl would at least be a lineage of spirit tamers." Zhao Yanlong nodded thoughtfully. "Even Jiang Che's family are just ordinary business people. Looks like this time, our southern city is truly about to produce a dragon. Secretary Ouyang, go prepare 2 lavish gifts, both must be quite valuable to be delivered to the homes of Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Tell them, well, that it represents our city lord's mansion, congratulating both students on awakening top-tier talents." At this point, Zhao Yanlong paused again before continuing. "Additionally, immediately assign personnel to investigate information about the Eternal Heart. See if any clues can be uncovered." "The Eternal Heart?" Ouyang Hai looked puzzled as he asked. "Lord Mayor, what is the Eternal Heart?" Zhao Yanlong faltered, his expression growing slightly peculiar. "I don't know the specifics yet either. Go investigate first, someone should know. These matters require immediate attention." "Understood?" "Understood." Ouyang Hai's expression turned serious. After Lord Zhao Yanlong and his daughter departed, not long after, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke also took their leave from the school. Following the awakening ritual, students were granted a 3-day break to seek suitable partners on their own. Thus, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke now had 3 days of rest. Walking hand in hand, Jiang Che could distinctly feel the fine sweat beating on Luo Xiaoke's palm, and the abnormally rapid beat of her heart. Especially whenever passers-by cast envious glances their way, Luo Xiaoke would grow visibly tense, instinctively drawing closer to him. It was precisely at these moments that the fullness beneath her loose school uniform would brush against Jiang Che's arm, almost imperceptibly. A smile would inevitably spread across Jiang Che's face. Before long, Jiang Che had escorted Luo Xiaoke to the entrance of her residential complex. "We're here." Jiang Che stopped walking. Before him stood an ordinary, old-style residential complex. The exterior walls showed signs of age, yet the surroundings were considerably nicer than those around Liu Ruyan's home. As they were about to part ways, Luo Xiaoke flushed and whispered softly, "Brother Che. It still feels like a dream. This morning I was just an ordinary fire-tailed weasel, and now I'm suddenly a fire Qilin. Didn't you notice how those classmates who used to look down on me at school? Their eyes are different now." Jiang Che chuckled softly, gently ruffling her hair. "Xiaoko, you were always a fire Qilin. You just hadn't fully awakened yet." Then, Luo Xiaoke gathered her courage, finally lifting her gaze to meet Jiang Che's eyes as she asked, If I really were just a fire-tailed lynx, would you still have bound me? Would you still choose me, or would you pick a stronger contract spirit like everyone else?" Jiang Che froze for a moment upon hearing this. Then he reached out and cupped Luo Xiaoke's delicate little face. The moment his fingertips touched her skin, he could clearly feel her trembling slightly. Her nose tips flushed slightly. Her pink lips pressed together lightly in nervousness. In that moment, even the breath she exhaled seemed to carry a faint, sweet fragrance. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Che spoke softly. "Xiaoke, there are no what-ifs in this world. You are the fire Qilin. That's who you are. There are no what-ifs." "All right then." Luo Xiaoke nodded, still feeling a bit down. Perhaps girls are just naturally drawn to hearing those sweet, romantic words. But before leaving, Luo Xiaoke stood on tiptoe, gently pressing her soft pink lips against Jiang Che's cheek. Jiang Che froze instantly. The sensation was unbelievably soft, carrying a hint of moisture and warmth. Even for someone like him, a seasoned veteran who tasted succubi in his past life, his heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. "So, this is our mark. From now on, we're together. See you next time." With those words spoken, Luo Xiaoke's face flushed bright red, and she scampered away as if fleeing. Stepping into the elevator, Luo Xiaoke finally couldn't contain her joy. She stuck out her tongue at her reflection in the elevator mirror, then pumped her fist excitedly. "Yay! Luo Xiaoke, did you know you're a fire Qilin? You're a god-tier beast girl. Let's see who dares call you a pretty face now." In her sheer excitement, Luo Xiaoke nearly jumped up in the elevator. "I'll make everyone who look down on me eat their words." Thud. The poorly constructed elevator, already ascending, couldn't withstand Luo Xiaoke's antics. It jolted violently, causing the entire cabin to sway. Luo Xiaoke's face instantly drained of color. She clamped her mouth shut, gripping the elevator rail tightly, her nerves on edge. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. The elevator came to a steady halt at Luo Xiaoke's floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Luo Xiaoke instantly regained her composure, smoothed her clothes, and stepped out. "Once I have money someday, I absolutely have to move out of this neighborhood. This damn elevator is absolutely terrifying." But the moment she pushed open the door, lively chatter filled the living room. "Xiaoke's back." A middle-aged woman dressed provocatively and heavily made up rushed over, grabbed Luo Xiaoke's hand, and exclaimed dramatically, "My goodness, it hasn't been that long since we last saw her, but our Xiaoku is getting prettier and prettier. That skin, that figure, wow." This woman was Luo Xiaoke's aunt. She had married into a family in Southwest City years ago and was arguably the most well-off among their relatives. But Luo Xiaoke didn't care for this aunt of hers. Because whenever she came back, the way she spoke made her seem so high and mighty, full of superiority, like she looked down on them, her poor relatives. "If you look down on us, then don't come back. We didn't ask you to come." But no. Before, she used to come back every holiday and special occasion. Then she'd pick and choose things in their home, flaunting her superiority. "Your apartment building's elevator is so outdated, nothing like the fancy one in our high-end complex. What kind of lunch is this? Back home, nobody would eat this." Or, "Your bathroom smells awful. Honestly, you should hire a maid just to clean it." In short, she was utterly unbearable. But at that moment, she couldn't bring herself to lash out at a smiling face. Luo Xiaoke still called out softly, "Auntie, why did you come today?" "Of course I have business. I've come with some wonderful news to share with you." Her aunt's smile stretched so wide her face nearly cracked. It scattered in puffs. It was only then that Luo Xiao noticed someone else sitting on the sofa in her living room. Besides her parents, another man in his 20s was seated there. He wore a designer suit, but his facial features looked like they were from a dysfunctional family. Each part seemed distant from the others, giving him a distinctly sleazy aura. He was now constantly eyeing Luo Xiaoke up and down. "Your mom mentioned the school organized a spiritual awakening ceremony today? Come tell your aunt, what kind of spirit did you awaken?" Auntie continued to ask with a knowing wink, deliberately raising her voice the next moment. "But none of that matters now. Let me introduce you to Zhao Meng. He's from the Zhao family in Southwest City. After hearing about your situation, Xiaoko, he was absolutely thrilled and specifically asked me to bring him alone. Chapter 17, Few words, much action. Strike first. Hearing this, that sleazy guy named Zhao Meng immediately stood up, flashing a row of yellow teeth as he grinned. Little Ku, my dear. It doesn't matter what kind of spirit body you awaken. What I like is you as a person. Nothing else matters. Honestly, it's better if your awakened contract spirit is a bit lacking. Places like the void battlefield, what do they have to do with us ordinary folks anyway? Hearing this, how could Luo Xiaoka not understand what her aunt meant? Her expression darkened instantly as she turned to confront her aunt. Auntie, what do you mean by that? Her aunt's face was plastered with a fake smile, her voice sharp and thin. What else could it mean? Xiaoka, you're both adults now. Of course we need to discuss marriage arrangements. You're not getting into college anyway. My brother and sister-in-law have supported you for over a decade. Now it's time for you to repay them. Against the backdrop of the battle against the void insect race, the nature of universities had fundamentally changed. Their primary purpose was now to serve the void battlefield. Every single student recruited and trained there was a spirit tamer qualified to enter the void battlefield. Those with ordinary spirit writing talents rarely gained admission. Even if accepted, it would be a waste of resources. Thus, the selection criteria for every university were exceptionally stringent. Her aunt's words were practically a complete rejection of Luo Xiaoka. It implied she had no chance of getting in. Just then, she continued patting Zhao Meng's shoulder with a look of smugness, saying, Do you know what kind of background Zhao Meng has? He's from the Zhao family of Southwest City. Do you know the Zhaos? They're a spirit-taming dynasty. It's amazing he doesn't look down on you. He's even willing to pay a hefty dowry and buy you all the gold jewelry you want. The way I see it, you should go to Southwest City with Zhao Meng tonight. Aim to have a big, healthy baby boy next year. Right, brother and sister-in-law? Hearing her aunt's final words, Luo Xiaoka stared at her parents in disbelief. Mom and Dad, you agree with this too? Mr. and Mrs. Luo, seated on the sofa, quickly stood up and shook their heads. Xiaoka, of course that's not what we meant. We respect your decision. If you don't want to, then it's fine. Luo Xiaoka finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, her expression darkening, she turned to her aunt and said, Auntie, you don't need to worry about my affairs. I'm not ready to discuss this yet. Don't want to talk? Her aunt's expression darkened instantly. Taking a deep breath, she dropped all pretense. Crossing her arms, she wore a look of scorn as her tone turned sharp. Oh my, Xiaoko, don't you think just because you're young and have a bit of charm, you can be picky? Let me tell you something, just Zhao Meng's family background alone is something you girls could never hope to reach in your wildest dreams. Wait a few more years until you're older, and men like Zhao Meng will be as rare as hen's teeth. Rolling her eyes dramatically, the younger aunt turned to Luo's parents, her voice dripping with contempt. Brother, sister-in-law, do you know how much dowry Zhao Meng is willing to pay? 80,000. A full 800,000 yuan. You two have probably never seen that much money in your entire lives, have you? Hearing this, Zhao Meng leaned in with a sly grin. Xiaoko, I truly love you. Enough. Luo Xiaoka cut him off coldly, her eyes flashing with disgust. I said, mind your own business. Now get out. Go. Her aunt's face turned ashen with rage. Pointing an accusing finger at Luo Xiaoka, she erupted in a torrent of abuse. You ungrateful brat. Do you think you're some kind of princess? With your family's circumstances, landing someone like Zhao Meng is like winning the lottery. She turned to Luo's parents and continued her scathing remarks. Brother, sister-in-law, look at the fine daughter you've raised. She doesn't even know basic gratitude. I worked so hard to find her such a good match, and this is the attitude she gives me. Auntie. Shut up. Luo Xiaoka's voice suddenly rose sharply. If you like him so much, why don't you marry him yourself? At that moment, Luo Xiaoka felt an almost instinctive wave of nausea toward this aunt she'd never liked. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You. Her aunt trembled with rage. You ill-mannered brat, just wait till I beat you to a pulp. Just as she raised her hand to strike Luo Xiaoka, a knock suddenly sounded at the front door. Who is it? Her aunt bellowed angrily. Luo Xiaoka seized the chance to dodge, quickly walking to the door. The moment she opened it, she froze. Brother Che, what brings you here? It was none other than Jiang Che. Jiang Che stood there in his well-fitted school uniform, tall and slender, handsome and dignified. Compared to Zhao Meng in the living room, decked out in an expensive suit, the difference was like night and day. Jiang Che smiled gently. I noticed you left something behind, so I came to bring it to you. In his hand, he held a pink hair clip. At that moment, Auntie immediately stepped closer, scrutinizing Jiang Che from head to toe as she asked, Who are you? Jiang Che looked up at her upon hearing the question. The woman had a distinctly sharp and unkind expression. While it's somewhat biased to say that looks reflect one's character, it's generally not far off the mark. He also sensed the tension in the living room. A thought struck him, and he listened to Luo Xiaoka's explanation. After hearing it, Jiang Che's expression darkened instantly, his gaze turning sharp. I'm Luo Xiaoke's contract boyfriend. Jiang Che stated directly. He made no attempt to conceal it. The moment those words left his mouth, the living room fell into an absolute silence so thick you could hear a pin drop. What? Immediately, Luo's parents jumped to their feet in shock, staring at Luo Xiaoke as they asked in disbelief. Xiaoke, you made a contract? Luo Xiaoke nodded, her face flushed. MHM. She hadn't expected Jiang Che to be so direct, blurting out their business in front of everyone. Her aunt, once she regained her composure, flew into a rage, pointing an accusing finger at Luo Xiaoke and shouting. You shameless creature. You truly are a shameless creature. Such a huge matter, and you didn't even tell your own parents before making a contract with some random guy outside. Have you no sense of shame? You're shameless. Watch your language. Luo Xiaoke trembled with rage. Jiang Che's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and slapped her across the face. The sharp crack echoed through the room. The entire living room fell silent. Everyone stared at Jiang Che, utterly stunned. Luo Xiaoke, however, looked worried. After all, this woman was her aunt, her father's own sister. Jiang Che had just slapped his own sister-in-law in front of her father. How would her father perceive this? You dare hit me? Her aunt clutched her face, glaring at Jiang Che in disbelief, trembling with rage. Jiang Che's expression was icy. Dare to speak ill of Xiaoku again. I don't care who you are or where you come from. Believe it or not, I'll make sure you walk in here standing and leave lying down. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Jiang Che. This was the confidence he possessed in his previous life as a war god. Chapter 18, Ouyang Hai, no disturbances during city lord's affairs. Brother, I'm from the Zhao family of Southwest City. Isn't this a bit too high-handed of you? At that moment, Zhao Meng stood up abruptly and addressed Jiang Che in a deep voice. It's true you have a contract with Xiaoku. But Sister Qingqing is still Xiaoku's aunt. Isn't it disrespectful to lay a hand on her like this? Sister Qingqing? Her full name is Luo Qingqing. That was precisely the name of Luo Xiaoke's aunt. The Zhao family? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. Then do you know Zhao Yu? Zhao Meng froze, furrowing his brow. No. Who is Zhao Yu? Then you can get lost too. Jiang Che said bluntly. The Zhao family of Southwest City? Jiang Che knew full well this was the family Zhao Yu belonged to. The Zhao family were spirit riders, a powerful clan among the most prominent in Southwest City. Consequently, the Zhao family was vast, with numerous branches and collateral lines. Zhao Yu was actually a member of the Zhao family's collateral line in the southern city. But it wouldn't take long. News of Zhao Yu awakening in SS grade talent would reach Southwest City. At that point, Zhao Yu would be summoned back to Southwest City. He would then rapidly rise with the Zhao family's backing, just as he had in his previous life, until he became one of the leaders of the entire human race. That Zhao Meng fellow doesn't know Zhao Yu yet? It was quite understandable. Upon hearing Jiang Che's blunt words, Luo Qingqing snapped out of her daze and erupted into a hysterical rage. Pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Che, she screamed. You ill-mannered brat. Do you even know what the Zhao family of Southwest City is? Do you believe that a single word from the Zhao family could destroy your entire family? And let me tell you this, even the city lord's household shows Zhao Meng respect. No sooner had the words left her mouth. A sudden screech of brakes echoed from below, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. What's going on? Father Luo walked to the window in confusion. He looked down and sucked in a sharp breath. Below, over a dozen black sedans had pulled up, each bearing the emblem of the city lord's mansion. Click, click, click. The doors opened in unison. A group of uniformed guards, trays in hand, formed a line. The last to step out was none other than Ouyang Hai, the Secretary General of the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion? Luo's father stammered. Luo Qingqing and Zhao Meng also crowded to the window, both stunned by the scene. This is... After a moment of shock, Luo Qingqing's face lit up with smug satisfaction. She pointed at Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, saying to them, See that? Those are people from the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion must know Zhao Meng is here, that's why they came specifically. See? That's the reputation of the Zhao family in Southwest City. Kid, I advise you to kowtow and apologize immediately. Otherwise, Zhao Meng could destroy your entire family with just a single word. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke couldn't help but exchange a glance. Especially after hearing the woman's words, Jiang Che nearly burst out laughing. Kneel and apologize? Just because of Zhao Meng? He couldn't fathom where some people got this baffling confidence. Just then, the men from the City Lord's Mansion, led by Ouyang Hai, began entering the residential building where Luo Xiaoke lived. The commotion was quite noticeable, having long since drawn the attention of many residents in the neighborhood. Now, residents were leaning out of their windows, watching the scene unfold and murmuring among themselves. Meanwhile, in Luo Xiaoke's living room, seeing the City Lord's Mansion officials enter the building, Luo Qingqing grew even more smug. She hurriedly declared, Did you see that? Hurry up and open the door. Don't keep the City Lord's Mansion people waiting. Then, turning to her parents with a sneer, she added, "Brother, sister-in-law, did you see that? You must be regretting it terribly now, right? The one chance to change her fate was squandered by your daughter. Serves you right for not raising her properly." Luo's parents remained surprisingly calm, shaking their heads and saying, "It's fine. As long as our child is happy, none of this matters." Though they felt a twinge of disappointment as parents over Luo Xiaoke's sudden contract, they considered themselves open-minded. As long as Xiaoke was happy, that was all that mattered. Keep pretending. Keep pretending until you drop dead." Luo Qingqing sneered repeatedly. "We're all family, who doesn't know who? You must be regretting this so much right now." Just then, the elevator chimed, and footsteps grew louder. Luo Qingqing grew even more smug. She shot a cold glance at Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke before sneering. "See? This is the Zhao family's prestige. You two will regret it soon enough. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and come with me to greet them." With that, she grabbed Zhao Meng's arm and hurried toward the exit. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke exchanged a glance, chuckled, and followed at a leisurely pace. After taking just a few steps, they saw Ouyang Hai approaching with a squad of guards. Each guard behind him carried a gift box in hand. "It's Secretary Ouyang from the City Lord's mansion." Luo Qingqing's eyes lit up. This was a big shot. Even she herself could only see him online normally. Today, she was truly riding on Zhao Meng's coattails. The Zhao family of Southwest City was the Zhao family of Southwest City. The Spirit Riding Clan was truly in a league of their own. "Hurry! Secretary Ouyang." Luo Qingqing trembled with excitement as she stepped forward to greet him. However, Ouyang Hai didn't even glance at them, brushing right past. Luo Qingqing froze. Zhao Meng's face darkened. What was going on? Wasn't he here to find them? Both turned around simultaneously, only to witness a scene they would never forget. Ouyang Hai, the chief secretary directly from the City Lord's mansion, now stood beside Luo Xiaoke. With an exceptionally amiable smile, he said, "Jiang, I didn't expect to see you here too? By the City Lord's command, I've come to present Luo Xiaoke with a congratulatory gift to celebrate her awakening as a God-tier beast girl." What? Divine-tier beast maiden? Luo Qingqing's legs buckled and she collapsed onto the floor. "Since Jiang is also present, we shall present his congratulatory gift as well." Ouyang Hai waved his hand. The guards behind him immediately stepped forward, opening one exquisite gift box after another. Inside lay precious spiritual herbs, rare cultivation resources, and dazzling jewels. "By order of the City Lord, we present these gifts to congratulate Jiang Che on awakening his SSS-tier Spirit Mastery talent." SSS grade talent? Luo Qingqing's legs went weak, and she staggered back 2 steps. Whoa! Zhao Meng's face turned deathly pale as he sucked in a sharp breath, beads of sweat erupting on his forehead. A God-tier beast maiden? An SSS-tier spirit taming talent? How is that even possible? SSS-tier talent paired with a God-tier beast maiden? Such a combination was practically unbeatable. Even the Zhao family wouldn't dare provoke such a force lightly. The Zhao family of Southwest City is indeed a spirit tamer lineage, a major clan in the field. But an SSS-tier talent paired with a God-tier beast maiden? Together, they'd form a super elite clan. Absolutely terrifying. Luo Qingqing finally snapped out of her daze and lunged forward hysterically. "Secretary Ouyang, have you mistaken someone? This is the Zhao family of Southwest City. How dare you?" Ouyang Hai barked sternly. "The City Lord's residence is conducting business. Do not interrupt." Chapter 19. My dad said I should come back with you to take a look. Luo Qingqing was utterly distraught. Zhao Meng's expression was equally complex. Standing outside the door, he had watched the entire scene unfold. Ouyang, the chief secretary from the City Lord's mansion, treating Luo Xiaoke's family with warmth and encouragement. It all felt like a dream. She had always looked down on her eldest brother and sister-in-law's family, yet now they had produced such an extraordinary figure. A God-tier beast girl. An SSS-tier spirit tamer. It was clear that her eldest brother and sister-in-law's family was destined for meteoric success, soaring to new heights. "Xiaoke." Luo Qingqing finally mustered her courage, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying, and cautiously stepped inside the house. "Your auntie, she was just joking with you earlier." The room fell silent. All eyes turned to her. "Oh? Kidding?" Luo Xiaoke gave a cold laugh. "Then how about I have my aunt kneel down right now and apologize to my parents? Is that okay? After all, I was just joking with my aunt." Luo Qingqing's face darkened considerably. Auntie, didn't you always say our family was dirt poor?" She continued, her voice clear but laced with biting coldness. "Didn't you always insist our family would never rise above its station?" Luo Xiaoke turned, pointing at the mountain of congratulatory gifts delivered by the City Lord's mansion. Jewels, resources, property deeds, all symbols of wealth. "What do you make of all this now, auntie?" Secretary Ouyang cleared his throat discreetly and asked softly. "Miss Luo, would you like me to handle this for you?" Luo Qingqing's face drained of color. The city lord's residence? How would the city lord's mansion handle it? Fortunately, Luo Xiaoke flashed a smile at Ouyang Hai. No need, Secretary Ouyang. After all, this is merely a family matter. There's no need to trouble you with it. Right, Auntie? Luo Qingqing nodded vigorously. Exactly. Luo Xiaoke's expression instantly turned cold. But from now on, you're no longer welcome in our home. Remember this, Auntie, you're no longer on our level. Luo Qingqing staggered back 2 steps, all color draining from her face. It wasn't that she wanted this family connection. But the Luo family was destined to rise above the ordinary. And by straining this relationship so badly, even her in-laws back in Southwest City would be displeased. Especially her husband. Lately he'd been frantically trying to connect with the Spirit Rider clan. If he found out about this, he'd probably beat her to death. Lu Qingqing's face turned deathly pale as she looked to her eldest brother and sister-in-law for help. Brother. Sister-in-law. It was my fault before, it was me. But both turned away, clearly unwilling to speak for her. Get out. Jiang Che spoke coldly at that moment. Don't stand here and get in the way. Luo Qingqing stumbled out of the room, utterly devastated. The moment she stepped into the elevator, she couldn't hold back any longer and began to sob uncontrollably. Yet the people inside the room paid her no mind, showing no trace of pity. Jiang Che looked up at Zhao Meng, who still stood frozen in place, and said coldly, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Zhao Meng felt awkward too, rubbing his hands nervously. I wanted to apologize to you all. We genuinely didn't know beforehand, nor did we realize Xiaoke's talent. Otherwise, not even 10 times the courage would have made me dare. Had he known earlier that Luo Xiaoke was a god-tier beast girl, no amount of arrogance would have dared him to make this trip. Finished? Jiang Che cut him off. Then get out. Zhao Meng's face flushed alternately red and white before he slunk away in defeat. But the moment he stepped out of the elevator, Zhao Meng couldn't wait to pull out his phone and dial a number. Hello, Zhao Meng. What is it? A commanding voice came from the other end. Master, there's been a major incident in South City. Zhao Meng shuddered before lowering his voice. A student with SSS-tier talent has appeared here, and they've contracted a god-tier beast girl. What? The voice on the other end of the line suddenly rose sharply. Is this true? Absolutely true. The city lord's mansion confirmed it personally. The student is named Jiang Che, and the female student is Luo Xiaoke. Got it. The voice on the other end grew urgent. Don't get involved in this matter. The family will handle it. Only after the call ended did Zhao Meng dare to breathe deeply. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he immediately left Nan City in a hurry. He still needed to go back and settle the score with Luo Qingqing's husband. This time, this incident had landed him in serious trouble. Upstairs. The atmosphere in the living room was remarkably harmonious. As they chatted casually, Ouyang Hai grew increasingly pleased with the young couple before him. He admired them greatly. Just as he was about to take his leave, Jiang Che's phone suddenly rang. Dad? The moment Jiang Che answered the call, his expression darkened instantly. What? Liu Ruyan's parents? All right. They dare come looking for me? I'll be right back. After hanging up, Jiang Che's expression made everyone present tense up. Brother Che, what's wrong? Luo Xiaoke asked anxiously. Nothing. Jiang Che forced a smile, regaining his composure. He turned to Ouyang Hai and said, Secretary Ouyang, would you mind giving me a ride? Certainly. Ouyang Hai readily agreed. The group bid farewell to Luo's parents. Just before they left, Luo Xiaoke's mother suddenly called out to Jiang Che. Little Jiang, you haven't taken your things yet. She pointed to the gifts sent by the city lord's mansion, arranged on the dining table in the living room. This time, the city lord's mansion had sent 2 sets of gifts. One for Jiang Che, one for Luo Xiaoke. And clearly, Jiang Che was leaving empty-handed. Glancing at the valuable items, Jiang Che said calmly, Let's leave these for Xiaoke. How could that be? Luo Xiaoke shook her head hastily. Brother Che, I already have a share. A smile suddenly spread across Jiang Che's face. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Why not consider it a betrothal gift? Luo Xiaoke's face flushed bright red all the way to her ears, and she instinctively lowered her head in embarrassment. After a moment, she lifted her head again. She nodded lightly and said, All right. Ding. Just then, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Investment successful. Rewarding the host with 1 essence pill. Jiang Che froze. This system had truly gone rogue. Even its reward system seemed different from his previous life. In his previous life, when he was with Liu Ruyan, the system only classified cultivation resources as investments. He never imagined that even gifts from daily life could now earn system rewards. While Jiang Che was lost in thought, they had already stepped out of the elevator. But just as Jiang Che and Ouyang Hai were about to get into the car, Luo Xiaoke suddenly ran out after them. Brother Che, can I come back with you? Luo Xiaoke mustered her courage to say. Jiang Che looked surprised. Her face flushed, her voice softening. It's, my dad said, he said I should come back with you to take a look. Chapter 20, Luo Xiaoke defends her husband with authority, leaving Lu's mother speechless. The Jiang household. The Jiang family was actually quite well known in South City. Though not a spirit-writing family, they held some standing in business circles. At the very least, they were among the wealthier families. Otherwise, during his relationship with Liu Ruyan, Jiang Che wouldn't have been supporting her in a manner that bordered on keeping a mistress. The city lord's carriage came to a halt outside the Jiang family's villa. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke stepped out hand in hand. Just as they were about to bid farewell to Ouyang Hai, they noticed he had also gotten out of the car, leaving them momentarily surprised. To their surprise, Ouyang Hai chuckled and said, "Since I'm already here, why not invite me in for a visit, Jiang? That way I can report back to the city lord." He nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Very well. Then we'll be putting you to trouble, Secretary Ouyang." Ouyang Hai laughed heartily, and the three walked side by side toward the villa. But after taking just a few steps inside, a sharp roar echoed from within the villa. "Compensation! You must compensate me for my daughter's lost youth. My daughter spent all those years with your son, and now you just break up like that? How dare you?" That voice belonged to Liu Ruyan's mother. With his past life experiences, Jiang Che recognized that voice all too well. Beside him, Luo Xiaoke couldn't help but glance at him with concern. "Brother Jiang Che." Jiang Che tightened his grip on her hand and whispered, "It's fine. You saw what happened between us at school. We've completely cut ties. You don't need to worry." Luo Xiaoke nodded, her gaze hardening. "Brother Jiang Che, I believe you." The next moment, the three of them entered the living room. Sure enough, they found Mrs. Liu standing with her hands on her hips in the center of the room, shouting and cursing with spittle flying. Lu's father sat on the villa's sofa, chain-smoking incessantly. Ash scattered everywhere. It was utterly messy. Did he think the Jiang family villa was his own dilapidated backyard? Sitting directly across from them were Jiang Che's parents. Both were businesspeople who generally believed in treating others kindly and rarely initiated conflicts. Especially not in this situation. Upon hearing that Jiang Che had initiated the breakup with Liu Ruyan, instinctively felt they were in the wrong. Thus, they were now plastered with apologetic smiles. "Dad, Mom, I'm home." Jiang Che called out. "Jiang Che! You little bastard!" The moment Mrs. Liu spotted the trio entering the door, especially Jiang Che holding hands with a girl whose beauty rivaled her own daughter's, her temper flared. She immediately screamed and charged forward. "You just broke up with my daughter, and now you're already holding hands with another? You're not human!" Her words barely finished. She raised her hand to slap Jiang Che across the face. Jiang Che's eyes turned icy cold, ready to retaliate, but Luo Xiaoke suddenly stepped in front of him. "It was your daughter who initiated the breakup." Luo Xiaoke's face flushed crimson. Though frightened, she glared defiantly at Lu's mother and declared loudly, "It has nothing to do with brother Jiang Che. We all saw it happen at school. Don't twist the truth here. And who the hell are you, you little?" Mrs. Liu flew into a rage, raising her hand toward Luo Xiaoke. Clearly, failing to strike Jiang Che, she now aimed to hit Luo Xiaoke instead. But in that split second, the flame mark between Luo Xiaoke's brows suddenly blazed bright. With a thunderous boom, her form instantly transformed into a majestic, fiery qilin. As searing flames erupted, a deafening roar of fury echoed throughout the entire villa. Roar! A violent shockwave slammed into the surrounding area. It erupted instantly, knocking Mrs. Liu flat on the ground before her. She stared in terror at the colossal beast before her. The next moment, her eyes rolled back and she fainted from sheer terror. The others in the villa's grand hall were also startled by this sudden turn of events. Mr. Liu, who had been smoking on the sofa, flinched violently. The cigarette fell onto his leg, burning him so badly he jumped up, his face drained of color and his body trembling. John's parents, startled by the unexpected turn of events, stood up and exchanged bewildered glances. "What the? What kind of beast girl? So powerful?" Only Ouyang Haizhang stared at Luo Xiaoke in her beast girl form with admiration. A god-tier beast girl truly lives up to her reputation. Before long, the flames surrounding the fire qilin gradually subsided, transforming back into Luo Xiaoke's human form. But now her face was flushed crimson, and she stood beside Jiang Che looking somewhat embarrassed, reverting to her usual timid and fragile demeanor. You too." Seeing the fire qilin vanish, Lu's father regained his nerve and pointed at Luo Xiaoke, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse. But Jiang Che cut him off coldly. "Would you like to experience that feeling yourself?" Father Liu shuddered violently and fell silent instantly. "Xiao Che, what's going on? Why did you and Ruyan suddenly break up?" At that moment, Jiang's mother hurried forward to ask. Living another life and seeing his parents again, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. In his previous life, the battle against the void insect race had been too brutal, the sacrifices too great, and the tragedy throughout the entire ordeal had been overwhelming. Now that he had been reborn, he would spare no effort to prevent them from happening again. "Mom, it's okay. Here's what happened. Jiang Che recounted everything about himself and Liu Ruyan to his parents in detail. Of course, he omitted the part about their rebirth. Upon learning that although Jiang Che had initiated the breakup, Liu Ruyan had already found someone new, both his parents wore expressions of complexity. It must be said, Liu Ruyan possessed a certain undeniable charm. She embodied the very essence of a succubus. Even before she had awakened her contract spirit, she had already made many people unconsciously develop feelings for her. This included Jiang Che's own parents. But now that Jiang Che and Liu Ruyan had broken up, they wouldn't say anything more. Old Liu, you heard everything. Jiang's father sighed. Breaking up was what your daughter wanted anyway. Besides, she already has a new boyfriend now. Let's just put this matter to rest. Mr. Liu's expression darkened, but upon hearing that Liu Ruyan had a new boyfriend, his eyes lit up again. They didn't care who their daughter was with, as long as he had money. Old woman, let's go. Liu's father roused his unconscious wife. Liu's mother slowly regained consciousness, but the moment her eyes opened and she saw Luo Xiaoke, she turned deathly pale with fright, nearly screaming. Poof! Am I that terrifying? Luo Xiaoke crossed her arms, her voice tinged with displeasure. Just then, Liu's father recounted the recent events. After a flicker of emotion crossed her face, Liu's mother asked her husband to help her leave. As long as Liu Ruyan had a new boyfriend, that was all that mattered. Who it was didn't matter. Wait. But Jiang Che suddenly turned back and called after them. Since we've broken up, we should settle some accounts. The two froze. What accounts? All the expenses I incurred for Liu Ruyan during our relationship were voluntary on my part. I'll let those slide. But? Jiang Che pulled up his phone gallery and found an IOU inside. 2 months ago, you borrowed 200,000 yuan from me in Liu Ruyan's name. Now, it's time to pay it back, right? Chapter 21, your daughter-in-law is quite something. 2 months ago. While driving Liu Ruyan home one evening, Liu's parents specifically asked him to stay behind and broach the subject of borrowing some money. Back then, Jiang Che was still quite fond of Liu Ruyan and had planned to spend his life with her, so he never even considered making them repay the loan. After all, they'd be family soon, right? Besides, he wasn't short on money. But Liu's father was so concerned about saving face. He insisted on writing an IOU, promising they would repay him in the future. At the end of the day, this whole situation was their own doing. Dating expenses, mutual consent, fair enough. But borrowed money? Must be repaid. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Liu's mother exploded. That money was given willingly. Why should I pay it back? Besides, we agreed it would count as the betrothal gift. But we're broken up now. Jiang Che sneered. I don't care. Liu's mother's eyes narrowed before she started throwing a tantrum. I've got no money, but I've got my life. Consider that money compensation for Ruyan's lost youth. Just then, Ouyang Hai stepped forward, frowning. Debt repayment is only fair. Are you trying to renege on your debt? None of your damn business. Liu's mother erupted in a torrent of curses. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you live by the sea, you bastard? Thinking you can stick your nose into everything? Who do you think you are? Someone from the city lord's mansion? Sorry, but I actually am from the city lord's mansion. Ouyang Hai sneered coldly, slowly pulling out his credentials as he said. City lord's mansion. Secretary General Ouyang Hai. Boom. Liu's parents were struck dumb, their faces turning ashen. If you refuse to repay the debt, I'm afraid you'll have to accompany me to the city lord's prison. Ouyang Hai stated indifferently. But we truly have no money right now. Liu's father trembled all over, stammering out the words. Jiang Che sneered coldly. No money? Then sell your house. At the mention of selling their home, Liu's parents immediately shrieked. No, absolutely not. That's our only home. We absolutely cannot sell the house. But Ouyang Hai paid them no mind whatsoever, simply waving his hand expressionlessly. Then sell the house. Guards. Several guards from the city lord's mansion who had been stationed outside the villa immediately rushed in and shouted. Secretary General. Take them away. Ouyang Hai said coldly. Give them 3 days to raise the money. If they fail, seize their property immediately. Yes, sir. The guards wasted no time, grabbing Liu's parents and dragging them out. Let me go. You're bullying us with your power. Struggling desperately as she was dragged away, Liu's mother's hair was disheveled. Jiang Che, you ungrateful wretch. My daughter has been with you all this time, and you can be so heartless. Her voice faded into the distance as calm finally returned to the villa. John's parents exchanged a complex glance before hastening to bow to Ouyang Hai. Greetings, Secretary Ouyang. Not at all, not at all. Ouyang Hai hurriedly helped them up. There's no need for such formality. Then, turning to Jiang Che with a smile, he exclaimed. Mr. Jiang, you've truly raised an exceptional son. With an SSS-tier Spirit Master talent, he's destined for greatness. Even the city lord was full of praise for your son when he returned today. SSS-tier talent? Zhang's parents were stunned, then their faces lit up with wild joy. Xiao Che, is this true? Truly an SSS-tier talent? Both parents were spirit masters themselves, though their talents were merely average. They never imagined their son would possess an SSS-tier spirit writing talent. What did this signify? They understood it better than anyone else. Jiang Che smiled and nodded. It was discovered during testing at school today. Jiang's parents immediately took a deep breath, visibly moved. Good. My son actually has SSS-tier talent. That's incredible, ha ha ha. After the loud laughter, Mr. Jiang seemed to finally notice the young girl beside Jiang Che. Though her school uniform was loose-fitting, it couldn't conceal her gracefully curved figure. Her slender waist, full curves, and jet black hair only accentuated her delicate, petite face. Especially now, as sunlight streamed through the window, bathing her in a soft, gentle glow. It also made the slender wrist exposed. Blindingly white. And who might this be? Jiang's father asked, puzzled. Luo Xiaoka immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Jiang Che smiled briefly before taking Luo Xiaoka's hand and formally introducing her to his parents. Dad, Mom, this is my contract girlfriend, Luo Xiaoka. We've already completed the contract. Contract? Jiang's parents froze for a moment before reacting with surprise. You've already made a contract? Hello, uncle and aunt. Luo Xiaoka added softly at that moment. Ah, Mr. Jiang, what's with that look on your face? Let me tell you, your daughter-in-law is quite something. Ouyang Hai suddenly burst into laughter. Did you see her beast spirit form just now? Do you know what that was? Fire Qilin. Ever heard of a god-tier beast spirit? Your daughter-in-law Luo Xiaoka's spirit form is god-tier. Boom. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang's expressions grew even more vivid in an instant. They had thought their son awakening an SSS-tier talent was already astonishing enough, but never imagined their daughter-in-law's talent would be equally terrifying. A god-tier beast girl. What does that even mean? They'd never even heard of such a thing before. Good girl. Such a good child. Zhang's mother was overcome with emotion. She quickly slipped a jade bracelet off her wrist. This is our Jiang family heirloom. Here, let me put it on for you. Luo Xiaoka was overwhelmed with gratitude. This is far too precious. Take it. Mrs. Jiang gently took her hand. Your visit was so sudden this time, your uncle and I didn't have time to prepare a proper welcome gift. We'll make it up to you next time. Zhang's father nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. All right. Their son possessed SSS-tier talent. His daughter-in-law was a god-tier beast girl. The Jiang family was truly on the rise now. Seeing the Jiang family basking in such blissful harmony, Ouyang Hai tactfully took his leave. Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, I shall take my leave now to report back to the city lord. Should the city lord host a banquet in the future, we sincerely hope you'll grace us with your presence. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang warmly escorted Ouyang Hai to the villa entrance before returning with beaming smiles. Yet while the Jiang household basked in this warmth, little did they know, the entire southern city was in an uproar due to today's awakening at Southern City First High School. SSS-tier Spirit Taming Talent. God-tier Beast Maiden. These revelations stirred the hearts of every spirit taming family in the city. The fact that these two had formed a spirit taming contract only amplified the stakes, securing their allegiance to one's faction or clan promised boundless future benefits. The Sun family of South City. One of the spirit writing families in South City. Though not as vast as the Zhao family in Southwest City, they still held significant influence within South City. At this moment, Sun Jinny, the head of the Sun family, was convening an emergency family meeting. The topic? 2 names. Jiang Che. Luo Xiaoka. Head of the family. My opinion is that we must act swiftly. We cannot delay any longer. If other families beat us to it, we stand to lose dearly. A spirit tamer from the family stood up and declared loudly. Chapter 22, Jiang Che, come with me to the bedroom to cultivate. Just as the Sun family members were engaged in heated discussion within the conference room, the conference room door suddenly swung open. A family member rushed in, his expression tense as he reported. Head of the family. We just received a call. The caller identified himself as Yang Chongkong. Yang Chongkong? Sun Jingyi, the head of the Sun family, abruptly stood up, his expression grave. Director Yang from the Southwest Provincial Education Bureau? What did he say? He said, Jiang Che must not be touched by any family factions before entering university. Boom! The conference room fell instantly silent. Everyone exchanged stunned glances, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Even the Provincial Education Bureau had been roused. Sun Jingyi's expression was equally stormy. After a deep breath, he asked in a low voice. Did he really say that? Absolutely true. The family member nodded emphatically. I understand. You may leave now. Masayoshi-san slumped back into his chair, waving his hand weakly as he spoke. Since the Education Bureau has gotten involved, it proves they take Jiang Che's case seriously. Let's drop it then. The others remained silent. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, Yang Hai hurried back and immediately sought out Zhao Yanlong to report today's events.
Well done. After listening, Zhao Yanlong nodded with satisfaction.
However, Lord City Master, I'm troubled by one matter. Yang Hai spoke with evident worry. The situation with Xiao Zhang and the others can't be concealed. Once the other clans learn of this, they'll undoubtedly try every means to win them over.
Should our city lord's mansion?
They had already gained an early advantage. If they could take another step forward securing Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke for the city lord's residence in advance, it would bring Zhao Yanlong nothing but benefits in the future.
It's unnecessary. Zhao Yanlong waved his hand to interrupt him. Leave this matter to me.
They've already been reserved by the Southwest Education Bureau.
No one can take them away.
We only need to maintain good relations. He paused, then added sternly.
And regarding the eternal heart, you must pay close attention to it. Understood? Understood. Yang Hai nodded solemnly.
Inside the Jiang family villa. After lunch, according to Jiang father and mother's plan, they had intended to take Luo Xiaoke shopping, but Jiang Che intervened. Dad, Mom, Xiaoke just completed her contract.
We need to practice and consolidate it. Jiang Che offered a brief explanation before turning to Luo Xiaoke. Come with me to the bedroom.
At the word bedroom, Luo Xiaoke's face flushed crimson to her ears, yet she obediently nodded.
Okay. Zhang's parents exchanged glances.
Ever since their son awakened his talent that morning, he seemed like a different person altogether.
Truthfully, it wasn't Jiang Che's fault.
As a reincarnated soul, he knew all too well how fierce and tragic the future war against the insectoid race would be. That's why, ever since his rebirth, he'd been driven by a sense of urgency. He wanted to grow stronger quickly. Entering the bedroom, Jiang Che closed the door.
The two sat cross-legged on the bed, the atmosphere gradually growing intimate. Jiang Che murmured softly, "Take off your outer garment."
Luo Xiaoke lowered her head, trembling slightly as she slowly unbuttoned her school uniform jacket. As the uniform slowly slid off her shoulders, the white hoodie clinging to her curvaceous figure reappeared. The stretchy fabric clung to her body, easily stretched into a breathtaking curve by Luo Xiaoke's ample cleavage. It rose and fell with each nervous breath. Beneath the towering peaks lay a waist so slender it could barely be grasped, creating a perfect contrast to the curves above.
Luo Xiaoke's face flushed crimson, as red as blood.
She gently placed her school uniform beside the bed. But even this small movement caused the peaks before her to sway, making Jiang Che's Adam's apple involuntarily bob.
Enough.
Luo Xiaoke murmured softly. Her voice carried an unmistakable blush of shyness. Instinctively, she raised both hands, unconsciously wrapping them around her chest. She thought this might shield her from Jiang Che's gaze, but it only served to accentuate the curves of her chest. Especially when she raised her arms, the pert curve of her hips teased beneath her hoodie, making hearts race and breaths catch unconsciously. After taking countless deep breaths, Jiang Che finally managed to tear his gaze away.
You should know how we're supposed to practice, right? Luo Xiaoke's voice was barely audible. Then let's begin. After pondering for a moment, Luo Xiaoke's body transformed directly into her beast maiden form as a fire qilin. Yet she now bore some differences from her previous form.
Her form was smaller. Barely the size of a palm. She no longer resembled the majestic fire qilin, but rather a tiny, adorable pet. Jiang Che slowly closed his eyes as the power of their contract flowed out from both of them.
It gradually enveloped Luo Xiaoke's petite beast girl form, guiding it to float in the air. Gradually, with each of Jiang Che's breaths, the contract power transformed into golden spiritual energy, slowly transitioning into Luo Xiaoke's body. This was the first spirit writing cultivation session. Only the first spirit writing cultivation required this method, utilizing the power of the contract. In truth, whether beast girls, machine girls, plant girls, spirits, undead, or any other contracted spirit entities, they cannot grow stronger or advance through their own cultivation. They can only do so with the assistance of a spirit tamer. How does one assist? It involves harnessing the spirit tamer's innate talent to draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Through breathing techniques, the spirit tamer then channels this absorbed energy to the contracted spirit entity, enabling mutual progress and shared growth. This is what is known as spirit taming cultivation. This is precisely why a spirit tamer's innate talent is so crucial. This is the sole reason Jiang Che received so much attention from girls after awakening his SSS talent this morning. As bound spirits incapable of cultivation themselves, their future potential is almost entirely tied to their spirit tamer. Naturally, they seek one with exceptional talent. The first cultivation session. The session shouldn't last too long. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke only lasted 2 hours this time. After opening her eyes, Luo Xiaoke resumed her human form. Glancing at Luo Xiaoke, Jiang Che asked, "How do you feel?" Luo Xiaoke nodded gently. "Brother Che, my body feels much lighter, yet I feel filled with power inside. It's a strange sensation." Jiang Che chuckled upon hearing this and said, "That's perfectly normal. You'll get used to it."
You'll feel yourself growing lighter and lighter until it feels like you could fly, but your strength will also grow stronger and stronger.
Actually, what I meant to ask was, did you feel any discomfort during the cultivation just now? Ah. Luo Xiaoke paused. Discomfort during cultivation?
She tilted her head, thought for a moment, then spoke softly. When the spiritual energy entered my body, I felt a slight tearing sensation.
Does that count as discomfort? Jiang Che nodded. Of course it is. This is because our energies haven't fully harmonized yet. Oh. Then how do we fix it?
Luo Xiaoke gasped in surprise and hurriedly asked.
Why hasn't the school ever mentioned this issue? Of course the school wouldn't mention such things.
Jiang Che gave a strange smile and shook his head.
Why not?
Because there's no need to say it.
Everyone will understand once they've made the contract.
Luo Xiaoke looked utterly bewildered.
Why? You really want to know?
Ha?
Then I'll tell you.
Jiang Che suddenly leaned in close to her. Before Luo Xiaoke could react, he whispered something softly into her ear.
Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. She couldn't help but lift her head and ask, Brother Che, is it true? Jiang Che's expression returned to calm as he nodded earnestly. It's common knowledge. I thought you knew.
Luo Xiaoke shook her head hastily, her cheeks flushing so brightly they seemed ready to bleed.
I really didn't know. Then do you want to try it?
Jiang Che suddenly asked.
Luo Xiaoke froze. 3 seconds later, she nodded firmly and said, Yeah, I want to try.
Chapter 23, The Burning Heaven Qilin Technique perfectly synchronized with the Fire Qilin combat skill.
An hour and a half later. The air. An overwhelmingly intense, intoxicating aura permeated the air.
Luo Xiaoke suddenly let out a sharp, breathless cry.
The next moment, she sprang up from the bed, revealing vast swaths of snow-white skin tinged with pink.
Her long hair lay wildly disheveled, damp with fragrant sweat.
Stop. Brother Che. I really can't take it anymore.
Luo Xiaoke was on the verge of tears. She grabbed the clothes scattered on the bed and leapt off. With a thud, she stood barefoot on the floor, her perfect curves rising and falling with her rapid breaths. Her beautiful legs trembled, nearly causing her to stumble. She could only steady herself by gripping the bed frame to avoid collapsing. Jiang Che sat up, taking in the sensual scene before him and couldn't help but chuckle.
Xiaoko, are you planning to go out and give a live broadcast to someone?
Luo Xiaoke stiffened at the words. Her eyes immediately reddened.
Che Gu. I really couldn't take it anymore. You're too amazing.
Her moist eyes pleaded for mercy. She was genuinely terrified. Jiang Che was like an untiring water buffalo, nearly killing her several times over.
She wanted to live. Another half hour passed.
Luo Xiaoke finally emerged from the room, her face twisted in misery as she limped out. Meanwhile, Jiang Che sat on the bed, beginning to inspect the system space. Within the system space, besides the previously acquired essence pill, there were other items as well. These were all resources he had previously invested in cultivating Liu Ruyan. This morning, after his rebirth, the system had turned rogue and withdrawn its investments, so these items naturally returned to his system space. Surveying the considerable resources inside, Jiang Che meticulously sorted and categorized them, setting aside those suitable for Luo Xiaoke. Suddenly, Jiang Che spotted a combat technique floating in the corner.
Flaming Heaven Qilin Technique.
This was the reward the system had granted him when he handed over the Earth Core Fire Lotus to Luo Xiaoke. It was also a top-tier cultivation technique perfectly suited for the Fire Qilin Beast Girl.
That girl's been through a lot today.
Jiang Che shook his head and chuckled softly.
She probably won't be in the mood to cultivate now. We'll see about it tomorrow.
Immediately after, Jiang Che retrieved the essence pill he had obtained from Luo Xiaoke's home, swallowed it, and began focusing on his cultivation. Whether it be spirit masters or contracted spirit entities, were categorized into levels 1 through 9. Even though both Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke possessed exceptional talent and had cultivated for over 2 hours that afternoon, they still hadn't reached even level 1. Jiang Che's immediate goal was to break through to level 1 Spirit Tamer as quickly as possible. Only then could he better assist Luo Xiaoke. He immersed himself in cultivation, and before he knew it, several hours had passed.
Knock knock knock. Jiang Che was startled awake by the knocking.
Opening his eyes, he saw that dusk had already settled outside the window. It must be around 6 or 7 o'clock. Xiao Che, come out for dinner. John's father's voice came from outside the door. Opening the door, he saw both his father and mother standing there, their expressions complex and peculiar. Xiao Che, as your father, I probably shouldn't say this, but you and Xiaoko have only just formed your contract.
Don't be so hard on the poor girl. Zhang's father suddenly interjected. Jiang Che froze. Then it dawned on him.
His parents must have seen Luo Xiaoke's state earlier that afternoon, and now they too looked uncharacteristically awkward.
Old Jiang, what nonsense are you spouting?
John's mother heard this and promptly nudged him with her elbow. Only then did she roll her eyes in exasperation and say,
Hurry up and come out to eat. Entering the living room.
As soon as he sat down, Jiang Che noticed Luo Xiaoke was missing and asked with a hint of confusion.
Dad, Mom, where's Xiaoke? She went home.
Jiang's mother replied, holding her chopsticks. It's so late, she must have gone home. But since you two have already made a commitment, I was thinking maybe we should arrange a time for our parents to meet and formalize things.
I understand.
Jiang Che nodded. He had been thinking the same thing. Having Luo Xiaoke come and go like this every day really wasn't a sustainable arrangement. Having her stay at the Jiang residence indefinitely without any formal recognition wasn't ideal either. It would be better to settle their relationship sooner rather than later. That way, both their cultivation and daily lives would be much more convenient. The next day, early in the morning, Luo Xiaoke arrived again. The well-behaved and sensible girl greeted Uncle and Aunt Jiang. Good morning, Uncle and Auntie. Oh dear, Xiaoke, you're here so early. Have you had breakfast? Mr. Jiang asked promptly. I have, Uncle. I came to practice with Brother Che.
After saying this, Luo Xiaoke dashed straight into Jiang Che's room.
Inside the room, Jiang Che looked at her with a mischievous grin. Here we go again. You've already forgotten what happened yesterday. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Luo Xiaoke's cheeks flushed crimson as she murmured softly. Then, Brother Che, please be gentle today. Jiang Che paused for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right. He walked over, scooped Luo Xiaoke up in his arms, and strode toward the bed. 2 hours later, the two finally managed to sit cross-legged on the bed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jiang Che said. Now we should be perfectly attuned. Our cultivation speed should increase even more. Luo Xiaoke nodded, her cheeks still flushed. I looked it up last night when I got home. You weren't lying to me. Jiang Che couldn't help but chuckle. The girl had actually gone online to verify it, no wonder she dared to come today. After a moment's thought, Jiang Che retrieved the Burning Heaven Shilin technique from his system space and handed it to her. Here. This is specifically for you. A combat technique? Luo Xiaoke took it and stared in astonishment. Brother Jiang Che, where did you get this? While contract spirits could fight using instinct, combat techniques were an entirely different matter. Battle techniques were combat skills specifically designed for contract spirits. Each one sold on the market was exorbitantly priced, let alone one so perfectly suited to the Fire Qilin Beast Girl's combat style it was practically impossible to come by. And the most crucial point was, historically, only one Fire Qilin Beast Girl had ever existed. At that time, systematic combat skills hadn't even been developed yet. So where did this combat technique come from? However, Luo Xiaoke didn't ask about this matter. Jiang Che offered no explanation either, merely shaking his head and saying, let's focus on training first. We should aim to break through to level 1 within these few days. Luo Xiaoke nodded resolutely, then transformed once more into a palm-sized fire qilin, enveloped in golden flames. Within Jiang Che, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the fire qilin like a cocoon and gently guiding her to float upward. Between the man and the beast, golden threads of spiritual energy wove into a net, forming a perfect cycle. Within the city lord's mansion, Yang Changkong sat in Zhao Yanlong's reception hall, sighing heavily. Old Yang, how's it going? Zhao Yanlong poured him a cup of tea. What else could it be? Yang Changkong frowned deeply. There are only a handful of spirit masters in the entire southern city who meet the requirements, and even those families aren't willing to send anyone. But I plan to visit the schools in a few days to observe their spirit contract assessments. Perhaps I'll find something unexpected. The Spirit Bonding Assessment. This is an assessment held by all schools after Awakening Day. Primarily targeting newly awakened spirit masters, it tests their contract value with their bound spirits and their foundational combat strength. Yang Changkong was specifically seeking individuals with this kind of newly awakened talent who already possessed some combat capability. Participating in this spirit bonding assessment was truly an excellent opportunity. The spirit contract assessment, that sounds promising. But old Yang, give me a straight answer, are you confident this time? Lord Zhao Yanlong asked gravely. No. Yang Changkong sighed heavily. But I'll have to grit my teeth and push forward. It was an order from above, and he had no choice but to obey. Zhao Yanlong frowned and said in a deep voice. Can the military really offer no support whatsoever? Even if they did, they'd only send some rookies. Yang Changkong gave a bitter smile. And most of those recruits are level 2 spirit masters anyway. They wouldn't be able to get in even if they came utterly useless. The two men fell silent. After a moment, Zhao Yanlong suddenly thought of something. Old Yang, have you considered reaching out to Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke? Yang Changkong snapped his head up, then shook it firmly. No way. Chapter 24, The First Assessment After Awakening. 2 days later. School resumed. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke headed to school together. The moment they stepped onto campus, countless eyes turned their way. Ever since the events of Awakening Day spread, they had become the talk of the entire school. Look! It's Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. They really did form a contract.
Oh my gosh, I still can't quite believe it. Didn't Luo Xiaoka awaken the weakest fire-tailed weasel? How could it turn into a fire qilin? How should we know? But that's the reality. I heard the city lord's mansion even sent gifts personally. Whoa, I'm so jealous. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with envy. Facing this, Jiang Che remained unfazed, while Luo Xiaoka shyly nestled closer to him. Similarly, upon entering the classroom, Jiang Che noticed several unfamiliar faces among the students. Many classmates were accompanied by unfamiliar boys and girls, presumably the contract partners they'd found outside the school. The newcomers looked around nervously or curiously. And now, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka had just entered. They had likely heard rumors about the pair and shared that same curiosity. However, Jiang Che also noticed that quite a few people were missing from the classroom. The most conspicuous absences were Zhao Yu and Liu Ruyan. According to his memories from the previous life, Zhao Yu should have already been taken away by the Zhao family from Southwest City. But Liu Ruyan? Jiang Che let out a cold laugh. Having awakened the prostitute spirit body and with her family owing him 200,000 yuan, she must be struggling to take care of herself now, right? Where would she find the time to return to school? Even if she did have time, she wouldn't have the nerve to show her face. Soon, the class bell rang. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka hurried back to their classroom and took their seats. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom, scanned the faces of the entire class, and announced, "Students. As per tradition, all senior students are to assemble outside the Spirit Contract Assessment Room after class for your first post-contract assessment. Everyone, don't be nervous. Just do what you're supposed to do, understand?" Everyone nodded in unison, having already prepared themselves. The Spirit Contract Assessment. This assessment, held by all schools after Awakening Day, primarily targets senior students who have just completed their contracts. After all, the world had undergone profound changes. While spirit masters possessed formidable power, their lives were far from secure. In fact, they faced considerable danger. Schools naturally placed great emphasis on this assessment. Students failing to meet the assessment standards wouldn't be expelled, but their treatment would undoubtedly differ significantly from those who passed. The first class ended quickly. Immediately afterward, all senior students were gathered outside the Spirit Contract Assessment Hall. This was a massive circular arena, surrounded by tiered spectator stands, with the central area designated as the assessment zone. The assessment area wasn't some kind of coliseum. Instead, it consisted of small, metal-cast compartments partitioned off from one another. By now, hundreds of students had gathered inside the arena, creating a bustling scene. Quiet. Principal Zhou stood atop the elevated platform, his voice booming. Today's Spirit Contract Assessment focuses on two key aspects. First, the compatibility between the Spirit Tamer and their contract spirit. This compatibility affects future advancement and even combat effectiveness. It's crucial. Second is an initial combat strength assessment, primarily evaluating the basic combat capabilities of the contracted spirits themselves, since none of you have truly begun cultivation yet. Principal Zhou's gaze swept across the field before settling on Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka. Nodding slightly, he declared, "The assessment begins. The assessment will proceed by class, starting with Class 1. As the principal gave the signal, the venue fell instantly silent. The students of Senior 3, Class 1 descended from the stands and entered the assessment area in perfect order. At the exact moment these students entered the examination rooms, a massive LED display suspended above the circular arena abruptly illuminated, revealing the interior scenes of the examination rooms on its screen. Each examination room was equipped with surveillance cameras. This ensured the complete synchronization of the assessment room scenes for school teachers to observe and evaluate. First was the contract value test between the spirit master and their contracted spirit. The method for testing the contract value was quite simple. The school had placed special potions in the examination rooms. After both the Spirit Tamer and their contract spirit consumed them and began cultivation, the released spiritual energy would undergo a color change. Lighter hues indicate higher contract values, while darker hues signify the opposite. Soon, varying shades of spiritual energy appeared on the large screen. The teachers overseeing the assessment raised their scorecards. Most students' scores hovered between 2 and 6 points. Li Ming, Zhao Yulan contract value 3 points. Zhang Yang and Zhang Xiaohong, contract value 5 points. Ran Yuchuan, Wu Shiran contract value 4 points. As the scores were announced one by one, the students in the stands murmured among themselves. This score range was considered normal. After all, everyone had only recently formed their contracts. As time passed and they grew more accustomed to each other, these contract values would gradually increase. Before long, the first round of contract value assessments for Senior 3, Class 1 concluded. The students of Senior 3, Class 2 then entered the assessment room. Meanwhile, the students from Senior 3, Class 1 exited the contract value testing room and headed straight for the combat assessment room across the hall. Boom! The next moment, another large screen lit up. It displayed the scene from the combat assessment room. At that moment, Principal Zhou turned with the microphone in hand, addressing all the students solemnly. Students. You should all be aware of the enemy we face.
They are the terrifying void insectoid race. The hall fell instantly silent. Every student held their breath, their expressions solemn and grave, daring not to make a sound. This topic was too grave to be treated lightly. These insects are exceptionally vicious and possess formidable combat strength. They once pushed humanity to the brink of extinction, nearly wiping us out. Principal Zhou's voice echoed through the arena, tinged with sorrow. You will all face such adversaries in the future. You may all fall in battle on the front lines. The students' expressions grew even more somber, many unconsciously clenching their fists. Before you officially enter the void battlefield, we want you to truly witness and engage with the void insectoid race.
We've been trying to capture genuine void insects. But under the Queen's control, we've yet to achieve a single success.
Principal Zhou continued. Therefore, all the creatures used in today's test are AI-synthesized void insects.
Hearing this, many students visibly relaxed. AI-generated bugs were far easier to handle than the real thing. However, Principal Zhou's next words immediately put them back on edge. But don't let your guard down. Though AI-generated, combat simulations show these bugs have reached the strength of ordinary void bugs.
Next, I want you to carefully observe Class 1's combat process. Don't panic when you face them yourselves.
Chapter 25, How could there be perfect compatibility? On the large screen, projections of monstrous void insects in various forms appeared one after another.
Six-legged void insects wielded razor-sharp forelimbs, spewing corrosive green liquid from their mouths. Massive armored insects with metallic sheen exoskeletons. And then there were fist-sized void insects. Though the smallest in size, these void insects proved the most troublesome. Watching them, Jiang Che narrowed his eyes and murmured to Luo Xiaoke beside him. These void insects may be AI simulations, but they're nearly identical to the real ones.
Luo Xiaoke immediately grew tense.
Brother Che, they look so terrifying.
Don't be afraid.
Jiang Che patted her hand reassuringly. When we enter the fray, just execute the techniques from the Burning Heaven Qilin manual. These basic void insects are no match for your beast maiden form.
Luo
Xiaoke nodded, still nervous. The battle on the large screen commenced swiftly. The boys immediately stepped back half a pace while the girls transformed into their respective contract spirit forms and commenced battle. Though everyone was tense, it was clear that no one would retreat or evade when facing the void insects.
This was something every student understood deep down. The void insect clan was the enemy.
There was no room for retreat.
To retreat was to die.
The other students on the stands were equally tense, watching with rapt attention.
Look at that rabbit-eared beast girl, she moves so nimbly.
And that motorcycle girl, she's fearless, just charging straight in like that. But one gun-shaped mecha girl stood out among them. Her spirit rider was visibly trembling with nerves. She remained calm, landing a precise headshot to eliminate the opposing void insect.
Bang! Nice shot!
Cheers erupted from the stands.
At the same moment,
in the large room behind the podium,
City Lord Zhao Yanlong, Yang Changkong, Ouyang Hai, and others observed the assessment process through one-way glass.
That gun-toting girl is quite impressive. Zhao Yanlong sipped his tea and turned to look at Yang Changkong.
What do you think? Should we consider recruiting her?
Yang Changkong set down his teacup, nodded, then addressed Ouyang Hai beside him.
All right.
Ouyang, record her details.
Ouyang Hai immediately began typing rapidly on his tablet.
Zhao Yanlong wore a satisfied smile as he slowly remarked.
Nanchang First High School hasn't disappointed us.
Right from the start, they've delivered a pleasant surprise.
Let's hope they keep it up. With Jiang Che and the others on the team, how could it be anything but outstanding?
Yang Changkong interrupted with a smile, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. I'm still rooting for that young couple.
Zhao Yanlong smiled too, but immediately lowered his voice.
Old Yang, seriously about that secret realm project?
Are you really not planning to let Jiang Che and the others participate? With their talent? Yang Changkong slammed his teacup down, his voice firm and decisive. Absolutely not. Their potential is too great.
Their future growth is far more important.
We absolutely cannot sacrifice them in that cursed place now. The implication was clear. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke's true potential lies ahead.
They've only just awakened their contracts. Even if powerful, they're barely stronger than ordinary spirit masters.
Sending them would be pointless.
At the assessment site. Finally, it was the turn of Senior 3, Class 5, where Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke belonged.
It's our turn. Jiang Che took Luo Xiaoke's hand and followed the class line into the assessment room.
Inside, the light was soft and bright. A faint scent of disinfectant hung in the air, and at the center of the room sat a bottle of blue, special liquid. Luo Xiaoke stared at the bottle, her voice trembling. Che. I'm a little nervous. Compared to her, Jiang Che appeared much more composed and calm. After all, this wasn't his first time undergoing a compatibility test. What's there to be nervous about?
Don't forget, we've already done that. It definitely won't be low.
Luo Xiaoke's face flushed bright red. She couldn't help glancing around before whispering a complaint.
Why do you have to say that here? Relax. The cameras here don't record audio. Otherwise, how come you didn't hear anything just now? But Luo Xiaoke bit her lip and whispered again. I don't know what our compatibility level will be. What if? There are no what ifs. Jiang Che cut her off. Trust me. We'll be the perfect partners. Saying this, he took the potion first, tilted his head back, and drank half of it before handing the remainder to Luo Xiaoke. Luo Xiaoke took a deep breath before downing the potion in one gulp. Boom! In an instant, blinding golden flames erupted around Luo Xiaoke's body. Outside the large screen, most students were actually watching the assessment room where Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke were located. To everyone's surprise, the moment she swallowed the potion, Luo Xiaoke transformed before their eyes into the majestic form of a fire qilin. Antlers sprouted from her head. Her feet tread upon auspicious clouds. A potent aura of flame enveloped her entire body. The scorching heat seemed palpable even through the screen. The students who witnessed the scene sucked in their breath in unison, letting out waves of gasps. Holy crap, it's actually a fire qilin. What overwhelming pressure. This is terrifying, isn't it? Who'd have thought Luo Xiaoke, who usually seems so delicate, would be this terrifying in her beast girl form? In the observation room, Zhao Yanlong and Yang Changkong couldn't help but exchange glances before exclaiming. A god-tier beast girl. Every time I see her, it leaves me in awe. Yeah. Yang Changkong nodded in agreement. I already sent the report on this place back to the Education Bureau yesterday. Director Dantai took it very seriously and said he'd come personally. He should arrive this afternoon. Director Dantai? Zhao Yanlong immediately stood at attention with deep respect. Inside the assessment room, after Luo Xiaoke transformed into her beast girl form, Jiang Che immediately sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and released spiritual energy from within to envelop the fire qilin before him, beginning his cultivation. However, observing his actions, everyone outside the large screen was utterly astonished. It was clear Jiang Che had begun his cultivation. But they saw no trace of spiritual energy color. Even if the colors had been faint before, there would still have been some color. How could it be completely invisible like this now? What's going on? Where's the spiritual energy? Why can't we see any colors on the big screen? This can't be possible. Principal Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he whipped his head toward the observation room behind the podium. At that moment, he could almost see the shock mirrored on the faces of the two men inside the observation room. Sure enough, Zhao Yanlong and Yang Changkong in the observation room also rose to their feet in disbelief, exclaiming, Perfect compatibility? How could there possibly be a perfect match? Chapter 26, Instant Kill, Touch and Die? Ever since 100 years ago, researchers discovered the influence of contract values on spirit masters. A system for detecting contract values was established. Yet in all that time, not once had a perfect contract value like today's ever appeared. The spirit energy was transparent, invisible to the naked eye. With such flawless contract values combined with Jiang Che's SSS cultivation talent, his growth rate is simply unimaginable. Old Zhao, do you think we should let such a prodigy enter the insect clan's secret realm? Our priority now is to protect him at all costs, allowing him to grow. Our human race will surely gain another war god level powerhouse. Yang Changkong chuckled, his smile stretching nearly to his ears. No. Zhao Yanlong also smiled. SSS-tier talent, a god-tier beast made in a perfect match. Any one of these alone would command attention. Yeah. Yang Changkong grinned, his mouth stretching wide. Now our only task is to protect his growth at all costs. Given time, the human race will surely gain another god-tier warrior. It's simply unbelievable. On the assessment grounds, the instructors were also stunned by this scene. They exchanged bewildered glances. Such an occurrence had never happened before. In the end, they could only write down a unanimous 9s and 10s on the scoreboard. Just then, Secretary Ouyang Hai hurried out of the observation room and whispered something to Principal Zhou. What? No scores? Principal Zhou's eyes widened in astonishment. Then it dawned on him this was the city lord's mansion protecting Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke's information. He immediately turned and instructed the dean of students. Notify everyone immediately. Starting today, no grades for Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke are to be recorded. No sooner had he given the order than the first round of tests for Senior 3, Class 5 concluded. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Principal Zhou cautiously inquired. Secretary Ouyang, what about the second combat test? Of course it continues. Ouyang Hai declared with unwavering resolve. The city lord and director Yang are both waiting in the observation room to watch. Inside the observation room, Zhao Yanlong stared at the surveillance feed, watching Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke walk hand in hand into the combat room. Zhao Yanlong suddenly turned and asked, Old Jiang, how long do you think they'll need? If it's a standard test. Yang Changkong stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. Given the fire qilin's strength, I reckon it'll be over in 2 moves max. But Zhao Yanlong's expression was deeply meaningful. No, that's not what I'm asking. I want to know where their limits lie. You mean? Yang Chongkong froze. The school's combat assessment never consisted of just one stage. As the top high school in South City No. 1 High maintained rigorous standards for its combat assessments, typically consisting of 10 stages. However, considering all freshmen had only recently formed contracts and hadn't begun cultivation yet, the combat test served merely as a preliminary assessment. Over the following months of study and training, the school would gradually organize similar combat exercises. Therefore, the later stages were generally not activated during the initial assessment. The goal was simply for students to pass the first stage and gain a basic understanding of the void insect race. Zhao Yanlong's current intention, however, was clearly to unlock the subsequent stages and increase the test's difficulty. I want to activate all 10 levels of the test. As expected, Zhao Yanlong declared excitedly. Aren't you curious? With an SSS-tier talent paired with a God-tier beast girl in perfect synergy, where exactly will their initial power limit lie? Yang Chongkong pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Agreed. But I reckon they'll only make it to the 5th stage at most after all, they've only just formed their contract. Inside the combat chamber. The walls were cold, entirely cast from metal, reflecting the harsh, icy light. As Jiang Che entered holding Luo Xiaoka's hand, the mechanical devices within the combat chamber began to emit a faint hum. Prepare to begin. A mechanical female voice suddenly rang out, startling Luo Xiaoka. Don't be afraid. Jiang Che squeezed her hand. It's just an AI voice. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than countless blue beams suddenly projected throughout the room. These beams intertwined in the air, swiftly forming a projection of a void insect entirely pitch black, with scythe-like forelimbs. As the shadowy form solidified into a tangible entity, it revealed its monstrous insectoid form. Ah! Luo Xiaoka screamed in alarm. Don't panic, it's just the most common scythe-claw jumping insect. Jiang Che's eyes flickered before he reassured her. This insectoid isn't even cannon fodder on the battlefield. It can't harm us. Battle commences. The mechanical voice had barely finished speaking. The sickle-clawed jumping insects lunged forward. At that very moment, golden flames erupted around Luo Xiaoka, transforming her in an instant into the majestic form of a fire qilin. The next instant, the scythe-clawed jumping insects touched the flames and burned away like paper. Boom! Instant kill. No, an instant kill. Yet the fire qilin remained alert, standing its ground. Tilting its head, it scanned its surroundings for enemies, seemingly still unaware of what had transpired. Inside the observation room, Zhao Yanlong and Yang Chongkong exchanged a glance, both speechless. Dead already? And they had been looking forward to seeing the fire qilin unleash its full might. The students gathered in the circular arena were equally stunned. It ended so easily? The void insects that had thrown the other students into such a panic couldn't even get close? Merely touching the flames radiating from the fire qilin's body was enough to obliterate them? Is this the might of a god-tier beast girl? It was utterly terrifying. Inside the battle room, Luo Xiaoka, having reverted to her human form, looked at Jiang Che with a puzzled expression and asked. Brother Che, what about the void insect clan? I didn't see any. Jiang Che couldn't help but laugh bitterly at her words. You already killed it. Ha? Luo Xiaoka looked utterly bewildered, wrinkling her tiny nose adorably. When did I kill it? I didn't even see it. Let's step outside first. The assessment is over. Once we're out, Zhao School will replay the footage for you, then you'll understand. Jiang Che patted Luo Xiaoka's shoulder affectionately. Okay. Alright then. Luo Xiaoka nodded and followed Jiang Che toward the battle room's entrance. But even after standing at the entrance for quite some time, the iron door showed no sign of opening. Instead, the mechanical voice from inside the combat room slowly echoed out. First stage, cleared. Prepare to enter the second stage test. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka instantly turned around. They saw blue beams of light projecting once more from within the combat chamber. These beams continuously intertwined in the air, swiftly reconstructing 3 scythe-clawed jumping insects. What is this? Luo Xiaoka froze in shock. The students in the circular arena were also completely stunned upon witnessing this scene. What does this mean? The next moment, 3-headed scythe-clawed jumping beetles lunged at the pair from 3 directions. Chapter 27, Shocked, Shocked, and Shocked Again. Inside the combat chamber, the 3-headed sickle-clawed jumping insects attacked from different directions. Luo Xiaoka's slender frame trembled only once before instantly shifting into battle mode, transforming into a majestic fire qilin. Golden flames surged from her body like a tidal wave. Boom! Flames shot skyward. The 3-headed void insects didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes in the searing flames. Second stage cleared. The mechanical voice announced coldly. Prepare for the third stage test. This time, blue light intertwined as 10 scythe-clawed jumping insects appeared simultaneously. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. These ordinary, even low-grade void insects offered almost no resistance under the fire qilin's assault. A mere flick of its mane.
The raging golden flames consumed every last insect.
3rd stage cleared. Prepare to enter the 4th stage test. This time, amidst the intertwining blue beams, what emerged was no longer a scythe-clawed jumping insect. Instead, a bizarre insectoid creature the size of a cat emerged, adorned with 8 nerve-covered antennae. Its abdomen writhed incessantly, oozing a nauseating slime. Inside the circular arena. Witnessing this scene, all the students held their breath.
An elderly teacher who had once fought on the void battlefield suddenly gasped.
A neuroparasitic spider. It's a neural parasite spider. These insectoids are 10 times more terrifying than scythe-claw jumpers. They can spray neurotoxin that controls the nervous system.
I witnessed comrades on the void battlefield being controlled, then killing their own contract spirits with their own hands. The entire hall erupted in commotion. The students, who had never seen combat, turned deathly pale, gripped by intense fear.
Could Jiang Che and his group truly handle such bizarre and terrifying void insects?
Inside the combat room, the mechanical voice had barely faded. The neuroparasitic spider opposite them raised its pedipalps and fired a jet of dark green venom. The venom shot forth like a dark green arrow, hurtling straight toward Jiang Che.
In that instant,
Jiang Che recalled the scene from his previous life when he had faced the neural parasite spider.
This void insectoid species was utterly bizarre.
He had nearly suffered a setback when he first encountered them. But after encountering them more often, he realized they weren't particularly frightening.
Just as Jiang Che's eyes turned cold and he was about to strike,
Luo Xiaoka, transformed into a fire qilin, suddenly lunged forward to block his path.
Sizzle!
The dark green venom landed on the fire qilin, instantly vaporized by golden flames.
Immediately after, the fire qilin opened its massive jaws. A blinding streak of fire shot forth, striking the nerve parasite spider with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The neuroparasitic spider exploded in the flames. Completely destroyed. Inside the observation room. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yanlong and Yang Changkong both leaped to their feet.
Their faces paled as they gasped in shock.
Divine talent. Yang Changkong's voice trembled with excitement. How could we have overlooked this?
Top-tier beast girls possess innate divine abilities, let alone divine-tier beast girls.
Zhao Yanlong burst into laughter.
Old Yang, your prediction is about to fall flat. I reckon they'll breeze through at least the 3 trials involving the neuroparasitic spider.
Yang Changkong nodded with a hearty laugh.
But when he lowered his gaze, his eyes flickered involuntarily.
A fire qilin this powerful, if it truly entered this insectoid realm, could it succeed?
The thought barely crossed his mind before Yang Changkong shook his head.
No!
A spirit tamer with such immense potential
absolutely must not be exposed to danger before fully developing. Inside the circular arena, all the students stood speechless. Someone couldn't help but gasp in shock. That must be a divine innate ability. Divine-tier beast girls are truly terrifying.
Hearing this, the others stiffened and nodded in agreement, their expressions complex.
Especially Qin Yu, standing among the crowd.
Watching this scene unfold, she could only sigh helplessly.
Sigh.
Beside her sat a young man whose face was entirely unfamiliar.
Unlike in her previous life, it wasn't Zhao Yu. Inside the combat chamber, the mechanical voice sounded again. 4th stage cleared. Prepare to enter the 5th stage test. 3-headed neuroparasitic spiders appeared once more.
But this time, the 3-headed neural parasites didn't even get a chance to attack before being instantly obliterated by the fire qilin.
5th stage cleared. Preparing to enter the 6th stage test. This time, blue light intertwined as a full 10 neuroparasitic spiders materialized. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The fire qilin unleashed a torrent of flames, sweeping across the area and instantly obliterating all 10 neuroparasitic spiders. Powerful. Powerful. Too strong. Inside the circular arena, the students were stunned into numbness. Someone murmured, "Is this the power of a god-tier beast girl? It's utterly terrifying."
Especially those who had already endured the combat trials, they were utterly speechless. Only they knew how relentless those void insects were, and they'd only faced the 1st stage. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka had already swept through to the 6th stage.
In the observation room,
watching Luo Xiaoka continue to dispatch the insectoid foes without a hint of difficulty,
Zhao Yanlong's expression grew grave. The difficulty is about to escalate dramatically.
The 7th stage has never been cleared by any top student, even those who've trained for months since Nanchang First High was founded.
The combat assessment comprised 10 stages in total.
Yet since the founding of Nanchang No. 1 High School, no one had ever cleared all 10 stages, not even the 7th stage had ever been conquered.
Because the 7th gate was entirely different from the previous 6. Yang Changkong couldn't help but clench his fists.
Staring intently at the surveillance screen, his expression grew solemn. Simultaneously, a thought grew ever more intense within him. Inside the combat chamber, the mechanical, cold voice continued its announcement.
Level 6 cleared. Prepare to enter the 7th stage test. Boom! The combat chamber shook.
The original blue beams now densely proliferated, weaving together in a thick, tangled mass. In an instant, it formed a dense, sprawling net that enveloped the entire combat chamber.
Luo Xiaoke transformed into her human form and hurried to Jiang Che's side.
Standing beside him, she scanned the dense web of light around them, her voice trembling with tension as she asked,
"Brother Che, what is this thing?"
Jiang Che scanned the surroundings and shook his head slightly.
Not yet. In his previous life,
he had also been highly valued. But a succubus was ultimately only top-tier nothing compared to a fire Qilin beast maiden. Thus, the trials he faced back then only required passing the first stage. He had no idea what the subsequent stages entailed.
Just then, with a hum, the intertwined blue beams finally began to solidify.
It was a colossal creature resembling a fusion of a mantis and a cheetah. Though it had 4 legs, its front pair were foldable phase blades, razor-sharp.
Particularly striking was its dark purple carapace.
The moment it materialized, it silently adhered to the metal walls of the room.
Witnessing this scene,
both Jiang Che and the observers in the monitoring room, Zhao Yanlong and Yang Changkong, couldn't help but exclaim in shock.
Void Ripper. Chapter 28, Clearing the Gate, a matter of humanity's survival.
The Void Ripper. An elite warrior among the void insect race. Their phase blades on the forelimbs can effortlessly cleave through steel, capable of slaying several ordinary spirit masters in a single strike.
Even heavily armored mecha girls can be cleaved clean in two by their razor-sharp blades.
Xiao Ku, be careful.
Jiang Che's expression grew grave.
That's a Void Ripper. During the fight, you must avoid its 4-leg attacks at all costs. Luo Xiaoke nodded firmly, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit.
Got it, Brother Che. Battle commences.
The mechanical voice in the combat chamber had barely finished speaking. The Void Ripper launched itself from the wall. 2 forelimbs struck out like lightning toward Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, moving so fast their trajectories were barely discernible.
Roar! At the same moment, Luo Xiaoke's body trembled, instantly transforming into a colossal fire Qilin.
She opened her maw and unleashed a crimson fireball. The flames struck the Void Ripper squarely in the back. Yet it bounced off its hard carapace, leaving only a scorched mark. Hiss! The Void Ripper let out a hiss from its mouth, its momentum unabated as it lunged forward once more. Seeing this, the fire Qilin lashed out with its tail. It wrapped itself around Jiang Che, flinging him onto its back before deftly sidestepping the attack. Even so, the Void Ripper's forelimbs grazed the fire Qilin's body, leaving a shallow wound.
Golden blood dripped onto the ground, sizzling softly. Xiao Ku! Jiang Che cried out in alarm.
But at that moment, Luo Xiaoke had no time to respond. In the next instant, flames erupted all over her body. Instead of retreating, she lunged fiercely toward the formidable Void Ripper. Just as the Void Ripper prepared to swing its forelimbs again, she clamped down on it with her front paws. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The fire Qilin's arms bulged with muscle as it tore the Void Ripper clean in two. In an instant, particles and sparks drifted through the air, disintegrating and gradually dissipating within the combat chamber. Boom! A chorus of gasps erupted. In the circular arena outside the combat chamber, every student leapt to their feet in utter shock at that very instant. Holy crap! Tearing apart such a powerful void insect with bare hands.
That power, it's terrifying. How could that be human?
The god-tier beast girl truly lives up to her reputation. The unfamiliar man beside Zhao Yu also wore a look of astonishment. Yu, her strength rivals even the seasoned tier 2 beast maidens in the military.
She might even surpass them. Brother Chen, is she really that powerful? Xin Yu asked in disbelief.
A god-tier beast girl. I always thought the military's legends were exaggerated, but it turns out they're true and they might even be holding back.
God-tier beast girls are absolutely terrifying.
The stranger muttered to himself.
But judging by his words, this stranger seemed to be military personnel. Inside the observation room, Zhao Yanlong and Yang Changkong both sucked in a sharp breath simultaneously. This is too powerful. Zhao Yanlong's voice trembled. Even a level 2 Spirit Tamer might not be able to achieve this level. Yang Changkong stared intently at the surveillance feed, his eyes darting back and forth. Finally, he clenched his teeth and said, "Old Zhao, I might have to change my mind." Zhao Yanlong whipped his head around. "You mean? If they can clear it this directly, I think it might be worth a shot." Yang Changkong exhaled before adding in a low voice. "Of course, I'll find a way to request approval from higher-ups to delay their entry as much as possible. It'll only be safe if they become level 1 Spirit Masters." Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke had only just begun their cultivation, or rather, hadn't even started yet, and already possessed strength comparable to a level 2 Spirit Tamer. What if they reached level 1 Spirit Masters? Then we'll just have to wait and see. Battle room. Armed with the experience gained from their previous battle against the Void Ripper, Luo Xiaoke seemed to have grown fond of this brutal, overpowering combat style. Whether it was the 3-headed Void Ripper in the 8th battle or the 10-headed Void Ripper in the 9th, she seized every opportunity to tear them all apart.
The Void Rippers, renowned for their destructive power, were actually torn apart. The outside world was utterly stunned. Too fierce. Terrifying. Whether students, teachers, the principal, or even the city lord Zhao Yanlong and Yang Changkong observing from the viewing room all were utterly speechless. Yes. They were utterly speechless regarding Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Even if they were shocked, they didn't know how to be shocked anymore. It could only be described as terrifying beyond belief. Just as the final stage was about to begin, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed through the combat chamber. Congratulations on clearing the stage. Click. The metal wall before them slowly cracked open, revealing a tunnel of gleaming blue metal. At its far end, a faint yet bright light shone. Brother Che, what is this? Luo Xiaoke reverted to her human form and returned to Jiang Che's side, whispering the question. I don't know. Jiang Che took her hand. Let's go. We should check it out first. The two walked together into the tunnel. Inside the circular arena, all the students suddenly noticed that the surveillance feed from Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke's battle room had gone dark. Immediately, murmurs filled the air. What's going on? Why did the feed cut out? Where did they go? Could something have happened? Principal Zhou's eyes flickered. He glanced imperceptibly toward the observation room behind him before picking up the microphone to announce. Everyone, please quiet down. The assessment will continue. Due to the unique circumstances involving students Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, the school has made special arrangements. At the end of the metal tunnel, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke pushed open the final door. A spacious, well-lit observation room came into view. Zhao Yanlong, Yang Changkong, and others stood nearby, smiling broadly at them. Ahaha, good, good, good. Zhao Yanlong laughed heartily as he approached, slapping Jiang Che's shoulder firmly. Jiang, Luo, your performance just now was absolutely brilliant. Yang Changkong also stepped forward, smiling as he said. Jiang, Luo, I never imagined we'd meet again so soon. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke promptly returned the greeting. Greetings, Lord Zhao. Greetings, Director Yang. No need for formalities. Zhao Yanlong waved his hand dismissively, his eyes brimming with admiration. Do you know? Since the founding of South City First High School, no one has ever passed the 7th level, let alone conquered all 9. You've literally made history at Nanchang No. 1 High School. But then, Zhao Yanlong shifted his tone abruptly. However, we invited you here because there's something even more important we need to discuss. Yang Changkong's expression also turned serious. Jiang, Luo, what I'm about to say may concern the very survival of the human race. Jiang Che's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. Chapter 29, The Truth Behind Yang Changkong's Past. In a previous life, Yang Changkong once led a team on a mission. For reasons unknown, every member of that mission perished. Yang Changkong, the director of the Education Bureau, was punished for this and assigned to the Void battlefield for 3 full years. When Jiang Che later saw him again, he was completely broken and listless. That mission was his deepest pain. Jiang Che chose not to ask. Even after Yang Changkong perished in the Void battlefield, Jiang Che never learned the true nature of that mission. Earlier, in the combat room, as the battle escalated, he had sensed it. It seemed destined to unfold differently than in his past life. He sensed an opportunity to become involved in Yang Changkong's mission. Dangerous? But Jiang Che had never feared any danger. Sure enough, Yang Changkong across from him raised 3 fingers solemnly and said, But before that, I must ask you 3 questions. The first question. Is gaze piercing? In this war between humanity and the void insect race, do you believe humanity will achieve ultimate victory? Jiang Che answered without hesitation. I have absolute faith. In the previous era, humanity had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. This time, triumph was inevitable. Yet surprise flickered in Yang Changkong's eyes. He hadn't expected Jiang Che's answer to be so resolute. Still, he nodded slightly and continued. Second question, if your team encounters an overwhelming force of void insects, what would you do? Jiang Che took a deep breath, his tone unwavering. I would abandon my teammates without hesitation and take Xiaoke away. Luo Xiaoke couldn't help but turn her head to look at Jiang Che. Why leave? Shouldn't they fight to the death alongside their teammates? Someone voiced her confusion. It was Yang Changkong. Why? Yang Changkong demanded in a deep voice. Because Xiaoke and I possess potential unmatched by anyone. Only by staying alive can we create possibilities. Only by staying alive can we create possibilities. The same oath sworn by the military. Facing the insectoid race on the void battlefield, victory could no longer be won by sheer bloodthirsty courage alone. The human race had always been at a disadvantage. Every spirit master is cultivated at immense cost. To sacrifice them tragically for some notion of honor would be the greatest loss of all. Not to mention the talents of Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Only by staying alive could their value be maximized. Understood. Yang Changkong gazed intently at Jiang Che and continued. You're clear-headed and rational. Then here's the third question, are you willing to sacrifice everything for the human race? We are willing. Jiang Che answered without hesitation.
Yang Changkong then turned his gaze to Luo Xiaoke. Student Luo, what about you? Luo Xiaoke immediately straightened her posture, her voice soft yet unwavering. I'm willing to sacrifice everything for the human race. This was the creed and duty of every spirit tamer. Yang Changkong and Zhao Yanlong exchanged glances, both wearing satisfied expressions. Director Yang. Jiang Che finally couldn't help but ask. Is there an important mission you wish to assign us? At that moment, his curiosity burned fiercely. What exactly was that secret mission that had led to Yang Changkong's entire force being wiped out in his previous life? Yang Changkong took a deep breath and spoke slowly. It's a secret realm. We've discovered an insectoid realm near Taiyan City. Jiang Che instantly frowned. A secret realm in Taiyan City? How come he'd never heard of it? Seeing Jiang Che's expression, Yang Changkong paid it no mind, assuming Jiang Che was simply puzzled about what a secret realm was. You probably don't know what a secret realm is, do you? Simply put, a secret realm is a nest used by the void insect race to cultivate special troop types. Within each secret realm resides a void queen, the strongest being within its current tier. Beside him, Zhao Yanlong took up the thread, his voice heavy as he continued. And this newly discovered secret realm likely harbors an entirely new type of insectoid soldier. Therefore, this secret realm must be destroyed. Hearing this, Jiang Che finally understood. So it was a secret realm, no wonder Yang Changkong and the others had been so solemn. At the same time, Jiang Che realized why he had never heard of any secret realm in Taiyan City afterward. That secret realm had likely been forcibly destroyed by powerful humans long after Yang Changkong's team failed their mission. At this point, some might ask, if the secret realm could be destroyed, why go through the trouble of sending Yang Changkong to lead the team inside? This ties into the purpose of the secret realm. As the secret realm served as the void mother worm's nest for cultivating void insect warriors, it contained abundant resources. These resources were invaluable to human spirit masters. Therefore, upon discovering such secret realms, the human race would typically seize them for their own use first. Only when they are truly unable to take it do they seek out powerful individuals to destroy it. It must be. Yang Changkong's failure stemmed from this very reason. But Jiang Che still harbored a lingering doubt. Weren't these missions typically handled by the military? When did it become the responsibility of an educational institution like the Education Bureau to handle them? The mission assigned by higher-ups is to infiltrate the secret realm, kill the queen insect, and sever its connection to the void insect race. Therefore, I require a team of combat-capable spirit masters. Yang Changkong asked in a solemn voice. That's why we chose you, Jiang and Luo. For the sake of humanity, are you willing to go? For the sake of humanity. The moment those 4 words were spoken, Luo Xiaoke's face flushed crimson with excitement. I'm in. Her blood boiled with fervor. But Jiang Che frowned, voicing his uncertainty. Director Yang, I'm willing too, but I have a question I hope you can clarify. Go ahead. Shouldn't these missions be carried out by the military? Ah. Yang Changkong sighed. It seems you know something about this. Well, let me clarify a few things for you. Due to the void mother worms within, the secret realm imposes various restrictions. For instance, only mecha maidens and spirit masters may enter, or only beast maidens and spirit masters, or restrictions based on the spirit master's rank. Unfortunately, this particular secret realm enforces a level restriction. Jiang Che's heart skipped a beat. His expression darkened as he asked. It can't be level 1, right? Correct. Yang Changkong was visibly surprised, not expecting Jiang Che to know about the secret realm. It's level 1. The military recruits are all level 2 or level 3 spirit masters, so the military has no choice but to hand this task over to the Education Bureau. The universities have their own tasks to handle, so they can't spare many people. So we've had to come out and look for help ourselves. Hopefully we can find some willing participants among the spirit tamer clans in the civilian sector. Chapter 30. The Liu Ruyan family's residence forcibly seized by the city lord's mansion. At that moment, Jiang Che finally understood everything. He also understood why Yang Changkong had been punished after this mission failed. The elite students from the prestigious academy, the spirit taming clan, and the top high schools all perished within this secret realm. The repercussions were too immense. The ramifications were far-reaching. Someone had to be made an example of to quell the outrage. At that moment, Yang Changkong fixed his piercing gaze on Jiang Che and demanded, "Now, would you still dare to go? The level 1 restriction on the secret realm means we powerful cultivators can't enter. Only newcomers who've just begun cultivation can enter, and the danger level is multiplied many times over." After clarifying all the issues, Jiang Che nodded without hesitation. "I'm going." Ha ha ha, excellent. Yang Changkong laughed heartily, pulling 2 exquisite jade boxes from his robe. "I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Take these resources. Strive to break through to level 1 spirit tamer as soon as possible, it'll give you an extra layer of protection." "Thank you, Director Yang." The 2 accepted the jade boxes and thanked him in unison. "Director Yang, Lord Zhao, if there's nothing else, Xiao Ku and I will take our leave." MHM.
But just as they took 2 steps out, Jiang Che suddenly halted.
"Oh, Director Yang, I have one more request."
"Oh? What is it?"
"I'd like to take an extended leave of absence from school,"
Jiang Che said slowly.
"preferably one that allows me to enroll directly at Southwest Academy."
With his past life's experience, there was absolutely no need to start over from the basics of high school. That would be a complete waste of time.
Yang Changkong paused for a moment, then readily agreed.
Agreed.
As long as your cultivation progress doesn't fall behind, I'll arrange for someone to handle the necessary paperwork for you. At the same time,
in the old residential complex where Liu Ruyan lived, 6 black official vehicles bearing the emblem of the city lord's mansion slowly entered the aging residential complex.
The commotion immediately drew the attention of the elderly folks cooling off downstairs. Several children playing nearby also stopped in their tracks, utterly curious. What's going on? Looks like they're heading toward Old Liu's building. Those look like city lord's mansion vehicles. Why would they come to a neighborhood like ours?
Squeak. The official vehicles came to a simultaneous halt.
The doors opened, and a sharp-looking man leaped out of the first vehicle.
His name tag read Zhang Fei, Enforcement Squad. Zhang Fei glanced left and right before pressing his earpiece, muttering something inaudible. Instantly, the 12 personnel, 5 men, 6 women, plus Zhang Fei split into 2 groups and surrounded the building entrance.
Knock knock knock. The urgent knocking echoed through the hallway. Who the hell is it? Banging on the door at noon? Don't you want to live anymore?
Liu's mother's cursing voice came from inside the door. Just then, Captain Zhang gave the others a subtle nod. The team members immediately pressed themselves against the walls for cover. Clearing his throat, Captain Zhang announced,
"Water meter inspection."
But the moment the door handle turned, 6 officers burst through, instantly tackling Liu's mother to the ground and pinning her down.
"You! What are you doing? Robbery! Help me!"
After regaining her senses, Mrs. Liu struggled desperately and screamed loudly. But her voice abruptly cut off as Captain Zhang pulled out his identification and coldly declared,
"City Lord's office business." Liu's mother's body trembled. She instantly fell silent.
At the same time, Liu's father, clad in faded boxer shorts, burst out of the bedroom. Similarly, the moment he emerged, 3 officers pinned him to the ground. Furious, he roared from the ground.
"What gives you the right to barge in? Who are you? I'm going to report you. Who gave you permission to enter?" Thud. A pair of military boots came down.
Captain Zhang stood directly before the 2 men and coldly ordered,
"Get these 2 off their feet."
Liu's parents were quickly pinned down on the sofa, their eyes filled with shock and terror as they kept shouting,
"You! What do you think you're doing? We're law-abiding citizens. We haven't broken any laws. What gives you the right to treat us like this?"
But Captain Zhang calmly unfolded a document bearing a red seal and stated to them in a measured tone,
"Pursuant to City Lord's Office Order Number 37, the properties under Liu Ji's name are hereby subject to compulsory seizure."
Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Liu froze in shock. Then, like cats whose tails had been stepped on, they leaped to their feet.
"On what grounds?" Mrs. Liu's eyes turned bloodshot as she screamed hysterically. "This is our house. Our entire life's work. How dare you seize it? Murder! Murder! You're here to seize it by force. Has the City Lord's mansion even bothered to put on a show anymore?" Captain Zhang only sneered coldly. "What reason? Don't you have any idea? Have you even considered repaying the 200,000 you owe others?"
The 2 men froze as if struck by lightning. Their faces drained of color instantly. Father Liu's body shook violently as he exclaimed in disbelief, "It's that kid, Jiang Che."
"Bull!"
Liu's mother suddenly struggled violently as if possessed.
"That money was given willingly. It was his dowry for pursuing our daughter, Ruyan."
Zhang Fei watched Liu's mother thrash about expressionlessly, as if observing a clownish buffoon. At that moment, several team members returned from searching the rooms and reported. Reporting to the captain, no other individuals were found inside. Zhang Fei nodded, then waved his hand decisively. "Good. Throw her out immediately and seal the property."
"No, please don't." Liu's father suddenly dropped to his knees. "Please, give us 3 days. We'll find a way. You've already been given your chance.
It's your own fault for not cherishing it.
Our orders are only to seize the property. Everything else is none of our concern."
Captain Zhang waved dismissively.
"Throw them out." The enforcement officers obeyed, hoisting the 2 men and dragging them out like dead dogs.
Thud, thud, thud. They were dragged straight from upstairs to downstairs. Then they tossed the couple outside the building. Throughout the ordeal, Mrs. Liu's slipper vanished amid her struggles. After being dumped outside the building, she lay sprawled on the ground, hair disheveled like a demon, continuing to throw a fit.
How utterly heartless. The City Lord's mansion is bullying the common folk.
They're trying to wipe us ordinary folk off the face of the earth. By now, more and more residents had gathered to watch the spectacle. Seeing this scene, they crowded around, pointing and whispering among themselves.
What did the Liu family do to deserve this? Why did the city lord's mansion send people personally? How serious could the offense be? Serves them right. All that bragging about their daughter marrying into a wealthy family. Shoo, I heard they broke up. No wonder. Chapter 31, Liu Ruyan, please, I know I was wrong. In the neighborhood.
The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. Liu's parents collapsed on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, sniffling and weeping, gasping for breath while cursing the city lord's mansion incessantly. Heartless bastards. You're trying to drive us to our deaths. Your city lord's mansion is trying to seize our home. You're acting like tyrants, not even bothering to pretend anymore. Is there no law? No justice left? Ah. You're trying to drive us to our deaths. Onlookers pointed fingers and whispered among themselves. The enforcement officers stood by with cold expressions, ignoring the wails and cries. Just then, Captain Jiang Che and his contract partner descended the stairs. Surveying the scene, he announced in a clear voice. Pursuant to City Lord's Decree No. 37, Liu Ji and his wife have failed to repay their 200,000 debt upon maturity. Their property is hereby legally seized. The moment these words were spoken, the gathered residents erupted in a clamor of cheers and applause. So they're deadbeats who refuse to pay their debts? How dare they cry? Serves them right. Debt repayment is only fair. If they won't pay, their property should be seized. The city lord's office handled this perfectly. That's exactly how you deal with deadbeats. Spit. Truth be told, everyone despises debtors who refuse to pay back what they owe. Amidst this chorus of approval, Mr. and Mrs. Liu's faces grew increasingly grim. They never imagined that neighbors they'd lived alongside for decades would react this way, showing no inclination whatsoever to help him. Captain Jiang Che led the enforcement team away in their vehicle. Left behind, the couple could only flee in disgrace under the scornful stares of the crowd. But where could they possibly run? Not even a single piece of clothing had been retrieved from the house before the city lord's mansion had already sealed it off. South City First High School. Outside the school gates, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke had barely stepped out of the school gates when a sudden figure blocked their path. It was Liu Ruyan. Jiang Che. Can we talk? Liu Ruyan, wearing a white silk spaghetti strap top, suddenly stood before them. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her voice trembled slightly. Even with light makeup, the weariness on her face was undeniable. Her eyes were red and puffy, making her look pitifully vulnerable. Seeing her, Jiang Che frowned, his eyes filled with disgust. He grabbed Luo Xiaoke's hand and tried to walk around her. Jiang Che. But Liu Ruyan suddenly grabbed his arm. Please, just a few words alone. Let go. Jiang Che said coldly, violently shaking off her hand. Liu Ruyan stumbled and fell to the ground. She lifted her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, gazing at Jiang Che with pitiful vulnerability. Please give me a chance. This scene tugged at Luo Xiaoke's heartstrings. Brother Che, maybe. Jiang Che turned his head, fixed a deep look on Luo Xiaoke, and finally sighed before walking away. Liu Ruyan quickly scrambled to her feet and followed him. Speak your mind. Jiang Che's tone was icy. Liu Ruyan bit her lip and whispered. I heard about Luo Xiaoke. She was once a worthless beast girl too, but after contracting with you, she became a god-tier beast girl. She lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with hope. You must have some special method, right? Was I also a prostitute spirit in my past life? But did I become a succubus because of you? Jiang Che, why didn't you tell me any of this in my past life? If I'd known all this, I definitely wouldn't have treated you like that. Jiang Che. Liu Ruyan wasn't brainless, quite the opposite, she was sharp. Otherwise, how could she have seized the most crucial moment in her past life to deliver the fatal blow to Jiang Che? Nor would she have secretly contacted Zhao Yu and entangled herself with him without Jiang Che ever noticing. Therefore, over these past few days, combined with the news she'd received about Luo Xiaoke, she had finally pieced together the entire sequence of events. Originally, she had been a prostitute spirit. In her previous life, however, Jiang Che had caused her spirit body to evolve into a succubus. Everything she possessed in that past life? It was all because of Jiang Che. Yet in the end, she betrayed Jiang Che, indirectly leading to her own demise. After coming to terms with these truths, Liu Ruyan was filled with regret. Yet she knew she now faced a dead end, and the only possible solution still lay with Jiang Che. That was why she had come today. She came to apologize to Jiang Che. To earn his forgiveness. Of course, her primary goal was to find a way to rid herself of her prostitute spirit body through him. Yet when confronted with Liu Ruyan's words, Jiang Che merely sneered coldly. Why should I tell you? Apologize? Yet not a single word of apology? He still held that condescending attitude, even shifting blame, blaming Jiang Che for not warning her beforehand? What a joke. If that's all you have to say, then there's nothing more to discuss. Don't bother me again. Jiang Che's voice was icy as he spoke slowly once more. You should count yourself lucky I didn't kill you. Don't ever show your face to me again. With that, he turned to leave. But Liu Ruyan grabbed him again, pleading desperately. Jiang Che. Please, I know I've made a mistake. Please help me. I'll never forget your kindness. I truly understand my mistake now. Jiang Che shoved her away again, his expression contemptuous.
You don't know you're wrong. You know you're about to die. In this apocalyptic world, without formidable strength, one could only become an ordinary person.
Faced with the void insect race, ordinary people rarely possess any resistance. Death is almost inevitable. Liu Ruyan, you were right about one thing earlier.
Everything you possessed last time was indeed entirely because of me. Do you understand?
You've always thought highly of yourself, believing you could surpass me. But in my eyes, you're nothing but a clown.
Without Jiang Che, you're nothing.
Just like you are now nothing but a worthless piece of trash, a horse spirit body.
Ha 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 ha.
Jiang Che suddenly burst into a contemptuous laugh. Had I known you were a horse spirit from the start, I wouldn't have agreed even if you could evolve into a succubus.
These words pierced Liu Ruyan's heart once more. Yes. Jiang Che was right.
She was born beautiful, yet into such a family. Before meeting Jiang Che, she had struggled desperately to escape and break free, a struggle that forged her character.
Call it resilience. Call it a refusal to admit defeat. But ultimately, she was self-important and unyielding.
So later, when Jiang Che awakened his SSS-tier talent, she didn't think much of it after all. She was a succubus too. Succubi were also top-tier undead contract spirits, no less formidable than SSS-tier talents.
She had always believed she was no less than Jiang Che. Chapter 32, How does a prostitute spirit evolve into a succubus?
Later, she fought alongside Jiang Che against the void insect race.
In every battle, whether willingly or not, she always charged to the forefront, sustaining severe injuries time and again.
Yet those people seemed to remember only Jiang Che. Her sacrifices were completely overlooked.
Why was that?
Despite her being the one who contributed the most, she remained nothing more than Jiang Che's shadow.
She refused to accept it. She was utterly unwilling. And that's why what happened later unfolded.
This incident also revealed the true nature of Liu Ruyan's character.
In that instant, Liu Ruyan's face twisted in agony.
Jiang Che's words had struck her most vulnerable pride like a dagger.
Jiang Che, what do you mean by that?
She lunged forward, screaming hysterically.
How dare you speak to me like that? Yes, I killed you. So what? So what? Aren't you still alive and well right now? I'm dead too. Doesn't that even things out?
Watching her lose her mind, Jiang Che's expression turned icy, a mocking curve lifting at the corner of his mouth.
Besides, if I hadn't killed you, would you have been able to reincarnate? Liu Ruyan continued to roar, her voice hoarse. You should be thanking me. I gave you the chance to be reborn, to make up for your past regrets. Besides, why would I kill you, Jiang Che?
She suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Jiang Che's clothes, her voice filled with hysteria.
It's because you didn't trust me. If you'd told me sooner that all my achievements were because of you, how could I have done such a thing? Jiang Che, you brought this upon yourself. How dare you blame me? Jiang Che was so enraged by this twisted logic that he burst out laughing. I brought this on myself? You killed me, and I'm supposed to thank you? He seized Liu Ruyan's wrist with an icy glare. Liu Ruyan, today I'll make you understand one thing. Smack!
A resounding slap sent Liu Ruyan flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground.
First level? Liu Ruyan crawled up in agony, clutching her face in utter shock. You've already broken through to level 1? How long had it been?
Jiang Che had already reached the level of a level 1 Spirit Tamer, surpassing even the cultivation speed of his previous life. Poof! Jiang Che strode forward, yanking her long hair to pull Liu Ruyan off the ground.
Yes, I brought this upon myself. I was blind in my past life to have chosen you.
His hand shot out, landing another slap.
Smack!
Blood trickled from Liu Ruyan's mouth as her head jerked to the side from the blow. Tears streamed down Liu Ruyan's face from the pain, yet she stubbornly insisted.
You, let go of me. Isn't this the freedom you wanted?
Jiang Che's expression was icy as he looked down at her from above, his voice dripping with contempt.
Now that I've given it to you, what? Don't like it anymore? You should be grateful I never hit women.
Otherwise, today wouldn't have ended with just 2 slaps. With that, he slammed Liu Ruyan to the ground and turned to leave.
Wait! Liu Ruyan suddenly lunged forward, clutching his legs desperately.
Jiang Che, please, tell me how to rid myself of this prostitute spirit.
If you tell me, I'll do anything you ask. She wept bitterly, pleading loudly, desperate to shed the prostitute spirit.
As long as she could escape the prostitute spirit,
she would do anything.
Jiang Che lowered his gaze to the hands clutching his calves, his mind drifting to the evolutionary records concerning the prostitute spirit body. Beyond the evolution resources granted by this system, there was indeed another path for the prostitute spirit to evolve, but Jiang Che offered a cruel smile.
Fine. I just doubt you'll dare to do it. I dare. I dare to do anything. Liu Ruyan nodded frantically.
As long as it lets me escape this prostitute spirit body and return to the past, I'll dare to do anything, I'll do anything.
It's simple.
Jiang Che leaned close and whispered softly into her ear. All you need to do is devour the souls of 100 faithless men. Liu Ruyan's body froze instantly, her face turning as pale as paper. At this, Jiang Che gave a cold laugh and strode toward Luo Xiaoke, who was waiting nearby. Brother Che, are you okay? Luo Xiaoke rushed forward the moment she saw Jiang Che return, her voice filled with concern. I'm fine. Jiang Che gently ruffled her hair. Let's go. I'll take you out to eat. Right there. Liu Ruyan watched their retreating figures, her expression dazed and foolish, while her mind kept replaying Jiang Che's words from earlier. Devour the souls of 100 faithless men? As a prostitute spirit, a type of undead contract spirit, she could indeed access living souls, unlike other contract spirits. But in her previous life, she clearly hadn't done such a thing? Why did Jiang Che tell her this? Was it intentional? But what if it was? Liu Ruyan's expression darkened to the extreme. She scrambled to her feet, dazed and confused, not even sure how she'd made it home. But standing at the door, she mechanically fumbled for her keys only to find she couldn't unlock the door. What's going on? Her trembling hands fumbled with the key repeatedly. The door remained unresponsive. Finally, she found her phone and dialed her mother's number. The moment the call connected, her mother's hysterical wails and curses erupted from the other end. Where the hell have you been, you good for nothing? Don't you know what's happened at home? Mom, why can't I open the front door? Liu Ruyan asked. Open my ass. The house has been sealed by the city lord's mansion. Even the windows are enchanted with restraints. Liu's mother's shrill scream nearly pierced the eardrums. The city lord's mansion? Liu Ruyan snapped back to her senses and hurriedly asked. Why would the city lord's mansion do this? Just then, her father snatched the phone from her hand. He too hurled abuse at the other end. Liu Ruyan, you. Did I raise you all these years just so you could ruin our family and leave us homeless? He was panting heavily, his voice dripping with venom. We're in room 308 at the Fuli Hotel. Get your ass over here now. Half an hour later, Liu Ruyan stood before a dilapidated little inn. On the weathered wall, the neon sign reading Fulian was missing half its letters, leaving only Fulishi flickering feebly. She pushed open the door to room 308. A musty stench mixed with sweat hit her face. In the cramped room, her father sat in a tank top and boxers on a yellowed mattress smoking, while her mother lay collapsed on another bed, wailing. After learning the truth, Liu Ruyan sat on the bed, her expression growing even more grim. She hadn't expected Jiang Che's methods to be so ruthless. And his revenge had come so swiftly. He truly held no regard for the marital bond they shared in their past life. What do we do now? We can't keep living in a place like this forever. Her voice was hoarse. Stay in a place like this? Father Liu abruptly stood up, flicking his cigarette butt hard against her face. I can barely afford this dump myself. It costs $80 a night, for us sake. Chapter 33, the once mighty Holy Spirit, now reduced to this. The cigarette butt struck her face. Liu Ruyan's body trembled, her expression numb. Ever since her rebirth, everything about her had changed, becoming utterly different from her previous life. She still remembered how her parents, Liu father and Liu mother, would fawn over her every time she visited home in her previous life, especially after she became a Holy Spirit. She had become the pride and joy of her parents. But now? A money pit? A whore? Constantly beaten and scolded? Liu Ruyan was filled with unbearable regret, wishing she could die. She desperately wanted to change. She must find a way to shed this prostitute spirit. If she could only transform back into a succubus, everything would return to how it was before. But to shed the whore spirit form, Liu Ruyan recalled what Jiang Che had just told her. Devour the souls of 100 faithless men? How incredibly difficult. Just then, Liu's mother suddenly intervened to calm her furious husband. Stepping forward, she spoke in a gentle tone. We actually went to see Jiang Che earlier. Liu Ruyan instantly turned her head. When? What did you want with him? Mrs. Liu's expression froze. Just as she hesitated over how to respond, Liu's father suddenly roared. You have no right to speak here. Shut up and listen to your mother. Only then did Mrs. Liu relax and explain. It's like this. The day you returned, we went to see Jiang Che to help you get even. Hearing her parents had sought justice for her, Liu Ruyan's gaze softened. After all, they were her parents. In the end, they stood by her side when it mattered most. What did he say? Liu Ruyan asked softly. Jiang Che said you already have a new boyfriend. Given our current situation, could you see if there's anything you can do? Have your new boyfriend find us a place to stay? Or maybe ask him for some money? Liu's mother finally stated her purpose. But upon hearing her mother's words, Liu Ruyan's face instantly turned deathly pale. No way. She shook her head violently, refusing outright. Liu Ruyan understood perfectly well what her parents meant. They wanted her to approach Zhao Yu. But ever since that day, Zhao Yu had vanished without a trace, never contacting her again. Even if she went to find him now, he would never acknowledge her. And besides, Liu Ruyan clenched her fists. She had her own plan. Before she could completely shed the prostitute spirit body and evolve into a succubus, she absolutely must not seek out Zhao Yu. She couldn't even allow herself to appear before him. No? Father Lu suddenly erupted. He grabbed her long hair and slammed her head against the wall. Say it again, you. Thud. Liu Ruyan's head slammed hard against the wall, blood immediately trickling down her cheeks. Where'd you get the money if you didn't go find him? How are we supposed to live now? Damn it, no money, huh? Well, if you don't have money, then go sell yourself. Lu's father roared hysterically. It's not like it'd be your first time anyway. Thud 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 thud. Several more violent impacts followed. Liu Ruyan could no longer feel the pain, only a dizzying whirl of the world spinning around her. Blood blurred her vision. All she could hear were her parents' vicious curses. Bitch. Good for nothing. What good did it do us to raise you all these years? What are we supposed to do now? Might as well sell her. Sell. 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 Suddenly, an unprecedented surge of savagery erupted from Liu Ruyan's heart. She shoved her father violently aside, the scarce remnants of spiritual energy within her surging wildly. Ah! Liu Ruyan threw her head back. A piercing scream erupted from her mouth. Her body began to twist and contort, her skin turning deathly pale. Her fingernails shot out into sharp claws, and her once delicate features twisted into a hideous grimace. She, uncontrollably transformed into the form of a ghostly spirit. Ghost! Ghost! Witnessing this scene, Mrs. Liu collapsed onto the floor in terror, scrambling backward in panic. Father Liu, too, was drained of color, cowering in a corner, trembling violently. You, what kind of monster are you? Liu Ruyan staggered, trying to flee. But as she turned, she saw her own reflection in the mirror. That could no longer be described as human. Pale and ashen, lips dark purple, eyes bloodshot, saliva dripping uncontrollably from her mouth, she was nothing but a walking corpse. No. Her entire body trembled. Unable to bear it, she covered her face, letting out another heart-wrenching scream. The next second, the spiritual energy dissipated. Liu Ruyan returned to her human form. But the mirror reflected a face covered in blood, tear stains, and utter despair. The room fell into a deathly silence. Her parents cowered in the corner, their faces frozen in terror, not daring to breathe. So, that was a prostitute spirit. Before this, they had only heard of the prostitute spirit, never actually seen one. They dared not mention the idea of her finding a new boyfriend again. In Liu Ruyan's current state, who would even want to associate with her? Curled up before the full-length mirror, Liu Ruyan couldn't hold back her sobs. Tears mingled with blood dripped onto the filthy floor. Her shoulders shook uncontrollably as utter despair consumed her. I'll find a way. After an unknown length of time, Liu Ruyan suddenly lifted her head, her voice hoarse and terrifying. I can find the money and escape this prostitute's spirit body. She staggered to her feet, her eyes vacant, murmuring to herself. I'm not a prostitute spirit. I'm a succubus. With that, she staggered out of the room, leaving her parents standing there, utterly dumbfounded. Walking down the street, Liu Ruyan drifted like a walking corpse. Her hair was disheveled, her face smeared with blood, and her clothes stained with traces of blood, drawing strange glances from passers-by. But Liu Ruyan paid no heed. Gurgle. Her stomach growled in protest. Liu Ruyan felt inside her pockets they were empty, not even a single penny remained. In that moment, she thought of Jiang Che once more. Back when they were still together, Jiang Che had never let her go hungry. But now, she hadn't eaten in ages. Night fell. The city's neon lights began to glow one after another. The multicolored signs cast distorted reflections upon the streets. Liu Ruyan stood before a bar named Yini, her legs heavy as if filled with lead. Was she really going to do this? Had she really sunk this low? But what other choice did she have? She recalled Jiang Che's words, to shed the spirit of a courtesan, she must devour the souls of 100 faithless men. She didn't want to believe it, yet she had no choice but to accept it. But how could she determine who was unfaithful? And how could she devour a soul when the target was completely unaware? The answer was staring her in the face. Liu Ruyan bit her lip until she tasted blood, recalling her father's vicious curse once more. If you're broke, go sell yourself, it's not like it's your first time. Sell. In her previous life, she had been a revered holy spirit. The mightiest among the contract spirits, revered by countless souls. Yet after rebirth, she had sunk to this depths. Chapter 34, beginning to absorb the soul of the first faithless lover. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Liu Ruyan finally steeled her resolve. She pushed open the glass door of the bar in one swift motion. Instantly, the deafening music inside engulfed her. Under the dim lights, countless bodies twisted wildly on the dance floor, like demons in a frenzy. But Liu Ruyan seemed oblivious to it all. She had her own agenda. No sooner had she sat down at the bar than her striking appearance drew the attention of a middle-aged man in a sharp suit. The man approached with a glass of wine, flashing a smile. Hey, beautiful. All alone? Would you like me to buy you a drink? Liu Ruyan didn't refuse. Taking the glass, she sipped lightly, and her eyes instantly grew hazy.
Are you married? Or do you have a girlfriend? She asked. Of course not. The man declared emphatically. But unexpectedly, Liu Ruyan's expression darkened.
She slammed her glass down on the bar counter.
If you don't, then get lost. Stop bothering me.
The next moment, she turned and walked away, leaving the man standing there, utterly bewildered.
What just happened? Had he answered incorrectly?
But just moments earlier, not far from where Liu Ruyan had been sitting, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses had overheard their exchange. His eyes lit up, and he swiftly stepped in front of her path, smiling as he said, "Hey, beautiful.
I'm married. Care to grab a drink with me?"
He knew full well that these days, not only did many men prefer married women, but even women seeking a night of illicit fun favored married men. After all, it truly spared a lot of trouble, no need to worry about being clung to by the other party. Clearly, the man in gold-rimmed glasses assumed Liu Ruyan fit this mold too. Liu Ruyan, however, eyed him up and down as she replied,
"If you're married, why are you hitting on me?"
The man pushed his glasses up and flashed a suggestive smile.
Looking for excitement, right? Aren't you doing the same, beautiful? A sinister smile immediately curled at the corners of Liu Ruyan's mouth. Yes, I'm seeking excitement too.
She suddenly stepped forward, leaning close to whisper into his ear.
Then how about something even more thrilling?
Her voice was suggestive, her words alluring, instantly sending a rush of blood to the man's head.
He eagerly agreed. Sure, where should we go? A hotel. Liu Ruyan feigned modesty. But I don't have any money right now. All my money is with my husband. I just want to earn some extra cash on the side. I'll cover it. The man understood immediately and promptly pulled out his wallet. Let's go now. Half an hour later.
Home in, room 308. Liu Ruyan suddenly opened her eyes and sat up in the disheveled bed. The quilt had slipped away, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white skin, but Liu Ruyan paid it no mind. Only when she casually glanced down at the man beside her, snoring like thunder, did her eyes fill with disgust.
Man?
Poof. Though she had always believed herself superior to Jiang Che. There was one thing she had to admit, Jiang Che was a good man. At least better than any man she knew. Even in that particular aspect, he was infinitely superior to the rest.
But this man before her?
If you were to compare him to Jiang Che, he fell short in every single way.
Time to get to work.
Liu Ruyan murmured softly to herself.
The next second,
her body began to twist and contort rapidly. Her skin took on an eerie bluish-gray hue, her fingernails shot out into sharp claws, and her face contorted into a hideous grimace. The man on the bed was startled awake by the commotion. Opening his eyes, he found a hideously grotesque face staring directly at him. Ghost! He screamed in terror, scrambling to crawl off the bed. But Liu Ruyan opened her gaping maw and sucked violently.
A translucent soul form was forcibly extracted from the man's body and swallowed whole by Liu Ruyan.
The man's soulless body instantly stiffened and collapsed heavily onto the bed. His eyes were wide open, and he was already dead.
Liu Ruyan resumed her human form, feeling the extra thread of spiritual energy within her body.
A satisfied smile spread across her face as she murmured.
The first one.
99 more, and I'll be a succubus once more.
Jiang family manor.
Brother Che, what are these?
Staring at the array of resources laid out before her, Luo Xiaoka's mouth formed an O shape.
She was utterly astonished. Luo Xiaoka had just arrived at the Jiang residence this morning to look for Jiang Che when he brought her straight to his bedroom. She had assumed he was up to his old tricks again. Though she still felt a bit shy, she had come to accept it. But she never expected what Jiang Che would pull out next. So many resources. Xiaoka. Jiang Che took out a portion and pushed it toward Luo Xiaoka. Keep these. After refining them, they should enhance the strength of your fire qilin physique. It's crucial for you. Okay, Brother Che. But how did you get all this stuff? Luo Xiaoka accepted without refusal, though her curiosity was piqued. These resources were, by all accounts, extremely precious. How had Jiang Che obtained them? Don't worry about how I got them. Jiang Che chuckled. The rest of these are for both of us to use together. They can be used to enhance our cultivation. Luo Xiaoka nodded vigorously. Quick, put them away. Jiang Che urged. Luo Xiaoka stowed away all the resources Jiang Che had provided her. Just then, the system in her mind sounded off. Ding! Detected host gifting investment target Luo Xiaoka with resources including Flaming Heaven Jade, Karst Marrow, Void Flash Mystic Crystal, etc. Investment successful. Rewarding host, 1 spiritual energy infusion, Eternal Heart. Host, would you like to receive the spirit chi infusion now? Jiang Che froze for a moment before hurriedly saying, Hold on. Receiving another spiritual energy infusion now, even with Luo Xiaoka sharing half the energy, would most likely cause him to directly break through to level 2. This was a good thing. But it would also mean he couldn't enter this insect clan's secret realm. Then everything would unfold just like in his previous life. All the spirit masters who entered the insect clan's secret realm would be wiped out, Yang Changkong would be punished to the void battlefield, and ultimately perish in battle. If everything unfolded exactly as it did in his previous life, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? Fortunately, the system space was omnipotent. Even storing spiritual energy within it was possible. But the one thing that truly astonished Jiang Che was that eternal heart. Wasn't that Zhao Yuran's evolution material? Why was it given to him? Jiang Che's expression grew peculiar, his eyes darting about as he began to quietly calculate. When should he propose a contract with Zhao Yuran without provoking the city lord Zhao Yanlun's opposition? Brother Che. What's wrong? Across from him, Luo Xiaoke watched his shifting expression with confusion. Jiang Che finally snapped back to reality, chuckling. Nothing, Xiao Ku. Let's start our training. Oh, really, Brother Che? You looked kinda mischievous just now. Ha? Did I? Yes. Luo Xiaoke was quite certain. So you like it? Jiang Che's smile suddenly turned strange. Ah. Luo Xiaoke froze. Before she could react, Jiang Che pinned her back down onto the bed, his hand slipping effortlessly beneath her clothes. You seems a little bigger. Jiang Che said with a smile. I noticed it the moment you walked in. Ah. Luo Xiaoke's face flushed crimson. Che Gu. You're so shy. Chapter 35, looking like a high schooler? That's ridiculous. 2 hours later. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke had just finished their cultivation when a knock sounded at the bedroom door. Xiao Che, Xiao Ku, someone's downstairs looking for you. Zhang's father's voice came from outside the door. Who is it? The two exchanged a glance before quickly tidying their clothes and heading to the living room. There, seated on the living room sofa, were 3 people. Besides the familiar Yang Changkong, there was a middle-aged couple with an extraordinary presence. The man had a stern face, his brow radiating authority. The woman wore a dark green shipao tailored to perfection, accentuating her graceful figure. Her jet-black hair was elegantly pinned into a dignified bun, revealing a smooth forehead and a face as gentle and graceful as jade. Her nose was straight, her lips thin and rosy, and her eyes held a gentle smile. Yet when she lifted her gaze, an innate spirit flashed across her face like a sharp sword sheathed in brocade. Overall, though the woman was already middle-aged, the aura she radiated commanded respect. Chief Dan Tai? The moment he saw the two, Jiang Che almost blurted out these 4 words before immediately pulling Luo Xiaoke forward to greet them. Dan Tai Yuan, seated on the sofa, flashed a look of surprise. You know me? I've seen your photo on the official website. Jiang Che replied respectfully. Yet a pang of bitterness welled up within him. These two were renowned figures in Southwest Province, the most powerful director in the Southwest Provincial Education Bureau, who had also made outstanding contributions to the fight against the void insect race. But this married couple ultimately fell victim to insectoid parasitism. This led to a series of utterly misguided orders that inflicted catastrophic losses upon the Southwest Provincial Education Bureau. By the time they were discovered, they had long since perished, their deaths gruesome. At that moment, Lady Dantai, seated beside them, gently appraised the 2 figures and inquired of Yang Changkong. Are these the 2 children you mentioned? Indeed, both are quite handsome. Indeed they are. Yang Changkong laughed heartily. With SSS-tier talent and a God-tier beast maiden, how could they not be exceptional? And that Jiang Che kid has extraordinary courage. He even volunteered for this secret realm mission. He'll surely become a leader among our human race someday. Good, he's got guts. Dan Tai Yuan smiled and patted Jiang Che on the shoulder. As long as humanity keeps producing responsible young people like you, the void insect race will never succeed in annihilating us. Jiang Che immediately bowed his head modestly. Director, you flatter me. It's simply my duty. Madame Dantai retrieved 2 exquisite boxes from her bag and handed them to Luo Xiaoke, saying, Xiaoke, right? These are a token of appreciation from me and old Dantai. We hope they prove useful to you. Luo Xiaoke accepted them, flattered and surprised. Mrs. Chief. This is far too valuable. Take it. Dantai Yuan laughed heartily and declared with generosity. You are the future of the human race. We old-timers naturally must offer our full support. By the way, given your talents and aptitude, you must be aiming to apply to the Southwest Academy, right? How about this? I'll personally write you a letter of recommendation. Just present it when you apply. Yang Changkong froze upon hearing this, his expression turning awkward as he stammered. Director Dantai, ahem. Dantai Yuan shot him a stern glance. What is it? Are you sick? No. Yang Changkong gave an awkward chuckle. Well, I've already written the recommendation letters for Xiao Jiang and Xiao Luo. Dantai Yuan sighed helplessly, waving his hand dismissively. Fine. If you've written them, then go ahead. It's just a shame you beat me to it, old man. Ha ha ha. It's getting late. We should be going. After checking the time, Dantai Yuan solemnly addressed Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Jiang, Luo, given your talents, we really shouldn't agree to let you enter such a dangerous place as the insect clan's secret realm at this stage.
But this mission is exceptionally challenging. Even with the Education Bureau and the military working together, we couldn't find many suitable candidates. So we have no choice. We urge you to exercise extreme caution at every turn.
If the situation becomes untenable, you must withdraw immediately.
Our people will be waiting outside to assist you. We understand and will be extremely cautious.
Jiang Che nodded earnestly. After seeing the three off, Luo Shoka immediately leaned in and asked Jiang Che curiously.
Brother Che, why do you seem so familiar with that director?
Jiang Che snapped back to reality, ruffling her hair as he replied.
Because, they're all people worthy of respect.
Oh.
Luo Shoka was a bit confused. But whatever Brother Jiang Che said must be true. Let's go back.
Where?
Luo Shoka froze. Back to practice.
10 days later.
Jiang Che suddenly received a call from the city lord's mansion.
On the line, Secretary Ouyang from the city lord's mansion informed them to be ready. An official vehicle was already on its way to pick them up. They would personally escort them to the neighboring city of Tian.
10 minutes later. 3 official vehicles from the city lord's residence pulled up smoothly in front of the Jiang family villa.
Jiang Che bid farewell to his parents with Luo Xiaoka and boarded the middle vehicle, a fully armored sedan. The motorcade sped along. They traversed cities and crossed mountain ranges, finally reaching Tian City as night fell. Perhaps due to the discovery of the insectoid realm, the atmosphere in Tian City now stood in stark contrast to its neighboring southern city, tense and solemn.
Fully armed spirit tamers were a common sight on the streets.
Please follow me, both of you.
Staff escorted them to a luxurious suite on the top floor of a 5-star hotel.
No sooner had they set down their luggage than a soft knock sounded at the door.
Who is it? Jiang Che asked alertly. Hello, this is Rinlong.
A cheerful male voice came from outside the door. I'm here to notify you that the team leader wants you to attend a meeting in the conference room for this secret realm operation. Opening the door, he saw a young couple standing in the hallway. The man, in his early 20s, was stocky with a buzz cut and piercing eyes. The girl beside him wore a black combat suit. The uniform hugged her form, accentuating every curve. A glimpse of snow-white skin and delicate collarbone peeked through the slightly open collar. Black and white together, truly a sight to behold.
The ancients were not deceiving me. That hint of pale skin, set against the black combat uniform, was all the more alluring.
Below, her bust was full, her waist slender, and her hips curved perfectly, every proportion exquisite. Particularly striking were her legs, exceptionally long beneath the combat suit, given her height of roughly 5 feet 9 inches. Tightly encased in form-fitting combat pants, her legs flowed with graceful lines, long, straight, and impossible to look away from. Inside the combat boots at the base of those long legs was a silver dagger tucked away. She appeared to be a blade maiden.
This is my girlfriend, Lin Yu.
Rinlong greeted Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka warmly, introducing them.
We're both first-year students at Tian City's Spirit Writing Academy. Tian Academy.
Any institution bearing the title academy transcends the high school level, placing it in the realm of higher education.
But institutions like Tian Academy certainly couldn't compare to Southwest Academy. Hello, my name is Jiang Che. Jiang Che introduced himself as well. This is my girlfriend, Luo Xiaoka.
Immediately after, the two followed Rinlong and the others into the elevator.
The elevator descended to the 3rd floor.
After turning a few corners, they stopped in front of a heavy metal door.
This is the place. Rinlong pushed the door open. In an instant,
the bright lights from the conference room spilled out, causing Jiang Che to squint involuntarily. Simultaneously, over 30 pairs of spirit masters inside the conference room turned their heads in unison. But when they recognized Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka's faces, many wore expressions of surprise.
So young? Did the Education Bureau make a mistake this time? How can they be so young? Didn't they say it's dangerous? Why are they shoving just anyone in there? Could they be spirit writers from prestigious families sent just to make themselves look good? They look like high schoolers. Chapter 36, Sacrifice will bring peace to millions of families.
Some of the more powerful spirit taming clans. Often, to make their heirs' resumes look more impressive, they'd find ways to pad their credentials ahead of time. Tasks that appear dangerous but have their risks mitigated for various reasons become the preferred choice for these prominent families.
They enhance the resume while ensuring safety. Why not?
But such individuals, often lacking in ability, inevitably become deadweight within the team. Many are also spoiled and insolent, refusing to follow orders, making them thoroughly unpopular. Now, due to Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka's age, everyone clearly viewed them as belonging to this category. Even the imposing young man seated at the head of the conference room frowned slightly at the sight of Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka, his displeasure evident. The Education Bureau was truly being reckless this time. Knowing full well the mission's dangers, they still sent 2 useless individuals. With that thought, the burly youth simply ignored the pair, rising to his feet and declaring in a deep voice.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Zhan. I come from the 1st Spirit Riding Corps of the military district. My rank is lieutenant.
He then pointed expressionlessly at the woman beside him, who wore her hair in a high ponytail and exuded a spirited, heroic demeanor.
This is my wife, Jean Linger, a Tier 1 peak beast girl. The high ponytailed woman stood up, gave a slight nod to the group, then sat back down.
Her movements were decisive. No unnecessary fuss, a military mannerism.
As per military directives, I am in full command of this operation. The conference room fell silent instantly, everyone sitting up straight.
Especially Qin Zhan's iron-blooded military bearing commanded an involuntary sense of awe. Now that everyone is present, I'll briefly outline the situation. Qin Zhan pressed the remote control. The projector immediately displayed a mountain range rendered in deep forest green. The aerial view captured a vast expanse, revealing half the mountain range. At the conference room door, Jiang Che and Luo Shuka, ignored by everyone, showed no sign of annoyance. They simply found a spot and sat down. Qin Zhan pointed to a specific location on the image and said in a solemn tone,
"Regarding the insectoid secret realm, I assume everyone has gained some understanding by now. To put it plainly, it's an insectoid nest. Inside, there will be at least one queen insectoid and a large number of elite insectoids.
It can be described as extremely dangerous. So, I advise certain second-generation individuals seeking to polish their resumes, if you want to stay alive, leave now.
Don't come back later regretting your death inside."
His words carried a pointed edge, his gaze fixed squarely on Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke as he spoke. The others couldn't help but turn their gaze toward the pair as well, their disapproval plain for all to see. At that moment, Jean Linger cleared her throat and stood up, taking over from Qin Zhan. Everyone, due to the limitations of the secret realm, none of the military reconnaissance personnel sent in this time returned alive.
Consequently, we currently know nothing about the conditions within. Once we enter, we will face not only the insectoid race but also a multitude of unknown dangers. The risk factor is extremely high.
Therefore, we all hope that once inside the insectoid secret realm, everyone will heed our commands, follow our directives, and strictly obey the orders of my husband and myself. His final words were accompanied by a warning glance that swept over Jiang Che and the others.
Next, we will begin distributing equipment. The next day, dawn had just broken. A dozen black-armored vehicles slowly pulled away from the hotel. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke sat alone in one vehicle, both resting their eyes.
Only when the walkie-talkie crackled with the order to change into protective gear did both eyes snap open simultaneously. They retrieved the protective suits distributed the previous night from the boxes at their feet. Within the insectoid territory, the air could be saturated with their psychic spores. Prolonged inhalation induced hallucinations, ultimately leading to neural parasitism by the insectoid lifeforms. The military had developed specialized protective suits to provide a degree of isolation.
Brother Che.
After donning her suit, Luo Xiaoke peered at Jiang Che through the protective visor, her voice transmitted via the built-in communicator. "They all seem to be rejecting us."
Jiang Che calmly adjusted the straps on his wrists. "It doesn't matter. Once we enter the secret realm, they'll understand. In this world, strength ultimately reigns supreme.
Often, many troubles simply dissolve when you demonstrate the strength to match." Luo Xiaoke nodded helplessly at his words, tightening the tactical belt around her waist. The vehicle soon came to a halt before a military-restricted zone. Through the window, fully armed spirit guardians patrolled the perimeter, surrounded by high-voltage fences and energy barriers. After Qin Zhan presented his credentials, the convoy smoothly entered the mountainous region. Several military jeeps had been waiting for some time. Qin Zhan exchanged familiar greetings with several officers before signaling everyone to transfer vehicles. The jeeps traversed the rugged mountain roads for about half an hour. A bizarre sight suddenly appeared before their eyes. Suspended mid-air was a massive transparent bubble, roughly 100 meters in diameter. Ripples occasionally shimmered across its surface, yet without careful observation, no one would have noticed the extraordinary nature of this place.
"That is the entrance to the secret realm,"
Qin Zhan stated in a low voice. A drone spotted it while passing through.
"Don't be fooled by its small appearance, it's an entirely self-contained space inside. Its interior might even surpass the size of Taiyan City."
The expressions of everyone in the jeeps grew solemn and grave. As they disembarked, Jiang Che noticed several military tents already erected nearby. The military personnel moving about all radiated powerful auras, with even the weakest surpassing their own strength.
At that moment,
the curtain of the central tent was lifted, and a middle-aged man with a single star on his shoulder stepped out with purposeful strides. Approximately 50 years old, his face was chiseled and stern. His uniform hung immaculately, and each step carried the imposing authority of a seasoned soldier. Several officers who appeared to be staff officers followed behind him.
"General!" Qin Zhan and Jean Linger immediately removed their protective helmets, stood at attention, and saluted.
The rest of the squad followed suit. Only Jiang Che felt a jolt in his heart as he looked at the man. It was none other than the iron-blooded general of the 1st Army Corps.
Qin Kaishan. Qin Kaishan's expression was stern as his gaze slowly swept over Qin Zhan's face. "Good. Are you all ready?" Reporting to the general, the squad consists of 30 members, all in position. Qin Zhan's voice boomed. Mm.
Qin Kaishan finally shifted his gaze from Qin Zhan's face to look at Jiang Che and the entire group.
Gentlemen.
I am Qin Kaishan, commander of the 1st Legion.
To be honest, I admire you all.
When I was your age, I was still just a student. The insectoid battlefields were something I only knew about from the news. I didn't even have a proper grasp of what they entailed. My first time on the battlefield was at 24. I was scared out of my wits back then. Yet here you are, younger than I was then, voluntarily stepping into a secret realm even more dangerous than the insectoid war zone.
But there's no choice.
Every single person standing here today carries not just their own lives on their shoulders, but the future of the entire human race. 3 years ago, in Linjiang City of the eastern provinces, a single out-of-control secret realm turned the entire city into a hive.
3 million souls perished without a single survivor.
And this bubble behind you is the gateway through which the void insectoid hordes invade our world.
Every secret realm that remains undestroyed means another tragedy is waiting to happen.
Therefore, I, Qin Kaishan, entrust you with this, even if it means death, die within them.
Wipe out as many void insects as possible. Your names will be forever etched in the annals of humanity's resistance.
Your sacrifice will secure peace for millions of families.
Chapter 37, he was first and foremost a human spirit tamer. Clang.
Qin Kaishan suddenly drew his sword, its blade pointing directly at the secret realm.
For the human race. For the human race. Qin Zhan followed suit, roaring first among them. For the human race.
30 spirit masters, including Jiang Che, were filled with fervor and joined the roar.
At that moment, blood boiled hot, shaking the valley to its core.
Before long, 30 women in military uniforms marched out in formation. Upon taking their positions, they simultaneously let out a sharp, unified cry. Instantly, a metallic sheen began to radiate from their bodies. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 30 Silverwing Mecha Maidens. These were Silverwing Mecha Maidens. They were considered a relatively advanced type of mecha girl. Not only could they fly, but with minor modifications, they possessed combat capabilities, making them highly favored and valued within the military.
Prepare for takeoff.
The lead mecha girl gave the command. 30 mecha girls swiftly materialized before Jiang Che and his companions. Jiang Che felt a sudden tightness around his waist before being swept up by a mecha girl and tossed into the cockpit.
Inside the cockpit, a spirit rider turned to greet Jiang Che. Hey, buddy, we're counting on you guys this time. My wife has never let anyone else sit in there before. That remark was incredibly ambiguous. Even Jiang Che couldn't help but feel a bit awkward as he replied. We'll do our best.
Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoka had also entered the cockpit of a mecha pilot.
Compared to Jiang Che, however, she seemed utterly fascinated.
She poked around inside the cockpit, touching this and examining that. Until she stumbled upon a peculiar protrusion causing the mecha beneath her to jerk violently. The sudden movement startled Luo Xiaoka, and she quickly withdrew her hand.
The spirit rider in front couldn't help but turn around and say, Young lady, don't you know you shouldn't touch other people's mecha?
Luo Xiaoka flushed bright red and quickly lowered her head. Only then did she recall what their teacher had explained during class. Mecha girls were entirely different from other contracted spirits, capable of shifting into various forms. This is precisely why mecha girls are most sensitive to being touched by anyone other than their contracted spirit masters. After all, you never know if you might accidentally touch their private parts. It was fortunate that Luo Xiaoka was a girl. Otherwise, that earlier action might have caused the other party to lose their temper completely. Before long, propelled by a powerful shove from behind, the group shot straight into the sky.
On the ground, watching the 30 people soar skyward under the guidance of the Silver Wing Maiden,
a military district staff officer stepped forward.
General, will they succeed? I don't know.
Qin Kaishan kept his gaze fixed upward, but for some reason, perhaps from staring at the sky for too long, a glistening tear appeared at the corner of his eye. After a long moment, Qin Kaishan lowered his head, took a deep breath, and said, Prepare for both possibilities. Notify the Divine Blade Squadron members. Give them no more than 5 days. If they haven't emerged by then, destroy this secret realm by force.
General,
a staff officer beside him exclaimed.
Qin Zhan is inside too.
Qin Kaishan spun abruptly, but his body froze once more. Finally, he spoke slowly. First, he is a human spirit tamer.
Only secondarily is he my son.
If he's going to die in there, I'll personally go to the void battlefield in a few days and kill a 7th-tier insect king to bury him with. As his words fell, the expressions of those around him grew complex.
Qin Kaishan strode away, without a moment's pause.
The instant he passed through the bubble, darkness engulfed Jiang Che's vision. But when his vision cleared, his feet were already planted on solid ground. Surveying his surroundings, all 30 team members were accounted for.
Yet, clearly experiencing this for the first time, they scanned their surroundings warily after reuniting with their partners.
This was a bleak, gray valley, everything shrouded in a hazy gray.
Visible green spores floated in the air.
The detectors inside their protective suits emitted a shrill alarm.
Assemble, everyone.
Qin Zhan's voice crackled over the communicator. At his command, the group swiftly formed a line, standing together.
Qin Zhan and Jean Linger stood together. After exchanging a glance, Qin Zhan spoke first.
Everyone, based on past experience, there is no day or night within the secret realm.
However, as we enter, we will disrupt the distribution of spiritual energy spores inside.
Therefore, I believe it won't be long before we are detected by the void insect race. Our priority now is to locate the Queen's lair and resolve this conflict swiftly. If we're surrounded and overwhelmed by a massive swarm of void insects, even the lowest tier ones, the risks of this mission will skyrocket.
Do you understand? Everyone nodded.
Their faces beneath the protective suits were solemn. Only now, as they truly stepped into the insectoid realm, did they grasp the true extent of the danger within.
To say nothing of the psychic spores drifting through the air without their protective suits, those alone could be fatal.
And then there were the void insects, lurking and ready to strike at any moment. As for you two, he continued, his voice firm, this mission is extremely dangerous. I'm giving you one last warning, if you want to live, you'd be wise to stay here.
Once we venture deep into the sanctuary, no one will be responsible for your safety. Think carefully about your decision. Qin Zhan turned to Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, his tone cool.
The others turned their heads toward the pair as well, their gazes flickering.
Jiang Che smiled faintly. Captain Qin, rest assured. We won't slow you down.
Poof. Qin Zhan scoffed coldly.
Let's hope that's the case.
At that moment, Jean Linger raised a specially crafted compass.
Its needle shook violently, pointing northeast. The Queen is most likely in that direction. She said in a low voice. Everyone stay alert. Report immediately if you encounter any insects.
Qin Zhan's piercing gaze swept across the group, finally settling on Jiang Che and the other.
I'll ask one last time, are you certain you wish to proceed? Captain, rest assured.
Poof. Qin Zhan said no more, turning to lead the team forward. The others followed, remaining on high alert throughout the journey. At the rear of the group, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke were accompanied by the couple from Taiyan Spirit Riding Academy they had met the previous night.
Run Long and Lin Yu. Lin Yu was quite taken with Luo Xiaoke's gentle, well-behaved demeanor.
She affectionately hooked her arm through Luo Xiaoke's and whispered.
Xiaoke, are you guys really just ordinary students? Yes, we are. Luo Xiaoke nodded obediently. You're lying. Lin Yu blinked. How could ordinary students be assigned to a mission like this? But we really are just ordinary students. Luo Xiaoke said weakly. Meanwhile,
Run Long found Jiang Che and whispered.
Jiang, if we really encounter the Void Insect Clan later and things get dangerous, you guys hide behind me and Lin Yu, okay?
Jiang Che froze, a hint of surprise in his voice.
Why?
Ren Long continued in a low voice. It was arranged by the deputy captain last night. Chapter 38, Combat, Training, Underestimation.
Not long after,
the group encountered the first insectoid squad. Suddenly, the ground ahead began to violently tremble for no apparent reason.
Alert!
Qin Zhan halted abruptly, his voice sharp and commanding.
In the next instant, over a dozen grayish-brown burrowing worms burst through the earth.
Each worm was as thick as an adult's arm, its mouthparts covered in ringed fangs opening and closing with a bone-chilling clack-clack sound.
Earthworms. These are the most common low-level insectoids. Perfect for testing everyone's combat skills.
Qin Zhan's artifact spirit, Jean Linger, swiftly assessed the situation.
Spirit masters, fall back and provide spiritual energy support at any moment. Contract spirits, prepare for combat mode. Follow me to confront them head-on. Boom.
As her words fell,
her entire form shifted instantly.
With a clang, she materialized into a sharp emerald green longsword, settling firmly in Qin Zhan's grasp.
Sword Maiden.
The deputy squad leader was actually a sword maiden. Simultaneously, the contract spirits of the other squad members began to shift forms.
Some became beast maidens. Roar!
It instantly transformed into a colossal ape, charging headlong alongside Qin Zhan into the swarm of burrowing worms. Then there was a mecha girl.
It was actually a spear.
Held by its spirit rider, it took aim from a distance and began sniping.
And the plant girl.
As mentioned earlier, plant spirits are a rare type of contract spirit.
Especially on the insectoid battlefield, plant maidens played a crucial role.
In an instant, this plant maiden transformed into a slender willow tree. Countless branches and vines, flexible as arms, shot upward simultaneously like sharp arrows, piercing the burrowing worms across the field. The battle erupted in an instant. Qin Zhan and his sword maiden worked in perfect sync. With a swift lunge forward, his sword light swept like a ribbon, cleaving one worm clean in two. Then there were Ren Long and Lin Yu. Though Lin Yu usually appeared sunny and cheerful, getting along well with Luo Xiaoke. But in battle, her true nature as a blade maiden was fully revealed. Utterly ruthless. Her blade slashed and hacked with a fierce, whistling sound.
The burrowing worms on the opposite side couldn't even muster a counterattack. As for bystanders in the arena, that would likely be Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke.
First, no one had ever considered them participants in the fight.
Second, there simply weren't enough burrowing worms for them to share. Jiang Che simply pulled Luo Xiaoke back to a safe position, carefully observing the battle. It must be said, this team's strength was truly formidable. Every spirit tamer had reached peak level 1, and with their respective contract spirits, they swiftly wiped out the entire swarm of burrowing worms. So this is the military's elite squad. Jiang Che nodded silently to himself. No wonder their annihilation in his previous life had caused such a huge stir. Especially the husband and wife team of Qin Zhan and Jean Linger. Working together, they could likely overwhelm even many level 2 spirit masters. Attention, everyone! As the battle concluded, Qin Zhan turned, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena before he slowly nodded. But when his gaze landed on Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke hiding in the safety zone, his eyes narrowed slightly involuntarily before he simply ignored them. Only then did he shake the insectoid fluid from his sword, his expression turning grave as he declared. That battle made too much noise. It's likely to attract more insectoids. We must move faster. Simultaneously, Sword Maiden transformed into Jean Linger's human form the moment she left his grasp. The other contracted spirits also reverted to their human forms after the battle concluded. Qin Zhan waved his hand decisively. All units, run forward. The squad swiftly reformed their ranks and sprinted toward the direction indicated by the compass. Just then, Renlong deliberately slowed his pace, walking side by side with Jiang Che. Didn't scare you too much, did it? Jiang Che gave a faint smile. Not too bad. Lin Yu leaned closer and whispered. That was just the most common burrowing worm. Not dangerous at all. If we ever encounter any powerful insectoid creatures, you'd better hide well. Jiang Che nodded. But as the group ventured deeper into the secret realm, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie. More green spores drifted through the gray sky. On the ground, distinctive insectoid slime trails began appearing everywhere. During their journey, they encountered several insectoid patrols. Fortunately, these forces matched the initial burrowing worms in strength and posed no significant threat. Qin Zhan, ever the seasoned veteran, avoided the reckless, all-out assaults of earlier engagements. Instead, he treated these low-tier insectoids as training fodder. He divided the entire 30-member squad into 5 teams of 6, each tackling the low-tier insectoids separately. Before long, however, the strength of the insectoid forces they encountered began to rise. From low-tier insects, they gradually advanced to first-tier opponents, and the difficulty of combat increased accordingly. The difficulty had increased. The original squad-based combat approach naturally became ineffective, necessitating a reorganization. Consequently, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke rarely found opportunities to intervene personally. Because Lin Yu was simply too eager. Or rather, this seemingly sunny and cheerful girl was actually a combat maniac. She was also wholeheartedly protecting Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. The moment she detected any low-tier insectoid showing signs of attacking Jiang Che or Luo Xiaoke, she would instantly sever them with a single stroke. Combined with Jiang Che's deliberate obstruction, Luo Xiaoke had no chance to intervene. Jiang Che's reasoning was to conserve his strength as much as possible. After all, in this place, deprived of sunlight, once spiritual energy was depleted, it would be extremely difficult to recover. What if they encountered some powerful insectoid creatures? But the others didn't know that. The glances directed at them grew increasingly contemptuous. Some had already begun sneering with sarcasm. Just like you'd expect from a spirit tamer from a prestigious clan. The way you command others is something ordinary folk like us could never learn in a lifetime. Venturing into the dangerous insect realm, yet some still treat it like a vacation. Luo Xiaoke seethed at these remarks, her temper nearly boiling over. Xiao Ku. Jiang Che called out to her, shaking his head slightly. Brother Che, they're being too much. Luo Xiaoke turned to say. Just then, Jean Linger, who was scouting ahead, suddenly paled. An urgent voice crackled through the communicator. Everyone take cover immediately. Take cover. A squad of level 1 neuroparasitic spiders has appeared ahead. Do not let their venom touch you. The group was startled. They scattered in all directions, scrambling to find cover in the surrounding area. Neuroparasitic spiders. Though not particularly powerful in combat, these insectoids were among the most insidious of the first tier. Their venom spray is particularly difficult to guard against. A moment's carelessness could lead to infection, turning victims into puppets controlled by the insectoid race. Gory examples of this were documented in the Academy's textbooks, serving as a warning to future generations. Chapter 39, Shock. The terrifying combat power of a god-tier beast girl. Upon hearing the command, everyone quickly took cover. Jiang Che also pulled Luo Xiaoke behind a massive boulder. Even now, Luo Xiaoke was still fuming as she muttered under her breath. Brother Che, how much longer do we have to endure this? These people are way too much. Jiang Che smiled and ruffled her hair. Just a little longer. We need to conserve our strength until we see the queen. He pointed to the energy indicator on his protective suit. See this? The spiritual energy spores here hinder mana recovery. We need to conserve our strength as much as possible. Luo Xiaoke pouted.
but she obediently nodded. Just then, a spine-chilling sight filled their vision. A dozen giant spiders, each nearly half a person's height, were slowly crawling toward them. These weren't the juvenile neural parasites found in the school's combat chambers, those cat-sized creatures with only 8 antennae.
These were fully mature neuroparasitic spiders.
Their bodies were pitch black, their abdomens covered in crimson patterns, their compound eyes glowing with an eerie light. The most terrifying feature, however, were their pedipalps. Each one was like a steel needle, razor-sharp. Green venom dripped incessantly from their mouths, highly corrosive. Where it landed on the ground, it sizzled. Everyone stay concealed. Qin Zhan's voice crackled over the communicator. The neural parasitic spiders have weak sensory perception. As long as we don't make a sound, they usually won't detect us. Everyone held their breath, striving to make not a sound. Before long, the neuroparasitic spiders entered the vicinity of their hiding spot. Up close, they were even more spine-chilling. Suddenly, one spider veered off course, crawling directly toward a team member hiding behind some bushes. Visibly, the team member's breathing quickened instantly, a layer of white mist condensing on their protective visor. Hiss! The neuroparasitic spider hissed. It raised its forelegs abruptly, lunging straight toward the team member. He'd been spotted. Meow! A sharp cat-like cry rang out. The team member's contract spirit instantly transformed into a cat-eared beast girl, charging toward the neuroparasitic spider to attack. Sharp claws slashed viciously at the spider's compound eyes. Oh no! Everyone's expressions darkened, ready to intervene. But just then, Qin Zhan's voice came over the communicator again, calm to the point of coldness. Everyone, hold your fire. Void insects are approaching from the southeast as well. They're likely void rippers. Whoa! The group froze, sucking in sharp breaths. Despair washed over them once more. Given the current situation, if they didn't intervene, the cat-eared beast girl and her spirit rider would likely face certain death under the assault of over a dozen neuroparasitic spiders. But if they intervened, the commotion would inevitably alert the distant void rippers. Caught between two enemies, they too would suffer heavy losses. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Yet the answer lay before them. To complete the mission, they might have no choice but to sacrifice their comrade. Yet none could accept it. Agonized, they clenched their fists. They were still too young. Many were still mere academy students. Their blood still boiled with youthful fervor. The hardest part was abandoning their comrades. Everyone, calm down. Take cover immediately. Qin Zhan's voice rang out again. This is battlefield protocol. If I were facing this danger now, I wouldn't let you intervene either. Understood. All units, acknowledge. Copy that. Copy. Copy. Copy that. The repeated received echoed through the communicator, filled with unbearable sorrow. Yang Chen, Xiaolianlian, do you have any last words? If we make it out alive, I'll pass them on to your parents. Qin Zhan's voice sounded again. Brother Che. Luo Xiaoke looked at Jiang Che, her entire body trembling, her eyes brimming with tears. It was a plea. Captain, tell my mom we didn't desert. Yang Chen's voice reached her. In his line of sight, Jiang Che had already spotted several neuroparasitic spiders, alerted by the battle commotion, charging toward Yang Chen and Xiaolianlian's position. Brother Che. Luo Xiaoke clutched Jiang Che's arm tightly, pleading once more. Let me go. I'm not afraid. All right. All right. Jiang Che's words echoed through the communicator almost simultaneously with Qin Zhan's. The others froze. What did that mean? Roar. But the next moment, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted. To everyone's astonishment, Luo Xiaoke and Jiang Che burst out from their hiding spot. This scene stunned everyone once more. Jiang, Luo. Rinlong and Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, what are you doing? Who gave you permission to go out? Damn it! Qin Zhan's furious voice followed immediately, filled with rage. Those two good-for-nothings dared to disobey orders. But the next moment, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. Following that earth-shattering roar, Luo Xiaoke burst forth, her entire body instantly engulfed in raging flames. Searing waves of fire engulfed the surroundings as her form twisted and distorted within the flames, transforming in an instant into a majestic, fiery qilin. Boom! What is this? Not far away, Rinlong's eyes widened in disbelief. The communicators erupted with chatter at that very moment, voices buzzing with speculation. What kind of beast girl is that? Holy crap, that aura is terrifying. At least top tier, right? Top tier? This is God tier, it's a fire qilin. Whoa! God tier? A fire qilin? That little girl is actually a God tier beast girl? The fire qilin roared to the heavens, its body engulfed in surging flames. Several neuroparasitic spiders nearby instantly changed direction, simultaneously spraying venom toward it. Yet before the dark green venom could draw near, it was instantly vaporized into white mist by the intense heat radiating from the fire qilin's body. Huff! The fire Kirin opened its mouth, unleashing a crimson fireline. The flame swept across like a sharp sword. The 3 nerve parasite spiders didn't even have time to scream before being engulfed by the flames, reduced to ashes in an instant. This is the power of a god-tier beast girl? Lin Yu stared blankly at the scene. For a moment, she recalled her earlier vow to protect Luo Xiaoke, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Qin Zhan, watching from afar, was too stunned to speak. His eyes locked on the dancing flames at the center of the battlefield as his Adam's apple bobbed. God tier. Truly God tier. Yang Chen, can you hold on? Jiang Che's calm voice suddenly crackled through the communicator. I can, hold on. Yang Chen's voice carried the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped death. Good. Hold on a little longer. We'll deal with these other neuroparasitic spiders first. Jiang Che ordered. Xiaoko, take care of the rest first. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, channeling a pure stream of spiritual energy that precisely infused into the fire Qilin's body. The flames enveloping the fire Qilin surged violently. Boom! 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 Chapter 40, Prepare for Battle. The Void Ripper returns. Boom! 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 Scorching shockwaves incinerated all surrounding spores. In the next instant, the fire Qilin leapt nimbly into the air. It charged toward a nearby neuroparasitic spider, its sharp claws easily tearing through its carapace. Its body engulfed in raging flames, it instantly reduced the neuroparasitic spider to charcoal. Too powerful. Is this the power of a god-tier beast girl? Killing a first-tier neuroparasitic spider is like slaughtering chicks? No wonder the Education Bureau sent them. How foolish of us to have. The hidden crowd watched in stunned silence as the battlefield became a one-sided slaughter. In less than a minute, the remaining 10 or so neuroparasite spiders were wiped out completely. But just then, everyone noticed with shock that the flames on the fire Qilin had grown noticeably dimmer. This was a sign of excessive spiritual energy depletion. Xiao Ku. Only 3 neuroparasitic spiders remain. Take care of them and hide immediately. I think I spotted a void ripper over there. Jiang Che's voice had barely finished echoing. He raised his hand once more, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into the fire Qilin's body. In an instant, the flames surrounding the fire Qilin surged violently once more, hurtling toward Yang Chen and the cat-eared beast girl like a burning meteorite. Yang Chen and the cat-eared beast girl Xia Lianlian were now in a desperate situation. Under the relentless assault of the 3 neuroparasite spiders, the cat-eared beast girl's body was covered in wounds, her movements noticeably slowed, and her spiritual energy nearly depleted. Similarly, Yang Chen, as the Spirit Tamer, was in even worse shape. His protective suit was torn open in several places, blood seeping steadily from the wounds. This was the inherent weakness of spirit masters. In combat, aside from blade maidens and certain mecha maidens, the combat effectiveness of other contract spirit masters, beast maidens, plant spirits, undead spirits, or elemental spirits was severely limited. Their role on the battlefield was often limited to supplying spiritual energy to their contracted spirits. Just like Jiang Che had done earlier. He had to replenish Luo Xiaoke's depleted spiritual energy to keep her fighting. Sword maidens, however, are different. Sword maidens require their spirit masters to fight alongside them. Therefore, each time a sword maiden breaks through a new level, it automatically generates a set of combat techniques for its spirit master to practice. This allows the spirit master to become even more powerful on the battlefield, unstoppable and invincible. This explains why Qin Zhan and Renlong wielded their sword maidens while charging into the fray. It was their combat style. As for the mecha maidens, it's even simpler. Mecha maidens require spirit masters to operate them. Boom! At that moment, the fire Qilin descended from the sky. Its flaming forepaw crushed the neuroparasite spider facing Yang Chen into pulp. Flames instantly swept outward, incinerating the insect carcasses beneath its feet. Cough cough. Yang Chen was saved. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. At the same time, he couldn't help but look up at the fire Qilin mere inches away, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude. At this moment, to ensure the mission's success, everyone chose to obey Qin Zhan's orders, daring not to act rashly. He and his wife had prepared themselves for sacrifice. They were soldiers. They feared no death. But who doesn't want to live? It was Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke who openly defied orders and saved them. How could he not be grateful? Especially when he recalled his own past misunderstandings toward Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, Yang Chen felt like slapping himself right then and there. Yet in response to his gratitude, the fire Qilin merely nodded. The next moment, the fire Qilin turned its head. Its mouth opened, unleashing another dazzling line of fire. It completely incinerated the last 2 neuroparasite spiders that had been surrounding and attacking the cat-eared beast girl, reducing them to ashes. Brother Chen. The cat-eared beast girl resumed human form, her face pale. Ignoring her own injuries, she staggered over to Yang Chen and hurriedly began checking him. I'm fine. Yang Chen shook his head, then struggled to his feet with Xia Lianlian's support. He bowed deeply to Luo Xiaoke, who had also reverted to human form. Luo Xiaoku. Thank you for saving my life. Luo Xiaoke, now restored to her human form, flushed slightly. Her appearance was a stark contrast to her fierce fighting demeanor moments before, the difference striking. But just as she was about to speak, Qin Zhan's urgent warning crackled through the communicator again.
Attention all personnel.
The Void Ripper has detected us. Prepare for battle. Heart sank as everyone looked up in unison toward the distance. Nearly 10 massive insectoid creatures were rapidly closing in. Resembling hybrids of mantises and cheetahs, their bodies were a deep purple black. Their forelimbs resembled two massive scythes, gleaming with a cold, menacing light in the dim glow.
Follow my command. Qin Zhan barked sharply. Mech maidens, switch to combat mode.
Initiate a wave of ranged attacks first.
Yang Chen, Xiaolianlian,
Jiang Che, and Luo Xiaoke, rest now and recover your spiritual energy as much as possible.
The rest of you, protect them especially. Luo Xiaoke.
The next moment, Qin Zhan's uncontrollable cursing erupted again over the communicator.
Are those Education Bureau people all insane? Damn it. They're actually throwing God-tier beast girls into there? Don't they fear dying in the secret realm? Holy. Everyone was speechless.
It was the first time they'd ever seen Qin Zhan lose his temper like this.
But they understood his frustration.
Divine tier contract spirits were of paramount importance, each one a top priority.
Now, after finally obtaining one, the Education Bureau had sent it into the Insect Clan's secret realm to risk its life?
This was sheer madness. Renlong and Lin Yu emerged from their hiding spot at that moment, standing beside Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Their expressions were incredibly complex as they said,
Xiaoko, you're actually a god-tier beast girl? Honestly.
Sister Lin Yu, I told you before, Che and I aren't from any spirit riding family.
Luo Xiaoke blinked. Lin Yu sighed. Spirit taming clan? Which spirit tamer family wouldn't treat a god-tier beast girl like a precious treasure? How could they bear to send them out? Even now, Lin Yu and Renlong were still wondering if Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke had offended some big shot in South City? That's why they were assigned such a dangerous mission? Jiang. Follow the captain's orders. You two hide and recover your spiritual energy. Leave these void rippers to us.
Renlong added at that moment.
Jiang Che gave a slight nod.
Then, holding Luo Xiaoke's hand, he retreated to a concealed spot nearby and sat cross-legged. Though it was difficult to recover spiritual energy within the secret realm, this was the situation now.
Every bit helped.
Suddenly, Qin Zhan's urgent voice crackled over the communicator.
Attention all personnel. Void rippers entering attack range.
At the edge of their vision, the 10 purplish-black insectoid creatures raced forward at incredible speed, closing to within 100 meters. Simultaneously, deep gashes were carved into the ground directly behind them. That was the destructive power of the Void Ripper's forelimbs. Chapter 41, Burning Heaven Qilin Technique, First Form Qilin treading the 8 wildernesses.
Long range team, prepare. Qin Zhan barked the order.
The mechanical girls in the squad immediately shifted their forms.
2 transformed into spear forms. 2 transformed into cannon barrels.
The transformation of one mecha girl was the most peculiar. Though she did not transform, her entire body rapidly metallized. Simultaneously, her chest split open, revealing a fist-sized, pitch-black energy cannon. This was already a relatively advanced metallic battle maiden.
A very rare occurrence. Fire. Qin Zhan barked the order.
In an instant, several beams of psychic energy sliced through the sky. The 3 Void Rippers at the forefront were instantly struck, letting out piercing screams.
One had its forelegs shattered clean off.
Green blood spurted forth.
Now's our chance.
Qin Zhan's voice rang out with excitement.
Close combat team, follow me. Clang.
Jean Linger instantly transformed into an emerald green longsword, blazing with dazzling light the moment Qin Zhan grasped it. Renlong also seized the long blade formed by Lin Yu, and the two charged forward at the forefront.
The other contract spirits transformed one after another.
The cheetah-shaped beast girl let out a fierce roar and charged at breakneck speed, flanking the enemy from the side.
The giant ape-shaped beast girl charged head-on.
Each step sent tremors through the ground, appearing even more brutal than the Void Rippers facing them. Another beast girl, in the form of a great eagle, soared skyward with her contract master on her back, circling overhead, waiting for her chance to strike.
Amidst the chaos stood a plant spirit.
Caught between Qin Zhan and Renlong, she transformed the moment she entered the fray, instantly taking root at the very center of the battlefield.
Whoosh! 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 Countless willow branches extended like living creatures, swiftly binding the forelimbs of one of the Void Rippers. Though they were soon snapped free, they successfully created an opening for her allies to strike. Thud! Qin Zhan seized the moment, his long sword flashing like a rainbow. It pierced directly into the Void Ripper's compound eye. Renlong also seized the moment, swinging his blade at the insectoid's vulnerable abdomen, spilling a spray of green blood. Simultaneously, at the rear of the battlefield, the mechanical warrior maiden with a black hole gouged into her chest suddenly erupted in a blinding blue light. Powerful energy coalesced once more. Fired. Boom! Boom!
It sent a Void Ripper poised to pounce on a plant maiden at the center of the battlefield, flying 5 or 6 meters away.
Nice shot!
Renlong shouted excitedly. But before anyone could relax, the communicator crackled with an urgent warning from the Spirit Tamer riding Great Eagle's back.
Watch out! 5 more Void Rippers are approaching from the rear. Everyone instinctively turned around. In the distance, 5 larger Void Rippers were closing in from the flanks.
Faster. Larger in size. They had likely advanced to the second stage.
Damn it! Xinjiang's expression darkened instantly at the sight. How could a second-tier void insect appear in a first-tier restricted secret realm?
A level 1 restricted secret realm means only level 1 spirit masters or those below level 1 can enter.
So now we're inside, and you're telling me there are second-tier insects? That's utter nonsense. How are we supposed to fight them? How are we level 1 spirit masters supposed to handle this?
The gorilla beast girl, momentarily distracted, had her arm severed by the foreleg of an opposing Void Ripper.
Blood gushed instantly. Ah!
The gorilla beast girl clutched her severed arm and screamed as she transformed into human form. She transformed into a dark-skinned young woman, her face twisted in utter terror.
Honey, watch out!
The Spirit Tamer behind her cried out in alarm. He charged forward recklessly. But the Void Ripper facing the woman was faster, colder, and more ruthless.
It raised its massive foreleg once more, swinging it down toward the woman's head.
At that moment, the woman couldn't help but turn her head, as if wanting to see her husband one last time.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Fortunately, at this critical moment, several psionics cannons fired from behind, striking first.
Several shots slammed heavily into the Void Ripper.
They were violently knocked back. But at least the woman was saved.
The Spirit Tamer arrived just then, scooped the woman up in his arms, and sprinted away. Captain, what do we do?
At that moment, the Spirit Tamer's panicked voice crackled over the communicator.
We need to get out of here fast. There are already second-tier insectoids in the secret realm now. Who knows what level the queen might be? A deafening silence filled the communicator.
Xinjiang gripped his sword tightly, clenching his jaw so hard the veins on his forehead bulged.
No. Our mission is to kill the queen. We either complete it or die fighting within the secret realm. The next moment,
Xinjiang raised his sword high and roared.
For humanity, kill!
Renlong's eyes turned red as well. In this current climate, everyone had been raised from childhood on a diet of righteous ideology.
For the human race, everything could be sacrificed.
For the human race, these 4 words were a signal etched into their very bones.
Hearing those 4 words alone could ignite every ounce of courage. Renlong roared. For the human race, kill!
Though despair gripped their hearts, these 4 words now stirred them to action.
For the human race, kill! Kill! Kill!
Suddenly, Jiang Che's voice crackled over the communicator.
Leave these 5 second-tier insectoids to us. Focus on the ones ahead. What?
Xinjiang whipped his head around.
From the concealed position where Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke stood, towering flames erupted skyward.
A majestic fire qilin, bearing Jiang Che on its back, hurtled toward the 5 approaching second-tier Void Rippers like a meteor.
This is madness.
Xinjiang's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Jiang Che, get back here. Who the hell gave you permission to go out?
But there was no response.
Xinjiang roared with fury.
After once again repelling the void-tearing entity opposite him with a sword strike, he bellowed at Renlong nearby.
Renlong, follow them. Protect them at all costs. Then escort the god-tier beast maiden out of the secret realm. Renlong acknowledged the order and immediately broke away from the battlefield, sprinting toward the fire qilin.
But the fire qilin's speed was simply too great. In the blink of an eye, it had already charged before the 5 second-tier insectoid beasts.
Xiaoke, unleash your full power. Jiang Che murmured.
Simultaneously, he pressed both hands onto the fire qilin's back, continuously channeling spiritual energy into it.
I'll supply your spiritual energy. Roar! The fire qilin let out a piercing roar, its flames surging violently.
Just as it was about to collide with the 5 second-tier Void Rippers opposite, it suddenly raised its front hooves and stomped heavily on the ground.
Flaming Heaven Qilin technique.
First form Qilin stomps the 8 wildernesses.
Boom!
The ground shook violently. A ring of searing flames radiated outward from the fire qilin. Within the flames, the shadowy form of the qilin could be faintly seen galloping. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked open, spewing forth scalding magma. Before the 5 second-tier Void Rippers could react, they were engulfed by the flames. The 3 at the front instantly turned to ash. The remaining 2 were scorched by the molten lava, letting out piercing screams. This is... Renlong, who had just arrived in pursuit, froze in place, his long sword clattering to the ground.
Chapter 42, Captain, you're awesome, damn awesome. What was Renlong feeling right now? He was utterly stunned.
Just moments ago, those 5 second-tier Void Rippers, creatures they had feared like tigers, creatures that had driven them to utter despair, couldn't even mount a counterattack against Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Was this the terror of a god-tier beast girl?
Boom! Another earth-shattering RO echoed.
Renlong's eyes widened as he watched the fire Qilin charge back into the inferno, tearing the remaining 2 second-tier Void Rippers to shreds with devastating force.
Void Rippers? Torn apart? That brutal combat style sent shivers down Renlong's spine.
At the same time, the long sword that had fallen to the ground transformed back into human form. Lin Yu slumped to the ground, staring at the scene before her in utter disbelief.
This little coup is this fierce?
Yet the fire Qilin, having just slaughtered 5 second-tier Void Rippers in one fell swoop, showed no sign of stopping. It spun on its heel and charged toward the main battlefield where Qin Zhan and the others were fighting.
Its footsteps thundered like rolling thunder, its form blazing like fire.
Renlong watched, his heart pounding with both terror and exhilaration. At that moment, Jiang Che's calm voice came through the communicator.
Everyone, get out of the way. I'll handle this.
Before Qin Zhan and the others could react to the voice, they saw the colossal fire Qilin charging toward them. They all froze in shock.
Qin Zhan roared into the communicator. Renlong. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on them? Captain.
Renlong's voice trembled with excitement.
That was incredible. Incredible.
Jiang Che and the others, they killed all 5 second-tier Void Rippers.
What? Qin Zhan didn't catch it at first. Say that again? 5 second-tier ones. All killed.
Renlong shouted again, his words jumbled.
One move. Just one move.
Even the Void Ripper got ripped apart. The communicator erupted in chaos.
Holy? Are you serious? Renlong, you're not kidding me, are you? Damn, that's a second-tier insectoid. Instantly killed? You're just bragging, right?
But just as everyone was reeling in shock, the fire Qilin had already charged into the fray with Jiang Che. Qin Zhan, seeing this, shouted urgently.
Spread out. Everyone spread out. Boom. Another Qilin stomping the 8 desolations.
Jiang Che sat atop the fire Qilin, frantically channeling spiritual energy. A searing wave of fire instantly engulfed and erupted, consuming all 6 remaining first-tier Void Rippers. Qin Zhan led the others to stand at a safe distance. They watched helplessly as the vicious insectoid creatures, 4 of which they had struggled to kill, twisted and writhed in the flames before finally turning to ash. The flames gradually died down, leaving only charred insectoid remains scattered across the battlefield. The fire Qilin reverted to Luo Xiaoke's form. Her face was deathly pale, clearly having pushed beyond her limits during the battle. Similarly, Jiang Che, who was supporting her, was also deathly pale, feeling as if his body had been hollowed out. Yet none of this deterred the surrounding crowd, who stared at them in stunned silence, revering them as if they were deities.
Their eyes brimmed with admiration. Jiang. Luo, you too. Qin Zhan took a deep breath, his gaze toward Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke completely transformed. Gone was any trace of previous disdain, replaced entirely by admiration. Pure, unadulterated respect and gratitude. Had it not been for Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke this time, they likely wouldn't have even seen the mother insect before perishing here, their deaths utterly meaningless. I apologize for my previous underestimation and misunderstanding of you both. I'm truly sorry. Qin Zhan took another deep breath and spoke earnestly. The others around them followed suit, each offering their apologies to Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. In the distance, Yang Chen and Xia Lianlian hurried over. The Spirit Tamer, supporting his 8 Beast Girl, also expressed regret to Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. But across from them, Jiang Che shook his head and said, Captain Qin, if I were in your position, on such a dangerous mission, with 2 useless second-generation Spirit Tamers tagging along just for show, I'd probably kick them out immediately. Qin Zhan froze for a moment, then a smile spread across his face as he replied. Fair enough.
He knew full well that Jiang Che meant not only to hold no blame, but to actually approve of his approach.
Captain Qin. Jiang Che spoke again. Now is not the time for this. We need to find a safe place and restore our spiritual energy as much as possible. Otherwise, if we encounter another insectoid squad like that again, we might not even be able to fight back. Everyone turned to look at Qin Zhan, finding Jiang Che's words reasonable. After battling all the way here, everyone's energy reserves were severely depleted. Without restoring our spiritual energy as much as possible, the battles ahead would be nothing short of disastrous. But,
Qin Zhan shook his head grimly.
No. Why not, Captain Qin? Yang Chen couldn't help but ask.
The other team members, especially those who had been injured in the recent battle, stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
Why not recover? Because we don't have any more time.
Qin Zhan took a deep breath, his expression growing incredibly grave as he said.
We only have 3 days. If we don't leave the secret realm within 3 days, those outside will automatically assume we've been wiped out. The military will then dispatch an elite squad to destroy this place. At these words, everyone was stunned. Their mouths fell open in disbelief. 3 days? Why? Why such a tight deadline? Jiang Che's eyes flickered as he replied. Is it because of the protective suits? Qin Zhan looked visibly surprised at Jiang Che's response, but nodded immediately. Yes. The protective suits can only last 3 days. After that, they'll offer no protection whatsoever, leaving us completely exposed to the spirit energy spores in the air. Everyone exchanged glances. For a moment, they all lost their composure, their faces grim, unsure of what to do. 3 days and likely half of that time had already passed. That meant they had at most 2 days left. Within the secret realm, restoring spiritual energy was already extremely difficult, taking several times longer than outside. This meant they would likely have to search for the mother insect in their current half-crippled state, which was practically a death sentence. No wonder this team had been wiped out in the previous cycle. It was a dead end from the start. Brother Che, what should we do? Luo Xiaoka turned to Jiang Che, her voice tinged with anxiety. Hearing Luo Xiaoka's words, Qin Zhan looked at her seriously and said, Luo, Jiang, you two should leave the secret realm immediately. Once outside, say Qin Zhan ordered your departure. It's far too costly for someone with Luo's talent to perish inside. I won't. Luo Xiaoka shook her head. I'll follow Brother Che. He definitely won't leave. All eyes turned to Jiang Che. Jiang Che sighed at that moment and said, I do have a solution. Chapter 43, Qin Kaishan's fury holding Yang Changkong accountable. Jiang Che has a solution? What solution? His voice made everyone perk up. At this point, who dared to underestimate these two young people, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka? Qin Zhan immediately asked. Mr. Jiang, what's your plan? Have the injured members leave the secret realm first. Jiang Che surveyed the group, finally fixing his gaze on Yang Chen, Xiaolianlian, and the pair of unnamed spirit tamers. In the upcoming battle, they won't just be useless, they might actually slow us down. The words were harsh. But it was the reality. The void insect hordes they would face only grew stronger. Carrying the wounded and sick, coupled with the fact that these individuals had also expended vast amounts of spiritual energy, meant that once actual combat commenced, the logistics of tending to the injured would become a significant problem. Better to let them leave than have them die here. A heavy silence fell over the scene. All eyes turned to Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan kept his head bowed, his expression shifting. I agree. Finally, Qin Zhan nodded. Yang Chen, Xiaolianlian, and the two of you who are injured return immediately to the entrance of the secret realm and leave. Got it. Yang Chen agreed without hesitation. It wasn't fear of death, they simply understood that staying behind would only slow them down. Qin Zhan looked at the four of them and said slowly, report the situation here to the general. After the four departed, Jiang Che turned to Jean Linger and asked, Deputy Captain, can you estimate how far we are from the hive? Jean Linger shook her head. No. We don't know the exact location of the queen. We can only determine the general direction using our equipment. A heavier weight settled on everyone's hearts. They were truly in the dark. Jiang Che sighed as well. Then we have no choice but to keep moving forward. Jiang. At that moment, Qin Zhan finally couldn't hold back and asked, what exactly is this plan you mentioned? Jiang Che looked at everyone, his expression solemn and his gaze resolute. My plan is this, from now on, all contracted spirits advance in combat form, but keep spiritual energy consumption to an absolute minimum. Spirit Tamers, focus entirely on restoring your spiritual energy. Ignore any insectoid creatures we encounter along the way. Xiaoku and I will handle them. Your sole focus is replenishing your energy. Once we locate the insectoid hive, Xiaoku and I will lead the assault. Your mission is to block any other insectoids from interfering with us at all costs. After hearing this, Qin Zhan's expression darkened. No way. This is far too dangerous. Even the strongest god-tier beast maidens would exhaust their spiritual energy fighting their way through. Dealing with the queen bug on top of that? You simply can't do it. Then do you have a better plan? Jiang Che countered. The group fell instantly silent. Indeed, given the time constraints of the protective suits, this was the only viable option. Since there isn't, then follow my lead. Jiang Che's tone brooked no argument. And from this moment on, I will temporarily assume command of the entire team. At that moment, Jiang Che, barely 18 years old, exuded a battle-hardened, iron-willed presence that sent a chill through everyone present. Qin Zhan stared blankly at Jiang Che. For some reason, he suddenly saw the shadow of his own father in Jiang Che. Understood. Qin Zhan took a deep breath and nodded. We're doomed either way. I'll take the gamble. After reaching an agreement, they proceeded according to Jiang Che's plan. The beast girls and mecha girls in the group transformed one after another, all shifting into combat forms. Each carried their respective spirit master on their back. The plant girls, unable to transform or move freely, had no choice but to remain in human form, while their spirit masters climbed onto the backs of other beast girls. As for Jean Linger and Lin Yu, the two sword maidens, they too were unable to transform for walking, but Qin Zhan and Ren Long declined assistance from other beast girls, choosing instead to walk on foot. Only Jiang Che rode atop the fire Qilin, leading the way at the very front of the group. He cleared obstacles for the following group. Along the way, they encountered countless void insect creatures. Whether first tier or second tier, none survived the fire Qilin's overwhelming assault. Thus, they marched on. Another day passed. Outside.
Beneath the transparent bubble, the entire mountain range remained sealed off by the military like an iron barrel.
Within the mountains, soldiers stood in formation.
Psionic cannons were trained on the entrance to the secret realm, the air thick with a grim, murderous tension. Inside the central command tent, Qin Kaishan stared blankly at the tactical map, lost in thought, his mind a mystery. At his left and right hands, several military commanders stood silently, the atmosphere thick with tension.
General.
One staff officer finally spoke up.
It's been 2 days now, and still no word. Should we send someone in to check?
Qin Kaishan finally stirred.
He lifted his head and spoke calmly.
Sending an ordinary level 1 Spirit Tamer in would be suicide.
Every Spirit Tamer is a treasure to the human race. Silence fell once more. Some lips twitched as if to speak, but in the end, they could only sigh. Suddenly,
the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the tent.
Reporting to the general, Director Yang of the Education Bureau has arrived and requests an audience.
Qin Kaishan frowned at the news.
What does he want? Let him in.
The Education Bureau and the military belonged to different systems and rarely interacted. This time, if it weren't for needing the Education Bureau to coordinate a search, this matter would never have fallen under their jurisdiction.
Shortly after, Yang Changkong strode in.
Though not a soldier, he executed a military salute with meticulous precision.
General Qin. What is it? Qin Kaishan's tone was cold. Yang Changkong took a deep breath before asking.
General, 2 days have passed inside the secret realm.
Any news yet? None.
Qin Kaishan shook his head slightly.
We're all waiting for news too. Yang Changkong fell into a daze, murmuring to himself. 2 whole days, and still not a single word?
He had actually been staying down at the foot of the mountain, but he simply couldn't wait any longer, which was why he had come up at this time. Yet he hadn't expected that the military side had no news either.
Yang Changkong suddenly took a deep breath before asking gravely. General, could you give me a straight answer? What are the chances of success for this mission? What do you mean by that?
Qin Kaishan frowned, displeased.
Your Education Bureau's task is only to select the personnel. You needn't concern yourselves with anything else. Return now. But General. Yang Changkong's expression shifted.
Among this missions team, there are 2 individuals crucial to the Education Bureau.
People crucial to the Education Bureau? Who? Qin Kaishan was taken aback. Oh? Who are they? Important enough for you, the director, to personally come and inquire?
The other generals in the tent were equally astonished and intrigued.
Yang Changkong could only take a deep breath before saying.
A while back, during the Awakening Day at South City High, there was an incident involving an SSS-tier talent student and a God-tier beast girl.
I'm sure you've all heard about it?
The others nodded. They had certainly heard about it, at least among those with connections in the Southwest province.
But they were puzzled. What connection could there possibly be between the two? Qin Kaishan's expression suddenly darkened.
He slammed his palm down on the table, shattering it.
Don't you dare tell me you sent that SSS-tier talent and the God-tier beast girl into the Bug Clan's secret realm. Chapter 44, Yang Chen, son of Yang Changkong? Crash. Qin Kaishan was furious.
He slammed his fist on the table, shattering it into pieces.
At this moment, the iron-blooded general who had remained unflinching even when sending his own son into the insectoid realm now had eyes red with fury. Boom!
He materialized directly before Yang Changkong. His aura erupted like thunder as he grabbed Yang Changkong by the collar and snarled.
Are you insane? You sent an SSS-tier Spirit Tamer and a God-tier Beast Maiden into the Insect Clan's secret realm?
The atmosphere inside the tent instantly grew heavy, many holding their breath in tense anticipation. Their faces paled with horror. But immediately, several military commanders rushed forward. General, please calm down first.
Yes, General. Let's hear what Director Yang has to say first. I doubt the Education Bureau would be that reckless.
Hearing this, Qin Kaishan realized he might have overreacted.
He reluctantly released his grip and asked coldly. Yang Changkong, what exactly is going on here? However,
Yang Changkong, now released, offered only a bitter smile.
General Qin, you're correct. Among those sent to the secret realm for the mission, these 2 were indeed included. Boom!
Qin Kaishan, who had just exhaled in relief, nearly exploded.
Are all the F-King idiots in the Education Bureau?
He grabbed Yang Changkong by the collar again, spittle flying onto his face.
Choked by Qin Kaishan's furious grip, Yang Changkong managed a bitter explanation.
General, we were just following orders. Ordinary trainees going in would be useless.
Bull! Qin Kaishan roared. That's an SSS-tier talent. A God-tier beast girl. And you sent her in there? Has the Education Bureau gone mad? You're all traitors. We tested it. Yang Changkong's face had turned crimson as he struggled to speak. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka's actual combat strength is already around level 3.
The words hit like a bucket of cold water, stunning the enraged Qin Kaishan into a momentary freeze before he released his grip. Everyone inside the tent sucked in a sharp breath. They stared at young Changkong in shock.
Tier 3? A staff officer gasped in disbelief. Just 18 years old and newly awakened, yet his actual combat strength is already approaching that of a Tier 3 Spirit Tamer? Is this the power of an SSS-tier Spirit Tamer and a God tier Beast Maiden? Qin Kaishan's expression eased slightly. With this level of power, entering a level 1 secret realm should indeed pose no major issues. But just as he was about to speak, report! A soldier suddenly burst into the tent. General! There's movement at the secret realm's exit, someone's coming out. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Qin Kaishan dashed out in a single bound, the others scrambling to follow. At the entrance to the secret realm suspended mid-air, 4 figures covered in blood staggered out. It was Yang Chen, Xia Lianlian, and the other 2. Their protective suits were now torn to shreds, and their exposed skin was covered in gruesome wounds. The armless beast girl among them was on the verge of fainting. Quick! Quick! Call the medic! Qin Kaishan barked sharply. The medical team immediately rushed forward. Xia Lianlian was covered in wounds, her abdomen pierced through. Yang Chen was slightly better off, but his right leg bore a deep gash that exposed bone. The other 2 fared worst. The woman's arm had been cleanly severed by the Void Ripper, the wound a horrifying sight. Qin Kaishan strode forward with his men, his voice trembling slightly. What's the situation inside? Where's Qin Zhan? Where are the others? Yang Chen lifted his head, his face deathly pale. General, something's wrong with this secret realm. We encountered 2nd-tier Void Rippers shortly after entering, and there were quite a few of them. What? A chorus of gasps erupted around them. Qin Kaishan staggered as if struck by lightning, then uttered in disbelief. 2nd-tier insectoid creatures? How could 2nd-tier insectoids appear in a 1st-tier secret realm? Suddenly recalling something, his voice cracked as he demanded. Then the queen. What rank is the queen? If ordinary insects had reached 2nd tier, what tier could the queen possibly be? Yang Chen shook his head with difficulty. I don't know, we haven't found the queen yet. Just then, Yang Changkong pushed his way forward from behind. Seeing Yang Chen's pitiful state, his heart sank. Yang Chen! Where are Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke? How are they? Hearing the voice, Yang Chen whipped his head around. His eyes instantly reddened upon spotting Yang Changkong in the crowd. Dad! That single word, Dad, sent shockwaves through the surrounding crowd once more. All eyes turned toward Yang Changkong in unison, expressions filled with shock. Even Qin Kaishan couldn't help but glance at him, taking a deep breath. Those fools at the Education Bureau. Not only did they send an SSS-tier Spirit Tamer and a God-tier Beast Maiden into the Insect Clan's secret realm, but they also sent their own son. Truth be told. Wasn't he in the same boat? I'm asking you, where are Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke? Are they okay? But Yang Changkong pressed on without pause. They're safe for now. Another Spirit Tamer nearby replied. His beast companion had lost an arm and suffered severe injuries, making him the most gravely wounded among them. Yet, comparatively speaking, his condition was the best. Hearing his words, everyone turned to look at him again. Upon realizing he was the least injured, they let Yang Chen off and focused their attention on him, bombarding him with questions. They finally pieced together everything that had happened to the 4 before their departure. Are you certain they instantly killed 2nd-tier insectoids? Qin Kaishan sucked in a sharp breath, his expression turning grave. The Spirit Tamer nodded and spoke. We didn't witness it ourselves, but at the time, Ren Long was practically going crazy with excitement over the communicator. The others exchanged glances and slowly nodded. This information seemed reliable. Just then, the medic finished applying basic bandages to the 3 wounded. Qin Kaishan immediately ordered. Send these 4 down to the mountain hospital for treatment first. Watching the 4 being escorted away by vehicle, several high-ranking military officials immediately gathered around, asking in unison. General! What should we do next? That's an SSS-tier Spirit Tamer and a God-tier Beast Girl, we absolutely can't let anything happen to them. Exactly, General. We must devise a plan. Otherwise, I'll have more protective suits brought in immediately. Based on what that person said earlier, they likely can't even replenish their spiritual energy now. Continuing would be suicide. We should just call them back. The group chattered and debated, but Qin Kaishan dismissed every suggestion one by one. Sending more people in to search now? That's far too risky. No one knew the exact conditions inside, how could they search? Moreover, only 1 day remained. How could the new team cover in 1 day what took the others 2 days to traverse? Issue the order, delay the destruction plan by 1 day. We must do everything possible to ensure the safety of Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. The rest is up to their own fate. Chapter 45. Were you blaming me just now? South City. The City Lord's mansion. Dad. The voice came from outside the hall. Immediately after, Zhao Jiran strode in from outside. Today's Zhao Jiran looked different from usual. She wore a perfectly tailored pure white blouse, the collar slightly open to reveal delicate collarbones and a flawless décolletage. Below his slender waist, a pure white pleated skirt fell gracefully.
It formed a striking contrast with her long, beautiful legs encased in black over the knee socks, creating a sight so captivating that one glance was enough to leave one lingering in admiration. One could almost imagine carrying her on one's shoulders and accelerating wildly. Her delicate face now held anticipation. Spotting Zhao Yanlong, she couldn't help but ask, "Daddy, after all these days, any news about the Eternal Heart?" This was the matter closest to her heart. The Eternal Heart. Whether her domestic robot could successfully evolve likely depended on this very Eternal Heart. Looking into his daughter's eyes, Zhao Yanlong rubbed his temples with a wry smile. "Don't worry, we're looking into it." Just then, Secretary General Ouyang Hai entered from outside. City Lord Zhao Yanlong immediately asked, "Ouyang, what's the status? Any news on the Eternal Heart?" Ouyang Hai shook his head blankly. "Lord City Master, I came here specifically to report on this matter. I've been in touch with many elders recently, but they don't even know what the Eternal Heart is, let alone how to find it." Hearing this, both Zhao Yanlong and his daughter Zhao Zhiran flashed expressions of disappointment. As expected. How could such a rare object be found so easily? Across from them, after a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Hai continued his inquiry. "Lord Mayor, to be perfectly honest, I've also had people search through numerous ancient texts recently, but there's no mention of the Eternal Heart in any of them. I'm just unsure where you heard about the Eternal Heart. Since someone knows about it, why not ask them directly for its whereabouts?" "It was Zhang, a student from South City First High School, who told me." Zhao Yanlong spoke with evident distress. "But he's currently on a secret mission in Taiyan City and completely unreachable." "Jiang Che?" Ouyang Hai was taken aback. Without further concealment, Zhao Yanlong proceeded to explain the entire situation concerning Luo Xiaoke. After hearing it all, Ouyang Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. What? What does that mean? Luo Xiaoke, who possessed the miraculous beast maiden physique, was originally just an ordinary? It was only through Jiang Che's assistance that she evolved again, transforming from a fire-tailed weasel into the current fire qilin. This is simply unbelievable. Unheard of. Unseen. Uncle Ouyang. Zhao Zhiran stepped forward at that moment and whispered. "I assume you've heard about my awakening as a domestic robot maid. Since Jiang Che said the Eternal Heart could help me, I want to give it a try. After all, my domestic robot is already the worst possible outcome, isn't it?" Ouyang Hai nodded slowly upon hearing this. "Miss, Ouyang understands. I will do my utmost to investigate the Eternal Heart for you." After Ouyang Hai departed, Zhao Yanlong finally turned and said in a solemn voice. "Understood. I think Ouyang has a point. Instead of searching aimlessly here, we should go straight to Jiang Che. Once he returns from Taiyan City, we'll pay him another visit." "MHM." Zhao Zhiran nodded. For some reason, Jiang Che's face came to mind again. Insect Clan's secret realm. Qilin treads the 8 wildernesses. In an instant, flames shot skyward. Scorching waves of fire engulfed a radius of over 10 meters, consuming an entire squadron of second-stage razor beetles before them. These frenzy blade beetles bore a resemblance to the scythe-claw jump beetles in appearance. Yet they were entirely different. Within the flames, the entire squadron of second-stage frenzy blade beetles was incinerated in mere moments. The flames gradually subsided, leaving only the fire qilin standing tall and proud in the center of the field, its majestic presence commanding awe, as if an ancient divine beast had descended. Behind it, witnessing this scene, Runlong shouted excitedly. "It's done! So powerful!" He and his girlfriend, Lin Yu, immediately charged forward. At some point, this couple who had gained minor fame at Taiyan Spirit Riding Academy had become fervent fans of Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. But just as they reached the scene, the fire qilin flickered and transformed back into Luo Xiaoke's human form. But now, the young girl's face was as pale as paper. Her legs buckled, threatening to collapse. Fortunately, Jiang Che reacted swiftly. As he caught Luo Xiaoke, a glow emanated from his palm, infusing a thread of spiritual energy into her body. "Che Gu." Luo Xiaoke weakly opened her eyes, her bangs drenched in sweat. Qin Zhan and the others hurried forward. Seeing the exhausted state of the two, their eyes filled with concern. "Jiang Che, this can't go on. You'll all be worn down eventually." Jiang Che shook his head, turning his gaze toward the depths of the secret realm as he spoke slowly. "No. Everything we've encountered now is second-stage insectoid. This means we've likely only just entered the heart of the secret realm. We're very close to the queen now. What we must do now is press forward with all our strength, locate the queen, and eliminate it. Otherwise, we'll soon be surrounded by hordes of second-stage insects, and every last one of us will perish. But in your current state, both of you are nearly drained of spiritual energy. Even if we find the queen, we won't be able to do anything about it." Jean Linger stepped forward to speak. Now, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke had become the core of their team. Only the two of them held any hope of slaying the queen. But in their current state, how could Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke possibly fight the queen? It seemed the group might still face certain death. This was everyone's greatest concern. Their deaths wouldn't matter, everyone had prepared themselves for the end. But Luo Xiaoke must not die.
Luo Xiaoke is a god-tier beast girl. If she could fully mature, her potential would be limitless. I'll find a way then. Don't worry, Linger. Jiang Che spoke up. He still had one final option, a means to swiftly return to his peak state. That was the system. He still had one spirit power infusion stored within the system space. He had previously calculated that after receiving that infusion, both he and Luo Xiaoke would likely be elevated to level 2. But he couldn't explain the system's nature. But Renlong and the others all wore expressions of hesitation. Let's go. I think we should be arriving soon. Jiang Che supported Luo Xiaoke as they continued forward. Yet for the rest of the journey, Luo Xiaoke remained silent, her lips pressed tightly together. This was quite unlike her usual self. Noticing her unusual state, Jiang Che couldn't help but recall the words Liu Ruyan had spoken to him on the day of his rebirth. His heart sank suddenly. Xiaoke! Jiang Che abruptly halted his steps and called out. Luo Xiaoke froze, lifting her head to look at him with confusion. Brother Che, what's wrong? Jiang Che looked at her and asked slowly. You haven't said a word since we got here. Are you upset with me? Chapter 46, finally encountering the mother insect, mid-tier stage 3, despair. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Luo Xiaoke immediately tilted her head in confusion. Brother Che, what do you mean? I don't understand. Why would I blame you? Jiang Che, however, looked intently into her eyes. Don't you blame me for making a decision that puts you in danger? Luo Xiaoke froze for a moment, then shook her head. No, I don't. Then why did you just? Jiang Che trailed off. Luo Xiaoke suddenly blinked, then burst out laughing. Brother Che, why are you being so sensitive all of a sudden? That's not like you at all. I was just thinking about something. What were you thinking about? Jiang Che pressed. I was thinking. Luo Xiaoke's eyes suddenly sparkled, looking strangely bright. What does the mother insect actually look like? What's the relationship between the void insects we encountered earlier and it? If they're all its offspring, how could it produce so many different types of insects? And with so many insectoids to tend to, can it possibly manage? After hearing this, Jiang Che was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of twisted logic does this girl have? At a life or death moment, she's still thinking about such nonsense? Who said all those insectoids were offspring of the queen? He asked, feeling both amused and exasperated. Isn't that true? Luo Xiaoke lifted her small face, her skin slightly pale but her expression innocent. Of course not. Jiang Che was speechless, but he patiently explained. The mother insect can produce offspring, but only a portion of them. The insectoids we encountered are more like its subordinates. The queen is their leader. Got it? Luo Xiaoke nodded vigorously, her little face sparkling with admiration. I get it now. Brother Che, you're so amazing. But Jiang Che's eyes flickered as he pressed on. Xiaoke, you really don't blame me? Why would I blame you? Luo Xiaoke tilted her head, her expression filled with unwavering trust. We were in danger in this secret realm, but didn't Brother Che stay by my side the whole time? You never left me to face danger alone. Hearing Luo Xiaoke's reply, Jiang Che froze, then a warm smile spread across his face. Gripping Luo Xiaoke's hand tightly, he declared firmly. Don't worry, Xiaoke. I'll never abandon you. Luo Xiaoke immediately nestled happily into Jiang Che's embrace. Of course not. You're my husband, after all. Husband. Jiang Che's heart stirred. Before this moment, Luo Xiaoke had never spoken such words to him. This showed how profoundly their shared ordeal of life and death had impacted both of them. Jiang Che couldn't help but pull Luo Xiaoke's shoulders tightly against him. Heavy with meaning. That single word, husband, not only signified a deepening of their bond but also carried a weight of responsibility. Yet in this tender moment, Jiang Che happened to glance upward and froze instantly. Somewhere above them, far off in the distance, a colossal void monster now hovered in midair. It was a giant insectoid creature over 100 meters long. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black carapace, which seemed inconspicuous in the dim secret realm. But what was most terrifying were its pair of supersized crushing jaws, like giant guillotines, razor-sharp. It's a ground-devouring titan. Jiang Che couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Behind them, hurried footsteps echoed as Qin Zhan and the others sprinted toward the scene. When they caught sight of the monstrosity before them, every one of them sucked in a sharp breath. A mid-tier third-stage insectoid earth-devouring titan. This must be the queen. Qin Zhan's pupils contracted sharply, despair washing over him. Though the difference between third-stage and second-stage insectoids might seem merely a single tier. But in essence, they were entirely different. The difference was not insignificant. Especially for these giant insects, their attack power, destructive force, and biting strength were all exceptionally formidable. Even on the void battlefield, earth-devouring titans were notoriously troublesome foes, often requiring multiple third-tier spirit masters working together to handle them. And what was their current situation? Not only are they all tier 1 spirit masters, but they're all defeated remnants. How are we supposed to fight? Captain Jiang, we're surrounded. Look around you.
Simultaneously, a startled cry echoed through the communicators inside their protective suits.
Everyone's expressions darkened once more as they scanned their surroundings.
They saw the rock walls, the soil layers, the distant terrain, and even the air above them constantly swarming with all manner of void insects.
Dense swarms pressed in from every direction. Everyone was utterly overcome with despair. What do we do? Even Qin Zhan, usually composed, lost his composure.
He looked at Jiang Che, his face deathly pale.
Captain Jiang. Brother Che. Everyone turned their gaze toward Jiang Che. What else can we do? Jiang Che's expression darkened as he surveyed the group solemnly. Even if we wanted to retreat now, we can't. All contract spirits, prepare for combat mode. Spirit masters, stay close to your contract spirits and be ready to provide spiritual energy support at any moment.
Only then did he turn to Luo Xiaoke and ask softly, "Xiaoke, are you still okay?"
Luo Xiaoke nodded firmly. I'm fine, Brother Che.
As soon as the words left her lips,
Luo Xiaoke's form abruptly shifted. In an instant, she transformed once more into the majestic form of a fire qilin.
Yet now, the flames surrounding her were dim and lifeless, clearly pushed to their limit.
Jiang Che took a deep breath and leapt onto the fire qilin's back.
The last glimmer of spiritual energy flickered in his palm. Without hesitation, he channeled it into the fire qilin's body. Instantly, the crimson flames surged violently. Its entire aura recovered from its previous weakened state to peak strength. This scene drew complex expressions from everyone around them. Qin Zhan clenched his fists, Jin Linger's eyes welled with tears, and Rin Long slammed his fist hard onto the ground.
Damn it! What the hell is going on? Originally, it was agreed that he and Lin Yu would be responsible for protecting Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. But now Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke were the ones having to protect them.
This feeling left everyone feeling utterly helpless and deeply sorrowful, as if they wanted to howl at the heavens.
Roar!
Suddenly, waves of insectoid screeches erupted from all directions.
Hordes of low-tier void insects surged forth from the darkness. Scythe-claw jumping insects scurried swiftly across the ground. Razor blade insects brandished their sharp bone blades.
Flying spine-wing beetles circled low, emitting shrill whistles. Massive beetle-like creatures charged recklessly forward. All were void insects thick as ticks, swarming like a plague, sending shivers down the spine.
Prepare for battle! Qin Zhan roared.
Jin Linger's body shuddered, instantly transforming into a long sword gleaming with icy light, settling firmly in Qin Zhan's grasp.
Lin Yu also transformed into a silver-white blade, gripped firmly by Rin Long.
The contract spirits of the other team members transformed one after another. Plant Girl stopped moving altogether, taking root where she stood.
A vine extended downward, wrapping around its spirit master while rapidly sprouting dozens more tendrils.
These tendrils were remarkably rigid, resembling sharp blades and arrows poised for attack.
Chapter 47, System, Infuse me with spiritual energy.
The beast girls all transformed, their claws gleaming coldly. The three mecha maidens were swiftly enveloped in metallic sheen. With a series of clanking sounds, they all shifted into new forms. Especially the mecha warrior maiden, her chest split open, revealing a vast expanse of pitch blackness. Within, spiritual energy coalesced faintly, clearly beginning to build up a powerful attack. All eyes turned simultaneously toward Jiang Che and the fire qilin, their gazes resolute. Their next move was to follow the prior plan. At any cost, they would buy as much time as possible for Jiang Che and his companions.
Kill! Jiang Che's command rang out. The fire qilin charged toward the earth-devouring titan like a colossal fireball.
Amidst howling winds and sky-filling flames, Jiang Che leaned close to the fire qilin's ear and murmured gravely, "Xiaoko, after this strike, my spiritual energy will be depleted. But I can recover quickly. It should take about 3 seconds. During that time, you must be extremely cautious." The fire qilin nodded firmly. It paid no heed to how absurd Jiang Che's words sounded.
Fully recover spiritual energy in 3 seconds? Impossible.
Not only within the secret realm, but even outside of it, it was utterly impossible. Restoring spiritual energy required time.
That was common knowledge.
But Luo Xiaoke had always trusted Jiang Che unconditionally. Just dozens of meters away from the earth-devouring titan, the fire qilin suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a crimson fireline. The flame was dense and tangible, warping the air in its path as it streaked straight for the mother insect's head.
Boom! The mother insect realized this tiny creature dared to challenge it. It let out a deafening roar. The next instant, it slammed its forelimbs down hard on the ground as soon as it landed. In an instant,
the ground rolled like waves, and countless sharp spikes erupted in a fan-shaped explosion, shooting straight into the sky to collide with the fireline mid-air.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The fireline shattered through the barrage of spikes, yet was ultimately halted, exploding into a shower of debris and sparks. The fire qilin's attack was thus repelled. Yet her attack concluded, it did not mean the mother insect's assault ended.
The fan-shaped array of spikes continued to spread outward.
Just as the fire qilin was about to land, they surged skyward once more, piercing toward her. By the looks of it, they intended to pierce right through the fire qilin.
Roar!
Using its forelimbs as legs, the mother insect began charging forward. Each stride shook the secret realm, as if the heavens were splitting apart. Its colossal crushing jaws snapped wide open, as if poised to swallow the fire Qilin whole.
This battle seemed to hold no suspense whatsoever.
It was about to end before it had even begun. Meanwhile, Xinjiang and the others watching from afar were gripped with terror at the sight.
Renlong couldn't help but cry out, "Captain Jiang!"
But the next moment, Xinjiang's voice boomed out like an explosion. Raising his sword, he roared, "Trust him! Kill!" He charged into the swarm first, his sword's gleam slicing through the air as insectoid limbs flew in all directions.
Renlong and the rest of the team gritted their teeth.
"Kill!" The long blade in his hand hummed like a mournful cry.
To see off little coup. For humanity.
Renlong nearly shattered his teeth as he swung his blade and charged forward. "Kill!"
For the human race.
Plant Maiden rooted herself to the battlefield, dozens of tendrils striking out simultaneously, each blow piercing the vital points of low-tier insectoids with deadly precision. Within the plant girl's vine enclosure, her spirit tamer was enveloped and pierced by countless tendrils, transformed into a colossal blood sac endlessly supplying spiritual energy. This, in truth, was the fate of all spirit masters.
The spirit cannon on the mecha warrior's chest finally completed its charge.
A blinding beam swept across the battlefield, reducing dozens of flying insectoids to ash.
Don't be fooled by the spirit master's impressive combat prowess.
As the battle instantly reached a fever pitch, they quickly began to falter. There was no way around it. The swarm of void insects was simply overwhelming, their sheer variety sending chills down the spine. On the battlefield, Xinjiang's left arm was swiftly slashed open by a razorback, the wound deep enough to expose bone as blood spattered. Renlong swung his blade relentlessly. Green and black insectoid fluids mingled with his crimson blood, forming a bloody slurry that splattered across his protective suit. Yet Renlong seemed oblivious to any pain, still roaring with fury.
Aya!
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Wasn't it fine for you to stay on your own planet? Why did you have to invade us?
Aya, kill, kill, kill! The plant maiden's vine snapped one after another, yet she stubbornly continued shielding her spirit rider. And then there were the mechanical girls. After their ranged attacks proved ineffective, they too joined the fray. While firing spirit bullets at distant insectoids, they used their sturdy bodies to ram nearby ones. Despite their sturdy frames, claw marks soon covered their entire bodies. The battle had only just begun, yet the scene was already horribly brutal.
Hold on. By time for Jiang Che and the others.
Xinjiang's voice was hoarse, yet he continued to rally the troops.
But an accidental glance backward froze them in their tracks.
Unbeknownst to them, the colossal, terrifying mother insect had already charged before the fire Qilin, its massive mandibles fully extended. Against its monstrous frame, the fire Qilin's substantial form seemed as insignificant as an ant, utterly incomparable. Yet at this critical moment, the fire Qilin seemed frozen in place. Not only did it stand motionless in place, even the flames surrounding its body dimmed to the point of near extinction. It seemed poised to be swallowed whole.
Xinjiang couldn't help but cry out in anguish. Luo Xiaoke. This cry of alarm drew the attention of others on the battlefield.
They all turned their heads, their expressions turning grim simultaneously.
Captain Jiang. Captain. No. But in the next instant,
a sudden change occurred. A dazzling, 8-colored pillar of light suddenly shot skyward from the fire Qilin's back.
That pillar of light. It shone.
Its brilliance seemed to illuminate the dim secret realm itself, causing all the void insects surrounding them to instinctively retreat.
Is this a breakthrough? Xinjiang couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at the scene in disbelief. Breaking through to level 2 on the battlefield? What shocked him even more was the 8-colored pillar of light. What did 8 colors signify? Everyone had gone through Awakening Day who didn't know? It signified a rare SSS-tier talent.
Xinjiang felt his head buzz and explode.
Jiang Che possessed an SSS-tier talent? Education Bureau, what kind of monster did they shove into their ranks this time? He thought Luo Zhao's god-tier beast girl was already astonishing enough. But Jiang Che was SSS-tier talent? Let's rewind to a few seconds earlier. After Luo Xiaoke's divine ability was blocked by the mother insect, both Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke's spiritual energy was completely depleted.
Most noticeably, the crimson flames enveloping the fire Qilin instantly dimmed, as if they might extinguish at any moment. At this critical moment of life and death, Jiang Che roared, "System! Fill my body with spiritual energy." Chapter 48 Destroy the secret realm according to the original plan? In an instant, an oceanic surge of spiritual energy flooded into Jiang Che's body. Instantly, his once parched meridians became saturated. His aura began to surge wildly. Simultaneously, vast quantities of spiritual energy flowed through the contract bond, continuously pouring into Luo Xiaoke's body. The fire Qilin's aura likewise surged rapidly, reaching the second tier almost simultaneously with Jiang Che. The dim flames reignited. Moreover, they burned even more fiercely than before, their color shifting from crimson to a fiery gold. Boom! Boom!
Boom!
The instant the breakthrough was complete, astonishing energy fluctuations erupted from the fire Qilin's body, exploding outward in all directions with the beast at its epicenter.
But when it lifted its head, darkness suddenly engulfed its vision.
They had been swallowed whole by the earth-devouring titan.
In the distance, Xinjiang's eyes widened in fury at the sight. No!
He could only watch helplessly as the fire Qilin and Jiang Che vanished simultaneously into the mother insect's terrifying jaws.
Everyone knew that with the earth-devouring titan's crushing bite, even alloy steel would be pulverized into dust, let alone flesh and blood. It's over. Renlong's long sword clattered to the ground as if struck by lightning, his entire being drained of spirit.
When they saw Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke break through simultaneously, they had glimpsed hope. But now that hope was shattered. Simultaneously, the insectoid creatures, previously cowed by the fire Qilin's breakthrough, let out shrill screeches once more and closed in on them as one. Kill! Xinjiang gripped his sword tightly, his voice hoarse. At worst, we die. Kill! Kill! Kill!
Every man roared, their killing intent piercing the heavens. Boom! But suddenly, another deafening explosion erupted from behind. Everyone froze once more.
Instinctively, they turned to look. They saw that the colossal body of the earth-devouring titan was erupting from within, engulfed in towering flames.
Column after column of fire pierced through its body, exploding outward.
Each detonation was accompanied by the mother insect's heart-wrenching screams.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Amidst the relentless barrage of explosions,
the earth-devouring titan's carapace began to crack. Scorching flames erupted like molten lava from the fissures. It thrashed its body wildly, its front limbs flailing against the ground, yet utterly unable to contain the raging fire within. Suddenly, another earth-shattering explosion erupted. Boom!
A massive hole was blown directly through the mother insect's mandibles. Immediately after, a crimson gold figure, engulfed in a torrent of flames, shot skyward.
That's... Renlong's eyes widened instantly. Unbelievable. It's Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. They're not dead, they're still alive.
Lin Yu, having reverted to her human form, couldn't help but gasp at the sight.
Even tears welled up uncontrollably. They weren't dead. They were still alive.
In the next instant, the fire Qilin descended from the heavens, engulfed in blazing crimson flames, like a falling meteor.
Its awe-inspiring divine might. Flames spread, causing all surrounding insectoids to instinctively retreat once more. On the ground, the earth-devouring titan still writhed in agony.
Its colossal form was gradually consumed by the flames, its carapace shattering inch by inch as it let out a piercing, agonized roar. The sound shook the entire secret realm to its core. But just as the fire Qilin was about to land, it made a sudden new move.
It abruptly extended a foreleg. Coiled around its claw was an eerie white flame. Though seemingly gentle, the flames emitted heart-stopping energy fluctuations.
The second technique of the heaven-burning Qilin art.
Scorching Heaven Claw.
This was the combat technique Luo Xiaoke had mastered upon breaking through to the second-tier beast maiden stage. Special flames coiled around her forepaws, allowing attacks to bypass physical defenses and directly scorch the soul. Even more terrifying, upon striking a target, it leaves behind a fire seed, which triggers a secondary explosion 3 seconds later. Boom! The heaven-scorching claw slammed down upon the already battered body of the earth-devouring titan. White flames erupted instantly. It invaded the mother insect's body. With one final, heart-wrenching scream, the Earth-Devourer Titan's colossal form began convulsing violently. 3, 2, 1. Jiang Che counted silently in his mind. The moment the number 3 fell, another earth-shattering explosion erupted. Boom! The Earth-Devouring Titan's body was completely obliterated. A massive shockwave radiated outward in concentric rings, leaving a trail of howling winds and ground cracked inch by inch in its wake. Everyone, take cover! Xinjiang bellowed at the top of his lungs. The team members immediately threw themselves to the ground upon hearing the command. Hum. The ground trembled. Pieces shattered. The shockwave swept overhead, instantly shredding every low-tier insectoid within 100 meters into fragments. Those slightly farther away were hurled into the air, crashing heavily back to the ground. The scene was utterly terrifying. The crowd exchanged stunned glances, utterly shocked. When the dust settled, only a massive, charred crater remained where the earth-devouring titan had stood. There stood Luo Xiaoke and Jiang Che, both restored to their human forms. At that moment, Xinjiang and the others helped each other up, struggling to rise from the ground. They exchanged glances, each looking thoroughly disheveled. But when their gaze fell upon the remnants of the insectoid horde, now utterly routed in the distance, an overwhelming sense of disbelief and wild elation finally surged through them. The feeling of having survived a catastrophe washes over them. We won? Renlong murmured. We survived. The next moment, everyone erupted in earth-shattering cheers. Ignoring their injuries, they laughed wildly and rushed toward Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Captain Jiang. Xiaoke. Lin Yu led the charge, tears streaming down her face.
Who could possibly understand the feeling of having survived a catastrophe they were experiencing now? Though limping, Qin Zhan ran faster than anyone. He soon overtook Ling Yu and, alongside Jean Linger, rushed to Jiang Che's side. Grabbing his shoulders. Ha ha ha. You guys, we won. We won. Outside.
Deep within the mountain range, Qin Kaishan stood before the entrance to the secret realm, his military uniform crisp and sharp, his expression solemn. Behind him stood dozens of elite soldiers from the military district. All gazed upward at the enormous transparent bubble in the sky, their expressions filled with sorrow. Not long ago, this secret realm bubble had suddenly trembled violently, startling everyone within the mountain range. They all knew what the secret realm's tremors signified. Within the secret realm, a fierce battle must be raging. Yet the tremors lasted only a few seconds before vanishing completely. And it has not returned since.
General.
A staff officer approached Qin Kaishan quietly, his voice low and solemn.
Please compose yourself. In that instant,
Qin Kaishan's towering frame swayed violently, as if aged a decade in an instant.
He slowly lowered his head, shoulders trembling.
By experience, a battle ending so swiftly could only mean one thing.
Total annihilation. They were all dead.
General, the Queen should now be aware we discovered this hidden realm.
To prevent any surprises, should we execute the destruction plan immediately?
The Chief of Staff stepped forward, patting Qin Kaishan on the shoulder as he spoke. But Qin Kaishan remained silent, offering no reply. After a long pause, he finally spoke with difficulty.
Wait. Stick to the original plan. Wait one more day. With that, the iron-blooded general turned and walked away alone.
His back was hunched, his figure lonely.
Chapter 49. Where did Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke go? Watching Qin Kaishan's departing figure,
the group wore complex expressions.
The Chief of Staff sighed and turned to issue orders.
Notify the elite squad to stand by for destruction.
The rest of you begin cleanup operations. Those who should withdraw, withdraw.
The group nodded silently and dispersed, leaving only a few sentries to continue monitoring the secret realm bubble.
The third day passed quickly. Late into the night, the mountains were plunged into darkness, save for a few scattered lights still glowing.
During his midnight patrol, the Chief of Staff noticed that Qin Kaishan's tent still glowed with light. He gently lifted the tent flap,
only to find the interior completely empty. General? The Chief of Staff hurried out of the tent.
By moonlight, he saw Qin Kaishan still standing alone beneath the secret realm, like a statue.
General, you should rest now.
The Chief of Staff hurried forward, urging softly.
Qin Zhan, he wouldn't want to see you like this either.
Qin Kaishan did not turn around, merely waving his hand.
His back seemed even more hunched than during the day. I'm fine. You may go back first. Let me be alone for a while.
But,
that's an order.
The Chief of Staff opened his mouth, but in the end could only salute and turn to leave.
The next day.
It was the fourth day since Jiang Che and the others had entered the secret realm.
Dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight faintly illuminating the sky. Golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the mountain ranges below. Morning mist swirled. Yet it resembled a fairyland.
If not for the transparent bubble suspended mid-air, everything would have been filled with serene tranquility. Suddenly, the emergency assembly bugle pierced the military camp. Military commanders swiftly assembled below the hidden realm, only to find Qin Kaishan already standing there. His back to the crowd, his uniform crisp and sharp, the stars on his shoulders gleaming in the morning light. Only when everyone had formed ranks did Qin Kaishan slowly turn around. His face was stern, his gaze piercing, as if yesterday's events had not affected him in the slightest.
Prepare to destroy the secret realm.
Qin Kaishan ordered in a deep, resonant voice.
A collective shock rippled through the ranks. Heads snapped up, eyes fixed on the sky.
Destroying the secret realm once this order was given, it meant Qin Kaishan too believed everyone inside was dead, with no chance of survival. Soon, a 20-strong elite squad arrived at a run. Each stood tall and straight, radiating powerful energy. The weakest among them was a 5th-tier Spirit Tamer. The squad formed a neat line, gazing upward at the enormous transparent bubble in the sky.
Prepare for combat formation. At the captain's command, 10 female contract spirits simultaneously erupted in dazzling light.
They were all standing war machine maidens. And all of them were heavy-duty machines.
Energy cannons. In an instant,
the open ground beneath them echoed with incessant clanking sounds, while metallic gleams flashed continuously, creating an eerie spectacle.
However, just as they prepared to launch their attack, report!
Not far away, the monitor responsible for overseeing the secret realm suddenly ran over. Seeing that they were about to attack, he immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected at the secret realm's exit.
Boom! Qin Kaishan's body trembled.
Seeing the elite squad about to fire, he bellowed urgently.
Hold fire! Everyone, stop immediately! Now!
The energy cannons of the elite squad were already charging. Upon hearing the command, they halted immediately, staring at him with puzzled expressions.
The next second, Sure enough, a tiny black dot suddenly appeared on the surface of the massive transparent bubble. One after another, tiny black dots began to appear continuously.
They rapidly enlarged. They were plummeting toward the ground.
What is this? The officers below witnessed this scene, their eyes widening in disbelief as they exclaimed. They're still alive. Everyone understood what those tiny black dots signified. Someone was leaving the secret realm. And at a time like this, who could possibly be leaving the secret realm?
Of course, it was the squad they had sent in just days ago. Qin Kaishan's body jerked violently as he spun around and roared.
Quick! Quick! Call the medic! Quick!
Before the words had even left his mouth, his body shot skyward. As high-tier spirit masters, they could temporarily borrow the power of their contracted spirits without needing to be constantly together.
This explained why Jiang Che often encountered Nanqing City Lord Zhao Yanlong in Yangchangkong alone.
They're still alive. The chief of staff's voice cracked with emotion.
It's a miracle. They're still alive, surviving amidst so many level 2, even level 3 void insects.
As the dark speck drew nearer, Qin Kaishan could now make out the familiar figure at the forefront.
Wasn't that his son? Qin Zhan.
Qin Kaishan's eyes instantly welled up with tears as he accelerated once more toward them.
Father!
Qin Zhan's voice echoed from high above. He was hand in hand with his wife, Jean Linger, descending together under the same parachute.
After a moment, the 22 members of Qin Zhan's squad had assembled. Surprisingly, though they looked disheveled, each member was alert and energetic.
Once they formed ranks, they stood as if awaiting inspection.
Good. Right. Good.
Qin Kaishan gave repeated thumbs up.
Ha ha ha.
I was about to order the destruction of the secret realm, yet you managed to survive and emerge.
Ha ha ha. How did the mission go?
Qin Zhan immediately stood at attention and rendered a standard military salute. Reporting to the general, mission accomplished with distinction. The third-tier insect queen, the earth-devouring titan, within the secret realm has been successfully exterminated.
What?
The room erupted in stunned murmurs as everyone sucked in a sharp breath.
A third-tier insect queen? A secret realm restricted to level 1 spirit masters, yet it contained a third-tier queen? How was this any different from sending them to their deaths? Yet despite facing such a suicide mission, they managed to complete it flawlessly. It was utterly unbelievable.
At that moment, Renlong couldn't wait to add.
General, it's all thanks to Captain Jiang. If it weren't for Captain Jiang, we would have been wiped out long ago.
He's just incredible, a true legend. You didn't see it, but that third-stage queen bug swallowed them whole. We thought they were done for. But he detonated the third-stage queen from within.
Captain Jiang?
Hearing Renlong's words, the others grew even more puzzled, turning their curious gazes toward Qin Zhan.
Captain. Isn't it Qin Zhan? When did another Captain Jiang appear? Facing these gazes, Qin Zhan's face also lit up with excitement. It's Jiang Che, the student from South City First High School. Jiang Che?
The chief of staff's expression abruptly changed.
As if suddenly recalling Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, he scanned their team and urgently demanded. Where are they? Why haven't I seen him and Luo Xiaoke? Compared to the secret realm, these two individuals were far more valuable. They absolutely could not be lost.
Qin Kaishan also asked in a low voice.
Where did Jiang Che and the others go? Chapter 50, Liu Ruyan already seductive at such a young age? Upon hearing this,
Qin Zhan could only reply with a bitter smile.
General, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke didn't return with us. They're still inside the secret realm. Nonsense. Qin Kaishan's expression darkened. The mission is complete. What are they still doing in there?
Not only was the mission complete, but their protective suits had also lost their efficacy, leaving them defenseless against the spirit energy spores in the air. Those spores have a significant effect on spirit masters.
What are they still doing in there?
Jean Linger explained helplessly. General, Jiang Che and the others reported that some second-tier insectoids remain uncleared within the secret realm.
They're likely pursuing the remaining insectoids now. Hunting second-tier insectoids?
The chief of staff's eyes widened instantly, his face etched with disbelief. First-tier spirit masters.
Hunting down second-tier insectoids? This is ING turning the world upside down.
Qin Zhan briefly recounted the battle within the secret realm. Just when we'd lost all hope, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke actually broke through from Tier 1 to Tier 2 during the fight. They teamed up to slay the earth-devouring titan.
Break through during combat? An officer exclaimed in disbelief. Truly SSS-tier talent. Absolutely insane.
But since they're this powerful now, pursuing those second-tier insectoids shouldn't pose much of a safety risk. Still, we can't linger long in the air filled with spirit energy spores. With them taking care of those second-tier insects, the rest of us will be much safer going in.
Qin Kaishan took a deep breath and immediately turned to give orders.
All right, the elite squad withdraws immediately. Then immediately select a large number of Tier 1 spirit masters from the reserve engineers to prepare for entering the secret realm to collect resources.
He paused, then added. Remember, if you encounter Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, escort them out immediately.
These two young people are more important than the entire secret realm. Upon hearing Qin Kaishan's words, the surrounding officers immediately saluted and acknowledged the orders before departing. Qin Kaishan, however, turned to Qin Zhan and his entire squad with a broad smile. Ha ha ha. You lot, come inside with me. Tell me all about what happened in there. Within the secret realm. A thunderous roar shook the heavens.
Qilin treads the 8 desolations. The fire Qilin descended from the heavens, its 4 hooves crashing heavily onto the ground.
In an instant, the earth trembled. Ring-shaped waves of fire erupted outward from the fire Qilin's center, cracking the earth inch by inch as molten lava spewed from the fissures. Particularly within the flames, the vast, shadowy form of the Qilin emerged, slaughtering every last insectoid creature in its path.
Before long, the flames gradually subsided. The fire Qilin, who had seemed like a god of war amidst the flames, transformed back into Luo Xiaoke's human form.
She clapped her hands, then lifted her small face, waving excitedly toward Jiang Che nearby.
Brother Che, was I amazing?
Jiang Che walked over from a short distance away, smiling and nodding.
You did great. Luo Xiaoke tilted her head and asked again. So, are we leaving now? There shouldn't be any second stage insectoids left inside, right? After days of relentless pursuit, Luo Xiaoke was certain that nearly all the second-tier insectoids within this secret realm had been slaughtered. Even the first-stage insectoids were scarce. As for the spirit energy spores in the air? Truthfully, within the fiery barrier unleashed by the fire Qilin, scarcely any spirit energy spores could come near them. Thus, these spiritual energy spores held little value for the two of them. But Jiang Che across from them shook his head mysteriously. No rush. Come with me. I'll take you somewhere special. Immediately, he took Luo Xiaoke's hand and led her toward a vast mountain hollow deep within the secret realm. As they drew nearer, a faint glow gradually emerged from the hollow. It was an entire exposed crystal vein. What is this? Luo Xiaoke's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Che explained. This is a mineral vein, the most precious location within the void secret realm. The reason the military didn't choose to destroy the secret realm outright but instead sought to occupy it is precisely because of these minerals. These should be spirit-gathering crystals. Using them during cultivation can significantly accelerate one's progress. Take our situation a few days ago. If we couldn't restore our spiritual energy, these spirit-gathering crystals could have been used for rapid recovery. Luo Xiaoke's eyes lit up instantly. Then aren't these incredibly valuable? Absolutely. Jiang Che nodded. He then retrieved some tools from his system space and said, We'll take some with us. These resources, once seized by the military, they would be subject to centralized distribution. Ordinary people would find it difficult to obtain them. That's why Jiang Che wanted to take some ahead of time. As for taking the entire mountain range, Jiang Che hadn't considered it, nor could he manage it. Luo Xiaoke swiftly approached, examining them with curiosity. The crystals were entirely transparent, their interiors swirling with multicolored radiance of breathtaking beauty. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch one. Instantly, a faint, pure spiritual energy surged into her body. Wow, this feels amazing. It really can release spiritual energy. She exclaimed in delight. Wouldn't it be wonderful to cultivate here? Jiang Che froze upon hearing this. Suddenly, memories from his past life surfaced and his gaze darkened. If he remembered correctly, the Zhao family in Southwest City possessed a privately hidden secret realm. The reason Zhao Yu had advanced so rapidly in his previous life was likely connected to that hidden realm. Cultivating right beside a mineral vein, no wonder his progress was so swift. If he hadn't known about it before, that would have been one thing. But now that he knew, reborn and bearing a grudge against them, he was determined to make a move on that secret realm. Of course we can. First, use the Qilin fire to purify the surrounding spirit energy spores. We can cultivate here for a while. In fact, I know of a place where someone might have already cleared out a private secret realm. At this thought, Jiang Che smiled and said, Really? Luo Xiaoke exclaimed in surprise. Absolutely. Jiang Che nodded with a smile. Within the human realm, there are actually many void realms. Some have been discovered by the military, while others remain undiscovered. Then what about us? Luo Xiaoke's eyes lit up. Shoo. Jiang Che shushed him. We can't say. Some things are best kept to oneself. At the same time, Nanjing City. Red Romance Club. Liu Ruyan, dressed provocatively and heavily made up, had just been escorted out of the club by a sleazy middle-aged client. Two figures suddenly darted out from the side. One grabbed Liu Ruyan's arm and raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap. The sharp slap echoed as it landed on Liu Ruyan's face. Caught off guard, Liu Ruyan stumbled and fell to the ground. Simultaneously, the other assailant lunged forward, yanked her hair, and began cursing viciously. You think you're too young to be a good girl? You're already seducing men at this age? You. Chapter 51, 3 months later. Liu Ruyan was beaten.
The attackers were two women, the wife and sister of the new target she'd been pursuing. The man's wife had long suspected something was off with her husband. Tonight, she followed him out and unexpectedly witnessed Liu Ruyan leaving the bar with him, arm in arm. They immediately assumed Liu Ruyan was the mistress. They beat her up right on the street. Her clothes were torn to shreds. She wasn't without the will to fight back. But without a spirit master to guide her cultivation, her meager abilities were utterly insignificant. Especially since she was a prostitute spirit. If her true form were exposed, her reputation on this street would be utterly ruined. How could she ever find new clients afterward? So she could only endure the beating, waiting for the Spirit Control Bureau to arrive. The Spirit Control Bureau, a violent enforcement agency under the jurisdiction of the Southern City Lord's Mansion. It was also the agency responsible for maintaining public order and security throughout Southern City, as well as hunting down scattered insectoid tribes. Its functions resembled those of a police station before the insectoid invasion, but its jurisdiction was far broader. At that moment, in the corridor of the Spirit Control Bureau, Liu Ruyan sat huddled on a bench, wearing a coat given to her by a kind passerby. Her hair was disheveled, blood stained her lips, and her cheeks were swollen, clear signs she'd just been beaten. Spirit Control Bureau enforcers patrolled the corridor, occasionally casting glances her way, some sympathetic, others contemptuous. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. "You shameless thing. So young, and I'll teach you a lesson." Liu's mother lunged forward, yanking Liu Ruyan's hair and slapping her across the face. "We've fed you and clothed you all these years, and this is how you repay us?" Her father joined in, spitting venom as he raged. "You've learned to seduce men at such a young age? You're an absolute disgrace. How could you be so lowly?" Liu Ruyan didn't flinch at these words, merely meeting their gaze with icy indifference. Her gaze was as though she were looking at two strangers. In her previous life, what had their attitude toward her been? In this life, she had merely fallen from power, and this was how they treated her. Parents? Ha! A bitter chill filled Liu Ruyan's heart, tinged with scorn. "Stop." Just then, an enforcer strode out from the adjacent room. Seeing the scene, he frowned and intervened. "This is the Spirit Control Bureau, not a place for disciplining children. If you wish to scold them, do so at home later." Liu's parents immediately bowed and scraped. Yes, sir. We understand. You must be her parents." The officer inquired. "Officer, we are her parents." Mr. and Mrs. Liu continued bowing and scraping. That's right. The officer nodded, then glanced at the injuries on Liu Ruyan's face and said sternly, "We've thoroughly investigated this. It was a misunderstanding. Your daughter was merely drinking at the bar, no other improper conduct occurred. The other party is now willing to pay compensation." "Compensation?" Mr. Liu's eyes lit up, and he immediately interrupted. Yes. They must pay." Interrupted, the law enforcement officer frowned but continued. "You can negotiate the specific amount yourselves. If you reach an agreement, sign a settlement agreement right here." With that, he turned and walked away. Once the officer was out of earshot, Liu's father instantly changed his tune. Sitting down, he snarled. "Oomph. This won't be settled until they pay us at least 10 or 80,000. "Exactly." Liu's mother chimed in, then feigned concern as she leaned toward Liu Ruyan. "Sweetheart, we were wrong earlier. We misunderstood you. You've been through so much. But we were only thinking of your best interests, weren't we? Worried that at your age, you might pick up bad habits out there." Liu Ruyan didn't want to get involved in any of this. She rose numbly from her seat. "You two can figure out the compensation yourselves. I have things to attend to and must leave now." Without looking back, she headed for the door. Behind her, her father's furious shout rang out. "Stop right there. What kind of attitude is that?" At the same time, in another office of the Spirit Control Bureau, the atmosphere was tense. 5 or 6 high-ranking spirit masters sat together, staring at the photos displayed on the projector. "We received a report this morning. Another man went missing last night. This is the 8th male disappearance this month." Stepping out of the Spirit Control Bureau. By now, night had deepened. It was past 1 in the morning. The streets were dimly lit, with few cars remaining. Only a handful of streetlights cast their glow, stretching Liu Ruyan's shadow long and thin. She wandered aimlessly, murmuring to herself. Only 8, still 92 to go. Unconsciously, she turned into a pitch-black alley. The air was damp and thick with the stench of rotting garbage. Footsteps echoed eerily clear in the empty alley. Rustle. A dark shadow suddenly flashed ahead. Liu Ruyan froze in her tracks. Scanning her surroundings, her expression turned pale. Memories of rumors she'd heard in her past life instantly flooded her mind. In truth, regarding the Void Insect clan, not all of them were confined to the Void battlefield, engaging in direct conflict with humanity. Due to the secret realms, many human cities had experienced varying degrees of Void Insect infiltration.
This explains why the Spirit Control Bureau within human cities also undertakes missions to exterminate insectoid forces.
And the southern city was no exception, it too harbored insectoid creatures.
Upon realizing this, Liu Ruyan's face paled.
She spun around and began running toward the exit.
Help!
But before she could dash out of the alleyway, before her cry for help could escape her lips, a deathly pale hand suddenly shot out from the darkness, clamping down hard over her mouth.
A chill ran through Liu Ruyan's body, sending shivers down her spine.
Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. No matter how fiercely she struggled, the hand's grip was astonishingly strong, dragging her deeper into the darkness.
3 months later. Taiyan City. Beneath the vast bubble-like secret realm.
The entire mountain range had now been completely designated a military restricted zone by the armed forces.
Military trucks snaked through the mountains in a long convoy.
Fully armed military district spirit tamers maintained a tight perimeter, with sentries stationed every few steps, sealing off the entire area. In the sky, dozens of aerial spirit tamers shuttled back and forth, continuously transporting ore from within the realm.
Beneath the secret realm's entrance.
Inside a makeshift command tent.
Following the military's full-scale intervention, various technological equipment had been installed within the secret realm.
Soon, a massive holographic sand table display activated within the nearest command post. The display showed numerous engineers within the secret realm, tirelessly mining and excavating spirit-gathering crystals. The scene was bustling with activity. Yet one section remained dimly lit and eerily silent. Vaguely discernible within that dim zone were two human-shaped figures seated in meditation.
It was Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Advisor Yi, do you think what they're doing will work?
They've been training there for 2 or 3 months already. I hope they haven't trained the kids into stupidity.
Someone watched their silhouettes and joked with a wry smile. Chapter 52, I've already been recommended for admission, yet I must still take the college entrance exam.
Their worries weren't unfounded.
Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke had been inside long enough. In fact, since entering this secret realm, they hadn't emerged once.
They had been cultivating at the spirit-gathering crystal vein the entire time. This was actually forbidden. The spirit-gathering crystal vein had been taken over by the military, meaning its resources could only be allocated through military channels based on need and merit. However, considering Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke's outstanding contributions during this mission and their formidable innate talents, General Qin made his decision in just 3 seconds.
Let them absorb.
They could absorb as much as they desired.
No one else was to disturb Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke.
This is precisely why the current situation has arisen. Even though the military had dispatched large numbers of engineers into the secret realm to mine spirit-gathering crystals, creating a bustling scene within, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke's area was strictly cordoned off to minimize disturbance. It was clear the military regarded this matter with the utmost importance.
Old Zhang, she's a combination of SSS-tier talent and a God-tier beast maiden. You think she's just some ordinary spirit tamer?
We ordinary spirit masters might not endure such prolonged cultivation, but he's no ordinary spirit master, haha.
Staff Officer Yi chuckled.
General Qin said as long as they can absorb, let them absorb to their heart's content. The military will supply unlimited resources.
With that statement, the tent erupted in laughter. Yet whenever glances drifted toward the two figures, eyes flickered with uncertainty, their thoughts hidden. Ha! Look, they seem to be moving. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Within the secret realm. Beside the spirit crystal mine. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke opened their eyes simultaneously.
Feeling the surging spiritual energy within their bodies, even Jiang Che couldn't help but exhale deeply.
Finally reached level 3. Indeed.
After this period of cultivation beside the spirit-gathering crystal vein, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke's strength levels had risen once more. They had reached level 3. This pace was nothing short of terrifying. For many practitioners, breaking through from level 2 to level 3 often takes several years. Even the fastest take over a year. If they encountered that insect queen again now, they wouldn't need to go through all that trouble. They could simply face it head-on and kill it outright. Brother Che, you're so amazing. Luo Xiaoke cheered as she threw herself into Jiang Che's arms. We just hit level 3. If we'd stayed here longer, wouldn't we have reached level 9 by now? Jiang Che couldn't help but laugh bitterly at her words. He gently ruffled her hair and replied. It's not that simple. The higher the level, the harder it gets to break through. Besides, breaking through often requires more than just cultivation alone. Oh. Luo Xiaoke nodded, nodding as if she understood but didn't quite grasp it. Though she didn't fully grasp it, she trusted everything Brother Che said. Let's go. It's time for us to head out. Jiang Che stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. But just as the two stepped out of the vein area, urgent shouts echoed from behind them. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Luo, please wait a moment. A middle-aged man in protective gear hurried over, beads of sweat clearly visible beneath his visor. Who are you? Jiang Che looked at the man in confusion. Lieutenant Liu De of the Southwest Spirit Riding Military Corps. The man snapped to attention and saluted with precise form.
Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke quickly mimicked his movements to return the salute. Lu De smiled before continuing. Classmates.
Before General Qin departed, he specifically instructed that after leaving the secret realm, you should go to the Southwest Military District to find him. He mentioned it concerns the reward for this mission.
Reward? Luo Xiaoke's eyes lit up. Thank you, Lieutenant Lu. Jiang Che nodded his thanks. We'll go as soon as we have time. Watching their retreating figures, Lu De couldn't help but sigh. What remarkable young people.
Upon reaching the secret realm's exit, four familiar figures had been waiting for quite some time. These four were none other than the mecha girls who had originally escorted them into the secret realm and their spirit masters. Well, if it isn't our little team of heroes. One of the mecha girls teased with a smile. Truly remarkable. By now, the entire Southwest Military District knows your names.
Is that so? Luo Xiaoke felt a bit embarrassed. When it came to contrasts, Luo Xiaoke was truly the epitome of one. To outsiders, she was a shy, adorable little girl. But once the fighting began, the Fire Qilin's overwhelming might was enough to astonish anyone.
Of course. General Qin has praised you both more than once in front of us.
Another mecha girl nodded with a smile.
Especially the way she gazed at Jiang Che, her eyes practically sparkled like stars.
This was SSS-tier talent, after all. If she could become his contracted mecha girl and train with him just once, wouldn't that be worth 10 sessions with her own husband? Just thinking about it made Luo Xiaoke feel envious. Stop spacing out and transform already.
The spirit tamer beside her couldn't stand it anymore. Rolling her eyes, she snapped impatiently. Send them down first. A flash of silver light erupted as both mecha girls instantly transformed into silver-winged fighter jet forms. Their streamlined fuselages shimmered silver even in the dim secret realm, especially the pair of wings spread wide, truly a sight to behold. Please board the aircraft. The mecha girls' voices echoed from within the fighters. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke exchanged a smile before boarding their respective fighters. Hold on tight. With a sharp command, the fighter jets soared into the sky, bursting out of the secret realm and racing toward the military camp below. The fighter jets landed smoothly in the open field at the center of the camp. The moment the hatch opened, thunderous applause erupted. Over 20 officers stood in perfect formation. Standing at the very front, though not General Qin Kaishan, was another middle-aged man bearing the rank of general. Welcome home, our heroes. Staff Officer Yi strode forward, warmly grasping Jiang Che's hand. I am Yi Jiangwo, specially appointed commander of the Southwest Spirit Riding Military District. Greetings, General Yi. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke promptly saluted again. Who cares if he's a staff officer or commander? As long as he wears the stars of a general, he's a general. Come, please step inside. Yi Jiangwo warmly led the two toward the central command tent. You two have truly created a miracle. Tea and snacks were already prepared inside the tent. Yi Jiangwo personally poured hot tea for the two men, exclaiming, truly remarkable. To cultivate continuously for 3 months within the secret realm, this record is likely unmatched in history. 3 months? Jiang Che was startled. We were in there for 3 months? He knew he'd been inside for a long time, but hadn't grasped the exact duration, never imagining over 3 months had passed. Luo Xiaoke's expression also changed abruptly. We still have to take the college entrance exams. College entrance exams? Yi Jiangwo froze for a moment before exclaiming in surprise. I thought you were exempt from taking them? Not only Yang Changkong, but even Qin Kaishan felt compelled to write letters of recommendation for Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. We are. Jiang Che sighed helplessly. But Principal Zhou said our school needs to make a name for itself. Chapter 53, just a lowly whore with an awakened spirit body. Although Nanchang No. 1 High School was the top school in Nanchang, its ranking within the entire Southwest Province was far from impressive, a thorn in Principal Zhou's side. This time, with Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke emerging from the school, he naturally wanted to leverage their fame to boost the school's reputation across the entire Southwest Province. So he approached Jiang Che and the others early on to discuss the matter. Recommended admission is recommended admission. But it doesn't interfere with the college entrance exams. Most importantly, direct admission happens quietly, you slip away without fanfare. Your college entrance exam scores, however, would be published province-wide. With Jiang Che and the others' talents, high scores are inevitable. They could even claim the top spot in the entire Southwest. Nanchang No. 1 High School would naturally gain great renown, which would greatly benefit future resource competitions, student recruitment, and faculty recruitment. Therefore, Principal Zhou placed great importance on this college entrance exam. Little did he expect that Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke would retreat into seclusion for 3 whole months. The exams might even be over by now. I see. I'll call to confirm immediately. Yi Jiangwo hurried to the communication device. As the call connected, his expression grew increasingly grave. Hanging up, he turned and said in a low voice, It's today. But rest assured, I'll arrange the fastest fighter jet to get you back to Nan City immediately. South City. Today wasn't just about South City. It was the college entrance exam day for the entire Southwest province, for the whole of Dragon Nation. Yet today, Nancity's examination differed slightly from all previous ones. In the past, following established protocols, all examinations were conducted within the confines of each respective academy. After all, the examination for Spirit Masters was fundamentally different from the ordinary examinations of centuries past. It was simply a public assessment of a Spirit Tamer's spiritual power level and corresponding combat prowess. But this time, Nancity's exam was different. A highly peculiar parasitic insectoid species had emerged in Nanchang. Compared to ordinary neuroparasitic spiders, these were far more powerful and far more bizarre. Over recent months, numerous students had been infested by these parasites, leading to multiple killings in various settings and plunging the entire city into panic. Therefore, with approval from the Southwest Provincial Education Bureau, this year's Southern City exam shifted from individual high schools conducting their own tests to a unified general examination. This means all senior high students from the 6 high schools in South City are gathered together to take the exam. For this purpose, the City Lord's Mansion specially requisitioned a large sports stadium to ensure the smooth operation of the exams. Numerous Spirit Masters were also deployed around the venue. This was done to ensure absolute security. 8:50 a.m. Over 1,600 students from all 6 high schools in Southern City who were taking the exam had nearly all entered the stadium. According to protocol, the venue was about to be sealed off. As for those who hadn't arrived? Latecomers? To be late for something as crucial as the college entrance exam? Their futures were destined for mediocrity, so according to the rules, they would be disqualified from taking the exam. The gymnasium was now bustling with activity. Over 1,600 students were seated according to their school divisions. In the South City First High section, Principal Zhou paced anxiously back and forth, glancing toward the entrance every so often. Old Wan, still no word from Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka? Principal Zhou grabbed the head of student affairs and asked in a hushed voice. Director Wang Ming shook his head with a wry smile. Principal, I specifically contacted Mr. Zhang's parents this morning. They said he had informed them he would definitely return today, but as for the exact time, they haven't been able to reach him either. Principal Zhou rubbed his hands in frustration. What are we to do? The Education Bureau officials will be here any minute. Our school's reputation depends on these two. Just then, another teacher rushed in. Principal, all class attendance has been confirmed. Besides Zhang and Luo, their classmate Liu Ruyan is also absent from the college entrance exam. Hearing this, Principal Zhou waved his hand impatiently. Forget about Liu Ruyan. She called me yesterday saying she's withdrawing from school and won't be taking the exam. Li, don't worry about these details for now. Go maintain order immediately. The city governor and education bureau officials are arriving for an inspection today. After a moment's thought, Principal Zhou added to the dean of students. And you, Old Wang, go immediately to the venue entrance and stand guard. Do whatever it takes to delay things as much as possible. Whether Nanchang No. 1 High School can make a name for itself in Southwest Province and become the top priority among provincial key schools depends entirely on today. The head of student affairs nodded urgently. He hurried toward the gymnasium entrance. At the same time, at the venue entrance, Zhao Yu, clad in black casual wear, wore a cold expression on his handsome face. After scanning the surroundings, he approached a middle-aged man in a tight-fitting outfit near the entrance and whispered, "Fourth uncle. Have Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka arrived yet?" As one of the premier spirit taming clans in Southwest City, the Zhao family was immensely powerful, with numerous branches scattered across cities throughout the Southwest province. The middle-aged man represented one of the Zhao family's branches in the southern part of Southwest City. His name was Zhao Wuji. He served as the squad leader of the South City Guard unit. In truth, Zhao Yu would never have had access to such a figure in the past. Even though Zhao Yu's own branch of the Zhao family was also part of the Southwest City Zhao clan, it was no different. Long ago, his branch had fallen to the point where it was nearly disowned by the main Zhao family. But now, things were different. Zhao Yu's awakening of an SS grade talent propelled him to new heights. Not long ago, he was summoned back to Southwest City and received unprecedented attention. He didn't even need to take the college entrance exam this time. He'd already secured a recommendation letter granting him direct admission to Southwest Academy. Yet, at his own insistence, he had come. He intended to thoroughly humiliate Jiang Che. To show him that without backing from resources or a powerful family, what good was even an SSS-tier talent? After hearing Zhao Yu's words, Zhao Wuji shook his head and said, "I haven't seen him yet. Xiao Yu, you go ahead inside. Leave this to me. If that kid dares to be even a second late, I guarantee he won't get through this door." He knew about Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka's talents. But so what? He was merely following the assessment rules. Who could find fault with that? Besides, this was what the family demanded. "Alright, thank you, fourth uncle." Zhao Yu nodded with satisfaction and turned toward the arena. Before he had gone far, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the slope. Thump, thump, thump. A woman in a tight-fitting dress approached. Her features were unremarkable, but heavy makeup and a voluptuous figure made her appear strikingly bold.
Even the deep V neckline of her dress, revealing a plunging cleavage, seemed to radiate an aggressive aura. Arrogant. Tacky and vulgar. Zhao Yu. Where the hell have you been? The woman commanded coldly the moment she saw Zhao Yu. Seeing her and hearing her question, Zhao Yu frowned, feeling a deep sense of disgust. Su Shu. What I do is none of your business. You only need to fulfill your duties as a contract spirit. Are you waiting for that woman named Liu Ruyan? Su Shu's expression instantly turned cold. She's just a lowly awakened prostitute spirit. Why can't you let go of her? Chapter 54, the college entrance exam begins. Before this, just like in his previous life, the Zhao family had originally chosen Qin Yuyu as Zhao Yu's contract partner. After all, as a plant girl, Qin Yuyu held significant potential for Zhao Yu's future development. However, due to the events that occurred on Awakening Day, Qin Yuyu had grown quite averse to Zhao Yu and thus chose to refuse. Thus, the Zhao family settled for a second choice for Zhao Yu. That person was Su Shu. The Su family. Equally formidable. An established spirit writing family in Southwest City, which explains Su Shu's haughty demeanor. This time, she accompanied Zhao Yu to the southern city to take the college entrance exam. Su Shu had another purpose, to meet that Liu Ruyan. Even as a spirit prostitute body, could she still hold such a place in Zhao Yu's heart? Su Shu, you're meddling a bit too much. Zhao Yu brushed past her and headed toward the venue. Su Shu stood rooted to the spot, watching his retreating figure, her eyes flickering with emotion. For Zhao Yu, the bearer of SS-tier talent, the Su family placed great importance on him. She had been given strict orders to recruit him at any cost. Yet over the past few months, Zhao Yu had consistently ignored her, never even touching her once. This left Su Shu deeply unsettled. Once today's assessment concluded, she was determined to see for herself what was so special about that Liu Ruyan. What was so special about Liu Ruyan that Zhao Yu couldn't stop thinking about her? Not long after, the principal of South City First High School hurriedly arrived at the venue entrance. He stared outside the venue, constantly checking his watch. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Zhao Wuji, the security guard on duty nearby, glanced at him but said nothing. He knew perfectly well who the principal was waiting for. Just then, several vehicles from the city lord's residence pulled up outside the venue. City Lord Zhao Yanlong, accompanied by his wife, led a group from the city lord's mansion and several formally dressed education bureau officials toward them. Director Wang, what are you waiting for here? Zhao Yanlong asked with a frown. The principal forced a smile and replied. Good day, Lord Zhao. Good day, distinguished leaders. He wiped his brow. Nothing much, just checking if any students are late. Zhao Yanlong nodded and gave him a dismissive glance. It's almost time. Go back and prepare for the assessment. What's the point of waiting for students who can't even make it on time for the college entrance exams? Right. Wang Ming could only follow the group with a wry smile. Shortly after, the heavy doors of the stadium slammed shut, sealing the venue. Taking his seat on the podium, City Lord Zhao Yanlong was flanked by his wife, Xia Zhaoxue, a formidable level 6 sword maiden. Xia Zhaoxue wore a beige suit with a light apricot silk inner layer, exuding a gentle and graceful demeanor. Though middle-aged, her figure remained graceful. Her jet-black hair was loosely gathered at the nape of her neck, with a few strands gently framing her cheeks. Pearl studs naturally peeked from her earlobes, adding an extra touch of graceful composure. Yanlong, where is that student you mentioned? Point him out to me? No sooner had she sat down than Xia Zhaoxue couldn't help but whisper the question. Zhao Yanlong nodded and turned to ask Ouyang Hai behind him. Ouyang, go to South City First High School and see if student Jiang has arrived yet. As the city lord, he knew many things others didn't, including the news that Jiang Che was already on his way back. Judging by the time, he should have arrived by now. Lord Mayor, I've already checked. Student Jiang and the others haven't arrived yet. Ouyang Hai replied helplessly. We just saw Wang Ming at the gymnasium entrance. He must be waiting for Jiang and the others too. Not here yet? Zhao Yanlong frowned immediately. Then why didn't he say so earlier? The venue is already closed off. How would they get in? Lord Mayor, shall I inform the guards at the entrance to let them through if they come in? Go ahead. Zhao Yanlong waved his hand dismissively. As for whether this was by the book, he never gave it a second thought. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke were students with recommendation letters. Even if they didn't take the entrance exam, no one could find fault with them. Ouyang Hai hurried off, leaving Zhao Yanlong to address his wife beside him. You heard it yourself. Those two still haven't returned. If it really doesn't work out, I'll invite them over to our place in a few days. Then I'll tie them to chairs, and you can ask them anything you want. Xia Zhaoxue immediately rolled her eyes. She didn't want to deal with him. South City First High School campus. Seeing the dean of students return alone, Principal Zhou hung his head in dejection, utterly helpless.
The chance for Nanchang No. 1 High School to finally make a name for itself in southwest China seemed to be slipping away.
Principal, don't be too hard on yourself. The dean of students could only offer consolation. But hasn't Zhao Yu returned? With his SS-level talent, he's actually quite promising. Principal Zhou waved him off. I know. This is just how it has to be. But both knew full well that while SS-tier talent was formidable, it couldn't compare to SSS-tier talent. And then there was Jiang Che and Liu Ruyan. SSS-tier talent paired with a god-tier beast girl. That was truly awe-inspiring. Meanwhile,
Luo Mingyue and Qin Yuyu, two beautiful women, sat together, glancing around cautiously as they murmured.
The college entrance exams are almost here, and we still haven't seen Jiang Che or Liu Ruyan? Did they forget the time? Who knows? Maybe something came up. Qin Yuyu sighed.
Since the last assessment, Jiang Che and Liu Ruyan hadn't set foot on campus again, taking extended leave instead.
Who would have thought they still haven't shown up on the day of the college entrance exams? Do they really think their natural talent means they can ignore the college entrance exams? Without taking the college entrance exam, how could they gain admission to prestigious institutions?
Without gaining admission to prestigious institutions and accessing their cultivation resources, even the most gifted individuals would remain mediocre and unremarkable. Luo Mingyue sighed, her frustration palpable. Attention all examinees, the college entrance exam is about to begin.
At that moment,
the chief examiner stepped onto the podium with a microphone, his voice instantly filling the entire venue.
The entire venue fell instantly silent.
All examinees sat up straight, their expressions solemn.
The examination rules will now be announced. This assessment consists of 2 rounds. The first round is a spiritual power test, and the second round is a combat test. Each test will utilize spirit power monuments for precise measurement of spiritual power levels.
The so-called spirit power monument. It breaks down the spiritual power within a spirit tamer into 10 distinct tiers. The first sub-tier is called 1 star. The subsequent tiers follow this pattern. Similar to how each realm in fantasy novels is divided into 9 or 10 tiers. This method allows for precise measurement of cultivation progress.
All current trainees have been cultivating for just over 3 months since their awakening day.
Therefore, the passing threshold is set at level 1, 3 stars.
Level 1, 3 stars. This also aligns with the minimum admission standard for many ordinary academies. After the chief examiner concluded the announcement, the assessment commenced promptly. The first school to undergo the assessment
was Nanchang No. 1 High School.
Nanchang No. 1 High School. Senior 3, Class 1. Jiangwei, Lu Mingyue. Neng Chuanza, Feng Minxia. Kong Xiaoyu, Pang Ziyi.
Enter the examination hall to begin the spiritual power assessment.
The announcement concluded.
5 boys and 5 girls stepped out of the student formation of Nanchang First High School and walked toward the athletic field at the center of the gymnasium. There, a massive stone monument stood. It was the spiritual power monument.
Chapter 55, Fighter Escort. We shouldn't be late, right? The examination grounds.
5 pairs of spirit masters, 10 candidates in total, were already in position.
Transform into combat form.
At the chief examiner's command, 5 contracted spirits transformed simultaneously. Each assumed its respective combat form.
Boom! The beast girls transformed into ferocious beasts.
Among them were a dog girl with erect ears and sharp teeth, a fox girl with long ears and a short tail, and a bird girl whose hands transformed into wings as she soared skyward. There was even a mechanical girl.
All swiftly transformed into combat forms. Boom! Boom! Boom!
One after another, they unleashed their most powerful attacks upon the spirit energy monument before them. And just as they launched their assaults, the electronic screens connected to the spirit power monuments began rapidly analyzing the detected power, continuously displaying and updating their power scores. Jiangwei, Lu Mingyue, level 1, 4 stars, pass.
Neng Chuanza, Feng Minxia, level 1, 3 stars, pass.
Kong Xiaoyu, Pang Ziyi,
level 1, 2 stars, fail. Soon, the second batch of examinees took the stage.
The strength scores of the earlier groups were mostly passable or even failing. As for achieving a solid 6-star rating or higher, such cases were exceedingly rare. But this was to be expected after all, they had only been training for 3 months, and their cultivation aptitude was quite average. Even so, gasps of astonishment frequently erupted from the audience. Principal Zhou and the Dean of Discipline wore distinctly grim expressions. Even though the school had already assessed their capabilities beforehand, seeing them perform now still felt like a slap in the face. A moment later, the chief examiner finally called out the names Zhao Yu, Su Shu, and all eyes instantly focused on them. Principal Zhou and the academic director immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Principal, there's absolutely no issue with Zhao Yu and the others' talent. Moreover, they've been training at the Zhao family estate in Southwest City all this time.
Their grades are bound to reach excellent or higher. Director Wang immediately replied with a smile. His own tension finally eased.
MHM. Principal Zhou nodded.
Zhao Yu and Su Shu walked calmly and deliberately toward the spirit power monument. Beside him, Su Shu's form suddenly twisted and distorted, transforming into a dark shadow. Whoosh! In an instant, the spectator stands erupted in a roar. Shadow Maiden? It's actually Shadow Maiden. Whoa, a necromantic Shadow Maiden? That's a top-tier contract spirit. Zhao Yu truly lives up to his reputation as an SS-tier talent to have found such a powerful contract spirit. Shadow Maiden. One of the most formidable types of necromantic contract spirits. Capable of transforming into shadows. Hide beneath or around an opponent's feet to carry out assassinations and stabbings. Her concealment abilities are extraordinary. Especially in dark, enclosed spaces, she is utterly unstoppable. The next instant, the dark shadow, infused with Zhao Yu's spiritual energy, suddenly swelled. It transformed into a black lightning bolt that struck the spirit power monument. Boom! The stone monument shook violently. The numbers on the display flickered before beginning to jump rapidly. Then, a line of blinding red text appeared. Zhao Yu, Su Shu, level 2, 2-star, excellent. Instantly, the entire gymnasium erupted in a frenzy, every face frozen in shock. Holy crap, level 2, 2-star. He's only been awakened for 3 months, yet Zhao Yu and the others have already broken through to level 2. We're still stuck hovering around level 1, 4-star or 5-star. Honestly, comparing ourselves to them is just depressing. No wonder they have SS-tier talent. Truly godlike. Sho, don't forget we have another pair at our academy, their SSS-tier talent. You mean Jiang Che and his crew? They didn't even show up. Did you notice? They must be scared. Remember, even though Zhao Yu is only SS-tier talent, he's from the Zhao family of Southwest City. Even the leaders from the Education Bureau on the podium were visibly pleased, whispering among themselves. SS-tier talent paired with a top-tier Shadow Maiden. Indeed impressive. Worth nurturing properly. Just then, Su Shu resumed human form and looked at Zhao Yu with a smug expression. Zhao Yu, too, shed his earlier aloofness. He gave Su Shu a slight nod, and the two shared a knowing smile before returning to their seats amid the envious gazes of the crowd. Brother Yu, you're a shoo-in for the top scholar of South City this time. No sooner had Zhao Yu sat down than a classmate approached to flatter him. Zhao Yu smiled and waved his hand modestly. Not at all. Jiang Che and the others are the ones who. Jiang Che? The classmates snorted derisively. He didn't even dare show up today. He must know he can't hold a candle to you, brother Yu. Afraid of embarrassing himself, right? He probably heard about your status as a Zhao from Southwest City, backed by family resources. What does he have to compete with? Sure, his SSS-tier talent is impressive, but without resources to back him up, he's just a bit faster at cultivation than us ordinary folks. How could anyone compare to brother Yu? I'm telling you, it won't take more than a few years before brother Yu leaves the Jiang Che and his crew in the dust. This student was a master of flattery. After hearing all that, Zhao Yu felt incredibly pleased. Right. Spot on. He desperately wanted to burst into applause right then, but he forced himself to hold back to maintain his persona. So what if it's SSS tier? What matters in this world? It's all about connections. It's all about resources. You've got no resources, no connections, what good is talent then? Zhao Yu felt quite smug. Just then, the chief examiner's voice rang out again. Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke. The entire room fell silent. Yet no one stepped forward. Are students Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke present? Please come forward to take the assessment. The chief examiner frowned and scanned the entire room. Still, no one responded. Nor did anyone step forward. In the audience, students exchanged puzzled glances, looking at each other in confusion. They too were trying to figure out who Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke were. Why hadn't they come forward to take the exam? Principal Zhou and the academic director of Nanchang First High School exchanged wry smiles, yet neither made a move to explain. According to the rules, delays, absences, or tardiness in the assessment would all result in disqualification from the college entrance exams. All they needed to do now was wait for Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke to be disqualified. Reporting to the examiners, a student suddenly shouted loudly. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke never even showed up for the exam. The entire hall erupted in an instant. They didn't show up? What does that mean? Did they refuse to take the exam? The chief examiner's expression darkened. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, are you certain these two students haven't arrived? Still no response. Very well. In that case, I will proceed according to protocol and announce the disqualification of Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke from the examination. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from above the gymnasium, cutting off the chief examiner's words. Everyone instinctively looked up. A silver-blue military fighter jet hovered above the dome of the gymnasium, its engines roaring and shaking the earth. The sight left everyone stunned. A military fighter jet. What on earth was it doing here? The next moment, the hatch opened, and two figures appeared at the doorway. We aren't late, are we? Chapter 56, a casual strike, shocking the entire arena, 3rd grade 8 star.
We aren't late, are we?
The question echoed throughout the entire stadium.
Inside the stadium. Instantly, a roar erupted.
Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene.
What on earth was going on? Whose voice was that?
Why do those two look so familiar?
Is that Jiang Che and his group?
Principal Zhou suddenly jumped to his feet, his voice trembling with excitement.
They've made it here. What on earth were they doing?
They were even flown back by military aircraft.
Jiang Che? Luo Xiaoka?
Hearing this, the expressions of those around him shifted.
Not far away, Zhao Yu's expression darkened instantly. Damn it. On the podium, City Lord Zhao Yanlong's eyes flickered. They actually used military aircraft to bring him back? Who could grasp the significance of this? Absolutely terrifying.
It also proved that Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka were being taken seriously by high-ranking military officials.
The next second,
Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka, hand in hand, plunged straight down from dozens of meters above.
Boom! They landed steadily on the assessment platform.
The massive shockwave sent ripples through the air, causing the chief examiner's robe to billow dramatically.
The entire venue fell deathly silent.
Everyone stared in stunned silence at the scene. Plunging from dozens of meters above, the impact was far beyond what an ordinary spirit tamer could endure.
It also indirectly demonstrated that these two possessed extraordinary abilities. Sorry, traffic was a bit heavy on the way. Jiang Che smiled.
He brushed imaginary dust off his clothes.
He turned and offered a faint smile to the stunned examiner beside him. May we begin the assessment now?
As Jiang Che's words fell, the examiner snapped out of his daze and stammered.
Why yes, please, begin the assessment. He was utterly stunned.
In all his years as an examiner, he had never witnessed anything like this.
A fighter jet escort descending from the sky? After receiving permission, Jiang Che led Luo Xiaoka to the Spirit Power Monument.
Suddenly, crimson gold flames erupted around Luo Xiaoka's body, which rapidly began to swell and transform.
Roar!
A thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire venue.
In an instant, a majestic fire qilin appeared before the crowd.
Its entire body was covered in crimson gold scales, its hooves treading upon raging flames.
The sheer aura emanating from it alone was enough to make one feel suffocated. This is a god-tier beast girl? Someone in the audience gasped in shock.
But no one paid him any mind. All eyes were fixed intently on the fire qilin's every movement, not blinking once.
The next moment, the fire qilin raised its forepaw and slammed it down hard onto the Spirit Power Monument. Boom! The stone monument shook violently.
A shrill alarm sounded. As if unable to withstand her attack, it seemed poised to shatter completely. The numbers on the connected display screen began to wildly fluctuate, finally settling on a figure that left everyone speechless. Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoka, level 3, 8 stars, exceptional.
Boom! The entire venue was stunned. The entire gymnasium erupted in an instant. Level 3? 8 stars? How is that possible?
Everyone stood up, eyes wide as saucers, mouths forming perfect O's wide enough to fit an egg inside.
Level 3, 8 stars? Damn it!
They were still struggling to reach level 1, 4, or 5 stars.
And this guy's already at level 3, 8 star? It's only been 3 months. Even if you level up once a month, it shouldn't be this fast. Is this what SSS-tier talent combined with a god-tier beast girl looks like?
Man, comparing yourself to others is just infuriating.
So freaking awesome. Principal Zhou and the Dean of Students were trembling all over, overcome with excitement. Fame.
We're making a name for ourselves.
Nanchang No. 1 High School is on the rise. A complete and utter rise.
On the podium, City Lord Zhao Yanlong and his wife Xiao Zhaoxue, along with the entire leadership of the Education Bureau, were no longer composed. Overwhelmed with excitement, they rushed to the edge of the podium. Staring at the numbers on the display, they trembled with excitement.
Level 3, 8 stars? Level 3, 8 star? Excellent. Absolutely fantastic. Unbelievably powerful.
I must report this immediately to Director Dantai, ha. Regardless of the others' reactions, after unleashing a strike that demonstrated level 3, 8 star power, Luo Xiaoka instantly resumed human form.
She bounded over to Jiang Che. Brother Che, I'm pretty awesome, right?
And I didn't even use any combat techniques just now. Jiang Che ruffled her hair affectionately, giving her a thumbs up.
Impressive.
Consider that they had only just broken through to level 3. Luo Xiaoka's casual strike already possessed the strength of a level 3, 8 star. If they faced that earth-devouring titan again, they could handle it with ease. But just as the two prepared to step down, an angry voice suddenly rang out.
This won't do. Their results are invalid. They're already late. The gymnasium doors have been sealed. By the rules, they're ineligible to take the college entrance exam. Allowing them to take the exam now would be unfair to us.
Why should they get that chance? Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka halted in their tracks and turned to face the speaker. It was Zhao Yu. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, his entire body trembling. He was seething with rage.
Damn it! He was supposed to be the center of attention. He was the top scorer. He was the #1 student in this year's college entrance exams for Nanchang. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke were both late and had already been disqualified. How dare they come here to compete with him? Zhao Yu is right. Su Shu immediately stood up to back him up. Rules are rules. Latecomers should be disqualified. Otherwise, anyone could trample on the rules. What good would they be then? Exactly. The audience erupted in murmurs. Yeah, I think that makes sense too. Since she's already late, she should be disqualified. Why should she still be allowed to take the exam? Exactly. If everyone does this, what's the point of the college entrance exam? I might as well wait a few days until I break through. But he's genuinely that strong. He's at level 3. Even if you waited months, you still couldn't break through to level 3. Some agreed with Zhao Yu's argument, while others felt Jiang Che's strength had already proven everything. In any case, opinions were divided for a moment. All sorts of opinions were voiced. The chief examiner looked awkwardly toward the podium. Well, esteemed officials. Lord Zhao, what do you suggest? This was effectively passing the buck to higher-ups. Zhao Yanlong's expression darkened instantly. After glancing at Zhao Yu and Su Shu, who had raised the question, he rose slowly and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone. Please quiet down. Regarding the reason for comrades Jiang and Luo's tardiness, I believe it is necessary to explain the situation to everyone now. Jiang and Luo are exceptionally talented students. They were recently assisting the military with a special mission, which is why they were delayed. You may observe the military aircraft stationed above the gymnasium. Jiang and Luo have rendered meritorious service to the human race. Boom! Simultaneously, the fighter jets above the stadium roared. The next moment, the jets vanished and 2 figures plummeted from the sky. They crashed heavily onto the center of the gymnasium floor. Chapter 57, the first-class Medal of Honor specially requested by General Qin. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. As the dust settled, a man and a woman in crisp military uniforms appeared before the crowd. On their shoulders, the insignia of military district colonels. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the gymnasium was stunned. Zhao Yanlong and the others on the podium were even more stunned. Colonel? Even within the military district, that was a high-ranking figure commanding thousands. Yet such a high-ranking figure was willing to have his mecha serve as transportation for Jiang Che and his group. This alone revealed just how highly Jiang Che and his group were regarded within the military district. I am Wu Tianlong, captain of the Spirit Riding Army's flying squadron, holding the rank of colonel. The man introduced himself in a resonant voice. And this is my wife, Jiang Feiyu, deputy captain of the flying squadron. Jiang Feiyu nodded slowly. We can vouch for them. Over the past 3 months, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke assisted the military in completing a special mission, earning great merit. They have earned the highest commendation from General Qin, the military district commander. The couple surveyed the entire room and continued. General Qin originally intended for them to proceed directly to the military district today to receive their commendation, but the 2 students insisted on returning to take their college entrance exams. So my husband and I have personally escorted them here. Shouldn't be any issues, right? The moment these words were spoken, all the students were utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. What great merit! What could possibly warrant such treatment? Having a military district colonel personally transform into an aircraft to escort you back? We all started on the same footing. For the past 3 months, we've been learning basic cultivation techniques at school. Yet you managed to assist the military region in achieving such a great feat? How incredibly unfair is that? Just then, the communicator tucked into the man's waistband suddenly buzzed. He answered the call, his expression growing serious. Yes, understood. After hanging up, he announced excitedly. We've just received word that General Qin has sent someone to deliver the medals both students deserve. The entire room erupted in astonishment once more. The medals have been delivered? What medals? Every candidate in the stadium was stunned into numbness. All of them gaped in disbelief. Their expressions were blank. Especially Zhao Yu and Su Shu, their faces flushed crimson and purple, looking utterly miserable. Had they not provoked Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke first, perhaps they could have slipped away unnoticed. But now, they had practically handed their opponents the perfect opportunity to show off. The feeling was utterly sickening. Yet before anyone could fully process the situation, the roar of fighter jets echoed once more above the gymnasium. The next instant, the gymnasium's sealed doors burst open with a thunderous crash. Intense sunlight poured in, causing everyone inside to instinctively shield their eyes. But when they adjusted to the glare, lowered their arms, and saw who had arrived, they collectively gasped in shock. Whoa! Is that? Thud, thud, thud. A dozen military officers in uniform strode in, radiating formidable presence, grim determination, and decisive authority. At the head of the group was none other than Staff Officer Yi, whom Jiang Che had encountered outside the secret realm. You're moving far too fast. As soon as Yi stepped inside, he spotted Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke standing on the assessment field.
With a helpless expression, he remarked. No sooner had you left than I received a call from General Qin, instructing me to deliver the honorary medal and commendation to you without fail.
The next moment, the two officers stepped forward, each holding several exquisitely crafted boxes. They were also acquaintances of Jiang Che. Were they not Qin Zhan and Jean Linger? Jiang, Luo, it's been ages.
Jean Linger greeted them with a smile. Qin Zhan, however, wore a stern expression, maintaining a strictly professional demeanor. But Jiang Che could see the warmth and kindness shining in his eyes.
The next moment, the two solemnly opened the box. Inside lay 2 gleaming gold medals and certificates.
These are the first-class merit medals specially applied for by General Qin on your behalf, honors you truly deserve.
Staff Officer Ye's voice boomed.
Captain Qin, Captain Jean, please place them on the 2 meritorious soldiers.
Boom! First-class merit medal. A first-class medal of honor. The gymnasium fell instantly silent. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by this unexpected spectacle.
Zhao Yu clenched his fists, his face darkening to the extreme.
Principal Zhou, overcome with emotion, wept tears of joy. Fame.
This time, they were truly famous. Nancheng First High School was on fire, completely on fire. Not only did they have an SSS-tier talent, but they also had a God-tier beast girl. Now, they even had a military first-class merit.
A first-class merit? What exactly is a first-class merit?
For centuries, there's been a saying, third-class merit is for the living, second-class merit is for the disabled, and first-class merit is for the dead. This shows just how rare a first-class merit is.
Yet Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke now held first-class merit medals personally awarded by the military. Amidst the hushed silence of the entire hall, Qin Zhan and Jean Linger personally presented the first-class merit medals from the box and pinned them onto Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke's chests. Attention! Staff Officer Yi suddenly commanded. Swoosh!
All the military personnel present snapped to attention simultaneously, rendering a standard military salute to the two.
Boom!
At that very moment, sunlight streamed through the dome of the gymnasium, bathing the medals in a dazzling glow.
The entire venue was stunned. Every face flushed crimson with overwhelming emotion.
For these young men, this scene was utterly thrilling and unforgettable.
Zhao Yanlong and his wife Xia Xiaoxue were the first to rise, clapping vigorously.
Immediately, thunderous applause erupted throughout the entire stadium. The applause lingered long after. As the applause gradually subsided, Staff Officer Yi continued. Actually, General Qin had intended to personally write recommendation letters for Jiang and Luo to Southwest Academy, but someone beat him to it.
Everyone froze once more. What did that mean? Someone had already written recommendation letters for Jiang Che and the others? They were already guaranteed admission? Zhao Yu's entire body trembled in disbelief. A recommendation letter. Someone had actually written recommendation letters for Jiang Che and the others?
Then today's college entrance exam was practically meaningless for them. His earlier actions now seemed utterly ridiculous. Immediately after, Staff Officer Yi turned to the podium and asked, "Is the leader of the Education Bureau present?" Several staff members from the Education Bureau immediately stood up. According to General Qin's instructions, Ye's tone was stern. Upon their admission to Southwest Academy, students Jiang and Luo must be assigned to the Military Spirit Academy. Boom! The entire hall erupted in commotion once more. The Military Spirit Academy. It was the most mysterious and unique department within Southwest Academy, a cradle dedicated to cultivating elite talent for the military. Simply graduating from there, one would start at least as a major, with boundless prospects ahead. Many people would break their heads trying to get in. Yet Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke were specifically selected for admission. Chapter 58, Shocking Developments at the City Lord's Mansion. South City. The City Lord's Mansion. Over the past few months, a strange and powerful species of void insects had appeared in South City, possessing terrifying strength that was in no way inferior to the neural parasite spiders. In recent months, these insects have infested all corners of South City, infecting numerous ordinary citizens and students. Among them were even some capable spirit masters, forcing them to turn on each other in bloody conflict. This has thrown the entire city into a state of panic. Consequently, the city's college entrance exams were centralized in the gymnasium. To suppress the insect chaos at any moment, a large contingent of powerful spirit masters was dispatched from the City Lord's mansion. Yet this arrangement has also created another situation. The City Lord's residence was now left vulnerable. Still, ordinary void insects probably wouldn't be bold enough to attack the City Lord's mansion, right? After all, while void insects gain sentience at Tier 3 and above, they still couldn't match human intelligence. Therefore, everyone remained largely unconcerned. The spirit masters stationed to guard the City Lord's residence remained as relaxed as usual. Outside the City Lord's residence, a 6-person patrol squad strolled leisurely through the perimeter. "Old Zhang, heard your daughter's taking the high school entrance exam this year? Which high school is she planning to apply to?" Captain Wang, the squad leader, asked with a smile. I heard getting into first high this year will be tough. The cutoff score is going to be sky high.
Oh well. My girl's studies are just average. If she can get into 6th high school in South City, that'd be pretty good.
Old Zhang and his wife walked at the rear of the 6-person group. Though waving, their faces were full of smiles. Amidst the chatter and laughter, only the Spirit Tamer couple in the middle of the line kept their heads bowed, silent.
Old Li, why aren't you two saying anything today? Captain Wang up front asked curiously. Aren't you two usually pretty chatty?
But the couple remained silent.
Old Zhang, trailing behind, grew puzzled too and couldn't resist nudging Old Li ahead of him. Hey, Old Li, the captain's talking to you. But the next moment,
a sudden change occurred.
Swish!
Old Li suddenly spun around. A dagger appeared in his hand and he plunged it directly into Old Zhang's abdomen. He swiftly withdrew it, only to thrust it back in. 2 stabs in quick succession.
In an instant,
blood gushed out violently.
Ah!
Old Zhang clutched his stomach and screamed in agony. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his teammate in front of him. They had been brothers for so many years.
Why? Why was this happening?
At that moment, Old Li's wife transformed instantly, materializing as a jet-black baton that landed in Old Li's hand.
The baton crackled with electric sparks, its arc blindingly bright.
Captain Wang, watching from ahead, was stunned by the sight. He immediately roared and charged forward.
Old Li, have you gone ing mad? Ah!
But Old Li, holding the stun baton, remained expressionless.
He pressed it directly against Captain Wang's wife's neck. In an instant, a high-voltage current surged through her body.
Before she could even scream, the woman collapsed to the ground.
My wife! Captain Wang's eyes bulged in fury. Husband! Old Li, have you lost your mind? I'll kill you. I'll avenge my husband.
Behind him, Old Zhang's wife trembled uncontrollably, utterly stunned that a brother of so many years would turn against him so suddenly.
The next moment,
she transformed into a ferocious wolf-dog beast girl and lunged at Old Li. Yet facing her attack, Old Li neither dodged nor retreated, allowing the wolf-dog beast girl to knock him to the ground.
In the instant they grappled, Old Li thrust his baton into the beast girl's body once more. Amid the piercing crackle of electricity, Old Li and the wolf-dog beast girl convulsed simultaneously, both ceasing movement as they were electrocuted to death. Captain Wang was utterly dumbfounded.
He stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the scene. His mind kept crashing.
Why? Why did this happen?
But suddenly, as if something clicked into place, his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed.
The Bug Clan. The Void Swarm. Then he turned and ran. Whoosh!
The baton that had simultaneously killed Old Li and the wolfhound suddenly flew up, transforming back into human form mid-air. The woman stood rooted to the spot. Her face was expressionless.
Suddenly, her neck snapped violently to the left.
With a crack, her neck split open, blood gushing out. A fist-sized purple spider emerged, mixed with the blood. With astonishing speed, it shot forward. It caught up with Old Wang as he fled. At the same time, security dormitory area. Due to the unique nature of spirit tamers, all dorm rooms were actually designed as married couple rooms. At that very moment, in one of the rooms, a spirit tamer couple who had just finished their night shift last night sat up simultaneously from their bed. Their eyes were utterly vacant. The next moment, they silently slipped out of their room and approached the door of their teammate's dorm next door.
Knock, knock, knock. A sleepy voice asked from inside. Who's there? No answer.
Only the lock clicked open automatically, and the couple pushed their way inside.
But immediately afterward, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the room. Ah! What are you doing?
The screams abruptly ceased.
When the couple emerged covered in blood, another couple had mysteriously appeared at the opposite end of the dormitory hallway. 4 people. All standing in the hallway.
They stared at each other, their expressions calm and numb, then simultaneously turned and walked toward the dormitory exit.
At the same time, at the training ground, dozens of spirit masters were in the midst of their training. Seated cross-legged, each spirit tamer's contracted spirit hovered in midair, shrunken in size.
Massive amounts of spirit energy radiated from the spirit masters' bodies. Constantly drawn by their bonds, it connected with their contracted spirits. Suddenly, one spirit tamer snapped his eyes open. Simultaneously, his mechanical gun maiden ended her cultivation, reverting to her spear form and aiming its muzzle at her unsuspecting companions.
Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A hail of gunfire erupted in an instant.
Blood spattered everywhere, and screams echoed in rapid succession. The struck spirit masters didn't even have time to summon their contract spirits, unaware of what had happened. They died at the hands of the very teammates they had trusted most.
And with that very gunfire, the city lord's mansion. Complete chaos erupted. At the same moment, sports arena.
After announcing the military district's commendation for Jiang Che and his team,
The military district's high-ranking officials quickly departed the examination hall.
After all, this was the site of the college entrance exams, and it wasn't appropriate for them to linger. Only Qin Zhan and Jean Linger quietly addressed Jiang Che before departing.
We're both on leave right now and will be staying in South City for a while.
Feel free to come find us anytime after the exams are over.
Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke nodded in agreement, watching them depart. Following this brief interlude, no one dared question Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke's eligibility to take the exam anymore. What a joke! With military personnel personally vouching for them, who would dare tempt fate?
Amidst the sea of complicated gazes, the two returned to their respective class sections. But no sooner had they sat down. Ouyang Hai, the secretary of the city lord's mansion, hurried over. Jiang, Luo, the city lord requests your presence.
Chapter 59, Xia Zhaoxue, wife of city lord Zhao Yanlong. The city lord requests your presence? Upon hearing this,
envious glances immediately flooded in from the surrounding students. Only Zhao Yu, standing nearby, clenched his fists so tightly they cracked upon hearing the words, "The city lord requests your presence." His face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom.
Damn it! Why him?
Despite 3 months of relentless cultivation, backed by the Zhao family's vast resources, he had only reached level 2. Why the hell could Jiang Che reach level 3? Does capital ultimately fall short against innate talent? Alright. Secretary Ouyang, please lead the way. Jiang Che offered a faint smile before addressing Ouyang Hai. Not at all, not at all. Ouyang Hai laughed heartily. He felt quite fond of the two young people, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Led by Ouyang Hai, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke had barely stepped onto the podium when Zhao Yanlong immediately stepped forward warmly. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. I knew I hadn't misjudged you, ha ha ha. Zhao Yanlong slapped Jiang Che on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. It's been just over 3 months since we last met, and you two youngsters have grown to this level truly eye-opening. His wife, Xia Zhaoxue, also wore a warm smile, clearing her throat softly. Zhao Yanlong immediately caught on and hurriedly introduced them. Oh, right. You two probably haven't met yet. This is my wife, Xia Zhaoxue. She's also the deputy city lord of Nanchang. She just prefers to stay out of the limelight since she doesn't like to meddle in affairs. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke promptly bowed to Xia Zhaoxue. Greetings, deputy city lord. Xia Zhaoxue responded with a faint smile. No need for such formality. I don't care for titles like city lord or deputy city lord either. You can just call me Aunt Xia if you like. Since she'd put it that way, Jiang Che saw no need for further formality. He followed Luo Xiaoke's lead and called out. Aunt Xia. Xia Zhaoxue's smile widened even more. You two are truly exceptional. I've seen my share of geniuses, but never such outstanding young people as you two. She gently took Luo Xiaoke's hand again. Especially you, Xiaoke. Divine tier beast maidens are already exceedingly rare, but to reach level 3, star 8 in such a short time is nothing short of a miracle. It truly amazes me. Thank you for your kind words, Auntie. Luo Xiaoke immediately lowered her head shyly and whispered. Truthfully, it's all thanks to Brother Che. If not for him, I'd probably still be just a worthless beast girl. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhaoxue immediately shot Jiang Che a meaningful look. Regarding what Jiang Che had said, and the events that had unfolded with Luo Xiaoke, Xia Zhaoxue had actually known about them months ago. Luo Xiaoke's innate talent was originally quite poor. Fire-tailed weasel. A type of worthless beast girl. Yet because of Jiang Che, she had directly evolved into a god-tier beast girl. Xia Zhaoxue had never believed this possible. There had never been a precedent for such a thing before. Yet the investigation into Luo Xiaoke was laid out before her, undeniably genuine. Xia Zhaoxue had no choice but to believe. At the same time, a thought crossed her mind. Could her own daughter, Jiran, also undergo such an evolution? Today, she who had always disliked public appearances had come here only after hearing that Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke would be returning today. It was a last-minute decision. Her purpose in coming was solely for Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. And the eternal heart Jiang Che had mentioned. What exactly was the eternal heart? Over the past 3 months, Zhao Yanlong and she had exhausted nearly every connection they possessed, yet they had failed to uncover any information regarding the eternal heart. Zhao Yanlong also fixed a deep gaze on Jiang Che. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, Ouyang Hai's phone rang beside him. Zhao Yanlong frowned and turned his head. After answering the call, Ouyang Hai's face instantly drained of color. What? Thud. The phone fell to the floor. What happened? Zhao Yanlong demanded in a low voice. Ouyang Hai's face drained of color. Without even bothering to pick up the phone, he rushed forward and reported urgently. Lord Mayor, it's a major incident. A riot has broken out at the city lord's residence. A riot? What does that mean? Zhao Yanlong, Xia Zhaoxue, Jiang Che, and the others all turned to look at him. What kind of place is the city lord's residence? How could a riot possibly break out there?
Yang Hai took a deep breath, but his voice still trembled. It's the insect race, the void insect race. They've parasitized the guards of the city lord's mansion. Taking advantage of our absence today and the mansion's vulnerability, they launched a surprise attack. Now, the city lord's mansion is in complete chaos. At these words, everyone paled in horror. Xia Zhashue's face instantly drained of color. Oh no, Jiran is still inside the residence. Yanlong, we must hurry back. Their daughter, Zhao Jiran, had awakened as a domestic robot maid, yet she still held no contract. Without a contract, she couldn't cultivate. Consequently, Zhao Jiran had withdrawn from school months ago and would naturally not be taking the college entrance exam. Hearing his wife's words, Zhao Yanlong nodded grimly and immediately issued an order. Yang, assemble all available personnel for immediate reinforcement. But Yang Hai hesitated. Lord Mayor, what if something happens at the stadium too if we withdraw all our forces here? Zhao Yanlong's heart sank. The mere possibility sent a chill down his spine. Just then, Jiang Che suddenly spoke up. Secretary Yang, what exactly is going on? How dare the insectoid race attack the city lord's mansion? Even if those low-tier insectoids lacked intelligence, they weren't this reckless daring to attack the city lord's residence deep within human territory? Yang Hai quickly explained. Young Jiang, you've been away from South City these past few months, so you're unaware. After hearing the explanation, Jiang Che's pupils suddenly contracted and he blurted out. It's a fourth-tier brain-eating worm. Brain-eating worm? Zhao Yanlong frowned. This insectoid species is extremely troublesome. Jiang Che's expression grew grave. Each brain-eating worm essentially functions as a mother insect, capable of spawning numerous offspring. If a spirit tamer is careless and gets possessed by an offspring, they'll become a tool controlled by it. What's even more terrifying is that the host appears completely normal on the surface. Only when the insectoid launches its control does the abnormality manifest. In the previous era, Nanche City had also experienced a brain-eating worm outbreak, resulting in heavy casualties. It took immense sacrifice to locate and exterminate the brain-eating worm's nest. After hearing Jiang Che's explanation, Xia Zhashue staggered and nearly fell. Then Jiran, we must hurry back immediately. Zhao Yanlong also acted decisively. Yang, station half your men at the stadium. The rest will accompany me immediately to the city lord's mansion. Lord Zhao. Jiang Che suddenly interjected. Xiao Kuo and I will come too. You too? Zhao Yanlong froze, then shook his head hastily. No, it's too dangerous. Besides, you still have to take the college entrance exams. But I know about the brain-eating worms. Jiang Che said solemnly. You know as well as I do that whether I take the exam or not doesn't really matter. Besides, our earlier results were already impressive enough. This is a matter of life and death. City Lord Zhao, don't hesitate any longer. Chapter 60, Chaos. The City Lord's Residence. Flames now shot skyward. The ancient mansion once standing at the city's heart was now engulfed in chaos. Dozens of spirit masters, now controlled by the brain-eating worms, suddenly turned against their masters. Moving with seamless coordination, they slaughtered indiscriminately and set fires. Crucial areas like the kitchens, dormitories, and warehouses were soon engulfed in raging infernos. Thick smoke billowed skyward. The entire southern city was thrown into alarm. Countless ordinary citizens huddled trembling in distant high-rises, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Why would anyone dare to attack the conflict manor? Some civilian spirit tamers also rushed toward the city lord's residence, eager to assist. Yet many among them were lured and killed by spirit tamers controlled by mind-eating worms before they could even enter the governor's residence. Logically, this should be impossible. Even if fourth-tier brain-eating worms possessed intelligence, they absolutely could not have reached such a level. Inside the governor's residence, the remaining spirit tamers were also hastily organizing defenses. Yet they discovered with horror that their companions could turn into enemies at any moment. A mecha girl had just finished setting up a turret when a teammate stabbed her in the back. A plant-type mecha girl was deploying defensive vines. Was reduced to ashes by a sudden fire elemental attack. Trust no one. There are traitors among us. Watch your back. Damn bugs, what the hell is going on? Who's the enemy? Amidst the constant barrage of warnings, the spirits of the castle's spirit masters sank further into despair. Even as they formed defensive formations back to back, they dared not fully trust even their comrades behind them. Forced to remain constantly vigilant, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. Main courtyard. This was the most vital section of the city lord's residence. It served as both a living quarters and the administrative center. Zhao Jiran, the daughter of city lord Zhao Yanlong, resides here. At this moment, over a dozen pairs of loyal spirit tamers were desperately guarding the main courtyard entrance. Facing them were 5 pairs of beast girls who had completely gone berserk. Hold the line. We absolutely cannot let these traitors in. The captain of the guards roared, his blade glinting coldly in his hand.
Yet the beast girls across from them, utterly disregarding their own injuries, fought with a life or death ferocity, driving them back step by step. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream. A spirit tamer couple was knocked to the ground. Their teammates instinctively rushed to help them up. Zhao Jia, are you okay? But in that instant, the fallen Zhao Jia suddenly developed a vacant stare. His mechanical companion instantly transformed. A razor-sharp blade pierced straight through the chest of the teammate who had rushed to help. Put! Crimson blood spattered. The teammate's body jerked as he clutched his chest, his face frozen in utter disbelief. Xiao! Yet the mechanical girl across from him showed no hesitation whatsoever, thrusting with all her might. Thud! The man's body was cleaved clean in two. Blood gushed wildly, the scene reaching the height of gruesome horror. Old Li! Bastard! Zhao Jia's been taken over too. I'll kill you all. Amidst the furious roar, the guards tensed up once more. Forced to aim their weapons at former comrades while guarding against each other, they couldn't fight properly. Inside the main hall, 2 personal guards stood solemnly blocking the doorway. Opposite them, Zhao Jiran stood within the room, clad in a form-fitting black outfit. Her naturally tall frame was accentuated by the form-fitting black attire, making her appear even more slender and graceful, her waist more delicate and her chest more full. Especially now, gripping a long sword, she radiated an imposing, heroic aura. Her pert hips and long legs seemed poised with explosive power. Step aside. All of you, leave. I don't need your protection. The female guard blocking the doorway spoke in a deep voice. Miss, it's too dangerous outside. We've already contacted Secretary Ouyang. The city lord and his men will arrive shortly. Then it's all the more reason for you to go out and help. Zhao Jiran's voice trembled. Can't you hear the screams outside? Our people are dying one by one, why aren't you going out? The male guard shook his head grimly. Miss, our duty is to protect you. It's far too dangerous out there now. It's too chaotic. They couldn't trust anyone with Zhao Jiran. I don't need it. Zhao Jiran slammed her long sword onto the ground with a clang. You all go out and help. I don't need anyone's protection. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the clamor of battle outside the courtyard abruptly ceased. Then, a heavy, rhythmic thudding of footsteps approached from afar. Thud, thud, thud. Each step felt like a stomp on the hearts of the 3. The female guard's expression changed abruptly. They're here. The next moment, as the spirit master channeled their energy, the female guard's form flickered, instantly transforming into a towering giant tree. Thick branches shattered the roof tiles, while countless sturdy vines writhed like venomous snakes, wildly weaving through the room to form a defensive net. It was a formidable level 3 plant maiden. Boom! The door was violently smashed open. 5 battle-scarred beast girls charged in first, followed closely by a mecha girl and a sword girl. The mechanical girl's cannon barrel was already charged with energy. The moment the door shattered, she fired a cannon blast directly at the plant girl inside. Boom! The plant girl's countless vines had barely formed a defensive barrier when the energy cannon blasted a hole right through them. Simultaneously, the sword maiden sliced through the air, striking down. Kill! The giant tree's vines surged wildly once more, cascading down like a torrential downpour. The beast maidens roared as they met the onslaught. Sword maiden's sword she severed countless branches in its wake. Wood chips flew everywhere, sparks flew in all directions. The entire room shook violently under the fierce battle, and countless cracks instantly appeared on the walls. Deep within the room, witnessing this brutal battle, Zhao Jiran cowered in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, she bitterly regretted awakening as a domestic robot. Useless in combat, she could only wash clothes and sweep floors. She wanted to fight too. She yearned for strength. Power as formidable as her parents, powerful enough to protect herself and others. Meanwhile, the battle had instantly reached a fever pitch. Though the plant girl was formidable, but she faced no fewer than 7 contract spirits. Vines poured down like a torrential rain, only to be shattered time and again by the mechanical maiden's artillery fire. Thick tree trunks soon became riddled with scorched bullet holes, blood gushing freely. Especially those beast girls were utterly frenzied, charging upward with utter disregard for their own lives. Boom! A deafening explosion. The mecha girl's main cannon completed its recharge. A blinding beam pierced through the plant girl's main trunk, leaving behind a charred hollow. Sword girl seized the moment. A rainbow-hued sword aura sliced the tottering giant tree clean in half at the waist. Ah! Plant girl let out a piercing scream, reverting to human form as she collapsed to the ground. A gaping hole pierced her abdomen, blood staining the floor crimson. Her spirit tamer roared and charged forward, only to be simultaneously knocked down by the 3 beast girls. Sharp teeth tore into flesh, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. At that moment, the sword maiden assumed her true human form, dressed in the uniform of a city lord's guard. Sword girl tilted her head. A voice emerged from her mouth. Not quite human, yet clearly issuing commands to the other beast girls and mechanical girls. Chapter 61, Zhao Jiran, I refuse to be a worthless person.
The next moment,
The sword maiden advanced step by step toward Zhao Jiran in the corner.
get out of my way.
Zhao Jiran grabbed the long sword from the ground and tremblingly pointed it at her.
But how could an ordinary sword possibly intimidate a sword maiden?
Without a moment's hesitation, the sword maiden continued advancing toward her, her expression unchanged.
SSSH.
Zhao Jiran thrust the sword forward. The blade plunged directly into the sword maiden's body, blood dripping steadily down the steel onto the floor. Yet the sword maiden remained expressionless, continuing her advance.
Splash.
The blade pierced through her body. The sword maiden remained expressionless. She halted only half a meter before Zhao Jiran, a sinister smile spreading across her face.
Zhao Jiran's entire body trembled, overwhelmed by terror.
Suddenly, the sword maiden's head jerked violently to the side, her neck splitting open with a gash.
Blood gushed forth instantly.
In an instant, it drenched the sword maiden's clothes in crimson.
A fist-sized spider, drenched in crimson, emerged from the gaping wound in her neck and shot toward Zhao Jiran like an arrow. Aya! Zhao Jiran screamed, utterly terrified. But at that critical moment, boom!
A massive crimson gold fireball plummeted from the sky like a meteorite, striking precisely between Zhao Jiran and the sword maiden.
The violent shockwave sent both the sword maiden and the blood-red spider flying backward.
They slammed heavily into the room's walls. Instantly, searing flames engulfed the entire room.
It engulfed every beast girl, sword maiden, machine maiden, and their spirit masters within, consuming them all in an instant.
Yet miraculously halted just as it was about to reach Zhao Jiran. The girl stood frozen in place, watching the sea of fire before her quickly recede,
revealing the majestic fire qilin within. Roar!
The fire qilin let out a long, piercing roar, its body engulfed in surging flames.
It stood before Zhao Jiran like an invincible guardian deity.
What is this?
Luo! A somewhat familiar figure leapt down from the fire qilin's back. Miss Xiao, are you all right?
The one who arrived was none other than Jiang Che.
Simultaneously, the flames enveloping the fire qilin retracted.
Transforming into the sweet and adorable form of Luo Xiaoke, it flashed a charming smile at Zhao Jiran.
Good day, Miss Zhao.
Staring at the two before her, Zhao Jiran stood frozen, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. At the same age, the other had already attained the power to dominate the battlefield, while she could only cower trembling in a corner. This filled her with bitter resentment and bitterness. Jiang Che, mistaking her reaction for fear, offered gentle reassurance. The city lord and his men have returned.
They're out there restoring order now.
Miss Xiao, there's no need to worry.
Zhao Jiran nodded blankly before pushing open the broken door.
In midair, her father, Zhao Yanlong, stood commanding and formidable, a long sword in hand. He unleashed a sword chi several meters long, which swept through the air, instantly cleaving dozens of traitors below in two.
So powerful.
Luo Xiaoke followed him out and gasped at the sight.
Just how high a level is Lord Zhao now?
Jiang Che glanced over.
Level 6. Level 6 is already this powerful? Luo Xiaoke's eyes widened.
Jiang Che ruffled her hair with a smile.
Actually, it could be even stronger.
It's just that Lord Zhao and the others suffered injuries in the void battlefield years ago, causing their strength to decline, which is why they became city lords. Otherwise, with their abilities, they wouldn't have stepped back from the front lines.
Zhao Jiran abruptly turned to face Jiang Che. How do you know all this?
Even she hadn't heard about these matters before. All she knew was that her mother often coughed. Jiang Che replied softly. I learned it by chance.
Were those who retreated from the void battlefield to the rear severely injured? At that very moment, mid-air, Zhao Yanlong suddenly turned his gaze this way.
Without hesitation, he hurled the long sword in his hand. The sword shot forth like a meteor, plunging into the courtyard and transforming into the figure of Deputy City Lord Xiao Zhaoxue.
Jiran.
Xiao Zhaoxue hurried forward, wrapping her arms tightly around her daughter and asking,
Are you hurt?
Zhao Jiran shook her head. Held in her mother's arms, tears finally streamed down her face. Mom, I'm fine, but the guards, they all.
Too many had fallen in this battle.
Zhao Jiran choked back sobs, his heart filled with grief and bitter resentment as he burst into tears once more.
Mom, I'm so unwilling. I want strength too. I don't want to be useless. I don't want to be protected forever.
Hearing this, Xiao Zhaoxue's body trembled, yet she could only stroke her daughter's hair with unbearable tenderness. She understood the pain in her daughter's heart. Born into a family like theirs, born into this era, how incredibly difficult it was to simply be an ordinary person? But Xiao Zhaoxue lifted her eyes to Jiang Che, her words caught in her throat. Thud, 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 thud.
Just then, footsteps echoed.
City Lord Zhao Yanlong had just concluded his previous battle and was now approaching with his men.
Naturally, he had overheard Zhao Jiran's earlier words and couldn't help but sigh softly.
Mr. Jiang, Mr. Luo, please come with me to the front hall.
The city lord's residence. Front hall.
Traces of the battle remained uncleared. Traces of blood remained on the floor and walls.
After dismissing his attendants with a wave, Zhao Yanlong spoke with a bitter smile.
Jiang, Luo, today's events must have been quite embarrassing for you. Allowing the void insect race to breach the city lord's residence deep within human territory, my own stronghold, is a failure on my part as city lord.
Jiang Che shook his head and said, "It's not Lord Zhao's fault.
These insects are simply too cunning. Even I never imagined the brain-eating worms possessed such intelligence.
In my previous life,
these fourth-tier brain-eating worms possessed intelligence, but not to this extreme.
They actually resorted to feints? But that was all they could manage."
Jiang Che, possessing the memories of his past life, naturally knew where to find it.
But across from him,
Zhao Yanlong changed the subject, his expression turning serious as he said,
"Jiang, I actually have another request to make of you this time. Is it the eternal heart?" Jiang Che's eyes flickered. Zhao Yanlong looked surprised at first, then nodded with a wry smile.
To be perfectly honest, I've scoured every available resource and consulted numerous people over the past period, yet I found no trace of the eternal heart.
I wonder if you might be able to shed some light on it.
I have it. Jiang Che said calmly. Some time ago, by sheer coincidence, I happened to come into possession of an eternal heart.
What?
Zhao Yanlong leapt to his feet, stunned.
Is that true?
Yes.
Jiang Che nodded. Zhao Yanlong was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Mr. Jiang, could you possibly?"
"Rest assured, I'll agree to any price as long as you're willing to part with it."
However, Jiang Che shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Lord Zhao, that's not what I meant.
There's just one more issue. Even with the eternal heart, Miss Zhao still lacks one crucial step to complete her evolution."
Zhao Yanlong froze.
"Why is that?"
Chapter 62, There's no monogamy rule now, right?
"Why?"
Jiang Che gave another bitter smile.
He had already contracted Luo Xiaoke.
Now he was supposed to tell Zhao Yanlong, "I want to contract your daughter?"
It felt like some old scumbag suddenly running up to someone and declaring, "I want to take your daughter as my concubine." Especially since the other party's status and power far surpassed his own.
"Young Jiang, is there anything else you need to discuss? Go ahead. How can we resolve the issue if you don't state it?" Zhao Yanlong pressed on, growing increasingly impatient. To enable Zhao Ziran's evolution, they'd spent the past 3 months searching for the eternal heart. Now that they finally had a lead, another problem had cropped up? And this little Jiang wasn't saying anything?
This was driving them crazy. "Right, Brother Che, if there's anything else, just say it." Beside them, Luo Xiaoke was also curious. Her brother Che had never been like this before.
Jiang Che finally took a deep breath.
"Lord Zhao, to be perfectly honest, my talent possesses certain unique qualities beyond its SSS-tier classification. Miss Zhao must form a contract with me to complete her evolution through the eternal heart."
Boom!
The words struck like a thunderclap from a clear sky.
Zhao Yanlong sprang to his feet, his face darkening. Luo Xiaoke's mouth fell open.
She was utterly stunned.
Contract? Must she form a contract with Jiang Che?
Every spirit tamer could only have one contract partner, that was common knowledge.
How could anyone form a second contract? And
Jiang Che already has a contract with Luo Xiaoke.
So what does it mean that he now wants to contract her daughter, Zhao Ziran? Does he want 2 women serving one husband? How dare he?
Luo Xiaoke stared at Jiang Che in equal disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes.
"Brother Che, you..."
She was heartbroken and deeply saddened. She couldn't understand where she had failed to make Brother Che happy, why he would abandon her.
Everyone knew that each spirit tamer could only contract with one partner.
Renewing a contract wasn't impossible, but it required the death of the bound partner.
Could Brother Che possibly want me dead?
Things have come to this. Since he'd already spoken his mind, Jiang Che saw no point in beating around the bush any longer.
He stated plainly, "My talent is somewhat unique.
Ordinary spirit masters can only contract one spirit companion, but I can contract 3.
And if the right opportunity arises in the future, I could even add more."
These words were actually meant for Luo Xiaoke. After all, he might contract other spirits in the future. This served both to reassure her now and to prepare for the future.
Sure enough, Luo Xiaoke froze upon hearing this. Zhao Yanlong froze too.
He looked at Jiang Che, his eyes flickering.
3 spirits? And possibly even more in the future. What the hell kind of talent is this? This bastard. Damn.
Zhao Yanlong suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to beat the crap out of this guy.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Luo Xiaoke's eyes quickly filled with sparkling wonder. Brother Che is so amazing. He can contract other contract spirits without me having to die?
As for Jiang Che wanting to contract other spirits, Luo Xiaoke felt a little disappointed too, but she really didn't care much.
So what?
Brother Che is so talented.
He's got SSS-tier talent. What's 1 or 2 more contract spirits?
At worst, it might slow down his cultivation a bit. Besides, she could gain a few more sisters.
Ever since she was little, I've been an only child, never having a sister or younger sibling. Luo Xiaoke mused, her mind drifting off in her usual absent-minded way. Seeing Zhao Yanlong remain silent, his gaze fixed on her with hostility, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel uneasy. She decided to retrieve the eternal heart from the system space. In an instant, he opened his palm. A crystal, clear and translucent, appeared in his palm. Within the crystal, multicolored light swirled, emitting a remarkably pure energy fluctuation. This is the eternal heart. Jiang Che handed the crystal to Zhao Yanlong. If Lord Zhao does not trust me, he may have Miss Zhao refine this multicolored heart first. Zhao Yanlong reached out to take it. His gaze grew complex as he studied the artifact. He never imagined that after searching for so long without a single lead, the very thing they sought would be in Jiang Che's possession. Finally, he sighed deeply. Enough. You may all return now. As for the contract matter? He still needed to consult his wife and daughter. 2 women sharing one husband was still rather scandalous in this era. Leaving the city lord's residence, Jiang Che quickly hailed a taxi by the roadside. As soon as he got in, he glanced nervously at Luo Xiaoke beside him and said, "Xiaoke, I'm sorry I didn't mention this to you earlier. Why are you apologizing, Brother Che?" "I'm not upset at all." Luo Xiaoke tilted her head, her eyes sparkling as she whispered softly. "I just think Brother Che is so amazing." "Ha?" Jiang Che froze. Impressive? Yeah, everyone else can only contract 1, but Brother Che can contract 3. Isn't that amazing? Luo Xiaoke looked utterly innocent. Jiang Che couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. How does this girl's brain work? But he still wrapped his arm around Luo Xiaoke's shoulder. "I'm going to contract other women. You really won't be upset?" "Of course not." Luo Xiaoke thought it over seriously. "It's just, I don't know how to tell my parents. Why don't we keep it a secret for now? Once Brother Che becomes incredibly powerful, they won't be able to say anything." Jiang Che felt a warm glow in his heart. Deeply moved, he pulled Luo Xiaoke tightly into his embrace. "Young man, you still haven't said where you're going?" Just then, the taxi driver suddenly asked. "To the nearest hotel." Jiang Che answered without hesitation. Luo Xiaoke was taken aback and whispered, "Brother Che, why a hotel? Aren't we going home?" Jiang Che leaned close to her ear and whispered something in a hushed tone. Luo Xiaoke's face flushed bright red all the way to her ears. She could only lower her head and whisper, "Well, okay then." At the same time, at the city lord's mansion, staring at the multicolored crystal on the table, Zhao Yanlong, Xiao Zhaoxue, and Zhao Zhiran all wore complex expressions. After a long silence, Zhao Zhiran finally asked softly, "Dad, did he really say that?" "Yes." Zhao Yanlong nodded, his expression grim. "Zhiran, why don't you give it a try first? If it doesn't work out, we can just forget about it. Mom and Dad can protect you too." Beside them, Xiao Zhaoxue finally spoke after letting out a breath. Sending her daughter to be someone else's concubine? Xiao Zhaoxue couldn't bring herself to do it. Zhao Zhiran reached out and picked up the eternal heart. Feeling the waves of cool energy emanating from within it, she suddenly nodded firmly and said, "All right. I'll try it first." The couple across from them both breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, they heard Zhao Zhixue whisper again. "Mom and Dad, ever since the void insect race descended upon our world, the old order within the human body has been shattered. Now, the unified front of the human race is the void insect race. Every goal exists solely to defeat the void insects. If an SSS-tier Spirit Tamer could truly contract more spirit companions, I believe many Spirit Tamer families would be willing to send their daughters to her. Mom and Dad, there's no longer a rule against polygamy, right? Isn't that right?" Chapter 63, This Can't Be Right, It's Not a Mind-Eating Worm? Evening. The sky was ablaze with crimson hues. Only then did Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke check out of the hotel and leave. After a full afternoon of turmoil, Luo Xiaoke came to deeply appreciate how prescient her decision had been. The last trace of bitterness in her heart had vanished without a trace. Perhaps having a few sisters to share the burden would be a good thing. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Che surprisingly showed no intention of returning home. Instead, he took Luo Xiaoke to a bar called Nightscape. Inside the bar, dim lights. The music blared deafeningly. On the dance floor, crowds of men and women swayed to the beat. The air was thick with the mingled scents of alcohol and perfume. The mixture was quite peculiar. "Brother Che, what are we doing here?" Luo Xiaoke clutched Jiang Che's hand tightly, glancing around nervously. She had never been to a place like this before. "When I tell you to act, you act," Jiang Che whispered in a low voice. "Ha?" Luo Xiaoke froze instantly, her eyes widening in shock. "What? Strike? Here, with so many ordinary people around? How many would die if they started a fight?" Before she could voice her question, Jiang Che had already pulled her toward the bar. "What'll you have?" the bartender asked without looking up. "Find someone." Jiang Che looked him straight in the eye and said, "Lu Yining." The bartender's hand paused mid-wipe on the glass. He looked up at Jiang Che and asked, "You're looking for Sister Liu? Who are you?" "Who I am is none of your concern. All you need to know is that I can save you both and keep you alive." Jiang Che's tone was flat. In his previous life, it was here that he had found the brain-eating worms. But back then, every single bartender in the entire bar, along with many regular patrons, had already been devoured and controlled by the brain-eating worms. So when Jiang Che said he could save them, he wasn't exaggerating one bit. Yet the bartender across from him visibly flinched. "Are you here to cause trouble?" "I'm looking for someone." After a brief silence, the bartender finally looked up from setting down a glass. "All right, follow me." He led the two men through the noisy dance floor, and soon they arrived at a private room. He pushed open the door. Inside, the private room was lavishly decorated leather sofas, crystal coffee tables. Though music played on the large screen, hardly a sound from outside penetrated the space. The soundproofing was excellent. Jiang Che was satisfied. At least they wouldn't make too much noise later. "Brother Che." After the bartender left, Luo Xiaoka finally couldn't help but whisper. "What are we doing here looking for that Liu Yining? Who is she?" "A bug." Jiang Che uttered the two words softly. Luo Xiaoka's mouth fell open at the words. Just then, the sound of high heels tapping on the floor echoed from outside the corridor. "Tap, tap, tap. Here she comes," Jiang Che said. The next moment, the private room door swung open. A woman draped in a black Chanel-style jacket stepped inside. Tall and slender, her makeup was flawless. Her lips were as fiery as flames. Behind her trailed a dozen burly men clad in black, each looking like trouble waiting to happen. "I hear you're looking for me?" The woman raised an eyebrow, fixing her gaze on Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka both stood up simultaneously, fixing their gaze on her. This woman was none other than Liu Yining. She was the owner of this nightfall bar. Though just an ordinary person, she still managed to thrive in South City, proving she was no ordinary woman. Thud. Simultaneously, the last black-clad bodyguard closed the private room door. In an instant, the lights dimmed abruptly. Liu Yining frowned at the two men. "Who exactly are you? What do you want with me?" But Jiang Che didn't answer her question. Instead, he stared intently into her eyes and said, "Stop pretending. Come out." "What?" Liu Yining frowned, utterly bewildered. But in the very next second, a sharp crack echoed. Liu Yining's neck suddenly twisted at an unnatural angle, her skin splitting open. Blood gushed out in an instant. "Ah!" The woman screamed, clutching her own throat in sheer terror. But the blood refused to stop. It gushed relentlessly. In moments, it had completely drenched her clothes in crimson. Watching this scene, Jiang Che's expression was complex, a mix of pity, but more so, hatred toward the Void Insect clan. The black-clad bodyguards brought by Liu Yining stood completely motionless, watching numbly. Watching the woman struggle and slowly die. The next moment, a fist-sized blood-red spider crawled out from the woman's neck. Hiss. The spider hissed. Its 8 legs dripping with blood, it lunged directly at Jiang Che the moment it emerged. "Get away." But Luo Xiaoka, who had been tense and frightened moments before, suddenly looked up, darted forward, and blocked the spider in front of Jiang Che. She opened her mouth. A jet of flame erupted from her mouth. In an instant, the blood-red spider was reduced to ashes. Yet this scene stunned the black-clad figure in the private room, the same one who had witnessed the woman's death moments earlier without so much as a flicker of emotion. Immediately after, the black-clad bodyguards clutched their throats in twisted agony. Swelling lumps rapidly formed on their necks. Pop, pop, pop. The swellings burst. Blood spurted wildly, creating a scene of utter horror. Over a dozen blood-red spiders swiftly emerged from their necks, all lunging toward Jiang Che and his companions. Roar! Luo Xiaoka unleashed another earth-shaking beast roar. The terrifying soundwave sent all the attacking blood-red spiders flying backward. At the same moment, Luo Xiaoka's body swayed as flames surged upward. Instantly transforming into the form of a fire qilin, searing flames engulfed the entire private room. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blood-red spiders exploded one after another in the flames. But the intense heat inside the booth triggered the bar's fire suppression system. Woo-woo! In an instant, a shrill alarm pierced the air. Sprinklers in the private room, hallway, and main hall ceiling began spraying water. Puff, puff, puff. This commotion naturally sent the bar into chaos in an instant. Countless people genuinely believed a fire had broken out, frantically fleeing toward the bar's exits. Panic screams and the sound of rushing feet echoed continuously. Inside the private room, Luo Xiaoka resumed human form. Her expression darkened as she surveyed the dozen or so bodies strewn haphazardly across the floor. She hadn't expected the void insect race to have become so rampant. They had just launched a surprise attack on the city lord's residence during the day. And now, in the evening bar, there were still so many of them. Where was this place? This is the southern city. The very rear of the human race's main stronghold. If the void insect race is this rampant here, what must the void battlefield be like? It's unimaginable. At this thought, Luo Xiaoka turned to look at Jiang Che again, only to find his expression even more grim. She couldn't help but ask, "Brother Che, what's wrong?" "Something's wrong."
But Jiang Che was staring intently at the ashes on the ground.
"This isn't a brain-eating worm. It's a larva. But this shouldn't be happening." Chapter 64, Dad, I want to try with Jiang Che.
Jiang Che's brow furrowed deeply. His mind frantically searched through the memories of his past life. In his previous life, after layers of investigation and meticulous unraveling, the Nanchang Spirit Control Bureau had ultimately pinned the blame on Liu Yining. They had discovered brain-eating worms within her body. But now, only ordinary larvae were found within Liu Yining.
What was going on? Where had things gone wrong? Why is it different from the previous life? Jiang Che was utterly perplexed. Not long after, outside the private room, hurried footsteps echoed. Enforcers from the nearby Spirit Control Bureau had arrived at the scene. Fully armed, they stormed into the private room. Upon seeing the floor littered with corpses, their expressions darkened. What happened here? The lead enforcer glared at Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka, demanding sharply. Jiang Che, having regained his composure, explained, "These people were all hosts parasitized by the void insect race. We just eliminated the larvae that had infested their bodies." Since he couldn't make sense of it, he wouldn't dwell on it now. Hearing this, the enforcers exchanged bewildered glances. Bugs? The entire southern city was already in a state of panic over the insect infestation. Superiors had issued a strict order. They were to maintain strict vigilance and swiftly locate the void insectoid creatures causing chaos within the city. Thus, they took the insect issue extremely seriously. After a moment's hesitation, the lead enforcer's tone softened considerably. "Your spirit masters?" "Yes." Jiang Che nodded. "My name is Jiang Che. This is my companion, Luo Xiaoka." The officers' gazes softened as they looked at Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka. "Very well. Would you mind accompanying us back to the Spirit Tamer Bureau for questioning?" "All right." Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka both nodded in agreement. South City. The city lord's mansion. After a full day of cleanup, the traces of daytime combat had been completely erased. Under the cover of night, the place regained its former solemnity and tranquility. Only a faint, lingering scent of blood still hung in the air. Inside Zhao Jiran's chambers in the inner courtyard. Since Zhao Jiran began refining the Eternal Heart, City Lord Zhao Yanlong and Xia Zhaoxue had not left his side. Suddenly, Zhao Jiran opened his eyes, his gaze dark and unfocused. "Jiran, how do you feel?" Seeing Zhao Jiran awaken, the couple hurried forward. Zhao Jiran offered no reply, merely rising silently. The next moment, a metallic glow erupted as Zhao Jiran's body began to transform, gradually deforming. His limbs contracted. His torso deformed. Finally, it transformed into the shape of an ordinary household vacuum cleaner. "It's still like this." Xia Zhaoxue's voice was filled with disappointment. Zhao Jiran also resumed human form at that moment, slumping lifelessly onto the bedside without a word. "Jiran, maybe we should give up." Xia Zhaoxue stepped forward, wrapping her arms around her daughter's shoulders with heartache. "Mom and Dad will protect you." Zhao Yanlong sighed as well. "Yes, Jiran. Actually, being an ordinary person isn't so bad. Staying at the rear means you won't be in such danger. What happened today was just an accident." "No." But Zhao Jiran suddenly looked up, his voice unwavering with conviction. "Mom and Dad, I want to try again. I believe in him." At that moment, she couldn't help but recall Jiang Che's face. She trusted Jiang Che. She believed Jiang Che wouldn't deceive her. After all, before this, Luo Xiaoka had truly been nothing but a worthless beast girl. Everything was because of Jiang Che. If Luo Xiaoka could do it, why couldn't she? As for Jiang Che already having a contracted partner? As she'd said from the start, there was no rule against multiple partners now, was there? This. Xia Zhaoxue's expression darkened considerably. Zhao Yanlong stood up abruptly. "No way. How could my daughter, Zhao Yanlong's daughter, become someone's concubine? But Dad, I truly hate myself today. If it weren't for protecting me, those guards wouldn't have sacrificed themselves in vain. I refuse to be useless anymore." Zhao Jiran's voice choked with emotion, yet her resolve was unwavering. If making a contract with Jiang Che is the only way, I'm willing to try again." Inside the room, silence fell instantly. Zhao Yanlong's face darkened like a sooty pot bottom as he stared intently at his daughter across from him. Zhao Jiran, drawing courage from somewhere unknown, met his gaze without flinching. Until Zhao Yanlong's face twitched and he conceded defeat. "To be honest, I don't believe it. How could any spirit tamer possibly contract 3, or even more contract spirits? Dad, I want to try." Sigh. Zhao Yanlong sighed and turned to leave. "I can't control you anymore." South City. Outskirts. An abandoned warehouse.
The warehouse was dilapidated, its corrugated iron walls covered in rust, windows shattered.
Inside, it was dim and damp.
The air was thick with a putrid stench. The mere whiff of it made one feel waves of nausea. Suddenly, the sound of shuffling footsteps echoed. Under the cover of night, a middle-aged man with a stiff expression entered the warehouse. He moved mechanically toward the center of the warehouse, where an open-air pool had been constructed at some unknown point. Scattered around the pool lay dozens of human corpses, some shriveled and dried, others still oozing blood, a scene of utter horror.
Submerged within the pool was a woman.
Her hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Now, it clung wetly to her smooth shoulders. The moonlight, soft and fluid, reflected in the pool, making her skin appear like white jade, her collarbone crystalline, and the graceful curves beneath the water clearly visible. Splash! Hearing footsteps, the woman in the water slowly tilted her neck upward. Her movements were so graceful they were intoxicating.
Drops of water cascaded down her skin.
They pooled in the hollows of her collarbones before disappearing into the deep, mysterious ravines beneath, utterly bewitching.
Well, didn't I tell you so?
The woman's voice followed.
Soft. And dangerous. Full of enchantment.
The middle-aged man stood by the sink, his voice hoarse and strange.
How did you know all this?
That voice. So unpolished. As if he'd just learned it. To this, the woman merely sneered contemptuously.
Of course I know. Only you foolish insectoids would choose to parasitize a place like a bar.
I just didn't expect him to return so soon. The man fell silent for a moment.
What should I do next?
Idiot. The woman suddenly snapped.
Of course you should hide. The entire southern city is searching for you now. Do you think those Spirit Control Bureau agents are just sitting around doing nothing?
The man nodded blankly and turned to leave.
Wait. The woman called him back again. Remember our agreement.
I still need the souls of 16 faithless men.
The man's footsteps faltered slightly.
Then, without looking back, he said,
Understood.
After the man departed, the woman slowly rose from the pool. Moonlight glistened on cascading droplets that clung to her skin like a sheer veil, tracing the contours of her flawless form. Her breasts were full, her back smooth, her waist slender, and below that lay the alluring curve of her firm, rounded hips. She was like the most exquisite work of art in the world.
Enchanting to behold. Standing tall and proud.
She stood there, completely naked. Gracefully stepping ashore. Each step radiated the allure of a true succubus, sparking endless imagination. When she bent over to pick up her clothes from the chair, the soft curves of her back were fully revealed, breathtakingly beautiful. Just then, the phone in her pocket rang. The caller ID displayed a single character, Mom. Her expression remained cold. After answering the call, she said indifferently, What is it, slave? Chapter 65, Captain Zhao was beaten so badly he himself. Master, a woman claiming to be from Southwest City came looking for you earlier. The voice came from the other end of the line. Had Jiang Che been present, he would have recognized it immediately. It was the voice of Liu Ruyan's mother.
Southwest City. A woman?
The woman frowned slightly and asked,
Who is it? I don't know. She didn't say. Got it. The woman hung up immediately.
As she turned her head, moonlight like water finally fell upon her face.
It was none other than Liu Ruyan. Months earlier, Liu Ruyan had encountered the genuine brain-eating worm in an alleyway.
She had nearly been parasitized by it. But at the moment of crisis, she had somehow struck a deal with the brain-eating worm. This explained why Jiang Che hadn't found the mind-eater at Nightfall Bar today. The Spirit Control Bureau.
Zhao Wuji's face darkened. He strode purposefully toward the interrogation room. Captain Zhao, aren't you off duty already? What brings you back?
Along the way, numerous Spirit Guard enforcers greeted Zhao Wuji. But Zhao Wuji remained sullen. He had already clocked out. Yet he'd suddenly received word about a lead on the Void Insect clan, ordering him to return immediately? Who would be happy about being called in for overtime? Just as he reached the interrogation room door, it swung open and an enforcer stepped out. Spotting Zhao Wuji, the man snapped to attention and saluted. Boss. Zhao Wuji nodded and asked. What's the situation inside? The law enforcement officer immediately reported. Well, a pair of spirit masters from South City First High killed many ordinary people at Nightfall Bar tonight. But after our investigation, we confirmed those people were indeed all parasitized by the insectoid race. They're all inside being questioned now. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji frowned. How did they know those people were parasitized by the insectoid race? If parasitized individuals were that easy to identify, Nanchang wouldn't be in such chaos. The enforcer shook his head. I'm not sure. Our people are investigating inside. Understood. Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. I'll go take a look. As he pushed open the door, Zhao Wuji immediately recognized Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. No wonder these two had caused quite a stir at the gymnasium today. Even military officials had personally come to award them. Moreover, his family had repeatedly reminded him about matters concerning Jiang Che and his group. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke both looked up at Zhao Wuji at the same time.
They didn't recognize him. Jiang Che lowered his head again. He continued to ponder. Why was this different from his previous life? Where had things gone wrong? Or had he arrived too early? Had the brain-eating worm not yet parasitized Liu Ruyan? Then hadn't his actions alerted the enemy prematurely? Inside the interrogation room, the two officers taking statements immediately stood upon seeing Zhao Wuji enter. Captain Zhao. Zhao Wuji gave a faint nod. MHM. You may step out for now. The two men froze, exchanging puzzled glances. But it's not proper. Out. Zhao Wuji's voice suddenly grew stern. This time, even Jiang Che looked up again, his gaze fixed on Captain Zhao, who had abruptly entered. What does this mean? He seems hostile toward us. The two enforcers across the room exchanged a glance and swiftly departed. Zhao Wuji sat down across from Jiang Che, his gaze fixed sharply on the two of them. Jiang and Luo, correct? Zhao Wuji said coldly. I have several questions for you both. Jiang Che frowned slightly. Captain Zhao, please go ahead. How did you know there were insectoids inside the Nightfall bar? Zhao Wuji cut straight to the point. As far as we know, people infected by the insectoid parasites are extremely difficult to detect. How did you discover them? Or did you not know at all, and were you just going there to kill people? The moment these words left his mouth, the temperature in the interrogation room seemed to drop several degrees. This one had indeed come with hostility. Before Jiang Che could respond, Luo Xiaoke already looked displeased. She stood up abruptly and said, Captain Zhao, what do you mean by that? Is there something wrong with eliminating the insect race? We're serving humanity here, how dare you speak to us like this? Bang! Zhao Wuji slammed his hand on the table. What do you mean by my words? This is the truth. What more do you want? The next moment, Zhao Wuji's voice rose sharply. Then tell me, how did you know the Bug Clan was there? Or did you know all along where the insectoid race was, yet deliberately kept it hidden? What were you trying to accomplish? Could it be your human spies? What a huge accusation. This was utterly unreasonable. Luo Xiaoke was boiling with rage and was about to argue back, but Jiang Che grabbed her arm and held her back. Xiaoke, haven't you figured it out yet? Captain Zhao here is deliberately setting us up. Luo Xiaoke glared at Zhao Wuji before her, her expression darkening. She couldn't understand. She and Brother Che had fought tooth and nail up front, searching for the insectoid creatures, all to contribute their share. Why would someone sabotage them from behind? Why were they being framed? And even slander them as traitors? In that moment, Luo Xiaoke felt utterly wronged. Zhao. You're from the Zhao family of Southwest City. Jiang Che finally spoke, his voice slow and deliberate. Zhao Wuji froze. He remained silent. As far as I know, I haven't done anything to offend your Zhao family, have I? Or is it that your Zhao family has always been fond of infighting? Jiang Che spoke again, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Kid. Shut your mouth. Zhao Wuji roared. I don't know what you're doing posing as the Zhao family of Southwest City, nor do I care. All I know is your behavior is suspicious. You clearly knew the insectoid parasites were in Nightfall Bar, why didn't you say anything sooner? What are your intentions? Xiao Ku. Jiang Che spoke again. Move. Zhao Wuji froze. What did that mean? What did he mean by move? Who dares to make a move in the Spirit Control Bureau? What audacity! But the next moment, a savage beast roar erupted from within the Spirit Control Bureau itself. Roar! Zhao Wuji's face instantly drained of color. He watched helplessly as the girl before him, still so cute and adorable. In an instant, her form swelled and distorted, transforming in the blink of an eye into a ferocious fire qilin engulfed in blazing flames. The fire qilin merely lifted its front leg lightly, then slammed it down hard onto Zhao Wuji's chest. Thud! Zhao Wuji was sent flying backward. He smashed through the interrogation room door and crashed heavily onto the corridor outside. Chaos erupted throughout the entire Spirit Control Bureau. Enforcement officers hearing the commotion rushed toward the scene. Upon reaching the interrogation room, they found Zhao Wuji writhing in agony on the floor. Every enforcer turned pale with shock. What happened? Isn't that Captain Zhao? Who dares to attack someone in the Spirit Guard Bureau? Who beat Captain Zhao to a pulp? Look at the ground, he's Ting himself. Chapter 66, agreed 2 women to serve 1 husband. The next moment, noise erupted from the interrogation room. Everyone outside grew solemn, bracing for the worst. The fire qilin, its entire body engulfed in raging flames, emerged slowly from the shattered interrogation room. In that instant, the intense heat radiating from the fire qilin caused the surrounding enforcers to involuntarily step back, their faces frozen in shock. What is this? The fire qilin. I saw it at the stadium today. It really is the fire qilin. Just then, a female enforcer rushed over from behind. After helping Zhao Wuji up from the ground, she looked at him with concern. Husband. What happened? Blood trickled from the corner of Zhao Wuji's mouth as his body trembled. He couldn't believe Jiang Che and his group would dare to attack him here at the Spirit Taming Bureau.
Pointing at Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, he commanded his contract partner. Kill them, they're traitors.
Boom. Human traitors. The entire crowd erupted in shock. All enforcers stared in shock at the fiery Qilin, its aura of murderous intent overwhelming. Throughout the long war between humanity and the void insect race, what they truly despised most was not the void insect race but the traitors. These traitors, though human themselves, worship the void insects above all else. They wreaked havoc in the rear and on the void battlefield, assassinating human warriors and prodigies, a despicable act that filled everyone with utter loathing. Now, Zhao Wuji had pinned this infamous label squarely on Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. In an instant, all enforcers united in their shared hatred. Roar! The female enforcer instantly transformed. Transforming into a level 3 tiger beast girl, she roared and lunged toward the fire Qilin. Yet before she could reach it, the fire Qilin casually raised its forepaw and sent her flying with a single kick. Both were level 3. The gap between ordinary beast girls and god tier beast girls was as vast as heaven and earth. Thud! The tiger slammed heavily into the wall, letting out a whimper, while the surrounding crowd watched in stunned silence. Instant kill. Zhao Wuji, witnessing this, was utterly horrified. He turned and shouted at the other enforcers. Get them! Those two are traitors. They knew the insectoid parasites were in Nightfall Bar all along yet concealed it. What were they thinking? Though the enforcers found it hard to believe Jiang Che and his group were traitors, Zhao Wuji's certainty, especially since they'd been wondering how Jiang Che had discovered the insect's presence at Nightfall Bar, made them reconsider. Now that Zhao Wuji had spoken, and with such conviction, they were immediately convinced 7 or 8 parts out of 10. The contract spirit's presence swiftly transformed into various combat forms, encircling the fire Qilin. We are not traitors. Jiang Che spoke slowly from atop the fire Qilin's back. Against the backdrop of flames, he stood tall and imposing, like a god among men. Are you all idiots? I, Jiang Che, possess SSS-tier talent. My partner, Luo Xiao, is a god-tier beast girl. You think we'd go and become traitors? And you actually believe that? All the enforcers exchanged glances once more. Of course they didn't believe Jiang Che was a traitor. But Zhao Wuji had worked alongside them for years. They knew his character well. Could he possibly frame someone deliberately? How could Zhao Wuji risk his career, even his life, to frame an SSS-tier talent and a god-tier beast girl? Seeing their lingering hesitation, Zhao Wuji shouted hoarsely once more. Do you believe me or him? Who dares to make a move in the Spirit Taming Bureau? Doesn't this prove everything? I exposed their true identities and now they're trying to escape. If you don't act now and let them get away, we'll all face punishment. These words once again sent a chill through every enforcer present. Indeed, openly attacking within the Imperial Spirit Bureau was highly suspicious in itself. Coupled with Zhao Wuji's unequivocal accusations. For a moment, some enforcers were indeed itching to act. Move! Zhao Wuji roared again. I command you move. Boom! One mecha girl hesitated no longer, firing directly at the fire Qilin. With her leading the charge. The other beast girls and mecha girls followed suit. At the same time, at the city lord's mansion, Zhao Yanlong was drafting a report in his office. Such a major incident had occurred today, he must report it to his superiors. Yet his mind kept drifting back to his daughter's decision. An overwhelming sense of irritation surged within him. He nearly snapped the pen in his hand. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside the office door. Yang Hai burst in without knocking, shouting, Lord Mayor, it's an emergency. Zhao Yanlong's heart skipped a beat. What's happened now? He was practically developing a stress response to the phrase, something serious has happened. Yang Hai hurriedly reported. The Spirit Control Bureau called to say they've apprehended a traitor. There's a standoff inside the bureau now, and they've ordered us to send reinforcements immediately. Traitor? Zhao Yanlong's expression darkened. With pent-up anger needing an outlet, he slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. There's a traitor in the South City too? Very well. I'll go personally. Between a spirit tamer and their contract spirit, once their bond reaches a certain level, they can actually sense each other within short distances. Thus, at the very same moment, in Zhao Jiran's room, Xia Zhaoxue, who was in the midst of counseling her daughter, suddenly sensed something. She lifted her head and looked toward the doorway. Mom, what's wrong? Noticing her mother's unease, Zhao Jiran quickly asked in a hushed voice. Xia Zhaoxue shook her head slightly. Nothing. Your father needs me. I'll go see him first. Jiran, you rest first. Okay. Zhao Jiran nodded. Xia Zhaoxue stood up, gently stroking her daughter's hair. If you still feel the same tomorrow, then Mom will support you and take you to the Jiang family myself. Okay. Zhao Jiran's expression was complex. She watched her mother leave the bedroom with her own eyes. Xia Zhaoxue made her way to the front hall, where Zhao Yanlong stood fully prepared. Let's go. The Spirit Control Bureau reported encountering a traitor. Yang has already led men there. Zhao Yanlong said briefly. Xiao Zhaoxue nodded, then transformed in an instant, her form shifting into a long sword gleaming with a cold light. Without hesitation, Zhao Yanlong stepped onto the blade. Soaring skyward. In the night sky. The wind howled fiercely. It billowed Zhao Yanlong's robes. Standing atop the sword, he gazed down at the city lights streaking past below. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Honey, about Jiran, what do you think?" Xiao Zhaoxue's voice echoed in his mind. Yanlong. If that kid can truly turn Jiran into a god-tier mecha girl like Luo Xiaoke, I doubt anyone would dare say anything then. And Yanlong, haven't you noticed? Jiran seems to have had feelings for that Jiang Che from the start. Zhao Yanlong couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Sigh. Fine, have it your way. At this point, Zhao Yanlong suddenly bristled with murderous intent. But I absolutely must get my revenge tonight. Chapter 67, Zhao Yanlong, you call those two human traitors? The sword flight was extremely swift. Before long, Zhao Yanlong arrived outside the Spirit Control Bureau. At that moment, Ouyang Hai's city guard unit had just arrived. Seeing a streak of sword light descend from the sky, Ouyang Hai hurried forward. Lord City Master, we've only just arrived ourselves. The sword light retracted. The figures that appeared were none other than Zhao Yanlong and Xiao Zhaoxue. Zhao Yanlong nodded grimly. Very well, let us proceed together. They entered the Spirit Control Bureau. The floor was littered with enforcers sprawled haphazardly across the ground, moaning in pain. The director of the Spirit Control Bureau and his wife, upon seeing the reinforcements arrive, hurried forward with grim expressions. Lord City Master, you finally arrived. Zhao Yanlong's expression darkened further. Useless fools. Where did that traitor go? In his view, since the traitor dared to cause such a commotion at the Spirit Control Bureau, he must have already fled. Yet so many enforcers couldn't even stop a single traitor. They were utterly useless. Yet to his surprise, the bureau chief replied with a bitter smile. Lord Mayor, the man is inside. Inside? He hasn't left? Zhao Yanlong froze, utterly astonished. Exchanging a glance with Xiao Zhaoxue, they both turned to look at the room the director had indicated. At that moment, footsteps echoed from within the room. A man and a woman emerged at a leisurely pace. Among them, the man was handsome and tall, while the woman was charming and adorable. Could it be Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke? Upon recognizing them, Zhao Yanlong's expression darkened instantly. Jiang, Luo, it's actually you two? The next moment, Zhao Yanlong whipped his head around and glared at the director of the Spirit Control Bureau beside him. You bastard! You called them traitors? Are the people of the Spirit Control Bureau all fools? This is a traitor? Jiang Che possesses SSS-tier talent, and Luo Xiaoke is a god-tier beast girl. Both are individuals with boundless potential. And you're telling me he's a traitor? Do you think they're idiots, or am I the idiot? The director's expression turned awkward. He cursed inwardly. He couldn't fathom what had happened. He was in his office discussing their child's graduate studies with his wife when he suddenly heard commotion. As soon as he stepped out, he saw everyone from the Spirit Control Bureau beaten to the ground. Standing opposite him were none other than Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Even if he hadn't seen Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke before, how could he not recognize the Fire Qilin? Of course, he didn't believe Zhao Wuji's story either. But with things having come to this, what else could he do? Lord Mayor, The director's mouth was filled with bitterness, and he couldn't find the words for a moment. Jiang Che interrupted at just the right moment. Lord Zhao, the situation is this. He turned abruptly, dragging Zhao Wuji, who lay limp as a dead dog, out of the room. Captain Zhao, you should be the one to explain this to Lord Zhao. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes fell upon Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji now looked utterly wretched. His face was bruised and swollen, his hands broken and fractured. Gone was the imposing presence he'd displayed moments ago in the interrogation room, when he'd slammed tables and threw chairs at Jiang Che and the others. He was nothing but a dead dog, barely clinging to life. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhao Wuji trembled violently, overcome with terror. Madman. This was pure madness. A reckless madman, utterly without regard for consequences. Zhao Wuji swore he'd only intended to suppress Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. But these two were madmen. Damn it, they actually dared to fight in the Spirit Control Bureau. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yanlong asked in a deep voice. What the hell is going on here? Zhao Wuji was now completely cornered, caught between a rock and a hard place. Lord City Master, they truly are traitors. I saw it with my own eyes. Bull. Jiang Che sneered coldly. Lord Zhao, this Captain Zhao has slandered us as traitors and incited the Spirit Guardians to attack us. We had no choice but to defend ourselves. Luo Xiaoke added indignantly. Exactly. We were clearly ridding the people of a menace, yet he called us traitors. Zhao Yanlong's gaze remained sharp. What evidence do you have? Zhao Wuji stammered, then steeled himself to say. He knew the Bug Clan was at Nightfall Bar but didn't report it in advance. Isn't that obvious enough? The Bug Clan? Nightfall Bar? Zhao Yanlong narrowed his eyes.
Just then, Ouyang Hai, having roughly grasped the situation, stepped forward and began reporting to Zhao Yanlong in a low voice.
After listening to the report, Zhao Yanlong's eyes flashed.
After giving Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke a piercing look, he turned to Zhao Wuji and said coldly,
Idiot.
I was the one who told them about the void insect race at Nightfall Bar.
So what? Does that make me a traitor too? The words sent shockwaves through the room.
Every face paled. Only Jiang Che stared at Zhao Yanlong in astonishment, unable to fathom why the city lord would defend him. Zhao Wuji's face turned ashen, his body trembling.
Had the city lord told Jiang Che and the others? Damn. At the same moment,
Zhao Yanlong abruptly turned and bellowed at the director of the Spirit Control Bureau beside him.
Dismiss this man.
Then lock him up and interrogate him to uncover who's pulling the strings behind him. Furthermore, all of you from the Spirit Control Bureau who participated in this incident will receive disciplinary records. You brainless fools, did you really think an SSS-tier Spirit Tamer was a traitor? Even if every one of you were traitors, he still wouldn't be one. These words carried immense weight. The faces of the Spirit Control Bureau enforcers instantly drained of color. Zhao Wuji looked utterly devastated, collapsing to the ground. After arranging everything, Zhao Yanlong finally addressed Jiang Che. Release him. Leave this matter to us. I will give you a proper explanation. Jiang Che nodded. Alright, we trust City Lord Zhao. Then, as if discarding trash, he tossed Zhao Wuji onto the ground. The director of the Spirit Control Bureau roared in fury at the sight.
What the hell are you standing around for? Why the hell aren't you arresting him? In an instant,
the law enforcers, who had been slumped in defeat moments before, suddenly charged like tigers descending a mountain.
They pounced on Zhao Wuji and dragged him away. After Zhao Wuji was taken away, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke had intended to approach Zhao Yanlong to express their gratitude.
But the moment Zhao Yanlong spotted them approaching, his face darkened like a sooty pot bottom, and he turned and walked away. Jiang Che stood frozen in place, his expression oddly puzzled.
Completely baffled. Only Xia Zhaoxue observed the two with a complex expression and softly said, You two should go back and rest. It's so late. Okay. Alright, thank you, Aunt Xia. Luo Xiaoke promptly replied obediently.
After this whole fiasco, by the time they left the Spirit Control Bureau, it was already past 11 at night.
The two of them discussed it. They didn't go back home.
Instead, they found a nearby hotel to stay the night, planning to return to their respective homes early the next morning. The night passed without incident. Only the large round bed in the hotel room bore the weight alone.
The next day,
pushing away the leg pressing against her, Luo Xiaoke finally got up quietly and began tidying up.
Honestly, her entire body was covered in red marks.
In the bathroom, Luo Xiaoke struggled to cover every mark with concealer. The moment she stepped out, she jumped in surprise.
Ah! Chapter 68, Homecoming, Marriage.
The moment she stepped out of the bathroom, Luo Xiaoke felt herself flying through the air, letting out a shriek. Then everything spun wildly before she was thrown back onto the bed with a thud. Che, please.
I can't take it anymore. Panic seized her. Spare me.
But Jiang Che, standing beside the bed, wore an odd expression.
What are you talking about? Luo Xiaoke. Jiang Che, it's early morning, such a perfect time to practice cultivation, isn't it? Luo Xiaoke. 11 a.m. Watching Jiang Che check out at the front desk,
Luo Xiaoke stood behind him, limping, her face flushed red, gritting her teeth. She thought to herself that she absolutely had to find a sister to share this burden with. Brother Che was just too much.
She couldn't take it anymore.
Shall I drive you back first? After checking out, Jiang Che walked over and asked with a smile.
No need, Brother Che. I can get back on my own.
Luo Xiaoke quickly forced a sweet smile and said, Brother Che, you haven't been home in months either.
You should go home first. Alright then. Jiang Che didn't insist.
While waiting for the bus by the roadside, Jiang Che suddenly remembered something and spoke up.
Oh, Xiao Ku. How about our two families get together for a meal in the next couple of days?
Why?
Luo Xiaoke looked genuinely puzzled. To discuss our wedding plans. Jiang Che stated directly. Ah.
Luo Xiaoke froze, her delicate face flushing crimson in an instant. For spirit masters, their contracted spirits were essentially their wives, though this was merely an unspoken understanding.
According to popular custom, true marital bonds required formal marriage and a certificate.
This had been the rule among humans for thousands of years.
Once we're married, we can live together every day. That'll make cultivation much more convenient, right?
Jiang Che said earnestly.
Luo Xiaoke nodded gently. Alright, I'll go talk to my parents about it. Let me know if you need any dowry money or anything like that. Once you've discussed it with your uncle and aunt, give me a call. I'll personally deliver it to you then. Jiang Che reiterated. Ah. Gift money?
Luo Xiaoke froze upon hearing this.
Then she hurriedly waved her hands and said, "No need for a gift." "Why not?"
"My parents said the things you left at our house that day were precious enough to serve as a gift."
"Besides, didn't we agree on that back then?" Luo Xiaoke hastily explained. Only then did Jiang Che begin to grasp what Luo Xiaoke was referring to. It referred to the gifts delivered by the city lord's mansion on their awakening day. To be honest, Jiang Che didn't even know what exactly was inside those gifts. But judging by Luo Xiaoke's reaction now, they must be quite valuable. Since Luo Xiaoke had put it that way, Jiang Che smiled and nodded. "Very well. We'll discuss the specifics after our families meet."
Luo
Xiaoke nodded frantically like a chick pecking at grain. Soon, the car arrived, and Luo Xiaoke got in first. Jiang Che watched her depart. Only after the taxi had disappeared into the distance did Jiang Che's phone ping with a notification. Opening it, he found a text message from Luo Xiaoke. Jiang Che was surprised. What was this little minx up to? Why couldn't she have said it earlier? He opened it and froze instantly. "Xiaoke, brother Che, if we were to get married, what would happen to Lord Zhao's daughter?" After processing the question, Jiang Che's expression turned peculiar. He tucked the phone away without responding. "What should we do?" Since the insect clan descended upon the world, there had never been any stipulation mandating monogamy. To say nothing of the past life, Jiang Che knew many prominent figures and ordinary people alike led private lives that were far from respectable. Back at the Jiang family villa, Jiang Che's parents were overjoyed at his return, immediately dropping their work to rush back. Seeing him safe and sound, they breathed a long sigh of relief. Though they didn't know what exactly he'd been doing during his absence, the reassuring call had indeed come from the military. If the military was involved, how could it be anything trivial? Therefore, the couple remained deeply concerned. Thankfully, Jiang Che had now returned safely. "Where's Xiaoku? Why haven't I seen Xiaoku?" After a moment of searching, Jiang's mother couldn't help but ask about Luo Xiaoke. "Mom, Xiaoku went back first.
He hadn't been home in over 3 months either,"
Jiang Che replied. Jiang's mother nodded, then couldn't help but voice her concern. "I suppose so. What kind of mission did you take Xiaoku on? Was it dangerous?" "It's fine, Mom. Didn't you see we all came back safely?" Jiang Che explained casually. "It wasn't anything particularly important.
Just something the military needed our help with."
"Oh, look."
Jiang Che pulled out his first-class merit medal again. "This is the special award the military gave us for this mission." Looking at the medal, Jiang's mother didn't recognize it, but his father couldn't help but exclaim.
"First-class merit. A first-class merit medal." Taking the medal from Jiang Che's hand, Jiang's father examined it from every angle, utterly stunned. "It really is a first-class merit medal. Xiao Che, how did you earn this?"
"The military awarded it to me," Jiang Che said with a smile.
"All right, Dad, Mom, you don't need to worry. I know my limits. You two keep talking. I'm going back to rest for a bit. I'm feeling a little tired." At the same time, Luo residence. After Luo Xiaoke returned,
her experiences mirrored Jiang Che's exactly, leaving her parents deeply worried.
After some explanation and reassurance, Luo's parents finally calmed down. But immediately afterward, Luo Xiaoke whispered softly, "Dad, Mom,
Brother Che just mentioned he'd like our parents to meet for a meal.
Would you two be available?" Hearing this, Luo's parents froze in place. Then, Father Luo sighed and said,
"I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. But that Jiang Che boy, your mother and I have had people look into him recently.
He truly is a fine young man. Not only is he outstanding in both character and academics, but he also has such a good personality. Now it turns out he even possesses such remarkable cultivation talent. All right then. We have all the time in the world. Once you two have made your decision, just let us know. MHM. Luo Xiaoke's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice growing even softer. Then, "So, are you free tomorrow?"
Luo's mother's expression stiffened.
"So sudden?"
Luo Xiaoke immediately waved her hands in response.
"It's not that urgent.
It's just that Brother Che could say we should have dinner first and
then our future cultivation would be a bit more convenient." After saying this, Luo Xiaoke's face had turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Father Luo sighed deeply once more. "Then tomorrow. Tomorrow it is." Chapter 69, The Graduation Banquet? Of course it's at the state banquet. Rental apartment. It was a very modest rental apartment, located in the shantytowns of South City.
Honestly, with the money Liu Ruyan had saved over the past few months, living in such a shabby rental was the least of her concerns.
She could easily afford to buy a new one in South City. But Liu Ruyan chose not to do so. What right did she have to do so? To let that couple whose very sight now made her feel sick live there in comfort? No. How could Liu Ruyan possibly agree?
She intended to torment them.
Upstairs. Push open the door. Liu Ruyan saw her parents standing numbly in the room, their expressions blank. Only when they heard the door open did a flicker of human life appear on their faces. "Kneel." Liu Ruyan spoke calmly. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Before her eyes, her parents knelt down without hesitation, their knees hitting the floor with a thud. Even though she had witnessed this many times before, Liu Ruyan still felt satisfied. Those insects, though repulsive, proved remarkably useful once harnessed. "What does that woman look like?" She looked at Mrs. Liu, her tone calm. "Mistress. I can't quite describe her, but she's very beautiful." Liu's mother replied. Her words came out stiffly. "Then what did you tell her?" "I told her the master wasn't home, and she said she'd come back again today." As if to verify Mrs. Liu's words, a sudden thump of knocking echoed at the door. Liu Ruyan turned to look toward the doorway. After a moment's thought, she said, "You two go hide in the room. No one is to come out without my orders." The couple rose numbly and left. Only then did Liu Ruyan's expression return to normal. She turned and opened the door. Outside the door stood a woman none other than Su Shu. "You're Liu Ruyan?" Su Shu looked at Liu Ruyan. Though somewhat surprised by her beauty, her face remained scornful. Liu Ruyan frowned. In that instant, she racked her brains through every memory of her past and present lives, yet couldn't recall ever meeting this woman. "And you are?" But Su Shu was utterly brazen. She shoved Liu Ruyan aside with her shoulder and strode toward the inner rooms, where no one else was present. As she walked, she declared, "Who I am is none of your concern. Besides, you're just a lowly prostitute spirit, you have no right to know who I am. I'm only here to check on you. I must admit, you do have a certain beauty about you. No wonder he's been so obsessed with you all this time. Too bad, though. A horse spirit destined to be nothing but a..." She spoke to herself, paying no heed to Liu Ruyan standing behind her. Liu Ruyan stood by the doorway, her gaze fixed on Su Shu's retreating figure, dangerous. A prostitute spirit. She actually knew about her prostitute spirit body. Who was she? Looking for death. These three words had become Liu Ruyan's ultimate taboo. The next moment, Su Shu, who had just entered the living room, abruptly turned around, her face twisted with disdain and arrogance. "Here's 100,000 yuan for you. How about you take your penniless parents and get the hell out of Southwest Province?" "Who are you? What do you mean by that?" Liu Ruyan stared at her coldly and asked. "I don't know you." "I said, you don't need to know me." Liu Ruyan's expression darkened abruptly. She grabbed the keys from the entryway and hurled them at her without another word. Clang. The keys missed their mark. They landed on the sofa. The woman who had been standing there vanished in an instant, dissolving into a shadowy silhouette the moment the keys left her hand. Liu Ruyan's expression instantly turned wary as her gaze swept across the shadows within the room. A shadow mistress of the necromantic arts. "Come out. I know who you are, you're that woman from the Su family." "Ha ha ha ha. Liu Ruyan, I'll give you credit for having some insight, even you recognize me." The woman's seductive laughter emanated from beneath Liu Ruyan's feet. Liu Ruyan instantly looked down. What she saw was the most horrifying sight imaginable. Her shadow seemed to come alive, coiling around her legs and twisting upward with frenzied intensity until it completely enveloped her back. "Do you believe it? Right now, if I wanted to, I could kill you at any moment," Su Shu declared. "You won't." Liu Ruyan's expression quickly regained its composure. "If you intended to kill me, you wouldn't have given me money to leave. So now you're Zhao Yu's contract spirit?" As she uttered the last words, a flash of madness flickered in Liu Ruyan's eyes. Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's contract spirit could only be her. In her previous life, she had given up everything just to start over, to be with Zhao Yu, to live the life of a wealthy wife, free and unfettered. Yet now, though Zhao Yu hadn't bound Qin Yu, he had bound the shadow maiden of the Su family. But so what? Once she successfully transformed into a succubus, she would still be Zhao Yu's contract spirit. It won't be long now. Just a dozen or so more. That would be enough. The room fell silent. Soon, the shadow gradually dissipated, and Su Shu reappeared before Liu Ruyan. She stared intently at Liu Ruyan, her voice icy. "How did you find out about this? Did Zhao Yu tell you? You've seen him?" A cold smile curled at Liu Ruyan's lips. "Then why don't you go back and ask him yourself?" Su Shu's expression darkened instantly, her eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. But in the end, she restrained her emotions, snorting coldly. "We'll see about that." With that, she turned to leave. Meanwhile, watching Su Shu's retreating figure, the murderous intent in Liu Ruyan's eyes nearly solidified into tangible form. Only after Su Shu's figure vanished completely did Liu Ruyan speak coldly. "Slaves, come out." Father and Mother Liu emerged from the room like puppets on strings. They stood before Liu Ruyan, their eyes vacant. "Notify brain corrosion." Liu Ruyan's voice grew colder still. "I want that woman dead." 6 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Che received a call from Luo Xiaoke, informing him that his parents had agreed. The time was tentatively set for tomorrow. The specific location would be decided by Jiang Che and his group. However, a few close relatives from the Luo family might attend. When mentioning these relatives, Luo Xiaoka sounded quite relaxed. Che Ge, they're all uncles and elders who watched me grow up. They're very close to my family, so don't worry. Jiang Che wasn't concerned about them, he was thinking about where to eat tomorrow. The meeting between the two families.
This was no small matter. It definitely needed to be arranged properly. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Che made his decision.
Let's go to the state banquet. At the same time, Xingcheng Garden Residential Complex.
Zhao Yu's father, Zhao Delong, was also on the phone, chatting excitedly with the other party.
Ha ha ha.
Right, it's definitely Southwest Academy.
No doubt about it. Do we need to bring any gifts? Just show up. Where's the banquet?
The graduation banquet has to be at the state banquet hall, it absolutely has to be there. Chapter 70, Zhao Yanlong agrees, but it can't be known that she's my daughter. This time, Zhao Yu has truly brought immense honor to their family.
SS-tier talent.
And he'd even caught the eye of the main branch in Southwest City. Soon, the entire Zhao family would relocate to Southwest City, where they would soar to new heights and achieve extraordinary success. Therefore, Zhao Delong was determined to throw his son a grand coming-of-age ceremony.
After making several more calls in quick succession,
Zhao Delong finally felt his mouth go dry. Just as he was about to pour himself a glass of water to moisten his throat, the door suddenly swung open.
Su Shu entered with a dark expression. Su Shu?
Seeing Su Shu, Zhao Delong immediately plastered a smile on his face.
Didn't you say you were going out for a walk? Why are you back so early?
He knew exactly who Su Shu was. She was the young miss of the Su family from Southwest City. Though his own son was gifted, it still felt like his son was reaching beyond his station. Thus, Zhao Delong adopted an obsequious demeanor toward Su Shu. Su Shu merely gave a cold nod, her gaze sweeping around the room.
Uncle, where is Zhao Yu?
He's in his room.
Go see him now.
Zhao Delong pointed toward the bedroom, his expression eager to please.
Su Shu walked straight toward the bedroom.
Pushing open the door, she saw Zhao Yu lying asleep on the bed. She frowned, walked over, and shook him awake, saying,
Zhao Yu, wake up. Blinking sleepily, he opened his eyes. Upon recognizing Su Shu, Zhao Yu immediately snapped irritably. What are you doing now? Did you go see Liu Ruyan today?
Su Shu sat by the window, glaring at him coldly as she said,
regardless of what you think, I'm your current contract spirit now. I don't want my spirit tamer still thinking about other women. You're seriously sick. Zhao Yu cursed.
Then he turned over, ready to go back to sleep. But after a few seconds, he rolled over again, his tone softening slightly as he said, Su Shu, tomorrow my dad is hosting a graduation banquet at the best hotel in South City.
My dad mentioned he'd like you to attend. What about what I said?
Su Shu stared at him, her expression unchanged.
I didn't go see him. Zhao Yu took a deep breath. You're my contract partner. I know my limits. Good. The city lord's mansion. Inside the office. Watching Xia Zhaxue push open the door and enter. Zhao Yanlong frowned deeply. What did Jiran say?
Xia Zhaxue sighed, her tone resigned.
That girl's just as stubborn as you. What do you think she's thinking? Zhao Yanlong fell silent for a moment, his expression grim. Finally, he sighed deeply. Then let her be.
He rose and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Oh, I just got a call. The Jiang and Luo families are having a state banquet tomorrow to discuss the marriage of their children.
State banquet? Xia Zhaxue was taken aback. It's incredibly difficult to secure a reservation at the state banquet these days, isn't it?
This period. The college entrance exams had just concluded. Many families like the Zhao family were hosting graduation banquets. And the finest hotel in South City was, of course, the state banquet.
That's why I came to you.
See if you can arrange for them to get the best private room.
All right, I'll handle it immediately. Xia Zhaxue nodded. Few people knew. State banquet.
In truth, it was the domain of this deputy city lord.
Yanlong, what about my daughter? Xia Zhaxue couldn't help but ask after all. Zhao Yanlong paused, then sighed helplessly. Let it be.
But no one else must learn she is my daughter. I cannot bear such shame.
As the esteemed lord of South City, a level 6 spirit tamer,
a renowned figure on the void battlefield,
now his daughter insists on becoming someone else's concubine.
Zhao Yanlong couldn't bear to imagine how his old friends would mock him if they found out.
Very well.
I'll handle the arrangements myself.
Xia Zhaxue turned and walked away.
Before long, Xia Zhaxue arrived outside her daughter's room. She pushed the door open softly. She saw Zhao Jiran sitting at her desk, staring blankly at the computer screen.
Jiran. Xia Zhaxue stepped inside.
Zhao Jiran snapped out of her trance and called out.
Mom, is Dad still angry?
He agreed. Xia Zhaxue replied. Zhao Jiran froze for a moment, then exclaimed with delight.
Really? That's wonderful. Dad is truly wonderful. But your father has one request. What is it? You must do everything possible to keep it from becoming widely known that you're his daughter. Zhao Jiran froze again, her expression instantly stiffening. Dad. Dad is still angry. Jiran. Xia Zhaoxue sighed bitterly. This is the greatest concession your father could possibly make. Don't you realize who he is? He's the Lord of Nanchang. I know. Zhao Jiran said dejectedly. I've brought shame upon Dad. The next day. State banquet. As the largest and most prestigious luxury hotel in South City, its exterior was truly magnificent. Particularly striking were the enormous fountain at the entrance and the crystal chandeliers suspended from the soaring dome ceiling upon entering the grand hall. The marble floors gleamed like mirrors. The surrounding walls were adorned entirely with paintings and calligraphy by renowned artists. Truth be told, while the Jiang family wasn't a royal spirit lineage, they were quite well known among ordinary citizens in South City. With sufficient wealth and status, even though they had only started making reservations last night, Jiang Che's parents still secured a decent private room at the state banquet. At the entrance of the state banquet, they met up with Luo Xiaoke's parents. The two families ascended the stairs together in a warm and friendly atmosphere. But as soon as they entered the private room and sat down, a waiter immediately approached with a smile, saying, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Mr. Jiang, who was busy pouring wine for Luo Xiaoke's parents and the other relatives, looked up in surprise and asked, What is it? Is there a problem? The waiter replied with a broad smile. Well, the owner of our state banquet heard that Mr. Jiang and your family were coming. Last night, he specifically arranged for us to upgrade your private room to the top-tier Lingxiang pavilion. Please follow me. Inside the private room, everyone was even more astonished. An upgrade? And to the top-tier Lingxiang pavilion? The relatives from the Luo family especially nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. They'd heard Xiaoke's boyfriend was impressive and came from a wealthy family, but never imagined even the owner of the state banquet would show such favor. Once they processed the news, they began showering Jiang Che with praise. What a rare gem among men. What a man of extraordinary bearing. What a perfect match for Xiaoko, a golden boy and a jade girl. These compliments poured out as freely as if they were worthless. Well, all right then, we'll go up together. Zhang's father burst into hearty laughter, clearly delighted. The two families promptly exited the private room, heading upstairs in high spirits. Watching them leave, another waiter quickly spoke into his walkie-talkie. Hurry up. Get a few more people to help clean up. The next group of guests for this private room will be arriving soon. Chapter 71, We're taking this private room. Several waitstaff hurried over to tidy the private room. But before they could finish replacing all the tableware, another large group entered, led by another server. This group was none other than the Zhao Yu family. Led by Zhao Delong, accompanied by a group of relatives, they entered the private room chatting and laughing. But upon seeing the scene before them, their expressions immediately darkened. What do you mean by state banquet? We're all here, and you're just starting to clear the tables? The waiter hurriedly apologized with a forced smile. Please don't be angry, Mr. Zhao. We'll be ready in a moment, right away. Right away? But Zhao Delong only gave a cold laugh. Now you've ruined my mood. I demand an upgrade to a private room. Upgrade the private room? The waiter's face immediately fell. This was far beyond their authority. Mr. Zhao, I'm truly sorry, but all private rooms are currently fully booked. Moreover, the guests in this room just temporarily moved to another space. Do you take me for a fool? Zhao Delong flew into a rage, feeling humiliated in front of his relatives. They left without eating? Which family is so rich? Burning money, are they? His voice grew louder and louder, drawing curious glances from guests in other private rooms along the corridor. Zhao Yu stood nearby, his expression equally grim. Today was supposed to be the grand celebration for his son's academic achievements, yet this had to happen. He glanced discreetly at Su Shu beside him, noticing her cold expression, clearly displeased with the situation as well. Dad, just let it go. Zhao Yu stepped forward to intercede. Let's just stay here. No way. Zhao Delong was thoroughly annoyed. What was their family's status now? His son possessed an SS-tier talent, the only one of its kind in South City. Moreover, he had been selected by the Zhao family of Southwest City and was about to return to his ancestral home, poised for meteoric success. What was the meaning of this state banquet today? They gave him the private room the previous family had used. And they're only cleaning up now? Are you deliberately humiliating them in front of all their relatives? Let me tell you, my son has SS-level talent. He's destined for Southwest Academy. And this is how your state banquet treats us? This is utterly disrespectful. You must give us a proper explanation today. Mr. Zhao. The waiter looked troubled as he replied. We truly don't have the authority to do that. Please don't put us in a difficult position, okay? I can assure you that the previous table did indeed leave without finishing their meal. Hearing the term upgrade, Zhao Delong grew even angrier. When I asked to upgrade earlier, you said it wasn't possible. Now you're telling me others upgraded too? What does this mean? Are you looking down on us?
He slammed his fist down on the table. The loud thud made the untouched tableware rattle.
Let me tell you this, my son is an SS-tier Spirit Tamer. SS-tier. Do you even know what SS-tier means?
He possesses the bearing of a war god, the future war god of the human race.
Do you think you can afford to offend him at a state banquet?
You must upgrade my compartment today. If you don't, you'll regret it later.
This statement were truly outrageous. All the waitstaff wore wry smiles, shaking their heads repeatedly. Mr. Zhao, we really can't make that decision. How about we contact the manager for you? Before long,
a woman in a dark green qipao glided over.
Her figure was flawless, exquisitely proportioned.
The buttons at her chest were stretched taut, revealing ample curves, while her slender waist was irresistibly alluring. Particularly at the slit of her qipao, a pair of long, beautiful legs were encased in sheer stockings, the view beneath teasingly visible. It was impossible not to become captivated.
One yearned to peer deeper into the slit. Mr. Zhao, hello.
I'm Xia Qingqing, the manager of the state banquet.
Xia Qingqing introduced herself in a soft voice.
But after hearing Zhao Delong's request, Xia Qingqing's expression turned troubled. Mr. Zhao, I'm truly sorry, but we currently have no available private rooms at the state banquet.
How about this? I'll offer you a 20% discount on today's bill. 20% off?
Zhao Delong sneered coldly.
Are you trying to fob off a beggar? You think I can't afford it?
Let me tell you something, my son has an SS-level talent, and my daughter-in-law is the heiress of the Su family from Southwest City.
Do you know what that means? You dare to underestimate us at this state banquet today?
You'll regret it sooner or later. At the mention of Southwest City's Su family, Xia Qingqing's expression also turned grave.
The Su family of Southwest City was a venerable lineage of spirit tamers, renowned throughout the Southwest province. Even the state banquet, backed by the city lord's mansion, wouldn't dare provoke them lightly. Mr. Zhao, I understand your feelings. Xia Qingqing could only explain once more.
But there truly are no private rooms available at this moment.
Then do you have any or not?
Zhao Delong laughed bitterly in anger.
Just a moment ago, your server said someone had upgraded to a private room, and now you say there aren't any? Do you really think we're easy to push around?
At that moment, Su Shu, who had been observing coldly, finally stepped forward.
Miss Xia, correct? I am Su Shu of the Su family from Southwest City. Today is my fiancé Zhao Yu's graduation banquet.
I expect a satisfactory response from your state banquet. Su Shu's voice was calm. Yet her words carried the unquestionable pride of Southwest City. Compared to Southwest City, the mere South City was far too insignificant.
Miss Su. Xia Qingqing gave a wry smile. This time,
the state banquet truly has no extra private rooms.
Then what did your server mean earlier about someone upgrading a private room? Do you think we're not important enough?
Su Shu retorted sharply. Xia Qingqing replied helplessly. That was because the boss personally called last night and specially arranged for them to be upgraded to Lingxiang Pavilion.
Lingxiang Pavilion?
Zhao Delong's eyes lit up.
That was the most prestigious private room at the state banquet. He immediately turned to Su Shu.
Su Shu, I think Lingxiang Pavilion is just right. It suits your and Zhao Yu's status. Su Shu nodded slightly upon hearing this, her tone leaving no room for argument.
Then let's have Lingxiang Pavilion.
We'll take this private room.
Xia Qingqing's face instantly clouded with distress. But what is it?
Su Shu's eyes turned cold.
Is it that the Su family of the Southwest lacks influence? Beads of sweat formed on Xia Qingqing's forehead. No, that's not what I meant. It's just no buts about it.
Zhao Delong, riding on someone else's coattails, waved his hand dismissively.
Either hand over Lingxiang Pavilion or this matter won't end today. Lingxiang Pavilion.
Inside the private room, the Jiang and Luo families were enjoying a convivial meal. Truly befitting a top-tier state banquet suite. The interior was lavishly decorated in gold and splendor, resembling an imperial palace. The Luo family relatives marveled at the sight, murmuring in admiration that today's feast was all thanks to Xiao Ku.
Xiao Ku, your boyfriend is quite the catch. We've never dined anywhere like this in our entire lives.
Ha ha, just this one meal will give us something to brag about for ages. Luo Xiaoke blushed and lowered her head at the praise. Meanwhile, Zhang's parents beamed with smiles as they busily toasted the Luo elders. The private room was filled with a warm and harmonious atmosphere. But just then, boom! A loud crash. The private room door was violently kicked open. Everyone inside turned in shock to see a group of people standing menacingly at the doorway.
Sorry to interrupt, everyone.
Zhao Delong, the leader, said in a sarcastic tone. We need this private room.
Could you please move elsewhere?
Chapter 72, The Poor Suddenly Rich, Dogs Biting the Hand That Feeds Them.
At the same time, outside Nancity Airport. Arrival Hall. Principal Zhou of Nancheng First High School stood here, accompanying City Lord Zhao Yanlong, Xiao Joshua, and others.
Behind them stood a black motorcade from the City Lord's residence.
Lord Zhao, the teachers from Tianshu Academy have arrived. Principal Zhou suddenly reached out and said. At the airport exit, 2 men and 2 women emerged from inside. All 4 wore impeccably tailored formal attire, exuding an air of distinction. The man leading the group, in his early 40s with a stern countenance, was Ko Chang, the admissions officer from Tianshu Academy. Beside him stood a gentle and dignified woman, his wife, Fu Shishir. Following behind were a younger couple. They were Zhuang Chenyang and Xiang Xuanning. They too served as admissions officers for the Tianshu Academy. Speaking of Tianshu Academy, it was quite extraordinary. Its pedigree is formidable. Within the Southwest Province, it ranks second only to the Southwest Academy, standing as one of the province's most prestigious institutions of higher learning. Therefore, even as the city lord, Zhao Yanlong did not take it lightly. Upon receiving the news, he accompanied them here as well. Welcome, esteemed teachers of Tianshu Academy, to South City. Zhao Yanlong, accompanied by his wife Xia Zhaoxue, stepped forward to greet them warmly. After a round of pleasantries and introductions, Ko Chang and the other 3 finally learned Zhao Yanlong's identity. They exclaimed in surprise. We never expected Lord Zhao himself to greet us at the airport. We're truly flattered. It's only right. Zhao Yanlong laughed heartily. You've traveled a long way. Why not rest at the city lord's residence first? But teacher Ko Chang shook his head. Lord Zhao, to be perfectly honest, we've come on a mission. He then turned to Principal Zhou. Principal Zhou, I hear your school has produced a pair of prodigies, an SSS-tier talent and a God tier beast girl? Achieving a Tier 3, 8-star strength rating during the college entrance exams? Is this story true? So they were here for Jiang Che and Liu Ruyan after all. At the mention of these 2, Principal Zhou's face lit up with a smile so broad it couldn't be contained. Ha, teachers, I won't keep it from you. It's true. Of course it couldn't be false, ha ha. The 4 admissions officers from Tianshu Academy exchanged glances before Fu Shishir spoke first. Principal Zhou. We came specifically for them. However, Principal Zhou's expression darkened. Teachers, I'm afraid I must disappoint you this time. Director Yang from the Education Bureau has already written a letter of recommendation. They should be heading to Southwest Academy. Teacher Zhuang Chenyang shrugged it off with a smile. It's fine. They haven't gone yet, have they? Besides, our Tianshu Academy isn't much worse than Southwest Academy, is it? And we're coming with genuine sincerity this time, we have to give it a shot. Immediately after, teacher Xiang Xuanning produced an admission letter and stated. This is Tianshu Academy's special admission letter. I hope Principal Zhou will kindly recommend us. Principal Zhou's eyes narrowed at this. Well. Alright. I'll put in a word for you. Just then, Xia Zhaoxue beside him suddenly smiled and said. Principal Zhou, no need to contact anyone. I know where they are. At her words, all eyes turned to her once more. Xia Zhaoxue smiled faintly. Jiang and the others should be dining at the state banquet right now. Since we're heading there too, why don't we go together? That sounds wonderful. Fu Shishir exclaimed delightedly. Then we'd be terribly grateful to Lord Zhao and his wife. Immediately, the group boarded the motorcade and sped toward the State Banquet Hotel. Inside the vehicle, Xiang Xuanning suddenly asked curiously, Principal Zhou, have any other university admissions officers visited in the past 2 days? Principal Zhou shook his head. No. Then the matter of those 2 students having recommendation letters is hardly a secret anymore. The implication was clear. Other institutions had already backed down. Only your Tianshu University refuses to believe in superstition and still wants to come try. Admissions officers like Ko Chang understood Principal Zhou's implication perfectly. They immediately offered a slight smile and replied. Our Tianshu Academy is certainly no less prestigious than Southwest Academy. Moreover, should either of these students enroll with us, Tianshu Academy will certainly not shortchange them. Last year, our academy secured a small secret realm from the military, yet to this day, no one has qualified to enter it. Upon hearing this, not only Principal Zhou, but even Zhao Yanlong felt a stir within his heart. Secret realm. Tianshu Academy was truly making a grand gesture. The next moment, Principal Zhou seemed to recall something and hurriedly added. Oh, by the way, teachers. Actually, besides Jiang and Luo, there's another outstanding student from our school this time. His name is Zhao Yu, and his awakened talent is rated SS grade. State Banquet. Lingxiang Pavilion. Watching the group that had suddenly barged in, Father Zhong's face darkened. He rose slowly and spoke coldly. Whoever you are, get out immediately. Zhao Dalong crossed his arms. With utter disdain. Sorry, but you're not the ones who should be leaving. Get out now. Don't ruin my mood, or you'll regret it later. Such arrogance pushed the 2 families in the private room over the edge. It was utterly outrageous. They were enjoying their meal in Lingxiang Pavilion. Now suddenly interrupted and told to get lost? Who could tolerate that? Especially since it was a major occasion for both the Jiang and Luo families. Zhang's father found this insult utterly intolerable. Do you know who I am?
I am Jiang Jun of the Jiang Group.
Jiang's father said coldly.
Though he was just an ordinary person, not a spirit tamer, the Jiang Group was equally renowned in South City. He had assumed this would make the other party back down. Yet unexpectedly, upon hearing the name Jiang Jun, Zhao Dalong showed a moment of surprise.
But the next moment,
he charged forward, kicking over an empty chair in the private room. With a loud crash, Zhao Dalong pointed his finger right at Jiang's father's nose and erupted in a torrent of curses.
Jiang Jun? Who the hell do you think you are? I told you to get the hell out. Can't you hear me? Damn it, do you even know who my son is?
Open your dog eyes and look good. My son is Zhao Yu, the top scorer in this year's college entrance exams for South City, with SS level talent.
And you know who my daughter-in-law is?
She's the eldest daughter of the Su family from Southwest City.
Who the hell do you think you are, trying to muscle in on my private room? Do you even know what an SS level talent is? Do you know what the Su family of Southwest City is? Damn it, still trying to show off in front of me? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out now. Arrogant. Arrogant. Insolent. Typical bully.
Inside the private room, the atmosphere instantly froze. Every member of both the Jiang and Luo families wore expressions of utter displeasure.
It was only then
Zhao Yu and Su Shu finally made their tardy entrance. The moment they entered the private room, they saw Luo Xiaoke standing up, her face flushed with anger.
Repeat what you just said. Chapter 73, Luo Xiaoke and the others are about to kill someone. Luo Xiaoke was truly furious. How could anyone be so shameless? It was clearly their private room. They were already eating inside, and someone still dared to try to take it? Stealing it would be one thing. But to speak so rudely? Are they threatening someone? SS class talent? Is that supposed to be impressive? And the top scorer in the college entrance exam for Southwest City?
If it weren't for her and brother Jiang Che both getting direct admission and only participating in one project assessment, this top scorer title would never have gone to anyone else.
But now someone's flaunting these things they didn't even want in front of them? It's infuriating.
That's precisely why, when Zhao Yu and Su Shu entered the private room, the first thing they heard was Luo Xiaoke's retort.
Say that again?
That familiar voice. Zhao Yu's eyelid twitched. He looked up to see Luo Xiaoke's face, puffed up with anger. Sitting beside her was Jiang Che. Jiang Che also lifted his head to look at them.
For a moment,
Zhao Yu felt a chill run down his spine. How could he run into these two jerks right here? So what if I said it? But Zhao Dalong, with his narrow-mindedness, failed to notice the subtly shifting atmosphere. He continued his arrogant, sarcastic taunts. Little girl, why that look on your face? Trying to scare someone? Let me tell you, my son is this year's top college entrance exam scorer and SS-tier talent. Got that? But I doubt you'd understand even if I told you. A girl like you will probably never amount to anything more than an ordinary person. Ah, my son just... Dad. Zhao Yu finally cut him off in a low, grim voice. Enough. What are you afraid of? Son, you're different. You possess SS-tier talent. You're destined to become a god of war. Ordinary people like them will only ever look up to you for the rest of their lives. Is that so? Jiang Che rose slowly with a sneer on his face. So, Zhao, it seems we can only look up to you, huh? Hearing Jiang Che's words, Zhao Yu's face turned ashen, his entire body aching with discomfort. He tugged at Zhao Dalong's sleeve and whispered. Dad, let's go. What are we leaving for? But Zhao Dalong shook off his son's hand, pointed at Jiang Che's nose, and erupted into a tirade. Who do you think you are, talking to my son like that? Dad. Zhao Yu grew even more anxious. Don't say another word. He's Jiang Che. How could he not know who Jiang Che was? His own top-scoring college entrance exam student sounded impressive, but in reality, it was only because Jiang Che and his group hadn't wanted him. What about Jiang Che? Zhao Dalong persisted relentlessly. He's just a lucky. He's an SSS-tier talent. Zhao Yu finally shouted. And that girl beside him is Luo Xiaoke, the legendary beast girl. Embarrassing. This time, he truly lost all dignity. It was supposed to be a proper graduation banquet, and everything had been going smoothly in that private room earlier. But Zhao Dalong, newly rich and still a pauper at heart, had to show off. And then, of all people, he ran into Jiang Che and his crew biting off more than he could chew. Top scorer in the college entrance exam? SS-tier talent? Meant absolutely nothing in front of Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. SSS-tier talent? God-tier beast girl? Zhao Dalong's voice abruptly trailed off. Staring at Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, his expression instantly turned grim. Well then. Then let's go. Zhao Dalong knew when to bend and when to retreat. He turned and walked away. Xiaoke. Jiang Che called softly. Luo Xiaoke immediately understood, darting to block the entrance to the private room. You come and go as you please? Think we're pushovers? Witnessing this, Zhao Yu suppressed his anger. Luo Xiaoke, what do you want? My father has already admitted his mistake. What more do you want? An apology.
Luo Xiaoke stood with her hands on her hips. If he knows he's wrong, then apologize. Make your father apologize to all of us. Apologize? Zhao Dalong's face instantly drained of color. If he apologized today, he'd truly become a laughingstock. Fortunately, Su Shu stepped forward at that moment and said, "What if we refuse to apologize?" Then, a faint crimson gold flame suddenly began to ripple around Luo Xiaoke's body. Let me see what the young lady of the Su family from the southwest is made of. Su Shu's expression darkened instantly. Don't push your luck. But the next moment. Smack! The sharp crack of a slap echoed through the private room. Jiang Che had appeared before Su Shu at some point, his right hand still poised in mid-swing. Who exactly is pushing their luck? The room fell deathly silent. The Zhao family relatives all stared wide-eyed. They couldn't believe someone had dared to strike the eldest daughter of the Su family. Zhao Dalong knew he'd caused a major disaster, his entire body trembling. Su Shu clutched her face, her eyes filled with venom. You dare hit me? Jiang Che sneered coldly. So what if I did? Do you really think the Su family of Southwest City can control everything? I'll kill you. Su Shu let out a shrill scream. In an instant, her entire body transformed into a pitch-black shadow, lunging fiercely toward Jiang Che. Jiang Che stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Witnessing this, he merely cursed under his breath. Idiot. What was Shadow Maiden's greatest strength? Assassination. Stealth. But Su Shu, clearly blinded by rage, had abandoned the Shadow Maiden's greatest strengths and charged straight at her. If that's not foolishness, what is it? Sure enough, just as the shadow was about to touch Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke roared. Get out of the way. The temperature within the entire private room surged violently. Luo Xiaoke's head instantly transformed into that of a fiery qilin, blazing flames erupting from her mouth. In an instant, the black shadow was completely engulfed. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from within the shadow, piercing the air. Boom! The black shadow thrashed wildly within the flames, finally breaking free from their grip and bursting out of the private room. But the moment it reached the hallway, the shadow dissolved once more, reverting to Su Shu's original form. But now, she couldn't even stand. The moment she resumed human form, she collapsed with a thud, her body convulsing violently. Her once perfect makeup lay in utter disarray. Her misery was beyond compare. Su Shu! Zhao Yu cried out in alarm, rushing over to check her injuries. This scene shocked everyone present. Especially the Luo family relatives, who were utterly speechless. In their minds, Luo Xiaoke had always been the image of a well-behaved, sensible little girl. When had they ever seen such a fierce side of her? After defeating Su Shu with a single blow, Luo Xiaoke showed no sign of stopping. She took another step forward, glaring at Zhao Dalong. Aren't you going to apologize? Or do you want to experience the sensation of being burned too? Zhao Dalong collapsed to the ground, his body trembling violently as his face drained of color. Just then, Zhao Yu suddenly shouted from the corridor. Lord Zhao! Help! Help me! They're going to kill someone. Chapter 74. Well, you dare insult the city lord's wife too? Zhao Yu's voice echoed through the corridor. The Zhao family relatives in the corridor and the Jiang and Luo families in the private room all turned their heads. Even Luo Xiaoke halted her attack. She retreated back to Jiang Che's side. In the corridor, Zhao Yanlong and his wife, accompanied by Principal Zhou, strode forward with 4 unfamiliar figures. However, Luo Xiaoke and the others were still inside the private room. Zhao Yanlong and the others couldn't immediately grasp the situation. Only Xia Zhaoxue frowned. Wasn't this private room supposed to be upgraded for the Jiang and Luo families? What was going on? The next moment, Xia Zhaoxue quietly whispered something to Zhao Yanlong before turning and walking away. Zhao Yu. But Principal Zhou witnessed the scene in the hallway. Su Shu lay on the floor, charred black, her condition unknown. Zhao Yu crouched beside her, looking utterly helpless. He immediately hurried over and asked, "What happened?" 4 teachers from Tianshu Academy quickly followed suit. Teacher Ku Chang, seeing Su Shu lying on the ground, burned by flames, exclaimed in shock. What on earth happened? Fu Shishir immediately knelt down to treat Su Shu. The injuries are severe. She's been burned by intense flames. We must get her to the hospital immediately. Right. Call for emergency help. The 4 teachers chattered excitedly, but in the end, Principal Zhou made the emergency call. But at that moment, Zhao Yu looked at the 4 strangers with a puzzled expression. Principal Zhou, who are they? Principal Zhou quickly introduced them. Zhao, these 4 are admissions officers from Tianshu Academy. They're here specifically to. Before he could finish, Zhao Dalong burst out of the private room, rushing excitedly to Ku Cheng's side. Teachers? You must be here for my son, right? My son, Zhao Yu, possesses SS-level talent and is this year's top-scoring student on the college entrance exam. Ku Cheng and the others exchanged glances and nodded politely. An SS-level talent was certainly noteworthy. Though their primary targets were Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, recruiting an SS-tier talent would undoubtedly be advantageous.
Upon receiving the affirmative response, Zhao Dalong immediately puffed himself up with pride once more. He turned on his heel and sneered coldly at Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke in the private room. See that? Even a teacher from Tianshu Academy came personally to recruit my son. What are you lot compared to that? So what if he's a bit more talented? What matters most in this game? It's all about connections. It's connections. What do you have to compare with my son? Zhao Dalong turned to Kuchang and the others. Gentlemen, these two bullied my son and even injured my daughter-in-law. Oh, and my daughter-in-law is from the Su family of Southwest City. You absolutely must avenge my son. Who knows? Maybe he'll choose your Tianshu Academy after all? The four exchanged another glance. Just as they were about to speak, Principal Zhou had already risen to his feet. He charged toward the private room. Seeing this, Zhao Dalong's face lit up with a smug grin. Principal Zhou, is it? That's right. You must teach those few a proper lesson. Our family will remember you. Yet what he never could have imagined was that Principal Zhou, upon bursting into the private room, stopped directly beside Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, his face beaming with a smile. Jian, Luo, you two are here too? Zhao Dalong's expression froze instantly. Utterly unpleasant. Jiang Che, however, remained composed as he said. Principal Zhou, would you like to join us for dinner? No, thank you. Principal Zhou waved his hands repeatedly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he tapped his forehead. Oh, right, Jiang. Let me introduce you to these four admissions officers from Tianshu Academy. They're here specifically for you. As he spoke, Principal Zhou quickly turned and beckoned to the four teachers standing beside Zhao Dalong. Teacher Ko, these are Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. The four teachers' eyes lit up at the mention, and they immediately stepped forward briskly. Behind them, Zhao Dalong stood frozen. His face changed like a mask pale one moment, flushed the next, then turning ashen, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. What? What does that mean? Weren't you here for my son? Humiliation. That was pure humiliation. Blatant humiliation. Kuchang gripped Jiang Che's hand excitedly. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Kuchang from the admissions office of Tianshu Academy. We've traveled all the way from Southwest City specifically to invite you to join our academy. Fu Shishir smiled gently, her eyes lingering on the girl before her who looked so gentle and well-behaved. Luo, I never imagined you're not only a god-tier beast girl but also so stunningly beautiful. Tianshu Academy warmly welcomes your enrollment. At that moment, Xia Zhashue had already learned the details of the situation through Xia Qingqing. Her expression darkened considerably as she walked back. Mr. Zhao, we've understood the sequence of events. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to cause trouble at the state banquet? If that is the case, you are not welcome here. Please leave immediately. Zhao Dalong's entire body trembled. His face turned pale. The state banquet was kicking them out? To shield Jiang Che and his group, they were kicking him out? Feeling the stares from his own relatives surrounding him, and the piercing gazes from the Jiang and Luo families inside the private room, Zhao Dalong felt his entire body burning. As if someone had repeatedly slapped him across the face countless times. Burning hot. He was utterly consumed by rage. He actually pointed his finger at Xia Zhashue's nose, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse. Who do you think you are, daring to? Dad. Zhao Yu's face turned pale as he grabbed his father's arm and growled in a hushed voice. Cut it out. That's the city lord's wife. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough today? Zhao Yu was truly on the verge of losing his mind. Why did he have to stir up trouble at a perfectly good graduation banquet? He understood his father's desire to show off now that he'd finally risen above a lifetime of being looked down upon. But what the hell was he doing? You can show off all you want, but could you at least stop stirring up trouble everywhere? Why go provoking people you shouldn't mess with? Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke were one thing. But now you dare insult the city lord's wife? Do you really think you're heading to Southwest City and never coming back to South City for the rest of your life? Zhao Dalong was struck dumb, his legs buckling so badly he nearly collapsed to his knees. The city lord's wife? The city lord's wife is here too? Get out. Xia Zhashue said coldly. An SSS-tier talent is impressive, but it's not unprecedented. I hope you'll cherish what you have while you still can. Zhao Yu heard this. As if granted a pardon, immediately scooped up the unconscious Su Shu from the ground. Amidst the strange stares of the crowd, he fled in disarray. As for Zhao Dalong and the other Zhao family relatives, he couldn't be bothered. Chapter 75, Brain-Eating Worms Found Again at Central Hospital. Outside the state banquet, the Zhao relatives exchanged glances. Their gazes toward Zhao Dalong flickered with disdain. Everyone had once envied the Zhao Dalong family. After all, Zhao Yu possessed SS-grade talent. A prodigy. A prodigy blessed by heaven. His future achievements were destined to be extraordinary. But after today's fiasco, he'd become a laughingstock, a complete embarrassment. Feeling the stares all around him, Zhao Dalong's face turned ashen, his lips trembling. His cheeks burned fiercely, as if he'd been publicly slapped countless times.
The agony was unbearable.
Zhao Yu stood by the roadside, cradling the unconscious Su Shu as he waited for the ambulance.
He didn't even glance at his father.
Zhao Dalong opened his mouth, but in the end, he swallowed his words.
Soon, the ambulance arrived. State banquet.
Inside the private room. As Zhao Yanlong and Xia Zhaoxue entered the private room, all the Luo family relatives inside the private room instantly grew tense. Given their status, when had they ever encountered dignitaries of this caliber? Everyone, relax. Zhao Yanlong waved his hand with a smile. Today is a special day for Jiang and Luo. No need to be nervous, just treat us like ordinary people. Xia Zhaoxue also approached Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, her face filled with apology as she said.
Xiaoke. This is my fault.
I didn't explain things clearly to them earlier, and you two had to endure this.
And Xia, it's not your fault. It's okay.
Luo Xiaoke flashed a sweet smile. She stepped forward and affectionately hooked her arm through Xia Zhaoxue's. And that single phrase Aunt Xia sent shockwaves through the Luo family relatives once more. Who would have thought Xiaoke was so close to the city lord's wife? Several teachers from Tianshu Academy exchanged glances. Ko Chang stepped forward once more, his tone sincere as he said. Jiang, Tianshu Academy sincerely invites you to join us. Should you accept, we shall provide you with the finest cultivation resources available. Most importantly, our academy secured a small secret realm from the military last year. With your innate talents and aptitude, you are fully qualified to cultivate within it.
A secret realm? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow.
Surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected Tianshu Academy to go so far as to offer a secret realm to win them over. Luo Xiaoke's eyes widened at the mention, and she couldn't help but exchange a look with Jiang Che. They had trained within secret realms before. Though any secret realm the military could offer had surely been mined, spirit veins weren't so easily depleted. The surrounding spiritual energy must be far more abundant than outside. Seeing their reactions, Ko Chang's heart leapt with joy. He quickly added. Exactly. Besides the newly acquired minor secret realm, our academy also possesses the Tianshu secret realm. The Tianshu secret realm, both of you should be familiar with it, right? It's a grand secret realm and the very foundation upon which our Tianshu Academy was built. The Tianshu secret realm opens once every 10 years. In just half a year, it will open again. If you two are willing to join our Tianshu Academy, spots to enter the grand secret realm will definitely be reserved for you. Fu Shishir stepped forward and spoke gently. Luo, with your god-tier beast maiden talent, you're bound to achieve tremendous growth within the secret realm. Inside the private room, a momentary silence fell. All eyes focused on Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Principal Zhou's face, in particular, was filled with envy. The great secret realm. Minor mysteries. These were treasures. Any academy would fight tooth and nail for them. Yet these spots were merely bargaining chips to win over Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. No wonder these four admissions officers were so confident. Feeling the gazes of everyone present, Luo Xiaoke couldn't help but tug lightly at Jiang Che's sleeve. Jiang Che understood and gave a slight nod. Teachers? Luo Xiaoke immediately flashed a sweet smile. Would it be possible to give us some time to consider? Ko Chang and the others were overjoyed at the suggestion, nodding repeatedly. Of course, of course. Such an important matter does indeed require careful consideration. Thank you for your understanding, teachers. Jiang Che added politely. Seeing that the discussion had run its course, Jiang's father promptly invited them to sit. Please, teachers, don't stand. Have a seat. The dishes are all served now. Let's eat and chat. Zhao Yanlong smiled and agreed. Exactly, exactly. Today is a special day, let's eat first. Everyone took their seats. The atmosphere in the private room grew lively once more. Hospital. Su Shu was admitted to the hospital. After a considerable period of treatment, her body was wrapped in bandages and she was transferred to a hospital ward. At that moment, the ward was empty. Only Su Shu remained unconscious on the hospital bed, accompanied by the steady beeping of various medical devices. Suddenly, the ward door slid open silently. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat entered slowly. His movements were stiff, his face mostly hidden behind a mask, only his eyes visible. Lifeless. Like a corpse. The doctor stood before Su Shu's hospital bed. He silently gazed at the unconscious woman lying in the hospital bed. After a moment, he raised his hand and removed his mask. The face revealed. Ordinary. Yet it was precisely the same middle-aged man who had secretly met with Liu Ruyan in the abandoned warehouse the night before. The next moment, the middle-aged man leaned forward, his face inches from Su Shu's. Suddenly, his mouth opened in a sinister manner, expelling a blood-red insect egg the size of a fingernail. The egg landed precisely in Su Shu's mouth. The unconscious Su Shu seemed to swallow unconsciously. Just then, the ward door swung open once more. Two nurses pushed a medical cart inside. Spotting the middle-aged man, they asked in confusion. Who are you?
Which department are you from? We haven't seen you before.
The man didn't turn around, maintaining his bent posture. The two nurses exchanged glances. One of them plucked up her courage and stepped forward.
Doctor, may I ask?
Before she could finish, the man's right arm suddenly twisted and contorted. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a sharp, spider-like spear, piercing the nurse's chest with lightning speed. Blood gushed forth. The scene was utterly shocking.
Ah! Another nurse screamed in terror. Terrified, she turned to flee.
But the man was faster. In a flash, he appeared at the ward entrance. The spider spear thrust forward again.
It pierced the fleeing nurse's back with pinpoint accuracy, blood splattering onto the pristine white wall.
Her eyes widened in terror as she slowly collapsed to the floor.
State banquet. After the clinking of glasses and the exchange of toasts, the atmosphere had settled into complete harmony.
Under the influence of alcohol, Luo Xiaoka's relatives shed their reserve. Soon they were calling Zhao Yanlong brother and buddy.
Laughter filled the air. But suddenly, Zhao Yanlong's phone rang.
Glancing at the caller ID, Zhao Yanlong frowned before answering and calling out.
"Oh Yang, what's up?" "Lord Mayor. Brain-eating amoebas have been discovered again at the Central Hospital."
Chapter 76, Why is she so eager to find women for herself?
After receiving the call,
Lord Zhao Yanlong immediately departed with his wife. Of course, this was merely a minor incident that did not disrupt today's engagement banquet. Only Jiang Che watched their retreating figures with a pensive look.
The engagement banquet concluded smoothly.
The couple was now formally engaged and could choose a date to register their marriage. In this era, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka were exceptionally gifted spirit masters, and the Luo family made no demands.
They only reminded Jiang Che to treat Luo Xiaoka well. Luo Xiaoka kept her head bowed throughout the entire event.
Her bashful expression was utterly surprising. It was impossible to connect her with the fiercely formidable Fire Qilin from before. The engagement banquet concluded.
The very next morning, Luo Xiaoka moved into the Jiang family villa with full legitimacy. The 4 admissions officers from Tianshu Academy departed with satisfaction after offering Jiang Che a series of benefits he couldn't refuse. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka agreed to join Tianshu Academy.
Though Jiang Che hadn't actively sought news of the hospital incident that day, he saw it reported in the news the following morning. According to surveillance footage leaked from the hospital, it depicted a middle-aged man whose arm could transform into a spider-like spear, moving with stiff, jerky motions, a description perfectly matching the characteristics of a brain-eating worm. Based on the man's appearance, the Spirit Control Bureau's enforcers quickly identified him. However, during the arrest operation, they discovered the man had already been dead.
Clues? Once again, the trail went cold. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Che fell into deep thought once more. Why had this particular incident unfolded so completely differently from his previous life? At that moment,
it was already the 3rd day since Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka had become engaged. The two had just finished their cultivation session. Luo Xiaoka, her face flushed, limped away in a panic. But not long after, Luo Xiaoka suddenly burst back in through the door, panting. "Che good, I have good news." Jiang Che, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed regulating his breath, snapped his eyes open.
"Did you catch the brain-eating worm?"
"Ha?" Luo Xiaoka froze for a moment before whispering.
"No."
Jiang Che furrowed his brow slightly.
"Then what's the good news?"
Luo Xiaoka now felt genuinely embarrassed.
She continued in a low voice. "It's... Aunt Xia has arrived." Aunt Xia. There was only one person Luo Xiaoka would call Aunt Xia. That was Deputy City Lord Xia Zhaxue. The Deputy City Lord? Jiang Che got out of bed and walked toward the door. What's he here for? Luo Xiaoka followed behind, nodding vigorously like a little quail. But suddenly, Jiang Che's footsteps halted abruptly. Caught off guard, Luo Xiaoka bumped into his back, clutching her nose with an ouch. Jiang Che spun around immediately. Seeing her dazed and confused expression, he couldn't help but sigh before asking. "Is it because of Zhao Jiran?" Luo Xiaoka nodded slightly, still holding her nose. "MHM. Then how is this good news? Your man's about to sign a contract with another woman and you still think it's good news?" With a sharp swish, Luo Xiaoka's face flushed even redder as she turned to bolt out the door. Jiang Che grabbed her wrist. "Where are you going?" I'm going to make tea for Aunt Xia." Luo Xiaoka's voice was barely audible. Jiang Che sighed, released her wrist, and said, "Go ahead." Watching Luo Xiaoka's retreating figure, Jiang Che shook his head. What on earth was this girl thinking? Other wives would do anything to keep their husbands away from any other woman. Why was she so eager to find him other women? She was so worked up just now? Talking about good news? He walked into the villa's living room. From afar, Jiang Che saw Xia Zhaxue sitting elegantly on the sofa. She wore a pale blue cheapao today, her skin as fair as snow, radiating a gentle yet commanding presence. Deputy City Lord. Jiang Che stepped forward to greet her. Xia Zhaxue rose to her feet, her gaze complex as she addressed Jiang Che. You should know why I've come to see you, right? Jiang Che nodded. I do. Then come with me first. Xia Zhaoxue sighed softly. There are some things I need to discuss with you on the way. The two headed outside. Soon, they boarded a very low-key black sedan. Isn't Xiaoku coming? Xia Zhaoxue asked only after the car started moving. Jiang Che shook his head. I'll go alone. It was better for him to handle today's matter alone. Xia Zhaoxue nodded in understanding, gazing out the window. After a moment of silence, she spoke up. You should know that people in positions like mine and Yanlong still care deeply about saving face. Half an hour later, the black sedan entered the city lord's residence. It pulled up unimpeded within the inner courtyard. Jiang Che stepped out of the car and followed Xia Zhaoxue into Zhao Jiran's bedroom. Opening the door, Zhao Jiran stood by the window, lost in thought, her mind wandering to who knows where. Today, she seemed different from the days before. She wore a simple white blouse paired with a light gray skirt, the combination accentuating her long, slender legs, drawing particular attention. Hearing the door open, she turned around. A hint of nervousness finally appeared on her face. Jiang! Jiang! Zhao Jiran looked at Jiang Che and called out. Miss Zhao. Jiang Che nodded in greeting. The room fell into an awkward silence. Jiang Che broke the silence first. Miss Zhao, you must have already refined that eternal heart, correct? Yes. But my contract spirit still shows no signs of change. Zhao Jiran nodded softly, a hint of embarrassment flitting across her face. She bit her lower lip and murmured. Is it truly necessary to form a contract with you? Jiang Che nodded firmly. Yes. This was the system's requirement. Only by investing in one's partner could the investment be considered successful. Otherwise, couldn't he just take the system rewards and elevate the entire human race into god-tier contract spirits? That would be too godlike. Zhao Jiran took a deep breath. Then, I'll be counting on you from now on. His voice was barely audible. Listening to their exchange, Xia Zhaoxue wore a complex expression before offering a timely chuckle. Let's go. Head straight to the contract room within the city lord's residence. The three traversed the long corridor and soon arrived before the contract room, located deep within the city lord's residence. This was a sealed chamber forged from a special metal. Extremely sturdy. Impossible to breach. Just before entering, Xia Zhaoxue couldn't help but call out to Jiang Che once more. Little Jiang. From now on, I'll just call you Xiao Jiang. Are you truly confident you can help Jiran? Jiang Che met her gaze directly and nodded solemnly. Yes. Xia Zhaoxue gazed deeply at him once more, then sighed softly. Very well. You two go ahead. The heavy metal door slowly swung open, and Jiang Che and Zhao Jiran walked in side by side. With a soft click, the metal door closed behind them, sealing off the outside world. Chapter 77, The End. Valkyrie. Inside the contract room. Though dim, the light was soft. A massive contract rune was etched into the floor at the very center. Zhao Jiran seemed somewhat tense, her expression dazed as she looked around. Jiang Che gently took her hand and reassured her. Don't worry, the contract process will be quick. Zhao Jiran did not resist Jiang Che's intimate gesture. Once the contract was formed, she would become Jiang Che's contract partner. Unless one of them died, she and Jiang Che would be inseparable forever. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Jiran gathered her courage and said, Then, let's begin. The two sat facing each other at the center of the magic circle. Less than half a meter separated them. Gazing at the girl's beautiful face across from him, Jiang Che found himself unusually distracted. It was all Luo Xiaoka's fault. She was just too fragile. Even coming every day hadn't managed to drain him dry. Close your eyes. Follow the method taught at school. Let's begin. Jiang Che quickly regained his composure and spoke slowly. Zhao Ziran obeyed, closing her eyes as her long lashes fluttered. Jiang Che also closed his eyes, beginning to channel the spiritual energy within his body. The surrounding contract array gradually glowed with a soft light, enveloping both Jiang Che and Zhao Ziran. Relax. Don't resist. Jiang Che murmured softly. Feel the flow of my spiritual energy. Outside the contract room. In the corridor. Xia Zhaoxue waited silently outside the contract room door. After an unknown amount of time, steady footsteps suddenly echoed behind her. I thought you weren't coming. Xia Zhaoxue said without turning her head. The visitor didn't answer, only silently standing beside her. Only then did Xia Zhaoxue turn to ask. Yanlong, what's wrong? The visitor was none other than City Lord Zhao Yanlong. But now, Zhao Yanlong's expression was extremely grim, a stark contrast to the kind and benevolent elder figure Jiang Che usually saw. Zhao Yanlong gazed toward the direction of the contract room, exhaled, and said, What else could I do? I actually understand Jiran's perspective, but... He sighed heavily once more. Turning to Xia Zhaoxue, he asked, Zhaoxue, can you understand how I feel right now? It's like handing my own daughter over to that punk, and then he asks me if his ghost fire parked downstairs might get stolen. Hearing this, Xia Joshua finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who calls their own son-in-law a yellow-haired punk? What son-in-law? Zhao Yanlong's face darkened. That kid already has a wife. That's even worse than being a greenhorn.
Hearing this, Xia Joshua laughed so hard she shook like a willow in the wind.
But what if Xiao Jiang could actually help Xiran? Hearing the affectionate nickname Little Jiang, Zhao Yanlong was utterly speechless. He sighed deeply. It's over, it's over.
Even your defenses have crumbled. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law's eyes are on her son-in-law. The moment Zhao Yanlong heard the words Little Jiang, he knew his wife had begun to fall. Let's hope so. If that kid dares to deceive me, even if he's an SSS-tier prodigy, I'll skin him alive.
Zhao Yanlong gritted his teeth. Inside the contract room,
the array's glow gradually faded. Jiang Che and Zhao Jiran, seated cross-legged, opened their eyes simultaneously. The moment the contract was sealed, Zhao Jiran eagerly began her transformation. Her body rapidly metallized, yet the final form that emerged was still that of a metallic vacuum cleaner. How could this happen? Zhao Jiran instantly reverted to human form. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with disappointment. Could it be a failure? Jiang Che frowned slightly at the scene, lost in thought. Could it be that the sequence of the contract and the eternal heart was wrong? The contract should have come first. Then the investment? Fortunately, just then, the system prompt sounded in Jiang Che's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on confirming a new investment target. Contract successful. System detects prior investment in target by host investment taking effect. Rewarding host, physical strength increased by 30%. Reward host, divine blood forge. Hearing the system's succession of notifications, Jiang Che finally exhaled in relief, silently vowing never to mix up this sequence again. Meanwhile, on the other side, noticing the faint smile playing at Jiang Che's lips, Zhao Jiran's expression darkened further. What are you laughing at? Care to try again? Jiang Che asked gently. Zhao Jiran froze. Suddenly, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted within her body. Her eyes lit up instantly. What is this? Without pausing to think, she immediately initiated the transformation once more. This time, blinding light erupted from her body. Metal armor materialized like a living entity, swiftly spreading across her body until it formed a full coverage suit of dark gold battle armor. Beyond that, a pair of mechanical prosthetic wings slowly unfolded behind her. A jet black spear and a greatsword crossed behind her back. In that instant, her form became more slender and upright, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. This is... Zhao Jiran looked down at his own hands in disbelief. Her voice faltered with excitement, her body trembling. She had succeeded. She had truly succeeded. She had truly cast off the spirit of the domestic robot. Jiang Che stood up at that moment, admiring the formidable, 2-meter-tall machine maiden before him. He couldn't help but nod and say, "Yes. You succeeded. This is your true evolved form." The next moment. Clang! Zhao Jiran abruptly drew the broadsword from his back and swung it wildly in all directions. The broadsword had no edge, yet where it swept, space violently trembled, erupting in a deafening roar. Yet after just one swing, she involuntarily reverted to human form. Zhao Jiran stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at her own hands, then looking up at Jiang Che, her expression filled with confusion. Jiang Che merely smiled faintly and said, "This is perfectly normal. You've only just evolved and haven't begun cultivation yet. The small amount of spiritual energy within you won't sustain you in battle for long." So, Zhao Jiran's eyes lit up. "So what I need to do now is cultivate alongside you?" Jiang Che nodded. "You could say that. Then what about my current form?" Zhao Jiran pressed eagerly. "What kind of mecha girl? Do you know her name?" "The Valkyrie of the End." Jiang Che replied. "The Valkyrie of the End." Zhao Jiran murmured the words. Suddenly, her entire body trembled, and a surge of wild joy erupted in her eyes. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. This name surpassed even her most perfect imagined evolutionary form. Valkyrie of the End. War goddess. So freaking cool. Seeing Zhao Jiran's excited expression, Jiang Che smiled gently once more and said, "Familiarize yourself with this form a bit more. I'll give you something else shortly, then we'll head out together." With that, Jiang Che resumed his cross-legged seated posture. Chapter 78, Feedback Reward, Void Bone Forging Technique. After resuming his cross-legged posture, Jiang Che began receiving the system reward. Reward dispersed. The instant the system notification sounded. Boom! A warm current surged through Jiang Che's entire body in an instant. It began continuously enhancing Xingyang's physique. Muscle reinforcement. Muscles began to subtly bulge. Bone reinforcement. A faint cracking sound emanated from the bones within his body. As if hearing the sound of the changes within Jiang Che's bones, Zhao Jiran's attention was completely drawn over. The next moment, Jiang Che's shirt suddenly ripped apart with a sharp tear. revealing the chiseled, defined muscles beneath. This sight left Zhao Jiran utterly speechless, her face flushing crimson.
As everyone knew,
apart from the spirit masters of the Sword Maidens,
the primary role of other spirit masters was essentially to serve as blood bags for their contract spirits.
Battle? That was the contracted spirit's job. Spirit masters need only follow alongside, continuously supplying their contract spirits with spiritual energy. Therefore, spirit masters themselves tend to be quite frail.
But now, Jiang Che's body began to undergo system-enhanced reinforcement.
A 30% enhancement, though modest, already brought him on par with many sword spirit tamers who specialized in physical training.
After the enhancement was complete, Jiang Che finally opened his eyes.
Feeling the newfound strength in his body, a thought flickered through his mind.
Could he contract another sword maiden next time?
This path diverged entirely from the one he had taken in his previous life. Immediately after, Jiang Che retrieved a dark golden sphere from the system space. Merely holding it in his hand,
Jiang Che could sense the rhythmic energy pulsing within. He could almost see the crimson gold liquid flowing within.
This is the divine blood crucible. Jiang Che looked up at Zhao Jiran, who stood before him with a look of curiosity, and explained. It can be implanted directly into your martial god body, replacing your original heart. In future battles, it will provide you with more powerful energy support, allowing you to endure longer than other ordinary mecha girls.
Zhao Jiran's entire body trembled. Divine blood forge.
Carefully taking it from Jiang Che's hands, she cradled it in hers, her face radiant with delight. This is too precious.
Try it out. Jiang Che encouraged him. You're my contracted partner now. Helping you is helping myself. Zhao Jiran nodded gratefully. The next moment,
Jiang Che stood up, placed his palm on Zhao Jiran's shoulder, and channeled a surge of spiritual energy into her body.
Boom! Zhao Jiran initiated her transformation once more, transforming into the imposing form of the Endbringer Valkyrie.
She carefully pressed the divine blood furnace into her chest. In an instant, the divine blood crucible seemed to come alive, seamlessly integrating into her body and fusing perfectly with her mechanical core.
In that instant, a dazzling black light erupted from Zhao Jiran's entire body. Her body underwent subtle transformations during this process.
Not only did her armor become more intricate and ornate, the mechanical prosthetic wings on her back expanded by a full circle. They radiated an even more powerful energy fluctuation.
I'm so powerful now, more powerful than I've ever been before. Zhao Jiran exclaimed excitedly.
Her voice carried a distinct metallic resonance. This was one of the major differences between the Valkyrie of the End and the Beast Girls. The Valkyrie of the End was, after all, a mechanical girl completely composed of machinery internally. This allowed her to simulate speech, enabling her to converse even while transformed. But Beast Girls are different. Even a god-tier Beast Girl like Luo Xiaoka couldn't speak while in combat form until she reached level 7.
This is the true, complete Valkyrie of the End, Jiang Che declared. At the same moment,
the system voice echoed in his mind once more.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on a successful investment.
Feedback reward acquired. Void bone tempering technique. Note, after cultivating the void forging bone technique, your entire skeletal structure will be tempered by void energy, granting the attributes of lightness and resilience from this energy. This enables short-range teleportation.
Jiang Che froze momentarily.
Void forging technique?
This was actually quite suitable for him. Especially since he'd just been thinking about contracting a sword maiden.
On the void battlefield, with the sword maidening the void forging technique, wouldn't they be able to sweep aside countless opponents? Teleporting directly in front of the enemy. Who could possibly defend against that? The next moment, Zhao Jiran resumed human form.
This time, she made no attempt to hide her excitement, throwing herself directly at Jiang Che. She clung tightly to him.
Thank you, Jiang Che.
Her voice trembled with emotion.
If not for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do with my life. My parents are both powerful spirit masters, but I'm just a domestic robot. If not for you, Her father, Zhao Yanlong, was the ruler of South City. A formidable figure. Her mother, Xiao Zhaxue, was an even more formidable sword maiden who had slain countless foes. But what about her? Like father, unlike daughter. She had only awakened as a domestic robot?
Though her parents never said a word, she could still feel the immense pressure.
Inferiority. But now it was different.
She had truly evolved. She had truly broken free from a lifetime of being a useless burden. Feeling her emotional fluctuations, Jiang Che gently patted Zhao Jiran's back and comforted her.
It's okay. You're the Valkyrie of the End now. No one can mock you anymore.
Zhao
Jiran nodded vigorously.
Then she broke free from his embrace, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him.
I heard you and Xiaoku have perfect compatibility, right?
Jiang Che nodded in confusion.
Yes, why? Because I've been investigating everything about you two lately. Zhao Jiran said earnestly. Now that I'm your contract partner too, we should be perfectly matched as well. Jiang Che chuckled. We can go out and test it later. But Zhao Yuan suddenly covered Jiang Che's mouth and declared firmly. No need to test. We definitely are. Don't believe me? Try it? Test? How exactly? The compatibility between a spirit tamer and their contract spirit requires special equipment to test. How do I test it? Jiang Che grew even more confused. Test what? Before he could finish, Zhao Yuan suddenly tackled him to the ground again. Jiang Che, I don't know how to repay you. Her voice trembled, yet it was filled with excitement. This is all I can do. Jiang Che, I know this is the only way to deepen our connection beyond where we already are. Jiang Che. Don't reject me. I don't just want to be your contract partner, I want to be your woman. As she spoke, she seemed to lose her mind. She began frantically tearing at Jiang Che's clothes. Wait, Zhao Yuan. Jiang Che quickly grabbed her wrist. This is the contract room. The deputy city lord and the others are still waiting outside for our news. Chapter 79, My daughter is a god-tier mecha girl who dares laugh at me? I don't care. Zhao Yuan's eyes burned with fervor. Nothing but radiance. Jiang Che. It's fine. Let them wait outside. Isn't it more thrilling here? Jiang Che. You dare refuse me? With such a beauty in his arms and such a request. Jiang Che knew he'd never been a paragon of virtue, and besides, as Zhao Yuan herself had said, they were already bound by contract. She would be his woman from now on. Zhao Yuan had even taken the initiative to state things so plainly. If Jiang Che still hesitated now, he truly wouldn't be a man. His body trembled. He flipped over and pinned Zhao Yuan beneath him. He stared at her face, exquisitely beautiful, every bit as stunning as Luo Xiaoka's, yet radiating a completely different aura. Jiang Che's movements turned brutal in an instant. He tore her top apart with one swift motion. With a sharp tear, the collar opened completely. A vast expanse of full, snow-white flesh burst forth, reflecting in Jiang Che's pupils. His breathing grew ragged. And Zhao Yuan? Even though he had been so forward moments ago, now, facing Jiang Che so openly, he was overcome with embarrassment. But in an instant, she let out a soft moan and proactively arched her back once more, wrapping her long, slender legs tightly around Jiang Che's waist. Che. May I call you that? They're all outside. They can't hear us. She breathed heavily into Jiang Che's ear, her warm breath mingling with his, her fingers urgently tearing open his shirt. I want to scream it out loud. Those words alone were pure fuel for desire. Jiang Che lost all restraint. Soon, the floor of the cultivation room reflected the intense shadows of their intertwined bodies. Zhao Yuan was indeed quite intense. Her voice was loud, as if tearing at her heart. Not long after, she suddenly flipped him over, pinning Jiang Che beneath her as she straddled his waist. This time, let me take the lead. She leaned down and bit his Adam's apple. Che. Let us never part. Outside the contract room, Zhao Yanlong and Xia Zhashua, the married couple, had no idea what was happening inside the contract room. They had been waiting outside the door for over 3 hours now. A normal contract? The process should take no more than half an hour to complete. What on earth was happening in there? And what exactly had transpired? What's going on? Zhao Yanlong paced back and forth restlessly, his heart pounding with anxiety. Could something have gone wrong? Xia Zhashua, though her brows were furrowed, managed to stay composed. She whispered softly. Yanlong. Don't panic. It's right under our noses, how could anything go wrong? Someone. Zhao Yanlong suddenly whipped his head around and bellowed. Open the door to the contract room. Wait. Xia Zhashua hurriedly intervened. Let's wait a little longer. What if we disturb them? At that very moment, the contract room door, which had remained closed, finally swung open with a click from the inside. A man and a woman emerged hand in hand. The man stood tall and straight, handsome in appearance. His clothes were disheveled, his shirt reduced to rags, revealing vast swaths of well-defined muscle beneath. Who else could it be but Jiang Che? The woman he held by the hand was none other than Zhao Yuan, the city lord's daughter. But Zhao Yuan's face at that moment still bore an unwaning flush, and her gait was oddly unsteady, as if she were limping. As a woman herself, with just one glance, Xia Zhashue noticed Zhao Yuan's unusual state. She naturally guessed what had transpired inside earlier. She sighed deeply. This girl, does she have no sense of time or place? Can't she see how anxious her father is? On the other side, Zhao Yanlong's face darkened like storm clouds as he glared at the two of them holding hands. The sight grated on his nerves no matter how he looked at it. You little brat, what have you done to my daughter? Dad. But Zhao Yuan let go of Jiang Che's hand and ran toward him with a cheerful smile. Seeing his daughter's radiant smile, Zhao Yanlong's burning anger melted away by half. He could only respond with a resigned sigh. MHM. Xia Zhashua scooped her up and asked urgently. Jiran, how is it? Did it work? Zhao Yanlong immediately turned his gaze toward her as well. Now, the most crucial question was, had Zhao Jiran succeeded? If she truly succeeded, then perhaps all of this would have been worth it. It worked. Mom, I did it. I really did it. Zhao Jiran exclaimed excitedly. Even hours later, the memory still felt unreal to her. He had actually succeeded. A worthless spirit body. It could actually evolve. Really? Zhao Yanlong and Xia Zhaxue exclaimed in unison. Of course it's true. Quick, let Mom see. Xia Zhaxue said excitedly. Zhao Jiran turned to Jiang Che and sweetly called out. Che, help me out. I want to show Mom and Dad. A Che? Hearing this affectionate nickname, Zhao Yanlong's face darkened further. But in the end, he could only sigh deeply, accepting this reality completely. Jiang Che smiled as he stepped forward, channeling spiritual energy into Zhao Jiran's body. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from Zhao Jiran's body. Metal armor spread across her body like a living entity, eventually forming a dark gold full-body combat suit. A pair of mechanical prosthetic wings slowly unfolded behind her back. Sharp as blades, yet radiating an awe-inspiring divine might. A dark gold spear and a black broadsword crossed behind her back. They made Zhao Jiran's figure appear even more slender and upright. And more aesthetically pleasing. Explosive power. This is... Witnessing this scene, Zhao Yanlong's eyes widened in utter shock. Xia Zhaxue beside him covered her mouth in delighted surprise. It's simply unbelievable. So perfect. Jiran. You're so beautiful now, truly breathtaking. Dad, Mom. Zhao Jiran's voice carried a unique metallic quality, resonating with unyielding strength. My name now is Valkyrie of the End. Boom. Valkyrie of the End. Zhao Yanlong and Xia Zhaxue both stiffened, murmuring the name in unison. Valkyrie of the End. Valkyrie of the End. Never heard that name before. Xiao Jiang. Zhao Yanlong spun around abruptly and demanded. Do you know what rank this mecha girl is? Jiang Che smiled faintly and replied. God tier. Boom. God tier. Another God tier. Zhao Yanlong was overcome with ecstasy. Ha ha ha. It really is God tier. A God tier mecha maiden. My daughter, Zhao Yanlong's daughter, is now a God tier mecha maiden too. Ha ha ha. Someone come here. Someone come here. Ouyang hi. Ouyang hi. Where are you? Zhao Yanlong's booming voice echoed down the corridor. Before long, Ouyang Hai, the chief secretary of the city lord's residence, hurried over. Lord City Master, what is it? But then, Ouyang Hai's gaze was instantly drawn to the imposing mechanical battle armor in the center of the room. His eyes widened instantly. He stammered incoherently. This, what is this? Ha ha ha. Zhao Yanlong burst into hearty laughter. Ouyang, make an announcement. Spread the word. Let everyone in South City know. Proclaim that my daughter, Zhao Yanlong's daughter, is now a god-tier mecha maiden. The Valkyrie of the End. Ouyang Hai was so stunned his jaw nearly dropped. This is the young miss? Just then, a voice came from within the Valkyrie of the End. Uncle Ouyang, it's Jiran. Ouyang Hai was utterly stunned. He knew Zhao Jiran's identity as a contract spirit. She was the most ordinary domestic robot girl imaginable, yet now she had transformed into this awe-inspiring super robot girl before his eyes? Ouyang, what are you spacing out for? Zhao Yanlong urged. Get moving. Ouyang Hai snapped back to reality and nodded hastily. But just as he turned to leave, Xia Zhaxue called out to him. Wait. Xia Zhaxue turned to look at Zhao Yanlong, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Yanlong, didn't you say earlier that no one should find out? Zhao Yanlong froze for a moment. Then he burst into laughter again. What's there to fear? My daughter is now a god-tier mecha girl. They're too busy envying us to mock me. Chapter 80, The Convert, the Void Insectoid Clan's Good Friend. Zhao Yanlong was delighted. Laughter echoed down the corridor outside the contract room. He wanted to announce to the world that Zhao Jiran had become a god-tier mecha maiden, letting everyone know that his daughter, Zhao Yanlong's daughter, was now a god-tier mecha maiden too. But Jiang Che stepped forward, his expression grave as he said. Lord Zhao, I believe it would be best not to make this matter too public. Zhao Yanlong's laughter abruptly halted. He looked at Jiang Che in confusion and asked. Why? Jiang Che stepped closer and lowered his voice. The insectoid race. That brain-eating insect is still in the city. We haven't found any leads yet. Any student with exceptional talent could become a target. Not to mention the traitor lurking in the shadows. After all, the brain-eating worms lack intelligence and aren't too much of a threat. But those traitors are another matter. They are fellow humans. Those traitors fully understand what they must do to sever the future of our race. And of course, those with potential are the targets. Are there traitors in the southern city? In the past life, none had surfaced. But who could guarantee they truly didn't exist? Especially now that the brain-eating worms remain untraceable, who could claim no traitors were involved? At that moment, Zhao Jiran stepped forward quickly, took Xia Yanlong's arm, and whispered. That's right, Dad. Ake is absolutely correct. The fact that he can turn an ordinary contract spirit into a god-tier spirit must never be revealed. Her thoughts differed from Jiang Che's. Simply because, if more people knew Jiang Che could evolve ordinary contract spirits into god-tier ones, how many women would cling to him? How many women would cry and beg to form a contract with him? Jiang Che is only one person. Having her and sister Xiaoko was more than enough. For the moment, Zhao Yanlong hadn't grasped Zhao Jiran's subtle intentions, but he instantly understood the meaning behind Jiang Che's words. His expression turned serious in an instant. Right. How could I have forgotten about those bastards? As long as the human traders remain unchecked, all gifted young humans will be in danger. He immediately turned to Ouyang Hai and said, Ouyang, listen to Xiao Jiang. Regarding Jiran's situation, keep the news under wraps for now. Don't spread it externally. Ouyang Hai nodded promptly. Understood. I will never let this matter leak out. Only a few knew about it now, and others wouldn't leak it anyway, so the only one who needed assurance was himself. Once Ouyang Hai had walked away, Zhao Yanlong turned his gaze back to Jiang Che, his eyes brimming with admiration. Young Jiang, well done. Truly impressive. I never believed it before, but it turns out you really are this capable. It's simply unbelievable. At the same time, still deep inside that dilapidated, abandoned warehouse outside the city. Ah! Ghosts! A piercing scream suddenly erupted. In the blink of an eye, it abruptly ceased. A monstrous shadow was seen clinging to a man, greedily draining his soul. Only when the man was completely still did the shadow slowly rise. Its body was covered in pitch-black scales, limbs twisted like twisted ropes, its back rotten and festering. Its face was hideously ugly, drool constantly dripping from the corners of its mouth. It was none other than Liu Ruyan's spirit form. And directly opposite the prostitute spirit stood a woman, numb and rigid. Su Shu. Her face was pale and expressionless, her body rigid, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding before her. 100. Su Shu's voice was equally stiff. Didn't you say that absorbing 100 souls would bring about a change? But Liu Ruyan, in her prostitute spirit form, slowly turned around without uttering a word. She too was waiting. The warehouse fell into an eerie silence. Complete stillness. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 10 seconds later. Crackling. Suddenly, the prostitute spirit's body began to twist and contort violently. The pitch-black scales covering her body writhed like living creatures across her skin, gradually shedding the nauseating traces of decay. The rotting flesh on her back. It too writhed and shifted, rapidly healing to form smooth, delicate, fair skin. Her twisted limbs regained their slender, symmetrical form. Ah! Roar! The prostitute spirit suddenly threw her head back, letting out a pained roar. When she lifted her head, the hideous face she saw had violently peeled away from her own, transforming into a mangled mass of bloody flesh. The rotten flesh writhed. Healing. A painful healing. The prostitute spirit let out a continuous roar. Heart-wrenching. Even after collapsing to the ground, it continued to moan in agony, twitching faintly. After an unknown span of time, the spirit finally lapsed into unconsciousness. Willows swayed in the night breeze. Stars hung high in the sky. Unnoticed, the hour had slipped from morning into night. The warehouse remained utterly silent. Yet Su Shu remained utterly motionless throughout this time, standing rigidly in place. Her posture remained rigid. Her expression remained frozen. Suddenly, the prostitute spirit lying prostrate on the ground stirred. With great effort, she lifted her head, and that face had truly transformed into a face of unparalleled, bewitching beauty. No longer the hideous, grotesque prostitute spirit, she was now a breathtakingly beautiful succubus, radiating an irresistible aura of seduction. Yet just as the succubus form of Liu Ruyan struggled to sit up from the ground, her body twisted and distorted once more, swiftly reverting to human form. But in the very instant she fully reverted to human form, she finally burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Che really didn't lie to me. This method actually works. I've truly become a succubus. I've truly returned as a succubus, ha ha. Her laughter echoed through the empty warehouse. Yet it sent chills down the spine. At that moment, Su Shu stiffly stepped forward, her voice rigid as she spoke. Congratulations, human. Liu Ruyan's laughter abruptly ceased, her gaze turning instantly icy. Brain-eater, I dislike this face. You'd better find a new vessel immediately. Understood. Su Shu's voice remained utterly unflinching. But I have news to share with you now. Liu Ruyan narrowed her eyes. What news? Our dear friends have arrived, and now they need your help. Su Shu's voice remained stiff as she spoke. Good friends? Who? Liu Ruyan snapped. The converts? What were they doing in the southern city? The converts? Among the human race, there exists a faction who believe the Void Insect Clan is the true source of the void. They believe only the Void Insect Clan can change the world.
To reshape this filthy world. They worship the detestable void insects as their faith.
They call themselves followers of the void insects, willingly accepting their parasitism and enslavement.
Within the human race, they are known as traitors. They claim to dislike the term human traitors, calling it a misunderstanding by humanity, and thus gave themselves a new name.
The Converted. Chapter 81, Liu Ruyan, you are already a convert. Facing Liu Ruyan's question,
Su Shu remained expressionless, replying only in a flat tone.
2 prodigious spirit tamers have emerged in the southern city. You should be more aware of this than us by now. Our friends have come to deal with them. Now we need your help.
In your terms, this is called a pledge of loyalty.
2 genius spirit tamers?
Liu Ruyan didn't even need to guess to know exactly who they were.
Jiang Che. Luo Xiaoke.
She felt no surprise at all. Though in her previous life, they hadn't faced assassins sent by the converts in South City, that didn't mean they wouldn't encounter them in Southwest City.
Moreover, the way Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke behaved in this lifetime
were far more sharp and assertive than when Jiang Che had been with her in the previous life. They were stronger. It was only natural that they'd caught the attention of the converts. The only unexpected twist was that these converts actually sought her assistance.
How could that be?
She wasn't a traitor to humanity, after all. As for her past dealings with Brain Eater, in Liu Ruyan's eyes, it was merely a partnership, each getting what they needed. Her expression darkened instantly as she retorted.
What if I refuse?
You have no right to refuse.
Su Shu replied coolly. Just then, the warehouse's iron door creaked open.
Under the moonlight, a man and a woman walked in slowly.
Both were clad in loose black robes, their faces obscured beneath hoods, impossible to discern. Hearing the commotion,
especially upon seeing both figures clad in black robes, his expression immediately darkened. He spun around abruptly, facing away from them as he barked.
Who gave you permission to come here?
These were the converts. Due to the nature of the converts' organization, all members wore black robes when moving about in public to conceal their features. This minimized the risk of their true identities being traced by the Spirit Control Bureau.
Liu Ruyan's immediate turn was for precisely this reason.
She didn't know the other's identity, but if the other knew hers, things would become very difficult. The hooded woman ahead stepped forward, tossing a pristine black robe onto the ground.
Put it on. Come with us.
Liu Ruyan remained turned away from them, saying nothing. The warehouse instantly fell into dead silence, filled only with the suppressed breathing of those present. After a long, drawn-out pause, Liu Ruyan suddenly let out a cold laugh. She bent down, picked up the black robe, and swiftly pulled it over her head. Turning to face them, she declared,
I'm no convert. My dealings with the brain-eating worms are purely transactional.
The man in black robes let out a hoarse chuckle.
Who would believe that? Join us. Together, we'll reshape this filthy world. You idiot. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but curse.
Whether in her past life or now, she couldn't fathom what kind of sickness drove these converts.
What gave them the right to think those despicable insectoids would help them rebuild the world? And what made them think they weren't among the targets the insects intended to destroy? Leave me alone.
I'm not a convert, and I have no desire to join you.
She turned to leave.
But as she brushed past the cloaked woman, the latter suddenly let out an inhuman growl.
The next instant, her black robe exploded outward.
A black serpent as thick as a water barrel instantly materialized, blocking Liu Ruyan's path. Staring at the enormous black serpent before her, Liu Ruyan halted in her tracks.
What does this mean? The hooded man's sinister voice echoed from beneath his hood. You are already one of the converted. Either cooperate with us, or we'll expose your true identity to the entire city.
Then you can see for yourself if anyone will believe you.
Liu Ruyan's face instantly darkened. The next day, Xingcheng Garden Residential Complex. The bedroom was dimly lit.
Suddenly, the door swung open. A graceful figure in a white dress, silhouetted against the sunlight, stepped slowly into the room. Sunlight filtered through the white dress, revealing the vast expanse beneath, tantalizingly visible yet elusive, infinitely beautiful, and inviting endless imagination.
After entering the room, the woman sat quietly beside Zhao Yu's bed.
Her gaze flickered as she watched Zhao Yu, fast asleep on the bed.
As if startled awake, Zhao Yu jolted upright.
He abruptly sat up in bed. His eyes widened in obvious shock upon seeing the woman seated beside him.
He couldn't help but exclaim, Ruyan? How did you get in? The visitor was indeed Liu Ruyan.
Now that he had finally rid himself of the prostitute spirit, naturally, she came to find Zhao Yu
to set everything right.
Seeing Zhao Yu's astonished expression, Liu Ruyan's expression remained calm, and she even let out a soft chuckle.
Brother Yu, you've been back for so long, why haven't you come to see me?
A flicker of panic crossed Zhao Yu's face, but he forced himself to remain composed.
I've wanted to see you for ages, but I just never had the time. Is that so?
Poof. Liu Ruyan's gaze seemed to pierce straight through his soul. Feeling that gaze, Zhao Yu felt a chill run down his spine, his back soaked through.
Then I believe you. Liu Ruyan suddenly broke into a smile.
Zhao Yu felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly asked with a flicker of anxiety.
Wait, Ruyan, how did you get in here? Where are my dad and the others? Su Shu took them all out. Liu Ruyan said casually. What? Zhao Yu's expression changed drastically once more. You've seen Su Shu? Liu Ruyan nodded.
Zhao Yu jumped off the bed in panic.
Did she hurt you?
Liu Ruyan shook her head, then suddenly changed the subject.
You go, if I told you I want to be with you from now on, would you be willing to give up Su Shu? Zhao Yu froze again.
His mouth opened and closed, drank and opened again, unable to speak for a long while. Liu Ruyan watched his expression, sighed, then stood up and walked slowly to the window. Swoosh! She pulled back the curtains. A flood of sunlight poured through the window, instantly bathing her in light and outlining her perfect, graceful silhouette.
Zhao Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. He managed to say.
Ruyan, you know Su Shu is from the Su family of Southwest.
So what?
Liu Ruyan turned around, a flash of mockery in her eyes.
Just because she's the Su family's heiress?
Zhao Yu lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly.
I can't.
Poof. Liu Ruyan chuckled softly. It seems power matters more to you than feelings.
You go, haven't you always said you like me?
Now it seems you don't like me that much after all. Her gaze was sharp, her words piercing straight to the heart.
Or could it be? You're still afraid of me? Do you think I'm a prostitute spirit, unworthy of you?
Zhao Yu's body trembled violently, his face turning grim.
But the next moment, Liu Ruyan took another step forward.
The white dress she wore slowly slid down from her shoulders.
Chapter 82. You go, do you still want me now? Liu Ruyan wore a flowing white gown.
Already revealing glimpses of her form, it now fully outlined her exquisite figure. Now it slid slowly from her shoulders, piling up layer by layer at her feet. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her form and accentuating her breathtaking curves.
Her skin glowed like creamy snow, radiant in the morning light.
Her waist was slender enough to fit in one hand, and her long legs were straight and perfectly proportioned. Every inch of her was exquisite. Every inch of her was breathtakingly beautiful. Especially now that Liu Ruyan had truly become a succubus, radiating an astonishing allure. Zhao Yu trembled, his breathing quickened, his throat rolled, and his eyes instantly turned red. You go. Liu Ruyan's voice trembled as she asked.
Don't you want me?
She stood naked before Zhao Yu.
Her full breasts and slender waist rose and fell with each breath, radiating a deadly allure.
Zhao Yu felt his senses nearly overwhelmed by desire. Yet he clung to a sliver of reason, his voice hoarse as he managed.
Ruyan, you, put your clothes back on. Su Shu will be back soon, she'll be angry. Liu Ruyan suddenly gave a seductive smile.
Suddenly stepping forward, she wrapped her arms around Zhao Yu's neck in one swift motion. Her red lips brushed against his ear, her breath warm and sweet as orchids.
Su Shu won't be coming back. She gave you back to me. You go, I have some more good news to tell you.
Zhao Yu trembled all over, his voice tightening.
What good news? I'm not a spirit prostitute anymore.
Liu Ruyan's voice carried a seductive allure.
Will you still have me?
What?
Zhao Yu's eyes widened. What did she mean? But the next moment, Liu Ruyan, who was wrapped around his neck, suddenly began to transform. Her fair skin glowed with a purple aura. Her pupils transformed into an eerie purplish red, and her entire being radiated a suffocatingly seductive aura. But unlike traditional succubi, Liu Ruyan didn't sprout demonic horns or wings. Instead, she retained a near-perfect humanoid form.
This only heightened Zhao Yu's excitement.
This succubus. It's actually a succubus.
Zhao Yu stared in disbelief, utterly stunned by the succubus form before him. After transforming into a succubus, Liu Ruyan radiated an even more deadly allure than before.
Every subtle movement seemed to take one's breath away. Now,
Liu Ruyan's voice grew even more ethereal.
Do you still want me? I can become anything you desire.
Yes.
Zhao Yu blurted out.
At that moment, his eyes were utterly consumed by desire. In one swift motion, he wrapped his arms around Liu Ruyan's waist, and together they fell backward onto the bed.
At the same moment, Jiang family villa. Last night, the city lord's mansion hosted a banquet.
As one of the banquet's main guests, Jiang Che was naturally plied with drink by Zhao Yanlong until he was drunk. Though he hadn't stayed with Zhao Jiran last night. This morning, Zhao Jiran had left the city lord's mansion with him. Now that Zhao Jiran was her contract partner,
naturally, she would stay by his side. As for formal recognition, Zhao Jiran hadn't asked for it.
Zhao Yanlong and Xia Xiaoxua hadn't mentioned it either. Opening the door, Jiang Che led Zhao Jiran by the hand into the villa's living room. Today, Zhao Jiran wore deep blue jeans and a white t-shirt, her hair pulled up in a high ponytail, radiating youthful vitality. Especially when standing beside Jiang Che, they were the picture of a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match.
Hearing the door open,
Luo Xiaoka, who had been playing with her phone on the living room sofa, immediately looked up. Her expression stiffened slightly when she saw their clasped hands, but she immediately ran over barefoot.
Brother Che. Xiran. Luo Xiaoka exclaimed.
She seemed completely oblivious to the fact that the two were holding hands.
Seeing Luo Xiaoka running toward them, Zhao Jiran's expression froze.
Instinctively, she immediately let go of Jiang Che's hand. Looking at Luo Xiaoka, who was clearly half a head shorter than her,
Zhao Jiran felt a bit awkward, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks.
After a moment's hesitation, she called softly,
Xiaoka's sister. That single word, sister, instantly made Luo Xiaoka's smile grow even brighter.
After all, this single word solidified her status once and for all.
From now on, no matter how many girls Brother Che contracted,
they would all have to address her as sister. She was the legitimate wife. In truth, even Jiang Che felt a bit awkward in this situation. But seeing Luo Xiaoka's current attitude, he could only shake his head with a wry smile.
Had he wronged Xiaoka?
Smiling, Luo Xiaoka stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Jiran's hand, pulling her over to sit on the sofa. Then she shot Jiang Che a glare and asked,
Brother Che, what are you standing there for? Can't you see I'm having a private chat with Jiran? You're a grown man, are you really going to eavesdrop here? Zhao Jiran looked up at that moment, smiling as she met Jiang Che's gaze.
Her eyes were filled with nothing but amusement. Facing these two blossoms, each radiating a distinct beauty and aura, Jiang Che couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. A flame stirred once more in his lower abdomen. In his past life, Liu Ruyan, as a succubus, possessed limitless transformations. He had tasted every delicacy the world had to offer. But this pair of twin pearls, truly unprecedented. Yet Jiang Che knew the time was not yet ripe. He could only shake his head with a wry smile.
All right. Then take your time talking.
I'll head back to the bedroom first.
Bang.
The moment the door closed, the two women in the living room who had been laughing and chatting like sisters just moments ago both showed a slight change in expression.
Zhao Jiran, is there something you want to tell me, Sister Xiaoka? Luo Xiaoka. Why? Was she the one to make the first move? Shouldn't I be the one to speak first? That's the Jiang family villa over there.
A man and a woman, both clad in black robes, sat in a car, gazing at the Jiang family villa from afar. They were the converts who had appeared at the warehouse. The driver was Su Shu. Su Shu remained expressionless, her hands gripping the steering wheel in a perfectly standard yet stiff posture. The robed woman gazed out the window, her expression hidden from view.
It's almost 9 now. When should we move? There shouldn't be anyone else in the villa.
The man in black turned his head to look out the window as well, asking in a low voice.
Are there any city lord's mansion personnel nearby?
From the driver's seat, Su Shu stiffly turned her neck and replied in a voice devoid of inflection. I scanned the area earlier. No suspicious individuals nearby.
Then let's get started.
A cold gleam flashed in the black-robed woman's eyes.
Kill and leave. Move fast. Don't let the city lord's men catch you. Pin it directly on the Su family of Southwest City. Su Shu nodded expressionlessly. Understood.
I'll be changing into a new skin myself. The carriage door swung open as all three stepped out simultaneously.
Chapter 83, you guessed right, your reward is becoming my new outfit. Xingcheng Garden Residential Complex. After 5 minutes of thunderous rain and gentle dew,
Zhao Yu immediately called it quits, the storm subsiding. Now, on the bedroom bed, Zhao Yu held Liu Ruyan, her skin as smooth as jade. His hands unconsciously roamed over her smooth back. Years of longing. Now, his lifelong wish had finally come true. Zhao Yu felt nothing but pure bliss.
Ruyan. But he couldn't help but speak. You said Su Shu returned me to you. What did you mean by that?
Liu Ruyan coiled around Zhao Yu like a beautiful serpent, gently kissing his cheek before parting her crimson lips.
It's just that. The moment she saw me, she felt ashamed and unworthy of you, so she gave you back to me. Zhao Yu naturally didn't believe such an explanation.
Once a contract was formed between a spirit tamer and their contract spirit, the only way to separate them was through the death of one party. Clearly, Su Shu wasn't that kind of person. So he whispered. Ruyan, Su Shu is still the eldest daughter of the Su family from Southwest City.
You know the Su family. So you just can't bear to let her go? Liu Ruyan suddenly broke free from his embrace and sat up on the bed. In an instant, the quilt slid down, revealing vast swaths of snow-white skin, glistening in the morning light.
Zhao Yu stared, his gaze going blank.
So, you can't bear to part with her?
Liu Ruyan's voice was icy cold as she fixed Zhao Yu with a piercing stare.
Or is it the benefits the Su family behind her could bring you? Zhao Yu, do you know how much I sacrificed to become a succubus? To be with you? To spare you shame? Yet now you can't stop thinking about a woman you've only known for a few months? Zhao Yu, what do you mean by that?
Zhao Yu immediately stepped forward with a bitter smile, wrapping his arms around Liu Ruyan's shoulders as he explained.
Ruyan, of course that's not what I meant. It's just that Su Shu comes from an influential family.
I'm worried killing her might cause trouble.
Liu Ruyan gave a seductive laugh and abruptly pushed him away. There won't be any trouble. And no one will suspect me of doing it. Someone else will take the blame.
Her voice shifted abruptly, growing as cold and venomous as a snake's. Even if the Su family from Southwest City wants revenge, they won't be able to pin it on me. Zhao Yu froze instantly, his expression shifting abruptly.
What do you mean?
But Liu Ruyan suddenly extended a finger, its tip icy cold, pressing against Zhao Yu's lips.
Mind your own business.
Just know that today, whether you live or die, you'll suffer the consequences.
All you need to know is that I'm helping you. Jiang family villa.
Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran sat facing each other, the atmosphere tense. Outside, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting distinct silhouettes upon them.
Luo Xiaoke was charming and adorable. Zhao Jiran radiated youthful vigor. Xiaoke.
Zhao Jiran suddenly spoke, her voice soft.
You don't seem to mind my coming here?
Another sister, she said. Luo Xiaoke's eyes lit up, pleased with Zhao Jiran's attitude. But she still sighed helplessly, her cheeks flushing slightly.
What can I do?
Brother Che is incredibly strong in that department.
I actually wanted someone to share the burden too.
Zhao Jiran froze for a moment. Then, remembering what had happened in the contract room yesterday, she too flushed crimson.
Ha! That look on your face you two haven't already?
Luo Xiaoke suddenly gasped in surprise.
But just then, boom! A deafening explosion.
The villa's front door was violently breached from the outside.
The deafening noise made both women jump from the sofa,
their eyes darting warily toward the doorway.
The next moment,
a massive black python, thick as a water barrel, burst through the door.
Its head held high, its vertical pupils cold and fixed, it locked onto Luo Xiaoke. Its crimson tongue flickered in and out.
It emitted a nauseating, fishy stench.
What is this? A level 4 Spirit Tamer.
Luo Xiaoke's face paled. And immediately shouted toward the rooms upstairs in the villa.
Brother Che.
But before she could finish, the black python lunged toward her at lightning speed, its gaping maw already open.
At the critical moment, Luo Xiaoke channeled her spiritual energy, causing dazzling flames to erupt all around her. The searing flames instantly enveloped Luo Xiaoke.
In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a majestic fire qilin.
Divine tier beast maiden, fire qilin. It's her.
Kill. A man's voice echoed from atop the black giant serpent's head.
Zhao Jiran's expression changed abruptly.
Unable to resist, he looked up and saw a figure clad in black standing atop the black serpent's head.
A convert? It's that traitorous human. Roar.
In the blink of an eye, the fire qilin unleashed a deafening roar, spewing scorching flames from its maw. It collided head-on with the oncoming black serpent.
Boom! The immense force erupted violently.
It seemed poised to overturn and shatter every piece of furniture in the living room. Especially the flames released by Luo Xiaoke, which instantly engulfed the surrounding area in a blaze. Simultaneously, Zhao Jiran swiftly retreated, a flash of horror crossing his eyes. She had only just formed her contract. A battle of this caliber was far beyond her ability to intervene. But suddenly, a chill rose up her spine. The shadow beneath her feet suddenly came to life, twisting rapidly and attaching itself to her back. A stiff voice echoed simultaneously.
The city lord's daughter? Well, this is easier than I expected. I failed to capture you last time, but I never imagined you'd be here too? But I do rather like this skin of yours. Who? Zhao Jiran stiffened completely.
She felt a sharp object press against her lower back.
Who are you? When was the last time?
The shadow behind him suddenly let out a chilling laugh.
Only a few days, and you've already forgotten? That day at the city lord's mansion, didn't you just meet my children? Only a few days? Children? Zhao Jiran's pupils contracted sharply. You're a brain-eating worm? You guessed right.
The shadow's voice suddenly became distorted.
As a reward, you'll become my new garment. In that instant, Zhao Jiran felt a sharp, stabbing pain in her lower back.
She spun around violently. A razor-sharp spider spear lunged toward her.
At that critical moment, Zhao Jiran's body suddenly glowed with a metallic sheen.
Her skin was swiftly covered in dark armor.
A pair of mechanical prosthetic wings unfolded behind her.
A dark gold spear and a broad black sword crossed behind her. This was the form of the Valkyrie of the End. In the nick of time, Zhao Jiran successfully activated her combat form.
Clang!
The spider spear struck the armor.
A shrill metallic clang echoed, yet it failed to penetrate even an inch. What is this?
The shadow let out a startled cry.
The next moment, Zhao Jiran, in her Valkyrie of the End form, gave a cold snort.
Raising her right hand, she drew the broad sword from her back.
With a swift turn, the blade traced a perfect arc. Chapter 84, Void Bone Forging Technique, Teleportation.
Zhao Jiran drew her sword with a sudden jerk.
A single strike. In an instant,
the blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Yet the shadowy figure behind him vanished into thin air the instant the blade touched its form. The sword's energy merely cleaved the sofa in two, sending debris flying everywhere in a spectacular display. Ache! Yet after the strike, Zhao Jiran felt her spiritual energy rapidly depleting, causing her to cry out in alarm. She had only just formed her contract. Having not formally begun cultivation yet, her spiritual energy reserves were extremely low. Even with the divine blood furnace replacing her heart, it was barely enough for 2 strikes at present. The dark shadow coalesced anew at the far end of the living room, taking the form of Su Shu. Staring intently at the Valkyrie of the End not far away, she demanded in disbelief. What kind of contract spirit is this? How can it be this powerful? She could sense that the figure opposite her had not yet begun cultivation. Yet the power of that single sword strike was already enough to threaten her, a level 2 contract spirit. What kind of mecha girl was this? How could it be this powerful? At the same moment, deafening roars echoed once more from within the villa. The massive black serpent's thick tail swept across the room, showcasing the full might of a level 4 Spirit Tamer. Bookshelves and coffee tables shattered under the immense force. Even the walls bore massive gashes from the impact. Roar! The fire Qilin let out a piercing cry to the heavens, stomping its front paws heavily on the ground. In an instant, a ring of fire erupted around it, instantly engulfing the entire first floor of the villa in a sea of flames. The searing flames licked at everything. They also engulfed the black giant serpent, causing it to writhe and scream in agony within the inferno. Su Shu's expression changed abruptly. I underestimated you, but that's all it takes. The next moment, her figure dissolved into a shadow once more. The Valkyrie of the End stood rooted to the spot, Zhao Jiran's body icy cold beneath her armor. She knew the spiritual energy within her body was barely enough for one more strike before she would be forced to abandon her combat form. Once she reverted to human form, she would once again become fish on the chopping block. What on earth was 8 doing? Why hadn't Jiang Che reacted yet, despite the tremendous commotion downstairs? Swish! Above her head, the shadows on the chandeliers suddenly began to writhe. A dark figure plunged from the sky, sword in hand, the blade aimed straight for the Valkyrie of the End's back. The attack was sudden and ferocious. It was Su Shu. As a shadow maiden, her greatest strength lay in assassination. Yet Zhao Jiran remained oblivious, still scanning her surroundings with vigilance. Just as the blade was about to pierce her body, at that critical moment, boom! The bedroom door upstairs was violently kicked open. Jiang Che's figure shot out like lightning. The moment Jiang Che appeared on the second-floor corridor, a man in black robes burst into laughter amidst the flames. Jiang Che, so you are Jiang Che. Too bad you're too late. The city lord's daughter died here. Even with your SSS-tier talent, you'll face punishment. Roar! The fire Qilin let out an earth-shaking roar, charging into the inferno to clash once more with the black serpent. Scorching flames intertwined with the foul stench of venom. In an instant, the entire villa was transformed into a fiery inferno. Jiang Che stood on the second floor, his gaze piercing like lightning, instantly assessing the situation in the living room. Zhao Jiran, in her Valkyrie of the End form, scanned her surroundings warily, utterly unaware of the deadly threat descending upon her from above. Give me the sword. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Jiang Che vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, the Valkyrie of the End had just heard his words. Though she didn't understand their meaning, she instinctively released her grip. The black broadsword fell, only to be caught firmly by a long, powerful hand. The one who had arrived was none other than Jiang Che. Clang! Jiang Che seized the blade and thrust it skyward. The blade collided with the long sword wielded by the dark figure, sparks flying as the shadow vanished once more. A single strike and retreat. Victory or defeat. Jiang Che stood before the Valkyrie of the End, now visibly taller and more imposing than him, his broad sword raised in defense. His gaze was icy and piercing. An oppressive aura radiated from him, suffocating all around. Che! Zhao Jiran's voice trembled. You finally. Don't speak. Without turning his head, Jiang Che raised his hand and channeled a surge of spiritual energy into the body of the Valkyrie of the End. I'm giving you my spiritual energy. Protect yourself. He had been cultivating the void forging technique in his room and hadn't initially noticed the commotion outside. And the reason he could teleport here instantly? Was due to the void bone severing technique. Cultivating the void bone severing technique strengthened his physical form, granting him the ability to teleport through space in an instant. Boom! At the same time, Jiang Che's gaze turned icy cold. Lifting the hand holding the broadsword, he hurled it forward in a single motion. The broadsword sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Like a meteor chasing the moon. It struck directly toward a corner off to the side. There, a dark shadow had been gathering, but it swiftly dispersed. Only when the broadsword slammed into the wall did the shadow coalesce once more, taking the form of Su Shu. Only now, this Su Shu was deathly pale. A long sword pierced through her abdomen, blood flowing freely. Her face drained of color as she clutched her wound, disbelief filling her eyes. You're just a spirit tamer. How could you be this fast? The physical strength Jiang Che had just displayed far surpassed that of ordinary blade spirit masters. What shocked her even more was that Jiang Che could actually infuse spiritual energy into other spirit-bound girls besides the fire Qilin. There was only one possible explanation. Unless
The mecha before her was also Jiang Che's contracted spirit? But how could that be possible? There had never been a precedent of a spirit tamer contracting 2 contract spirits. Jiang Che let out a cold laugh. There's a lot you don't know yet. I'm quite curious about you, though. You're not Su Shu, you're a brain-eating worm. Why are you here? Brain-eating worm. Why not on Luining, but here? Su Shu suddenly emitted a shrill, eerie laugh. Ha ha ha. I won't tell you. Before her words faded, her body began to twist and warp, preparing to dissolve into a shadow and flee. This Jiang Che before her eyes was far too peculiar. It had to relay this message. Trying to leave? In that split second, the Valkyrie of the end behind Jiang Che moved again. Her form shot out like lightning, darting sideways in an instant. Simultaneously, she raised her right hand and violently drew the spear from her back. The spear shot forth like a dragon, piercing straight toward the fading shadow. Thud! The dark gold spear pierced the shadow with pinpoint accuracy, pinning it to the wall. Ah! Boom! Another deafening explosion. Inside the villa's living room, the massive black python battling the fire qilin was violently hurled backward. Its massive body crashed into the villa walls, causing them to collapse. Boom! Amidst the billowing dust, the fire qilin plunged in like a flaming meteor, crashing through the debris. It raised its beastly claw. Flames spread. In an instant, the surrounding temperature surged again, as if trapped within a furnace, engulfed by a sea of flames. Scorching heaven claw. One claw scorched the heavens. Crashed down. Chapter 85, Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a meticulously planned scheme. Scorching heaven claw. One claw incinerates the sky. A colossal fireball plummeted like a meteorite. The searing flames warped the very air around them. The black colossal serpent writhing in agony on the ground was instantly engulfed by the sea of flames spreading from the fireball. The level 4 spirit tamer didn't even have time to scream. He was reduced to ashes within the flames. This scene caused the shadowy figure pinned to the wall by the spear to tremble violently. SSS. The shadow emitted a hoarse sound. Suddenly, it coalesced back into the form of Su Shu. But now her face was twisted in terror. That was a level 4 spirit tamer, after all. Even among the converted, that was no small feat. Yet even such a level 4 spirit tamer couldn't defeat a high school student? Suddenly, Su Shu snapped her jaws open. A blood-red spider shot from her mouth, darting toward the window in a mad dash to escape. Trying to escape? Jiang Che sneered coldly. Shao Ku, intercept it. The fire qilin instantly turned its head. A hair-thin flame shot from its mouth. The flame struck the blood-red spider midair with pinpoint accuracy, sending it crashing to the ground. Yet the blood-red spider sprang back up the instant it hit the ground, pivoting midair to lunge straight at Jiang Che's face. It intended to parasitize Jiang Che directly. Watch out! The Valkyrie of the end flashed forward, blocking the path before Jiang Che. Thud! The blood-red spider slammed heavily into the Valkyrie of the end's armor, producing a dull thud. It struggled desperately. Yet it left not a single mark on the armor. The Valkyrie of the end snorted coldly, raised her right foot, and crushed it down with force. Snap! The brain-eating worm was crushed underfoot. A foul, putrid stench instantly filled the villa. Dead? Just like that? Jiang Che wore a peculiar expression. He still had unanswered questions. Che, what's wrong? Feeling Jiang Che's gaze, Zhao Yu released his transformation, returning to human form before asking in confusion. Since the brain-eating worm was already dead, Jiang Che could say no more. He merely shook his head and replied. Nothing. Just then, Luo Xiaoke also reverted to human form and approached. Surveying the villa now reduced to ruins, she frowned and asked. Jiran, what exactly are these converts you mentioned earlier? Converts? Jiang Che exclaimed in surprise. The converts have arrived? At first, she had been cultivating in her room and hadn't known what was happening outside. By the time he emerged, the battle had already begun. Yes. Zhao Jiran explained solemnly. I heard it from my father and the others. The converts are that self-organized evil group of traitors. They specialize in sowing chaos within human society, assassinating talented individuals of the human race. One could say they're even more despicable than the insectoid races. Those 2 cloaked figures at the beginning were likely converts. Their black robes are a defining trait. Jiang Che nodded in agreement. Right. It seems they've already set their sights on us. After this failed assassination attempt, they won't give up easily. We need to be more vigilant from now on, but our immediate priority is to get out of here. The villa had been reduced to ashes. Flames engulfed the surroundings. It could collapse at any moment. The moment the 3 stepped out the villa's front door, a thunderous crash erupted behind them. The entire villa crumbled in the flames, the firelight shooting skyward. Phew! Luo Xiaoke exhaled deeply. Her small face flushed crimson in the firelight. Thank goodness we got out. If we'd been trapped inside, that would have been trouble. Just then, several Spirit Enforcement Bureau patrol cars, their emergency lights flashing, sped toward them.
The lead officer stepped out of the vehicle and immediately spotted the three figures standing beside the ruins. His expression changed abruptly.
Miss Zhao.
He hurried forward, his voice tinged with concern.
Are you all right? Who was Zhao Jiran? Who in Nanchang's upper circles didn't know her?
She was the daughter of the city lord, the true heiress of all Nanchang. Zhao Jiran gave a slight nod, her tone calm.
Arrange a carriage. Take us back to the city lord's residence immediately.
Yes, sir. The enforcer immediately turned and shouted to the other enforcers behind him. Quickly, prepare the carriage.
Xingcheng Garden Residential Complex. In the bedroom.
Zhao Yu suddenly trembled all over.
But
he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered onto the floor, forming a vivid crimson pool that was startling to behold. At the same time, clutching his chest, Zhao Yu felt the sudden rupture of the contract bond within him. His face drained of color, utterly incredulous, he gasped. Su Shu, dead? But Liu Ruyan, seated across from him, remained unfazed. Instead, she flashed a seductive smile, her red lips parting slightly. It seems it has been accomplished. She rose gracefully, walked to Zhao Yu's side, and placed her delicate hand gently on his back.
Brother Yu, don't be sad.
Zhao Yu lifted his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions. After all, Su Shu was his contract spirit, an unbreakable bond tied them together. The sudden severing of this bond left him with a tangled mix of emotions.
Don't worry. Liu Ruyan's voice was sweet and soothing. No one will blame you for her death. Someone else killed her.
It has nothing to do with us. Zhao Yu fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding.
Though doubt still lingered in his heart, at this moment he was utterly bewitched by Liu Ruyan's succubus form. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan's smile grew seductive.
She reached out to lift his chin, her eyes flickering.
Then, brother Yu, it's time for you to fulfill your promise.
Bind yourself to me, and together we'll ascend to the pinnacle of spirit tamers.
Liu Ruyan was already stunningly beautiful, a campus beauty queen.
Now transformed into a succubus, she radiated an overwhelming allure from head to toe, drawing men into an inescapable abyss of desire. Gazing at the flawless, exquisite face before him, Zhao Yu's breath quickened, and he finally nodded.
Agreed. Liu Ruyan's smile instantly brightened. Then let's begin right now. The city lord's mansion. Council chamber. What? You killed the young lady of the Su family from the southwest city? After hearing Zhao Jiran's explanation, Zhao Yanlong's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. Father. Why are you making such a fuss? Zhao Jiran rolled her eyes. She was already dead, infested by a brain-eating parasite. We essentially put her out of her misery and killed the parasite to avenge her. But no one knows about it. Zhao Yanlong said in a low voice. Now that the body's been burned, no one will ever believe your story. The Su family in Southwest City will only assume you killed their Su Shu. You've landed yourselves in serious trouble this time. Hearing this, Jiang Che's heart sank. Right. How could he have forgotten that? At the same time, his confusion deepened by twofold. Why? Why wasn't this brain-eating worm in Lu Yining? Instead, it parasitized Su Shu from Southwest City, then came to assassinate me? This assassination attempt had taken on a completely different flavor because of Su Shu's presence. It felt less like coincidence and more like a meticulously planned scheme. If both he and Luo Xiaoke died, the enemy would naturally achieve their goal. But what if I hadn't died? Now, because of Su Shu, I've incurred the enmity of the Su family of Southwest City, becoming their mortal enemy. What a masterstroke, killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 86, Grinding System Quests to Level Up. After hearing Jiang Che and Zhao Yanlong's words, Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran's expressions both changed drastically. But that woman really was parasitized by the brain-eating worm. She's already dead. Zhao Jiran opened her mouth to speak. No one will believe that. And don't you think there's something fishy about this? Zhao Yanlong stood up and said in a deep voice. As the heiress of the Su family in Southwest City, if she were truly infected, she should have gone into hiding. Not expose herself like this. So I suspect the Su family has already learned of this news. Right now, powerful figures might already be heading south. At these words, the expressions of everyone in the council chamber shifted once more. The atmosphere grew heavy and tense. Just then, Xia Zhaoxue suddenly broke the oppressive silence with a bright smile. There's no need to worry. It's nothing serious. She rose gracefully, smiling as she turned to Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, speaking slowly. You two can stay at the city lord's mansion for now. This is the city lord's residence, even the Su family wouldn't dare cause trouble here. Hearing this, the two girls visibly relaxed their tense shoulders. Dad, you scared the life out of me just now. Zhao Jiran couldn't help but complain. Yeah. Luo Xiaoke patted her chest. How could I forget? This is the city lord's residence, after all. Zhao Yanlong could only give a helpless smile and say, send someone over. Go arrange accommodations for Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. The rear courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Whether intentional or not. The attendant assigned Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka's rooms right next to Zhao Jiran's.
The overall style of the city lord's mansion stood in stark contrast to the modern city outside, exuding an entirely antique charm. Pushing open the carved redwood door, Luo Xiaoka immediately flopped onto the plush bed, only to sit bolt upright again.
Che Gu. Is that Su family from Southwest City really that formidable?
Jiang Che pushed open the window and stood at the sill, gazing out at the courtyard scenery. After a moment's thought, he replied, "The Su family has 3 level 7 spirit masters under their command."
What do you think? 7th rank? Luo Xiaoka sucked in a sharp breath. That's even stronger than Uncle Zhou.
Zhao Yanlong and Xia Jiashue were only level 6 spirit masters themselves.
And the Su family had several level 7 spirit masters?
That's just too powerful. Jiang Che withdrew his gaze and turned to say,
"You could say that. These spirit writing families have developed over hundreds of years, so their foundations are indeed deep. But give us some time, and we'll definitely surpass them."
Luo
Xiaoka nodded emphatically. "We absolutely can."
Just then, the door opened softly. Zhao Jiran entered carrying a fruit platter, smiling as she asked curiously,
"Ake, Sister Xiaoka, what are you two chatting about?" Seeing Zhao Jiran again, Luo Xiaoka's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but ask, "Jiran, what kind of mecha girl was that you had at the villa earlier? It was so impressive, another god-tier mecha, right?"
Zhao Jiran placed the fruit platter on the table and nodded.
"Yeah, Ake said mine's god-tier too. It's called the End Valkyrie." "The Valkyrie of the End."
Luo Xiaoka murmured the name, a flicker of envy in her eyes.
"That name is so badass, way cooler than my fire Qilin." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Che couldn't help but laugh out loud. He reached out to ruffle Luo Xiaoka's hair as he said, "But Xiaoko, your fire Qilin is pretty awesome too."
"Yeah, Xiaoka sister, your fire Qilin is seriously amazing."
Zhao Jiran added with genuine admiration. "Back at the villa, if those converts had targeted me instead, I'd probably be dead by now." At this point, Zhao Jiran's mood visibly sank. She had thought that after evolving, she wouldn't be a liability anymore, yet she still couldn't offer much help. Jiang Che keenly sensed her emotional shift. "Jiran?" Zhao Jiran took a deep breath. When she lifted her head, her eyes were filled with resolve. "Che, I came here this time to ask for your help. I want to start training as soon as possible, so I won't hold you back in the future." Jiang Che looked at her. He nodded. In truth, there was another issue concerning Jiang Che's current cultivation. That was his cultivation speed. With his SSS-tier talent, his cultivation speed was truly unmatched, far surpassing his peers. But now that he was supporting 2 people, it was different. Even if his rate of absorbing and converting celestial energy remained unchanged, the need to supply cultivation energy for 2 people fundamentally altered the situation. His training pace would inevitably slow by at least half. This likely explains why spirit masters can only contract with 1 spirit at a time. Although the number of contract partners is high, significantly boosts a spirit tamer's power. Cultivation itself becomes the real challenge. Fortunately, Jiang Che has the system. Looks like it's time to grind through some system quests. Otherwise, relying solely on self-cultivation, now handling 2, and potentially 3, 4, or even 5 in the future would mean waiting until the cows come home to return to level 9? System, are there any tasks available now? Jiang Che silently called out in his mind. The investment system. Its primary function was to gain rewards by investing in contract partners. However, these investment items are usually extremely precious, like the eternal heart, something nearly impossible to find outside. Therefore, continuing to invest in partners often necessitates relying on system quests. Available. Assignment in progress. Host, do you accept? Accept. Jiang Che's eyes flickered with anticipation. In his previous life, he hadn't accepted a mission in South City yet? Mission successfully assigned. Host, proceed to the urban village to eliminate the shadow-devouring mosquito. Reward upon completion, +1 mental resistance fragment, collect 5 to enhance the ultrasonic defense of the Valkyrie of the End. Host, proceed to Country Garden residential area to eliminate mimic skin bugs. Reward upon completion, mental resistance fragment +1, collect 5 to enhance the Valkyrie of the End's ultrasonic defense. The system issued 5 tasks at once, each offering mental resistance fragments as rewards. Jiang Che accepted them all without hesitation. "Che, what's wrong?" Zhao Jiran couldn't help but ask when he suddenly fell silent. Jiang Che snapped back to reality, a faint smile curling his lips. "Nothing. But before we start training, I'll take you somewhere first." "Huh?" Zhao Jiran looked utterly surprised. "Didn't you say we were going to practice? To cultivate, you need to find the right place and the right methods." Jiang Che gave a mysterious smile, pushed open the door. "Just follow me." 2 months later. The training grounds of the city lord's residence. 2 figures clashed fiercely. Boom! A massive fireball erupted suddenly. The searing heat wave engulfed the surroundings, making the air around the entire training ground scorching hot. Amidst the sea of flames, a figure radiating divine might roared toward the heavens. Her legs pounded the ground, a raging inferno swirling around its form. Opposite it, Zhao Jiran in her Valkyrie of the End form gripped a dark old spear. After a single leap, the mechanical prosthetic wings on her back fully unfolded. Soaring upward, it thrust the spear forward. The spear shot forth like a dragon. Chapter 87, Has Liu Ruyan gained the Zhao family's approval? Sister Xiao Ko, be careful. The Valkyrie of the End let out a cry as her spear thrust forward like a dragon. Whoosh! Clang! The fire Qilin deftly sidestepped the attack. In the next instant, it opened its mouth and fired a line of fire in retaliation. The Valkyrie of the End, whose spear had been thrust forward, instantly shifted her attack into a parry, deflecting the fiery blast. But immediately after, the fire Qilin stomped its foot down. The flames beneath its feet surged wildly, spreading in an instant into a sea of fire that engulfed the Valkyrie of the End. Clang! The Valkyrie of the End drew her sword once more. The broad blade sliced through the air, plunging violently into the ground. It stood like a towering black wall, blocking the flames surging from the front. The two women clashed back and forth. The clash was fierce beyond measure. Yet both maintained their composure. At the edge of the training ground, Jiang Che stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene with satisfaction. Over the past 2 months, he had guided both women through every mission assigned by the system. Not only had Zhao Jiran's end goddess power broken through to level 2, but she had also gathered all 5 fragments of the mental resistance shard, greatly enhancing her strength. Though the End Rune Maiden was still only level 2. Her actual combat prowess now rivals that of Luo Xiaoke 2 months ago. Especially since the mecha itself possessed remarkable adaptability. Thud! A dull thud echoed. The Valkyrie of the End instantly retreated several steps, disengaging from combat mode. The fire Qilin, returning to the sea, instantly retracted its offensive stance and reverted to Luo Xiaoke's original form. That was exhausting. Luo Xiaoke wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face flushed crimson. The Valkyrie of the End also shifted back into her human form. Though panting heavily, her eyes sparkled with excitement. I feel like I've made such huge progress. Jiang Che clapped his hands with a broad smile as he stepped forward. Excellent. Looks like everyone's made great progress. He reached out, handing Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran each a bottle of water tonic. Especially your coordination, it's already very smooth. If you two team up, you could even take on a level 5 Spirit Tamer. Of course we can. Luo Xiaoke immediately declared proudly. We train together every single day. But Zhao Jiran suddenly remembered something and said with a serious expression. Oh, right, Che. I just got a call from Dad. Jiang Che froze. Just as he was about to ask, his own phone rang. Caller ID, Zhao Yanlong. Jiang Che looked up at Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran across from him. Zhao Jiran nodded and said. Answer it. It's probably about what happened earlier. Jiang Che answered the call. Hello, Uncle Zhao? Xiao Jiang. Zhao Yanlong's voice sounded resigned. Please come to the council hall. It concerns your trip to Tianshu Academy. Tianshu Academy? Jiang Che was taken aback, then replied. All right. We'll be right over. Council chamber. Watching the three enter, Zhao Yanlong sighed helplessly and said. As for the Tianshu Academy. Jiran, I'm afraid there might be a problem. Luo Xiaoke's eyes widened instantly as she asked. Why? Isn't being a god-tier mecha girl enough? Zhao Yanlong shook his head with a wry smile. Of course it is, but others won't believe it. They say it's already incredible that a god-tier beast girl emerged from Nanchang. How could another god-tier mecha girl possibly appear? And besides, Jiran has no college entrance exam records. Back then, Zhao Jiran had completely abandoned the path of strength as a domestic robot girl, so naturally she never took the college entrance exam. Unexpectedly, this had now become a problem. Jiang Che frowned deeply. What should we do? It's quite simple. Zhao Yanlong held up 2 fingers. Either switch schools or take the exam on site. Take the exam on site? Zhao Jiran felt a surge of anxiety. Jiang Che's eyes flashed and he replied without hesitation. Then let's take it on the spot. Zhao Jiran was his contracted partner. There was no way they could be separated. He couldn't possibly attend Tianshu Academy while leaving Zhao Jiran at another institution. Oh, Uncle Zhao, what about the Su family? Any news from them lately? Jiang Che suddenly inquired again. These past 2 months, they had expected retaliation or attacks from the Su family. But not only had there been no attacks, they hadn't even seen a single member of the Su family. It was as if they were unaware of Su Shu's death at the Jiang family villa. Even so, Jiang Che, who had dealt with these spirit-taming clans in his previous life, dared not relax. Only he knew that while these fellows might perform mediocrely on the void battlefield, they were all masters at internal strife. Each year, the number of human warriors who perished in such infighting. The actual number likely surpassed those slain by the converted. Nothing. Not a single sound. Zhao Yanlong paused before answering. But you'll be heading to the Celestial Pivot Academy soon.
Once you're inside the academy, even if these spirit taming clans have long arms, they won't be able to reach you.
Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke nodded in agreement. Indeed. But I've heard another piece of news. Zhao Yanlong suddenly interjected.
At this, all three turned to look at him, waiting for him to continue.
Zhao Yu, you all know him, right? That Su Shu who died?
She was actually his contract partner. Zhao Yu returned to the Zhao family in Southwest City not long ago, but he brought back a woman with him. This has caused considerable discontent within both the Zhao and Su families.
Who? Jiang Che asked. Liu Ruyan. It's her. Luo Xiaoke couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Isn't she a prostitute spirit body?
Why would Zhao Yu want her?
Zhao Yu possessed SS-tier talent, while Liu Ruyan was merely an ordinary prostitute spirit body.
If they formed a contract, it would naturally provoke opposition from both major clans.
But not long after, though the Zhao family never made an official statement, they did indeed acknowledge Liu Ruyan's existence. Zhao Yanlong continued.
And according to my intel, it seems these two have also enrolled at Tianshu Academy.
Not the Southwest Academy?
Luo Xiaoke was even more astonished. This didn't surprise Jiang Che, however, as in his previous life, Zhao Yu had risen step by step from Tianshu Academy. Now, with Liu Ruyan's assistance who knew the events of his past life. To play it safe, retracing his steps was the most prudent course of action. He was only slightly curious about one thing: how had Liu Ruyan, as a prostitute spirit body, managed to become Zhao Yu's contracted companion? Or rather, how had she shed that prostitute spirit identity? Jiang Che recalled that half a year ago, he had once revealed the method to shed the prostitute spirit identity.
The souls of 100 faithless men? Could this woman have truly accomplished it?
Jiang Che's eyes flickered as he hurriedly asked.
Uncle Zhao, have there been any large-scale disappearances of adult men in South City over the past 6 months? Everyone was taken aback by Jiang Che's seemingly random question, but after a moment's thought, Zhao Yanlong replied. No. Chapter 88, The Human Race is the Greatest Species in the Universe. Hearing Zhao Yanlong's reply, Jiang Che's brows furrowed deeply. How could there not be?
According to the method he had told Liu Ruyan, to shed the identity of a prostitute spirit, one must collect the souls of 100 faithless men.
Such a massive undertaking couldn't possibly leave no trace. Just then, Ouyang Hai, the chief secretary of the city lord's mansion, strode into the council chamber. Reporting to the city lord, the carriage is ready. A carriage?
All three turned to look at Zhao Yanlong, puzzled.
Only then did Zhao Yanlong explain. Let's depart as soon as possible.
If your contractual relationship were exposed during the public trials at the Celestial Pivot Academy, it would likely cause quite a stir. He then looked meaningfully at Jiang Che and added. Especially you, Jiang Che. An SSS-tier talent simultaneously contracted with 2 divine-tier contract spirits. This is unprecedented in the entire history of humankind.
Jiang Che nodded in understanding.
Indeed, if word got out, the entire Southwest province would likely be shaken to its core.
Those researchers would likely want to dissect him for study. Then let's depart immediately.
Jiang Che stood up, bowed to Zhao Yanlong and Xia Zhaoshui.
Thank you, Uncle Zhao and Aunt Xia, for your care during this time.
Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran also hurriedly rose to their feet and bowed. Dad, Mom, we're heading out now.
Go ahead. Xia Zhaoshui smiled gently. Remember to stay in touch. After a brief farewell, the three boarded a black armored vehicle parked outside the city lord's residence. The armored vehicle smoothly pulled out of the city lord's residence. Destination, the airport. In this era, due to the invasion of the void insect race, many established cities had been utterly shattered, reduced to ruins. Thus, despite being called merely a province, the Southwest province actually spans an area comparable to a small nation. The entire Southwest province is vast in size. Traveling from South City to Southwest City is only feasible by plane. By car? It's not impossible. But it would take at least 5 days. Moreover, the route passes through ruined cities where hidden insectoid tribes could launch attacks. No one knows how powerful those insectoid hordes might be. But the fact they've managed to lurk deep within human territory, evading repeated hunts by human elites time and again, that alone proves they're no pushovers. And they were dangerous. As the plane slowly lifted off and soared toward the sky, Jiang Che couldn't help but gaze down at the earth below. He watched as patches of pitch-black territory occasionally passed beneath them. A heavy weight settled in his heart. Those places were ruined cities. Brother Che, one day we will triumph and drive those insects out completely. These ruins will be rebuilt too. Noticing Jiang Che's emotional turmoil, Luo Xiaoke immediately took his hand and spoke softly. Hearing Luo Xiaoke's words, Jiang Che smiled and nodded. But just then, a sneer suddenly erupted from the front row seats. The laughter carried a clear note of contempt. What are you laughing at? Luo Xiaoke instantly raised an eyebrow, leaning forward to demand. Do you think we humans can't win? Seated in the front row were a man and a woman, both in their early 20s.
Hearing Luo Xiaoka's challenge, the woman's expression darkened as she rose to stand, but the man reached out to stop her. Don't get the wrong idea, young lady. The man replied with a smile, though his tone dripped with disdain.
Of course we believe the human race can win. Humans are the greatest race in the universe. Luo Xiaoka's face darkened, having hit a brick wall. Just as she was about to say more, Jiang Che gently pulled her back. Brother Che. She turned back with a frown, only to see Jiang Che shaking his head slightly. The man in the front row noticed this. He sneered again before settling back into his seat. Luo Xiaoka plopped back into her seat, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. She murmured under her breath. Brother Che, why did you stop me? What did they mean by that just now? Are they even human anymore? How can they speak like that with such a weird tone? Beside her, Zhao Jiran leaned closer and whispered. Xiaoko, not every human deserves to be called human. Luo Xiaoka looked utterly bewildered. Ha? What do you mean? Zhao Jiran gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out soon enough. 1 hour later. The plane touched down at Southwest City Airport. The man and woman in the front row rose silently, swiftly exiting the cabin. Zhao Jiran glanced at Jiang Che. Receiving tacit approval, he immediately stood up and followed. Come on, I'll show you what's going on. Jiang Che took Luo Xiaoka's hand and followed behind them. The moment they stepped off the plane, Zhao Jiran spotted the two figures speeding away ahead. The next moment, her form flickered, instantly shifting into combat mode. Her stature instantly surged to over 2 meters tall, mechanical armor covering her entire body. A pair of mechanical prosthetic wings fully extended from her back, while the broad blade on her left and the long spear on her right radiated an intimidating aura. This spectacle sent gasps rippling through the ordinary passengers on the airport tarmac, who instinctively stepped back. Ah, it's a spirit rider. What's she doing entering combat mode here? What kind of mecha girl is that? So cool. Run for your lives. What's so cool about this? The spirit masters from the enforcement squad will be here any minute. To all this, the Valkyrie of the End paid no heed. After completing her transformation, she charged forward in 2 strides. Swish! Her right hand drew a black broadsword. She swung it down toward the woman's back. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. But ahead, the woman seemed to have sensed danger. She spun around abruptly, her face contorting into a ferocious expression. Her arm twisted and deformed at that moment. It transformed into a sharp bone spike, barely deflecting the strike. Clang! Metal collided with bone. Sparks flew everywhere. What are you doing? The man spun around at that moment, barking the question. The Valkyrie of the End merely snorted coldly, her broadsword pointing directly at him. Convert, die. The convert? Human traitor. Many nearby people paled at the sound of those 2 words. A traitor to humanity. At the same time, the commotion here also alerted the law enforcement officers surrounding the airport. Thud, thud, thud. A large number of spirit masters were rushing in from all directions. Witnessing this scene, the woman suddenly let out a shrill, piercing laugh. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to discover me. In an instant, her once fairly pretty face began to contort. Skin peeled away, revealing the horrifying, monstrous insect body beneath. Since that's the case, then die, all of you. 8 sharp insect limbs extended from her back, her head split open, revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. 4th stage insectoid. Riftworm. This is not a human traitor. It was a void insect hidden among the human race. Beside her, the man wore a resigned smile. What rotten luck. Never thought a single laugh would still get us spotted. Swish. He forcibly tore off the human skin covering his body, revealing the horrifying insectoid form beneath. 3rd stage insectoid. Human skin insect. Chapter 89. Ah, you. You're alone? Ah. The ordinary passengers nearby scattered in terror at the sight. It's actually a bug race? The Valkyrie of the End uttered a gasp of surprise. She had assumed they were merely converts, never expecting them to be genuine void insects. Not far behind, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka were equally stunned. Luo Xiaoka's hair stood on end with fury, her face flushed crimson with rage. Damned insects. I knew it. How could anyone say such things? It turns out it was these vermin all along. Damn them. The next moment, Luo Xiaoka lunged forward in a single bound. Standing beside the Valkyrie of the End, searing flames erupted from her body, enveloping her entirely. Roar! Amidst the earth-shaking roar, a fiery Qilin beast girl, her legs planted firmly on the ground and surrounded by roaring flames, appeared before everyone with majestic presence. The temperature around the airport tarmac soared suddenly. Good heavens, what kind of beast girl is that? She looks so powerful. I've never seen a beast girl like that before. What rank is she? That fire, it looks like that. Wait, this is Nanqing's flight. That must be Nanqing's god-tier beast girl. What? That fire Qilin? Though passengers around them were still fleeing in terror, witnessing this scene ignited hope in their eyes.
A god-tier beast girl. Plus that aircraft spirit whose name I don't know, but who just feels incredibly powerful.
It should be. Everything should be fine now.
The riftworm and the skinworm caught sight of this, and a flicker of apprehension crossed their eyes. But soon, they broke into savage grins once more.
Ha ha ha.
Just two little girls. Before the words had even finished echoing,
the crackworm's 8 worm limbs suddenly shot out.
Like 8 sharp spears, they lunged toward the two girls. The battle erupted in an instant.
Watch out! The Valkyrie of the End cried out.
Her broadsword swept out, parrying the incoming tentacles. Metal clashed with insect limbs, producing a shrill, grinding sound. The fire Qilin responded in kind, unleashing a searing pillar of flame from its maw, striking the human skin bug squarely in the face. The human skin insect scrambled to dodge. Yet the flame still grazed its shoulder, eliciting a pained shriek.
You're asking for death.
The riftworm roared in fury. Suddenly, a glob of dark green slime erupted from its mouth. The slime dispersed in the air, transforming into countless tiny poisonous needles that rained down upon the two women. The Valkyrie of End immediately deployed her mechanical prosthetic wings.
In an instant, the mechanical prosthetic wings coalesced into a metallic shield before her.
Countless poison needles struck the wing shield, emitting sizzling sounds of corrosion, yet ultimately failed to penetrate this god-tier armor.
Roar! The fire Qilin roared in fury once more.
Searing flames erupted from its maw, vaporizing the swarm of poison needles in midair. The scorching heat wave swept through the surroundings, distorting the very air itself.
Xiaoko, I'll handle this.
At that moment, the Valkyrie of the End abruptly changed her stance, drawing the dark gold spear from her back instead of wielding her broadsword.
Clang! The dark gold spear was drawn.
Swift as a golden lightning bolt, it pierced straight through the human skin insect's chest. Though she was currently only a Tier 2 powerhouse, the force behind this spear thrust rivaled that of a Tier 3 expert. Thud! The spear struck its mark with precision. A gaping hole tore through the human skin insect's chest as it scrambled backward.
Damn human!
The human skin insect roared in fury. Its body suddenly swelled, countless tentacles burrowing through its skin like venomous snakes, coiling toward the Valkyrie of the End.
The Valkyrie of the End showed no fear.
Her spear swept out again, severing every attacking tentacle. Her movements flowed seamlessly, each spear thrust cutting through the air with a sharp whistle, forcing the human skinworm into retreat.
Meanwhile,
the level 3 fire Qilin held its own against the level 4 riftworm.
Qilin stomps the 8 desolations. The fire Qilin's front legs slammed heavily into the ground.
A ring of fiery waves erupted.
Scorching flames surged outward like a tidal wave, radiating from the fire Qilin's position,
sending the opposing riftworm flying.
Scorching heaven claw.
The fire Kirin pressed its advantage.
Its forepaws coalesced into a dazzling fireball. This orb appeared ordinary, yet contained soul-scorching power that ignored physical defenses. Boom! The fireball struck the recoiling riftworm with pinpoint accuracy, instantly engulfing its entire body in searing flames.
Within the flames, the fisherworm let out a piercing, agonized scream. Its 8 limbs flailed wildly, yet it could not extinguish the soul-searing torment. Even more terrifying, the residual embers from the fireball's impact detonated again 10 seconds later.
Boom!
The secondary explosion tore the fisherworm apart completely,
leaving the onlookers watching from afar utterly speechless.
That's way too powerful.
Whoa! Only then did the law enforcement officers near the airport finally arrive.
They too stared in disbelief at the scene, utterly unable to believe their eyes. This is a 4th tier riftworm, one shot? What kind of beast girl is that? How could she be so powerful? Amidst the stunned silence, the fire Qilin had already shifted its stance, lashing out with another claw strike at the human skinworm locked in combat with the Valkyrie of the End.
Heaven-burning claw. Another fireball roared forth.
The moment it was struck, the human skinworm was instantly engulfed in flames, letting out a blood-curdling scream.
No! 10 seconds later,
the secondary explosion arrived as expected. The human skin insect's body shattered into pieces amidst the flames, reduced to nothing but ashes.
The battle ended. Everyone present was left speechless.
The shock was overwhelming.
Wang Yuan, the squad leader of the enforcement team, was the first to recover from the shock.
He strode forward and solemnly saluted the two women with a standard military salute. Wang Yuan, squad leader of the Spirit Control Bureau's airport branch.
May I ask who you two are?
Luo Xiaoka immediately stood tall and replied crisply.
My name is Luo Xiaoka. Zhao Jiran also gave a slight nod. Zhao Jiran. Wang Yuan saluted again with solemn respect.
Ladies, we deeply appreciate your timely intervention. However, protocol requires us to request your accompaniment to the Imperial Spirit Bureau for documentation. The two women exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously.
No problem.
This was only natural. That was precisely the duty of the Imperial Spirit Bureau. Wang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, ladies, where are your Spirit Tamer partners?
If possible, it would be best if they could come along too. Before he could finish, both women turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes landing in unison on the same direction. Wang Yuan followed their gaze. A tall, well-built young man was walking toward them at a measured pace. That's me. Jiang Che said calmly. Wang Yuan froze slightly, looking at Jiang Che with surprise. You're alone? His gaze darted between Jiang Che and the two women, his face filled with confusion. But, there are two contract spirits here. The implication was clear. How could a single spirit tamer possibly contract two spirit companions at once? Chapter 90, Farewell, Zhang Hao. Thank you. Jiang Che offered a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Fortunately, Wang Yuan quickly caught on, realizing the other spirit tamer might not have arrived yet. He promptly gestured politely and said, "Please follow me, all three of you. We'll discuss this further at the Spirit Taming Bureau's airport branch. Spirit Control Bureau. Airport Branch Office. Perhaps influenced by the airport's surroundings." The architecture here was simple and solemn, its gray-white exterior blending seamlessly with the sky. Interrogation room. Wang Yuan produced a registration form and politely inquired. "May I have your basic information, please?" Jiang Che spoke calmly. Jiang Che, first-year freshman at Tianshu Academy, hailing from South City. All right. So Mr. Jiang is a freshman at Tianshu Academy. Bright future ahead, bright future indeed. Wang Yuan laughed heartily. Though slightly inferior to Southwest Academy, Tianshu Academy was still a renowned top-tier institution. And this gentleman is. Wang Yuan turned his smiling gaze toward Luo Xiaoke. And may I ask, who are you? My name is Luo Xiaoke. I'm also a freshman at Tianshu Academy this year. Luo Xiaoke replied sweetly. Oh. So you're Luo Xiaoke. May I ask what your combat form is called? Would you mind telling us so we can make a record? Wang Yuan nodded as he asked. Fire Qilin. Luo Xiaoke revealed it without hesitation. Her beast girl form wasn't a secret. Many people knew about it when she first awakened. Anyone who wanted to investigate could find out even just by searching her photo and name online. Oh, so it's a Fire Qilin. That form is rather. What? Fire Qilin? Wang Yuan, who had been somewhat distracted moments before, snapped back to attention. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Luo Xiaoke and exclaimed. You're Luo Xiaoke, the legendary beast girl from Nanchang? Yep. Luo Xiaoke nodded. Wang Yuan then remembered something else and quickly turned to look at Jiang Che. Then you must be Jiang Che, the SSS-tier talent? Jiang Che scratched his nose. If there isn't another Jiang Che, then I suppose that'd be me. Thud. Wang Yuan stood up in shock. His gaze flickered between Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Wait a minute. You two, hold on. Your identities are too sensitive. I must report this to the chief. Please wait here. With that, Wang Yuan hurried away. Only Zhao Jiran turned her head with a look of deep resentment and whispered. They didn't even ask my name. Ha ha ha. Jiang Che couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wang Yuan had left quickly, and he returned just as swiftly, only now he was accompanied by another middle-aged couple. The man wore the Spirit Control Bureau uniform, tall and imposing with an authoritative demeanor. The woman also wore a uniform, but on her, it resembled a short skirt, accentuating her figure in a strikingly provocative way. Yet when Jiang Che looked at them, a flicker of recognition passed through his eyes. Are you truly Jiang and Luo from South City? The middle-aged man stepped forward excitedly, introducing himself. I am Zhang Ling, chief of the Spirit Control Bureau's airport branch. I extend my deepest gratitude for your heroic intervention at the airport, eliminating 2 void insects that had infiltrated the human world. Director Zhang, hello. Jiang Che stood up and greeted him in return. Zhang Ling was very warm and immediately had someone escort Jiang Che and his companions out of the interrogation room and into his office. Upon learning that Jiang Che and his companions were heading to Tianshu Academy to enroll, he nodded repeatedly, offering to personally dispatch a vehicle to escort them if needed. He also mentioned that they had already applied for rewards from higher-ups, which could be delivered directly to the academy in a couple of days. Jiang Che and the others found this somewhat amusing yet awkward. They politely declined the offer of a vehicle escort for now. As for the rewards, that was entirely up to the Spirit Control Bureau. They could handle it however they saw fit. After their conversation concluded, Jiang Che and his companions prepared to depart. But just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Immediately afterward, a young man and woman entered. This pair appeared to be around the same age as Jiang Che and his companions. The man was handsome and spirited, even more striking than Jiang Che himself. The woman accompanying him was also very beautiful. Tall and slender with delicate features, her eyes held a deep, haunting blue that lent her an air of cool detachment. The moment he saw them, Jiang Che's footsteps halted abruptly, a flicker of excitement darting through his own eyes. Bro! I'm back. Dad, Mom, what's going on? Why did you lock the office door? The young man asked with a smile as soon as he stepped inside. You two old birds can't be that desperate, can you? It's broad daylight, you know? Hearing this, Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran both froze. Their eyes widened. What? Is this coming from the sun? Oh, so this is what they call filial piety that makes everyone burst out laughing? Only Jiang Che managed a wry smile after a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This bastard. Turns out he's always been this infuriating. Shut up. Zhang Ling snapped back irritably. What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see there are outsiders here? You have no manners whatsoever. How did I end up with a son like you? The boy didn't get angry after being scolded. Instead, he kept grinning cheekily and said, Hey, bro, why are you getting so worked up? The phrase good buddy sent Zhang Ling's forehead veins bulging with rage. He raised his hand to strike. You good for nothing brat. Dad. Zhang Hao scrambled to dodge. He called out with a playful grin. There are outsiders here. Give me some face, show me some respect. Only then did Zhang Ling withdraw his hand, snorting heavily. What a disgrace to the family. The girl standing nearby remained expressionless, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Seeing his father's anger subside, Zhang Hao turned to Jiang Che and the others with a grin. Brothers, I'm Zhang Hao. This is my wife, Xia. If anyone gives you trouble around Airport Road, just drop our names, it'll definitely work. Jiang Che's lips curved upward, torn between laughter and tears. But a flicker of nostalgia passed through his eyes. That's right. He knew Zhang Hao. Or more accurately, he had known Zhang Hao before his rebirth. He was his teammate. He had once held a promising future, yet it was shattered by Liu Ruyan's reckless pursuit of glory. The mission had been completed, and the higher-ups had already issued the retreat order. But Liu Ruyan, driven by ambition and recklessness, insisted on pushing deeper into the insect nest. Ultimately, she was surrounded by a massive swarm of high-tier insectoids and trapped in a deadly situation. With no other choice, Jiang Che led his three brothers into the nest to rescue Liu Ruyan. Yet this unexpected action also caused Zhang Hao's beast girl, the aloof girl standing before him now, Xia, to be killed in the process. Zhang Hao survived. He refused to contract with any other companion. Ultimately, he fell back to being an ordinary human and perished during a counterattack by the insectoid forces. Chapter 91, The Shock of Qin Kaishan, commander of the Ironblood Corps. Recalling the events of his previous life, all those heroic souls. For the sake of humanity, they poured their lives in fervent passion into the void battlefield, into the fight against the insectoid race. Jiang Che clenched his fists tightly. Reborn once more. He was determined to prevent these tragedies from repeating. Hello, I'm Jiang Che. Jiang Che extended his hand. These two are Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran. Wow. Two beautiful ladies. Zhang Hao immediately exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm. At that moment, even though Jiang Che knew exactly what kind of person this guy was, he couldn't help but want to punch him. That guy's mouth. It was truly despicable. Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran politely shook hands with Zhang Hao, while Xie, standing nearby, remained arms crossed, not moving an inch. It wasn't until Zhang Ling pulled Zhang Hao aside and whispered about Jiang Che and the other's background. After hearing it, Zhang Hao suddenly gasped. What? It's them! This exclamation instantly drew everyone's gaze toward him. Zhang Hao hurried back to Jiang Che's side, his expression now a mix of shock and admiration. Brother Jiang Che, so you're the SSS-tier Spirit Tamer from South City? And this Miss Luo must be the divine tier beast maiden, the fire Qilin? Xia, who had remained expressionless throughout. Now, she too looked at Jiang Che and his companions with astonishment, her icy face showing its first hint of emotion. She was utterly astonished. Regarding Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. For certain reasons, despite the military's deliberate suppression of the news, it remained impossible to contain. Jiang Che smiled faintly and said, Yes, it's us. Oh my god. Zhang Hao dramatically clutched his chest. What kind of dog luck did I walk into to actually meet the legendary geniuses? Oh, and my old man mentioned you guys are heading to Tianshu Academy to enroll? To be honest, Xie and I both got into Tianshu Academy too. So we might actually be classmates someday. He grabbed Jiang Che's hand again, his face brimming with excitement. Brother Jiang Che, you'll have to look out for us at the academy, okay? Zhang Hao, didn't you just say you guys would look out for us? We can look out for each other, look out for each other. Seeing his expression, which looked like he was begging to be taken care of, everyone present couldn't help but chuckle. Even Xie, who had remained as cold as ice, couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up. A smile appeared. Watching his son's pathetic display, Zhang Ling shook his head helplessly. Enough. Stop embarrassing yourself. Before long, Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and Zhao Jiran took their leave once more, departing the Spirit Taming Bureau. Standing on the street outside the Spirit Taming Bureau, Jiang Che glanced at his watch and suggested, Let's find a place to stay for the night first. We'll report to the Celestial Pivot Academy tomorrow. Zhao Jiran nodded in agreement. Luo Xiaoke, however, instantly frowned. You too. Don't pick on me.
100 kilometers outside the southwest city walls lay a ruined city. By now, this place had already transformed into a military camp. Towering walls encircled the perimeter, guard towers bristled with heavy psionic weapons, and fully armed patrols scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Inside the command tent at the camp's center, a tall, rugged-looking middle-aged general clad in a green military overcoat leaned over a strategic map spread across the table. He, Qin Kaishan, the iron-blooded general of the 1st Corps, Southwest Military District. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the tent. Reporting to the general. A soldier lifted the tent flap, snapped to attention, and saluted. Lieutenant Qin and the others have returned. Upon hearing this, Qin Kaishan immediately straightened up, a smile flashing across his face as he said, "Let them in." Moments later, Qin Zhan entered the tent with his wife Jean Linger, standing at attention and calling out, "General! We're back." Seeing the two return covered in dust and fatigue, Qin Kaishan's face broke into a smile. How did the 2-month break feel? Qin Zhan stood tall, his voice booming. It was quite good. I feel full of energy now, and... As he spoke, Qin Zhan turned to look at Jean Linger beside him. After exchanging a knowing smile, he declared aloud, "We've both advanced to level 2 Spirit Masters. Broken through? Excellent." Qin Kaishan laughed heartily. "We've been suppressing our cultivation for that mission lately, but now we've finally caught up. Hurry up and break through to level 3 so I can entrust you with important tasks." Qin Zhan, however, gave a wry smile. "General, compared to that kid, our cultivation is nowhere near his level." At the mention of that kid, Qin Kaishan's smile faded slightly. "Those two aren't ordinary people. Don't compare yourselves to them, you'll only end up crushing your confidence." Qin Zhan shook his head helplessly. "We know that, of course. But sometimes, it just feels like the heavens are so unfair. Is talent really that crucial?" When they first met, Jiang Che and Luo Shouka still looked like high schoolers who had just started cultivating, yet they had already reached the peak of level 1. But now? They had only recently broken through to level 2, yet Jiang Che and his group were already at level 3, even preparing to break through to level 4. How could this not make one feel utterly defeated? Not long ago, Linger and I saw them again. I heard Luo Shouka is already preparing to push for level 4. Level 4? Qin Kaishan was instantly stunned. That fast? Jean Linger and Qin Zhan nodded simultaneously, their expressions both complex. Just then, Jean Linger suddenly remembered something and hurriedly spoke up. "General, there's one more matter I must report to you." Qin Kaishan furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Jean Linger and Qin Zhan exchanged a glance before solemnly stating, "Jiang Che seems a bit off." Qin Zhan took up the thread, his voice tinged with disbelief. "More than strange, he's downright twisted." Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhan added, "He's contracted another god-tier mecha girl." "What?" Qin Kaishan was stunned once more. "Another god-tier contract spirit? How is that even possible? Where did all these god-tier contract spirits come from?" Inside the tent, the air seemed to freeze solid. Qin Kaishan's weathered face twitched with utter shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Never mind whether a spirit tamer could even contract 2 spirits. But 2 god-tier contract spirits? That's just absurd. Do you think god-tier contract spirits grow on trees? Jean Linger hesitated before adding. And that newly contracted god-tier mecha girl rumor has it she's Zhao Jiran, the daughter of the southern city lord. Qin Kaishan snapped his head up, his eyes flashing with intensity. Zhao Yanlong's daughter? Isn't his daughter a domestic robot? Chapter 92, Qin Qing, the Godly Weapons Group's beautiful CEO. Qin Kaishan was stunned. For a moment, he was speechless. As an old acquaintance who shared high-ranking military positions with Zhao Yanlong, he knew Zhao Jiran's situation all too well. Back then, many had privately mocked Zhao Yanlong. A tiger father begets a dog daughter. How could she suddenly become a god-tier mecha girl? This can't be. Qin Kaishan paced unconsciously within the tent. Lost in thought. The information he'd received today was overwhelming. Whether it was Jiang Che defying convention by contracting 2 spirit companions, or the revelations about Zhao Jiran, had left Qin Kaishan utterly stunned. Just then, Qin Zhan and Jean Linger exchanged a glance. Qin Zhan stepped forward and spoke up. "General, why don't you call and ask yourself?" A flicker crossed Qin Kaishan's eyes. Right. What good would overthinking this do? Better to just call and ask directly. He abruptly halted his steps, grabbed the military communicator from the desk, and dialed Zhao Yanlong's private number directly. Zhao Yanlong's cheerful voice came through the receiver almost immediately. "General Qin. Ha ha ha, what brought you to call me?" "Lord Zhao, I need your advice on something." Qin Kaishan got straight to the point. "Your daughter, Zhao Jiran. How is she doing now?" Silence fell instantly on the other end of the communicator, as if only Zhao Yanlong's breathing could be heard. That breathing sounded heavy. So heavy that Qin Kaishan could almost be certain. The next moment, Zhao Yanlong's voice broke the silence. "Where did you hear this?" "My son said he saw it with his own eyes."
Qin Kaishan replied in a deep voice. Has she become a god-tier mecha girl now? Another silence fell. Yes. Finally, Zhao Yanlong gave the affirmative reply. Indeed, he has successfully evolved into a god-tier mecha maiden. Boom. Qin Kaishan's body trembled violently, and he couldn't help but exclaim. This can't be possible. I find it impossible too.
Zhao Yanlong's voice carried a complex mix of emotions. Since the path of Spirit Tamer cultivation was first forged, no one has ever been known to fundamentally alter a contract spirit, yet he has done it.
Is it Jiang Che?
Yes.
Jiang Che.
Qin Kaishan repeated the name, his gaze growing profound. So my son was right, your daughter has now become his contract spirit.
And he broke convention by contracting more than one spirit? General Qin, even.
I heard from Jiang Che that he can still bind one more.
Whoa!
Qin Kaishan was utterly stunned.
One more? 3? Ordinary spirit masters can only contract one spirit. But this guy can contract 3? And it seems he possesses the ability to transform ordinary contracted spirits into divine tier contracted spirits. This is utterly terrifying. Is he even human? Is he even a spirit tamer?
Lord Zhao, could you share some more specific details?
Certainly. It took another long while before the call finally ended.
Qin Kaishan set down the communicator, his expression too vivid for words.
And all of this.
Qin Zhan and Jean Linger both watched from where they stood.
General? Qin Zhan couldn't help but ask. What exactly is going on?
Qin Kaishan took a deep breath, his voice low and solemn.
You're both right. That is Zhao Yanlong's daughter. As for that kid Jiang Che. He paused here.
Qin Kaishan paused, as if choosing his words carefully, before slowly continuing.
That kid's got issues. Serious trouble.
The ability to help an ordinary spirit riding body evolve into a god tier 1.
Inside the tent.
Silence hung heavy, broken only by the faint echo of patrol soldiers' footsteps outside. Qin Zhan and Jean Linger exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and complexity. Though Jiang Che had mentioned something similar during their previous meeting, they hadn't dared to pry further.
Then,
Qin Zhan suddenly grabbed Jean Linger's hand with excitement.
Doesn't that mean Linger can evolve too?
At his words, hope flickered in Jean Linger's eyes.
Who wouldn't want to become a god-tier being? Who wouldn't want to possess even greater power?
But Qin Kaishan slowly shook his head.
No.
I heard from Zhao Yanlong that it seems only by becoming his contracted partner can one be evolved. The two instantly deflated, their shoulders slumping.
True. Qin Zhan sighed bitterly. Nothing ever comes that easy.
But, Qin Kaishan suddenly changed the subject. Zhao Yanlong also mentioned that Jiang Che seems capable of contracting a companion.
What? Qin Zhan and Jean Linger exclaimed in unison. Throughout history, every spirit tamer could only contract one companion in ironclad rule. Not only could Jiang Che contract 2, but a third one?
This is utterly defying the heavens. Qin Zhan muttered to himself, utterly astonished. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Qin Zhan's breathing quickened.
Father, what about my sister? At that moment, he no longer addressed him as general.
Instead, he addressed Qin Kaishan as father.
That's right. Qin Zhan was indeed Qin Kaishan's biological son. Qin Kaishan snapped his head up. You mean Xiao Qing? Jean Linger realized it too. Yes, father. Sister actually yearned to become a spirit tamer too. Few people knew.
Qin Kaishan actually had another biological daughter named Qin Qing.
However, Qin Cheng's aptitude wasn't particularly strong, merely below average.
She awakened an ordinary long sword, the woodcutter's blade. Sword technique, triple wave. Truthfully, for sword maidens, even ordinary ones like Qin Qing could secure numerous spirit master contracts. After all, the sharpness of a sword speaks for itself. Yet as Qin Kaishan's daughter, Qin Qing was simply too proud. Since she couldn't become a powerful sword maiden dominating the void battlefield, she was content to live as an ordinary person and achieve greatness in the world of mortals. Thus, she rejected all spirit masters' advances. In the mortal realm, she founded a company and rapidly rose to prominence, capturing a significant market share across Southwest City. She became a renowned powerhouse. A beautiful CEO. Her company was named Divine Weapon Group. Primarily handling military crystal processing contracts, it focused on researching combat techniques for various beast girls and methods to enhance the physical strength of sword maidens. In truth, Shinbing Group's research focus revealed that Qin Qing had never abandoned her quest for greater strength. Over the years, she may have achieved some results. But since she had never entered into any contracts, no one knew exactly how far their research had progressed. Listening to his son and daughter-in-law, Qin Kaishan fell deep in thought. Then he looked up and said, Qin Zhan, Jean Linger. Present. The two immediately snapped to attention, their expressions solemn. I am now assigning you new tasks. The two froze, utterly bewildered. Take my handwritten orders and proceed immediately to the Southwest Academy. You will serve as tactical instructors at the Military Spirit Academy. Keep a close eye on Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and Zhao Yuran.
Not a single thing must happen to them. If danger arises, you may sacrifice yourselves. Understood? Chapter 93. Take the contract spirit away, and let me have some fun with the other girl. Upon hearing the orders, Qin Zhan and Jean Linger both froze. Why go to the Southwest Academy? After a long moment, Qin Zhan finally snapped out of it and cautiously called out. Dad! Use your official title when addressing me at work. Qin Kaishan immediately stiffened his expression. Qin Zhan stiffened, straightening his posture as he declared in a clear voice. Reporting to the general, Jiang Che and the others likely won't be attending the Southwest Academy. What do you mean? They've been poached by the Tianshu Academy. Qin Zhan explained. I heard the admissions officer from Tianshu Academy personally went to South City and offered them extremely generous terms. Tianshu Academy? Qin Kaishan froze for a moment. Then he waved his hand dismissively. That old fox is quite the schemer. Caught Southwest Academy off guard this time, huh? We'll have quite the spectacle to watch once classes start in a few days. News of the SSS-tier talent and God-tier beast girl enrolling at Southwest Academy had already spread far and wide. Southwest Academy had already made all the necessary preparations for welcoming new students. But now Tianshu Academy had stolen their thunder, keeping it under wraps all along, clearly aiming to humiliate Southwest Academy. But none of this concerned him. Then go to Tianshu Academy. I was actually worried your abilities wouldn't qualify you for the Military Spirit Academy anyway. Qin Kaishan waved his hand dismissively. Qin Zhan opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. But General, we're only at level 2. How could we possibly protect them? Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke were nearly level 4, while they were only level 2. If real danger came, who would protect whom? Besides, what kind of danger could possibly lurk within the academy? Shut up. Qin Kaishan blared. Just go when I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense. Seeing this, Jean Linger immediately spoke up loudly. Yes, General. We'll go prepare right away. Hey. Qin Zhan tried to say something more, but Jean Linger dragged him out of the tent by force. As soon as they stepped outside, Qin Zhan couldn't help but complain. Linger, why are you dragging me? We're only level 2 going to protect Jiang Che, who's at the peak of level 3. Isn't that just embarrassing ourselves? Jean Linger rolled her eyes. You're so clever, didn't your dad think of that? Do you really think they're sending us to protect him? Qin Zhan looked utterly bewildered. Then what? Dumb. Jean Linger shook her head helplessly. If you hadn't gone to Tianshu Academy, how would your sister have met Jiang Che? Or should Dad personally go tell Jiang Che that my eldest daughter is great and ask if he'd consider her? Qin Zhan's eyes widened instantly. After a long moment, he managed to blurt out. Holy. The next day. Early in the morning. Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and Zhao Yuran checked out of the hotel and took a car to Tianshu Academy, located in the central area of Southwest City. Gazing at the magnificent architecture before them and the modern, urban-style teaching buildings within, both girls felt a surge of excitement. Even Jiang Che, who had not attended Tianshu Academy in his previous life, felt a sense of curiosity toward this institution, the second most prestigious academy in the region, second only to Southwest Academy. At the academy's entrance, the towering gatehouse bore the 4 gilded characters Tianshu Academy, standing out strikingly. Wow! Luo Xiaoke looked up at the soaring gate, her voice filled with excitement. This place is way more impressive than our Nanchang No. 1 high school. After all, Nanchang No. 1 high school is just a secondary school. It can't compare to a top-tier academy. Zhao Yuran couldn't help but admire it too. But Tianshu Academy truly lives up to its reputation as one of the finest institutions in the Southwest province. It's quite grand. Jiang Che smiled and nodded in agreement with the girl's remarks. He then glanced around. He walked toward the security booth at the academy's entrance and politely inquired. Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to the admissions office? The security guard was a middle-aged man. After glancing at the 3 of them, he pointed toward a nearby red building and said, It's over there. Are you new students this year? Yes, we are. Yes, thank you. Jiang Che nodded in gratitude. Just as the 3 were about to head toward the red building, suddenly, a deafening roar of engines grew louder from the distance. A sleek, all-black sports car screeched to a halt, skidding to a stop right in front of them, its tires squealing against the pavement. Ah! Luo Xiaoke jumped in fright, instinctively grabbing Jiang Che's arm. Zhao Yuran frowned. His expression darkened. The next moment, the car door flapped upward like a wing. A boy who looked 18 or 19 but with dyed white hair stepped out of the car. The boy looked incredibly cool. Not only did he have bleached white hair, but his ears were pierced with a row of studs and his arms were covered in exaggerated tattoos. His entire being radiated an aura of wild, edgy, cool, and utterly badass. Hey, new student? What are you doing at school so early? Don't tell me you've got nowhere to stay? The guy tilted his head, sizing out the trio with a mix of scrutiny and mockery. Suddenly, his gaze settled on Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Yuran. His eyes lit up as he remarked, "Whoa, not bad looking."
Seeing this, Jiang Che frowned slightly and discreetly shielded the two girls behind him.
"What do you want?"
The boy grinned at Jiang Che.
"Bro, are these the new freshmen this year?" Jiang Che didn't respond, his gaze cold and indifferent.
But the boy across from him didn't seem to mind, continuing to speak as if to himself. "My name's Renhu, also a freshman this year." As he spoke, Renhu pointed to the sports car behind him and grinned.
"See my ride? I'm got connections here at the academy, you know."
He rubbed his hands together, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Yuran.
"Here's the deal, which one of these two chicks is your contract spirit? You can take her. And leave the other one for me to have some fun with, how about that?"
At these words, the expressions of all three changed abruptly.
Jiang Che's eyes turned icy cold. "What did you say?"
Ron, who still grinned recklessly.
"You take your contract spirit with you, and leave the other girl for me to have some fun with. How about it?"
"But I won't play with your girl for free, bro. Just drop my name whenever you need something done around campus."
"I can't stand it anymore." Zhao Yuran suddenly roared in fury.
In the next instant, she shot forward like an arrow, landing a heavy punch squarely on Renhu's face.
Thud.
Caught off guard, Renhu stumbled back several steps, clutching his instantly swollen cheek with a twisted expression.
How dare you hit me?" Just then,
the sports car door opened again, and a girl clad in black leather emerged. The moment he saw her, Renlong immediately pointed at Zhao Yuran and shouted,
"Get her! Daring to hit me? Looks like you don't want to survive in this academy anymore."
Without a word, the girl initiated her transformation. Her body swiftly covered in metallic armor, transforming in an instant into a slender mechanical warrior.
Simultaneously, her arms underwent rapid transformation. They became a gaping cannon barrel, beginning to charge energy. It was a mecha maiden. And one of the same type as Zhao Yuran. "You're asking for it." Zhao Yuran snorted coldly, completing her transformation in an instant. Chapter 94, "You mean? You contracted two contract spirits at the same time?" After that cold snort, Zhao Yuran instantly completed her transformation. In her Valkyrie of the End form, wielding a broadsword, she advanced instead of retreating against the psychic cannon fired by the mechanical battle maiden. Boom! The psychic cannon roared toward her.
The Valkyrie of the End swung her blade to parry. The blade collided with the energy cannon, erupting in a blinding flash of light. She had actually blocked the psychic cannon with just her sword.
The next instant,
she thrust forward with all her might, tilting the broad blade slightly to cleave the energy cannon clean in two with a single stroke.
Boom! Bang bang bang!
The severed energy cannon exploded on both sides, sending shockwaves rippling outward that sent Renhu and the mecha warrior reeling backward. Renhu, already frail, coughed up blood and stumbled backward, crashing to the ground. You. Renhu was utterly terrified. Staring at the Valkyrie of the End before him, his voice trembled.
"Who the hell are you?" His mecha was already formidable, ranking among the top in his high school.
This had made him arrogant, convinced he was invincible among his peers. But today, he'd only come to the academy to take a look. He encountered this freak. Both were level 2.
Almost instantly defeated.
And the opponent was wielding a sword. The Valkyrie of the End slowly advanced, looking down on him as she spoke.
"Now you're scared?"
Renlong's face twisted in agony, his voice trembling.
You're ruthless." But the next moment,
the Valkyrie of the End placed the broadsword capable of blocking psionics cannons against his throat and began to gesture.
The blade pressed down just slightly. A shallow cut appeared on Renlong's neck.
The icy touch and the stinging pain at his throat made him shudder. Renlong shuddered violently, his soul nearly leaving his body.
What do you want?" "Let me tell you, my father is a leader at Tianshu Academy.
If you dare kill me here, not only will you never set foot in the academy, but you'll be hunted down." At the same time, the mechanical warrior lying nearby resumed human form, clutching her chest as she stood up.
"This is the street. If you dare kill someone here, you'll be hunted down too. No one escapes."
As she spoke these words,
the leather-clad girl's gaze toward Zhao Yuran brimmed with a peculiar light.
Both were battle maidens.
Yet she was so much stronger than him? "Yuran, forget it."
Jiang Che approached, holding Luo Xiaoke's small hand as he spoke slowly.
"They're right. Killing someone here would be troublesome."
The Valkyrie of the End snorted coldly, sheathing her broadsword. Her form flickered, and she resumed the appearance of Zhao Yuran. Without so much as a glance at Renlong, they walked straight toward the red building in the distance. Behind them, Renlong clutched the wound on his neck, his eyes filled with venom.
"You'll pay for this." Inside the red building, Jiang Che and his two companions were guided by staff to the admissions office.
Upon opening the door, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke both froze. They were utterly astonished.
"Professor Ku? Teacher Fu?"
Seated behind the desk were none other than Ku Cheng, the very person who had come to recruit students in Nanchang, and his wife, Fu Shishir. Upon seeing the three, Ku Cheng and Fu Shishir rose with delight.
"Jiang! Luo! Why did you arrive so early? We were just discussing when you might show up. Mr. Ko, Ms. Fu, so it's you two here. That makes things much easier. Jiang Che added with a smile. The three of them then walked into the office together. No sooner had they sat down than Luo Xiaoke couldn't help but smile and say, Teacher Fu, here's the thing. One of our sisters also wants to join Tianshu Academy, but she doesn't have a college entrance exam record. So she'd like to come for an interview assessment. No college entrance exam record? Ko Chang and Fu Shishir exchanged a glance. Then, they immediately nodded warmly and said, Then welcome. The next moment. Both turned to look at Zhao Jiran. It must be said that Zhao Jiran possessed truly outstanding looks. Especially those long, slender legs, they were stunning to behold. Even Ms. Fu Shishir, being a woman herself, couldn't help but pause in her tracks upon seeing Zhao Jiran. But quickly, they both wore puzzled expressions. Excuse me, student, where is your spirit tamer? Only Zhao Jiran was present. Where was the spirit tamer? Surely they couldn't expect the contracted spirit to come alone if the spirit tamer didn't show up? Faced with this question, Zhao Jiran merely shot Jiang Che a peculiar look. Jiang Che scratched his nose and explained. Teacher Ko, it's like this, our situation is a bit special. Jiran, she's also my contracted partner. What? The moment those words left his mouth, both of them gasped simultaneously, their expressions utterly stunned. You mean, you've contracted two spirit companions at the same time? Teacher Fu stammered, utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Che nodded. Yes. Teacher Ko's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Since the spirit tamer system was established, there has never been a precedent like this. But now there is. Jiang Che remained calm. The office fell instantly silent. Both teachers wore expressions that were both peculiar and utterly captivating. Fu Shishir was the first to recover. She looked at the three of them, took a deep breath, and said, So, Jiang, does that mean both Luo and this student are now your contract partners? Yes. Jiang Che nodded. I know this might be hard for you to accept, but that's the reality. I suppose my talent is a bit unique. This was the explanation Jiang Che had prepared long ago, attributing everything to his SSS-tier talent. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, teachers Ku and Fu exchanged a glance. It seemed the only plausible explanation. But this matter, we still need to report it to the principal. Teacher Fu stated directly. Ko Chang nodded in agreement. Yes, this is crucial. Hold on a moment, I'll contact the principal right away. He fumbled for the communicator on his desk and dialed a number. Principal, it's me, Ko Chang. That student Jiang Che from Nanchang has arrived, and he... Ko Chang's voice trembled with overwhelming excitement. He's contracted two spirit companions at the same time. A loud crash echoed from the other end of the communicator as if something had been knocked over. Immediately after, a booming voice echoed. What? Hold on, I'm coming right over. After hanging up, Ko Chang wiped the sweat from his forehead. The principal said he's coming over immediately. On the other side, Jiang Che and the others exchanged glances, each feeling a bit helpless. Luo Xiaoke couldn't help but mutter under her breath. This is going to cause a stir again. Zhao Jiran also looked helpless. Isn't this a bit too flashy? Jiang Che smiled faintly, taking both their hands in his, one on each side. It's fine. We'll go public sooner or later anyway. Chapter 95, God Tier again. Not long after. The admissions office door burst open. Three figures burst in, rushing in with great urgency. Leading the way was an elderly man. Though his hair was snow white, he appeared remarkably vigorous, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Behind him followed two middle-aged men. One wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a refined, scholarly demeanor. The other had short hair and a sharp, efficient demeanor. Both were dressed in formal suits. Their presence at this hour clearly marked them as high-ranking officials from Tianshu Academy. Principal, vice principal, director. Upon seeing the trio, Ko Chang and Fu Shishir immediately rose to greet them. The elderly man leading the group waved dismissively, his gaze fixed directly on Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang. Haha, I've seen your photo. Truly a heroic youth. Jiang Che, accompanied by Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran, also rose quickly and respectfully addressed him. Principal Xiao. This elder bore the surname Xiao. He was the principal of Tianshu Academy. Even in his previous life, Jiang Che had known him and held genuine respect for the old man. As the headmaster of Tianshu Academy, he had cultivated countless powerful individuals for the human race, shedding blood and achieving great feats on the battlefield of the void. Indeed. Principal Xiao scrutinized Jiang Che with an appreciative gaze. Then, turning to Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran beside him, he inquired gently. Now then, might I witness your combat forms? Both girls turned their heads simultaneously, looking at Jiang Che. Jiang Che nodded. The two girls responded in unison. Certainly. The next moment, blazing flames erupted alongside metallic radiance.
The entire admissions office was bathed in two starkly contrasting hues, like ice and fire coexisting in the same space.
Roar! A fire qilin, engulfed in blazing flames, materialized instantly.
Everyone present who had never witnessed the fire qilin's form before stared wide-eyed, breath-catching in their throats.
And immediately after,
the Valkyrie of the End, one hand wielding a gun and the other a sword, stood firm in the center.
Behind her, mechanical prosthetic wings unfolded, radiating a metallic glint and an intimidating aura. The entire office fell silent.
Was instantly plunged into silence once more, filled with awe. Every gaze was drawn to the Valkyrie of the End, eyes darting back and forth, breaths quickening, filled with utter disbelief. This. The vice principal, usually composed, spoke urgently. What kind of battle maiden is this? Principal Zhao, unable to hide his shock, turned to Jiang Che.
Mr. Jiang, what kind of battle maiden is this? And what grade is this battle maiden? Such a battle maiden
has never appeared in the history of spirit taming, so they had no way to judge. Facing these gazes, Jiang Che remained calm.
This is a god-tier mecha maiden. Her name is the Valkyrie of the End. God tier? Inside the office, a collective gasp filled the air.
Principal Zhao trembled all over with excitement. Another god tier, another god tier. Another god tier contract spirit.
My goodness.
At the same moment, the two women released their transformations and reverted to human form. Zhao Yuran stepped forward and asked politely.
Principal Zhao, may I ask if I am qualified to join your school?
Of course, absolutely.
Principal Zhao nodded repeatedly with excitement.
It would be an honor for Tianshu Academy to welcome such prodigies as yourselves. He turned to Jiang Che, his eyes sparkling with excitement.
Mr. Jiang, I have reviewed your circumstances.
While this breaks the conventions of spirit masters, since it is the reality, the Academy will naturally support you wholeheartedly.
The refined vice principal quickly chimed in.
Exactly. For geniuses of your caliber, our Academy has always placed the utmost importance. We will provide you with the finest cultivation resources and mentors. Principal Zhao pondered for a moment before continuing. However, whether it's the two contracts or the matter of the god-tier mecha maiden, if word gets out, it's bound to cause quite a stir. I suggest we temporarily withhold information about student Zhang's situation from the public.
Jiang Che nodded. I understand your concerns, Principal.
He had naturally considered this issue himself. While the news would be incredibly impressive and show-off, it would also bring him a lot of risks. Take the converts organization, for instance. They would inevitably place him at the top of their hit list. Those guys were like a sticky plaster once they latched on, it meant endless trouble.
How about this?
We'll create a special tutoring position just for Zhao. That way, Zhao can study and train alongside Jiang and the others without raising suspicions about her identity.
The vice principal suggested. Agreed.
Several heads nodded in unison.
The atmosphere in the office instantly brightened, with everyone wearing expressions of delight. Just then, someone's communicator suddenly rang, interrupting their conversation.
They all turned toward the sound. It was none other than the head of discipline, who had barely spoken since entering the room. He glanced at the group, his expression turning awkward.
Excuse me, I need to take this call. He answered the call.
As he listened to the words on the other end, his brow gradually furrowed.
In a low voice, he said, Hold on, I'll be out shortly.
Noticing the stares from the others, the dean hung up the communicator and sighed helplessly.
It's my good-for-nothing son. Seems he's gotten himself into some trouble. Principal Zhao chuckled. Principal Ran, I hear your son Xiaolong has also enrolled at our academy?
Yes. The vice principal chimed in with a smile. Your son Xiaolong shows quite a bit of talent.
It seems our school has many outstanding students this year.
Hearing these words, the dean of students wore a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with his son's performance. Meanwhile, Jiang Che and his two companions exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions oddly unsettled.
Principal Run? Son? Xiaolong? Could it be that the spoiled brat they encountered outside earlier wasn't lying? Did he really have a father who was a high-ranking official at the academy? And that father is this very principal standing before us?
Principal Zhao suddenly turned and said, By the way, Teacher Ku, since Jiang and the others have arrived, please arrange their dormitory accommodations promptly. Make sure they get larger rooms with better amenities.
Ku Cheng nodded hastily.
Yes. I'll take care of it immediately. Principal Zhao then turned to Jiang Che.
Jiang, how about we go for a walk together? Jiang Che nodded in agreement.
But as soon as they stepped out of the admissions office and into the lobby, they spotted a figure rushing toward them.
Dad!
The familiar voice made Jiang Che's lips twitch. He looked up.
Sure enough, it was that wildly cool and badass Renlong.
Only now, Renlong looked rather pitiful. His face was bruised and swollen, and a bandage was wrapped around his neck. He looked downright pitiful. But Jiang Che remembered Zhao Yuran hadn't hit him in the face earlier. Could it be that this guy deliberately punched himself a few times to get back at him? Seeing Renlong's pitiful state, Not just the dean of students, but even Principal Xiao and the others were utterly shocked. They hurriedly asked, "Xiao Long, what happened to you?" Chapter 96, A Good Man is Made Under the Rod. Upon hearing the inquiry, Ren Long was about to answer. But when he looked up, he saw Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke standing across from him. His face drained of color. Pointing at the three of them, he screamed in terror. "Dad, it's them. They tried to kill me. They threatened me, saying they'd beat me every time they saw me from now on. And yeah, got hurt by them too. Wah? Dad, please avenge me." At these words, everyone present froze, their eyes turning toward Jiang Che and the others. Zhao Jiran stepped forward, his voice cold as ice. "You have some nerve, twisting the truth like this. Right and wrong, do you want me to spell it out again?" Perhaps intimidated by Zhao Jiran's imposing presence, Ren Long's expression froze. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. Director Ren, who knew his son's temperament well, turned as dark as a pot bottom in an instant. He raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Smack! The sound of the slap echoed through the room. Ren Long was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. With great effort, he struggled to his feet. Clutching the rapidly swelling half of his face, he asked in disbelief, "Dad, why did you hit me?" Director Ren was furious beyond words. "Didn't you start this trouble yourself, stirring up trouble? Now you have the nerve to come here and twist the truth?" He strode forward and unleashed another barrage of punches and kicks on Ren Long. "I'll teach you to lie. You started trouble." Thump, thump, thump. Smack, smack, smack. Director Ren was no pushover either. Once he started fighting, his stance showed he wasn't treating Ren Long like his own son at all. Every punch landed with brutal force. Ren Long screamed in agony, clutching his head and scrambling away. Finally, Director Ren grabbed Ren Long by the hair and dragged him over. Another kick landed squarely on Ren Long's backside. "Get down on your knees." Thud. Ren Long, likely beaten into submission, knelt immediately before Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and Zhao Jiran. "Apologize. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have caused trouble or flirted with you." Ren Long opened his mouth and started apologizing. This made Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and the other two feel rather awkward. They're all the same age, just a little disagreement. How did it come to him kneeling? The introverted Luo Xiaoke quickly stepped back and whispered, Forget it. It's really not a big deal. Dad." Ren Long quickly looked up at Director Ren with a pitiful expression. But Director Ren looked straight at Jiang Che. He knew full well that within the Spirit Tamer system, no matter how powerful or formidable a contracted spirit might be, the Spirit Tamer always held the dominant position. Therefore, Jiang Che's consent was absolutely essential. Besides, he had witnessed the formidable abilities of these three young people today. Jiang Che could contract 2 divine-tier contract spirits. His future achievements were destined to be extraordinary. Such a person absolutely could not be offended. That was precisely why he had acted with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. Feeling the other's gaze, Jiang Che offered a faint smile. "Director Ren. Since Ren Long has apologized and acknowledged his mistake, let's consider the matter settled." "Very well, Student Jiang, you're very magnanimous." Director Ren finally cracked a smile. The next moment, his expression turned stern again as he delivered another kick to Ren Long's backside, barking, "Didn't you hear me? Get up this instant. You're an absolute disgrace. Hurry up and clean up this mess. Do you even look like a student?" With that, he grabbed Ren Long by his snow-white hair and dragged him out. Stumbling along as he was dragged, Ren Long kept shouting, "Dad, slow down. Ow, 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 ow. Shut up." Director Ren delivered another sharp slap. "One more word, and I'll break your legs." Right there. Jiang Che and the others were once again left speechless. Principal Xiao and the others exchanged glances and sighed wryly. Director Ren's approach to disciplining children remains as fierce as ever. Zhao Jiran couldn't help but ask, "Principal, has Director Ren always been like this?" The vice principal pushed his glasses up his nose and sighed wryly. "You bet he is. I once saw Director Ren hang his son from a tree in the school stadium and beat him senseless." Luo Xiaoke gasped in disbelief. Then, how come Ren Long is still like this? She recalled seeing Ren Long outside the academy earlier. The guy had this cocky, cool as hell, badass vibe about him, hardly the look of someone under strict discipline. The academy's senior officials exchanged another look, glancing from one to another with obvious helplessness. Finally, Teacher Fu Shishir offered a quiet explanation. "The college entrance exams are over, so Director Ren must have eased up on the discipline." "Relaxed? He's gone wild?" It must be said, this does seem rather like Ren Long's style. Principal Xiao clapped his hands again at that moment. "Alright, enough of that. Teacher Ko, please take Xianjiang and the others to their dorms. Classes won't officially begin for a few more days, so take this time to rest well." Ko Chang nodded and turned to Jiang Che and the others, saying, "Now, Jiang, Luo, and Zhao, please follow me." The group finally left the hall and headed toward the dormitory area. Academy dormitory area. Upon arriving here, Jiang Che and his two companions faced their first separation since signing the contract.
After all, the academy could not implement a co-ed dormitory system.
Otherwise, the dormitory construction alone would pose a major problem.
We have to split up? Zhao Yuran voiced his reluctance.
Beside her, Luo Xiaoke remained silent, but her expression was equally filled with reluctance. Even though she often got picked on by both of them, especially that troublemaker Jiang Che when they hung out together, the thought of being separated from Jiang Che now left Luo Xiaoke wondering how she'd even sleep at night. When she turned over, without that warm hug, would she have to tuck herself in alone?
Jiang Che smiled as he ruffled their hair. We're only sleeping apart at night. We'll still be together during the day.
Teacher Ku Cheng chimed in with a smile.
The academy has weekly breaks, so you'll have plenty of time to hang out.
Besides, we're all together during classes and training anyway, so it won't make much difference. Teacher Fu Shishir chimed in reassuringly. The girls' dorms are quite nice, 4 to a room, much more spacious than the boys' dorms.
All right then. After watching the two girls follow Teacher Fu Shishir into the girls' dormitory, Jiang Che finally followed Teacher Ku Cheng to the boys' dormitory.
Along the way, Teacher Ku Cheng enthusiastically introduced the academy's structure. Our Tianshu Academy is divided into 4 faculties: the Beast Spirit Faculty, the Machine Spirit Faculty, the Plant Spirit Faculty, the Sword Spirit Faculty, and the Spirit Faculty. These correspond to the 4 types: Beast Maidens, Machine Maidens, Plant Maidens, and Blade Maidens. As for the Spirit Academy, it was established separately because there are relatively few spirit masters specializing in undead and spirits, and these two fields share some similarities. Chapter 97, Even in death, you must ensure their safety. Jiang Che listened attentively, nodding along in agreement. He already knew all this information, but he didn't want to offend the teacher's goodwill.
Soon, they arrived at the 6th floor of the boys' dormitory.
Teacher Ku Cheng pointed to the dozen or so rooms lining the corridor and began. Unlike the 8-person rooms on the lower 5 floors, the 6th floor consists entirely of 4-person dorms. These are specifically reserved for students with a level or higher talent.
Though it might feel like a slight given your talent, the academy currently lacks any SSS level single rooms? Jiang Che smiled and replied. It's fine. Any room will do.
That's how spirit masters operate. Strength reigns supreme.
And when all resources are equal, talent becomes paramount. Don't even mention fairness here. Talent? That's the ultimate fairness.
Hearing Jiang Che's words, Teacher Ku Cheng nodded with satisfaction before adding a reminder. By the way, Jiang, once classes resume in a few days and department assignments are made, you might encounter some complications. After all, you've contracted both a beast girl and a mecha girl simultaneously, a first in the academy's history.
Jiang Che pondered thoughtfully. How will the academy handle this? Assigning students to departments based on their contracted spirits is a common practice in many institutions.
The goal is to systematically teach, impart knowledge, and unlock the abilities of the contracted spirits you possess. Take beast girls, for instance. Beast girls require systematic training in combat techniques, including but not limited to agility, critical strikes, and other battle skills. Mecha girls also need to learn mechanical forging, modification, and battalion combat capabilities.
And so on and so forth. But what about Jiang Che?
He has both contracted beast girls and mecha girls, which makes things relatively complicated.
Well, Teacher Ku Cheng looked troubled.
This might require the principal's personal decision. As they spoke, the two had already reached the door of a dormitory.
Jiang Che glanced up. 606.
The number was auspicious.
Teacher Ku Cheng pulled out a key and unlocked the door. This is your dorm.
Your other 3 roommates haven't arrived yet, so you can pick your bed first.
They should be arriving one by one over the next few days.
The dorm was more spacious than expected, with 4 single beds arranged in the corners, leaving a communal area in the center.
Though simple, it was clean and tidy. Jiang Che chose the bed by the window.
Just as he set down his luggage, Teacher Ku Cheng's communicator buzzed.
What? Now? Teacher Ku Cheng frowned. All right, I'll be right over.
After hanging up, he apologized to Jiang Che.
Sorry, Jiang, the academy must have an urgent matter. Rest for now. I'll come pick you up for dinner. It's fine, Teacher Ku.
You should attend to your urgent matters first. After leaving the dormitory, Ku Cheng had barely reached the ground floor when he encountered his wife, Fu Shishir.
You got a call too?
Fu Shishir hurried up the stairs, asking curiously.
Ku Cheng nodded.
The principal suddenly called us in. Probably about Jiang Che's situation. The two hurried toward the administration building, speculating about the principal's intentions all the way. When they knocked on the principal's office door, they found it already filled with people. Principal Xiao, the vice principal, Director Rin, along with several deans and department heads.
Come in. Principal Xiao beckoned them in. Ku Cheng and Fu Shishir entered the office. No sooner had they sat down than Ku Cheng cautiously asked. Principal, is this about student Jian? Principal Xiao nodded, turning his gaze to Director Rin across the desk.
Director Rin, perhaps you should explain. Director Rin then rose with a solemn expression. When I returned earlier, I questioned that ungrateful son of mine in detail.
He recounted the exact circumstances that unfolded outside.
That student named Zhao Yu demonstrated exceptionally formidable combat prowess, absolutely god tier level, and moreover. At this point, Director Rin deliberately paused, then looked around the room and continued slowly. The true identity of this Zhao Yu is none other than the daughter of Zhao Yanlong, the city lord of Nanchang. A murmur of low whispers immediately filled the office. Several high-ranking officials exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unsure what this revelation meant. God tier mecha girl. What does that have to do with Zhao Yanlong's daughter? Noticing their expressions, Principal Xiao raised his hand to signal for silence.
Let me explain. You may not be familiar with Zhao Yanlong.
As he spoke, he retrieved a file from his drawer, opened it, and placed it on the table.
Zhao Yanlong's daughter is named Zhao Jiran.
This is her file from half a year ago. At the time, she awakened her contract spirit at Nanchang No. 13 Middle School.
Her spirit form identity is a domestic robot. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room.
Whispers erupted like a boiling pot.
What? A domestic robot? How is that possible? Didn't the vice principal say she was a god-tier robot? How did she become a domestic robot?
The gap between a domestic robot maid and an end-of-the-world Valkyrie was as vast as the heavens themselves.
How could this be?
Yet Principal Xiao passed the open documents around for everyone to review.
When Ku Cheng saw the black and white document, he snapped his head up in disbelief.
This is unbelievable.
Fu Shishir's eyes widened in shock. How is this even possible? Actually, I have another file here concerning Luo Xiaoke.
Principal Xiao retrieved another file, opened it, and placed it on the table.
At first, I simply thought the records contained errors.
But now it seems that's not the case at all. As the group passed around the second set of documents, their expressions changed dramatically once more. For the documents clearly stated, Luo Xiaoke, awakened as a fire-tailed raccoon girl.
And the fire-tailed raccoon is the most common type of beast girl form. Fire-tailed weasel and fire qilin.
The Beast Spirit Academy's principal muttered to himself. They're fundamentally two different species, utterly incomparable.
In the office, silence fell once more. Everyone was processing this information, utterly incredulous. Principal Xiao surveyed the room and said in a solemn voice, "Now you understand why I called you here, don't you?"
Heads lifted simultaneously, eyes flickering as they awaited the principal's instructions. This student, Jiang Che, is quite mysterious and far from ordinary. It's likely due to his SSS-tier talent abilities. He possesses capabilities beyond our comprehension, such as what you all witnessed just now. For such an exceptional talent, the Academy warrants special treatment. Therefore, I propose we adopt the most exceptional measures. All future records pertaining to Jiang Che shall be classified as Academy high secrets.
No one is permitted to disclose them. The Academy must also guarantee the personal safety of Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and Zhao Jiran. If necessary, even if it means sacrificing everyone present, their safety must be ensured at all costs. Furthermore, for the next 4 years, all Academy resources shall be unconditionally prioritized for Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and Zhao Jiran. Do you understand? Chapter 98, Freshman Gala explodes into a power assessment tournament. In the office.
In response to Principal Zhao's words, several teachers nodded in agreement. After all, in this world where strength reigns supreme, geniuses like Jiang Che deserve special treatment.
This wasn't hundreds of years ago. Fairness? It never existed in the face of the strong. However, the Dean of Beast Spirit Academy frowned and said,
I fear the other students might take issue with this. After all, this effectively means diverting resources meant for them to support Jiang Che and his two companions. The moment these words left his lips,
the office fell silent once more. Everyone exchanged glances, clearly realizing the issue only after being reminded. Even Principal Xiao furrowed his brow. He began to ponder. What should be done?
Just then, Teacher Ku Cheng paused for a moment before speaking up.
Why not just let Jiang Che and the others prove their worth?
Everyone froze, turning to look at him.
How exactly?
At the freshman assembly, have Jiang Che and the others prove they're stronger than everyone else. That should silence the gossip, right? Teacher Ku paused before speaking. The vice principal also looked pensive at this point. It'd be best if it were in the form of combat.
The Beast Spirit Academy dean's eyes lit up.
He slammed his hand on the table.
Then let's organize a grand gathering of heroes. Let the different departments engage in a real combat competition.
It'll also test the strength of this new batch of students.
Hearing the discussion, Principal Zhao's eyes also lit up. Excellent. That's a splendid idea. This year's freshman orientation will be something different.
Those annual singing and dancing performances are really quite dull.
Just then, Principal Zhao's communicator on the desk suddenly rang. The entire office fell silent as all eyes turned to Principal Xiao.
The call came from the academy's entrance. A military vehicle had arrived at the academy gates, and 2 lieutenants from the military were requesting to see him.
Principal Xiao frowned. Military personnel? Let them in.
Shortly after, Qin Zhan and Jean Linger strode into the office in crisp military uniforms, saluting everyone with a standard military salute.
Good day, Principal Xiao. Good day to you all. Principal Xiao studied the two men. May I ask what brings you here?
Qin Zhan pulled a document bearing the military headquarters seal from his breast pocket.
Please review this, Principal.
Principal Xiao took the document and read it carefully, his frown gradually smoothing out.
I see. So it appears the military has already made advance arrangements? Qin Zhan smiled as he replied.
Originally, if Jiang and Luo were to enter Southwest Academy, they would directly enter the Military Spirit Academy.
This was an arrangement set long ago. Military Spirit Academy? Surprise spread across the faces of everyone in the office.
The Military Spirit Academy is the military's cradle within Southwest Academy.
Graduates start at mid-level military positions. Unlike other academies or institutions,
they wouldn't have to start from the ground up.
This clearly demonstrated the military's high regard for Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Principal Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Then he said, I understand.
However, under normal placement procedures, both of you would only be assigned to teach at the Sword and Blade Academy.
If you wish to join other departments, you would likely only be able to serve as counselors. Are you willing to accept that?
Qin Zhan and Jean Linger exchanged a glance and nodded without hesitation.
Absolutely.
Principal Xiao smiled with satisfaction. He then closed the official document and handed it to them.
Very well, then it's settled. Teachers Ku and Fu, please escort the two officers to complete their onboarding procedures.
After the three departed, Principal Xiao surveyed the remaining group with a solemn expression. It seems Jiang Che and his group are far more important than we imagined. The military has even sent people to protect them covertly.
The vice principal also spoke with a thoughtful expression. Principal, do you think the military is also aware of Jiang Che's special abilities? Principal Xiao shook his head. Not certain.
But regardless, our academy must protect this prodigy. Effective immediately, all information concerning Jiang Che is classified as top secret.
The next 2 days.
Since the academy hadn't officially opened yet,
Jiang Che's dorm room remained occupied solely by him.
This, however, afforded him a few rare days of quiet solitude.
Every morning, he would train with Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran at the practice grounds.
Both girls were making rapid progress. Zhao Jiran, in particular, had fully mastered the combat techniques of the End Goddess.
Of course, training was training, but daily life couldn't be neglected.
Sometimes, when it grew late, Jiang Che would slip past the dorm supervisor's watchful eye and half-carry, half-drag the two girls back to the dormitory. The three of them would squeeze onto a single small bed.
That feeling.
It was like Jiang Che was the chicken patty sandwiched between two buns. Holding one in each hand, different sizes, yet equally soft and fragrant, made him thoroughly enjoy the experience. This routine lasted a full 3 days. By the third day, other students had begun trickling into the dormitory, and Jiang Che naturally couldn't continue behaving so recklessly.
On the 4th day,
when Jiang Che returned to the dorm after finishing training, he discovered the dorm door was wide open.
Someone here?
Jiang Che pushed the door open. He saw an unfamiliar boy bent over, tidying his bed. Hearing the movement, the boy turned around, and only then did Jiang Che get a clear look at his features. He wore black-rimmed glasses and had neatly trimmed short hair. Though his features were unremarkable, he carried himself with an air of quiet refinement.
Hello, I'm Wang Chong, from Sherman City.
The boy introduced himself to Jiang Che.
Wow. He looked so refined, yet that name was a stark contrast. Wang Chong. Jiang Che quickly stepped forward to shake his hand. Hello, I'm Jiang Che, from South City. Jiang Che? South City? Jiang Che from South City?
Wang Chong froze, then his face broke into a look of astonishment.
You're Jiang Che, the SSS-tier talent from South City? Jiang Che smiled. If there's no one else named Jiang Che, then it should be me. Holy crap.
Wang Chong, overcome with excitement, rushed forward.
I never imagined I'd end up roommates with the legendary top genius. Jiang Che chuckled at his enthusiastic reaction. Don't say that we're all classmates.
Realizing they'd only just met, Wang Chong scratched his head sheepishly.
I got too excited. By the way, Jiang, with your talent, shouldn't you be at Southwest Academy? Why did you end up at our Tianqiu Academy? The academy's teachers found me and asked me to come. Hearing this, Wang Chong's face lit up with envy. Wow. Jiang, do you have any idea how hard I worked just to get close to Tianqiu Academy? And you were actually personally invited by an academy teacher? Comparing people to each other is just infuriating. What about us ordinary folks? Are we supposed to just give up? The two quickly became close.
Chapter 99, Ancient Martial Plan, Li Kuang, Sword Heart.
Noon.
Wang Chong suggested they grab lunch at the cafeteria, and Jiang Che gladly agreed. The cafeteria wasn't crowded, mostly filled with freshmen who had arrived early.
Wang Chong led Jiang Che to a window seat where a girl was already seated. This is my roommate, Jiang Che. Wang Chong introduced excitedly. The genius Jiang Che with that SSS level talent from Nanchang.
At his words, the girl lifted her head, revealing a rather pretty, delicate face. Her skin was particularly fair, with almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and rosy lips. Though she wore only a simple white t-shirt, her ample cleavage was prominently displayed, rising and falling with each breath. Her denim shorts hugged her pert, rounded hips. Even sitting still, her waist was visibly slender, delicate enough to be grasped in one hand, radiating the youthful vitality unique to a young girl. Wow! Jiang Che. Hearing this, the girl quickly stood up and reached out her hand toward Jiang Che. Her movement caused her cleavage to sway, a dazzling expanse of white catching the eye.
Hello, I'm Zhao Yu, Wang Chang's contract partner.
Jiang Che quickly averted his gaze and shook her hand.
Hello. Immediately after, Zhao Yu examined Jiang Che with curiosity and asked, Jiang, where's your partner? Well, that is the god-tier beast girl Luo Xiaoke. After all, as fellow contract spirits, Luo Xiaoke piqued her interest far more. Just as Jiang Che was about to answer, when suddenly, Luo Xiaoke's familiar voice rang out beside him. Brother Che. The next moment, Luo Xiaoke rushed over like a whirlwind and threw herself into Jiang Che's arms. Wang Chong and Tao Yi both froze in shock. Staring at the adorable girl who had suddenly appeared before them, they couldn't possibly connect her to the divine tier beast girl. Xiaoke, there are other people here. Even Jiang Che felt a bit embarrassed at that moment. Luo Xiaoke finally pulled away, her pretty face flushed crimson. Ah. There are other people here. I didn't notice earlier. Jiang Che turned to introduce Luo Xiaoke to Wang Chong and the others. This is my contract partner, Luo Xiaoke. Holy crap, is she the legendary beast girl everyone's been talking about online? Tao Yi immediately rushed forward, grabbing Luo Xiaoke's hand. I can't believe I'm meeting a legendary beast girl in person. It must be said. There was a reason Tao Yi became Wang Chang's contract partner. Both shared that same easily startled personality. Luo Xiaoke was startled by Tao Yi's sudden enthusiasm. Her face flushed as she took a step back. It's not that exaggerated. How could it not be exaggerated? Tao Yi was so excited she was waving her arms about. A god-tier contract spirit. There are barely any in the entire history of humanity. At the same moment, Jiang Che turned to look toward the cafeteria entrance. Not seeing Zhao Jiran arrive yet, he asked in surprise. Xiao Ku, where's Jiran? Why hasn't she come? Luo Xiaoke turned her head and replied. Jiran said she wasn't hungry yet, so she didn't come. Jiang Che nodded thoughtfully. Lately, Zhao Jiran had indeed been dieting, claiming she wanted to lose weight. But as a spirit tamer, especially one with a contract spirit, her daily energy expenditure was enormous. Obesity was simply impossible for her. Still, Jiang Che understood perfectly well. Zhao Jiran's so-called weight gain was actually due to certain areas of her body seemingly undergoing secondary development lately, which troubled her greatly. She hoped to slow down the pace of this development through dieting. Jiran keeps saying her waist has gotten thicker lately. Luo Xiaoke continued. Honestly, I think her figure looks even better than before. I can't even imagine it. Tao Yi's eyes lit up at this. Jiran? Who's that? Jiang Che quickly cleared his throat to interrupt the topic. By the way, have you heard about the Freshman Association? Wang Chong chimed in immediately. Yeah, heard about it. They say this year's Freshman Association event is different from previous years. They're organizing a live combat tournament. Rumor has it the rewards are pretty generous. What kind of rewards? Luo Xiaoke's eyes lit up. The exact rewards aren't clear yet. Tao Yi lowered her voice. But I also heard that the Sword and Blade Academy has a prodigy from an ancient martial arts clan joining this year. Seems like they're determined to win the championship. An ancient martial arts clan? Jiang Che's eyes narrowed instantly. As mentioned earlier, Sword Maiden differs from other contract spirits. From the day of her awakening, she possesses a sword manual perfectly suited to her. The sword manual is cultivated by the spirit master. Only through their fusion could the Sword Maiden unleash her full potential. The existence of ancient martial arts clans, in essence, stems from these very manuals. The sword manuals of sword maidens can be passed down. However, many spirit masters, fearing their sword techniques might be deciphered by others, only reveal their manuals upon their death. Though this leads to the loss of many sword manuals. Yet many others have been preserved. These families have built their ancient martial arts dynasties upon these very manuals. The successors within these ancient martial clans, bolstered by the foundations of these sword manuals, naturally surpass other spirit masters in strength. The simplest example. Suppose you're both sword maidens. You know only one sword technique, while your opponent masters 2 or even 3. How would you fight? You'd be completely outmatched, right? This is precisely the extraordinary edge that sword spirit masters possess. To put it another way, it shares a similar principle to Jiang Che's current ability to contract multiple companions. Just as Luo Xiaoke was asking curiously what an ancient martial arts clan was, a commotion erupted at the cafeteria entrance.
A tall, muscular boy entered, accompanied by a curvaceous girl with short hair wearing ultra-short shorts, along with several hangers-on. The boy stopped at the cafeteria entrance.
After sweeping his gaze unabashedly around the room, he actually walked straight toward Jiang Che and his group.
Thud, thud, thud. His footsteps were heavy. Before long, the pair stood before Jiang Che and his friends. The boy looked down at Jiang Che with a hostile tone.
"You're Jiang Che?"
Jiang Che lifted his head, his expression calm. "What's up?" The man sneered coldly, cracking his neck with a loud pop as he twisted it back and forth, his demeanor brimming with arrogance.
"Heard you're pretty formidable? A God-tier artifact spirit SSS-tier talent, already at level 3? But you don't look so special now, do you?" Luo Xiaoke abruptly stood up. "What did you say? Little bean sprout, what do you think you're doing?"
The short-haired girl beside the boy also stepped forward.
She looked at Luo Xiaoke with contempt, utterly dismissive. "Thinking of throwing down? A bean sprout like you?
Even if you really turned into a fire qilin, you'd still be nothing but a paper tiger."
"You?" Luo Xiaoke seethed with anger.
Ever since Zhao Yuran appeared, she hated nothing more than having her figure criticized. Now this short-haired girl was practically breathing down her neck, mocking her.
Luo Xiaoke was on the verge of losing it. "What? Want to fight? We'll settle this at the freshman orientation. Think you can take all the academy's resources? Dream on." The boy sneered coldly. "Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, remember our names. My name is Li Kuang.
This is my sword spirit, Genshin."
Chapter 100. Not even the cargo ships at Southwest City Port could hold this much. Li Kuan lived up to his name. He was wildly reckless.
Jiang Che thus learned the man's identity, the Spirit Tamer, from that ancient martial arts clan.
But what did he mean about taking all the academy's resources? Jiang Che still couldn't quite wrap his head around it. After delivering his threat, Li Kuang and Jian Xian departed with their entourage of minions.
The four left behind at the table were left with grim expressions.
"So that's Li Kuang from the ancient martial arts clan?" Wang Cheng whispered.
"They say this guy also has SS-level talent and is being groomed as a top prospect in his ancient martial arts clan.
Don't be fooled by his current level 2 rank. But many third-level spirit masters aren't his match." Tao Yi looked at Luo Xiaoke with concern. "Xiaoke, this guy is tough to handle. You need to be careful."
In just a short while, the two girls had already bonded like sisters, which made Tao Yi deeply concerned.
But Luo Xiaoke waved it off nonchalantly. "It's fine. Unless he breaks through to level 3.
Otherwise, at the second-tier level, someone will naturally teach him a lesson." Wang Chong and Tao Yi exchanged puzzled glances, unable to decipher Luo Xiaoke's meaning. But Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke merely exchanged a knowing smile, offering no further explanation.
At the second-tier level, Zhao Yuran was practically unbeatable. After lunch, everyone returned to their respective dorm rooms. Jiang Che had just lain down, ready to rest.
The dorm door burst open. A young man nearly 2 meters tall stood at the doorway, dragging a suitcase. He was so tall his head nearly bumped the doorframe. Standing there like a small mountain, he radiated an overwhelming presence.
In stark contrast, the suitcase he dragged behind him looked like a tiny toy.
The young man paused at the doorway, not stepping inside immediately.
His gaze swept the room before locking onto Jiang Che.
He strode forward. As he drew near, he looked down at Jiang Che from above.
"I want this spot. Move your things." Jiang Che was taken aback. So brazen? This arrogant? Even more arrogant than Li Kuang, whom he'd encountered in the cafeteria at noon? He sat up abruptly on the bed and demanded, "You want to take my bed? Yeah, get lost." Without another word, the young man reached out to pull him. The next moment, Jiang Che's eyes narrowed sharply as the void bone forging technique surged through his body. Empowered by the void bone severing technique, he sat immovable on the bed like a towering mountain. The young man before him was stunned. He realized he couldn't budge the seemingly unremarkable boy at all. But in the split second he hesitated, Jiang Che abruptly rose. With just a shoulder thrust, he sent him crashing backward with a series of thuds. His back slammed against the bed frame behind him, producing a dull thud. "You!" The young man steadied himself, glaring at Jiang Che with a flash of ferocity in his eyes. "You dare to lay a hand on me? Wait till I teach you a lesson." With a furious roar, he lunged at Jiang Che once more. But Jiang Che merely sidestepped with a light movement, effortlessly evading the attack. Simultaneously, he extended both arms, grabbing the youth's shoulders and executing a solid shoulder throw in an instant. Another thud echoed as the youth crashed to the ground. But just as he screamed in pain and began to rise, Jiang Che flickered forward, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him before materializing instantly before the young man. Leg up. A knee strike. The young man was sent sprawling backward once more, unable to rise. The sequence flowed like water, smooth as silk, leaving Wang Chong beside him gaping in astonishment. "Holy!" Wang Chong muttered. "Brother Jiang, you're way too fierce." This sequence of moves and footwork was even more terrifying than those wielded by the spirit masters of the sword maidens. Especially that blink. He even left after images. Damn. Is this the true power of an SSS-tier talent?
The young man lay sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from his nose, his face frozen in utter disbelief.
Who are you?
Jiang Che clapped his hands and said casually.
Room 606, Jiang Che. Jiang Che?
The young man's eyes widened instantly.
You're that Jiang Che with the SSS-tier talent? Jiang Che didn't answer, merely gazing at him coldly. Now, are you still going to try to take my bed?
The young man shook his head hastily, scrambled to his feet with a sheepish look, wiped the blood from his nose, and dragged his luggage to the next available bed.
And because of this little incident,
the entire noon period remained unusually quiet. The tall youth even made sure to be extra quiet while making his bed, afraid the slightest noise might anger Jiang Che again.
This guy is a total freak. After the afternoon nap, Room 606 welcomed its fourth roommate. And the last one. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Huayan.
The new guy looked quite ordinary, wearing a gentle smile.
Jiang Che studied him discreetly.
Wang Huayan had an unremarkable appearance and average build, the kind of person who'd blend into a crowd and be impossible to spot. But Jiang Che knew very well. Everyone residing on the 6th floor dormitory where the genius's teacher spoke of individuals with cultivation talents rated at least A grade or higher.
This is Jiang Che, a genius with SSS level talent. Wang Chong introduced enthusiastically. I'm Wang Chong, a grade talent.
When Wang Huayan heard Jiang Che's name, his eyes lit up noticeably.
Mr. Jiang. I've long admired your reputation.
I never imagined I'd end up as your roommate. As the three exchanged pleasantries, the arrogant tall youth from earlier that afternoon pushed open the door. Spotting them gathered together, he snorted coldly and strode straight to his own bunk. Jiang Che glanced at him and smiled faintly. This guy was Bai Haochuan, a local spirit tamer from Southwest City.
No wonder he's so arrogant.
These locals always look down on them outsiders.
Ignore him.
Wang Chong curled his lip.
He's just asking for a beating. Wang Huiyan chuckled too. It's fine. As long as the three of us are having fun.
Since classes hadn't officially started yet, the afternoons were free time. The three had planned to go to the university's supermarket together to buy some food and have a small gathering in the dorm that evening.
I don't drink. But Bai Haochuan coldly dropped that line and walked out of the dorm without looking back. What's with the act?
Not even the cargo ships at Southwest City Port can haul that much.
Wang Chung muttered at the closed door. Jiang Che couldn't help but smile at the remark.
Soon, the three of them arrived at the academy's internal supermarket, stocking up on a mountain of snacks, beer, and drinks.
Just as they were carrying their bags back to the dormitory.
They had just placed their purchases on the bed when a knock sounded at the dorm door.
Is Jiang Che here?
A middle-aged man's voice came from outside.
Jiang Che turned to open the door.
Seeing a man in his 50s wearing black-rimmed glasses standing at the doorway, he couldn't help but ask.
I'm Jiang Che. Who might you be?
Ah. So you're the student Jiang. The middle-aged man walked into the dormitory with a broad smile, saying cheerfully.
I'm the dean of the Beast Spirit Academy. My name is Lu Chen. I've come specifically to see you.
Chapter 101, this year's gathering of talents was organized just for you.
Dean of the Beast Spirit Academy. Hearing these 6 words.
Inside the dormitory, Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan, who had been bent over tidying up snacks and drinks, quickly turned around. Their faces filled with astonishment. They stared in shock at Dean Lu across from them.
Dean Lu of the Beast Spirit Academy personally seeking out a freshman? This was unprecedented. But considering Jiang Che's background, it suddenly made perfect sense.
Standing at the doorway, Dean Lu surveyed the dormitory surroundings. His gaze lingered briefly on the snacks scattered across Jiang Che's bed before he couldn't help but ask. Student Jiang, are you having a party tonight?
Jiang Che smiled and replied. Yes.
We've just met, and we'd like to get to know each other better.
Would you like to join us, Dean Lu?
Dean Lu burst into laughter.
We old folks won't intrude on your young people's affairs.
I came to see you, Jiang, about something else. Would you be available for a private chat?
Jiang Che agreed readily and followed Dean Lu out of the dormitory.
They reached the corner of the dormitory hallway. After confirming no one was around, Dean Lu smiled and spoke. Jiang, given your unique circumstances, the Academy has decided to enroll you in both the Beast Spirit Academy and the Machine Spirit Academy.
Jiang Che froze. Belong to 2 colleges simultaneously? Could they possibly split him in 2?
But rest assured. Seeing his bewilderment, Dean Lu smiled and continued.
Both academies will tailor their course schedules specifically for you.
For foundational courses like tactics, command, hand-to-hand combat, and physical training, you may choose to attend either side's classes or simply have your contract spirit relay the lessons.
Jiang Che's heart stirred. This effectively granted him immense flexibility, even both academies would accommodate his schedule. He immediately responded with genuine sincerity. Thank you for the Academy's understanding. It's nothing.
Dean Liu waves dismissively with a smile, his eyes brimming with meaning.
Actually, I came to see you primarily for another matter. You must have heard about the freshman elite gathering, right?
Jiang Che nodded upon hearing this. I heard a bit about it just this afternoon. They say it's different from previous years.
That's correct. Dean Liu explained.
In the past, they'd just pick a few students to go up there and make a racket. What if I told you this year's gathering of talents was specifically arranged for you? What would you think?
Just for me?
Jiang Che was stunned.
What does it have to do with me?
Of course it does. Dean Liu chuckled softly, his expression returning to normal. Originally, the principal intended to allocate resources directly to the three of you, but considering other students might object, this solution was devised. As long as our Beast Spirit Academy defeats the other departments at the Heroes Gathering, we'll rightfully earn more resources. Then the Academy won't shortchange you. Jiang Che wore a thoughtful look. This arrangement was indeed clever. It would grant him resources legitimately without sparking too much controversy. However, Dean Liu suddenly changed the subject, his expression turning serious. This is merely the surface reason.
Jiang Che's heart tightened. Is there a deeper reason?
Of course. Dean Liu glanced around once more before speaking in a hushed tone.
It's not just the principal.
Even us old-timers are deeply intrigued by these so-called God-tier contract spirits.
We all want to see your true strength. Jiang Che's eyes flashed with understanding. That explained everything. So the gathering of heroes is merely an assessment.
Dean Liu continued. If you perform well, you'll not only receive more resources but also gain additional privileges. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che nodded in understanding.
Dean Liu, I understand. We'll definitely give it our all.
Dean Liu patted his shoulder approvingly.
Alright, that's settled. You may go now. Watching Jiang Che turn and walk toward the dormitory.
A smug smile suddenly curved the corners of Dean Liu's mouth.
He murmured to himself. Old man, you think you can steal my people? Not a chance.
Poof. Dormitory. Jiang Che had just stepped inside. Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan immediately surrounded him.
Brother Jiang, what did Dean Liu want with you? Wang Chong asked impatiently, his eyes brimming with curiosity.
Jiang Che smiled and casually explained.
He just came to tell me I've been assigned to the Beast Spirit Academy and wanted to see me. Wow. Wang Chang's mouth dropped open in exaggerated surprise. The dean himself came to see you? Brother Jiang, won't you be able to walk all over the school now?
Hearing this, Wang Huiyan immediately nudged Wang Chong with his shoulder and scolded him in an annoyed tone.
What are you talking about? Doesn't Brother Jiang already walk all over the place? How many SSS-tier talents have ever existed in our human race's history? Right. Wang Chong nodded repeatedly, his face glowing with admiration.
Just imagine when Brother Jiang becomes the human race's war god.
Telling people Jiang Che was my college roommate? That'd be absolutely awesome. Me too.
Watching these two clowns before him, Jiang Che sighed helplessly.
Alright, enough. Stop tooting your own horn and get ready to eat. The three immediately sprang into action. Wang Chong brought over the table. Wang Huiyan spread out the tablecloth. Jiang Che arranged the snacks and drinks they'd bought.
Soon, a simple gathering spread was ready.
Come on, let's toast. Wang Chong raised his beer bottle, his face beaming with excitement. Wang Huiyan raised his drink as well. To us becoming roommates.
Jiang Che smiled as he picked up his beer. But just as the three were about to clink glasses, the dorm door was suddenly knocked on again.
Is Jiang Che here?
A strange, aged voice came from outside the door.
Inside the dorm. The three exchanged glances. Wang Chong couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Who could this be? Brother Jiang, you sure have a lot of visitors today. Jiang Che set down his wine bottle and walked to the door to open it.
Opening it, he found a spry old man standing outside. Of average build, he wore an old-style Zhongshan suit from centuries past, his head of white hair radiating vitality.
You must be Jiang Che?
The old man asked cheerfully, his voice booming.
I am Han Xinling, Dean of the Ingenuity Academy.
No sooner had he finished speaking. A loud sputter erupted from the dorm room as Wang Chong sprayed beer from his mouth. Wang Huiyan scrambled to his feet in a fluster. He nearly knocked over his drink. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Che glanced back at his two flustered roommates. He sighed helplessly before asking. Dean Han, what brings you here?
Han Xinling smiled warmly, his expression kind and amiable.
Especially when his gaze swept past Jiang Che to the mess inside the room, he burst into laughter and said.
Looks like the old man's arrived at a bad time. No. Wang Chong hurriedly waved his hands, scrambling to tidy the table. Dean Han, please come in.
But Han Xinling merely smiled and shook his head.
No need. But Jiang, might we speak privately for a moment? Chapter 102, The True Reward at the Freshman Assembly. 80% of it belongs to you. Same spot. Jiang Che followed Dean Han out of the dormitory.
They arrived at the same spot as before. Just minutes earlier, he had met with Dean Liu here. Once again, after scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was nearby, Dean Han lowered his voice and said,
Jiang, the Academy has decided to assign you to both our Spirit Mechanics Department and the Beast Spirit Department. I assume you're already aware of this? Jiang Che nodded. Dean Lu had already come by earlier.
Hearing this, Dean Han chuckled softly, his weathered face radiating kindness.
Did he mention the true reward for this freshman elite gathering? The real reward? Jiang Che paused, then replied. He said that if the Beast Spirit Academy wins, it will receive preferential resource allocation from the Academy. Poof. Dean Han snorted derisively. So that little fox didn't tell you the whole story, did he?
The next moment, the old fox leaned closer to Jiang Che, his voice dropping even lower. In truth, the victorious Academy will receive all the resources the Academy allocates to freshmen this year. In other words, if our Ingenuity Academy can outshine the others this year, every single resource the Academy gives to new students belongs to us.
Whoa. Jiang Che instantly sucked in a sharp breath. All of it? Not just a tilt.
This was vastly different from the resource allocation Dean Lu had mentioned.
Dean Lu was clearly after kickbacks.
That sly fox sweet talking on the surface, but secretly pocketing the lion's share behind the scenes.
Of course. Dean Han chuckled. If it were merely about allocating resources, why would the Academy make such a big fuss? With the Academy's capabilities, even if resources were tilted toward any single college, you ordinary students wouldn't even notice.
He held up 2 fingers to form an 8.
Jiang Che, I'll make you a promise too.
If you can lead our Ingenuity Academy to victory this time, crushing the other major academies, I'll give you 8/10 of the rewards. As for the remaining 20%, Jiang Che, you must understand my position.
After all, there are many new students waiting for the Academy, aren't there? Jiang Che expressed his understanding of this arrangement. Dean Han smiled with satisfaction. What do you say? Old man, I'm more generous than that Luchan fellow, right? Dean Han, I understand. Jiang Che replied with genuine sincerity. I will give it my all. Good, good.
Dean Han laughed heartily, patting Jiang Che on the shoulder.
You've got a bright future ahead, young man. This old man won't disturb your gathering any longer.
But just as Jiang Che was about to leave, Dean Han behind him seemed to recall something, calling him back with a solemn voice.
Jiang Che. You'd better be careful this time. Both the Comprehensive Academy and the Sword Academy have produced SS-ranked youngsters.
Especially Li Kuang from the Sword Academy, that kid from an ancient martial arts lineage. From what I know alone, at least 3 assassins have already fallen to him.
Jiang Che's eyes narrowed instantly upon hearing this. So Li Kuang is truly that formidable? Well, that's fine. Too weak, and it wouldn't be any fun. Back in the dormitory,
Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan immediately surrounded him again.
Brother Jiang, what did Dean Han want with you this time? Wang Chong asked impatiently. Jiang Che wore a nonchalant expression. Similar to Dean Lu just discussing faculty assignments. Wow. Wang Chang's mouth dropped open dramatically. Both deans personally coming to poach talent? Brother Jiang, you're too awesome. But Brother Jiang, Xiaoke's wife isn't a robot. What's the point of him trying to snatch you away? Jiang Che gave a mysterious smile and said, I won't keep it from you anymore. Actually, I have another contractual partner who is a mecha girl. Wow. Wang Huiyan looked utterly in awe. Brother Jiang, 2 contract partners? Doesn't that mean you're surrounded by beauties? What kind of heavenly life are you living? Wang Chong, Brother Jiang is so awesome, so badass.
But despite their exaggerated praise, their expressions clearly showed they didn't believe a word of it. They were just playing the fool and playing the straight man.
These 2 clowns.
Jiang Che shook his head helplessly.
Alright, he's awake. Stop messing around. Hurry up and eat. If you don't, lights out will be soon. Got it. Then let's toast to our iron triangle becoming roommates. Cheers. Cheers. The next day. Early in the morning. Around 6 o'clock. The wake-up bell rang throughout the dormitory building.
Jiang Che and his group of 3 also headed to the training grounds together after a quick tidy-up.
But at that moment,
the training grounds were already bustling with activity. With the start of the new semester tomorrow, many students had already arrived. Additionally, the morning hours offered the most abundant spiritual energy of the day. Therefore, nearly all spirit masters conducted their spirit bonding training in the morning. Spirit contract beings of all shapes and forms transformed into miniature combat forms, hovering opposite their respective spirit masters as they absorbed the spiritual energy transmitted from their hosts. Of course, many students still stood in small groups along the sidelines. Some wait for their own contract companions to arrive. Or observing the strength of others. Wow, this place is bustling. Having just arrived, Wang Chong couldn't help but look around in all directions. I've never trained in a place with so many people before. Brother Jiang, shall we find a spot and start cultivating too? Jiang Che nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Huiyan. The next moment, a tall, slender girl came rushing over in a whirlwind.
She wore a loose-fitting strapless maxi dress, yet even its ample cut couldn't conceal her striking figure. As she ran, her curves swayed dramatically, drawing the attention of numerous spirit masters nearby. Who is that? A big-time sugar baby? Wang Chong was speechless. The large-framed girl had already reached him, grabbing Wang Huiyan and pulling him into her arms with a thud. She planted a firm kiss on his cheek and declared, "Baby, didn't you miss me at all after just one day apart?" Wang Huiyan wasn't exactly large to begin with. Now, nestled in this girl's arms, he looked like a little chick, his face flushed bright red. He squirmed awkwardly. Finding he couldn't break free only made him feel more awkward. My roommates are all here." The girl finally noticed Jiang Che and Wang Chong beside them, quickly releasing Wang Huiyan. She extended her hand with a confident smile. "Hello, I'm Peng Abeo, Wang Huiyan's contract partner. From the Clever Academy." "The Ingenuity Academy?" Jiang Che paused. Nevertheless, he extended his hand, shook hers politely, and said, "Jiang Che." Wang Chong quickly introduced himself too. "I'm Wang Chong, a close friend of Huiyan's." Upon hearing Jiang Che's name, Peng Abeo's eyes lit up instantly and he became quite enthusiastic. "You're the Jiang Che with SSS-tier talent that Huiyan told me about yesterday? Wow, you're so handsome. You're only a tiny bit less handsome than my Huiyan. Please take good care of Huiyan from now on." Chapter 103, Today peeking, tomorrow daring to spy and snap. "It's the least I can do." Jiang Che smiled faintly. "Oh, right." Peng Abeo suddenly remembered something and turned to Wang Huiyan. "Honey, could you come with me to the library first? I need to look up some information." "Huh? Right now?" Wang Huiyan looked troubled. They had agreed to practice together in the morning. "Go ahead." Jiang Che said understandingly. "I'll practice with Wang Chong and the others first." "All right then." Wang Huiyan was helplessly dragged away by Peng Abeo, unable to resist at all. Watching their retreating figures, Wang Chong clicked his tongue with a peculiar expression. Huiyan sure is smart. Both are mecha girls, but he picked the biggest one, just rammed straight into enemies. Jiang Che shook his head. "It's not that simple. Huiyan's companion must be quite formidable." Wang Chong froze, about to ask Jiang Che how he knew, when laughter echoed from afar. "Wang Chong, have you been waiting impatiently?" The two turned to look. There came Taoyi, Wang Chong's partner, trotting toward them. Her outfit today was completely different from yesterday's. She wore a pure white puffy skirt that revealed a sliver of her fair calf, paired with white socks and white sneakers. Her entire aura radiated an innocent, sweet charm. She looked every bit the picture of a first love. Wang Chang's eyes locked onto her instantly. "Ae." Wang Chong hurried over to greet her. "We just got here too. You look absolutely stunning today. Am I not beautiful every day?" Taoyi giggled. She then walked up to Jiang Che and gave him a sweet smile. "Good morning, Jiang Che." Jiang Che politely nodded in response. "Morning." But immediately after, Taoyi glanced around curiously and asked, "What's up? Has Xiaoka not arrived yet?" After yesterday's lunch, she and Luo Xiaoka had become close friends, practically sisters. Jiang Che raised his wrist to check the time on his watch. "She should be here any minute." But before he could finish, a deafening beastly roar suddenly echoed from the distance. Roar. Immediately afterward, amidst the morning mist, flames shot skyward, bathing half the training ground in a crimson glow. Fortunately, this lasted only a moment before the flames vanished once more. "Oh no, it's Xiao Ku." But Jiang Che's expression still changed abruptly. The next instant, his figure vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving only a blurred afterimage. Watching the afterimage swiftly dissipate before their eyes, Wang Chong and Taoyi stood utterly dumbfounded, taking a long moment to recover. "Jiang. Brother Jiang, how did he leave?" Wang Chong stammered. "I don't think I even saw how he left." Taoyi was equally stunned. "Is this the power of an SSS-tier Spirit Tamer? That's terrifying." Meanwhile, Beast Spirit Academy. Below the girls' dormitory, Luo Xiaoka had already reverted to her human form. Her face still flushed with fury, she pointed angrily at Li Kuang and Jianxin across from her. You two are utterly shameless. Yesterday, following the academy's arrangements, Luo Xiaoka and Zhao Jiran had been separated. As a beast girl, Luo Xiaoka naturally moved into the Beast Spirit Academy's female dormitory. Zhao Jiran, accordingly, moved into the female dormitory of the Spirit Academy. But just moments ago, as Luo Xiaoka was about to head to the Mechanics Academy dorm to find Zhao Jiran, she had just stepped out of the dormitory building. She was intercepted by Li Kuang and Jianxin, who happened to be passing by. Jianxin insisted Luo Xiaoka had just peeked at Li Kuang and demanded an apology. What a joke! With Li Kuang's looks? Was he even worth a glance from Luo Xiaoka? Luo Xiaoka tried to explain she hadn't, but Jianxin refused to believe her, insisting she apologize. How could Luo Xiaoka possibly admit to such a thing? If it were confirmed, what would happen to Jiang Che? Wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the academy? How could she possibly let Jiang Che suffer the embarrassment and ridicule?
Thus, the current conflict erupted right below the dormitory building.
Luo Xiaoke, have you no shame?
Jianqin crossed her arms, her face twisted with contempt.
Don't you have a partner? Must you sneak around spying on others? Or is your SSS-tier talent partner just a useless silver candle wax head who can't satisfy you? You're talking nonsense. Luo Xiaoke's face flushed crimson with anger as she stamped her foot. When did I ever spy on him?
If you dare to peek today, tomorrow you'll dare to spy and take secret photos. Jianqin sneered coldly, fully immersed in the role now.
It's utterly disgusting.
If you don't apologize today, I'll take this to the dean's office and demand justice. Listening to the two girls argue, Li Kuang stood nearby, a smug grin on his lips, clearly relishing the spectacle.
I'll say this one last time. Luo Xiaoke's eyes blazed with fury. I didn't.
You'd better step aside now, or don't blame me for being rude. Jianqin sneered coldly.
What? Thinking of fighting? You think a bean sprout like you could scare anyone? Shut it.
Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from the distance. A blur of movement flashed, and Jiang Che instantly materialized beside Luo Xiaoke. Simultaneously, a sharp crack echoed. Jianqin across from them let out a pained cry of awe, and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand.
Brother Che.
Seeing Jiang Che appear, Luo Xiaoke immediately threw herself into his arms, looking utterly aggrieved. Jiang Che gently patted her back, then turned to glare coldly at Li Kuang and his companion.
What do you think you're doing?
It was only then that Li Kuang suddenly snapped out of his daze. Not only had Jiang Che arrived, he'd also struck without warning, landing a slap across Jianqin's face.
Jiang Che.
He could no longer stand by. Roaring with fury, he shouted.
How dare you lay a hand on her?
Jiang Che shielded Luo Xiaoke behind him, his expression icy. You're a smartass, so I'll slap you.
If your hands are too quick, I'll chop them off.
His gaze was like a knife, piercing Jianqin's heart as he spoke slowly. Jianqin, if you dare enter combat mode now, I'll cripple you right here and now, no need to wait for the freshman assembly. His words were utterly domineering.
The surrounding students couldn't help but gasp in shock. Who is this guy? He's way too cocky, even more so than Li Kuang from the Sword Academy? Whoa, you guys don't even know him?
That's Jiang Che, the Jiang Che from South City.
SSS-tier talent. Holy crap, so it's him. Does that mean that little girl is a god-tier beast girl? Li Kuang really bit off more than he can chew this time.
As the whispers swirled, Li Kuang and Jian Xian's expressions darkened. Especially Jianqin, his entire mouth was swollen like a hot dog sausage from Jiang Che's slap, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. But they truly dared not make a rash move.
Jiang Che, you're ruthless. Li Kuang gritted his teeth.
We'll settle this at tomorrow's freshman assembly.
With that, he grabbed Jianqin and started to leave. Stop right there. Jiang Che's voice rang out again.
Both men halted.
Li Kuang asked without turning his head. What else is there? You slandered my wife.
Jiang Che said, enunciating each word clearly.
You must apologize. Now. Immediately. Chapter 104. This is my other partner, Zhao Yu. Li Kuang whipped his head around.
Jiang Che, don't push your luck.
The atmosphere below the dormitory building instantly became tense.
Luo Xiaoke stood behind Jiang Che, watching his back as he stood alone against Li Kuang and Jianqin for her sake. Her heart swelled with overwhelming emotion.
I'll count to 3.
Jiang Che continued, his voice slow yet icy.
1.
Rage surged in Li Kuang's eyes.
You're too arrogant.
He was ready to strike, determined to teach this talent-eating good-for-nothing a lesson.
2. Jiang Che uttered another number.
His eyes were filled with nothing but coldness. If Li Kuang and Jian Xian didn't apologize, he truly would strike right here.
What ancient martial arts clan?
In his previous life, they were still nothing but mere spectators beneath him.
As for the names Li Kuang and Jian Xian, he'd never even heard of them.
Talent like this, a personality this arrogant, if he hadn't heard of them, there were only 2 possibilities.
Either they died young,
or they faded into obscurity.
3. I'm sorry. I was wrong. It was my fault.
Ken Jin suddenly shouted, his voice brimming with humiliation.
Without another moment's hesitation, she turned and ran.
Li Kuang, frozen in place, caught 2 figures approaching from the distance out of the corner of his eye. Instantly, he understood why Jianqin had acted this way. He shot Jiang Che a piercing look.
Tomorrow, I'll make you pay for this.
With that, he gave chase after Jianqin.
Watching their retreating figures, Luo Xiaoke exhaled in relief. Brother Che, thank goodness they're gone. I was about to take action myself. Private duels between students were strictly forbidden within the academy grounds. Discovery would result in punishment.
That's why Luo Xiaoke had quickly restrained herself after her angry shout.
Actually, even if you had fought them just now, it wouldn't have been a problem.
Just then, a voice sounded from nearby. Both of them froze, turning to see a man and a woman approaching. They recognized these 2 immediately.
Old acquaintances. Qin Zhan. Jean Linger.
Upon seeing them, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke immediately rushed forward with delight.
Brother Qin, Sister Linger, what brings you here?
The four of them had grown quite familiar and close, so their forms of address had naturally evolved.
Gazing at Luo Xiaoke, Jean Linger wore a beaming smile. With all that commotion over here just now, how could we not notice?
Luo Xiaoke immediately wrinkled her little nose and said indignantly.
They were being so mean. They even accused me of peeping at that Li Kuang. Don't they even look at what he looks like? How shameless. Put. But Jiang Che still looked at Qin Zhan and said, Brother Qin, how did you end up at Tianshu Academy? You must understand. These two were military personnel. Why would they suddenly show up at Tianshu Academy? Qin Zhan laughed heartily at the question. We're now instructors at the Beast Spirit Academy. Why else would we be here? What? Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke exclaimed in unison.
They were utterly astonished.
How could that be? How could they suddenly become advisors at the Beast Spirit Academy?
Jean Linger blinked, leaned closer to Luo Xiaoke, and whispered.
It's actually a military order. The main purpose is to have us protect the three of you. Protect us? Jiang Che frowned.
Just then, Wang Chong and Tao Yi arrived, panting heavily.
As soon as they reached the scene, they couldn't help but ask. Xiaoku, what happened?
The moment she saw Tao Yi, Luo Xiaoke immediately rushed over affectionately, naturally linking her arm through hers and saying,
Sissy, it's nothing.
Just ran into those jerks Li Kuang and Jianxin earlier. They tried to pick on me while Brother Che wasn't around. Luckily, Brother Che arrived just in time.
After hearing the whole story, Tao Yi's face flushed red with anger. That's outrageous. Those two really crossed the line.
Then, she pulled Luo Xiaoke close and examined her up and down with genuine concern.
Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Luo Xiaoke flashed a sweet smile.
Brother Che arrived just in time. Meanwhile, watching Wang Chong and the other, Qin Zhan and Jean Linger looked puzzled. Jiang Che quickly stepped in to introduce them.
Brother Qin, this is my roommate Wang Chong, and beside him is his partner Tao Yi.
Oh.
Jean Linger nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly she asked. Where's Jiran?
Luo Xiaoke immediately turned to explain.
Jiran was assigned to the Agility Hall. I was just going to find her. As if remembering something else, she quickly tugged at Jiang Che's sleeve and said, Brother Che, tomorrow you absolutely must team up with Sister Jiran and help me teach those two a proper lesson. Ha? Jiang Che frowned in surprise. Aren't you going to do anything? They're not worthy of my attention. Jiran alone is enough. Luo Xiaoke declared proudly.
Don't be fooled by her current level 3 rank, even a level 4 Spirit Tamer wouldn't stand a chance against her.
Li Kuan and Jianxin, mere level 2 practitioners?
They truly weren't worthy of her intervention.
Wait. But beside her, Wang Chong looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean? Who should Brother Jiang pair with? Isn't Brother Jiang's contract partner you, Luo Xiaoke? Who else could he be paired with?
Tao Yi also widened her eyes.
Jiran? Who is it? Who's calling me?
Another melodious voice rang out.
In an instant,
everyone's gaze was drawn to the source. A beautiful girl with a high ponytail and exquisite features was walking gracefully toward them. She wore a form-fitting white polo shirt. It perfectly outlined the full curves of her upper body. The collar was slightly open, revealing a slender collarbone and a tantalizing, deep cleavage. The gaze drifted downward to her slender waist and pert hips. The interplay of tension and release between the two created a captivating contrast, drawing every gaze to linger. Her lower half was clad in a very short pleated skirt. Beneath the hem, her legs were long and evenly proportioned, with firm skin and smooth contours, like the most exquisite work of art.
It was simply, utterly breathtaking.
Even Tao Yi, as a woman herself, felt a pang of self-consciousness.
Wang Chang's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. Good. So beautiful. But the next moment, they saw Luo Xiaoke step forward, arm intimately linked with the beauty as she spoke. Shiran, let me tell you. There were two annoying brats earlier utterly unbearable. You absolutely have to help me teach them a lesson tomorrow.
Wang Chong mechanically turned his head to look at Jiang Che. His mouth remained wide open.
Jiang Che looked utterly helpless. I told you last night I have two contract partners. It's just that you didn't believe me.
With that, he reached out and pulled Zhao Jiran closer, introducing them to the pair.
Let me formally introduce them. This is my other contract partner, Zhao Jiran.
He then turned to Zhao Jiran and said,
Jiran, these are my roommate Wang Chong and his partner Tao Yi. Chapter 105, the cultivation room prepared especially for them by the Academy. Hello, I'm Zhao Jiran.
Zhao Jiran greeted them with grace and poise.
And I'm also Ake's contracted partner.
Even though Jiang Che had already mentioned it once, hearing Zhao Jiran confirm it herself left Wang Chong and Tao Yi utterly speechless.
Their mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg. You, both, two partners? Wang Chong stammered, on the verge of tears. Brother Jiang, no. You're not serious.
Last night, Jiang Che had mentioned having two contract partners, but neither he nor Wang Huiyan had believed him, dismissing it as mere bragging.
Little did they know Jiang Che was serious. He really did have 2 contract partners. And each one was a top-tier campus beauty. Tao Yi covered her mouth in exaggerated shock. Good heavens, 2 contract partners? How is that even possible? Human history has never seen such a precedent. Now there is. Jiang Che said calmly. Alright, drop the expressions. Let's head to the training grounds to practice. We still have to go to the training ground? Wang Chong suddenly grabbed Jiang Che. Brother Jiang. I have an idea. Keep this news under wraps for now. What do you mean? Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and Zhao Jiran all turned to Wang Chong simultaneously, their expressions filled with confusion. Wang Chang's eyes flashed as he said, Why do you think Li Kuang dared to provoke us, knowing full well you possess SSS-tier talent and sister-in-law Luo is a god-tier beast girl? Why indeed? Luo Xiaoke exclaimed in surprise. Because that guy's incredibly arrogant. He thinks you're a freak of nature when it comes to talent, so he's convinced he's better than you in combat. If you go train at the practice grounds right now, he'd find out about the other sister-in-law right away and back down tomorrow for sure. Then how are you going to help sister-in-law Xiaoke get her revenge? Wang Chong was truly cunning. He was practically plotting to bury Li Kuang alive with every word. Jiang Che and the other 2 froze in surprise. Their eyes lit up. Right. Wang Chong, you're full of cunning tricks. Luo Xiaoke chimed in with a sly grin. Didn't you use this same trick to win over Sister Yi back then? The moment those words left her mouth, Wang Chong choked violently and began coughing. He shot a guilty glance at Yi beside Tao. Tao Yi pretended not to notice. She rolled her eyes dramatically. Clearly, these 2 had some history back then. Behind them, Xinjiang stepped forward at the right moment and said solemnly. The military shares this view. Regarding Jiran's matter, keep it under wraps for now. Otherwise, you'll become the top target of the converts organization. At least until you can defeat a level 5 Spirit Tamer, it's best to keep a low profile. Jiang Che's eyes flickered. The military already knew? But considering he hadn't been hiding anything, and given Xinjiang's military background, he quickly let it go. Alright, we understand. But if we can't go to the training grounds, where are we supposed to practice? Jean Linger spoke with a smile. The academy has prepared dedicated cultivation rooms for you. That's precisely why we came here today. Dedicated cultivation rooms? Wang Chong and Tao Yi exclaimed in surprise once more. Their faces lit up with envy. Such special treatment was unparalleled throughout the entire Tianshu Academy. But considering Jiang Che and the others' innate talents, it seemed only natural. As for the newly arrived Zhao Jiran, though they didn't know his exact spiritual body rank, he was undoubtedly a top-tier existence. Come on, I'll show you around. Jean Linger beckoned with a smile. It's not far, just in the special area behind the Beast Spirit Academy. Just as the group was about to leave, Wang Chong suddenly remembered something and called out urgently from behind. Wait, Brother Jiang, what about me and Yi? Xinjiang turned, his hearty laugh ringing out. You 2 come along too. Since you're Jiang Che's roommate, you deserve that little privilege. Wang Chong was overjoyed. He pulled Tao Yi along and hurriedly thanked him. Thanks, Brother Qin. On the way. Luo Xiaoke asked curiously. Sister Linger, is there anything special about this cultivation room? Jean Linger gave a mysterious smile. You'll see when we get there. After passing through several concealed corridors, the group arrived before a heavy metal door. Jean Linger took out a specially made access card. She swiped it lightly over the sensor. A beep sounded, and the massive metal door slowly swung open. In an instant, a potent surge of spiritual energy washed over them. What is this? Jiang Che stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Before him lay a spacious cultivation chamber. At the very center of the chamber, a complex spirit gathering array pattern was engraved into the floor. Embedded into the surrounding walls were spirit crystals that emitted a soft glow. With this spirit gathering array, it could gather as much spiritual energy as possible from the crystals into the array, thus providing a more concentrated spiritual energy to accelerate cultivation. Though not as potent as the secret realm journey months prior, its concentration still far surpassed that of the outside world. Wow! Luo Xiaoke exclaimed excitedly. This is absolutely amazing. Zhao Jiran smiled and added. The spiritual energy concentration here is at least double that outside. Watching the 2 girls' reactions, Xinjiang smiled. This is a specially designed cultivation chamber for the academy, reserved for exceptional talents. I've heard it's never been used since construction began. Jiang Che, Xiaoke, Jiran, you're its first users. Starting today, you may come here to practice at any time. The academy will subsidize this training room with 300 crystals per month. You may focus solely on your cultivation. 300? Jiang Che froze. Only 300? 300 is already a lot, okay? Jean Linger rolled her eyes, exasperated. We lieutenant officers in the military barely make 100 a month. But 300 isn't enough. Jiang Che was speechless.
He had to support the cultivation of 2 contract spirits on his own, which meant he needed more spiritual energy. 300 crystals would barely cover 10 days' worth of his consumption. The problem was that Qin Zhan had now brought Wang Chong and the others into the mix. He couldn't very well tell them, this paltry amount of spiritual energy isn't even enough for me alone, you two can leave. And now, that's where the problem lies. You'll have to figure out the rest of the crystals on your own. Actually, there are ways to earn crystals within the academy. For instance, you could take on tasks for compensation. Or take the upcoming freshman assembly. If you can secure first place, not only will all the academy's resources be directed toward you, there might even be other rewards. These are all ways to make money, it just depends on whether you can pull it off. Qin Zhan spoke with a cheerful smile. Jiang Che froze. Damn it. All that talk, turns out he was waiting for this moment. It was all for tomorrow's freshman orientation. I understand. Jiang Che looked utterly speechless. Xiaoku, since Jiran can't intervene, we'll just push through horizontally. Chapter 106, the Tianshu Academy's Parasite Cultivation Scheme. The next day. Tianshu Academy. Due to the unique nature of this year's freshman assembly, the academy specifically arranged the venue within a large indoor stadium capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. Starting at 9 in the morning, freshmen and upperclassmen from all departments streamed in, filling the tiered stands to capacity. A single glance revealed a sea of vibrant, energetic faces. Boys were loudly discussing the upcoming competitions. The girls chattered excitedly about the latest gossip. As far as the eye could see, the venue was filled with endless rows of long, white legs, a sight that was truly dazzling. The central arena had been cleared of its original sports equipment by university staff. In their place stood 5 sturdy fighting platforms. Simple protective barriers were set up around the arena perimeter. The original referee seats had been converted into a grandstand. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the freshman assembly was about to begin. Only after the tiered stands were completely filled did Principal Xiao, several deans, and other high-ranking officials make their entrance. After exchanging greetings with Qin Zhan and Jean Linger at the front, Luo Xiaoka finally couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Che! There are so many people. The academy is even livelier than I imagined." Jiang Che also scanned the surroundings, his gaze lingering briefly on the Sword and Blade Academy's formation. He noticed Li Quan glaring coldly at them from the Sword and Blade Academy's section. Beside him sat Qianxin, his gaze equally venomous. Following Jiang Che's gaze, Zhao Jiran spotted the 2 men and immediately frowned, asking, "Is that Li Quan?" Luo Xiaoka immediately gritted her teeth. "Yes. It's him. What an utterly detestable fellow. Jiran, I was hoping you could handle him for me. Since you can't intervene, I'll take care of it myself." Zhao Jiran nodded, her voice tinged with reluctance. "There's really nothing to be afraid of. With the 2 of us working together, even a level 5 Spirit Tamer wouldn't scare us." She felt a pang of disappointment. After all, today was the freshman gathering. She couldn't stand beside him as Jiang Che's girlfriend, fighting together. Jiang Che, of course, detected the emotion in Zhao Jiran's words. He smiled faintly, then rubbed her palm and said, "It's okay. If the chance arises, I'll introduce you to the whole school." Zhao Jiran nodded. "I know." Just then, Wang Chong squeezed over, holding Tao Yi's hand, and sat down beside Jiang Che. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Brother Jiang, I found out about this year's competition rules." After yesterday's events, Wang Chong and Tao Yi had become Jiang Che's devoted little fans. Especially Wang Chong. He was utterly in awe of Jiang Che. He was utterly blown away by him. He even addressed Luo Xiaoka and Zhao Jiran as sister-in-law without hesitation. Big sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law. No sooner had they arrived at the gymnasium today than they eagerly began asking around for news. "Oh?" Jiang Che raised an eyebrow. "What are the rules of the competition?" "It seems to be a challenge match," Wang Chong explained. Each of the 5 major academies, Beast Spirit, Sword Arts, Mechanics, Botanical, and Comprehensive, will have their own platform. Each platform is defended by members of its respective academy. Members from other academies challenge them. The academy that holds out the longest wins. Or if a freshman manages to defend their platform for 100 consecutive matches, that counts as a victory too. Whoa! 100 matches. That'll kill them with exhaustion. Tao Yi couldn't help but blurt out. What if they get hit with a relentless barrage of matches? Holding out for 100 matches meant at least winning every single one. If they get caught in a grueling series, you'd be worked to death. So the second option is basically impossible. We can only win through the academy route. Wang Chong continued. I hear the winning academy will receive all the resources the academy allocates to freshmen this year. The losing academy will basically have to live like ascetics this year. A hint of resentment tinged his voice as he spoke. With Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka, that monstrous duo on the Beast Spirit Academy's team, did the other academies stand any chance of winning? Yet they remained unaware. This competition had actually been arranged by the academy specifically for Jiang Che and his group, with the purpose of legitimately funneling resources their way. Were it not for the academy's concern over how to justify it, even today's freshman gathering wouldn't have taken place. Jiang Che nodded. This was almost identical to what the two deans had told him, though not quite as detailed. But just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out from the podium. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. It was Principal Xiao. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed throughout the venue. Students, please quiet down. The gymnasium instantly fell silent. All eyes turned toward the podium. Principal Xiao rose to his feet, his expression solemn. First, I am delighted and thrilled to see so many new faces here today. Welcome to the Tianqiu Academy family. However, as you may have noticed, this year's orientation ceremony differs from previous years. This is because the situation on the void battlefield grows increasingly dire. Higher authorities have mandated that all academies must cultivate combat spirit in their students, so they may face the battlefield with confidence upon graduation. Therefore, starting this year, Dean Xiao paused briefly, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall, as if scanning each new student's face. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. The orientation ceremony is officially renamed the New Student Heroes Gathering. Boom! The gymnasium erupted in an uproar as both new and returning students began murmuring among themselves. They really changed it. So sudden. Has the void battlefield become that dire? Probably. I heard some seniors entered the void battlefield this year, only to be carried out on stretchers right after stepping in. Whoa! Those damn bugs, utterly despicable. But since this is the inaugural year of the Heroes Gathering, the rewards should be exceptionally generous. Don't even get me started. I heard the academy's planning to start breeding venomous insects. Breeding venomous insects? What does that mean? What's breeding venomous insects? Just then, Principal Xiao raised his hand again to signal for silence. This gathering of heroes will adopt a tournament format. Each of the 5 major faculties will guard one arena, accepting challenges from other faculties and even their own. The college that ultimately defends its platform successfully will receive all resources allocated by the academy for this year's freshmen. Boom! These words sparked another wave of gasps. All resources given to a single college? This was unprecedented. Wouldn't the winning academy be rolling in it? What about the losing academies? Would all its students go without any resources for an entire year? What else could this be but breeding poisonous insects? The academy intends to use everyone's resources to build the strongest academy or individual. Now, I announce the competition rules. Chapter 107, The Starting Point, The Horror of the Plant Maiden. As Principal Xiao explained, Jiang Che fully grasped the tournament's intricate details. Initially, each academy would send one representative to defend their platform. Challengers could freely choose any platform. Each match was limited to 10 minutes. Defeated challengers were immediately eliminated. If a defending champion was defeated, their defeated opponent would take their place on the platform. Finally, the 5 remaining defenders would engage in a free-for-all battle. The ultimate victor would be decided. Dean Xiao made the final announcement. The freshman talent showdown will commence in 10 minutes. All departments are urged to select their representatives promptly. On the tiered platform, the atmosphere instantly grew lively. Freshmen from each college immediately gathered in circles, passionately debating who would be the best choice to defend their school's honor. At the Beast Spirit Academy section, after Dean Xiao announced the competition was about to begin, Qin Zhan, seated in the front, immediately stood up. But instead of approaching Jiang Che, he quietly whispered instructions to a couple seated behind him. From his distance, Jiang Che could only see their silhouettes. Though he didn't know who they were, he felt a vague sense of familiarity. After receiving Qin Zhan's instructions, the couple nodded and rose to walk straight toward the center of the arena. Brother Jiang, what's going on with Brother Qin? Wang Cheng couldn't help but grumble in dissatisfaction upon seeing this. Why didn't he let you and your sister-in-law defend the platform? I refuse to believe there's anyone stronger than you two among the new students at the Beast Spirit Academy. Before Jiang Che could respond, Tao Yi beside him couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. Hey, Wang Cheng, could you just shut up for once? Do you think Brother Qin is as foolish as you? How could someone with Jiang Gu and Xiaoke's strength go defend the stage right from the start? They'd be worked to death. They're all ace cards saved for the final showdown. Wang Cheng suddenly slapped his forehead. Right. How could I have forgotten that? Then he turned to Jiang Che with an expression of pure admiration. Brother Jiang, you're absolutely incredible. My admiration for you flows like the mighty river, endless and unstoppable. Seeing his goofy antics, Jiang Che looked utterly helpless. Meanwhile, the other 4 academies had also selected their respective challengers. As expected, the Sword and Blade Academy sent not Li Kuang and Jianxin, but 2 other students. As for the Spirit Beast Academy, the first 2 to step forward, Jiang Che finally recognized their identities. It was none other than Zhang Hao and Xia Se.
So it was them. How could I have forgotten about them?
Jiang Che murmured to himself, his heart stirring. Xia's combat prowess wasn't weak at all, in fact, it was quite formidable, though naturally not on par with Luo Xiaoka's fire qilin. Thus, it was fitting for him to appear as the first defender representing the Beast Spirit Academy at this moment. Soon, the defenders from the 5 academies arrived one after another, taking their positions. After exchanging glances, the senior officials on the podium had Principal Xiao announce in a loud voice. The freshman elite gathering officially begins. All freshmen are eligible to challenge within 3 hours.
3 hours?
All are eligible. These words instantly sent the entire venue into an uproar. Many newcomers could no longer contain their excitement, rising to their feet and heading toward the arena below.
At the same time,
Wang Huiyan from the Resourceful Academy arrived with his partner, Pang Obeo.
Brother Jiang, when are you guys going up? Wang Huiyan asked with a smile.
Wang Chong had already learned to jump in with his answer. Someone of Brother Jiang's caliber naturally saves the best for last.
Are you kidding? The two sidekicks didn't get angry with each other.
Wang Huiyan chuckled immediately.
Well then, we'll go first. Oh? Wang Chang's eyes lit up. Which platform do you plan to challenge?
Wang Huiyan pointed toward the Sword and Blade Academy's platform. The Sword and Blade Academy, of course. I might not stand a chance against Li Kuang and his crew, but taking care of the other nobodies in the Sword and Blade Academy should be no problem. As he spoke, Wang Huiyan wore an air of confidence that instantly drew the attention of Jiang Che and the others. Their gazes lingered briefly on Pang Obeo beside him.
Only then did Jiang Che nod.
Alright, then we'll be waiting to see how you handle it, Huiyan.
Don't worry. Wang Huiyan grinned. I promise to get revenge for Brother Jiang first. With that, he turned and strode toward the arena below with Pang Obeo in tow. Only after the two had walked far away did Luo Xiaoka and Zhao Yuran finally ask.
Ake, who are they?
They're my roommates too. Jiang Che explained.
But his partner seems pretty formidable.
Zhao Yuran nodded thoughtfully.
Yeah, I can sense it, she's a powerful mecha girl.
At that very moment,
a thunderous beast-like roar suddenly erupted from the arena below.
The battle had officially begun. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the commotion. On the platform, the female defender swayed, instantly transforming into a massive windbell flower with delicate pink petals. A peculiar floral fragrance followed, spreading throughout the surroundings. Like seeds, this fragrance caused countless tiny windbell flowers to sprout anew from the ground beneath the stage. SSSH. A petal unfurled. Enveloping the spirit tamer beside her, they became one with the windbell flower. How beautiful. Witnessing this scene, Luo Xiaoka couldn't help but marvel. Don't be fooled by its appearance. These plant spirits are no easy foes to deal with. Jiang Che's expression turned serious as he cautioned. Take this windbell flower, for instance. Not only is its pollen highly toxic, capable of paralyzing and corroding opponents, but even its petals and leaves are razor sharp. Even a mecha girl renowned for her defense could get injured if she's not careful. I see. Zhao Yuran nodded in agreement. None of the 6 major spirit master professions should be underestimated. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, the opposing challenger had already entered combat mode. It was a massive lizard woman. She carried her spirit tamer on her back, all 4s planted firmly on the ground. Her sharp claws dug deep into the earth, crushing the delicate windbell flowers beneath her into dust. She glared menacingly at the large flower before her. Did she think the battle hadn't started yet? Little did she know, the battle had commenced the moment her opponent assumed combat posture. The next moment, the lizard girl finally launched her attack. With a sudden burst of power from all 4 limbs, she shot toward the windbell flowers like an arrow released from its string. Hiss! But just as she was about to touch the wind chime flower, the seemingly delicate little flowers on the ground suddenly erupted. Their leaf edges flashed with a cold gleam, stabbing toward the lizard girl like countless tiny blades. Watch out! The spirit rider on the lizard girl's back urgently warned. But it was too late. The lizard girl was already enveloped by a sea of leaves, blood spurting from multiple wounds across her body in an instant. Gasping in pain, she scrambled backward. Whoa! Wang Chong gasped from the staircase platform. Are these little flowers this powerful? Tao Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Are plant girls really that powerful? Those little flowers look completely harmless. But as if answering her question, the next moment, the enormous windbell flower suddenly launched an attack. After swaying violently, a massive vine shot up from the tiny flowers scattered across the ground. They intertwined into a web, enveloping the lizard girl across from it. Chapter 108, already a succubus, yet still devouring souls. The vines wove into a net, swiftly binding the lizard girl within. Within the net-like prison, the lizard girl struggled desperately. She lashed her massive tail against the confines, but it was futile, only tightening the vine's grip. Soon, it resembled a garment enveloping her entirely. Simultaneously, the surrounding wind chime flowers surged forward again.
Their leaves and branches crossed like blades, closing in for the final strangulation.
We surrender.
Witnessing this, the spirit rider atop the lizard girl's back cried out urgently. Before the words had fully left her lips, the plant cage instantly dissolved. The wind bellflowers gracefully retracted their vines, reverting to the form of the female defender. She gave her opponent a slight nod. The first battle concluded with such clean precision.
Impressive. On the stepped platform, Luo Xiaoka murmured in admiration. As expected. Those who enter the academy are no ordinary people. Jiang Che nodded. Though plant maidens can't move their bodies, once rooted on the battlefield, they become incredibly troublesome. Their influence also spreads far and wide. With several plant maidens deployed, they could even dominate a small section of the battlefield.
This is precisely why plant maidens are so heavily targeted on the void battlefield. Meanwhile, battles erupted one after another on the other arenas.
On the Beast Spirit Academy's platform, Zhang Hao and SSS demonstrated seamless coordination. SSS's combat form revealed itself for the first time. She was a strikingly stern black wolf spirit girl, her fur as smooth as satin. Such wolf spirit companions share a defining trait: aloof and proud, they disdain human conversation.
Yet once they recognize someone as a friend, they would entrust their very lives to that person. This explained why SSS had maintained that expression all along. It wasn't indifference. It was simply the nature of her contract spirit. The black wolf girl was formidable, having already repelled 2 challengers in quick succession. What shocked Jiang Che and the others most, however, was the scene at the Sword and Blade Academy's arena.
Sure enough,
the moment Wang Huayan and Pang Obeo stepped onto the stage, they struck with thunderous force, catching their opponents completely off guard. They became the first pair to claim a platform victory that day. Pang Obeo's combat form was revealed for the very first time. It was a massive thunder shock heavy cannon, entirely covered in composite armor, with 2 gun barrels positioned on either side. Its primary weapon, the shockwave core, cracked the ground with terrifying force when fired. Its secondary weapon, the Hive missile. This was a shoulder-mounted hidden missile pod capable of unleashing dense psionic firepower. It was nothing short of a battlefield reaper. Which ordinary psionics master would dare engage them in combat? Even just seeing Pang Abo enter combat mode sends the opposing defenders trembling in fear, too terrified to concede defeat outright. Are you kidding? Spirit masters are flesh and blood, after all. Who would dare fight them? Even if the spirit masters of the Sword Maiden were somewhat stronger, they might dodge the shockwave core from the main cannon, but they couldn't evade the barrage from the secondary cannons. Holy! On the staircase platform, Wang Chong stared in disbelief. Huayan is just too damn cool. Holy! Damn impressive. Let's go down too. Yeah. After watching for so long, Taoyi felt a surge of excitement too. Turning simultaneously, the two addressed Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka. Brother Jiang. We'll head down first. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the bleachers of the Comprehensive Institute, a man and a woman were watching Jiang Che and his 2 companions with an extremely subtle gaze. The man, though dressed in designer labels, wore a sinister expression, while the woman beside him was alluring and seductive, her lips as fiery as flames. Had Jiang Che noticed them, he would have recognized them immediately, none other than Zhao Yu and Liu Ruyan. Noticing Zhao Yu's expression, Liu Ruyan immediately swayed her hips coquettishly, parting her crimson lips to say, "Brother Yu, don't mind them." As she spoke, she extended a finger painted with bright red nail polish and gently tapped Zhao Yu's chest. "Those 2? They won't be taking first place so easily this time. Not to mention us, even Li Kuang from the Sword and Blade Academy isn't someone to mess with." Hearing this, Zhao Yu finally withdrew his gaze. After glancing at Liu Ruyan's exquisitely alluring face, he suddenly pulled her forcefully into his embrace. "I know. But I've been itching to go head-to-head with that guy for ages. He's nothing but a talent-eating waste of space. What's so great about him? Ruyan, what about you?" Liu Ruyan giggled coquettishly, her eyes narrowing seductively. "Of course, my ex-boyfriend. No one's as fierce as Brother Yu." As she spoke, she swayed her hips suggestively. "Brother Yu, haven't you already conquered me? Isn't that enough?" "Of course it's not enough." Zhao Yu suddenly seemed to remember something, his smile stiffening as he spoke. "Oh right, Ruyan, where did you go last night? I had someone call you down from the dorm, but you weren't there?" Liu Ruyan's eyes darkened for a moment before quickly regaining their seductive charm. "Nowhere. Just felt a bit down and went for a walk outside." She turned her head casually, yet her gaze inadvertently swept over Jiang Che in the distance, causing her to frown inwardly. A huge question mark formed in her mind. Why? Why, even though she had clearly transformed into a succubus form, did she still need to devour the souls of faithless men every week to maintain this state? Otherwise, she would revert to a prostitute spirit. This was something that had never happened before. And of course, she wouldn't tell anyone about this. Not even Zhao Yu. It seemed she'd have to find an opportunity to ask Jiang Che about it properly. 3 hours would soon be up. All the new students were desperately showcasing their abilities during this time. It could be said these individuals were already quite formidable. At the very least, they were all top performers among their peers. Consequently, both Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan were defeated one after another, returning to Jiang Che's side with their heads hanging low. Seeing their dejected expressions, Luo Xiaoke hurriedly comforted them. "Don't be like that. You've actually done incredibly well." The two managed to force a faint smile. Back in their respective high schools, they had been top-tier geniuses. But upon arriving at Tianshu Academy, they discovered that everyone here was extraordinary. So despite their usual carefree demeanor, they were genuinely shaken now. Just then, Jean Linger rose from the front row and walked toward them. "Jiang Che, Xiaoku. Get ready. It's your turn to go up." Zhao Yu asked in confusion. "Weren't we supposed to be the last ones to perform?" Jean Linger shook her head. "No. Remember, your mission is to win everyone over with conviction, not by cutting corners." Jiang Che nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if they wanted to monopolize all resources, they had to demonstrate overwhelming strength. Only then could they earn genuine respect. Convince them wholeheartedly. Not merely by winning the final battle through a surprise attack. Even if they won, people would only attribute it to the collective strength of Beast Spirit Academy. Chapter 109, Waiting for the Arena, Preparing to Compete. "Let's go." Jiang Che stood up, exchanging a glance with Luo Xiaoke. Luo Xiaoke nodded in agreement. The two immediately took hands and headed toward the arena below. Behind them, Wang Chong and the others called out in unison. "Go, brother Jiang. Sister-in-law Xiaoke, you rock." At the same moment, on the stands of the botanical garden, a towering young man, nearly 2 meters tall, suddenly pulled his day close and whispered in her ear. "Baby, it's our turn to shine." The girl nestled into his embrace and asked with a smile. "Honey, which stage do you think we should choose?" Petite and delicate, barely over 5 feet tall, she possessed a remarkably curvaceous figure. Especially in that form-fitting combat suit. It traced every inch of her alluring curves with exquisite detail. Her bust was full and breathtaking, her waist slender enough to fit in one hand, and beneath the short skirt, her legs were toned and rounded, so supple they seemed ready to burst with moisture at the slightest pinch. Not only did her figure create a striking contrast, her petite frame also stood in stark contrast to the towering man beside her. Standing together, like a beast and a beauty. The tall man scanned the ring area, his gaze finally settling on Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke descending the steps. "I'll take them. SSS-tier geniuses? I'll see just how good they are." "Aren't those your roommates?" the girl exclaimed in surprise. "Poof. Just some small-town bumpkin. He's way too cocky. Today I'm gonna teach him a lesson," the tall guy said coldly. The guy was none other than Jiang Che's roommate. The local Wang Chom had boasted was more boastful than any cruise ship docked at Southwest City Port. The tall guy had also been harboring resentment over the incident that happened in the dorm a few days ago. He believed it was only because his partner wasn't there that he suffered such a loss. Otherwise, how could Jiang Che have succeeded in ambushing him? So what if he's talented? Plant girl. That's what truly dominates the battlefield. Today, he would teach Jiang Che a lesson. On the arena floor at that moment. Though 3 hours were nearly up, the battle raged on, reaching a fever pitch. Freshmen from various academies took to the stage one after another. While defending their own platforms, they also fought to seize those of rival academies. The situation was extremely tense. Consequently, although the platforms held by the 5 major academies were no longer the same as before, the 5 main platforms remained largely secure. Each academy still held one. "Brother Che, which one should we choose?" Luo Xiaoke whispered. "Sword and Blade Academy." Jiang Che replied, expressionless. "Haven't you noticed Li Kuang and Jianxin staring at us the whole time? Since that's the case, we'll start with the Sword and Blade Academy." If Li Kuang and Jianxin had their eyes on them, then surely they had their eyes on the Sword and Blade Academy too? Agreed. Then the Sword Academy it is. On the podium, Dean Xiao and other academy leaders watched Jiang Che intently. "What do you think? Who do you reckon this youngster will pick first?" Dean Xiao asked with a chuckle. The deans of the other major academies all wore grim expressions, except for Dean Lu of the Beast Spirit Academy, who chuckled incessantly. Because of Jiang Che's unique circumstances, he had initially worried Jiang Che might choose the Spirit Academy. But the academy had decided to keep the Spirit Academy girl's identity under wraps for now, forcing Jiang Che to choose the Beast Spirit Academy. This time, the Beast Spirit Academy was guaranteed to win. As long as Jiang Che could help the Beast Spirit Academy secure all the resources. Even if he tilted the scale slightly in Jiang Che's favor, he could still use the remaining resources to cultivate other members of the Beast Spirit Academy. How much to favor him? That was entirely up to the headmaster. 50%? 60%? Or 40%? Who knows? Ha ha ha. The Beast Spirit Academy is in for a treat this time. They're going to get rich. Especially now, seeing the grim expressions on the faces of the deans from the other 4 academies, he felt utterly delighted. He immediately spoke with a cheerful smile. Any academy will do, just not the Beast Spirit Academy.
Poof. Poof. Poof.
A series of cold snorts echoed one after another. The deans of several major colleges were all displeased. Especially Dean Han of the Mechanics Academy. He gritted his teeth in fury. His anger boiled over. Dean Peng, I hear there's some friction between your academies Li Kuang and Jiang Che. The dean of the Comprehensive Academy suddenly spoke up. The head of the Sword and Blade Academy was named Peng Tao. Hearing this, his face darkened as he replied coldly. The Sword and Blade Academy isn't one to be trifled with. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't choose us in the first round. If our freshmen launch a relentless assault, even a god-tier beast girl would fall. Besides, who says Li Kuang and Jianqin aren't god-tier? But no sooner had Dean Peng finished speaking. A dramatic scene unfolded on the arena. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, right before everyone's eyes, walked straight toward the Sword and Blade Academy's platform. Dean Peng's expression darkened instantly. He felt utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, standing below the Sword and Blade Academy's platform, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke looked up unabashedly, meeting the gaze of Li Kuang and Jian Xian as they approached from the opposite side. Both pairs of eyes held unmistakable defiance. They were utterly contemptuous. This scene was immediately caught by Li Kuang and Jian Xian. How dare you? Li Kuang erupted in fury on the spot. How dare you choose our Sword and Blade Academy first? Jianqin gritted his teeth, his face twisted with resentment and fury. How arrogant. Watch me knock them off the stage. At that moment, the battle on the Sword and Blade Academy's platform had just concluded. The two freshmen defending the Sword and Blade Academy's platform had won, but they were already panting heavily, their spirits visibly low. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke calmly stepped onto the stage. Step down. Jiang Che spoke calmly. In your current state, there's nothing left to fight for. The expressions of the two opponents darkened instantly. They had recognized Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke, aware of their identities. Exchanging a glance, they hesitated briefly before turning and leaving without a word. Useless trash. Witnessing this, Li Kuang cursed loudly from below the stage. Not even daring to draw their swords before conceding defeat, what kind of swordsmiths are they? Jianqin stomped his foot in fury. What a disgrace. On the tiered stands, Wang Chong, Wang Huiyan, and the others erupted into cheers. Brother Jiang is so awesome. What Sword Academy? Ha ha ha, it's a joke. This is what it means to subdue the enemy without fighting. Absolutely insane. Instantly, the freshmen of the Sword and Blade Academy nearby shot them furious glares. But the two generals, thick-skinned and formidable in their own right, chose to ignore them outright. On the podium, Dean Peng's face alternated between pale and flushed. Dean Lu of the Beast Spirit Academy beamed with satisfaction, his smile stretching wide. Well now, Dean Peng, it seems the Sword Academy's authority isn't quite what it used to be. Don't glow too soon. Dean Peng snorted coldly. Li Kuang is no pushover. He's mastered at least 3 top-tier sword techniques equivalent to contracting 3 elite spirit companions. Chapter 110, Provoking Li Kuang, driving Li Kuang to rage. On the arena stage. After the Sword Academy's defender conceded defeat, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke stood firmly in the challenger's position, becoming the new defenders. Currently, the Beast Spirit Academy controlled 2 platforms. The other academies, aside from the Sword and Blade Academy, each still held 1 platform. Sword and Blade Academy, none. Jiang Che stood below the platform, looking down with a defiant expression toward Li Kuang below. Li Kuang, you got the guts to come up? Didn't you say you'd teach me a lesson today? Come on then. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Li Kuang gritted his teeth in fury. Just as he was about to climb onto the stage, a student from the Sword and Blade Academy pulled him back. Brotherly, the instructor said not to clash with Jiang Che right now. Help the Sword and Blade Academy win the next match first. Li Kuang stood below the stage, his face dark and sullen. He glared at Jiang Che on stage for a long moment before finally turning away in fury and heading toward the Beast Spirit Academy's adjacent arena. Useless. Jiang Che sneered coldly. Those 2 words pierced Li Kuang's heart like sharp arrows. He spun around abruptly, trembling all over, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. Yet he forced himself to suppress his rage and charged onto the Beast Spirit Academy's stage. Get off! The moment Li Kuang and Jian Xian stepped onto the stage, they roared at the Beast Spirit Academy defenders. Across from them, the 2 Beast Spirit Academy defenders exchanged wry smiles. Having fought 3 consecutive matches, their strength was severely depleted, leaving them no choice but to concede defeat. Sword and Blade Academy wins. The referee declared. Cheers erupted from the Sword and Blade Academy's tiered stands. Li Kuang and Jian Xian finally felt vindicated, standing on the platform with smug expressions, their eyes fixed defiantly on Jiang Che. Simultaneously, Li Kuang made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand. On the stage, Jiang Che had long since stopped paying attention to Li Kuang and his crew. Their arrogant posturing was destined to be seen only by the blind. Because on Jiang Che's stage, a new challenger had arrived. And they were familiar faces. Upon recognizing the man and woman team, Jiang Che's expression turned peculiar. You're kidding me, you're here to fight me?
Bai Haochuan exploded with rage at the nickname. You bastard. Do you really think beating me with a sneak attack in the dorm makes you stronger than me? Today I'll show you what I'm made of. You talent-dependent loser will never measure up to real skill.
The man who stepped forward was none other than Jiang Che's other roommate,
Bai Haochuan.
The moment the words left his mouth, the petite girl beside Bai Haochuan trembled violently, instantly shifting into combat mode. It was a giant dandelion that looked completely harmless, its pure white flower head swaying gently with graceful poise. Brother Che, do you know them? Luo Xiaoka asked curiously. Jiang Che looked at her and nodded helplessly. This is my fourth roommate, the one you haven't met yet. Luo Xiaoka suddenly understood, then sneered coldly. Oh, so this is the pretender Wang Chong was talking about, right? Pretender. Another poser. You. Bai Haochuan trembled with rage, roaring at the top of his lungs before fully merging his body into the dandelion. Kill them all for me. Boom. The enormous dandelion swayed gracefully. In an instant, countless fluffy seeds scattered with the wind, flying toward Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka. These fluffy seeds appeared gentle, yet concealed deadly intent. Every strand seemed to brim with danger. Xiaoka, be careful. Jiang Che warned with a grave expression. These dandelion seeds not only explode, but they can also rapidly grow vines to entangle you. Luo Xiaoka didn't respond. Instead, she immediately shifted into combat mode. Blazing flames instantly engulfed her entire body. The majestic fire Qilin appeared with a thunderous roar, lifting its head to let out a deafening bellow. Roar! A torrent of flames erupted from its maw, like a furious dragon. It instantly incinerated the dandelion fluff swirling through the air, leaving only black ash particles drifting down. On the staircase platform, witnessing the fire Qilin's mighty display, Wang Chong and Wang Huayan leapt to their feet in excitement. Holy! Brother Jiang is awesome. Quick, take this cargo down now. Though they shared the same dorm, Bai Haochuan's usual I'm the local tough guy attitude was genuinely irritating. But the next second, a sudden transformation occurred. The scorched remains of dandelion fluff had barely touched the ground when they transformed into countless tiny tendrils, erupting from the earth in a frenzied growth spurt. These vines writhed and twisted like living creatures. In the blink of an eye, they formed a massive plant net, closing in on the fire Qilin. This is bad. Wang Huiyan's face paled. These plant maidens are far too bizarre. His earlier defeat alongside Pang Obeo had also been caused by these plant spirits. The combat tactics of these plant-type contract spirits were too bizarre to guard against. Once they wove their nets, whoever stood opposite would be bound in movement. It placed them at an inherent disadvantage from the start. Yet the fire Qilin on the stage merely flicked its tail dismissively at this sudden assault. Then, the fire Qilin raised its forepaw. Instantly, a searing fireball rapidly coalesced between its paws. The fiery orb spun relentlessly, growing larger with each rotation as its explosive power intensified. Scorching Heaven Claw. The fire Qilin slammed the fireball toward the ground. Boom! The fireball exploded with a deafening roar. Frenzied flames erupted from the explosion, sending shockwaves sweeping across the entire arena. It also reduced the newly sprouted vines to ashes. The commotion was deafening, earth-shattering. The explosive aftershock caused the entire arena to tremble violently. The protective barrier creaked under the strain, as if it might collapse at any moment. On the VIP platform, Principal Xiao and the assembled high-ranking officials all leapt to their feet in shock. Combat technique! Principal Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. It's a combat technique perfectly suited to the fire Qilin. Then, he shook his head with a bitter smile. I was thinking of rewarding him with a combat technique after this tournament. Who knew he already had one? Combat techniques are rare. And there are so many types of beast girls. Finding a combat skill that fits so perfectly is practically impossible. Even he, who had intended to reward Luo Xiaoka with a combat skill, had only a common fire attribute one to offer. But who knew they already had it? And this powerful? The other deans exchanged stunned glances, utterly incredulous. The dean of the Botanical Academy wore a grave expression, murmuring to himself. This power, it's approaching the level of a 4th-grade Spirit Tamer. Could a god-tier beast maiden truly be this strong? But that wasn't the most shocking part. A mere 10 seconds later, the scattered flame particles in the air suddenly underwent another violent reaction. Boom! 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 A deafening series of explosions erupted one after another. Boom! 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 Everyone on the tiered stands leapt to their feet in shock, gaping in utter amazement. Suddenly, dazzling flames blossomed across the stage, bathing the entire arena in a fiery glow. Chapter 111, let me tell you, everyone here is trash. As the flames faded, the scene on the stage left everyone gasping in horror. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka stood hand in hand where they had been, their expressions unchanged, not even a tear in their clothing. Across from them, Bai Haochuan and his petite companion were a pitiful sight. Their clothes were torn to shreds, hair singed and frizzy, looking as if they'd been struck by lightning. Bai Haochuan stood frozen in place. His face was covered in soot, his lips trembled, and he was completely stunned. He prided himself on his arrogance. Yet he had been defeated with ease. Defeated by the very country bumpkin he had looked down upon? Ah! Just then, the petite girl suddenly shrieked. Only then did she realize her clothes had been scorched to shreds. She frantically covered her chest and stumbled off the stage, leaving Bai Haochuan standing alone in shock. Truthfully, even if she hadn't covered herself, it wouldn't have mattered. It was simply too dark for anyone to discern what it was. Useless. Jiang Che uttered the two words indifferently. The voice wasn't loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the entire arena. Like a resounding slap, it sent Bai Haochuan reeling. He finally snapped back to his senses, lifting his head to glare at Jiang Che, his fists clenched tight with venomous hatred. Jiang Che. You have gone too far. So, are we still fighting? Luo Xiaoke stepped forward, chest thrust out. Bai Haochuan opened his mouth, realizing that anything he said now would only sound ridiculous. He could only stagger around and walk away. Inside the gymnasium. Except for a few rings where fierce battles still raged. The tiered stands were also deathly quiet. Jiang Che looked up at the giant quartz clock inside the arena, realizing only 15 minutes remained before the 3-hour deadline. And then, an awkward scene unfolded in the following minutes. While fierce battles raged on other stages, no one dared challenge theirs, perhaps because of the earlier clash. Brother Che, what should we do now? Luo Xiaoke whispered. It seems like no one dares to challenge us anymore. Jiang Che sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to take the initiative and attract challengers, shouting to a couple below the stage. Hey, you two, come on up. Come challenge us. The couple waved their hands repeatedly. No, we'll just go challenge the Clever Academy instead. This exchange left the Spirit Academy students nearby looking grim. Did they think Spirit Academy was a pushover? Jiang Che, unwilling to give up, turned to another couple nearby and called out. Why don't you two give it a try? We can go easy on you. The other couple hastily waved him off. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke were utterly speechless now. As time ticked away, with only 8 minutes left, Jiang Che suddenly roared to the heavens. No offense, but everyone here is trash. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Every single person turned their gaze toward Jiang Che's stage. Even Luo Xiaoke was stunned, quickly reaching out to tug at Jiang Che while whispering. Brother Che, what are you doing? But Jiang Che paid no heed, continuing his loud taunts. Listen up, you're all useless trash. If any of you have the guts, any real men out there, come fight me. Last 8 minutes I'll take on all of you. Boom! The entire gymnasium erupted in an instant. He's got some nerve. Whoa, is this guy crazy? Just because he's SSS-tier talent, he gets this cocky? One guy against everyone? Who does he think he is? Damn it! Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan were also left speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Brother Jiang. How arrogant! Compared to him, that Li Kuang guy is nothing but a little brother. On the podium, Principal Xiao and the others also stood up in shock. This kid. What does he think he's doing? The entire gymnasium erupted in an instant. Freshmen from every college surged angrily toward the ring where Jiang Che stood, glaring at him with eyes ablaze. Jiang Che, what do you think you're doing? You're way too cocky. A male student from the Sword and Blade Academy roared. Jiang Che remained standing on the platform, looking down on them from above. A cold, disdainful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Exactly what I meant. You're all trash. Got a problem with that? Come fight me then. These words were like pouring oil on a fire, instantly igniting the fury of the entire crowd. He's too arrogant, a complete lunatic. So what if he's SSS-tier talent? I can't take it anymore, I'm gonna kill him. We'll teach him a lesson today. Does he really think SSS-tier talent makes him invincible? These freshmen were top-tier prodigies in their respective high schools back home. When had they ever endured such humiliation? Each trembled with rage. They were itching to storm the stage right then and there. Meanwhile, the Beast Spirit Academy freshmen had been standing by, gloating and jeering. Ha, you're all trash. But the next second, Jiang Che's finger pointed at them. You're no better. The entire Beast Spirit Academy group froze in place. Their expressions froze. What did he mean? Aren't we teammates? Has this bastard gone completely mad? Anyone who disagrees, come at me too. Jiang Che surveyed the entire crowd, his tone brimming with arrogance. I'll take on all of you by myself. The gymnasium erupted once more. All the freshmen were filled with righteous indignation, their emotions running high. He's lost his mind. This guy's completely lost his mind. Who does he think he is? On the podium, Dean Liu of the Beast Spirit Academy's face darkened like storm clouds. Staring at Jiang Che standing on the stage, rage surged within him. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? Just then, Jiang Che suddenly looked up at the podium. Principal Xiao, didn't the rules state that if a freshman can defend 100 matches, all resources belong to him? Principal Xiao, across half the arena, met Jiang Che's gaze and slowly nodded.
Correct.
Jiang Che grinned, pointing at everyone below the stage.
Then does it count if I take on all of them? Principal Xiao paused briefly before replying. Yes. As long as you can win. Boom. The entire crowd erupted in commotion once more.
Everyone stared at Jiang Che in shock.
This guy actually intends to monopolize all the resources for this session? Bring it on.
Jiang Che spread his arms wide, his eyes blazing with battle intent.
Then come at me all at once. Li Kuang was the first to lose his temper. How could he stand someone even more arrogant than himself?
He leapt straight off his own platform, roared in fury, then sprang back onto the stage.
Arrogant. Today I'll teach you what it means to know your place. Immediately after,
a flood of newcomers rushed onto the stage. In the blink of an eye, 12 people now stood on the platform where Jiang Che was positioned.
6 pairs of contract teams.
The Beast Spirit Academy freshmen exchanged glances.
Finally, 6 more gritted their teeth and declared, I can't take it anymore.
If you're so cocky, don't blame us for ganging up on you.
Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed as more figures stepped onto the arena.
Now, Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke faced 18 opponents. 9 pairs of spirit masters in total.
Chapter 112, Suppressing Li Kuang, your sword is too weak.
9 pairs of spirit masters ascended the stage together.
If this sight alone wasn't enough.
Then when all 9 pairs simultaneously entered combat mode, the entire arena was engulfed in a sea of multicolored spiritual energy, creating a truly spectacular sight. Sword maidens transformed into long blades and daggers, held in the hands of swordmasters, their icy glints piercing the air. Beast maidens transformed into mighty beasts, their roars shaking the heavens with terrifying might. Plant girls' vines grew wildly, spreading across the sky. Mecha girls undergo mechanical transformations into diverse cybernetic forms, their cannons charging with energy. Spirits of light crisscrossed and intertwined, nearly filling the entire arena. A breathtaking sight. Roar. The next instant, amidst a deafening roar, Luo Xiaoke instantly shifted into combat mode. Blazing golden flames engulfed her entire body, roaring fiercely and scorching the arena floor red hot. The fire Qilin stood majestic and imposing. Its ferocity was unmatched. Jiang Che moved with lightning speed, flipping onto her back. Simultaneously, he gathered a massive surge of spiritual energy in both hands and slammed them down onto the fire Qilin's spine. Boom! Flames roared skyward around the fire Qilin. The battle commenced. The 9 spirit masters opposite them launched their attacks simultaneously at Jiang Che and his companions. In an instant, blades and swords intertwined like a net. Beast roars shook the heavens and earth. Vines surged like a tidal wave. Mechanical spirit cannons flashed and erupted. Boom! All attacks poured toward Jiang Che and the fire Qilin at the center of the arena. Yet in the face of this onslaught, Jiang Che showed not a trace of panic, instead growing wildly arrogant. With a loud laugh, he declared, Xiaoke, let these useless fools see what true power looks like. Qilin stomps the 8 wildernesses. Boom! The fire Qilin's front claw slammed down with tremendous force. Instantly, the entire arena shook violently. A ring of fiery waves erupted in an instant, radiating outward from the fire Qilin at its center. The flames surged skyward, and faintly visible were several phantom Qilins galloping forth. The intense heat warped the surrounding air. The arena floor seemed to crack open, and magma-like flames surged forth from the fissures. Boom! 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 The ferocious flame shockwave swept across the entire arena. In an instant, the pairs of spirit masters charging at the forefront were knocked flat to the ground. Fire overcomes wood. The attacking vines of the plant maiden turned to ash the moment they touched the flames, incinerated instantly. Both inside and outside the arena, the beast girls trembled in terror at the mere specter of the Qilin, their combat effectiveness utterly shattered. This was the innate suppression power of a god-tier beast girl. Damn it! Watching the fire Qilin render several teammates incapacitated with a single strike, Li roared in fury. The next moment, he charged through the sea of flames, sword in hand, launching a flanking assault. Whirlwind step. His form flickered like a whirlwind, elusive and unpredictable. His sword thrust straight for the fire Qilin's eye, executing the step and thrust technique with consummate skill. Clang! Yet facing this attack, the fire Qilin nearly raised its forepaw lightly, deflecting the fierce thrust. Simultaneously, its tail lashed out, unleashing a fiery blast that swept toward Li Kuang like a raging dragon. Swift wind step. Li Kuang's feet shifted in a blur, narrowly evading the sweeping flames. His eyes blazed with savage intent. He had spotted the fire Qilin's weakness. This beast appeared formidable, yet its reactions were sluggish. As a sword master, Li Kuang possessed the agility and speed to exploit this flaw. The long sword struck out once more. Trail slash. 3 flashes of sword light streaked through the air like lightning, leaving afterimages in their wake as they targeted the fire Qilin's vital points. As expected, the fire Qilin reacted slowly, seemingly caught completely off guard. This filled Li Kuang with delight. But in the very instant the sword lights closed in, The fire qilin suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of crimson gold flames. Boom! Li Kuang's smile froze. He dodged hastily, yet the sword's momentum remained unbroken, plunging directly into the fire qilin's body. To his utter shock, his blade couldn't even pierce the fiery armor covering the fire qilin's body. How is this possible? Li Kuang exclaimed in disbelief. Your sword is too weak. Jiang Che struck at both body and soul. Xiaoko, qilin treads the 8 desolations. Another crushing stomp. As the ring of fire erupted once more, several illusory qilin charged at Li Kuang from all directions. Though the strike connected, it failed to pierce his opponent. Li Kuang could only hastily withdraw his sword, dodging relentlessly with his footwork. Yet, a phantom still grazed him. He staggered backward. His face drained of color. For where the fire qilin had grazed him moments before, the skin was now scorched and charred. Roar! At that moment, Luo Xiaoke, transformed into the fire qilin, pressed her advantage. With a single leap, it pounced before Li Kuang. Looming overhead, it looked down at Li Kuang, who appeared no larger than an ordinary person. Raising its forepaw, a fireball coalesced between its paws. A terrifying aura swept over him. Scorching heaven claw. Li Kuang's eyes widened in horror, his gaze nearly bursting from his sockets. Azure dragon thrust. He leapt into the air. A torrent of wind and thunder energy instantly coiled around his blade, coalescing into a dragon-shaped phantom accompanied by thunderous roars. It plunged directly toward the fireball beneath the burning heaven claw. Yet, it proved futile. Not only was his sword too weak, but even his signature sword techniques were merely ordinary sword arts. Perhaps they could be considered formidable against ordinary spirit masters. But against a god-tier beast maiden, it was utterly insufficient. This sword strike was swiftly suppressed. The burning heaven claw exploded at the center of the arena, instantly unleashing a colossal flame lotus. Incredibly dazzling. Ah! Li Kuang screamed as he was sent flying. Along with his sword, he crashed off the stage. The sword itself transformed into the shape of a sword heart the moment it hit the ground, lying pale and lifeless on the floor. On the stage. As the flames gradually dissipated, only Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke remained standing tall and proud. The other 8 pairs had all been defeated. All were covered in dust and dirt, utterly disheveled. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was so stunned by this crushing victory that they couldn't utter a word. Is this what a god-tier beast girl looks like? Too powerful. Even Li Kuang, hailed as the strongest in the Sword Academy, fell so quickly? What a loser. Finally, Jiang Che's voice broke the silence. Is that all you've got? Is this all you've got? And you dare call yourselves geniuses from various cities? Elites? All of you are useless. Especially you, Li Kuang. Below the stage, Li Kuang, lying sprawled on the ground, shuddered violently, overwhelmed by utter humiliation. But what right did he have to argue back now? He could only let out a wail before slipping into unconsciousness. On the stage, Jiang Che stood tall and proud, his gaze sweeping the crowd with disdain. Again. Don't stop. All of you, come at me together. Boom. All at once. Those 3 words thundered like a bolt of lightning, sending shockwaves through the crowd. I'll fight you. I'll join too. How dare you? Too arrogant. I'll join too. In an instant, Jiang Che ignited the fury of the crowd. The entire arena erupted in an instant, filled with waves of angry shouts. Countless spirit masters climbed onto the stage one after another, only to be blasted off in the blink of an eye. Chapter 113, Useless. Useless. All of them useless. Boom. A wave of fire swept through, sending 3 freshman lovers from the Sword and Blade Academy flying through the air, swords and blades in tow. Useless. Jiang Che said coldly. Again. 2 more beast girls charged up the platform. Roar. The fire qilin's roar sent shockwaves through the air, instantly stunning the 2 beast girls into collapsing to the ground. Too slow. Jiang Che shook his head dismissively. Faster. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive burning heaven claws sent the 5 mechanical battle maidens flying, their parts scattering everywhere. Is that all? Jiang Che sneered. And you call this genius? The battle on the stage raged like a storm, yet its one-sidedness was suffocating. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke worked together flawlessly, each strike precise and ruthless, mercilessly crushing any spirit tamer daring to step onto the stage. Whoever it was? Regardless of which academy they came from. Even those from the Beast Spirit Academy were crushed without mercy. Inside the gymnasium. Surrounding the tiered stands. At this moment, both freshmen and upperclassmen stood speechless, utterly stunned. Is this even human? How could he be this strong? How the hell is this possible? How do you even fight someone this level of insane? Who could possibly stand a chance? Even the school leaders and high-ranking officials on the podium were utterly stunned. Even though they had overestimated the power of the god-tier beast girls, they never imagined it could be this insane. It was utterly defying the heavens. Of course, the most humiliating sight of all was Lu Chun from the Beast Spirit Academy. He had been dreaming, convinced Jiang Che would lead the Beast Spirit Academy to victory. Instead, Jiang Che had gone solo. He even dealt the Beast Spirit Academy a crushing defeat. With this outcome, the Beast Spirit Academy wouldn't get a single reward this time. It all went to that kid. Ah! A plant maiden screamed as flames scorched her, fleeing the arena. Boom! 2 mecha maidens were sent flying by the Kirin's phantom form, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud! Several swordmasters were once again knocked off their feet by the surging flames, tumbling down the steps in disarray.
Wails, roars, and screams mingled together, plunging the entire arena into chaos.
But no matter how many charged onto the stage, the outcome remained the same: mercilessly crushed. Again. Too weak. Jiang Che's voice sounded like a death knell, each utterance signaling another batch of challengers crushed beneath his might. Boom! Another dragon stomp. A ring of fiery waves repelled the latest wave of challengers. The fire Qilin stood proudly at the center of the arena, flames roaring around its body, radiating an unmatched aura of dominance. Too weak. Jiang Che surveyed the arena with utter disdain in his eyes. Is this what you call strength? Below the arena, dozens of challengers lay scattered in disarray. Some moaned in agony, others lay unconscious, and still others wore expressions of bitter resignation. Throughout the entire gymnasium, only heavy breathing echoed alongside Jiang Che's voice. Who else? Jiang Che's thunderous roar echoed throughout the arena. No one answered. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless by the crushing victory. Those freshmen who had once boasted of their genius now truly understood what it meant that above heaven lies another heaven. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Che laughed up at the sky. A bunch of losers. He leapt down from the fire Qilin's back. The fire Qilin reverted to its human form, holding Jiang Che's hand as waves of pure energy flowed into his body. The two stood proudly at the center of the arena, basking in the countless awestruck gazes around them. From this day forward, all resources of this tournament. Jiang Che surveyed the entire arena, enunciating each word deliberately. Shall belong to me, Jiang Che. Any objections? The words struck like a heavy hammer, crashing into the heart of every person present. Faces turned grim. Yet no one dared to voice dissent. The situation was clear: they couldn't fight him, and the rules were set in stone. What grounds did they have to object? The gymnasium fell deathly silent. Only the freshmen strewn haphazardly beneath the ring continued to moan in agony. At that moment, Dean Xiao rose first, his resonant voice echoing throughout the venue. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He clapped vigorously, thoroughly delighted. First, I'd like to thank students Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke for delivering such a spectacular match. I can guarantee this is the most unforgettable match in the history of our Tianshu Academy. With his lead, sparse applause finally began to ripple through the gymnasium. Then, like ripples spreading across water, growing more enthusiastic, finally converging into a thunderous roar of applause. Even the defeated freshman had to admit that Jiang Che was indeed arrogant, but he had every right to be. This crushing victory was something no one else could have achieved. It was breathtaking. In that moment, they felt that with geniuses like Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke among the human race, even if it meant raising poisonous insects, it seemed worth it. The thunderous applause lasted a full 2 or 3 minutes. Only then did Dean Xiao raise his hand to silence the crowd, saying, as previously agreed, the Academy will certainly not withhold the rewards rightfully due to student Jiang Che. Following the official commencement of classes tomorrow, the Academy will distribute all new student resources to Jiang Che. He paused here, his gaze sweeping over the disheartened freshmen before continuing slowly. As for the other students, though you won't receive resources this year, it's only for 1 year. Next year, everything will return to normal. I hope you won't lose heart and will continue to train diligently. Remember, true strength is never built solely on resources. These words drew bitter smiles from the freshmen below the stage. That's what you say, they thought. Not built on resources? But without resources, it's utterly impossible. Without them, cultivation slows, accumulation falls short, you simply can't compete with those who have resources. But now that they were here, what else could they do? They'd already enrolled, they couldn't just drop out, could they? 1 year. Grit their teeth and push through. Additionally, Dean Xiao suddenly changed the subject. Given the exceptional nature of this situation, the Academy has decided to make additional public resources available to all freshmen. While they may not match the exclusive resources, they should help everyone navigate this year smoothly. Upon hearing this, the freshmen's expressions finally brightened a bit. Though not as good as exclusive resources, it's better than nothing. Finally, Dean Xiao turned to Jiang Che on the stage and said meaningfully, Jiang Che, please come to my office tomorrow at 9 in the morning. There are some details regarding your reward that require discussion. Jiang Che nodded. Understood, Dean Xiao. With Dean Xiao's announcement, the unprecedented gathering of outstanding freshmen in the history of Tianshu Academy finally drew to a close. No sooner had they stepped out of the gymnasium than Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan, each with their respective partners, rushed over excitedly, surrounding Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke. Bro Jiang, holy crap, you guys were absolutely amazing. Sis Xiaoko was so fierce. I almost wanted to step up and get kicked myself just now. Yeah, me too. Chapter 114, No Mercy on the Trial Ground, Blood Debt Repaid in Blood. The two generals were completely out of line. As they chatted, their tone shifted, tinged with a hint of reward. Jiang Che shook his head with a smile. Enough with the flattery. Let's get moving, time to rest. Today has absolutely worn me out. Meanwhile, on the playground, Zhao Yu grabbed Liu Ruyan's arm and hurried along, his expression dark. The moment they reached the playground, he angrily shoved her away. Why didn't you help me just now? Now that Jiang Che has taken all the resources, you're happy, aren't you? Liu Ruyan, are you still hung up on him? After being shoved away, Liu Ruyan staggered several steps before regaining her balance. As soon as she regained her footing, she hurried forward to explain. You go, how could you think that of me? I've been completely devoted to you. Wholly devoted? Then why didn't you step in just now? Zhao Yu sneered coldly. That was a whole year's worth of resources. Now it's all gone. Every time Zhao Yu recalled Jiang Che's arrogant, self-important expression on the stage earlier, he gritted his teeth in fury. Too arrogant. He even called everyone else useless. But across from him, Liu Ruyan still shook her head. It's useless, you goo. Jiang Che and his crew have improved far too quickly. Even a level 4 Spirit Tamer probably couldn't stand up to them now. Going up there would be pointless. As she spoke these words, even she felt a chill run down her spine. She never imagined that Jiang Che, reborn into this life, would surpass even her own extraordinary abilities from his previous existence, all without her support. This left Liu Ruyan feeling deeply distressed and unbalanced. Could it be that in her previous life, she had actually been holding him back? If that were truly the case, then what was she so furious about? Wasn't she just a complete fool? No. It couldn't be that. But now, Liu Ruyan had to console not only herself but also Zhao Yu across from her. Yet even after hearing her words, Zhao Yu's anger remained unabated, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Seeing that Zhao Yu's anger hadn't subsided, Liu Ruyan's eyes flickered. It seemed she had no choice but to bring out her trump card. She suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Yu's hand. Then, under his astonished gaze, she gently slipped it inside his collar. Zhao Yu's body trembled. Feeling the softness, his eyes immediately turned red. These resources are useless to us anyway. The Zhao family will handle them. Seeing Zhao Yu finally calm down, Liu Ruyan leaned close to his ear, her breath fragrant as she whispered. Besides, do you really think Jiang Che and his crew live in such carefree luxury? Ruyan, what do you mean by that? Zhao Yu's breathing quickened. Liu Ruyan gave another seductive smile. That soft flesh shifted and molded beneath Zhao Yu's palm, yet she continued as if oblivious. The more extraordinary they appear, the more displeasure they stir. Whether it's the converts, the Su family, your Zhao family, or even the Southwest Academy. Do you think these factions would tolerate the emergence of a force beyond their control? I suspect their troubles won't be long in coming. Zhao Yu froze, lost in thought. At the same time, Southwest City. Within a luxurious estate spanning dozens of acres. Su Wujiu, head of the Su family, sat with a grave expression in his study, processing documents. Suddenly, the phone rang urgently. Hello? Su Wujiu answered the call, his expression darkening. After hanging up, he snapped the pen in his hand with such force it snapped clean in two, ink splattering across the desk in an instant. What's wrong? A middle-aged woman on the nearby sofa snapped her head up. She appeared to be in her early 40s, yet well-preserved. Beneath her loose silk blouse, her waist was slender, while her bust and hips, rounded with the weight of years, were full and impressive. The subtle hints of what lay beneath were tantalizing, making one yearn to uncover more. But Su Wujiu, sitting across from her, didn't even glance at her. His voice was cold as ice. The killers who murdered Shure have made a grand show of force at Tianshu Academy today, securing all the resources for this year's freshmen in one fell swoop. What? The woman sprang to her feet. Her heavy breasts bounced violently, trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes blazed with venomous hatred. You mean that Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka? That's right. Su Wujiu's gaze turned icy. My Shure was burned beyond recognition in that inferno, yet they walk free. Had it not been for the Education Bureau's intervention, I would have gone to South City 2 months ago. And now they dare show up in Southwest City? Dare to act so brazenly at Tianshu Academy? I'll see how the Education Bureau protects them this time. The Education Bureau has long had protective regulations for all high school students. Any conflicts between students? No family or elders are permitted to intervene, regardless of life or death. Though these rules rarely get enforced. But when the Education Bureau gets serious, even the Su family has to hold back for the time being. Clearly, the reason the Su family stayed out of sight during the 2-month summer break was because the education department had stepped in behind the scenes. Now that Jiang Che and the others had entered the academy, the Education Bureau's protective regulations naturally ceased to apply. The woman gritted her teeth and declared,
I want them to pay with their blood for what they've done. But they're inside the academy now. Are we supposed to go in and take revenge? There are ways to seek revenge. Su Wuzhou said indifferently. In 3 months, the Southwest region's new student trials will commence across all academies. Tianshu Academy has consistently ranked second these past years. This time, they've acquired a treasure. They'll stop at nothing to claim first place. The woman trembled at his words, her eyes flashing with venom. I understand. The trial grounds, where life and death are disregarded, it truly is a fitting place. Meanwhile, in a shantytown. Even in daylight, the densely packed shantytown remained gloomy, with no sunlight reaching the streets. In the alleyway, it was damp. Pests and rodents were everywhere. All manner of household waste littered the ground. It was hard to imagine that in a place like Southwest City, there could still be such a barren area. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking sounded from all directions. It was barely noticeable in the dim, noisy alleyway. Yet within the rented room, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open. A man cloaked entirely in black robes rose slowly from the dim corner, moving silently toward the door. He opened the door just a crack. A note drifted down. The cloaked figure bent down to pick up the note, gave it a cursory glance, then turned and walked back into the room. He pushed open an old wardrobe, revealing a deep, dark tunnel behind it. Without hesitation, the cloaked figure entered the tunnel, walking forward as footsteps echoed continuously within its depths. The walls on either side of the tunnel were densely carved with intricate patterns of insectoid creatures. Fanged mouthparts. Sharp, segmented limbs. The compound eyes were vicious and venomous. Vividly lifelike. Chapter 115, Principal Secretary, the alluring Jiang Mir. Before long, the tunnel opened up abruptly, revealing a spacious underground hall. At the center of the hall stood another spine-chilling insectoid statue. 6 massive heads gaped with blood-red maws, 12 claws twisted in terrifying fury, and the carapace on its back was incredibly sturdy. Especially those wings. Even as mere statues, they radiated an unnerving sharpness. The 12-blade abyssal insect. A formidable subspecies among the void insectoid race. My lord. Upon entering the hall, the cloaked figure knelt on one knee before the statue of the 12-blade abyssal worm, respectfully presenting the note. News has arrived from the Tianshu Academy. From behind the statue, a hoarse voice echoed. Read it. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke demonstrated extraordinary prowess at the Tianshu Academy's freshman elite gathering today. They crushed all challengers with overwhelming force, securing every available resource for this year's incoming class. Oh? The hoarse voice carried a hint of amusement. The two from South City? Seems we did overlook them earlier. The cloaked figure murmured. Sir, should we have them? Not yet. A hoarse voice cut him off. We've worked hard to plant these spies. We can't just waste them now. The newcomer trials in 3 months will be the perfect opportunity. We can eliminate them without exposing ourselves. Also, inform the other spies to keep a close watch on those two's every move. Understood. The cloaked figure was about to withdraw when he was suddenly called back. Wait. That Li Quan, how did he fare? Reporting to the Lord, Li Quan's blood rage secret art has reached a minor level of mastery. Yet today, in order to conceal his identity, he was still easily defeated by Jiang Che. Useless. A hoarse voice snorted coldly. Increase the dosage of his potions. Within 3 months, he must break through to level 4. Understood. Also, contact our sleeper agents at the major universities. Have them investigate a certain individual. I don't yet know who this person is or where they are specifically. But Lady Nanshan Shurnao's death is inextricably linked to her. And Lu Long and Wang Jia, the agents we sent to assassinate Jiang Che, also died because of her. Such a traitor must be punished with the ultimate penalty. Understood. The next day. Tianshu Academy. Beast Spirit Academy. First-year freshman classroom. When Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke entered hand in hand, the once bustling classroom fell instantly silent. All the freshmen' eyes turned toward them in unison, their gazes filled with complex emotions. Yesterday's battle had seen Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke utterly rout the entire freshman class of Tianshu Academy. Even fellow Beast Spirit Academy students hadn't escaped unscathed. Even now, some freshmen were still lying in their dorms. Yet facing these stares, Jiang Che remained composed, holding Luo Xiaoke's hand as he strode straight to the empty seats in the front row. Students they passed along the way couldn't help but shrink back. Click. As the pair took their seats, a wave of collective relief washed through the classroom. But strangely, the lively atmosphere never returned. Everyone kept their heads down, either pretending to read or staring blankly at their desks, not daring to breathe a word. Is it really necessary? Luo Xiaoke muttered under her breath, clearly displeased. We're not going to eat anyone. Jiang Che chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying. But just then, the classroom door swung open again. Counselor Qin Zhan strode in, followed by Jean Linger. The moment he entered, he sensed the strange atmosphere in the classroom, his gaze immediately locking onto Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke in the back row. Looks like our star students have arrived. Xinjiang remarked half-jokingly. Yesterday's battle made the entire Beast Spirit Academy famous.
Everyone now knows the academy has its own Judge Bao.
Bao Qing Tian? Luo Xiaoke froze, whispering. Why Bao Qing Tian, Brother Qin? Because he's impartial and strikes down everyone, ha? Xinjiang roared with laughter. Luo Xiaoke's little face instantly fell. Fine. You didn't spare us either, did you?
Jean Linger stood nearby, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. But this teasing did manage to lighten the mood in the classroom a little. Some bolder students even joined in with quiet chuckles.
All right, back to business.
Xinjiang clapped his hands, his expression turning serious again as he said.
Today is the first class of the semester. An introduction to tactical theory. This concerns how you'll fight and survive should you ever find yourselves on the void battlefield. We'll be the ones teaching you.
I am your instructor, Xinjiang.
The lady beside me is my wife, Jean Linger.
Truthfully, these courses should never have fallen to counselors like Xinjiang and Jean Linger to teach. But there was no other option given Xinjiang's status. As a military man, coupled with his mission, it seemed most fitting for him to teach.
Inside the classroom, the room fell instantly silent as everyone sat up straight.
Today, I will be teaching the military's most fundamental and commonly used tactic, the 3x3 system. Xinjiang turned, picked up a piece of chalk, and drew a triangle on the blackboard. The core of this tactic is forming a triangular formation, 3 spirit masters as a squad, 3 squads as a platoon. The first group leads the assault. The second group provides cover. The third group maintains vigilance. Of course, this coordination isn't fixed, it shifts dynamically to ensure 360-degree coverage with no blind spots. Just then, Jean Linger picked up the thread. Remember, on the void battlefield, the insectoid race excels at flanking maneuvers and ambushes.
So never expose your back to the enemy.
Everyone, grab paper and pen to jot down these mantras: befriend distant foes while attacking nearby ones, strike swiftly and withdraw quickly, break through at key points to overwhelm the whole, avoid strength and strike at weakness. The morning tactical session concluded swiftly. Just as class ended, a tall figure appeared at the classroom door.
It was a stunningly beautiful female instructor.
Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her makeup exquisitely applied. Though clad in a tailored white blouse, the curves of her chest were undeniably prominent, defying the fabric's attempt to conceal them. Paired with her long, shapely legs encased in black stockings, she radiated a mature, intellectual charm. Especially those black-rimmed glasses on her face.
Yet they gave off an aura of pure desire. A single glance seemed enough to stir something within.
Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke. The beautiful teacher parted her red lips, her voice sweet enough to make one sick.
The principal requests your presence in his office.
The classroom. A pin could be heard dropping.
All eyes turned to Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke at the front.
Jiang Che smiled inwardly, thinking, the reward has finally arrived. The next moment, he took Luo Xiaoke's hand and stood up, walking out of the classroom under the complex gazes of everyone present.
Hello, everyone.
The beautiful teacher smiled charmingly, radiating grace.
My name is Zhang Mir, and I'm the principal's secretary.
Your names have been the most frequently mentioned these past 2 days.
Jiang Che froze.
A sudden cold gleam flashed in his eyes.
Zhang Mir? Chapter 116, 2 forces unite to squeeze every last drop out of Jiang Che. What's wrong?
Noticing Jiang Che's gaze, Zhang Mir tilted her head slightly and asked with a smile. Even Luo Xiaoke beside them looked utterly surprised. Before this, Brother Che had rarely shown interest in other women.
But it must be said, this secretary Jiang was indeed quite beautiful. Jiang Che's expression smoothed back into calmness as he shook his head with a smile. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered some things from the past.
Zhang Mir's red lips curved slightly.
All right then, let's go. The principal is still waiting for you both in his office.
She turned to lead the way, her high heels clicking rhythmically left and right along the corridor. Especially her slender waist swaying gently with each step. Beneath her pencil skirt, the curve of her firm, rounded hips was unmistakable, radiating the allure of a mature woman.
Jiang Che followed behind, watching her retreating figure thoughtfully. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his waist. Ugh!
Jiang Che sucked in a sharp breath. Looking down, he saw Luo Xiaoke with a pouty expression.
Brother Che, is it that appealing? Jiang Che chuckled and said nothing more.
Luo Xiaoke huffed in displeasure, her little mouth puckered high. He couldn't fathom how that old principal found such a flirtatious woman to be his secretary. What a lecher.
Before long, the three arrived at the principal's office door. Principal, they're here.
Zhang Mir knocked lightly on the door, her voice sweet. After receiving a response, she opened the door and gestured for Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke to enter. But as she turned to leave, she gave Jiang Che a meaningful wink.
Oomph. Luo Xiaoke continued to snort coldly. She was thoroughly annoyed. Men. Not a single one of them is any good. We've only been separated from them at school for this short time? And already they have time to spare? To start getting all these wild ideas? He must find Xiran and tell her about this.
The two of them would team up to squeeze every last drop out of Jiang Che. But he couldn't let himself dwell on these thoughts anymore.
Inside the office, Principal Zhao was smiling warmly at the two of them. "Come in, students." Once they were seated, he cut straight to the point. "I assume you both know why I asked you here?" Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke nodded simultaneously. Of course they did. The reward. That was the entire year's worth of new student resources for the entire Tianshu Academy.
Even Jiang Che found it tempting.
But before that, Principal Zhao's eyes flashed with admiration.
I must say, yesterday's battle was truly spectacular. In all my years teaching at Tianshu Academy, I've never witnessed such a breathtaking display.
Do you know?
It has been 30 years since the human race last produced a warrior capable of taking on 10 foes alone.
On the void battlefields, we've typically only managed 1-for-1 exchanges with void insectoids of equal rank. But the void insect race is overwhelmingly numerous. And cultivating each spirit tamer consumes vast resources.
When you factor that in, our race has always been at a disadvantage. Principal Zhao looked at the two of them, his eyes burning brightly.
I have a premonition that you two will become pillars of our race. Perhaps after graduation, it won't be long before your names echo across the entire void battlefield. Hearing this, Jiang Che remained relatively composed.
After all, in his previous life as the human race's war god, he had heard his fair share of praise. But Luo Xiaoke blushed slightly at the praise, her face turning a lovely shade of pink. Alright, the old man's getting a bit long-winded. Principal Zhao chuckled as he settled back into his chair.
Let's get back to the matter at hand. Regarding the new student rewards, the school has decided to offer you two options after deliberation. He held up one finger.
First, I will hand over all resources for this year's freshmen to you in one lump sum. The academy will not interfere with how you choose to use them. Jiang Che's eyes flickered at the words. He remained silent. He waited for further instructions. Dean Xiao raised another finger.
Second, the academy can provide resources based on your specified needs, but some losses will occur.
The academy will deduct the corresponding portion based on market prices. Principal Zhao crossed his arms on the desk. He looked at the two of them, his expression stern.
What do you think? Luo Xiaoke glanced at Jiang Che and whispered. Brother Che, you decide. I don't really understand these things.
Jiang Che, however, showed almost no hesitation. Principal Zhao has thought this through thoroughly.
We'll go with the second option.
Principal Zhao nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this.
That's a very wise choice. The next moment,
he pulled open a drawer, took out a document, and placed it before the two of them.
This is the complete resource list for this operation. You may review it first. If there are any specific requirements, please raise them now.
Jiang Che took the documents and, after exchanging a glance with Luo Xiaoke, began skimming through them.
Before long, they finished reviewing the list.
Jiang Che couldn't help but look up, utterly astonished. Even though he had long speculated about the resources allocated to a new student cohort at an academy each year, he never imagined it would be this substantial. It was nearly equivalent to the resources found within half a small secret realm.
Noticing Jiang Che's expression, Principal Zhao wore a look of satisfaction. Well, are you satisfied, Student Jiang?
I didn't expect there to be this much.
Ha ha. Principal Zhao chuckled. Actually, these resources are allocated by academy.
After all, our Tianshu Academy is the second-ranked institution in the Southwest region.
Naturally, we receive a substantial allocation of resources each year. Luo Xiaoke couldn't help but ask. Principal, are you saying other academies receive different resources than ours?
Of course.
Principal Zhao nodded.
There's a difference between first and second, and naturally between second and third. Take Southwest Academy, for instance. In terms of strength, they're not actually much stronger than our Tianshu Academy.
But it cannot be denied that their resources are indeed far more abundant than ours.
Often, even if they just throw money at it, they can still produce many geniuses. That's the advantage of being the top academy. The next moment, he turned to Jiang Che with a meaningful look. Jiang, Luo, if our Tianshu Academy could claim the title of Southwest's top academy, our resources would also increase.
Good grief. Every word dripped with resentment. Jiang Che smiled. He was well aware of the rivalry over the top academy. Tianshu Academy had always aspired to be number one, yet it was perpetually overshadowed by the Southwest Academy. It had been the same in his previous life. Resources played a significant role, of course. After all, greater resources meant the Southwest Academy could attract more prodigies. The more talents it had, the more resources it could obtain. It's a vicious cycle. If it cannot be broken, then Southwest Academy will forever remain the premier institution in the Southwest region. Principal Zhao's expression suddenly turned utterly serious. Therefore, Jiang, Luo, the academy has one more unreasonable request to make of you. Chapter 117, Resource Distribution. What a fortune. An unreasonable request? The purpose? It's right here, isn't it?
This time, Tianshu Academy even promised a small secret realm. They were determined to poach him from the Southwest Academy, and clearly, cultivating him was only part of the plan. There must be other motives at play. Jiang Che had long suspected as much. And now, the purpose had revealed itself. Seeing Jiang Che and the others remain silent, Principal Xiao resumed his smile, chuckling softly. Then I'll be blunt. As per the annual tradition, all academies in the Southwest region will hold an exchange trial for new students in 3 months. You two must have heard about it before, right? Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke shook their heads simultaneously. No. Principal Xiao froze instantly. This is indeed my oversight. He gave an awkward smile. He quickly picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then, Principal Xiao stood up again, paced a few steps around the office, before continuing. It's like this. To evaluate the educational standards of each institution for their freshmen. Our Southwest region holds a freshman trial every year, 3 months after all new students enroll. All cities and institutions within the Southwest region participate. The institution's rankings and resource allocations for the following year are then determined based on the freshman's performance. In previous years, our Tianshu Academy has consistently ranked second. But this year is different. Principal Xiao abruptly turned, his voice brimming with passion. Now, with students like Jiang, Luo, and even Zhao in our academy, we have the full capability to challenge for first place. Jiang Che raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you suggesting we represent Tianshu Academy in the trials, Principal? Precisely. Principal Xiao nodded, resting his hands on the desk. Jiang. Luo. Provided you secure first place in the trial, I can represent the academy in making another promise. For the duration of your studies, all resources will be doubled for the 3 of you. And the access to the minor secret realm promised earlier will also be granted to you. The school will never revoke these privileges before your graduation. The terms. Absolutely generous. These terms are indeed generous. Jiang Che's eyes flickered before he spoke slowly. However, Principal Xiao, I still have one request. Principal Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. What is it? Go ahead and state it. If the academy can fulfill it, we will certainly do so. Principal Xiao, I wish for us to obtain the usage rights to the secret realm immediately. Jiang Che looked directly into Principal Xiao's eyes. Meaning from this moment onward, we must be able to enter the secret realm for cultivation. Hearing this, hesitation flashed across Principal Xiao's face. This. Jiang Che continued. As the foremost academy, Southwest Academy possesses profound foundations. Who knows what kind of prodigious freshmen they might cultivate this year. Our decision to enter the secret realm early for cultivation is actually for the academy's sake to secure first place for the institution with greater certainty. Silence fell over the office. Monster? Who could be more monstrous than the 2 of you? But Principal Xiao ultimately kept those words to himself. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and said, All right, I can consider this request. After all, activating the secret realm is no small matter. The academy's higher-ups will need to discuss it. No problem. Jiang Che agreed readily. Just as they were about to take their leave, Principal Xiao called them back and said, You lot should discuss this as soon as possible and submit the list of required materials. The academy needs to begin preparations. Understood, Principal. Understood. Without delay, the 2 headed straight for the cafeteria. It was lunchtime, and the cafeteria was bustling with noise. From a distance, they spotted Zhao Yu sitting alone in a corner. Xiran. Luo Xiaoke waved excitedly. Zhao Yu, already beautiful, stood out strikingly in the crowd today, dressed in a white sundress. Why did you guys take so long to show up? The cafeteria is almost out of food. Good thing I brought some over for you guys ahead of time. Zhao Yu said after the 2 arrived. She pushed the 2 meal trays in front of her toward them. We just went to the principal's office. He needed to talk to us about something. Luo Xiaoke said. Was it about the rewards? Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up. Yeah. Jiang Che nodded. He proceeded to tell her everything in detail. This included the upcoming freshman trials in 3 months and the opportunity to gain early access to the secret realm. After hearing it all, Zhao Yuan's eyes grew even brighter. Then, Che, can I join you this time? Of course you can. Jiang Che nodded with a smile. We're always together anyway. Zhao Yuan was instantly thrilled. Afternoon. Before class, Jiang Che arrived at the principal's office. He intended to submit the various material lists he had discussed with Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Yuan. But only Jiang Mir was in the principal's office. The principal was nowhere to be seen. She sat in Principal Zhao's chair, her long, shapely legs clad in black stockings crossed elegantly on the desk. The slit beneath the black stockings seemed bottomless. A single glance was enough to make one want to look again and again. Mr. Jiang, you're just in time. Spotting Jiang Che, Jiang Mir's lips flashed like flames. As she rose, she deliberately leaned forward, revealing the alluring cleavage between her breasts. Jiang Che immediately wore a lecherous expression. His eyes fixated on her chest and long legs, he even swallowed audibly.
Jiang. Secretary Jiang, I'll leave the list to you.
Jiang Mir smiled warmly, though a flicker of disgust crossed her eyes.
Rest assured, I'll personally deliver it to the principal. Alright. Thank you so much, Secretary Jiang.
After Jiang Che left,
Jiang Mir's smile vanished instantly.
She even wiped the spot where Jiang Che had touched her with a look of disgust, coldly remarking,
"Men, ha. So what if he's talented?" Time flew by.
Before they knew it, the weekend arrived. The academy finally distributed the materials and rewards Jiang Che and his group needed.
Wow. This is a storage ring? And so many crystals? We're loaded. Luo Xiaoke exclaimed in delight.
In her hand now rested a ring of rather simple design, its interior holding a large quantity of crystals. This is called a storage ring. It was incredibly precious. They were crafted from the bones and skins of powerful mother insects. Because some powerful mother insects possessed internal cavities that formed their own spaces, powerful human spirit tamers discovered after killing them that their bones and skins could be used to craft storage items.
Among these, storage rings were the most widely used application. This time, Jiang Che and his group had accumulated an overwhelming amount of rewards. Even after accounting for material losses during exchanges, the quantity remained staggering. Therefore, the academy directly issued them a storage ring. Counting the crystals inside the storage ring, Luo Xiaoke's eyes sparkled like a little money-grubbing kid. Wow, a full 100,000 crystals. Chapter 118. The moment school breaks, every hotel outside is fully booked. Besides that, the storage ring also contained the materials Jiang Che had specified. These materials were sufficient to further enhance the fire Qilin's physical strength and also perform a modification on the Valkyrie of the End. All items Jiang Che required. Even Zhao Yu couldn't help but whistle in admiration upon seeing them. These modification materials aren't available on the market. The academy really went all out this time. Exactly. I'll modify it for you when I find the time.
Jiang Che looked at Zhao Yu and smiled.
You know mechanical modifications?
Zhao Yu was surprised. In truth, many mecha maidens could undergo modifications. Courses on this were offered at the Mecha Academy. Take when Zhao Yu first awakened as the Valkyrie of the End, for instance. Jiang Che had replaced her heart with the divine blood furnace that counted as modification too. However, the divine blood furnace was unique. Unlike other modification materials, it didn't require secondary refinement and could be directly implanted. To modify using other materials, one must learn the art of forging. Therefore, many mecha girl spirit masters
are also blacksmiths
or maintenance technicians. Courses similar to forging are also required subjects at the Machine Spirit Academy. But Jiang Che rarely attended classes at the Spirit Academy. Now that Jiang Che claimed he could forge, Zhao Yu was naturally surprised.
Jiang Che nodded with a smile. I dabbled in it a bit years ago.
Oof.
Pretending to be something you're not.
Zhao Yu rolled her eyes, unconvinced. Though they'd only known each other for a few months, she knew Jiang Che's background inside out. He had never studied forging.
Ha! Zhao Yu suddenly frowned again.
The permit for this secret realm only grants 3 months of usage rights.
Luo Xiaoke glanced at it and pouted.
The academy's being so stingy.
Didn't they promise we could use it until graduation?
Jiang Che, however, remained unconcerned.
3 months is plenty.
Once we secure first place in the upcoming trials, they'll have no choice but to extend the usage period.
Regarding the trials 3 months hence,
Jiang Che was confident. In his previous life, he had participated in this trial and hadn't encountered any worthy opponents.
Now, with their current strength, securing first place would be a piece of cake.
After stowing all the materials and crystals into his storage ring and slipping it onto his finger, Jiang Che suddenly addressed the 2 women.
Let's go. The academy is on break now, so we need to make the most of our time.
Luo Xiaoke blinked her eyes, curiosity evident as she asked.
What? Is there something else?
Jiang Che gave a mysterious smile.
Of course there is. If we wait any longer, there won't be any hotels left outside the academy.
Swish.
Luo Xiaoke's pretty face flushed crimson instantly.
Right. Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement as he grabbed Jiang Che's arm. Then we'd better hurry. The next moment, she tugged Jiang Che toward the school exit. But after taking just a few steps, they noticed Luo Xiaoke still standing there, her face twisted in a knot of confusion.
What's wrong? Jiang Che asked, turning back.
Luo Xiaoke kept her head down and whispered.
You're going to bully me again. I don't want to go.
Jiang Che froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Then he leaned close to Luo Xiaoke's ear and whispered a few words.
Really?
Luo Xiaoke lifted her head, her eyes lighting up.
She was eager to try. Jiang Che nodded solemnly.
Of course.
Then okay. Luo Xiaoke finally agreed.
Nearby, Zhao Yu watched the 2 whispering to each other with a peculiar expression.
A sudden sense of unease crept into his mind. Outside the academy,
Due to the unique nature of spirit masters, the most common establishments surrounding every academy were various love hotels.
What's this? Lover's paradise? Sweetheart cabins? Safe havens? There are even time-honored establishments dating back centuries. Classic establishments like Home Inn and the like. In short, all sorts of suggestive signs line the streets, dazzling the eyes. What? Full again?
Zhao Yuran stared at the front desk clerk in disbelief. This was already the third love hotel they'd inquired at, yet the result remained the same: every room was booked.
I'm sorry, all rooms are booked for this weekend.
The clerk looked apologetic.
You could try Linksy Pavilion, they have more rooms available.
The trio made their way to the so-called Linksy Pavilion. But the response they received was the same.
Fully booked. Full again. Have these people all gone mad? Zhao Yuran clicked his tongue in disbelief. It's only a 2-day holiday, and every hotel is completely booked?
Jiang Che shrugged helplessly.
Looks like we'll have to come earlier next time. The three of them sighed in resignation and left, standing at the entrance of Linksy Pavilion, exchanging bewildered glances. What do we do now? Zhao Yuran was thoroughly annoyed. Who would have thought he'd ever find himself fretting over this? No hotels? This is enough to make anyone cry, right?
Jiang Che thought for a moment and suggested.
Why don't we just go back to campus?
Those two jerks, Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan, left ages ago.
The dorm should be empty now. Oh, right.
Their other roommate, Bai Haochuan, had dropped out the day after the freshman competition.
Now only 3 people lived in their dorm.
At Jiang Che's suggestion, Luo Xiaoka's face flushed bright red all the way to her ears. She hurriedly whispered.
I don't want to.
Even the usually bold Zhao Yuran flushed with embarrassment.
Let's just forget it. What if they suddenly come back and catch us?
Truthfully, Jiang Che had only mentioned it casually. Seeing both girls refuse, he shrugged. Then let's just go straight to the secret realm to cultivate.
The secret realm? Zhao Yuran's eyes lit up. That's fine with me. There's no one else there anyway. No way.
Luo Xiaoka shook her head urgently.
The secret realm is covered in surveillance.
She had trained in the secret realm before. To develop it, the military had installed countless surveillance relay stations inside, with nearly every corner under constant watch.
What could you possibly do in there? What's the difference from live streaming? After hearing the explanation, Zhao Yuran slung herself onto Jiang Che's arm and wailed. What kind of world is this? Can't even find a hotel? Jiang Che was speechless upon hearing this. Indeed, sometimes women can be more lustful than men.
Just as the three of them were at a loss, a young man approached from down the street.
Dressed in plain casual clothes and looking utterly ordinary, he approached with a smile.
Hey guys, looking for a place to stay? My place still has rooms available.
Where? Zhao Yuran perked up immediately.
The young man scratched his head.
It's just a bit out of the way, a little far, so it's not fully booked yet. That's why I'm out here trying to attract customers. Who cares if it's out of the way? Zhao Yuran waved his hand dismissively. Lead the way. Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka exchanged helpless glances before reluctantly following.
The young man led them through several narrow alleys, the surrounding buildings gradually growing older. Even the alleys grew quiet.
How much farther is it?
After walking for about 10 minutes, Zhao Yuran grew impatient. Almost there, almost there.
The young man turned back and smiled. Just around the corner up ahead. It was indeed quite out of the way.
Turning the corner of the alley, an old-fashioned building came into view, its sign bearing the words Warm Inn.
Zhao Yuran frowned. This place is way too run down, isn't it? Chapter 119, Luo Xiaoka, today I'm going to properly discipline you. Anyway. Since we're already here, it'll only take a few hours.
Jiang Che swiped his card and booked the best suite available. But when the three of them went upstairs to the so-called luxury suite and opened the door, they were instantly speechless. The room's furnishings were pitifully sparse.
A large bed. A bathroom. And a television. Nothing else. That's it? Zhao Yuran was furious. There's nothing here, and they still charge 400 yuan for 3 hours? They're robbing us.
Luo Xiaoka, however, carefully ran her fingers over the bedsheet.
At least it's clean. Jiang Che sighed and said. We already paid. Might as well get our money's worth. Next time, we'll come out earlier. Or just skip this place altogether. With that, Jiang Che began taking off his jacket. You, what are you doing? Luo Xiaoka's face flushed instantly. You tell me. Jiang Che's lips curved into a mischievous grin. Since I spent the money, I might as well get my money's worth, right?
The next moment, he pulled Luo Xiaoka into his arms and whispered in her ear.
Xiaoka, remember what I told you earlier? Luo Xiaoka's ears flushed crimson as she nodded softly. But due to Jiang Che's sudden movement, the loose neckline of Luo Xiaoka's hoodie slipped slightly, revealing a sliver of her snow-white shoulder, a breathtaking sight.
Zhao Yuran, noticing this, immediately took a step back in alarm.
Hold on, what were you two secretly discussing in school just now?
Jiang Che chuckled softly, released Luo Xiaoke, and turned to advance toward Zhao Jiran.
Jiran, you wanted to know if I could forge, right? Now I'll show you. You, what are you doing?
Zhao Jiran's eyes sparkled, but she still cried out loudly.
I'm going to report you to for.
But the next moment, Jiang Che seized her slender waist. Before Zhao Jiran could even feign resistance, her red lips were sealed. She could only widen her eyes and emit muffled protests. Jiang Che chuckled darkly, hoisting Zhao Jiran into a horizontal carry before tossing her onto the bed.
Xiao Ku. Hurry!
Jiang Che suddenly pinned Zhao Jiran's limbs down and shouted over his shoulder.
Zhao Jiran gasped in shock. What are you doing?
He turned his head at the same time, looking at Luo Xiaoke beside him.
Beside them, Luo Xiaoke's eyes were filled with excitement.
She suddenly lunged forward, yanking out her belt. Jiran, this is payback for always picking on me before. I'm clearly your sister, yet you always picked on me about these things.
Me, huh?
Today I'm going to properly discipline you, you little brat, so you'll know who the real big sister is.
She deftly bound Zhao Jiran's wrists with the belt.
Zhao Jiran's eyes widened as she struggled desperately. But with Jiang Che pinning her down, her struggles were futile.
In fact, the process caused the neckline of her dress to gape wide open, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin.
Ah!
Big sister, no!
Zhao Jiran's protest quickly turned into a soft cry.
Ah! Ugh! Don't!
In an instant, the room was filled with an overwhelming sense of springtime.
2 hours later,
just as the three were still passionately entwined,
a faint crackling sound suddenly emanated from the walls.
Though faint, the sound was immediately detected by the 3 spirit masters present, whose senses were heightened.
All movements ceased simultaneously.
They looked up.
They stared at the wall.
Of course, the positions they were in at that moment were also. Anyone who's been in a threesome before knows that a human pyramid is an entirely different experience.
What's going on? Zhao Jiran, trapped at the bottom, grumbled discontentedly.
She hadn't had her fill yet. Jiang Che made a shushing gesture. The next moment, he slipped off the bed and tiptoed to the wall. He channeled his spiritual energy and tapped the wall lightly.
A hollow sound confirmed it was a false wall. Something's off.
Jiang Che frowned and turned to say. It seems like there's nothing but empty space behind this wall.
Empty? Luo Xiaoke hurriedly began dressing.
At the same time, she didn't forget to untie the belt wrapped around Zhao Jiran's wrist.
Now completely freed, Zhao Jiran glared at his reddened wrists, grinding his teeth. Luo Xiaoke. You're dead meat next time. Call me sister. Luo Xiaoke raised an eyebrow, smug. Next time I'll do it again. It's fun this way. Zhao Jiran. Oh no. I've opened a whole new world for her.
Just then, a loud crash echoed from a guest room downstairs, followed by a piercing scream.
What's going on? Luo Xiaoke immediately rushed to the door. Don't open it yet.
Jiang Che, his brow furrowed, hurried to the window, opened it, and peered down.
The moment the window opened,
the agonized screams from below grew even clearer.
The sound was intertwined with an eerie hissing noise, sending chills down one's spine. There are bugs. Jiang Che's expression changed abruptly.
At the same moment, a piercing scream erupted from the room next door. The room next door has bugs too.
Luo Xiaoke's face darkened.
Zhao Jiran, now fully dressed, glared with murderous intent in his eyes.
We're going in to kill them.
Her plans had been ruined by these damn bugs, and now she was seething with rage, wanting nothing more than to chop every last one of them to pieces.
Jiang Che's expression was equally grim. Fine.
These insects are utterly audacious, daring to venture even outside the academy grounds.
Where were they? Outside the academy. Had these damn insects grown so brazen? With Jiang Che's approval, Zhao Jiran immediately began his transformation. The next moment,
a burst of spiritual light erupted within his body. He entered the battle form of the Valkyrie of the End.
Boom!
The Valkyrie of the End moved with grace, drawing the dark gold broadsword from behind her back.
With a mighty swing, slashing toward the wall. Boom! The entire wall shattered instantly.
Amidst the shower of debris, the situation in the adjacent room became fully visible to them. Directly opposite them in the guest room stood a large bed. But now, the bed was drenched in blood, and a naked woman lay split in two.
The man lay limp on the bed.
Covered in blood, his body tangled with the dead woman's intestines and entrails, he was utterly petrified. On the guest room ceiling, a massive third-tier void ripper gaped its blood-stained maw, its razor-sharp forelimbs dripping with fresh blood. Clearly, the woman was a contract spirit.
She might even have been a spirit tamer from Tianshu Academy.
The reason she was here was undoubtedly the same as Jiang Che and the others. But at the critical moment, she was ambushed by this void ripper and cleaved clean in two.
It was almost unimaginable. What would have happened if they had faced such a surprise attack just now?
These insects were utterly despicable.
You're asking for death.
The Valkyrie of the End roared.
In the next instant, she leapt directly into the guest room across the way. Whoosh!
A sword slash swept through the air. The sword's momentum was fierce, the wind howling.
Chapter 120, Mr. Qin stepping out of the Maybach. The battle erupted in an instant. The dark gold broadsword delivered what appeared to be a casual slash. Yet it unleashed a fierce arc of light, striking directly at the head of the Void Ripper on the wall. The Void Ripper's reaction speed was equally swift. Its two pairs of sharp forelimbs crossed in defense, erupting in a clang of metal collision. The next instant, the Void Ripper let out a shrill screech. It tore itself from the wall and shot toward the Valkyrie of the End. Simultaneously, those razor-sharp forelimbs flashed open like lightning, aiming straight for the Valkyrie of the End's head. As mentioned earlier, the Void Ripper's forelimbs were exceptionally sharp. Even steel could be torn apart with ease. Watch out! Jiang Che warned from behind. The Valkyrie of the End merely snorted coldly. Suddenly, she spun around, the long spear in her back now firmly grasped in her hands. With a clang, the spear thrust forward. It precisely parried the Void Ripper's lethal strike. Die! Seizing the moment, the Valkyrie of the End swung her broadsword in a sweeping arc. The blow was so powerful it severed one of the Void Ripper's forelimbs clean off. Dark green insect blood spattered. It corroded the floor, emitting a hissing sound. The Void Ripper let out a shrill, agonized screech. Yet it remained frenzied, wildly flailing its remaining foreleg in an attempt to drive back the Valkyrie of the End. Oomph! Death throes. The Valkyrie of End did not retreat but advanced. Her spear, like a dragon, pierced straight through the insectoid's chest. Wah! The Void Ripper scrambled to dodge, only to be struck by the broadsword from the side, nearly cleaving its body in two. Splatter! The final blow. The Valkyrie of Endings raised her head, the spear piercing clean through the insectoid's skull and pinning it to the wall. The Void Ripper twitched a few times before finally stilling. A Tier 3 Void Ripper. Dead. This was the true power of the Valkyrie of the End. Though currently only a Tier 2, her true strength already surpassed that of many Tier 3 spirit masters. Huff. She sheathed her weapon and finally turned to face the man on the bed. The man seemed to only now come to his senses, clutching his head and wailing. Xiao Rou. My Xiao Rou. Jiang Che frowned. He strode forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and demanded. Are you from Tianshu Academy? Stop crying. Now is not the time for tears. We must return immediately and report what happened here to the academy. But the next moment, a sudden change occurred. A shrill, piercing screech erupted from downstairs. Immediately after, 3 more Void Rippers charged in from different directions. Boom! One smashed through the door. Clatter! One must have been lurking in the adjacent room all along. Now it used its sharp forelimbs to cleave through the wall and burst in. Another one had even burst through the window, shattering the glass to smithereens. In the blink of an eye, the already modest guest room was filled to the brim with Void Rippers. They had completely surrounded Jiang Che and the others. The man on the bed had just been pulled up by Jiang Che. Turned deathly pale at the sight, despair washing over him. Among ordinary insectoids, the Void Ripper was already considered one of the more formidable species. Now, with so many appearing at once, who wouldn't be intimidated? Even Jiang Che's expression grew grave. How could Southwest City, a human stronghold, harbor so many massive, conspicuous Void Rippers? If no traitors were providing cover, Jiang Che absolutely refused to believe it. These traitors. Damn them! Che, fall back. The Valkyrie of the End reacted simultaneously. She instantly shifted sideways, shielding Jiang Che with her spear in one hand and broadsword in the other, scanning the surroundings warily. Luo Xiaoke also stepped forward swiftly. Roar! A furious roar erupted as she shifted into battle mode. Blazing flames surged around her, revealing her formidable fire Qilin form in all its glory. Battle! It seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Yet at this critical moment, the 5 third-tier Void Rippers showed no sign of movement. As if receiving some signal, they slowly retreated and then turned to leave. What? Luo Xiaoke deactivated her combat form and turned her head in confusion. Brother Che, what's going on? Zhao Jiran also reverted to his human form, his brows furrowed. Why did they suddenly retreat? Jiang Che's expression grew grave. My hunch was right after all. These Void Rippers could hide here either because someone aided them in concealment, or a more powerful insectoid faction is commanding them. Zhao Jiran and Luo Xiaoke both paled. At that moment, the man on the bed lifted his head to look at them, his face contorted with pain as he said, Thank you. I'm a second-year student from the Botanical Department of Tianshu Academy. I saw you both at the freshman orientation. All 3 turned to look at him and at the woman's corpse on the bed, already cut in half. They couldn't help but sigh in regret. A second-year student. Someone like him likely had already reached the 3rd tier. In a one-on-one fight against a Void Ripper, even if outmatched, one might still have a chance to escape. Yet to be split cleanly in 2 like that, it was terrifying. We should return to the academy and report this first. Jiang Che stepped forward to support him as he spoke. Next, the group made their way back to the academy. At the dean's office, they located the dean on duty.
Upon hearing the news, Principal Ren's expression immediately darkened. He swiftly assembled a team and rushed to the hotel where Jiang Che and the others had stayed, only to discover the hotel had been completely abandoned. Not a single person remained. Nevertheless, given the death of an academy student, Tianshu Academy took the matter extremely seriously. They immediately issued a recall order to all students staying at hotels outside the academy grounds. They were ordered to return to the academy immediately. As for Jiang Che and his group, after resolving all matters, they lost interest and headed straight back to their respective dormitories. At the same time, a remarkably understated black Maybach slowly entered the academy grounds. It came to a stop beneath the faculty dormitory building. The next moment, the door slid open. A pair of long, elegant legs clad in stiletto heels stepped out. The woman stood tall and straight, her upper body clad in an oversized black suit. Yet even the loose-fitting suit perfectly accentuated her devilishly curvaceous figure, a voluptuous bust, a slender waist, and a perfectly pert, rounded derriere. She casually removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes with slightly upturned corners. Her fiery red lips radiated authority without a hint of anger. Her entire being radiated an aura that commanded respect. After tossing the sunglasses into the car, she finally looked up at the building above, her expression turning peculiar. That kid. He was doing just fine in the military. Why did he come to teach at the academy? Inside the car, another voice followed immediately. Mr. Chin, should I wait here for you to return together? The woman replied without turning her head. You go ahead. I'll head to the company myself later. Understood. Chapter 121, Shinbing Group's top executive, Qin Cheng. The Maybach had barely pulled away. Footsteps suddenly echoed through the hallway. Qin Zhan and Jean Linger were walking down the stairs side by side. The moment they spotted the woman waiting below, both their faces lit up with delighted smiles. Sis, you came so quickly? Qin Zhan hurried forward to ask. The woman before them, radiating an imposing presence, was none other than Qin Zhan's older sister, Qin Cheng. She was also the current president of Divine Weapon Group. Upon seeing Qin Zhan, a gentle smile finally touched the perpetually cold and elegant features of Qin Cheng's face. I heard you've started working at the academy. Since it's the weekend today, I had some free time and came to see you. Her gaze swept over Qin Zhan and Jean Linger as she continued, a hint of puzzlement in her voice. But what about you two? Weren't you both doing just fine in the military? Why suddenly switch to teaching at the academy? Qin Zhan and Jean Linger exchanged a knowing glance and smiled in unison. We have a mission. What kind of mission? Before she could finish, Qin Cheng realized she'd asked too much. She tapped her red lips helplessly. Look at my memory, I forgot I shouldn't pry into your assignments. Though she said this, her tone betrayed a palpable sense of disappointment. It's not really anything particularly important. Surprisingly, Qin Zhan volunteered the information. It's just protecting a few people. Who? Qin Cheng was taken aback. What kind of mission requires both of you? In the First Legion, who didn't know Qin Zhan and Jean Linger's status? One was the son of the Legion commander. The other was the Legion commander's daughter-in-law. Who could be important enough to warrant their personal protection? Qin Zhan gave a mysterious smile. Sis, we're heading to see them now. Want to come along? I can go too? Qin Cheng was even more surprised. I told you it's not a major mission. Jean Linger stepped forward with a smile, hooking her arm through Qin Cheng's. Besides, with your status, it's perfectly fine for you to know these things. Hearing this, Qin Cheng grew even more curious and readily agreed. All right then, I'll humbly accept your invitation. Thus, guided by Qin Zhan, the three of them headed toward the student dormitory area together. Along the way, Qin Cheng couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Linger, who exactly is this person that's so important? A few exceptionally gifted freshmen. Could it be Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoka from South City? Qin Cheng blurted out. Ha? Sis, you've heard their names? Qin Zhan, who had been walking ahead, turned around, looking surprised. So it really is them. Qin Cheng nodded, her expression suddenly clear. How could I not have heard of them? Ever since they both awakened their talents half a year ago, they've been shocking the entire Southwest region. Plenty of people know them. Back then, if it weren't for the Education Bureau holding them back, our Divine Weapon Group would have rushed over to snatch them up. But then again, with their talents, it's only natural the military would take an interest. I just didn't expect them to send you too. Qin Zhan burst into laughter upon hearing this. These are our military's prized assets. Daddy values them highly. Originally, they applied to Southwest Academy. Dad even wrote a letter specifically recommending them for Southwest Academy's Lingguo Institute. But what happened? Tianshu Academy outmaneuvered them and snatched them away. Those guys at Southwest Academy must be fuming. Qin Cheng couldn't help but smile too. Fuming? That's putting it mildly. You guys have no idea. Just the other day, the principal of Southwest Academy challenged the principal of Tianshu Academy to a duel. A duel?
Qin Zhan and Jean Linger both widened their eyes in surprise. When did that happen?
Qin Qing covered her mouth and laughed softly. Her beauty is breathtaking as melting ice. About 3 or 4 days ago, I think. Those two old fools nearly went to the void battlefield to fetch their wives back for backup. I don't know if they actually fought in the end. Anyway, I heard they went into the mountains to sort things out. After they came out, they never mentioned it again. They definitely fought. Qin Zhan exclaimed excitedly. Wow, who knew there was such a secret story we never heard about? The presidents of the top 2 universities in the southwest region actually rolled up their sleeves and challenged each other to a fight like common street thugs over a few students. Just thinking about it is thrilling. After laughing it off, Qin Qing regained her serious expression and said, "But I'm quite intrigued by this Jiang Che fellow. As you know, our Divine Weapon Group has researched Beast Maiden combat techniques. I heard his Fire Qilin Beast Maiden possesses a perfectly matched combat skill. I wonder if it might be possible." But she didn't get to finish her sentence. Qin Zhan and Jean Linger exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes sparkling with amusement. "Sis, why don't you go ask him yourself?" Qin Zhan blinked. "We're heading over to see them anyway." Qin Qing, unaware of her brother and sister-in-law's true intentions, smiled and said, "Since we're already here, we might as well go see them." The 3 of them made their way unimpeded to the 6th floor, arriving at Jiang Che's dorm room door. Given Qin Zhan and Jean Linger's special status, the dormitory manager didn't dare ask a single extra question. Knock knock knock. Qin Zhan knocked lightly on the door. A flurry of hurried movement came from inside before the door swung open. Jiang Che and his friends were all lying on their beds, chatting idly. Upon seeing Qin Zhan and his companions enter, especially Qin Qing, the stunningly elegant top-tier older sister figure, the 3 boys visibly startled before scrambling off their beds. "Hello, Teacher Qin. Hello, Teacher Jean." The 3 greeted them in unison. Qin Zhan smiled and waved his hand. "It's the weekend today, so just relax." He then turned to Jiang Che and asked, "I heard you encountered the insectoid race out today? How'd it go? No injuries, I hope?" Jiang Che shook his head. "No. It's just that the second-year senior." The words formed on his lips but were swallowed back, his voice trailing off. Qin Zhan knew exactly what she meant. He sighed and said, "That's just how it is for spirit masters. Don't be fooled by our high standing among humans, these vermin are everywhere. We have to stay vigilant in everything we do." "Oh, right. Let me introduce you." Qin Zhan suddenly introduced to Jiang Che. "This is my sister, Qin Qing. She came to visit me today and happened to come along with me." Qin Zhan's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at the imposing, top-tier mature woman standing behind him. "Qin Qing? Qin Qing from Divine Weapon Group." Qin Qing raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You know me?" He stared at her. Gazing at the coldly beautiful face mere inches away, Qin Zhan felt a complex mix of emotions. He exhaled a long breath. "Of course I do. President Qin's Divine Soldier Group is renowned throughout the human race, having made tremendous contributions to humanity." Qin Qing's eyes flickered. For some reason, she sensed hidden meanings in the young man's words, yet she extended her hand gracefully. "Hello. Hello." Jiang Che extended his hand as well. Yet the instant their palms touched, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding. Chapter 122, Dad wants you to become his contract spirit. Ding. System detected a new girlfriend candidate suitable for investment. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Che's mind once more. Name, Qin Qing. Identity, CEO of Divine Weapon Group. Spirit weapon, woodcutter sword quality, low. Sword technique, triple wave. Immediately afterward, the spirit weapon evolution manual in his mind automatically turned a page, fully revealing the evolved form of the woodcutter sword. Sword of the Azure Emperor. God tier. The evolved companion sword technique is Azure Emperor sword technique. Evolution materials, Celestial Dew Nectar, Mystic Ironwood, 10,000-year Spirit Wood Core. Though it seemed like an eternity, it all unfolded in the blink of an eye. Jiang Che and Qin Chang's palms touched and parted instantly. Yet his thoughts remained unsettled for a long time. He never expected the system would recognize Qin Chang as his third contract companion. Who was Qin Chang? The female CEO of the Divine Weapon Group. Even in his previous life, she had been a renowned figure. Yet, tragically, beauty was fleeting. In this era, no matter how many contributions one made, those who weren't powerful spirit masters still faced a miserable fate. Their stories inevitably ended in tragedy. Qin Qing died several years after Jiang Che graduated from university. No one knows the cause of her death. Thus, all manner of theories circulated. Some claimed she was killed by the Void Insect clan, others said she died of a sudden illness, while some insisted she was raped and murdered. Others claimed she was killed by her own people. After Qin Qing's death, her Divine Weapon Group was taken over by powerful humans and turned into a public asset. Of course, opinions vary wildly, yet the true reason remains unknown to all. As for those who ask, how could Qin Qingshan, the iron-blooded general of the First Corps, allow his daughter to be killed so easily?
I can only say that the human race's void battlefield is a brutal place. Anyone could fall in battle. Qin Kaishan was no exception. What's wrong?
Qin Qing frowned, keenly sensing Jiang Che's unease.
Jiang Che snapped back to reality, shook his head. Nothing.
Since Jiang Che didn't wish to elaborate, Qin Qing didn't press him. She offered an elegant smile instead.
Very well. But is this how Tianshu Academy treats its geniuses? Not even a single dorm room? If this were our divine weapon group, I'd definitely give you a villa.
The moment these words left his mouth, the previously dead silence in the dorm room instantly came alive.
Jiang Che smiled too. I actually enjoy living with everyone.
Besides, everyone who made it into Tianshu Academy is a genius.
Those of us on the 6th floor? We're the geniuses among geniuses.
Wang Chong chimed in from the side.
Exactly.
Our room 606 is famously called the Genius Concentration Camp, and we've even got a nickname, Monster Room. These two pairs were truly a pair of jokers. In just a few words, they managed to make Qin Qing, whose appearance resembled an iceberg, smile. Her red lips curved slightly.
Seems you two get along quite well.
Her gaze shifted to Jiang Che, a hint of depth flickering in her eyes.
But Mr. Jiang, my earlier offer still stands. Shenbing Group welcomes geniuses like you anytime. Hearing this, Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan instantly felt an overwhelming pang of envy.
Brother Jiang is just so awesome. Not only did he get the deans of both academies to personally come court him, but now even the renowned CEO of Shenbing Group had come in person.
Is this the treatment reserved for geniuses? Envy, my foot.
After a while, seeing that everyone had chatted enough, Qin Zhan suggested.
Since it's the weekend anyway, how about we all grab a bite to eat together?
Qin Qing's eyes lit up at the suggestion.
Sounds great. I know a restaurant with amazing food. Why don't we all go together?
Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan knew full well that Qin Qing was mainly after Jiang Che, so they quickly waved their hands and tactfully said,
We'll pass.
We'll just grab something at the cafeteria later.
Yeah. My girlfriend's waiting for me too.
It wouldn't be right to leave like this.
And so, all eyes instantly turned to Jiang Che.
Jiang Che thought for a moment and said,
All right then, I'll call Xiaoku and Jiran. Qin Zhan and Jean Linger nodded in understanding.
Qin Qing, however, wore a look of surprise.
Luo Xiaoka, she knew that well enough.
She was Jiang Che's contract partner.
But who was Jiran? Noticing Qin Qing's confusion, Jean Linger's eyes flickered.
She pulled her into the hallway and said,
Sis, there's something I need to tell you. What's so mysterious? Qin Qing asked curiously.
Jean Linger leaned closer and whispered in a hushed tone.
Well, Jiang Che's situation is a bit unusual. He has two contract partners.
One is Luo Xiaoka, and the other is this Zhao Jiran.
What? Qin Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted. Absolutely stunned. How is that possible? How could anyone contract two partners? She couldn't help but exclaim.
Jean Linger had anticipated this reaction, so she shrugged nonchalantly, showing no surprise.
Sis, I know you're shocked.
We were just as stunned when we first found out. But it's the truth.
Really? Whoa.
Qin Qing gasped sharply. Her eyes darted back and forth as she clearly processed the shocking news.
As the CEO of Divine Weapon Group, she understood better than anyone what this meant. Jiang Che's talent, being able to contract two contract spirits, was likely far more terrifying than the rumors circulating outside. In fact,
extremely valuable for research. If the reason behind it could be uncovered, or the method he used, the benefits to the human race would be immeasurable. Therefore,
Qin Qing took a deep breath. The military sent you here specifically to protect him? Jean Linger nodded. Not only that.
Father's wishes for you to become his third contract spirit.
What? Qin Cheng was stunned again, speechless. Her? A woman approaching 30 becoming Jiang Che's contract partner? And what exactly did third contract partner mean? Did that mean Jiang Che could still form contracts? He could still form contracts?
Qin Qing felt completely numb today, plunged into utter shock. After a long while, Qin Qing finally asked, her lips parched.
I don't understand. What does this mean?
Jean Linger raised her hand, gently smoothing her hair.
Big sis, it means exactly what I said.
Jiang Che can still form a contract, and Dad's meaning is, he hopes you can become his third contract partner.
Why?
Qin Qing asked directly.
Jean Linger understood Qin Qing's hesitation perfectly well.
Though she was no longer a spirit tamer, her status as CEO of Divine Weapon Group still placed her above ordinary matters.
Now she was being asked to become a contract spirit for a student? Wasn't that pure fantasy?
No one would willingly agree to that. Then there was the matter of Jiang Che. Even if she were willing, how could Jiang Che, a possessor of SSS-tier talent, possibly agree to a contract with her? Her combat form is merely the most basic logging sword.
A chopping tool. Chapter 123, Let Divine Weapon Group be the dowry. Sis, you should try to get to know him better. Honestly, if I weren't already Qin Zhan's woman, I'd want to be his contract spirit too. This sentence.
Once again, it struck like a thunderbolt, making Qin Qing's eyes widen in shock.
Had anyone else said this, she might have dismissed it as a joke. But Jean Linger was different. Qin Zhan's cultivation talent wasn't particularly outstanding.
Otherwise, he wouldn't still be stuck at the rank of a level 2 Spirit Tamer.
Jean Linger, however, possessed exceptional talent.
A woman of her caliber, both gifted and beautiful, would typically choose to upgrade her prospects. Yet she had chosen to go down market, willing to be with Qin Zhan. This alone proved the sincerity of their bond. Yet now, Jean Linger had actually uttered such words. How could Qin Qing not be shocked?
Seeing Qin Qing's expression, Jean Linger even offered a faint smile. Big sis, don't be angry. Qin Zhan and I have discussed this too.
He understands my perspective, but he knows it's impossible.
Why? Qin Qing couldn't believe it. What kind of person is her brother? How could he possibly understand? His own woman wanting to become someone else's contract spirit?
No man would ever understand that. But Jean Linger took a deep breath and spoke again.
Because we suspect
Jiang Che might have the ability to transform an ordinary contract spirit into a god-tier contract spirit.
Boom.
Those words
was like a thunderclap out of the blue.
Qin Chang was struck as if by lightning, frozen solid in place.
This revelation was even more shocking and unbelievable than learning Jiang Che could contract multiple partners. Turning an ordinary contract spirit into a god-tier contract spirit? How could that be possible?
Big sis.
You can look up the information when you get back. This information shouldn't be classified for you regarding Luo Shouka and Zhao Ziran's identities.
All I can tell you now is that Zhao Ziran is also a god tier.
Boom. 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 Qin Chang was utterly stunned. Her entire body trembled.
Jean Linger's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. The possibility of transforming an ordinary contract spirit into a god-tier contract spirit. This utterly shattered her understanding of the Spirit Tamer system once again.
How could anyone possibly possess such power? A god-tier contract spirit?
As the CEO of Divine Weapon Group, which had long maintained research projects on god-tier contract spirits, she understood better than anyone what such a title signified.
It wasn't merely a leap in power, it represented infinite possibilities.
If Jiang Che truly possessed such power. Her gaze drifted downward, settling on her own toes, as if to conceal her emotions.
If
Jiang Che truly possessed this ability, then it wasn't impossible for her to become his other half.
No, it's not a question. It was a statement.
If Jiang Che truly possessed that ability, then she would give everything, even if it meant sacrificing the entire Shinbing group as her dowry to become his woman.
As for having multiple wives? The idea of being a concubine? Qin Qing had absolutely none. In a world where survival depends on strength, who cares about such trivialities?
In other words, in this era, if powerful spirit masters can contract multiple spirits, then many ordinary spirit masters are destined to find no partner at all. Such is the tragedy of the times.
Just then, Jiang Che and Qin Zhan emerged from the dormitory.
Noticing their peculiar expressions, Jiang Che asked in confusion.
What's up?
Jean Linger gave a playful smile.
Nothing.
Just saying maybe Big Sis could see if she can find you a wife at the Divine Weapon Group.
Jiang Che froze instantly.
Then he forced a wry smile.
Sis Linger, please don't tease me like this.
Qin Qing finally snapped back to reality, her expression gradually returning to calm. But when she looked at Jiang Che again, her gaze had grown incredibly complex. Qin Zhan and Jean Linger exchanged a glance, and the latter gave him a wink.
Qin Zhan understood the hint, and a smile instantly curved his lips. Then we should step outside. Xiaoku and the others should be here by now. MHM. Jiang Che nodded. The group exited the boys' dormitory and finally spotted Luo Xiaoka and Zhao Ziran walking hand in hand toward the playground.
Seeing these two girls with such contrasting auras, Qin Qing froze once more. Both girls were breathtakingly beautiful. One was delicate and adorable. The other radiant and dazzling.
It's actually true.
Qin Qing murmured to herself, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible.
Luo Xiaoka's steps were light and cheerful.
After running up to Jiang Che, she affectionately hooked her arm through his.
Brother Che, who is this beautiful lady?
Jiang Che smiled as he introduced her.
This is Ms. Qin, CEO of Divine Weapon Group and also Qin's older sister. Hello, Sister Qin.
Luo Xiaoka's eyes lit up as she greeted her sweetly. Zhao Ziran stood nearby, a look of wariness on her face. Unlike Luo Xiaoka's innocent charm, she keenly sensed the complex gaze Qin Sheng directed at Jiang Che. That look was just like the one she had felt before. Qin Qing forced a smile.
Hello, everyone.
The group soon arrived at the restaurant Qin Qing had mentioned.
It was an upscale Western restaurant, lavishly decorated with opulent furnishings. Waiters in crisp uniforms bustled back and forth. Just as the waitstaff were serving the dishes, a burst of laughter suddenly erupted nearby. Oh my, isn't this Mr. Qin?
I wondered why I didn't see you at Shinbing Group this morning. Turns out you were here, Mr. Qin. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged couple approaching. The man was of medium build, dressed in a designer suit, with a gold watch gleaming on his wrist, clearly an expensive piece. The woman beside him, though middle-aged. She wore a revealing, form-fitting skirt that accentuated her slightly curvy figure with exaggerated curves. The skirt was so short it barely covered the tops of her thighs. With each exaggerated step, she occasionally revealed her shapely thighs encased in black stockings. Upon seeing the pair, Qin Chang immediately frowned, but still stood up and said, "Head of the Su family, hello. Head of the Su family?" These three words caused Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke to pause simultaneously. They couldn't help but scrutinize the newcomers once more. The incident at the Jiang family villa months ago had made them particularly sensitive to the name Su family. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. His gaze swept over Jiang Che, Qin Zhan, and the others. "Well, Mr. Qin, aren't you going to introduce us to these friends?" Qin Qing visibly frowned, but proceeded with the introductions nonetheless. "This is my younger brother, Qin Zhan, and his wife, Qin Linger. This gentleman is Su Wujiu, head of the Su family of Nancheng, and this is Mrs. Su." When introducing Jiang Che and the others, Qin Qing's tone remained calm. "These are students from Tianchu Academy, Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and Zhao Yuran." The moment the words left her lips, Jiang Che distinctly felt the air freeze instantly. Across from them, Su Wujiu's smile abruptly froze, while the middle-aged woman beside him visibly paled. "Jiang Che. Luo Xiaoke." Su Wujiu gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with searing hatred. "Ha ha ha, what a delightful coincidence. Chapter 124, by that logic, you owe us money." With that said, how could Jiang Che and the other two still not recognize the identities of the two men across from them? They were none other than the parents of Su Shu, the unfortunate soul who had met her end in their family villa. Su Wujiu, the head of the Su family, and his wife. They, of course, recognized Jiang Che and his companions as well. Instantly, a fierce killing intent erupted from them, as if they intended to eliminate Jiang Che and his companions right then and there. Feeling the intense killing intent erupting from them, Qin Qing frowned immediately. "Head of the Su family, what do you mean by this?" Su Wujiu turned his head, his gaze cold as he fixed it on Qin Chang. "May I ask what relationship you have with them, Mr. Qin?" "Friends." Qin Qing's tone was firm. Friends?" Su Wujiu laughed coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Seems like Mr. Qin really does have a wide circle of friends everywhere he goes." "What do you mean by that?" At that moment, Zhao Yuran finally couldn't hold back any longer and stood up. "Mr. Su, I feel it necessary to clarify something for you. Your daughter's death had nothing to do with us. She was already infested by the parasites before she broke into our villa." "Shut up." Su Wujiu's expression darkened instantly. "My daughter was a shadow assassin. You claim she was infested by insects? Ha 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 ha. I may be old, Su Wujiu, but I'm not senile. Do you truly believe any nonsense could fool me?" As he spoke, his gaze grew icy, sweeping slowly over everyone present. "Don't think having the Education Bureau backing you means you can act however you please." Luo Xiaoke shot to her feet, her face flushed crimson with anger. "What do you mean by that? Jiran already explained it to you. Can't you understand plain speech? We told you it has nothing to do with us. Are you determined to keep hounding us? Let me tell you this: your daughter broke into our villa and wrecked the place. We haven't even settled the score with you yet. If you look at it that way, you're the ones who owe us money." As she spoke, Luo Xiaoke actually held out her palm. "Compensation. You little." Mrs. Su was utterly enraged. Her daughter was dead, and now someone was coming to her door demanding money? How outrageous. With a shriek, Mrs. Su raised her hand and slapped Luo Xiaoke across the face. A cold glint flashed in Luo Xiaoke's eyes. Spiritual energy surged around her body, ready to enter combat mode. "Xiaoke, don't." Qin Qing's face paled as she urgently tried to stop her. But Jiang Che moved faster, darting in front of Luo Xiaoke and simultaneously reaching out to firmly seize Mrs. Su's wrist. Mrs. Su's expression shifted as she struggled slightly. But Jiang Che merely gave her a light push, sending her stumbling backward. "Mrs. Su." Jiang Che's voice was equally cold. "Getting physical in public like this seems rather inappropriate, don't you think? Young man. Don't get too cocky. Let me tell you, this matter won't be settled so easily." Su Wujiu's face was equally ashen, his teeth gritted. But after his gaze flickered between Qin Qing and the surrounding environment for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth, pulled his wife, and turned to leave. Watching their retreating figures, Luo Xiaoke tugged at Jiang Che's sleeve, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. "Brother Che, why didn't you let me handle it just now?" Just as Jiang Che was about to explain, Qin Qing spoke first. "He was right," Qin Qing said solemnly. "This entire area, including this restaurant, falls under the jurisdiction of the Peace District. No spirit tamer is permitted to engage in combat here, that's the rule. Violators will be permanently blacklisted." Luo Xiaoke blinked. "Oh, so that's why. Peace District? What does Peace District mean?" "That's right." Jiang Che nodded and added. Many major cities of the human race have peace zones. They're established to facilitate trade, though other purposes may exist as well. Within the peace zone, any form of spiritual energy conflict is strictly prohibited. Violators face consequences ranging from being rejected by all branches, essentially blacklisted, to being killed on the spot in severe cases. Hearing Jiang Che's words, Qin Cheng looked astonished. You seem quite well informed about this. Jiang Che offered no reply. In his previous life as the human race's war god, he had been intimately familiar with these hidden rules. He had even once controlled a peaceful territory himself. Then what about them just now? Luo Xiaoke suddenly realized. They were deliberately provoking us? Smart. Qin Cheng gave her an approving look. Su Wuzhou is a cunning old fox, he just wanted to lure you into making the first move. Once you strike first, they won't even need to lift a finger, they can simply use the rules to crush you. Zhao Jiran snorted coldly. How despicable. Qin Zhan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. The Su family wields considerable influence in Southwest City. You'll need to be even more cautious from now on. Beside them, Jean Linger's eyes flashed. Especially the newcomer trials in 3 months. The freshman trials? Jiang Che frowned and looked at Jean Linger. Jean Linger nodded, about to speak, when Qin Cheng suddenly asked. Oh, right. How did you end up crossing paths with the Su family? Hearing this question, Luo Xiaoke felt her blood boil. It has nothing to do with us. It was clearly that Su Shu who got infested by the insectoid parasites, then followed those converts to assassinate us. We hadn't even settled the score with them yet, but they turned around and blamed us instead. Parasitized by insects? Qin Cheng frowned deeply. Any proof? Evidence? Luo Xiaoke deflated in defeat. None. I didn't pay much attention at the time. In the heat of battle, I couldn't hold back. I burned them all with a single flame. Qin Cheng instantly fell silent, pressing her hand to her forehead. How was she supposed to explain this? The bodies were reduced to ashes, where would the evidence come from? And with the Su family's daughter dead, not even a whole body found, how could they not fixate on you? In any case, Qin Cheng said solemnly, you must be exceptionally cautious. The Su family wields considerable influence in the Southwest City, especially their trained shadow guards, masters of assassination. Jiang Che and the others nodded solemnly. Seeing the atmosphere grow too heavy, Qin Zhan suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone, relax a bit. Let's eat. Come on, come on. I heard from the waitstaff that their signature steak is absolutely amazing. Jean Linger also skillfully changed the subject. Exactly, let's eat first. Xiaoko, Jiran, try this red wine. I had a sip earlier and it's pretty good. Really? Then I'll definitely have some. With the two of them livening things up, the atmosphere at the table gradually relaxed. Meanwhile, on the street, Su Wuzhou and his wife stood outside the restaurant, their expressions dark. All traces of their earlier fury had vanished. It was clear that earlier display had been nothing but a facade. In fact, they likely recognized Jiang Che and his group even before entering the restaurant. Their earlier behavior, as Qin Cheng had said, was entirely intended to deliberately provoke them. Suddenly, the woman spoke in a low voice. These guys aren't weak. Will we be able to handle them? Chapter 125, The Neutral Guild Stance, Top Tier Black Card. The Southwest Academy has a major grudge against them. Why wouldn't it work? Upon hearing the woman's words, Su Wuzhou immediately sneered coldly. But the woman shook her head and murmured softly. That's not what I meant. What I mean is, Jiang Che and the others aren't weak. Will Shuang'er and the others really stand a chance against these fellows? Poof. Su Wuzhou's smile grew even colder. What are you thinking? After all, Shuang'er and the others are 4th-year seniors at Southwest Academy. They've even been to the Void battlefield more than once. This time they deliberately stirred trouble, got demoted, and came back to ambush 2 first-year freshmen. Surely they can handle it? Demotion. This was a disciplinary measure employed by many academies. It involves demoting senior students to lower grades, thereby extending their time at the academy. For many spirit masters eager to graduate, it's pure agony. Because at top institutions like the Southwest Academy, upon graduation, one could directly enter the military as a second lieutenant. Graduates from the Spirit Martial Academy at Southwest Academy even start at the rank of captain upon joining the military. Thus, demotion as punishment is exceptionally severe. After all, if you're demoted while your peers aren't, by the time you finally graduate, they might have already been promoted multiple times through military merit. Would you be happy? Of course not. Thus, no one would ever choose demotion. Deliberately causing trouble to be demoted, only to return and kill a freshman, such a thing had never happened before. This alone showed the immense price the Su family had paid. Suddenly, Su Wuzhou seemed to recall something. A hint of smugness flashed across his face as he folded his arms behind his back and asked, by the way, do you know who Shuang'er and the others killed to achieve their demotion this time? Who? The woman was startled. A 4th-year prodigy from an academy in the central region. Su Wuzhou lowered his voice.
That's a Spirit Tamer who'd already reached level 5. Whoa! A level 5 Spirit Tamer. The woman gasped in shock. Frost and the others have grown that strong already? Of course. Su Wuzhou nodded grimly. So rest assured, they won't escape. As he spoke, Su Wuzhou clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. The woman's eyes were filled with malice as well. Good. I will make that little pay for Shuer's life. Not just her. Su Wuzhou narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent unmistakable. That Jiang Che and Jia Yanlong's daughter, not one of them will escape. But the woman suddenly remembered something. What about the Qin family? I see Qin Qing getting pretty close to them. The Qins? Su Wuzhou snorted coldly, utterly dismissive. That girl Qin Qing is merely riding on Qin Kaishan's coattails. A mere divine weapon group, no matter how big it grows, what difference does it make? Those above have already set their sights on it. In the end, it's all just sewing wedding dresses for others. If Qin Shang plays along, that's one thing. But if she disobeys, death is her only fate. This era values only strength. What kind of waves could an ordinary person possibly stir up? Inside the restaurant, just as Jiang Che and his companions were chatting pleasantly, a waiter suddenly approached their table, bowing respectfully. Esteemed guests. Our boss deeply regrets what happened earlier and has sent me to deliver a gift as a token of his apology. The group was taken aback. A gift? Apology? Is the boss of this peace district so courteous? Just then, the waiter produced 2 gold cards and handed one to Qin Cheng and the other to Qin Zhan. Mr. Qin, this is a gift from our owner. With these cards, you may enjoy a 40% discount at any peace district location within the human territory. Please accept them. Qin Cheng accepted the gold card. The card was entirely gilded, its surface engraved with a vividly lifelike golden dragon. It was indeed the premium membership gold card for the peace zone. Both she and Qin Zhan wore expressions of surprise. Please convey our thanks to your boss. Qin Xing promptly handed the card to Jiang Che and said earnestly, Mr. Jiang, this card is quite valuable. Within the human race territory, it grants unrestricted access to all peace zones and entitles the holder to a 40% discount. But I already have one, so I'll give this one to you. After all, they recognized the card, not the person. Given her status, she naturally possessed such a gold card herself. Having an extra one was useless. Better to pass it on to someone who could use it. Just as Jiang Che was about to speak, the waiter suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Qin, our boss has made arrangements for Mr. Jiang and his party as well. The group was taken aback once more. The next moment, the waiter clapped lightly. From the far end of the restaurant, a woman in a light-colored qipao emerged. Her hair was styled into a classical bun. A few strands of dark hair cascaded gracefully over her temples, exuding an air of elegance. The form-fitting fabric accentuated her slender waist, barely a hand's width around, while the exaggerated curve below revealed a pert, rounded derriere. Particularly at the slit of the qipao. A pair of long, straight legs, tantalizingly visible through the fabric, were utterly captivating. She approached the table, hands cradling an exquisite sandalwood gift box. The waiter took the box and opened it with great care. Inside lay a black card. Mr. Jiang. The waiter held the black card with both hands, his demeanor utterly respectful. This is the black card our boss specially prepared for you. With this card, you may enjoy a 70% discount on services in any peaceful zone within human territory. Additionally, you may access all local resources, including Spirit Tamer services. Boom! The words sent shockwaves through the surrounding crowd. Qin Qing abruptly stood up. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Black card? A top-tier black card? She didn't have access to this service, nor had she ever received such a black card. She'd only heard vague rumors about it. Xin Zhan and Jean Linger were also stunned into silence. Luo Xiaoke gasped aloud. Wow! That impressive? The black card was entirely pitch black, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen. A band of dark red patterns encircled the edges, resembling flowing lava. At its center, a gold embossed character stood out. Below it was a serial number. 0007. Jiang Che took the black card, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He knew this card all too well. In his previous life, he had possessed a black card numbered 0006. It was the highest level VIP card issued by the Human Neutral Chamber of Commerce, with fewer than 10 in existence across the entire human race. Please convey my thanks to your boss. Jiang Che spoke calmly, though his heart was churning with turmoil. Why would the boss of the Neutral Merchants Guild give him this card? Understood. I will certainly convey your message to Mr. Jiang. The waiter bowed respectfully and withdrew. At that moment, Qin Qing could no longer contain herself. Her eyes gleamed as she looked at Jiang Che. Jiang Che, who exactly are you? A black card from the Neutral Merchants Guild. Even my father isn't qualified to possess one. Chapter 126. For young boys, mature women are better. The weight of this black card. It was far more than just a status symbol. It represents the cardholder's supreme authority to mobilize resources across all peaceful human territories, even commanding local spirit masters. It could be said that Jiang Che now functioned as a walking, top-tier family power within the peaceful zones. The Su family? Any who dared oppose Jiang Che in the peace zones could be crushed at any moment. Qin Shing's eyes burned with astonishment and curiosity as she demanded. Jiang Che, who exactly are you? A black card from the Neutral Merchants Guild. Even my father isn't qualified to possess one. Jiang Che remained calm and collected as he tucked the black card away. I'm just an ordinary student. What else could I be? Sis. Qin Zhan suddenly whispered a warning. Don't forget, these chambers specialize in investing in potential. Jiang Che has SSS-tier talent. They've likely had their eye on him for ages, just waiting for the right opportunity. Qin Shing's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Indeed, with Jiang Che's SSS-tier talent, securing a black card on his own might still be a stretch. But if you add Luo Xiaoke, the god-tier beast girl, and the yet-to-be-revealed Zhao Jiran, this combination could secure not just one black card, but 10 or 8 with ease. Thinking of Zhao Jiran, it was impossible not to recall the corporate intelligence received earlier on the road. Qin Shing's breathing quickened unconsciously. Her gaze toward Jiang Che brimmed with astonishment. Finally unable to contain herself, she spoke up. Mr. Jiang, to be perfectly honest, our Shinbing group currently has several research projects facing difficulties. Among them are studies on beast girl combat techniques and spirit tamer talents. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran. In fact, I heard from Qin Zhan and Linger. Little Ko and Jiran are both your contracted companions now, which severely violates the rules of spirit master contracts. I'm curious how you managed to achieve this. If we could crack this mechanism and allow powerful spirit masters to contract multiple partners, it would represent a quantum leap in humanity's overall combat strength. As he uttered the final sentence, Qin Shing's eyes shone brightly, filled with excitement and fervor. The atmosphere at the table shifted instantly. All eyes turned to Jiang Che. Only Jean Linger, tapping her forehead, looked utterly speechless. What we meant was for you, big sister, to become Jiang Che's third contract partner, not to drag him off to do research. Jiang Che's expression turned peculiar. Mr. Qin, this matter is not something that can be explained in a few words. We can collaborate. Qin Shing couldn't wait to say. Shinbing Group has the most advanced laboratories and the most comprehensive resources. Sis. Qin Zhan suddenly interrupted her. Shouldn't we discuss this somewhere else? Qin Shing realized she'd gotten too excited and quickly glanced around. Though the other diners appeared to be focused on their meals, there was no guarantee they weren't listening. Sorry, I was too hasty. Qin Shing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Just then, Jiang Che suddenly stood up. It's getting late, Xiaoku, Jiran. We should head back to the academy for our afternoon nap. Wait. Qin Shing stood up as well. Jiang Che, about the partnership. Jiang Che glanced at her, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Miss Qin, I understand how you feel. But what exactly would I gain by supporting your research? This research will only waste my time. Besides, I suspect this is simply due to my innate talent for cultivation. Your research would be a waste of time. It wastes both your time and mine. His ability to form multiple contracts. This is a gift from the system. Unless they can replicate the system, any research will be nothing but a waste of time. That's not how it is. But Qin Shing simply didn't understand what Jiang Che meant. She stepped forward urgently. Jiang, we can't think like this. We have to try, right? She took a deep breath and spoke quickly. As for your first question, our divine weapon group can develop a combat technique perfectly suited for the fire Qilin at no cost to you. We can also provide modification materials for the Mecha Maiden and all subsequent cultivation resources. The offer was exceptionally generous. But Jiang Che merely shook his head. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll think it over. With that, he took Luo Xiaoke by one hand and Zhao Jiran by the other, walking straight out of the restaurant. Qin Sheng remained rooted to the spot. Watching their retreating figures, she opened her mouth to speak but ultimately only sighed. Sis. Qin Zhan approached her and whispered softly. This can't be rushed. Jean Linger also leaned in, lowering her voice. Big sis, you were heading in completely the wrong direction just now. What do you mean? Qin Sheng looked at her in confusion. Jean Linger sighed helplessly. You should have asked how to become his third contract partner, not some research collaboration. Qin Sheng froze upon hearing this. Her coldly beautiful face flushed crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly? By the end, she was flustered beyond words. I'm almost 30. Sis. Jean Linger smiled warmly. For these young guys, mature women are more appealing. Don't you have enough confidence in yourself? If you ask me, just lay your cards on the table. Go tell him you want to be his third contract partner. As long as the two of you make it happen. Jiang Che, does he really have a choice but to cooperate? Then you can study him however you want, even strip him naked for research if you like. You could even test the gold's purity. Shut up. Xin Qing couldn't help but shout. Stop talking. What nonsense are you spouting? I still have some dignity left. Yet despite her words, she kept staring at the direction Jiang Che had just left, her face flushing even redder. Stepping out of the restaurant. Walking down the street. Luo Xiaoke looked utterly dazed, still savoring the meal. With a satisfied expression, she remarked. It really is a high-end restaurant. That steak was absolutely amazing. I've never had steak that good before. Brother Che, can we come back next time? Hearing this, Zhao Jiran rolled her eyes beside them. Xiaoke, haven't you noticed how differently that Qin Qing treats Ake? He's practically trying to steal someone's husband, and you're still raving about how good the food was? What do you mean? Luo Xiaoke looked utterly bewildered and curious. It had to be said, Luo Xiaoke's brain often worked at a snail's pace, utterly adorably clueless. Seeing her expression, Zhao Jiran sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead. Well, she's clearly set on becoming Ake's contract partner now. You're about to gain another little sister. No, we're getting another big sister. Chapter 127, The Wolfgang founded by fourth-year seniors. Luo Xiaoke froze completely upon hearing this. Her little mouth formed an O shape. After a moment, she snapped out of it, her eyes widening as she exclaimed. You mean that Mr. Qin has feelings for Brother Che? No way. She's so much older than him. She is older. Zhao Jiran was even more speechless, gesturing meaningfully at her chest as she added. Older than both of us combined. A top-tier mature woman, what man wouldn't be into her? Look, she pulled out a gold card just now. If she didn't have something in mind, would she give it to Ake? Why not just give it to some random person on the street? Besides, Zhao Jiran suddenly leaned closer to Luo Xiaoke, lowering his voice. You forgot Ake really could bind another contract, right? Luo Xiaoke's face instantly fell, her expression growing listless. Brother Che, you wouldn't really be thinking of. Listening to their exchange, Jiang Che felt both amused and exasperated. What are you two thinking? But Luo Xiaoke pouted with a look of grievance. Jiran's sister makes such a convincing argument. If there's one more of you, you're not allowed to gang up on me. Zhao Jiran froze. Her expression froze, utterly speechless. What? What are they all thinking? Why does her brain work like this? Aren't we supposed to be teaming up to resist Qin Qing? Why are you thinking about how we can't gang up on you? With a main wife like this, Zhao Jiran suddenly felt his future prospects were utterly bleak. After parting ways with Luo Xiaoke and the others on the playground, Jiang Che headed back to the dormitory. But the moment he opened the door, the scene before him instantly darkened his expression. The dorm room was in utter disarray. The bed had been overturned. The cabinets were smashed to pieces. Clothes and personal items were scattered everywhere. Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan, the two henchmen, were sitting on the bed, bruised and battered, applying medicine to each other's wounds. What happened here? Jiang Che entered the room and asked in a deep voice. Spotting him, the pair let out a wail before scrambling off the bed and calling out. Brother Jiang! We got beaten up by the Heavenly Wolfgang. The Heavenly Wolfgang? Jiang Che frowned. What Wolfgang? Wang Huiyan roughly wiped his face before launching into an explanation. It turned out the so-called Wolfgang was a gang formed by the senior students of Tianshu Academy. The Wolf Pack demanded all freshmen join. They also demanded protection fees 100 crystals per semester. However, this year, all the new students' resources had been taken by Jiang Che. Except for those who came from spirit writing families, the rest had no crystals left. So Wang Chong and the others had no choice but to refuse. And then you were beaten up? Jiang Che asked in a low voice. Wang Huiyan's eyes were even bruised from the beating. Hearing this, he nodded and said. The leader of the Heavenly Wolfgang is young Tianlang, a fourth-year senior from the Sword and Blade Academy. Rumor has it he's already broken through to level 4. He's got over a dozen third-level seniors under him too. You know how abnormally strong the physical bodies of those spirit masters from the Sword and Blade Academy are. We simply can't fight them. That arrogant? Jiang Che asked coldly. Doesn't the Academy intervene? I've heard the Academy never intervenes. Wang Chong replied helplessly. They even seem to encourage it. Why? To cultivate poisonous insects. Wang Chong lowered his voice. Brother Jiang, you don't really think the Academy only started cultivating poisonous insects this year, do you? The words struck like a thunderclap, instantly revealing their deeper meaning to Jiang Che. This was also a method the Academy employed to train its students. The strong survive, the weak are eliminated. The void battlefield never saw delicate flowers from a greenhouse, but rather the strong who could rise from adversity. For every new cohort of freshmen, the guilds established by the upperclassmen were a form of oppression. Interesting. Jiang Che's lips curled into a cold smile. Well then, it seems we really must meet this Heavenly Wolfgang. Brother Jiang, don't be impulsive. Wang Chong hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Young Tianlang is a formidable figure even among the seniors. He's not someone to mess with. Bang. Before he could finish, the half-open dorm door was kicked wide open again. 3 tall, burly guys strode in with swagger. The leader, a buzz-cut guy with a toothpick dangling from his mouth, casually scanned the room. "Who's Jiang Che?" Though he asked this, his gaze was already fixed firmly on Jiang Che. Jiang Che stepped forward. "That's me. Who are you? What do you want?" The man with the crew cut eyed Jiang Che up and down, snorting derisively. "So you're Jiang Che? You don't look like much. Brother Wolf requests your presence. Come with us. So you're from the Wolf Gang?" Jiang Che narrowed his eyes. "That's right." The man with the crew cut wore a smug expression, speaking with utter disdain. "If you know what's good for you, come with us now. Don't keep Wolf Brother waiting." The other 2 men behind him chimed in with mocking laughter. "Exactly. Don't take the bait and get punished. Take that Zhang Hao last time thinking he could give us attitude just cause his dad's a big shot at the Spirit Control Bureau. He's probably still in the infirmary now. Ha ha ha." The group burst into laughter simultaneously. They were utterly brazen. But Jiang Che's expression darkened completely. "Zhang Hao? What did you do to Zhang Hao?" In his previous life, Zhang Hao's wife, Xia, had died because of them, so Jiang Che felt profound guilt toward Zhang Hao and his group. Now they were in the same university, the same college. If he could look out for him, Jiang Che would certainly do so. But now, hearing what these people were saying, Zhang Hao had actually been beaten up and sent to the infirmary? What? You want to join Zhang Hao in the infirmary? The leader, a man with a crew cut, sneered challengingly. But in the next instant, Jiang Che's figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a blurred afterimage. It was the void bone forging technique. The expressions of the 3 men across from him froze instantly. They frantically turned their heads to search. Where is he? Suddenly, a hand landed on the buzz-cut man's shoulder from behind. Jiang Che's voice followed immediately. "Right here. Looking for your dad?" The man with the crew cut whipped his head around. A chill ran down his spine. But before he could react, Jiang Che was faster. Jiang Che's hand slid down his shoulder, grabbed his arm, and twisted it violently. A shoulder throw slammed him hard onto the ground. Thud. A dull thud echoed. The buzz-cut man let out a pained cry. "Ah!" Seeing this, the other 2 immediately lunged at Jiang Che. But Jiang Che's movements were lightning fast. Thud. Thud. 2 fierce roundhouse kicks sent both men flying, slamming them hard into the dormitory wall. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly. In an instant, only 3 figures lay sprawled on the floor, wailing in agony. Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan, standing nearby, were left speechless. This Brother Jiang is way too fierce. Not only are the 2 sisters-in-law formidable, but Brother Jiang is equally formidable. He's practically unbeatable, right? Chapter 128, Establishing the New Student Guild, Shilin Pavilion Part 1. Jiang Che stepped forward slowly. His foot pressed down on the buzz-cut man's palm as his voice grew colder. "Now, tell me. Which hand did you use to hit Zhang Hao?" Already battered by Jiang Che's earlier assault, now with his palm crushed underfoot, the buzz-cut man was drenched in cold sweat. He screamed in terror. "I didn't hit him. It was Brother Lang." "Is that so? You mean Yang Tian Lang, right?" Jiang Che sneered coldly, then suddenly applied force with his foot. Snap. A crisp cracking sound echoed as the buzz-cut man let out another blood-curdling scream. Beside them, witnessing Jiang Che's hand, Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan were instantly dumbfounded. The other 2 Wolfpack members who had been wailing also instantly fell silent, not daring to breathe a word. They feared Jiang Che might subject them to the same treatment. Only then did Jiang Che release his foot, looking down at the 3 men from above. "Go tell your wolf brother, if he's got a problem, come find me. If he wants to die, he can come find me too." The man with the crew cut clutched his severed hand, nodding frantically in terror. Yes. We understand. Get lost." All right. The 3 scrambled out of the dormitory, fleeing in utter disarray. Only after the 3 had fled in disarray, Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan cautiously approached, their faces etched with concern. "Brother Jiang." Wang Chong looked at Jiang Che with a complex expression. Beating up the Skywolf gang today felt satisfying, but Yang Tianlang won't let this slide so easily. Jiang Che turned to face them. "Are you scared?" The 2 exchanged glances and smiled bitterly at the same time. "How could we not be afraid? He's a 4th-year senior, a level 4 Spirit Tamer. We're only level 2, and we live in the boys' dorm without any companions. How are we supposed to fight? Not to mention he's got the entire wolf pack under his command. Ordinary spirit masters are at a real disadvantage when they don't have a partner by their side." But Jiang Che merely smiled indifferently. "It's fine. Didn't you guys say it yourselves? This is exactly what the Academy wants to see." Within the Academy's framework, no matter how big the commotion, nothing serious will happen. He had come to understand clearly, the Academy permitted this kind of competition among students because it offered nothing but benefits.
Under the Academy's overarching structure, casualties were first and foremost prevented. This competition both pressured students and spurred their cultivation drive, increasing the likelihood of producing powerhouses, a development the Academy naturally welcomed. But Wang Chong and the others hadn't considered all this. They remained deeply troubled. But Brother Jiang, even so, facing Yang Tianlang will still be a huge problem for you. Why don't you go to the Academy? Have the Academy issue a warning? They'll definitely grant you that favor. Wang Huayan also looked at Jiang Che with hopeful eyes. Clearly, the two had discussed this beforehand. But Jiang Che merely shook his head. No way. You mentioned earlier that the Academy takes a hands-off approach to these matters, but... A sudden gleam of cunning flashed in his eyes. I do have another way. What method? Both asked simultaneously. Jiang Che sneered coldly. We'll establish our own gang, specifically recruiting freshmen, and go head-to-head with the Heavenly Wolf Gang. Let those upperclassmen taste what it's like to be crushed. What? Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan froze simultaneously, eyes wide. We're forming a gang too? Jiang Che nodded, his tone serious. That's right. We're forming a guild too. The Academy would welcome it, right? So let's start one too. They can't possibly allow only the seniors to form guilds while forbidding us freshmen from resisting, can they? Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan trembled. Resistance? Yes, rebellion. They were geniuses from various cities and high schools, the pride of their hometowns. Surely they couldn't be bullied like this after arriving at Tianshu Academy? Get beaten up and go find a teacher? That's childish. Why should getting beaten up mean you have to go to the teacher? Just cry? Can't we fight back? What's wrong with being a senior? Didn't they start out as freshmen too? Are upperclassmen invincible? Can't we fight back? Yes. Resist. We resist. Both men felt their blood boil instantly as they shouted. All right, Brother Jiang, we'll follow your lead. We'll fight back. We'll form our own gang too. Right. Jiang Che's eyes narrowed strangely. He couldn't understand why these two suddenly seemed pumped up, their blood boiling with passion. Wang Chong asked loudly. Brother Jiang, what should we do? Should we recruit more men or charge up the hill now? Jiang Che thought for a moment. Let's head to the field first. We need to gather everyone. The two understood Jiang Che's meaning immediately and began contacting their contract partners, instructing them to assemble at the playground. Soon after, the three of them headed toward the playground together. But just moments into their walk, Jiang Che suddenly seemed to remember something. He stopped in his tracks and addressed the other two. You two go ahead to the playground. I need to make a trip to the infirmary. Though puzzled, they nodded in agreement. Without further delay, Jiang Che broke away from the group and headed straight for the Academy infirmary. Only upon reaching the infirmary did Jiang Che realize he had underestimated the audacity of the wolf pack. The hallway was filled with numerous freshmen, all sporting black eyes and bruised faces. The school doctor and nurses inside the infirmary wore expressions that suggested they'd seen it all before, calmly tending to the students' wounds. Every year when freshmen enrolled, this spectacle would unfold. The various gangs organized by third and fourth year students would begin recruiting members, and those who refused to comply met this fate. This year, however, it had been particularly brutal. In previous years, these freshmen had resources at their disposal. 100 crystal stones per semester was something they could scrape together if they really had to. But this year was different. All resources among the freshmen are now controlled by a single person. What could they possibly offer? They could only be beaten. Outside the medical office, the beaten freshmen all wore complex expressions as they saw Jiang Che approach. After all, Jiang Che is a big name among the freshmen who doesn't know him? But what was he doing here? Could he have been beaten too? Jiang Che scanned the crowd, quickly spotting Zhang Hao. He lay on a stretcher inside the infirmary, his face bruised and swollen, his right hand bandaged, clearly badly injured. Zhang Hao. Jiang Che hurried over. How bad are your injuries? Zhang Hao lifted his head. Recognizing Jiang Che, he forced a faint smile. Brother Jiang, why are you here? It's fine. If Xia hadn't been here, I'd have beaten those bastards to death. He fought back the hardest. And consequently, he'd taken the worst beating. Don't talk yet. Jiang Che bent down to examine his injuries closely, his expression growing colder by the second. Those bastards really went all out. A freshman nearby couldn't help but interject. Brother Jiang, you have no idea Yang Tianlong's crew are absolute scum. They specifically target us freshmen with no connections. Another freshman echoed indignantly. Exactly. They talk about joining a gang, but it's really just protection money. If you don't pay, they beat you up. Chapter 129, Establishing the Freshman Guild Shilin Pavilion Part 2. Infirmary. Listening to the conversations around him, Jiang Che's gaze grew intense as he scanned each face in turn. He thought to himself, this is a major opportunity. It seemed these freshmen were deeply dissatisfied with the exploitation by the candidate guilds. They could all become his allies. With that thought, Jiang Che patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder and said, Haozi, take good care of your injuries.
I might need your help later. Jiang Hao froze and asked. Brother Jiang, what exactly can I do for you? Jiang Che's expression turned serious. I plan to establish a new student gang specifically to counter these upperclassmen. When the time comes, I want you to join me. Really? Jiang Hao was instantly energized, nearly sitting up from his stretcher. That's fantastic. I've been wanting to do this for ages. Those jerks think they can bully people just because they've been eating free meals a few years longer. But the surrounding freshmen all looked away, their eyes darting nervously. Some even murmured under their breath. Forming a new gang? That just means more protection money. For them, hearing about a new gang forming meant one thing: more protection money to be extorted. But that was understandable. After all, every gang needs funds to operate, and its members need resources for cultivation. Where do these resources come from? Of course, it's through protection money collected from others. As for protecting you for free? Ask yourself who has that kind of time. Who's got that much righteous zeal? Jiang Che paid no heed to these murmurs, continuing to address Jiang Hao. Right. To be honest, the wolf pack came to our dorm today too. I sent them packing. I'm not afraid of them alone, but what about the others? Are we just going to let them bully us forever? Jiang Hao nodded without hesitation. Alright, Brother Jiang, I'm joining you. It's just that with my current situation. He hesitated slightly. He was badly injured and would likely need 10 days to a fortnight to recover. He feared he might become a liability. Just focus on healing. Jiang Che reassured him. We'll discuss everything once you're fully recovered. Okay. The other freshmen fell silent, all eyes fixed on Jiang Che and Jiang Hao, their expressions complex. Some were tempted, but more were hesitant. Yet Jiang Che didn't spare the hesitant freshman a single glance. He simply turned and walked away. While these people were considering choosing him, he was also choosing among them. These individuals were timid and indecisive. They were not his target group. Soon, Jiang Che arrived at the sports field. Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran were already waiting there, standing alongside Wang Chong and the others, their expressions grim. Spotting Jiang Che approaching, Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran immediately stepped forward. Brother Che. Che. Jiang Che looked at them, furrowing his brow as he asked. Why do you look so upset? Both girls looked less than cheerful, especially Luo Xiaoke, who was never one to hide her feelings. Sure enough, upon hearing Jiang Che's question, Luo Xiaoke immediately piped up, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. The same thing happened in our girls' dorm too. Jiang Che frowned instantly. Were any of you hurt? No one came looking for trouble with me. Luo Xiaoke explained. But Jiran encountered trouble. It was a gang from the spirit plant hall. Jiang Che immediately turned to look at Zhao Jiran. Jiran, they didn't hurt you, did they? Zhao Jiran shook her head. I chased them all away, but the girls' dorm situation is just like yours. Lots of freshmen got beaten up. Isn't private fighting prohibited at the academy? Jiang Che asked directly. In the boys' dorm, it was manageable after all, they were all spirit masters. Fighting without a partner present was no different from ordinary people. But the girls' dormitory was different. Once a fight broke out, it escalated into full combat mode, causing significant destruction. That was precisely why the academy prohibited private duels. Hearing this, Zhao Jiran looked equally perplexed. I don't know why either. I just acted on impulse, but no one's come looking for trouble since. Just then, Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan arrived with their respective partners. Tao Yi explained. The academy doesn't get involved in conflicts between guilds. So even if it's a private fight, as long as it doesn't cause too serious consequences, they turn a blind eye. Pang Abeo chimed in. I hear it's an old tradition here at the academy, supposedly to cultivate practical combat skills. Jiang Che sneered coldly upon hearing this. What a fine way to cultivate practical combat skills. The next moment, Jiang Che surveyed the crowd and declared in a deep voice. Since the academy won't handle it, we'll take matters into our own hands. I've decided to establish a freshman guild, the Qilin Pavilion, primarily to counteract the bullying from these upperclassmen. Are you willing to join? Hell yeah. We should have done this long ago. These guys have gone too far. Luo Xiaoke was the first to agree. Zhao Jiran nodded as well. I'm in. Tao Yi and Pang Abeo exchanged glances and said in unison. Of course we're all joining too. Jiang Che wasn't surprised that everyone agreed to join the Qilin Pavilion. After all, Wang Huiyan and Wang Chong had already arrived earlier, so they must have discussed this beforehand. Therefore, he announced directly. Then our Qilin Pavilion is officially established today. Everyone wore expressions of excitement. Wang Chong and Wang Huiyan were especially thrilled. Having suffered a humiliating beating at the hands of the Heavenly Wolf Gang today, they were now thrilled to have the means to fight back. But Pang Abeo suddenly raised a question. But to establish a gang, just the few of us won't be enough. We'll need to recruit more members. Jiang Che nodded in agreement. Right. Besides us, Jiang Hao from the Beast Spirit Academy will join, and his companion, Xia Xia, should join too. Jiang Hao? Wang Chong exclaimed in surprise. The Zhang Hao who nearly got crippled by young Tianlang today? That guy's got some real guts. Jiang Che nodded grimly. That's him. But that's not enough. We need to recruit others to join us.
If you know anyone strong fighters who refuse to be oppressed and want to fight back, bring them in.
But not too many, 20 should be enough. Too many people.
It would get chaotic and hard to manage. The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement.
They would begin recruiting immediately upon leaving. But Wang Huiyan felt uneasy about this. Brother Jiang, if we freshmen just recruit people to challenge the senior gangs from the 3rd and 4th years, I'm afraid they won't agree. They might think we're just playing house and don't have the strength for it. Jiang Che also wore a thoughtful expression. That was indeed a problem. Just then, Luo Xiaoke clenched her little fist and declared. Easy fix. If they think we're weak, we'll just show them our fists. Chapter 130. The entire school trembles, attacking a rock with an egg.
Upon hearing Luo Xiaoke's words, everyone immediately turned to look at her in unison.
Chest thrust forward, Luo Xiaoke declared matter-of-factly.
First, find some blind gang and beat the crap out of them.
Beat them until they submit, beat them until every freshman sees it. The academy won't intervene anyway, might makes right.
The moment these words left her mouth, everyone froze in shock. Then, Wang Chon, Wang Huiyan, Pang Abeo, and the others' eyes lit up instantly.
Exactly. No matter how you slice it. Why not just get down to business?
Xiaoke's wife was the real deal, bold and decisive, just diving right in.
Sister-in-law Xiaoko, who should we take on first?
Wang Chong rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement.
Luo Xiaoke turned to Jiang Che and called out. What do you say, Brother Che? Jiang Che's eyes flickered. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared with unwavering certainty. Spirit Plant Hall. Lingji Hall.
It was the very guild that had clashed with Zhao Yuan that afternoon. But Wang Chong and the others froze in shock.
After all, this was their first battle, caution was paramount.
They had expected Jiang Che to choose some obscure, little-known faction. Yet to their surprise, Jiang Che had chosen the Spirit Plant Hall outright. This was a guild founded by 4th-year seniors within the Botanical Academy, renowned throughout the entire Tianshu Academy.
Before anyone could react,
Zhao Yuan, who had remained silent until now, immediately agreed.
All right, let's go with them.
This battle, we must not only win, but win spectacularly to establish the prestige of our Qilin Pavilion.
Jiang Che turned his head,
exchanging a glance with Zhao Yuan.
Then both nodded simultaneously, signaling their resolve. Exactly. If we fight the toughest opponents. No sneak attacks. If we fight, we'll do it openly, challenge them to a duel on the platform. That evening, within the internal forum of Tianshu Academy,
a challenge notice suddenly shot to the top of the forum, instantly setting the entire academy ablaze. Jiang Che, head of the Qilin Pavilion, challenges the head of the Spirit Plant Hall to a duel tomorrow afternoon at the Academy Gymnasium.
A single line of text. Like a heavy bomb dropped into calm waters, it sent towering waves crashing across the surface. He's mad. Who is this Jiang Che? He's supposedly a first-year freshman.
Rumor has it he cornered all the resources at the freshman orientation.
Wow, that makes him a real tycoon. A freshman trying to start a guild like others? How amusing. Jiang Che? I know him. He's from South City, an SSS-tier talent. Just look him up online.
And his partner is a God-tier beast girl.
Whoa, SSS-tier talent paired with a God-tier beast girl? No wonder he's so brazen. Ha! What good is talent against Lingji Hall? Last term alone, they ranked among the top 10 guilds in the academy.
Now that their leader and core members have all advanced to 4th year, their strength is unfathomable.
This freshman is pitting an egg against a stone. Below the post, discussions erupted. While everyone was astonished by Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke's talents, they held little hope for their challenge against the Spirit Plant Hall. After all, the Spirit Plant Hall was truly extraordinary. Even before the previous batch of seniors had graduated, the Spirit Planting Hall had already ranked among the top 10 in the academy. Now, with the Hall Master and all core members having advanced to 4th year, likely all level 4 Spirit Masters, not far from level 5. First-year freshmen battling 4th-year seniors? It was like hitting a stone with an egg. Regardless, Tianshu Academy, which had only just calmed down after the freshman assembly, erupted once more. At that moment, Botanical Institute. Senior dormitory area. Within a spacious dormitory, the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. This was the headquarters of the Spirit Plant Hall. It was also the dormitory of the Lingji Hall Master. Over a dozen men and women filled the room, each face burning with anger. This is utterly outrageous. A newly established, worthless sect? A first-year freshman whose name we've never even heard of? And they dare to directly challenge our Lingji Hall? How dare they? Think having an SSS-tier talent makes them special? They think our Spirit Plant Hall is a soft target, huh? Boss, we can't let this slide. We need to teach this kid a bloody lesson. In an instant, all eyes focused entirely on the man and woman seated on the bed in the center of the room. The man, in his early 20s, wore expensive casual attire. He was strikingly handsome with a gentle demeanor. He was none other than Lin Zhixian, the head of the Lingji sect. Beside him sat a stunningly beautiful woman in an emerald green gown. Her figure was exquisite, her skin fair, and her jet black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She was Lin Zhixian's contracted partner, Su Man. Boss, sister-in-law, say something. An impatient member couldn't help but call out. Su Man smiled lightly, her expression serene and unruffled. Zhixian, it seems your reputation no longer intimidates this year's freshman. Lin Zhixian rose slowly. The instant he rose, the entire dorm room fell silent. Every pair of eyes fixed on him, burning with fervor, awaiting Lin Zhixian's command. Lin Zhixian. He was no ordinary person. As an SSS-tier talent holder, he had been renowned among his peers since freshman year and remains so to this day. What's the rush? Lin Zhixian smiled gently, his gaze deep and contemplative. The last person who dared challenge me? The grass on his grave is probably 3 feet tall by now. It's been a while since we've seen such an interesting newcomer. Since he wants to play, we'll play along. Lin Zhixian's gaze drifted toward the window, piercing the night as it settled upon a spot in the newcomer district. Pass on the word, Lingji Hall accepts the challenge. Tomorrow afternoon at the school gymnasium. I'll personally meet this head of the Qilin Pavilion. Yes, Hall Master. The group responded in unison. They withdrew one by one, determined to spread this news throughout the entire academy. A mere freshman? How dare he pit himself against a stone? In an instant, the spacious dormitory was left with only Lin Zhixian and Su Man. Su Man finally suppressed the smile on her face, her eyes betraying a hint of concern as she asked softly. Zhixian, I heard you accepted the mission to the void battlefield? Lin Zhixian nodded. He pulled her into his arms, his voice gentle. Yes, but don't worry. The mission isn't for another 6 months. By then, we should both have advanced to level 5. Entering the void battlefield, we should be able to protect ourselves without worry. Hearing the words level 5, Su Man felt slightly reassured and nodded lightly. Have the team members been selected yet? At this mention, Lin Zhixian couldn't help but frown slightly, shaking his head. Still considering. This mission is unique. I plan to bring Yang Tianlang and his crew, but haven't discussed it with them yet. Also, I know you're not particularly fond of Yang Tianlang. Yang Tianlang. Su Man murmured the name. They're quite capable in terms of strength. But his style is too domineering. I don't like it. Chapter 131, Yang Tianlang of the Wolfgang arrogant and overbearing. Suddenly, Su Man seemed to recall something amusing and suddenly chuckled. Oh, Zhixian, I heard from the staff that a tough newcomer showed up today among the freshmen in the girls' dorm of the Clever Academy. Quite interesting. Once tomorrow's matters are settled, I plan to go take a look. Lin Zhixian was taken aback. Sure, we can go together then. Meanwhile, Sword and Blade Academy. Senior dormitory area. In a more spacious dorm room, the atmosphere was equally charged. This place was the headquarters of the Heavenly Wolfgang. A dozen or so young men with fierce auras stood or sat around, discussing the challenge posted on the forum. Ha! That's hilarious, a freshman dares to challenge the Spirit Plant Hall right after enrollment? Heard that kid Jiang Che even beat up the brothers we sent to recruit today. He really doesn't know when to quit. A newly formed, shabby little sect dares to challenge established guilds like ours? Looks like he's tired of living. At the center of the group, a burly young man with a domineering expression held a woman in his arms. None other than Yang Tianlang, leader of the Heavenly Wolfgang. Even in front of everyone, Yang Tianlang's hand made no attempt to hide as it groped beneath her clothing. The woman lay limp. Her face flushed crimson. She too paid little heed to the surrounding stares. She had long since grown accustomed to it. Resistance? Shame? Long since shattered beneath Yang Tianlang's palm. Listening to his subordinates' murmurs, Yang Tianlang's lips curled into a cruel smile. His palm tightened with sudden force. The woman screamed in agony. Ah! A freshman dares to act so boldly? Tomorrow, we're all heading to the gymnasium. After shoving the woman aside, Yang Tianlang's gaze was filled with contempt. I'll see for myself. What gives this so-called SSS-tier talent the right to be so arrogant? Just then, a slightly hoarse voice sounded from the corner. Boss Yang, I advise you not to underestimate him. Everyone turned to look. The speaker was none other than Li Kuang. Beside him sat Jianxin, expressionless. As freshmen of the Sword and Blade Academy, it was only natural for them to join the Academy's strongest faction, the Heavenly Wolfgang. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Li Kuang rose to his feet and declared, I have to admit that Jiang Che is formidable. His true strength is likely approaching that of a level 4 Spirit Tamer. The moment these words left his mouth, the dormitory fell silent for a moment. Then, a roar of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, so what if he's close to level 4? Our boss Yang will be challenging level 5 spirit masters in half a year. A mere level 4? Put. Exactly. In front of us Wolfgang members, level 4 is nothing but trash. Aren't we all level 4? Who couldn't crush him? The Heavenly Wolfgang. Ranked among the top 3 gangs at Tianshu Academy. Who among its core members isn't a level 4 Spirit Tamer?
A level 4 freshman is indeed impressive, but before them, he truly pales in comparison. Facing the crowd's mockery, Li Kuang merely gave them a piercing stare before falling silent.
What a bunch of fools. The next day. Early in the morning.
Even though it was still the weekend, the Academy's vast training grounds were already bustling with spirit masters practicing. One by one, spirit masters sat cross-legged. Before them, miniature spirit entities of varying hues hovered. With each breath they drew in and out, they channeled spiritual energy through the power of their contracts. They trained together. Jiang Che and his companions gathered in a corner of the field. The embryonic form of the Qilin Pavilion had already taken shape. Good morning, Brother Jiang. After finding their respective partners, Wang Chong and Zhao Yuyan approached with renewed vigor. Behind them, trailed 4 slightly reserved unfamiliar faces, 2 men and 2 women. Wang Chong introduced them warmly. Brother Jiang, let me introduce you to Qiu Qingyu and Xiao Yucheng, both freshmen in our class. He pointed to the 2 boys, then turned to the girls beside them. This is Qiu Qingyu's partner, Yuan Bingshan, and this is Xiao Yucheng's partner, Xiao Xiaoyu. Qiu Qingyu and Xiao Yucheng immediately stepped forward, their expressions tinged with reverence and excitement. Brother Jiang, we want to join the Qilin Pavilion. Jiang Che appraised them with a glance. Both carried steady auras, their abilities reaching the rank of level 2 spirit masters, quite impressive. And to seek to join them at this critical moment, clearly signaled their intent to resist. He gave a slight nod. Welcome aboard. Receiving the affirmative response, ecstatic expressions instantly lit up the faces of the 4. Jiang Che said no more, turning to lead the way. Come on, I'll take you to a great place to train. The group followed his footsteps across the playground, arriving before a standalone cultivation building. When Jiang Che swiped his ID card to open the training room door, Qiu Qingyu and the others were utterly stunned. This is a private cultivation room? Qiu Qingyu stammered, his eyes brimming with disbelief. They knew Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke were highly valued by the academy, but they never imagined it would reach this level. This was a private training room. No one in the entire academy had ever heard of anyone receiving such treatment. Seeing their stunned expressions, Jiang Che shrugged helplessly and said, "Don't go thinking this is some kind of paradise. This thing? It's just a crystal-devouring beast." Crystal-devouring beast? The 4 newcomers exchanged bewildered glances. Wang Cheng chuckled beside them, patting Xiao Yucheng's shoulder as he explained. Here's the deal. You newbies don't know yet. To get this cultivation chamber running, you need to embed spirit energy crystals into the grooves in the walls. He held up one finger to demonstrate. At our training intensity, we'd burn through over 1,000 crystals in a month, no way we'd last. Whoa! At this revelation, Qiu Qingyu and his 3 companions sucked in sharp breaths, their eyes shifting from shock to sheer horror. 1,000 spirit stones. What did that even mean? For ordinary students like them, it was an astronomical sum. Even if Jiang Che hadn't monopolized all the resources for this session, each of them could only receive 100 crystals per month. Yet here, the monthly consumption alone was over 1,000 crystals? Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Now that you've arrived, 1,000 crystals probably won't even cover it, Jiang Che added casually. The next moment, he walked to the center of the cultivation room, pressed his palm onto a circular array disc, and slowly infused it with spiritual energy. In an instant, the runes etched into the walls of the cultivation chamber all lit up. Immediately afterward, a thick, visible aura of spiritual energy filled the entire cultivation chamber. Just one breath was enough to leave one feeling refreshed and invigorated. Good. Such rich spiritual energy. A single day of cultivation here is probably equivalent to several days outside. The 4 newcomers marveled in astonishment. They immediately crossed their legs and sat down, eager to begin their cultivation. However, what happened next caused Qiu Qingyu and the others, who had just closed their eyes, to snap them open again. There sat Jiang Che, directly opposite Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran. Chapter 132, Luo Xiaoke twists her neck. Another surprise. Almost the instant Jiang Che sat down, a distinctly different aura of spiritual energy blossomed from Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran, seated directly across from him. Flames flared brightly. Enveloped in the flames, Luo Xiaoke transformed into a miniature fire Qilin. Even so, the intense heat caused the temperature in the cultivation chamber to soar. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiran's body began to transform. In the blink of an eye, a mechanical maiden appeared in the cultivation chamber. bearing a jet-black spear and a broad-bladed greatsword crossed upon her back. Two utterly distinct, colossal auras surrounded Jiang Che, yet formed a perfect equilibrium. This, whoa! Zhao Yu and his three companions, who had just sat down, were jolted awake from their cultivation state in an instant, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Two contract spirits? Zhao Yu's voice cracked with shock. This can't be possible. It was common knowledge that each spirit tamer could only have one contracted companion. Since the profession of spirit tamer first emerged, no one had ever broken this rule. 1. How could anyone possess two contract spirits simultaneously? Having two contract spirits, wouldn't that mean Boss Jiang could have two wives? Damn. I'm so jealous. Especially since both sisters-in-law are so gorgeous. Got you there. Ha! Wang Chang's triumphant voice rang out beside him. Seeing the four of them looking like they'd seen a ghost, he felt a secret thrill of satisfaction. When he first heard the news, hadn't he reacted exactly the same way? Brother Jiang is a prodigy of heaven, how could he be measured by ordinary standards? That's right. You saw correctly, Sister Luo Xiaoke and Sister Jiran are both Brother Zhang's partners. Boom! Even if they had long suspected it. But now, hearing it confirmed from Wang Chong himself, they were still utterly stunned. Speechless. It was actually true. They had assumed that the power Jiang Che displayed at the freshman assembly was the full extent of his abilities. Little did they know it was merely the tip of the iceberg. Two companions capable of shattering the common sense contract. Moreover, though they couldn't discern the mechanical girl's exact grade, they could still sense the immense power within her. Its rank couldn't be low. At the very least, it was a top-tier mecha maiden. To simultaneously contract a god-tier beast girl and a top-tier mecha girl, just how terrifying was Jiang Che's potential? For a moment, the gaze the four cast upon Jiang Che's retreating figure grew increasingly fervent. Following such a figure, what great undertaking could possibly fail? Time passed. Before they knew it, it was afternoon. Inside the gymnasium, crowds had already gathered once more. The tiered stands were clearly divided into two distinct sections. One side was the freshman section, nearly packed to capacity, a sea of heads stretching as far as the eye could see. Every new student's face radiated uncontrollable excitement and anticipation, their murmurs rising and falling like waves. Just one day, they had already had enough of the seniors' oppression. Nearly all who refused to hand over their crystals had been beaten. Each of them, having earned admission to Tianshu Academy, had been the pride of their respective cities and high schools. Yet here, they were being forced to pay protection money. None of them could accept it, regardless of how they had viewed Jiang Che before. But today, Jiang Che now represents the pride of all the freshmen, challenging the established gangs of the academy. Meanwhile, in the upperclassmen section, only a sparse crowd occupied less than 30% of the seats, all members of major factions. Most wore haughty expressions, their faces etched with disdain and contempt. To them, this was nothing more than a farce. A presumptuous freshman dared to challenge the authority of fourth-year seniors. It was nothing short of courting humiliation. Just then, a tall, slender youth rose from the spirit planting hall section. It's already this late. Where the hell are those so-called Qilin Pavilion people? Aren't they scared out of their wits? Too afraid to show up? His voice carried with force. In an instant, the words echoed across half the arena. I thought they had some real guts. Turns out they're just a bunch of clowns who only know how to stir up trouble? Ha. That's exactly what I think. All talk on the forums, but when push comes to shove, you're just a cowardly turtle? Useless. These freshmen are getting worse with each class. The future of the human race is to be entrusted to these good-for-nothings? It's truly pitiful to contemplate. The rest of the Spirit Plant Hall members rose to join in, laughing unrestrainedly. Ma-kuri. In their eyes, the Qilin Pavilion, which hadn't even arrived yet, was already scared. They were scared less. Newcomer district. An uproar erupted instantly. Many were so enraged their faces flushed crimson. Yet they couldn't refute it, because Jiang Che and his crew really hadn't arrived yet. Could it really be just grandstanding? Not far away, at the Wolf Clan seats, several core members of the Wolf Clan exchanged glances, shaking their heads and snorting derisively. Thought we'd get some entertainment. SSS-tier talent? More like a joke. Boring. What a clown. Does he really think a couple of loudmouth posts on the forum will scare the Spirit Plant Hall into backing down and not showing up? Let's go. What a waste of time. The crowd rose one by one, preparing to leave with little enthusiasm. But just then, creak, the heavy doors of the gymnasium was slowly pushed open from the outside with considerable force. Instantly, the afternoon sunlight poured in, casting long shadows at the entrance. A calm voice echoed softly, clear enough for every person present to hear. Who said, we wouldn't dare come? The words fell. The boisterous jeers within the gymnasium abruptly fell silent.
Countless eyes, some stunned, some mocking, some curious, turned toward the entrance in unison, silhouetted against the sunlight.
Several figures stood tall and slender. The young man leading the group stood tall and slender, his handsome features and piercing gaze commanding attention.
Flanking him on either side stood two young women. One was charming and adorable,
the other graceful and poised,
both possessing an innate elegance.
Behind them followed 4 men and 4 women, each carrying themselves with noble bearing and striking features. This was Jiang Che and his group.
"Humph, you finally show up.
I thought you'd hide like turtles for the rest of your lives." The tall, lanky youth who had been ranting earlier sneered disdainfully.
However, Jiang Che paid him no mind whatsoever.
He simply held Luo Xiaoke's hand, his gaze calm as he met that of Lin Jixuan, the head of the Lingji sect. Beside him, Su Man also turned her head casually. The 4 locked gazes. A palpable tension filled the air, as if the atmosphere itself was thick with the scent of impending conflict.
"Brother Che, let's go down first." Luo Xiaoke twisted her neck. Crackling sounds echoed. At that moment, the contrast couldn't have been more stark.
Just picture it, a stunningly beautiful girl with delicate, innocent features suddenly cracking her neck with a loud pop, just like those bald villains on TV.
It was utterly jaw-dropping.
Chapter 133, the third form of the burning heaven Qilin technique, auspicious fire heavenly tribulation.
Fortunately,
Jiang Che had long since grown accustomed to it.
When it came to fighting, Luo Xiaoke truly embodied the ultimate contrast.
With a calm smile, he wrapped his arms around Luo Xiaoke's slender waist and leapt into the stadium. Almost simultaneously, Lin Jixuan and Su Man also leapt down,
landing steadily opposite them. Their eyes locked. Electricity seemed to crackle in the air. "Freshman, are you ready to pay for your arrogance?"
Lin Jixuan suddenly demanded.
But the only response came from the overwhelming flames that erupted from Luo Xiaoke's body. Fierce flames shot skyward. Scorching heat waves swept out in all directions. In the next instant, Luo Xiaoke's petite form rapidly grew taller within the flames. Transformation. In the blink of an eye, she became a sacred fire Qilin,
clad in crimson scales,
standing atop auspicious clouds and blazing flames.
Poof!
At the same time, across the battlefield,
Su Man let out a sharp cry.
A colossal surge of life force erupted outward. Countless emerald vines surged wildly from her body,
like 1,000 serpents dancing in a frenzied dance.
In an instant, they wrapped around and enveloped Lin Jixuan's body, forming a resilient vine armor. This was an evergreen vine. This vine-like plant maiden was the most troublesome of all, capable of both offense and defense, control and protection. They left almost no weaknesses exposed. The battle erupted the instant both sides entered combat mode. Roar!
The earth-shaking roar of the Qilin thundered through the heavens.
The next instant,
the fire Qilin charged forward with overwhelming force,
sweeping across the field like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, a massive foot engulfed in blazing flames slammed down with tremendous force onto the hard gymnasium floor. Rumble!
Centered on the point of impact,
a crimson wave of fire, visible to the naked eye,
surged outward like a bursting dam,
sweeping madly in all directions. The ground itself cracked inch by inch under the terrifying heat. Dark red magma gushed forth from the fissures.
Amidst the churning flames,
countless illusory Qilin galloped and roared, their divine might awe-inspiring and terrifying.
This was the Qilin treading the 8 desolations.
The opening move.
It was a combat technique. Jiang Che sat astride the back of the fire Qilin, his hands pressed tightly against its sides,
continuously channeling spiritual energy. Facing this earth-shattering strike,
the vine battle armor formed by the ID maiden across from him also blazed with intense light.
Vine shield. Before Lin Jixuan, countless vines frantically intertwined. In the blink of an eye,
they coalesced into a massive vine wall several meters thick,
shimmering with emerald light. Boom!
The wall of fire collided with the vine barrier. The explosion was deafening. The scorching flames burned the vines fiercely,
sizzling and crackling.
The resilient vines trembled violently under the immense impact,
as if they might shatter at any moment. It held? Someone gasped.
The fire Qilin's earlier strike had been terrifying to witness.
Could it really be blocked so easily?
The 4th-year senior truly lived up to his reputation.
Yet, just as everyone thought the attack had been halted,
the fire Qilin's figure shot out of the flames like a crimson bolt of lightning.
Upon its right front paw,
a massive fireball slowly coalesced,
spinning relentlessly and radiating a terrifying aura.
This was the heaven-scorching claw. Luo Xiaoke intended to crush them entirely with combat techniques.
Crack! The seemingly indestructible vine wall. Yet before this fireball,
it crumbled like paper,
torn open with ease. Simultaneously,
the Qilin's claws pierced through the vine wall. Under Lin Jixuan's horrified gaze, it tore a gaping hole directly through the vine battle armor.
With the strike landing true, the fire Qilin drifted backward. But before Lin Jixuan could breathe a sigh of relief,
A barely perceptible spark erupted from the tear in the armor, blazing into an overwhelmingly brilliant light. Boom! A secondary explosion crashed down. The searing flames erupted violently. A terrifying shockwave, mingled with vast, terrifying flames, instantly reduced the vines in that area to flying ash. Pop! The vine armor instantly disintegrated. Su-man staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as her aura instantly weakened. Spirit Tamer Lin Jixian's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Clearly, he too had suffered severe injuries. One strike, a single strike, had gravely wounded the top-tier powerhouse of Tianchu Academy's senior class. This can't be possible. Dead silence fell over the entire arena, shock gripping everyone. Everyone was rendered speechless by the horrifying spectacle. I haven't lost yet. A wild gleam suddenly flashed in Lin Jixian's eyes. In the next instant, he forcibly suppressed the surging energy within him, his hands abruptly forming seals as he poured every ounce of his spiritual power into Su-man's body without reservation. Su-man, final form, vine, jungle, hum, beneath Su-man's feet, emerald light shot skyward. Countless thick vines, as massive as giant serpents, tore through the gymnasium floor and began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, the entire gymnasium was transformed into a primeval forest. Countless vines, like living tentacles, coiled toward the fire Qilin from all directions. The sheer force behind the assault was several times more powerful than before. Yet, facing this overwhelming assault, the fire Qilin's majestic eyes remained utterly still. It slowly raised its head and let out a piercing roar to the heavens. Roar! As the roar echoed, the dome above the stadium seemed to vanish. In its place appeared a crimson cloud of auspicious mist, formed as if from nowhere. The clouds churned and rolled, lightning flashed and thunder roared, yet the thunder itself took the form of pure flame. What kind of combat technique is that? In the spectator stands, numerous senior students rose in shock, trembling all over. Jiang Che also looked up. He murmured 4 words softly. Auspicious fire heavenly tribulation. This combat technique was called Auspicious Fire Heavenly Tribulation. It was the third technique of the Burning Heaven Qilin art, and also the combat skill Luo Xiaoke had learned after breaking through to the 3rd tier, though she had never used it before. The instant Jiang Che's words fell, a rain of apocalyptic fire descended from the auspicious clouds. These were no ordinary flames. Each droplet of fiery rain shimmered with a translucent crimson gold hue, a dazzling spectacle that concealed terrifying power capable of purifying all. The fiery rain fell, without a sound. Yet the vine-covered forest that had obscured the sky vanished the instant it touched the fiery rain. Silently, it melted away. Not even a trace of ash remained. Within mere breaths, the demonic forest, a realm capable of strangling all life, was utterly purified beneath this dazzling shower of fire. Inside the stadium, only a pitted, scorched wasteland remained, still spewing molten lava. Lin Jixian and Su-man stood frozen in place, their faces ashen. As the crimson glow faded, Luo Xiaoke returned to her petite, youthful form, though her face was pale, clearly drained from the exertion. Jiang Che smiled faintly. He reached out habitually to ruffle her hair. The entire arena remained deathly silent. After the deathly silence that gripped the entire gymnasium, a volcanic eruption of commotion erupted. Defeated? The head of the spirit plant hall. Just lost like that? One move. From the fire Qilin breaking through the vine wall to the secondary explosion, it was a single, seamless combo. Terrifying. Chapter 134, The Fiery Qilin Pavilion. All joining in. On the tiered viewing platform, the members of the Spirit Plant Hall all wore grim expressions. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Their hall master, who ranked among the strongest even among the upperclassmen, had actually been defeated by a freshman. Within the Wolf Clan's camp, the core members also wore solemn expressions. Gang leader Yang Tianlong's eyes flashed with intense light as he fixed his gaze on the fire Qilin in the arena. His gaze was filled with both battle intent and apprehension. It was quite obvious. Beyond that lay the new faction. After a moment of stunned silence, they erupted in an unparalleled roar of cheers. Absolutely incredible. Damn impressive. Jiang Che and his crew actually managed to defeat a 4th-year senior as freshmen, especially since the opponent was the leader of a guild. This undoubtedly brought immense pride to the freshmen. What a huge boost to our reputation. On the field, the fiery flames surrounding the fire Qilin retracted. It restored Luo Xiaoke to her delicate and adorable human form, though perhaps due to excessive exertion. Her complexion was slightly pale, yet she stood beside Jiang Che with unwavering spirit. Across from them, Lin Jixian took a deep breath, finally accepting reality. He and Su-man bowed their fists toward Jiang Che and his companions from afar. We concede defeat. We accept it wholeheartedly. Junior Jiang Che, Junior Luo Xiaoke. You too. Impressive. Jiang Che nodded calmly. He said no more. He held no particular regard for these upperclassmen. especially those from the Spirit Plant Hall and the Heavenly Wolf Gang groups with whom they had genuine conflicts. Jiang Che held no regard for them, so naturally, he offered no pleasantries. Today, they were trampling upon the Spirit Plant Hall. The next moment, Zhang Yuan took Luo Xiaoka's hand and turned, his gaze fixed squarely on the direction of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, a playful smile curling his lips. This was an unabashed provocation. Bastards! Within the Wolf Gang, a furious shout erupted instantly, just as they prepared to strike. Yang Tianlang raised his hand and pressed them down firmly. Hold your horses. Even Lin Jixuan couldn't defeat this guy. Do you really want to boost his reputation? Jiang Che smiled faintly and withdrew his gaze. Immediately after, he addressed the entire crowd in a resonant voice. I, Jiang Che, hereby establish the Qilin Pavilion today. It will exclusively recruit the strongest among this year's freshmen. Our sole purpose is to protect new students from oppression by any senior factions. To all who join, the Qilin Pavilion shall become your most steadfast support, and as the price for this protection, each member shall pay merely 20 crystals per semester. Boom! A single stone sent ripples across the pond. All the freshmen erupted in excitement. Although the Qilin Pavilion also charged crystals, 20 crystals was far more reasonable than the 100 demanded by the upperclassmen. Most importantly, the Qilin Pavilion was the guild founded by them, the freshmen. It represented them as freshmen. Its significance was naturally entirely different. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Spirit Plant Hall and the Heavenly Wolf Gang members darkened completely at that very moment. This was blatant poaching. It was a public humiliation. How dare you? A mere newcomer dares to establish a faction and a sect here, presuming to offer protection? How utterly presumptuous. Several senior students finally lost their composure, shouting in fury. Overwhelming spiritual pressure surged toward Jiang Che. However, from the tiered stands, Zhao Jiran, Wang Chong, Wang Huiyan, Tao Yi, Pang Abeo, Qiu Chengyu, and others, simultaneously stepped forward, releasing their own spiritual energy to counter it, glaring back in unison. That palpable aura of power proved no weaker. In the end, it was Lin Jixuan who restrained the agitated senior. He gave Jiang Che one last deep look, said nothing, and turned to leave with the Spirit Plant Hall disciples. Over at the Heavenly Wolf Gang, gang leader Yang Tianlang let out a cold snort. His wolf-like eyes swept harshly over Jiang Che before he too turned and departed with his men. With both major factions gone, the atmosphere in the arena instantly erupted. Countless freshmen swarmed forward, shouting fervently, Senior Jiang Che, I want to join the Qilin Pavilion, count me in. Yeah, we want to join the Qilin Pavilion too. But Jiang Che raised his hand in a gesture of restraint. The boisterous venue instantly fell silent. His tone remained calm as he stated, core members of the Qilin Pavilion are selected with utmost rigor, quality over quantity. Only the most exceptional candidates will be admitted. However, recruitment for outer chamber members can begin immediately. Those interested may register with Wang Chong and Zhao Huiyan. Us? Wang Chong and Zhao Huiyan exchanged glances, both overcome with elation. The next moment, the two stepped forward, beaming with joy alongside their respective partners, and shouted at the top of their lungs, Did you all hear that? Those wishing to join our Qilin Pavilion, come sign up here. We'll conduct preliminary screenings. The crowd immediately surged toward them, surrounding the four so tightly there was no room to move. Ignoring the roaring crowd behind him, Jiang Che took Luo Xiaoka's hand and walked over to Zhao Jiran, who had been quietly observing the scene from the sidelines. He gave her a faint smile. The three walked side by side. Amid countless awestruck and envious gazes, they left the gymnasium. Out of the gymnasium, warm sunlight spilled out, instantly dispelling the oppressive atmosphere inside. But two familiar figures approached them head-on. Jiang Che, you're finally out. The arrivals were none other than Xinjiang and Jean Linger. We meant to come back and see you too, but something came up at the academy. We just arrived and heard the place was in an uproar. What on earth happened to you guys? Just one day apart, and you've already caused another major incident? And what's the deal with the Qilin Pavilion? The moment they met, Xinjiang seemed to have endless things to say, his face beaming with a smile. Seeing them, Jiang Che smiled too. He briefly recounted how Lingji Hall and the Wolf Gang had joined forces to oppress the newcomers, and how he'd seized the opportunity to establish the Qilin Pavilion. After listening, Xinjiang and Jean Linger exchanged a glance, their expressions showing little surprise. We've heard about the gang rivalries at Tianshu Academy. At its core, the academy tacitly allows them to compete for credits, missions, and various cultivation resources in order to foster stronger individuals. But to think they'd now set their sights on freshmen for these things, that's truly going too far. Jean Linger chimed in with a smile, but your actions are quite fitting. The academy encourages free competition among students. Those with ability naturally gain more resources.
By establishing the Qilin Pavilion, you're actually going with the flow. So, Brother Qin and Sister Linger support us? Jiang Che's eyes lit up. Support? Of course they support us. Qin Zhan laughed heartily, then suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of which, Sister Linger and I are pretty much on our own here at the academy. I wonder if Lord Jiang would be willing to take us 2 non-affiliated members under his wing? At this remark, Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and Zhao Yuran all froze in unison. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Qin Zhan and Jean Linger both burst into laughter. Jiang Che was the first to recover, his face breaking into a broad smile. We'd be delighted to have you. With Brother Qin and Sister Linger joining us, doesn't that mean our Qilin Pavilion will have official backing? Chapter 135, Whoever marries my sister gets the Tianxin group as dowry. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Qin Zhan laughed heartily. Soon after, the group walked side by side toward the male dormitory area. By the way, Jiang Che, on the way, Qin Zhan suddenly asked half-jokingly, what do you think of my sister, Qin Chang? The moment the words left his mouth, a flicker of caution instantly crossed Zhao Yuran's eyes. Here we go again. Jiang Che didn't overthink it, replying casually, it was okay. Mr. Qin has a very strong presence. That single phrase, not bad, sent Zhao Yuran's heart racing once more. Qin Zhan and Jean Linger exchanged a glance, both seeing amusement in each other's eyes. Jean Linger continued softly, don't let my sister-in-law's usual cold demeanor fool you, she's actually a really nice person. It's just, her combat talent is a bit lacking. Otherwise, with her temperament, she could absolutely become a top-tier combat spirit. Exactly, Qin Zhan immediately added. Plus, she's got the entire Tianxin group in her hands. That's a business conglomerate whose wealth rivals a nation's. Seriously, whoever marries her, the Tianxin group would essentially be part of her dowry. The implication in his words was no longer a hint, it was practically a declaration. Zhao Yuran's heart instantly turned ice cold. She instinctively glanced at Jiang Che, then she looked at Luo Xiaoke beside her, who hadn't caught on yet and was blinking her big eyes in curiosity. A wave of helplessness washed over her. Qin Zhan and Jean Linger, these two weren't here to support Qilin Pavilion at all. They were clearly here to lobby on behalf of their own sister. Finally, the slow-witted Luo Xiaoke caught on. Her little face went blank with confusion. Then it completely fell apart, leaving her utterly speechless inside. How blatant could this get? It was practically handing her sister over on a silver platter. And, Sister Qin Ching is so beautiful, has such a great aura, and is a super rich woman. Brother Che now, does still need a contract partner. Oh no, this time it's truly over. Luo Xiaoke felt her mood plummet, though she could accept it. At least Zhao Yuran hadn't tried to compete with her for the position of eldest sister. But Sister Qin Ching was different. Not only was she older than her, but she was also bigger than her. Everything about her was bigger. Jiang Che naturally picked up on the subtext in the couple's words, yet his face remained smiling, neither accepting nor rejecting their words. He simply replied in measured tones, a figure like Mr. Qin naturally has extremely high standards. Ultimately, such matters depend on Mr. Qin's own intentions. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan immediately sensed an opening. Jiang Che hadn't flatly refused, that was the biggest opening. He quickly patted his chest and assured him, you can count on my sister. She'd definitely agree with this. I know her best. She's just a girl, shy and sensitive. She's too embarrassed to come talk to you about this herself. Jiang Che chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. Just then, the group had arrived at the entrance of the boys' dormitory building. Brother Qin, Sister Linger, I've arrived. Jiang Che stopped in his tracks, smiling as he bid everyone farewell. Thanks for everything today. Bye, Brother Che. Che, we'll head back too. Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Yuran also bid their farewells. Watching the three depart, only Qin Zhan and Jean Linger remained behind. Qin Zhan stroked his chin, still pondering Jiang Che's earlier words. He lowered his voice and said, honey, did you hear that? That kid Jiang Che, does he mean he wants my sister to come talk to him personally? Jean Linger shot him a disapproving look. Of course he does. This is their business after all. What kind of situation would it be if we came over to help matchmake? Just stop at the right moment. Jiang Che is giving Big Sis a way out. Makes sense. Qin Zhan nodded, though he still felt a bit troubled. But, with Big Sister's proud personality, asking her to approach a guy so much younger than her, could she possibly bring herself to do that? Meanwhile, news of the showdown inside the gymnasium. It spread like wildfire through every channel, quickly reaching every corner of Tianshu Academy. A first-year freshman defeated a senior student in direct combat. Lin Zhixian, the esteemed head of the Spirit Planting Hall, poised to break through to level 5 Spirit Master. This news exploded like a bombshell. sending shockwaves throughout the academy. Countless upperclassmen were stunned. All the freshmen, however, were fired up with pride and shared in the glory. The name Qilin Pavilion, now forever linked to Jiang Che's name, truly echoed throughout the entire academy for the first time. The next day, Wang Chang and Wang Huiyan, their faces glowing, sought out Jiang Che. They excitedly held two thick student directories in their hands. Brother Jiang, look at this. Wang Chang eagerly handed one of the books over. This is the list of all the members who want to join our Qilin Pavilion yesterday, over 300 people. Wang Huiyan also happily handed over the other one. This is the list of new recruits who've already paid 20 crystals seeking our protection, over 200 names. Just yesterday, we collected over 4,000 crystals. No wonder the upperclassmen were so eager to form factions and collect crystals. This business venture is truly a surefire profit. Jiang Che merely glanced through it briefly. Then he returned the ledger to them and said calmly, "You two will handle the selection of core members. Remember, quality over quantity. Their abilities must be top-notch." Understood. The two nodded emphatically. They were incredibly excited. A few more days passed. Early in the morning, at the academy's training grounds, Wang Chang and Zhao Huiyan led a dozen or so men and women, respectfully before Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and Zhao Jiran. These dozen or so individuals were the first batch of core members selected for the Qilin Pavilion after rigorous screening. At that moment, the looks they gave Jiang Che were filled with awe and fervor. After all, many of them had witnessed the battle at the gymnasium that day, bearing first-hand witness to Jiang Che and his companions' formidable strength. "Boss!" the group shouted in unison, their voices booming with conviction. Jiang Che waved his hand and smiled. "No need for such formality. Just call me Brother Jiang from now on." "Yes, Brother Jiang," the group responded in unison once more. Their voices carried a new warmth. Jiang Che nodded with satisfaction. Saying no more, he turned and said, "Follow me. I'll take you to the training room." With that, he swiped his card and led the founding members of Qilin Pavilion into the cultivation chamber. Upon entering the cultivation chamber, everyone stared at the cultivation chamber. Their reactions mirrored those of Qiu Qingyu and the others' earlier utter shock. They never imagined Jiang Che and his group would have their own private cultivation chamber. Jiang Che turned around. He addressed the group. "From now on, this cultivation room will serve as the headquarters of our Qilin Pavilion. I'll have the school issue a few more access cards, which I'll give to Wang Chong, Wang Huiyan, and Yi. If any of you need access, you can contact them anytime. But remember, absolutely no one else is permitted inside the training room." Chapter 136, Zhao Jiran, I cheated? Several more days passed. Before long, the weekend arrived. The academy was about to release students for the weekend break. This time, Jiang Che had learned his lesson and booked a room online the night before. Even so, most hotels were nearly fully booked when he checked online. No wonder they couldn't find anything last week. It seemed he'd have to book even earlier next time. Jiang Che nodded to himself silently, determined. At the hotel, Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and Zhao Jiran once again shared a large bed together. Naturally, they couldn't resist playing some embarrassing, blush-inducing little games, especially since Luo Xiaoke genuinely feared Zhao Jiran and Jiang Che teaming up against her. Anyone seeing Luo Xiaoke's adorable, helpless expression would be tempted to playfully discipline her, like making her act like a little puppy. Jiang Che was thoroughly enjoying himself. Zhao Jiran was even happier, taking revenge for last week's bondage incident. He deliberately changed into a form-fitting leather outfit, whip in hand, lashing Luo Xiaoke's bottom until it turned crimson. But just as she was reveling in the sweet satisfaction of revenge, Jiang Che, determined to give everyone their fair share, didn't spare anyone. He pinned her down on the bed. Luo Xiaoke's eyes finally lit up as she climbed on top. What followed was too graphic to describe. Yet for the young couple, it was a perfect fusion and exchange. All three thoroughly enjoyed it. After finishing their lovemaking, Jiang Che wrapped his arms around Zhao Jiran's smooth shoulders, slipping into sage mode. His mind drifted to the small secret realm the academy had granted them. It seemed he'd have to find time to visit it soon, otherwise, wouldn't 3 months of usage rights go to waste? As for what they needed to learn and master at the academy, honestly, as the human race's war god in his previous life, Jiang Che already knew it all. Looks like it's time to take another extended leave. Oh, right. Earlier, I was so busy introducing Jiang Che and Zhao Jiran that I forgot about Luo Xiaoke. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoke popped her head out from under the covers. Completely naked, with traces of white paste still on her little face, she pouted and said, "Brother Che, you're actually not that bad. You got it all over my face again." Leaving the hotel, Jiang Che then mentioned to the two women his plan to take an extended leave to cultivate in the secret realm. By now, both women had regained their dignified and pure demeanor. Standing before Jiang Che, both were graceful and lovely. Regarding Jiang Che's request for extended leave, Luo Xiaoke wholeheartedly supported it. She had little interest in the academy's courses and preferred cultivating within the secret realm. Zhao Yu, however, hesitated. The academy's courses are all quite important. Especially tactical training. My father says it's crucial for future battles in the Void War Zone. Hearing this, Jiang Che smiled faintly and replied, "Don't worry, I'll master them all." Zhao Yuan froze for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "Alright then, I'll support it too." "It's settled then." Jiang Che nodded. "Let's head straight to the secret realm now. I'll handle the leave request with Brother Qin directly." "What about the Qilin Pavilion?" Luo Xiaoke's eyes flickered. "What about the Qilin Pavilion if we leave?" Jiang Che froze. Qilin Pavilion? He hadn't actually thought about the arrangements for the Qilin Pavilion. Just then, the hotel doors swung open again, and two vaguely familiar figures emerged. None other than Lin Zhixian and Su Man. Compared to that day, Su Man was dressed quite seductively today. A deep red dress perfectly accentuated her slender figure, especially now, with a lingering blush still coloring her beautiful face. She looked exceptionally alluring and captivating. Lin Zhixian, however, remained unchanged in his usual casual attire. But when the two stepped out and saw Zhao Yu standing beside Jiang Che, their expressions instantly turned peculiar. Su Man's eyes widened in surprise. "Jiran, what are you two doing here?" Zhao Jiran also looked visibly surprised. After glancing at Jiang Che, she smiled and replied, "What a coincidence, Sister Su Man." This time, it was Jiang Che's turn to be astonished. He couldn't help but look at Zhao Jiran, wondering how they knew each other and why they seemed so close. Zhao Jiran leaned closer to Jiang Che and whispered an explanation. It turned out that shortly after the battle at the large gymnasium that day, Lin Zhixian and Su Man had sought her out and expressed goodwill. Zhao Jiran had intended to tell him about this, but she hadn't found the right moment. Jiang Che nodded, his expression thoughtful. Meanwhile, Lin Zhixian also watched Jiang Che, her expression turning peculiar. Finally unable to contain himself, he said, "Junior Jiang, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here. I'm just a bit curious." His gaze shifted back and forth between Jiang Che and Zhao Jiran. "What exactly is the relationship between you and Zhao Jiran? Why are you two together outside the hotel?" The question was quite pointed. The bond between a spirit tamer and their contract spirit was incredibly close. They were practically inseparable. Anything resembling an affair between them was virtually unheard of. So the current scene was rather peculiar. Coming to a hotel? Everyone knows what that means. You, Jiang Che, bringing your own contract spirit to a hotel, that's perfectly understandable. But what's the meaning behind bringing someone else's contract spirit along? Jiang Che smiled upon hearing this. He understood perfectly well what Lin Ji was implying. The next moment, Jiang Che gently wrapped his arms around Zhao Jiran's waist and pulled her into his embrace. Feeling his movement, Zhao Jiran's expression stiffened momentarily before she tilted her head back and smiled brightly at Jiang Che. She then wrapped her arms around him intimately, nestling close against him. This scene left the two across from them even more astonished. What did this mean? As Senior Ru Lin observed, "Jiran is also my contracted partner." Jiang Che replied calmly. Boom! It felt like thunder had exploded in their ears. Lin Zhixian and Su Man across from him instantly paled. Su Man instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. This can't be possible. How could a spirit tamer possibly contract two companions? Lin Zhixian was too stunned to speak. Their gazes darted back and forth between Jiang Che and Zhao Jiran, as if searching for some flaw. After a long moment, Lin Zhixian finally managed to speak. "Junior Jiang, this is no laughing matter. The rules governing spirit masters' contracts, rules are meant to be broken." Jiang Che cut him off immediately. "Senior Lin, just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Don't forget I'm an SSS-tier talent." Lin Zhixian stared in utter disbelief. He was utterly dumbfounded. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and said, "Jiang, are you sure you're not lying to me? Senior Lin, do you really think I have any reason to deceive you? What would I gain from lying to you?" Jiang Che's tone remained calm. Chapter 137, Dissolving the Spirit Plant Hall and Merging into the Qilin Pavilion. 1 hour later, in the dining hall, after hearing Jiang Che's explanation, Lin Zhixian and Su Man, seated across from him, finally gasped in utter shock. Who would have thought someone could actually defy common sense? Two partners in a contract? This was actually true. At the same time, they gained a new perspective on Jiang Che. They had still harbored some resentment over that day's showdown in the gymnasium. They believed it was simply because fire overpowers wood. After all, Su Man was a plant-type beast girl, whose defenses were naturally suppressed by fire-type beast girls. But now they finally understood something? Jiang Che hadn't even used his full strength back then? And that another partner had been watching the battle from above? It was hard to imagine that just Luo Xiaoke alone could defeat them. What would happen if Zhao Jiran joined the fray? They'd likely suffer an even more crushing defeat. After the shock wore off, their gazes toward Jiang Che grew even more intense. Lin Zhixian even proposed that Jiang Che join their Lingji Hall. They could even offer him the position of second in command. From then on, all crystals would be shared equally. Jiang Che, however, showed no interest. He spoke slowly. Senior Lin, I've observed your spirit planting hall over this period. Compared to gangs like the Heavenly Wolf Gang, your hall's methods are remarkably restrained. But now that the Qilin Pavilion has been established, there's absolutely no reason to disband it. Therefore, Senior Lin, I suggest you refrain from bringing this up again. Of course, if Senior Lin is willing to disband the Spirit Planting Hall or merge it into our Qilin Pavilion, I would welcome that. Across the table, Lin Zhixian and the other exchanged dry smiles, as if that were possible. The Spirit Planting Hall was the fruit of their labor, how could they simply dissolve it? By the way, Senior Lin, Senior Su, what are your thoughts on the Heavenly Wolf Gang? Just then, Zhao Jiran suddenly asked. Hearing this, Su Man's expression turned serious. What? You guys have some history with the Wolf Gang. You could say that. Yes, Zhao Jiran nodded in response. Actually, we originally planned to challenge the Wolf Gang, but, she trailed off. Su Man interjected with a gentle smile, but the Wolf Gang is one of the top 3 gangs in the inner courtyard after all. Our Spirit Plant Hall is a notch below them. It's better to pick a more manageable target, right? Zhao Jiran's face flushed with embarrassment. Don't worry, we're not angry. Su Man smiled, her expression serene, as if she truly held no resentment. She paused for a moment before continuing. It's just that Yang Tianlang, how should I put it? He's incredibly powerful, and his personality is utterly domineering. That's what I dislike most about him. Even his contract partner is nothing more than a plaything to him. He treats her however he pleases, and no one dares resist. As for the Wolf Gang's strength, though ranked 3rd overall, they currently hold the top spot within the academy. Why is that? Luo Xiaoke was taken aback. If they're only ranked 3rd in strength, why are they number 1 in the academy? Wasn't that contradictory? Because the top 2 gangs have already gone to the Void Battlefield for training. Even we will be heading there in half a year. Lin Zhixian suddenly said, his expression serious. The Void Battlefield. Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran instantly paled. In the past, the term they'd heard most often was the Void Battlefield, but it had to be said it still felt distant to them. Ordinary spirit masters might enlist as early as level 2, becoming cannon fodder on the battlefield. But they weren't ordinary spirit masters, they were geniuses. Gifted individuals were precious. Humanity had strict regulations. Geniuses like them were required to graduate from university before entering the military and participating in combat. This allowed them to maximize their potential, preventing them from becoming cannon fodder and enabling them to play a more significant role. Yet, unexpectedly, some of their seniors had already entered the Void Battlefield. Hearing this, the prospect no longer seemed so distant. War. It was truly coming. For Jiang Che, however, it felt strangely calm. He was well aware of the senior internship program, and even knew that some prodigies voluntarily entered the Void Battlefield as early as their junior year, beginning to make their mark. That was exactly what Jiang Che had done in his previous life. He had started his military internship in his junior year, but at Southwest Academy, with its numerous departments, while competition existed, it was different from the guild rivalries at Tianshu Academy. Actually, you probably don't know the other reason the academy allows everyone to form guilds. Lin Zhixian chuckled as he continued. But the next moment, Jiang Che's eyes flashed as he interjected. Is it to preemptively form combat squads? Lin Zhixian looked surprised for a moment before nodding. Yes. I didn't expect you to figure it out. Lin Zhixian nodded. Once we enter the Void Battlefield, combat squads become crucial. That's why the academy encourages guild formation, to help everyone adapt and coordinate in advance. But won't the military reassign us once we enter the battlefield? Don't worry about that. The academy will send a letter to the military. As long as you're from our academy and have the academy's letter, the military will arrange for you to be together. So essentially, guild members form their own little cliques even within the military. At this remark, even Jiang Che's expression changed, his surprise palpable. Really? Yes. Lin Zhixian nodded. That's why all the core members of the top 2 gangs in the academy had left. Otherwise, how could the Heavenly Wolf Gang ever have risen to dominate the academy? Jiang Che and Luo Xiaoke nodded slightly, their eyes filled with contemplation. It was then that Su Man suddenly spoke. Her voice was gentle and calm. Actually, the reason we wanted to recruit you, Junior Jiang, earlier is because we have a mission coming up in 6 months. She looked at Jiang Che, a hint of expectation in her eyes. We haven't found suitable candidates yet, and we think you'd be perfect for it, so we wanted to bring you along. Jiang Che and the others were taken aback. A mission? What kind of mission? Senior Su, what kind of mission? Zhao Yuran immediately asked.
But Lin Zhixian merely smiled without giving a direct answer.
Since the other party didn't want to say it outright, Jiang Che and the others naturally wouldn't press further. Instead, Luo Xiaoke suddenly spoke up again. So, Lin, how about we make a deal? Everyone turned to look at Luo Xiaoke. They didn't understand what he meant. What kind of deal? Luo Xiaoke's tone turned serious. Senior Lin, Senior Su, will likely be away from the academy for a while. We'd like to ask Senior Lin and the others to look after the Qilin Pavilion during our absence. Upon our return, if you feel that task still requires our assistance, we might be able to help.
Jiang Che heard this, instantly grasped the meaning behind Luo Xiaoke's words.
Chapter 138, Still acting like a little girl at 28? This was a win-win proposal. Qilin Pavilion was newly established, its foundations still unstable. If Jiang Che and his group left temporarily, they'd easily become targets for gangs like the Heavenly Wolf Gang. Meanwhile, Lin Zhixian and Su Man's group would undertake a dangerous mission in 6 months, equally requiring formidable allies. Jiang Che and his group, having demonstrated their capabilities, are undoubtedly the best candidates. By granting them a favor now, in exchange for the promise of a powerful ally in the future. This deal? Not a bad deal.
Lin Zhixian and Su Man exchanged glances, both seeing the same spark of interest in each other's eyes.
Agreed.
Lin Zhixian smiled gently, lifting the juice in front of him as he said,
Then this deal, we, the Spirit Plant Hall, accept it. During your absence, should anything arise at Qilin Pavilion, Lingji Hall will never stand idly by.
Su Man also raised her glass, her gentle gaze resting on Jiang Che with a hint of admiration.
Junior brother Jiang, we'll be waiting for your return. For a moment,
the atmosphere at the table grew even more harmonious,
filled with lively conversation. Meanwhile, Southwest City, Shenbing Group. As the premier conglomerate in the human race's southwestern region, Shenbing Group possessed immense wealth and influence. Even in the luxurious district of Southwest City, they had purchased an entire building. At this moment, within a futuristic metal corridor brimming with technological flair, 2 figures strode swiftly through the space. They were Qin Zhan and Jean Linger. It was the weekend. The 2 counselors naturally had the day off. Before long, they halted before a massive reinforced glass wall, their expressions solemn as they gazed at the scene within. It was a laboratory. Inside the lab, a rather ordinary-looking woodcutting sword, resembling a chopping blade, floated mid-air within the laboratory. It endured the impact of high-energy beams. With each impact, the blade of the woodcutting sword emitted a mournful wail, its glow dimming slightly. Finally, after yet another violent energy bombardment, the lumbering sword could no longer hold out. Its light faded, and it reverted to the form of a woman. She wore a white lab coat. The V-neck design subtly revealed delicate collarbones and dazzling snow-white skin beneath the lab coat. The waist tie accentuated her slender waist and tall stature. She was exceptionally beautiful. Even behind a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, her features remained breathtakingly beautiful, though her complexion was now pale. Clearly, the exertion had taken a toll. This woman was none other than the CEO of Divine Weapon Group, Qin Cheng. The laboratory doors slid open silently. Qin Cheng steadied herself against the wall as she slowly emerged from within. Sis, Qin Zhan and Jean Linger immediately rushed forward, their faces filled with concern. I'm fine. Qin Cheng waved her hand dismissively. Medical personnel swiftly approached, helping her onto a stretcher. They began conducting various examinations using medical equipment. Moments later, the CEO's office. Qin Cheng's complexion had regained its healthy flush. Seated behind her desk, a freshly brewed cup of hot tea sat before her. Her aura of haughty aloofness had returned, as if the earlier disarray in the lab had never happened. Seeing Qin Cheng like this, Qin Zhan, sitting across from her, finally couldn't help but speak up. Sis, what on earth are you thinking? His tone carried an unmistakable edge of urgency. Jiang Che is a hot commodity. If others find out he can contract multiple spirit companions, it would likely draw even more attention to him. Qin Cheng, however, remained utterly calm. She lifted her teacup, blew gently on it, and replied without even lifting an eyelid. What do you mean? What am I thinking? Jiang Che. Qin Zhan sighed inwardly, emphasizing his words. I'm talking about that kid. Jiang Che. What are your thoughts on him? Oh, him. Qin Cheng finally looked up, calmly interrupting Qin Zhan. Find some time and have him come see me. I want to draw some blood from him for an experiment. See if we can unlock the secret of why he can contract with multiple partners. This holds significant research value for the entire human race. Watching her sister-in-law beat around the bush like this, Jean Linger couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. This sister-in-law really couldn't let go, could she? She's 28 years old. Does she still think she's a little girl? Just then, Qin Zhan's phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone and saw the name on the caller ID. Qin Zhan froze for a moment. Speak of the devil. Cao Cao is here? The call was from Jiang Che. He instinctively glanced at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's gaze instantly met his, her eyes flickering with an almost imperceptible flicker. At Qin Sheng's gesture, Qin Zhan answered the call. The moment the connection was made, Jiang Che's steady voice came through. Brother Qin, I need to trouble you with something. We might need to take an extended leave of absence. Could you handle the arrangements with the academy? Qin Zhan couldn't help but feel curious. A long leave? Where are you going? The secret realm. Jiang Che stated concisely. Didn't the academy assign us a secret realm? We plan to go in and cultivate for a while. Secret realm. Qin Zhan's heart stirred. He was well aware that the academy had arranged a secret realm for Jiang Che and his group. In fact, Jiang Che had joined the Tianqiu Academy precisely because of this secret realm. But it was only the beginning of the semester. Many courses had only just begun. Leaving now would likely be difficult for the academy to arrange. Seeing Qin Zhan didn't respond immediately, Jiang Che understood his hesitation. With a smile, he said, Brother Qin, don't worry about the academy's curriculum. We can keep up. We won't let you down. Alright then. I'll handle the rest for you. Qin Zhan nodded, but the moment his words fell, no, a cold, urgent voice cut through the air. Qin Zhan and Jean Linger both froze. They turned to Qin Sheng with astonished expressions. Qin Sheng froze too, instantly realizing she'd lost her composure. A flicker of panic crossed her face. But she wasn't an ordinary person. What storms hadn't she weathered before? She cleared her throat, instantly regaining her aloof, CEO-like demeanor, and addressed Qin Zhan's phone. Jiang, is that you? This is Qin Sheng. It's me, President Qin. Jiang Che on the other end sounded slightly taken aback. Qin Sheng took a deep breath, striving to keep her tone steady. Can you come to Shenbing Group right now? I'd like to conduct a physical examination on you. Consider it a small experiment. But rest assured, I won't let you go unrewarded. The terms will definitely satisfy you. Silence hung on the other end. After a long pause, Jiang Che's voice finally came through. I need a large quantity of daily necessities and drinking water, at least enough for 3 months. I also need a storage ring. Understood. Qin Sheng agreed immediately. I'll have someone arrange it immediately. Chapter 139, A Resounding Slap. 1 hour later. Top floor of Shenbing Group. Jiang Che, Luo Xiaoke, and Zhao Jiran, led by Qin Zhan, met Qin Chang, who had been waiting there for some time. The spacious office was bright and spotless, radiating a futuristic technological vibe, just like the impression Qin Sheng herself gave Jiang Che and the others. Precision, efficient, cold, emotionless. Follow me. Upon seeing the three, Qin Shang offered no unnecessary pleasantries. Her white lab coat accentuated her icy demeanor. She turned and pushed open a concealed door, revealing a silver-white metallic corridor beyond. The equipment inside the laboratory was more sophisticated than any instruments visible outside. After changing into sterile lab coats, Qin Sheng personally operated an oddly shaped instrument. She silently inserted a blood-drawing needle finer than a strand of hair into Jiang Che's arm. There was no pain, yet he could clearly see crimson blood slowly flowing through the transparent tube. While Jiang Che was undergoing the blood draw, Qin Sheng's gaze swept imperceptibly over Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran standing beside Jiang Che. Her eyes flickered slightly. She saw the two girls curiously examining their surroundings. The next moment, Qin Chang offered a calm smile and remarked, both of you possess top-tier human talent, a truly rare gift. Even throughout human history, divine-tier beast girls can be counted on one hand. Our divine weapon group is currently developing specialized gear for God-tier spirit companions, but we lack sufficient data to support it. If you two are willing, we can conduct a comprehensive assessment of your abilities. In return, Divine Weapon Group will custom design the most advanced gear for you. A comprehensive strength assessment? Custom-made top-tier gear? Luo Xiaoke and Zhao Jiran's eyes lit up instantly at the words, custom-made gear. For any contract spirit, this was an offer impossible to refuse. Especially for Luo Xiaoke. No matter how powerful a beast girl might be, she was still mortal flesh and blood. If she could obtain a set of custom-made gear, just imagine the immense power boost it would provide. Yes, yes, Luo Xiaoke nodded first, her face beaming with excitement. Zhao Jiran also smiled in agreement. This truly was a rare opportunity, especially since she rarely took action. She too wanted to know her true strength. Soon, Luo Xiaoke was led to a massive, fully enclosed testing chamber. As the heavy alloy doors slowly closed, Luo Xiaoke stood inside the chamber. She took a deep breath, instantly entering combat mode. Roar!
A thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire chamber. Scarlet flames shot skyward. Within the flames, the delicate, adorable girl vanished in an instant. In her place, a majestic, fiery-breasted fire Qilin, its entire body ablaze, even through the glass wall. The overwhelming aura of the god-tier beast girl sent shockwaves rippling outward, causing the researchers in lab coats outside to jump in fright, their faces draining of color. Whoa! A god-tier beast girl? Is this the legendary fire Qilin? So terrifying, such overwhelming pressure. I feel like I can't help but want to submit. Among the researchers, a female beast girl murmured in awe. God-tier beast girl, truly terrifying. A flash of awe flickered in Qin Qing's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, her voice firm as she issued the command over the communicator. Begin the test. Power. Speed. Explosive power. One test after another proceeded. Data on the large screen outside the test chamber flashed continuously, time and again. It shattered the expectations of everyone present. The Fire Qilin's performance was nothing short of flawless. Its demonstrated capabilities approached the level of a level 5 beast girl, with some metrics even surpassing those of certain level 5 beast girls. This is absolutely astonishing. Terrifying. Is she even human? Good heavens, she's only level 3 now. Yet when unleashing her full power, her true strength is nearly level 5. Is this the terrifying might of a god-tier beast girl? The staff members were filled with awe, murmuring in hushed whispers. Their gazes fixed on the test chamber were filled with intense fervor. Through the thick reinforced glass, watching the Fire Qilin move with effortless grace inside, Jiang Che couldn't help but smile. For him, as long as there was no danger, letting Xiaoke stretch her legs was a good thing. But at that very moment, Qin Cheng's gaze suddenly shifted. She swept her gaze toward a staff member in the corner and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Feeling Qin Cheng's gaze, the staff member's expression instantly stiffened. The next moment, he and several others nearby exchanged quick glances. Simultaneously, they pressed a red switch button on the control panel. Click, 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 buzz. In an instant, the test chamber's alarm blared. The energy level surged to terrifying intensity. Blindingly bright, high energy beams rained down from all directions like a torrential storm, converging on the Fire Qilin. This sudden turn of events came out of nowhere, caught the Fire Qilin completely off guard. She let out a furious roar as flames surged around her body, struggling to resist. Yet these energy beams were simply too powerful. With each impact, faded her protective flames a little more, especially on the Qilin scales, those armor plates that had never shown any weakness before, not even pierced by Jianqin's blade, now began to crack with fine, intricate fissures. The attack power of a level 6 Spirit Tamer. Witnessing this, Jiang Che's expression darkened instantly. He whipped his head around, his icy gaze fixed on Qin Cheng as he roared. Qin Cheng, stop this immediately. Sis, stop it. Qin Zhan and Jean Linger also paled, crying out in alarm in unison. Yet Qin Cheng seemed oblivious. Her gaze remained fixed on the data screen before her, watching the experimental readings climb relentlessly, her eyes burning with madness. Wait a little longer. Just wait a little longer. Her potential far exceeds expectations. I need this extreme data. Look, the defense coefficient is climbing. Mr. Qin, this has already exceeded safe parameters. Zhao Yu grew anxious and urgently shouted. Inside the test chamber, the Fire Qilin let out a painful wail as the spiritual energy surrounding its body began to dissipate, clearly reaching its limit. I said stop. Jiang Che erupted in fury, but Qin Cheng remained unmoved, instead coldly ordering his assistant beside him. Record the energy reaction. Prepare to inject the blood burner stimulant. I want to see her data after burning her primordial essence. Burning her essence. Those 4 words ignited Jiang Che's fury completely. His figure flickered, instantly appearing before Qin Cheng. Simultaneously, he raised his hand. Smack! A sharp, resounding slap landed hard across Qin Cheng's face. The entire control room fell instantly silent. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by this sudden turn of events. They found it hard to believe. Qin Zhan and Jean Linger were utterly speechless. How dare Jiang Che strike Qin Cheng? Chapter 140, Jiran, kill. He was the CEO of the Divine Weapon Group. Though not a spirit tamer, he held a prominent and exalted status among the human race. Even Qin Cheng was stunned. A distinct handprint swiftly appeared on her flawlessly fair cheek. The stinging pain was unbearable. She slowly turned her head to look at Jiang Che. Everyone expected Qin Cheng's thunderous wrath to erupt next. Even Qin Cheng believed she would be furious. But, in that very instant, an utterly unfamiliar, overwhelming emotion surged like a flood breaking through a dam, seizing Qin Cheng's heart. It wasn't anger, not humiliation, but rather, a sensation that made her tremble all over. A completely uncontrollable, spine-tingling thrill and excitement. She was Qin Kaishan's daughter. She grew up in the military zone. She held high rank and influence, even without becoming a spirit tamer. Yet from childhood onward, everyone treated her with utmost reverence, never daring to speak harshly to her. No one had ever dared treat her this way. No one had ever dared to so brutally and completely shatter her authority, to yank her down from her lofty position, using the most direct, most primitive way to punish her. The sudden shock left her mind blank for an instant, yet deep within her body surged an unprecedented, strange pleasure. She could clearly hear her heart beating with joy. Thump, 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 each beat stronger than the last, as if striving to break free from the confines of the chest. At that moment, all employees of the Divine Weapon Group remained utterly blank. Why? Why wasn't President Qin angry? Instead, he still wore that same expression. It almost seemed like savoring the moment. However, Jiang Che paid no heed to anyone's gaze. After striking Qin Chang, he flickered and appeared before several staff members. He reached out and seized one of them by the throat. His voice was icy. Stop this immediately. See, classmate. I said stop this immediately. Boom. At the same moment, Zhao Yu instantly entered combat mode. In an instant, she transformed into the slender, towering Valkyrie of the End, broadswords and long spears strapped to her back. Her overwhelming aura and oppressive presence swept out, causing every face in the arena to pale. Naturally, she captured everyone's attention, including Qin Chang. Staring at the Valkyrie of the End standing before her, her pupils suddenly contracted. This was Jiang Che's second contract spirit? So powerful. At the very least, it was top tier. Recalling the information she'd previously obtained about Zhao Yu, a domestic robot? Valkyrie of the End? Whoa, it's actually true. Clang. The Valkyrie of the End drew her spear. The black spear glowed with a metallic sheen in the control room, instantly imposing an overwhelming sense of pressure upon everyone. Stop the experiment. Zhao Yuan's voice rang out, or I will destroy the entire control room immediately. Everyone's expressions changed drastically once more. This mecha girl is too powerful. At the very least, she was top tier, perhaps even matching Luo Xiaoke inside the lab pod. Open the experimental chamber. Jiang Che spoke again. Everyone turned to look at Qin Chang. Seeing no immediate response, Jiang Che cut straight to the point. Xiran, do it. 2 words. Decisive. Forceful. Understood. The Valkyrie of the End nodded. The next instant, the spear thrust directly toward the glass wall outside the test chamber. This thrust, the spear shot forth like a dragon. Ah! Qin Chang finally snapped to attention, letting out a shrill scream. No! Stop! Stop! Stop the experiment immediately. Upon receiving the order, all staff members simultaneously reached out and pressed the switch. At that very moment, the black spear pierced the glass wall, unleashing the immense power of the Valkyrie of the End. From point to plane, a spiderweb pattern of cracks instantly spread across the massive glass wall. Qin Chang's expression changed drastically once more. So powerful. At that moment, the energy beams within the experimental chamber ceased entirely, and the hatch opened. Jiang Che vanished in a flash, reappearing instantly inside the experimental chamber. Witnessing this scene, Qin Chang's pupils contracted once more, utterly stunned. What kind of combat technique was this? Jiang Che himself was that powerful? As everyone knew, only spirit masters who wielded blades would cultivate their physical bodies, and only they possessed this capability. Other types of spirit masters simply lack this capability. Take beast maidens, for instance, mecha girls. Their physical strength is generally on par with ordinary humans, so in combat, they must rely on their contracted spirits to take the lead. The physical prowess Jiang Che now displayed left Qin Chang utterly stunned. Teleportation? Was that just now teleportation? That ability requires at least a level 6 sword master to master, and Jiang Che had already mastered it. A natural-born sword master. In that instant, Qin Chang's heart burned fiercely, and the gaze she cast upon Jiang Che was intensely passionate. This man, she wanted him, inside the experimental chamber. The moment Jiang Che entered, the fire Qilin instantly exhaled in relief. It immediately transformed back into its human form. Her face was pale, her body trembling, and multiple wounds had appeared across her skin. She had no strength left to remain standing. The moment she took human form, she collapsed to the floor as if drained of all strength. Jiang Che's figure flickered. He swiftly caught her, wrapping his arms around her waist, gazing at the utterly weakened Luo Xiaoke in his arms. A torrent of rage erupted within Jiang Che. Xiran, kill. In this lifetime, he would never allow anyone to harm those he cared about. Boom! The Valkyrie of the End, receiving the command, showed no hesitation whatsoever and immediately sprang into action. She wrenched the spear from the glass wall. In an instant, she swept it across, The glass wall shattered instantly, sending shards flying as they struck the laboratory researchers before them. In an instant, the workers turned pale with terror and fled in panic, yet many were still struck by shards, collapsing to the ground. These individuals were either ordinary people or low-level spirit masters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become researchers, they would have directly become powerful spirit masters. But these people were not Zhao Yuran's target. Her target was Qin Chang. She cared not a whit for the other's status. As long as it was Ake's command, she would execute it unconditionally. The spear pointed directly at Qin Chang, who had been terrified into stupor. The spear thrust forward. Jiran, no, not far away. Qin Zhan roared. Linger. Jean Linger's face darkened, but she instantly transformed into a long sword, landing in Qin Zhan's grasp. Qin Zhan charged forward, sword raised. Clang. The sword parried, yet the instant it touched the spear of the Valkyrie of the End, a violent shockwave surged through it, causing his hand to tremble involuntarily. The sword fell to the ground. With just one strike, Qin Zhan had already been defeated. Though both were level 2 spirit masters, the gap between them was immense. Qin Zhan's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Zhao Yuran to be this powerful, but Qin Qing was his own sister. Resolutely, he stepped in front of her, his gaze bitter as he faced the Valkyrie of the End. Jiran. The Valkyrie of the End cut him off coldly. Get out of the way. Chapter 141, something has completely spun out of control. Beside them, the long sword transformed back into Jean Linger's form, but she was clearly gravely wounded, clutching her chest, her face deathly pale as she stared at the Valkyrie of the End opposite her with a complex expression. Jiang Che. Qin Zhan could only turn to Jiang Che. At that moment, Jiang Che was carrying Luo Xiaoke, about to step out of the test chamber. Hearing the voice, he turned to look, his expression grim. I know you're furious right now. Truthfully, we are too. This isn't a scene any of us wanted to see. Jiang Che, please let my sister go. He already knows he was wrong. Listening to Qin Zhan's words, he stared at Qin Zhan's pleading expression. Jiang Che's expression darkened, murderous intent surging in his eyes. But just then, Luo Xiaoke gently tugged at Jiang Che's sleeve, her voice faint as she whispered, Brother Che, forget it, it's nothing serious. Xiaoke. Jiang Che's expression darkened. Even at this point, Luo Xiaoke was still thinking of him. I understand. Luo Xiaoke forced her head to turn, gazing at the Valkyrie of Ending looming before them as she continued. Stop this. Sister Xiaoke. The Valkyrie of the End turned, staring at her in disbelief. She hurt you so badly. I believe she meant no harm. Silence. Dead silence. Across from her, Qin Qing's facial muscles twitched as a wave of overwhelming guilt suddenly engulfed her. Let's go. Jiang Che finally spoke. Zhao Yuran glanced once more at Qin Chang, who was shielded by Qin Zhan. In an instant, she transformed back into her human form and followed Jiang Che, ready to leave. But just then, Qin Qing's body instinctively moved, placing herself once more in front of Jiang Che. The action was purely instinctive. Even she didn't know why she did it. Perhaps it was the dignity of a CEO that wouldn't allow her to simply let him leave. Or perhaps, deep down in her subconscious, she didn't want Jiang Che to vanish from her sight like that. Get out of my way. Don't think I won't kill you. Jiang Che lifted his head. His eyes held an unmasked, icy killing intent. In that moment, Qin Qing felt as if she were being stared down by a ferocious beast from the primordial chaos. The terrifying pressure made her heart clench violently. Her breath caught in her throat. She forced herself to calm down, regaining the composure befitting the CEO of Shinbing Group. Wait a moment. Her voice trembled. I'm so sorry. Truly, but Xiaoke was right, I had no ill intent whatsoever. I just wanted to obtain some data on the God-tier beast girls. This matter is my fault. I'll take full responsibility. The Divine Weapon Group will cover all of Miss Luo's medical and recovery expenses until she's fully healed. Besides, Xiaoke's injuries are quite severe right now. Shinbing Group possesses the most advanced bio-recovery pods in the entire southwestern region of the human race, offering the best possible treatment for her recovery. She looked at Jiang Che, her gaze complex. Her words were utterly sincere, her demeanor humbly submissive. If word of this got out, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire southwest region. Yet Jiang Che merely stared at her coldly, his eyes showing not the slightest flicker of emotion, only endless chill and disgust. I don't trust you, he said, enunciating each word deliberately, and I trust your Divine Weapon Group even less. He had always known that those researchers who treated Blade Maidens and Beast Maidens as mere research subjects, though they claimed to act for the sake of humanity, but their actions were no different from those of the insectoid races. How could he have believed Qin Chang was any different from them? Handing Xiaoke over to them without a second thought. Jiang Che, this is my sister's fault. Please give him another chance. Xinjiang and Jean Linger rushed over anxiously at that moment. Moreover, Shenbing Group's medical technology is truly the best in all of southwest China. Xiaoke's injuries can't be delayed any longer. Getting her treated here is the best option right now. Yes, Jiang Che, saving Xiaoke comes first. We'll stay here every step of the way. We won't let anyone hurt her again. Xinjiang took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Che with earnest determination. Jiang Che lowered his head, gazing at Luo Xiaoke in his arms. Luo Xiaoke gazed back at him quietly, her eyes brimming with love. Brother Che, let's stay right here, with you by my side. I'm not afraid of anything. You'll protect me too, won't you? Jiang Che's resolve began to waver. Reason told him Xinjiang was right. Luo Xiaoke's injuries couldn't afford any delay. He could disregard Xinjiang, disregard the divine weapon group, but he couldn't gamble with Luo Xiaoke's life out of spite. After a long silence, Jiang Che slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping past Xinjiang and fixing intently on Xinjiang. Fine, he uttered the single word. But mark my words, if anything happens to Xiaoke, I, Jiang Che, swear to heaven that I will raise your divine weapon group to the ground. As the words fell, an invisible aura of terror surged skyward, sending a chill through every person present. Yet, meeting Jiang Che's gaze, a gaze that seemed poised to dissect him alive, Xinjiang not only felt no fear, but her heart began to race wildly once more. She knew it was over. Something had spiraled completely out of control. Luo Xiaoke was swiftly transported to Shenbing Group's most advanced biological treatment suite. Several of the group's most authoritative medical experts were already waiting inside, and various cutting-edge instruments swiftly began operating. The heavy alloy doors of the treatment room slowly closed. The red treatment in progress light illuminated, sealing off the two worlds inside and out. Jiang Che stood outside the door, his posture rigidly upright. Zhao Jiran stood quietly beside him, gently clasping Jiang Che's hand in an attempt to offer some comfort. Meanwhile, at the other end of the corridor, Xinjiang and Jean Linger pulled Xinjiang into a secluded corner, their anger finally boiling over. Sis, what were you thinking? Do you have any idea how much trouble you nearly caused today? Jiang Che and the others saved my life. They're comrades we can trust with our lives. Why did you do that? Jean Linger stood beside them, her face etched with disappointment. Big sis, we've always respected you, but what you did today was truly unforgivable. Xiaoke is so innocent and trusted you completely, how could you do this to her? Facing her younger brother and sister-in-law's furious accusations, Xinjiang's expression darkened. Her hand instinctively reached up. She wanted to touch her still burning cheek, but stopped abruptly. Jiang Che's slap seemed imbued with some strange magic. It shattered her pride and planted a seed of madness deep within her soul. She opened her mouth, only to find she couldn't explain. Was she supposed to tell them? After being struck, she felt not anger, but excitement. No, she couldn't say it. I was a bit dazed at the time. Xinjiang could only whisper softly in the end. Big sis, we know what you were thinking, but I've told you before, your approach was wrong. You shouldn't have done that. Chapter 142, could you slap me again? Xinjiang closed her eyes. After a long moment, she took a deep breath and said, I know I was wrong. I will personally handle this matter. I was a bit carried away at the time. I'll take care of it. With that, she turned away from Xinjiang. After briefly smoothing out her slightly disheveled clothes, she turned and walked back toward Jiang Che. She stood before Jiang Che. Xinjiang looked at him, bowed solemnly, and said, Classmate Jiang Che, Zhao Jiran, for my previous rashness and foolishness, I offer you my most sincere apologies once again. Jiang Che didn't even lift an eyelid, completely ignoring her. This woman, relying on her slight achievements, she doesn't know her place. She'll get her comeuppance sooner or later. No wonder she died suddenly within a few years in her previous life. It all makes sense now. If this had happened in the past, Xinjiang would have been seething with rage. But now, not a trace of anger stirred within her. Instead, an unusual sensation took root. He seemed destined to treat her this way. Slowly withdrawing her complex gaze, Xinjiang couldn't help but look at Zhao Jiran. Zhao Jiran was beautiful, possessing an outstanding aura. Especially now, with her cold expression, she radiated an icy chill from within. Miss Zhao, Xinjiang's tone was utterly sincere. To make amends for my mistake and to express my sincere apology, I sincerely invite you to undergo a comprehensive potential assessment test. I assure you, this assessment will proceed without incident. Shenbing Group will utilize its highest level resources to analyze and develop the most suitable enhancement plan for you. This is also my personal way of making amends. Jiang Che heard this. Finally, he reacted. He spun around abruptly, his towering figure like a mountain instantly blocking Zhao Jiran's path. His gaze was icy, filled with coldness. No, has this woman lost her mind? Wasn't harming Xiaoke enough?
Did she truly believe Qin Zhan and his crew held such sway that he dared not dismantle her divine weapon group? Jiang Che's blunt refusal left her stunned. A fleeting, barely perceptible shadow of disappointment crossed Qin Qing's eyes, but she persisted. Mr. Jiang, please believe me, this time there really is no ulterior motive. I genuinely wish to express my apology. Her voice was soft, her posture submissive. Just as Jiang Che was about to tell him to get lost again, a soft hand gently tugged at his arm from the side. It was Zhao Yuran. Stepping out from behind him, she smiled at Jiang Che and said, Che, it's okay. I want to try. Jiang Che's expression darkened instantly. Zhao Yuran continued to explain softly, knowing both yourself and your opponent is the key to victory in every battle. Besides, I'm also eager to discover my limits and where my future path lies. Shinbing Group is an authority in this field. This opportunity is rare indeed. At this point, she looked up at Jiang Che, her eyes brimming with trust. And I trust you. As long as you're here, I won't be in any danger. Hearing these words, Jiang Che's expression softened slightly. After a moment, he nodded and replied, all right. The next moment, he turned to Qin Shang, his tone stiff. I'll be watching from here. If anything happens to Jiran, I'll destroy your Shinbing Group even if it costs me everything. I understand. Qin Shang nodded immediately. He personally escorted Zhao Jiran to another top-tier testing chamber. The chamber door closed. A pale blue data stream began flowing across the chamber's surface. The test officially commenced. Jiang Che stood outside, arms crossed, his gaze sharp and cold as he watched everything inside the test chamber. The entire corridor fell silent once more. Qin Zhan and Jean Linger watched from a distance, not daring to approach. At this moment, the space seemed to belong solely to Jiang Che and Qin Shang. Qin Shang stood not far beside Jiang Che, clearly sensing the forbidding, icy aura radiating from him. Several times she opened her mouth to speak, but the words died on her lips. Time ticked by, second by second. Inside the testing chamber, Zhao Jiran's assessment proceeded methodically. The End Valkyrie demonstrated formidable strength, excelling in nearly every test with near-perfect results. This astonished everyone present in the laboratory. One god-tier beast girl was already extremely rare, and now this, a god-tier mecha girl? They refused to believe it. Yet all the data pointed to one conclusion: this was indeed a god-tier mecha girl. Watching it all unfold, Qin Shang's heart began to race faster and faster. Faster and faster. She recalled the words Qin Zhan and Jean Linger had spoken to her, that she was to become Jiang Che's third contract spirit. Jiang Che possessed the ability to evolve ordinary contract spirits into god-tier beings. And then, she also recalled that slap. What if she truly became Jiang Che's third contract spirit, would that slap be hers to take whenever she wanted? Could she have it every day? That strange, palpable thrill that had swept away all reason with a single blow. Like poison, it kept consuming her, leaving her utterly helpless. She needed to feel that impact again. That most primal, most brutal impact that shattered every shred of her pride and authority. In an instant, a maddening thought sprouted and spread uncontrollably within Qin Qing's mind. Finally, she could endure this inner torment no longer. Summoning the greatest courage she had ever mustered in her life, with great difficulty, step by step, she approached Jiang Che and stood beside him. Noticing her arrival, Jiang Che turned his head slightly. Qin Qing immediately lowered her head in alarm. In a whisper only the two of them could hear, her voice trembled as she spoke. Jiang, in that voice, was a longing so intense it made her blush with shame. Jiang Che frowned slightly, looking at her, unsure what this woman was up to now. But then, Qin Qing's words made his pupils suddenly contract. Could you slap me again? The air seemed to freeze solid. Jiang Che's eyes brimmed with utter disbelief. He even wondered if his heightened nerves had caused him to hallucinate. This woman? The CEO of Shinbing Group? Just moments ago she was so haughty, yet now she's making such an utterly absurd request? What did you just say? He asked in a cold voice. He assumed this was yet another of Qin Qing's devious schemes, but when his gaze fell upon Qin Qing's face, he froze. The exquisitely beautiful, mature woman's face across from him was now covered in an unhealthy crimson flush. Her entire body trembled slightly. Those eyes, usually filled with coldness and pride, now held an intertwined mix of extreme shame and a desperate, almost pleading longing. Chapter 143, at any cost, keep Jiang Che here. Jiang Che had lived 2 lifetimes. What hadn't he seen? What had he not heard? In an instant, he understood from Qin Qing's demeanor. This was no joke, nor some sinister plot. It was simply that Qin Qing harbored certain little-known peculiar inclinations. The thought crossed his mind. Jiang Che's lips curled into a sneer dripping with scorn. Slowly, he took a step forward, leaning close to Qin Qing's ear and murmuring in a contemptuous tone, President Qin, so getting hit
is addictive after all. Boom! Those words, like a bolt from the blue, it exploded in Qin Qing's mind. An intense wave of shame surged through her body like an electric current, leaving her utterly mortified. She wished she could sink into the ground right then and there. Yet beneath this utter humiliation, an even more intense, sickening thrill surged forth. It surged madly from the depths of her soul. That palpitation made her legs feel weak. In the distance, Qin Zhan and Jean Linger watched the two standing uncomfortably close, their postures suggestive, their expressions twisted into something utterly bizarre. Qin Zhan, what do you think they're whispering about? Jean Linger couldn't help but whisper. Qin Zhan frowned deeply, shook his head. No idea. But something feels off about the atmosphere. But the very next moment, a scene unfolded that left them speechless. Smack! Another slap. The sound echoed loudly. Jiang Che, expressionless and without warning, delivered another sharp slap across Qin Qing's face. In an instant, Qin Qing's face swelled up again. Jiang Che, what are you doing? Qin Zhan and Jean Linger's expressions darkened instantly. Forgetting everything else, they roared in unison and charged toward him. Yet Jiang Che paid no heed to their furious shouts. He struck again, seizing Qin Qing's smooth chin in his hand. He forced her to lift her head and meet his gaze. He watched as the clear imprint of 5 fingers instantly appeared on her coldly beautiful face, and tears of humiliation slid down the corners of her eyes. Jiang Che's expression remained utterly unmoved. Only icy scorn. President Qin, you really are pathetic. His voice was not loud, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, smashing viciously into Qin Qing's heart. Her body jerked violently, her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Tears rolled uncontrollably down her cheeks. It was too humiliating, so shameful. As the esteemed CEO of Divine Weapon Group, when had she ever been humiliated like this? Yet following the humiliation came an indescribable, utterly conquered sense of fulfillment. Just then, Qin Zhan and his wife had already rushed to her side. Jiang Che, stop right there. Qin Zhan grabbed Jiang Che's arm, glaring at him furiously. What the hell are you doing? My sister hasn't done anything. Jiang Che slowly released his grip on Qin Qing's chin. He could now confirm that in her current state, this woman posed absolutely no threat to Zhao Jiran. After a fleeting glance at the enraged Qin Zhan, Jiang Che offered no explanation, instead turning directly toward Luo Xiaoka's treatment pod. Only as he brushed past Qin Chang, he paused slightly, leaving behind a faint chuckle without turning back. President Qin, ha. That laughter was nothing but mockery and amusement, leaving Qin Zhan and Jean Linger utterly bewildered, and causing Qin Chang, who had just regained her composure, to stiffen once more. Jiang Che's figure swiftly vanished around the corridor corner. Sis, are you okay? Why did he hit you again? Jean Linger hurriedly steadied the swaying Qin Chang, her heart aching with anger and pity at the sight of her swollen cheeks. Qin Zhan also asked with concern. Sis, what exactly happened? What did you just say? Qin Chang took a deep breath, finally gathering the strength to steady herself. The woman, now sated, swiftly regained her composure and rationality, reverting to her usual aloof, high-powered CEO persona. Only the swollen, red cheeks marked with fingerprints made her look somewhat comical. As for today's events, you saw nothing. Nothing happened. Qin Chang looked at all the researchers in the control room. After speaking, nothing happened today. You saw nothing. Qin Chang's voice was icy, devoid of emotion, radiating the authority of a superior. The researchers in the control room all lowered their heads, frozen in fear, not daring to breathe a word. With that, she paid no heed to the stunned expressions of Qin Zhan and his wife, turning swiftly to leave. The metallic corridor stretched long and cold, its walls reflecting light that stretched Qin Chang's silhouette into a long shadow. Her pace was swift. It felt more like she was fleeing something, but as she rounded a corner, Qin Chang's footsteps inexplicably slowed. Not far ahead was the treatment pod where Luo Xiaoka lay, and Jiang Che was standing there quietly. Seeing Jiang Che, Qin Chang's heart clenched violently, and her breath caught in her throat. She instinctively tried to turn away, but her legs seemed to have a mind of their own, continuing to walk straight toward that direction. Closer and closer. Her heartbeat grew faster and faster. Just as they brushed past each other, Jiang Che didn't even lift his head, merely letting out a faint, derisive snort. Now, are you satisfied? Boom! Qin Chang's body trembled again, the cheeks that had just returned to normal flushed crimson in an instant. The next moment, she could no longer maintain her composure, practically fleeing toward her office. Her high heels clattered down the corridor. The sound was urgent. Tap tap tap. Bang! The office door slammed shut. Qin Chang's back hit the cold metal door panel, her body slowly sliding down until she collapsed limply onto the floor. Instinctively, she buried her face deep between her knees, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Bitch! He was right. I really am worthless. For some reason, that scornful word echoed in her mind like a curse once more. Shame surged like a tidal wave. In an instant, it engulfed me. But why? Why do I feel so utterly satisfied and yearning? That feeling of being utterly dominated. The trembling sensation of being utterly exposed. Qin Qing felt an unprecedented thrill. Jiang Che saw through everything about her. Her dirtiest, most shameful side. Before Jiang Che, all her pride and pretense held no meaning. Qin Qing's face contorted with agony as she curled into a ball, wanting to resist, yet feeling utterly addicted, unable to fight it. After a long moment, she jerked her head up, her trembling body gradually steadied, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. Since he had seen through her, since she couldn't resist at all, then she would accept it. Only him, only this man could make her feel this way, only he could truly dominate her. Once this thought took root, it spread like a rampant vine, instantly entwining her entire soul. She must have him. At any cost, she would keep Jiang Che by her side,